Chapter 1. October 31st, 1981. In the Godric's Hollow, the secluded cottage where the Potter couple sought refuge, the dark shadow of the Dark Lord and his Death Eaters loomed. Harry Potter, the prophesied savior, the boy who survived, was destined to confront his fate. After a decade of war that had cast a pall over the wizarding world of Britain, the end was finally at hand. Yet, for Pollux Black, the most devoted and formidable servant of Voldemort, the battle was far from over. It was a war fought to protect his family. Having traversed this world for 29 years as a reborn soul, he had witnessed the tragic unfolding of events. Despite possessing foreknowledge of certain plot lines, the once weak Paul could only watch helplessly as the Dark Lord gradually seized control over the Black family and those he held dear in a desperate bid to safeguard the Black family from Voldemort's clutches. He reluctantly aligned himself with the Dark Lord. That a decade of brutal conflict had left his hands stained with the blood of innocents. But today, he sensed the tides had turned. The Dark Lord was destined for downfall. For the first time, Paul defied Voldemort's command and spared Neville Longbottom's life. With the Dark Lord's power crumbling overnight, the Ministry of Magic and the entire wizarding community of Britain were poised for a fervent purge, a grand trial against the forces of Voldemort. As the most loyal, powerful, and malevolent Death Eater, Paul and the Black family found themselves prime targets in this impending reckoning. To preserve his infamy and the notorious legacy of the Black family, he needed leverage, an invaluable bargaining chip. That chip was Harry Potter. Under the cover of darkness, he stealthily approached, concealing himself amidst the nearby woods. Moments later, an ominous green light flickered, and within the Potter's hidden abode, the anguished cries of Severus Snape pierced the air. An evil consciousness, wielding its last remnants of magic, swiftly fled the scene into the distance. The once unstoppable Dark Lord had been vanquished by the profound love of the Potters. Gazing at the retreating dark mist and the fading mark of the Dark Lord upon his arm, Paul understood that the time for action had arrived, and it was imperative to act swiftly. He needed to seize Harry Potter, a living Harry Potter, from Severus before Albus Dumbledore or any member of the Order of the Phoenix could arrive. Albus Dumbledore's formidable power was far beyond what Paul could currently contend with. Outside the door to the cottage's second floor, two Death Eaters stood guard. They were paralyzed by panic at the sudden demise of their master, and watched in bewilderment as Paul inquired. "Lord Black, the Dark Lord. Know you. What are you doing here?" "Neville Longbottom. Die." Paul raised his hand nonchalantly. Before the two could comprehend why Pollux, who should have been at the Lombard's residence, had appeared here, he pointed, and two thick black vipers materialized out of thin air, darting towards them with lightning speed, ensnaring them tightly. Their scarlet maws revealed glistening fangs as they struck. In an instant, both of them displayed expressions of sheer agony before collapsing. The lifeless bodies, still not fully on the ground, were swiftly dragged away by the black vipers. Pollux approached the door, pushed it open, and stepped inside. Severus, who was seated on the floor, cradling the bodies of young Harry and Lily while weeping uncontrollably. Pollux' voice was icy as he commanded, "Snape, hand over that child to me." As he spoke, he advanced towards Severus. "Pollux Black, stay back." Lost in his grief, Severus noticed the approaching Pollux, the most formidable and malevolent Death Eater. Instinctively on high alert, he laid down Lily's body, cradled Harry, and drew his wand, aiming it at his adversary. "Cruel, cold-hearted fiend. Do not come any closer," Severus shouted. "Snape, I do not wish to harm you. Surrender the child." Pollux continued his advance until Severus' wand was pressed firmly against his chest. Extending his hands, he fixed Severus with a cold, unwavering gaze. "Snape, hand over the child. Do not compel me to act." "No." Severus, seeing the terror in Pollux' eyes, felt a flicker of fear, but he shouted back in a frenzy, "No. Pollux, this is Lily's child. Why does Voldemort, and you, target Lily so?" Glancing at the still-crying Harry in his arms, Severus' trembling wand glimmered with a faint light as he sought to push back the relentless Pollux. His expression grew resolute and grave. He knew he was far from a match for Pollux and was unaware of his true intentions. Yet, for the sake of Harry, whom Lily had fought to protect, and out of his enduring love for Lily, he resolved to guard him with his life. "I will not relinquish Lily's child to you. You are as malevolent as Voldemort. Then perish." Ignoring the glowing wand, Pollux lunged for Harry, while one hand morphed into a black viper that aimed for Severus' neck. Levi Corpus, Severus immediately cast the spell, suspending Pollux in midair, and simultaneously shattered the window behind him, shielding Harry as he fell heavily to the ground from the second floor. That he must protect Harry. With an unwavering belief, he suppressed the excruciating pain in his back, even neglecting to consume a vial of potion, and rose with great difficulty, determined to apparate away from the scene. Meanwhile, after being struck by the Levi Corpus spell, Pollux, like a snake shedding its skin, quickly slithered out from his own mouth, following Severus as he leaped out. The body hanging from the ceiling gradually transformed into a black viper. Seeing Severus attempting to flee as Pollux descended from the air, he opened his crimson maw, targeting Severus. Two streams of malevolent black venom shot forth from his fangs, akin to bullets. Seeing the venom hurtling towards him at breakneck speed, Severus could not cast his disapparition spell. He rolled to the side. Crack! Uffed! The two streams of venom struck the ground where Severus had just been, instantly corroding a small crater, transforming the venom into a noxious black-red mist. Stupefy, Severus, having successfully evaded the venom with his agile roll, nevertheless inhaled a mouthful of the toxic mist. He immediately felt a piercing agony. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he directed a spell towards the still airborne Pollux. Without a backward glance, Severus dared not look back. He scrambled to his feet and fled, frantically casting spells behind him. Stupefy, stupefy. Just as Severus rose, he had barely covered 10 meters when he suddenly collapsed to his knees, his face contorted in agony. The toxicity of the mist was far beyond his comprehension. Yet Severus would not surrender. He was determined to protect Lily's child. Struggling to suppress the violent tremors racking his body, he desperately attempted to retrieve a potion from his robes. But time was no longer on his side. Several black vipers swiftly ensnared him, constricting his movements, while one of them snatched Harry from his grasp. No, please, Pollux, don't. Severus, firmly held captive, endured the intensifying pain, his voice trembling as he implored Pollux, "Fear not, Snape. I shall not harm this child, nor will I take your life." Pollux gazed with a hint of excitement at the captured Harry, waving his hand to dispel much of the toxin within Severus. He truly had no desire to kill his opponent. In the midst of Severus' fury and despair, Pollux reached for the gaping wound on his abdomen. Yanking it open with a violent tug, like shedding a garment, he revealed a grotesque body marred with horrific injuries. "Stop, I beg you," Severus' voice echoed with frantic desperation. Disposing of the mangled body, Pollux seized Harry from the grasp of the black vipers, hoisting him aloft, his mouth transforming into that of a colossal viper, swallowing the child whole. Harry Potter was in his possession. There was no time for elation, as Pollux reverted his head back to human form. He flicked his crimson tongue, sensing a familiar scent in the air, his expression suddenly turning grave. Expecto Patronum. Accompanied by a fierce and potent incantation, a massive, robust beam of white light struck Pollux, propelling him like a cannonball into the wall of a nearby cottage. Bang! The tremendous force even shattered the walls of the small abode. The apparition of Albus Dumbledore arrived, his grip tight around the Elder Wand. With a mere flick, he vanquished the serpent that had ensnared Severus. Protectively, he positioned himself behind the fallen foe, glaring with fury at the seemingly unscathed Pollux. "Voldemort is dead. Surrender, Harry Potter." "Pollux Black, have you sunk so low as to threaten a child?" The most powerful wizard of our time, Albus Dumbledore, had arrived. Hand over Harry Potter. Dumbledore's cold gaze was laced with a hint of lethal intent. Pollux emerged unscathed from the debris, offering a wry smile. "Headmaster Dumbledore, you remain as formidable as ever, a figure to be revered at I shall surrender Harry, but not at this moment." Drawing his wand from within his robes, he pointed it at Dumbledore, his expression malevolent. "Harry Potter, so vital to this world. You know, as do I, that a Dark Lord as powerful as you could not have fallen so easily. I am also aware of the remaining half of the prophecy. I know not how you came by that prophecy. However," Dumbledore's expression darkened, radiating a terrifying magical aura that firmly ensnared Pollux. Raising the Elder Wand, he spoke with undeniable authority. "The Dark Lord has been vanquished. Do you intend to continue this battle?" At that moment, waves of twisted magical energy began to ripple through the air. Dozens of wizards appeared in succession, having apparat to the scene. Among them were aurors from the Ministry of Magic, members of the Order of the Phoenix, Hogwarts professors, and those valiant wizards who had persistently resisted the death. Eaters that, as they materialized, they drew their wands, directing them at Pollux, the most malevolent Death Eater. This sight would certainly daunt even Voldemort or Dumbledore himself. "Thank you all," Pollux said, unfazed Audemars. "Black, surrender Harry Potter. Accept your due judgment." Dumbledore's voice was icy as he addressed the cornered Pollux. Seizing the moment, he had completely sealed the space around Pollux. "Of course, Headmaster Dumbledore, I shall yield, but Harry shall not be given to you. Hand over Harry." Dumbledore's fury intensified, and the surrounding wizards stood ready to end this dire situation. Pollux remained utterly composed, even taking a moment to count the number of wands aimed at him, for he had acquired leverage for negotiation. "Headmaster Dumbledore, esteemed colleagues, do not become agitated. Do you truly believe you can extinguish my life so easily, or that the Dark Lord has perished in such a manner? Know that he, like myself, is adept at evading death." Observing the shifting expressions of those before him, Pollux taunted, "Do you understand why Harry Potter is so extraordinary? Why the Dark Lord was defeated?" In the face of Dumbledore's increasingly grim expression, Pollux revealed the entirety of the prophecy and the unsettling news that the Dark Lord had not perished. He aimed to convey to the assembly the significance of Harry, thereby amplifying the weight of his own leverage. This was crucial for absolving himself, stained with blood, and the malevolent Black family from their sins. "The Savior resides within me. However, I shall not relinquish him to you, for should you choose to retain me, you shall only receive a deceased Harry, along with myself, Pollux, and the resurrected Dark Lord's ceaseless. Enough. Mr. Black, after all this, what is your true intention?" Albus interrupted Pollux, restraining Severus, who was on the verge of leaping up in indignation, although he too was nearly overcome by rage. Yet Pollux was correct like Voldemort. He was exceedingly difficult to vanquish. "I harbor no fondness for slaughter, nor for war." Pollux' magical aura erupted suddenly, though it could not compare to the might of Albus Dumbledore, nor could it rival Voldemort. Nonetheless, the intensely malevolent energy cast the entire sky into shadow. At that moment, he resembled a demon emerging from the depths of hell, rasping coldly, "If you are willing, the end of war can commence this very moment. Provided you spare the Bryan family, I shall surrender willingly. I will deliver a living Harry Potter. I might even assist you in contending against Voldemort. However, should the Black family be condemned to dwell in darkness henceforth, I, Pollux Black, swear that the wizarding world of Britain shall know no light. I shall transform into a demon more sinister than Voldemort. Would you care to test this?" Pollux retracted his magic and sat upon the ground, calmly gazing at Albus. The terms had been laid forth now. It was time for patience. Awaiting the response of this just leader, upon hearing that Pollux sought a ceasefire, Albus fell silent. Pollux spoke the unvarnished truth, and indeed he was capable of fulfilling his promise. Even Albus Dumbledore did not possess the strength to confront two immortal Dark Lords. As long as Pollux raised his voice in defiance, the Death Eater army would undoubtedly rally to his side for the sake of survival. The wizarding community of Britain could not endure an interminable war. For a decade, the conflict had nearly obliterated everything. For the first time, Albus contemplated compromise, yet could the demonic Pollux truly adhere to his word of peace for the sake of his family, rather than orchestrating a conspiracy? Recalling that otherworldly, malevolent magic, and a demon like Pollux, who was unyieldingly protective of his kin, Albus found himself ensnared in a web of conflicting thoughts. Reflecting on the past, he remembered Pollux from over a decade ago, that arrogant, reclusive child, utterly captivated by dark magic. He had even exploited his brother and deceased sister to acquire nefarious knowledge from him. It was during that occasion that he came to believe that Pollux had irrevocably succumbed to the dark and malevolent forces, far more than his former student, Tom Riddle, who would later be known as the Dark Lord. He also recalled the moment a decade prior when, in the interest of the greater good, he had declined Pollux' request, refusing to offer sanctuary to the Black family, who had already aligned themselves with the Dark Lord. He had turned down Pollux' entreaties, obsessed as he was with the allure of dark magic. Subsequently, Pollux had completely allied himself with the Dark Lord, descending further into madness and malevolence, his hands stained with the blood of the innocent. Everything had unfolded just as he had anticipated. Pollux had become too wicked. However, Albus had not foreseen the truth. A decade had passed, and the demon-like Pollux remained precisely as he had been 10 years ago. He would sacrifice everything for his family, employing any means necessary to achieve his ends. "I am Pollux Black. I shall never lose myself, even if this path appears exceedingly wicked to you, Headmaster Dumbledore. For the sake of my family, no matter how malevolent, no matter how dark, even if it leads to hell, I shall steadfastly tread upon it. I will not sacrifice my family for others, as you, Headmaster Dumbledore, have done. Never." These were Pollux's words after being rejected, his conviction unwavering at that moment. Albus felt for the first time that perhaps had he acquiesced to Pollux back then, he would not have needed to rely on a prophecy, nor the sacrifice of the Potters, to vanquish the Dark Lord. the war would not have endured for a full decade. He glanced at Severus, gravely wounded yet still standing firm, as well as the unwavering trust reflected in the eyes of all the wizards around him. For the first time, Albus realized that perhaps he had erred. "Forgive me, James." "Lily, Severus, forgive me to all who perished in the battle against the Dark Lord," Albus whispered softly, in a tone only he could hear. "The war must not continue. Mr. Black, do you still possess love, you demon?" Albus raised his head, fixing an intense gaze upon Pollux, asking with utmost seriousness. "Family is the light within my heart." Pollux was taken aback yet promptly replied, casting a glance at Albus, pondering something. "Just as a decade ago. I shall protect my family and sacrifice everything for them. Dumbledore, my demands have remained unchanged." Albus appeared to have made a resolute decision, his tone unwavering. "Two stipulations, Mr. Black. I consent to your proposal. Speak. You shall forever remain at Hogwarts and shall never inflict harm upon its members. Furthermore, you are not permitted to depart without the headmaster's consent. The second condition, the Black family must accept the summons from Hogwarts, becoming its faculty." "No. Then let it be 3. Hogwarts may summon a maximum of 3 members of the Black family. I, along with the family members currently studying at Hogwarts, shall count." "Students do not count. Mr. Black, including you, makes a total of 3, yet the summoned individuals shall not be limited to the Black family, and the selection will be determined by the headmaster." "Very well, Headmaster Dumbledore, I accept your terms." Pollux approached Dumbledore, extending his hand with a smile. "By the way, I could relinquish my name and appearance. After all, the blood on my hands is far too abundant. Harry, I shall deliver it to you once the dust settles. Take good care of Harry." Dumbledore responded reassuringly. Albus appeared to have aged considerably. Yet there was a newfound lightness about him as he grasped Pollus's hand. Addressing all the wizards present, he proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am aware that some of you may be discontented, but far too much blood has been shed in this war. It has been a decade. The wizarding community of Britain yearns for peace." Albus's demeanor shifted, returning to that of the most powerful wizard, as he spoke in an unwavering tone to prevent further conflict. "I implore you all to keep today's events confidential. Forget entirely what you have witnessed." Under the witness of Albus and Pollux, although somewhat reluctant, all present wizards signed an unbreakable vow of secrecy. They all yielded. After all, the strongest wizard had compromised. No one wished to witness war again. The Dark Lord had been vanquished. The Death Eaters lay in disarray. Just as in Pollus's memories, the entire British wizarding community erupted in jubilation. Across the realm, apart from the dwindling presence of Voldemort, many destinies were altered. Harry Potter was sent to his aunt's house a fortnight later. Neville Longbottom did not lose his parents. Members of the Black family were spared from Azkaban. Countless lives were transformed, all thanks to Pollux. Pollux relinquished both his name and visage to preserve his family. For a decade, the blood on his hands accumulated far too heavily. If he were to survive, the war would undoubtedly persist. Thus, Pollux Black was publicly executed by the Ministry of Magic. Adorned with an iron mask, he witnessed his own execution and subsequently entered Hogwarts, pledging an oath, one that could never be betrayed. From that moment forth, Pollux became known as the Iron Man. On the last night of his freedom, before his incarceration at Hogwarts, Pollux, bearing the Iron Mask, returned to the home he had known for 29 years. The opulent Black Manor, located on the outskirts of Hogsmeade, had vanished forever, much like the family's wealth and status. As he gazed upon the familiar surroundings, he realized that everything had irrevocably changed. Paul's thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the day he first arrived in this world. On June 3, 1952, the Black Manor stood proudly near the village of Hogsmeade, surrounded on 3 sides by majestic mountains, symbolizing the grandeur of the oldest and wealthiest family in the British wizarding community. The atmosphere today was particularly vibrant, with numerous wizards arriving throughout the day. Some arrived by carriage, others on foot, while some soared in on broomsticks. Friends and relatives closely connected to the family emerged directly from the fireplace. The owner of the manor and the servants busily attended to the guests and prepared for the evening's banquet, celebrating the birth of a new family member. To outsiders, the bustling Black family should not have made such a significant fuss over the birth of a boy, especially considering it was less than 2 months since the passing of Sirius, one of the family's pillars. However, the current head of the family, Phineas Black, was unconcerned with external opinions. The ambitious uncle's demise was, in fact, good news. Moreover, the arrival of this newborn grandson perfectly resolved his pressing issue of lacking an heir. Although Phineas had 3 children, 1 daughter and 2 sons, Neither of the sons was capable of shouldering the family's responsibilities. The eldest son spent his days mingling with Muggle filth, while the younger son was the epitome of a spoiled rich kid, preoccupied with frivolous pursuits. At just 40 years of age, Phineas, with the birth of this grandson, could easily pass the leadership of the family to him, just as his grandfather had done. Additionally, with the uncle's death, there was no immediate concern regarding internal family strife, allowing Phineas to confidently devote his time and energy to nurturing a successor he could be proud of. Yet, no one could have anticipated that this newly born boy was an interloper from another realm, a being who should not exist in this world. Zhao Ergu, a 36-year-old impoverished man, could never have imagined that a common cold would escalate into pneumonia. He could not foresee that after a grueling battle with illness lasting over 6 months, he would transition from a struggling individual to a deceased one. Nor could he fathom that his life would end in the despairing gaze of his parents due to a mere cold. Upon awakening, he found himself in a dark, damp, yet warm place. As an embryo, Zhao Ergu took a long time to realize that he had not perished. Rather, he had been reborn. The subsequent experience of fetal life revealed to Zhao Ergu that rebirth was perhaps not an effortless endeavor, particularly for an adult with a conscious mind. He was stripped of most sensory perception and motor abilities, left only with the sensations of 2 distinct heartbeats and the movements of his organs. It was an endless abyss of solitude and helplessness. In what felt like an eternity, a mere 10 months had passed for Zhao Ergu, who, amidst the uncertainty of his sanity, found himself reborn once more. Struggling to open his eyes, he was met with an entirely unfamiliar environment. Vaguely perceiving the foreign tongues spoken around him and witnessing objects levitate, manipulated by a mere stick. Yet, having endured so much torment, Zhao Ergu paid little heed to these wonders, instead unleashing the tumultuous emotions he had long suppressed, spiraling into a state of unrestrained chaos. Amidst this turmoil, Cassiopeia, the sister of Pollux, held deep admiration and unwavering faith in her brother, dedicating herself to the family's legacy without ever marrying. She devoted herself wholeheartedly to aiding Pollux in managing the Black family affairs. After ascertaining the gender of this critically important child to their lineage, she remained by her daughter-in-law's side, orchestrating every detail to ensure a smooth delivery for this child of profound significance to both the family and her brother. After months of diligent preparation, when the wails of a newborn finally echoed through the room, Cassiopeia eagerly took the child from the midwife's hands, tenderly wiping the infant with a cloth. However, as the cries grew ever louder and the tiny limbs flailed, a surge of magical energy erupted from the male infant. Intensifying with each wail, Cassiopeia stood momentarily frozen in disbelief. As a seasoned sorceress, she had never witnessed or heard of a newborn awakening magical powers so soon after birth. The other attendants, too, were struck dumb by the impossibility of the situation. This is unfathomable. How could a mere infant possibly awaken magic? Cassiopeia stammered, a flicker of fear crossing her features. Yet, regaining her composure, she sensed the child's frail body weakening under the relentless release of magic. Drawing forth her wand and calming herself, she sought to quell the infant's magical outburst while urgently instructing her dazed niece, Wulbga, "Go summon your father immediately. Hurry." Responding to Cassiopeia's urgent plea, the now alert Wulbga dashed from the birthing chamber, her anxiety causing her to collide with a valuable vase in her haste. In the study on the 2nd floor, clad in an opulent black robe adorned with dark golden embroidery, Pollux, with his sharp black hair and fierce, determined eyes, was engaged in conversation with several other aristocratic sorcerers regarding matters of magic and wealth when he noticed the distressed Wulbga at the door. "Pardon my interruption. I must attend to an urgent matter," he stated, excusing himself from the gathering. As Pollux's thoughts turned to his daughter, who was presumably tasked with overseeing the birth of his grandson, he hastily bid farewell to his guests and stepped outside. Observing the anxious and solemn expression on his daughter's face, he inquired softly, "What has transpired?" "There is a problem with the child, and instructed me to summon you." Wulbga replied in a hushed tone, unable to meet her father's gaze. She understood the significance of this newborn nephew to the family and to her father. "What are the specifics?" Pollux's heart tightened as he urgently led his daughter downstairs. "It is unclear. The moment the baby was born, magical powers awakened. Everyone was astonished. Shortly thereafter, Aunt sent me to inform you." Wulbga lowered her head, striving to keep pace with her father. As the patriarch of the Black family, Pollux was a formidable wizard. Upon hearing that his grandson had manifested magical abilities immediately upon birth, he recognized the gravity of the situation, which instilled a sense of panic within him. Magic is omnipresent, and those who can wield it freely are referred to as wizards. Typically, a wizard's magical powers awaken at a certain age, following a period of mental maturation, usually between 6 to 8 years old. Although this varies based on individual talent and life experiences, this process can be fraught with peril, and unstable young wizards' emotions may cause their magic to run rampant, leading to injury or even death. Aside from magical creatures, Pollux had never heard of anyone awakening magical powers at birth and being able to control them. Uncontrolled magic is often accompanied by extreme danger. His grandson must not come to harm. Hastily exiting the study and about to traverse the hall, Pollux inadvertently caught sight of a tall figure amidst the crowd, draped in a deep purple robe adorned with silver stars. With chestnut hair and blue eyes concealed behind crescent-shaped spectacles, this individual met Pollux's gaze with a slight nod. Albus Dumbledore, the esteemed individual, hailed as the most formidable wizard of contemporary times, found himself within the confines of the estate. Despite their differing ideologies and personalities, Pollux could not help but acknowledge that Albus Dumbledore was indeed the greatest wizard of this era, possessing magical prowess far surpassing his own, as well as an integrity that inspired absolute trust. Pollux slowed his pace, pausing momentarily to allow his daughter, who had been trailing behind, to catch up, and then steeled himself to approach Albus. After exchanging a few hurried words with him, Pollux, accompanied by the willing Albus, entered the main building of the estate through a small door at the back. Upon entering, Pollux gestured for his daughter to take the servants and physicians outside, and he led Albus to the side of Cassiopeia. Both men wore grave expressions as they felt the waves of magical energy emanating from the infant, who appeared notably weakened. Unlike Pollux, whose brow remained furrowed in concern, Albus, after a careful assessment, seemed to detect something that eased his demeanor. He nodded toward the Pollux siblings and remarked, "Mr. and Mrs. Black, it appears the situation is not as dire as you feared." Albus slowly drew his wand, pointing it at the infant cradled in Cassiopeia's arms. Expecto Patronum. As the incantation's white light gradually dissipated, Albus observed the now tranquil infant and reassured the couple, "You may rest easy. The child is healthy and unharmed." Noticing their looks of confusion and astonishment, Albus explained, "Incredible as it may seem, this is merely a normal awakening of magical potential. The infant's frailty arises from their diminutive size, and the sustained output of magical energy has merely left them exhausted. That is a relief, however. Overexertion of magical energy can still harm the child's body," Cassiopeia inquired with concern. "Release the Patronus," Albus suggested, glancing at Pollux, who he suspected was unfamiliar with this particular spell. After a moment's contemplation, he continued, "A small dose of calming draught, or perhaps a sleeping charm, should suffice. In time, as the child matures and learns to manage their emotions, they will be fine." "But how could this happen? The child was perfectly normal before birth," Cassiopeia exclaimed. "It is a matter of innate talent. This child possesses a mental and spiritual strength far exceeding that of an ordinary infant. They have reached a point where they can influence their own magical energy. Prior to birth, the magic was under the mother's control, hence no outburst occurred," Albus explained calmly. "Wizards control magic through emotion and consciousness. How could a newborn, who has experienced nothing, possess such power?" Pollux said somberly, his expertise in dark magic prompting troubling thoughts, as he gripped his wand tightly. "Perhaps they have been cursed by a powerful dark wizard and are now possessed," Pollux speculated. Albus, taken aback by Pollux's reaction, paused momentarily before saying, "You are mistaken, Mr. Black. A newborn, having left the familiarity of their mother, is thrust into an alien world, which would naturally invoke profound fear. Moreover, through my perception, the mental and spiritual state of the child bears no distinction from that of other infants. There are no signs of having been possessed." Albus observed as Pollux relinquished his wand, yet he regarded his grandson with a skeptical gaze. Unpleasantly, he remarked, "Before the child was born, the parents spent half their time at Hogwarts. No young wizard would ever be harmed at Hogwarts, not even during your grandfather Phineas Black's tenure as headmaster." Noticing Pollux's continued wariness, Albus felt a surge of disdain and anger. He turned to leave, his enthusiasm for attending the evening banquet evaporating. However, upon seeing the infant peacefully asleep, Albus felt a pang of compassion and spoke before departing, "This child possesses remarkable talent. If you are concerned, you might consider using the soul reading charm. I trust you are quite adept at such spells. Let us hope you do not render him a fool." After Albus had left, Cassiopeia gazed at the slumbering infant in her arms and cautiously addressed Pollux. "Brother Albus Dumbledore may not be mistaken." Pollux pondered for a moment, a gentle smile gradually gracing his face. To employ provocation for a child I have yet to meet, Albus Dumbledore truly is a man worthy of trust. Care for this gifted child and his mother with diligence. In a lineage where all heirs are deemed inept, a prodigious new heir deserves special nurturing and attention. Pollux sheathed his wand, not out of diminished vigilance, but from a place of confidence, an assurance in both his powerful lineage and himself. With early cultivation and oversight, what misfortune could arise? If Hogwarts can ensure the safety of young wizards, why cannot the Black family do the same? Thus, Zhao, who did not exist in this world, was successfully born, named Pollux Black in accordance with family tradition, having emerged under the sign of Gemini. Endowed with innate talent and the expectations of a family heir, he finally experienced the privileges of affluence in the wizarding world. With an endless supply of galleons and the profound magical heritage and connections of the Black family, Zhao, born with a golden key, came to understand why his previous life was filled with hardship. It was not due to a lack of intelligence or effort, but rather the absence of a fortunate birth. This life, however, would be entirely different. As long as Pollux conceals the truth of his reincarnation, he can naturally revel in all of it. However, what does it feel like for a 36-year-old adult to masquerade as a 3-year-old child? Quite unpleasant. He detests those childish things, yet he must feign interest, for revealing the truth would undoubtedly lead to his demise. The noble Black family would never allow an otherworldly soul to tarnish their lineage, especially for Pollux. This would be a blatant deception, an affront. Fortunately, magic exists in this world. Upon first encountering it, Pollux became utterly enchanted by the power of magic. To a maddening degree, toys, friends, delicacies, familial affection, and the praise of elders, all of these paled in significance. All he needed was to devote himself entirely to magic. No longer would he have to pretend to be a child day in and day out. The world after his rebirth was one of wizards. Power reigned supreme. Having lived half a life and humbly lost everything, Pollux deeply understood that possessing power is the key to having it all. Without power, everything you hold is merely a gift from the strong. Following this, Pollux was thoroughly pleased with his grandson's performance, for Pollux showed no signs of being usurped. It was precisely Pollux's obsession with fundamental magical knowledge and his utter ignorance of magic that satisfied Pollux. A grandson yearning for power brought great delight to Pollux. In the wizarding world, magic is the truth, and everything is built upon immense strength. Pollux was able to take over the family at the age of 17 for this very reason. It was his talent and strength that caught the attention of his grandfather, Phineas, allowing him to bypass a generation and inherit the position. In the wizarding world, magic is indeed the truth. Time swiftly passed, and on September 1st, 1963, 11-year-old Pollux welcomed his day of enrollment at Hogwarts. In the drawing room of Black Manor, Pollux gathered the Black family. Over 20 family members made the spacious drawing room feel somewhat crowded. This gathering was held to celebrate Pollux's successful admission, but it also served as an opportunity for everyone to curry favor with Pollux. A remarkable heir not only united the Black family further, but also allowed their daughter, Walburga Black, who had married into another family, to become a power holder in her own right. Over the years, Pollux had entirely mastered the family, and his spirits were particularly high. Moreover, based on Pollux's performance and his resolute will over the past few years, Pollux believed that his grandson would undoubtedly surpass him in the future, perhaps even reach the levels of Albus Dumbledore. By that time, with a legendary wizard in the Black family, they would be the true rulers of the British wizarding world. Thus, Pollux's affection for Pollux grew increasingly extravagant, leading to a significant gathering of guests eager to bid farewell to this prodigy of the Black family on his first day at school. Unlike his grandfather, who excelled in political maneuvering, Pollux found such social interactions quite overwhelming. Given the time, it would be more worthwhile to practice some spells. He was quite disenchanted with the current setting. The tediousness catered solely to the peculiar whims of time travelers. He amused himself by teasing his 4-year-old cousin, Sirius, who was sniffling, as well as Charles, who bore a striking resemblance to Harry Potter's grandfather and his great-aunt. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the Potters, they continued their conversation. Pollux settled back beside his mother, Druella, feeling an overwhelming sense of ennui. He pondered the fact that there were no outsiders present at this moment. Pollux skillfully drew his wand and cast a heart-piercing curse upon himself. Amidst the peculiar gazes of his sister and 2 younger siblings, he gradually closed his eyes, striving to remain conscious while amplifying his magical output amidst excruciating pain. This self-inflicted torment through the heart-piercing curse to enhance his mental fortitude appeared rather abnormal to everyone. Save for Pollux himself. He took great satisfaction in having mastered the profound theoretical aspects of the heart-piercing curse from the Black family, coupled with his audaciously innovative training techniques. This endeavor delved into the relationship between a wizard's mental strength and their magical prowess. Magic permeates the universe, and living beings absorb and convert the ambient magic into their physical forms. Wizards, in turn, can sense and utilize the magic within them. As a wizard matures to a certain extent, they can merge their consciousness with their internal magic, thereby attaining conscious magic. This conscious magic enables superior perception and control over their innate magical essence, allowing even the most powerful wizards to perform spells without a wand. While one's innate magic increases with age, the extent of conscious magic is derived from the robustness of the wizard's mental strength, which, in turn, is shaped by their life experiences. Due to constraints imposed by objective conditions, Pollus's abilities relied solely on natural growth by the age of 8. His intense yearning for power rendered him intolerant of such a sluggish pace. The innate talent of Pollux lies in his mental prowess and soul, which naturally drives him to explore every conceivable method to further enhance his already formidable mental strength. The heart-piercing spell, a specialty of the Black family, inflicts excruciating mental anguish upon its target, while simultaneously inflicting permanent psychological damage. This spell, which continuously provokes and harms the target's psyche, sparked a revelation in Pollux. If he could master the intensity of the spell, it could serve as a form of mental weightlifting, consistently stimulating his own mind to cultivate his mental fortitude. Meanwhile, the Black family, through unscrupulous means, acquired over 20 heinous Muggle criminals from the woods of their estate to serve as nourishment for their dark endeavors. At the tender age of 9, Pollux embarked on his harrowing journey to master the heart-piercing curse. Enduring the excruciating pain akin to death, he palpably sensed a surge in his mental fortitude, leading him down a path from which there was no return. The Black family, initially taken aback, eventually grew accustomed to his relentless endeavors. Over 3 years of unwavering commitment not only catalyzed a remarkable enhancement in Pollus's conscious magical prowess, but also fostered an astonishing mastery and resilience against the heart-piercing curse. In the present moment, Pollux felt a twinge of headache as he observed Pollux, who seemed to consume the curse as if it were a daily meal. Although he had witnessed it countless times, and even experimented with a diluted version of the curse, which caused no significant harm, but indeed bolstered mental strength, he recognized it as one of the 3 unforgivable curses. At the very least, Pollux believed he could never wield the heart-piercing curse for training purposes, nor did he think anyone besides Pollux could achieve such a feat. With a grave yet affectionate tone, Pollux addressed his grandson, "Pollux, once you arrive at Hogwarts, refrain from using the heart-piercing curse. It is not the manner, and drawing attention could lead to complications." He then glanced at Bellatrix, Pollus's sister, and implored, "Bella, take good care of your brother. Pollux, heed your sister's advice." "Understood, grandfather." Pollux replied obediently. "I will look after Pollux with utmost diligence." Bella chimed in cheerfully, affectionately ruffling Pollus's hair. "Esteemed father, the time approaches," a raspy voice interjected. "Druella and I shall escort Bella and Pollux to Hogwarts." Cygnus rose, his spirits buoyed by his son's commendable performance under their father's guidance, which had rendered his own life considerably more pleasant in recent years. After all, his daily galleons largely stemmed from his son's endeavors. Pollux shot a disdainful glance at Cygnus, dismayed by his lack of progress, and dismissively waved his hand. "Let them go on their own. Gibson, prepare the carriage." He turned to Pollux, advising, "Once at school, do not cause any trouble. If issues arise, simply have Luke relay the message." "Understood, grandfather." After greeting the relatives surrounding him, Pollux turned and exited the manor, arriving at the entrance where he awaited the carriage of the butler, Gibson, alongside Bella. "Goodness, your grandfather actually permits you to take a house elf to school," Bella exclaimed, her voice tinged with envy, for house elves are indeed a rarity, even within the esteemed Black family. "It's not from my family. Luke has belonged to me for several years," Pollux casually replied. "I envy you. However, I believe my grandfather might gift me one as well." "Perhaps," Bella mused, her spirits dampened by the thought of her grandfather's evident favor towards Pollux. Pollux shook his head, observing Bella with an expression of longing. How could a family that favored males ever care for a girl, especially when she had a remarkable brother? Pollux spoke to Bella, "If you can defeat me, I shall persuade my grandfather to grant you a pet sprite." As they waited long for Gibson, Pollux, feeling somewhat bored after spending the morning in the manor, grew restless. Pollux gazed at Bella, suddenly intrigued to discover what she had learned during her year at Hogwarts, curious about the institution's educational standards. He also wished to satisfy Bella's eagerness for a duel. "Really?" Bella exclaimed, her face a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. She immediately distanced herself, drawing her wand and assuming a ready stance, her excitement palpable as she looked at Pollux. She recognized her brother's formidable abilities, but feared he might reconsider. A year of schooling had imbued her with a newfound confidence, and she eagerly declared, "Pollux, I am now a Slytherin. Let me show you what I can do." Observing Bella's earnest enthusiasm, Pollux calmly drew his wand, channeling his magical energy while gracefully bowing in acknowledgement. The duel commenced. Although the stakes were not insignificant, it was merely a playful contest. Pollux certainly would not resort to his most proficient spell, the Cruciatus Curse. "Disarm you. Armor up. Disarm you." As a series of magical beams surged forth, the astonishing speed at which Pollux unleashed his spells and soared through the air evidently flustered Bella. In a frantic attempt, she cast a protective charm that successfully deflected the first disarming spell. However, the second one struck her precisely at the moment her shield charm dissipated. Unsurprisingly, Bella was defeated. Under Pollus's control, she was spared from any real harm. The disarming spell merely caused her wand to slip from her grasp and fall to the ground. Yet, Bella's house elf was lost. "You cheat. How can you keep casting spells like that? I haven't even had a chance to retaliate. You should know that I am a dueling expert at school," Bella exclaimed, her cheeks puffed in frustration as she retrieved her wand and glared at Pollux. Observing Bella, who had only been at Hogwarts for a year yet could adeptly wield a protective charm, Pollux found himself harboring greater expectations for the school. After all, just a year prior, Bella had been utterly defenseless. Just as Pollux was about to utter a few words to Bella, a sudden voice interrupted. "What a splendid duel." It instantly captured their attention. An adult wizard approached Bella with an air of elegance. Dressed in a tall, flowing black robe, he pulled back his hood to reveal a strikingly pale and handsome face, tinged with a hint of malevolence, and eyes that glimmered with a mysterious red light. Although the Black Manor was in close proximity to Hogwarts, it was uncommon for wizards, especially unfamiliar ones radiating such power, to venture into this area. Pollux immediately became alert. He effortlessly procured a muggle criminal from his family. Although a criminal, he was still a living being, intended to serve as a subject for the excruciating curse experiment. Pollux was acutely aware that the world of Harry Potter was not merely the whimsical realm depicted in children's literature, but rather a cruel and dark world of sorcery. "Indeed. Miss Bellatrix Lestrange, I wonder who that gentleman might be?" The man spoke with a mysterious and captivating tone. "Mr. Riddle, you may call me Bella. This is Pollux Black, my brother." It was evident that Bella was acquainted with this enigmatic stranger. As Pollux observed Bella leading the man toward him, an inexplicable sense of foreboding washed over him. As the heir apparent, he held a prominent position within the Black family. Anyone of significance or favor to the family would typically be introduced to him by Pollux. Yet, this powerful and mysterious man was a stranger to him. "Mr. Pollux Black, it is an honor to meet you, the future prodigy of the Black family." "Simply call me Tom," the man replied with polite elegance. This child, of utmost importance to the Black family, was also crucial to him at present. For his own ambitions and objectives, Tom Riddle required the Black family. Today presented a splendid opportunity, in contrast to the cunning Pollux. A child was evidently more susceptible to manipulation. However, due to Pollus's reclusive nature, the two had not crossed paths until now. Tom had exerted considerable effort to arrange this meeting, such as delaying the carriage of the butler, Gibson. Upon recalling the familiar name, a torrent of memories surged through Pollus's mind, unpleasant memories. Mr. Riddle. Tom Riddle. Voldemort, the Dark Lord. Pollux gazed coldly at Tom Riddle. The future formidable Dark Lord, a figure in this memory imbued with ambition, ruthless coldness, and an enigmatic yet formidable presence. Aware of what the future held, Pollux recognized the architect of his family's impending doom, and his concern for his loved ones immediately filled him with loathing. Given the opportunity, he would have relished the chance to cast a piercing curse upon him. Observing the Dark Lord's approach, he sensed an ostensibly casual, yet potent surge of magic emanating from him, complemented by his graceful demeanor and strikingly handsome visage, tinged with a hint of malevolence. Despite his disdain, Pollux could not deny that the future Dark Lord indeed possessed an appealing exterior. However, it was merely superficial. Pollux held his family in the utmost regard. "Bella, keep your distance from strangers, especially those mysterious wizards of unknown origin," Pollux coldly remarked, recognizing the future Dark Lord with a sense of heightened vigilance and disdain. Pollux. This Mr. Tom is a friend of both my grandfather and father. Bella observed Pollus's frosty demeanor towards Tom, and with a hint of reproach in her tone, added, "You are exceedingly impolite, Pollux. Mr. Tom is a powerful dark wizard. Miss Bella, I appreciate your compliments, but it is truly an honor to befriend the esteemed Black family." The Dark Lord replied with a humble smile, undeterred by Pollus's icy attitude. He gracefully gestured towards a wildflower by the roadside. Through observation, it was evident that the child was infatuated with the power of magic, accompanied by a fleeting surge of magical energy from his fingers. The distant, unknown wildflower suddenly withered away, vanishing without a trace. There was no wand, no sound, merely a simple gesture. "I have merely stumbled upon a shortcut, allowing me to venture a bit further than others. Miss Black, if you were to find a shortcut, I believe you could achieve even greater distances." The Dark Lord deliberately showcased his profound mastery of dark magic and his amiable disposition towards the two. "Could Mr. Tom teach me this?" Bella inquired, her face alight with anticipation. The Dark Lord glanced at Pollux and Bella, smiling as he replied, "I would be most delighted, Miss Bella, but this particular spell is not suitable for a duel with Mr. Black. After all, it is exceedingly powerful and would obliterate everything before you." Before Bella could express her disappointment, the Dark Lord continued, "Of course, besides this, I can teach you other spells. I am well versed in more than just this type of magic, and I dare say I possess considerable knowledge of dark magic." At that moment, the Dark Lord reveled in Bella's admiring gaze. This was precisely the effect he desired. Just as he had planned, no child could resist such immense temptation. Successfully ensnaring these two youngsters would undoubtedly expedite his control over the Black family, particularly Pollux, who had been earmarked by Pollux as the successor, a child utterly captivated by magic. "But today marks the beginning of the school year. How shall I contact you, Mr. Tom?" Bella pondered. Envisioning the moment, she would wield powerful spells to vanquish Pollux and claim her own house elf. She could hardly contain her eagerness to learn formidable magic. The Dark Lord smiled as he drew forth his wand, finding these two children far easier to manipulate than old Pollux. With a slight display of cunning, he had already ensnared one. "Miss Bella, I have a small enchantment that facilitates communication among wizards." "Fool," Pollux thought, silently cursing Bella's naivety as he interrupted Tom's actions with a loud voice. "Who are you? Put away your wand." Bella's discontent was evident, believing Pollux was merely afraid of her mastering advanced magic. Just as I was about to speak, I noticed Pollux glaring at me. Reflecting on my brother's favored position and his peculiar temperament, I lowered my head and fell silent. "A misunderstanding," Tom remarked. Pollus's vigilance was evidently unexpected, and he immediately began to explain. "Mr. Pollux, I have come today to discuss some business matters with your father. I have engaged in the sale of magical artifacts, including dealings with your grandfather, Mr. Pollux. I have collaborated multiple times with the Black family." After speaking, he turned to Bella for assistance. With Bella nodding in agreement to confirm the veracity of his words, Tom spoke in a respectful tone. "It is a fortuitous occasion to witness the extraordinary magical prowess displayed by both of you. Mr. Black, as a somewhat renowned dark wizard, I would be delighted to share my knowledge of magic with you both to deepen the friendship between our families." Pollux gazed upon the sycophantic Dark Lord, and though he was aware of the future, the allure of power stirred a flicker of desire within him. Yet, he could not bear to witness his family perish in the impending conflict instigated by the Dark Lord. He watched as the future tyrant wielded his deceptive tricks, akin to a child's play, commanding the winds and rains. Pollux pondered momentarily. Within the realm of British wizards, he had encountered numerous significant and formidable figures, or those of notable repute, yet he had never met or even heard of the Dark Lord. At this point, it could be asserted that the Dark Lord was far from possessing the strength he would later attain. In Pollus's heart, a sense of confidence began to emerge, accompanied by a strategy to cope with the situation. "May I inquire, rather impertinently, what is the full name of Mr. Tom?" Pollus's frigid tone was laden with arrogance and disdain. The Black family held their lineage in the highest esteem, while the Dark Lord appeared to be but a half-blood. A flicker of anger ignited within him, for Pollux had deliberately inquired about his full name, coupled with his condescending demeanor. Nevertheless, he maintained a polite smile as he responded. "Tom Marvolo Riddle, Mr. Black. A filthy half-blood. No wonder I feel so unwell. Begone. The mere scent of you sickens me. How could someone of noble descent like the Blacks associate with a wretch such as yourself?" Pollux disdainfully remarked, seizing the moment when the Dark Lord was momentarily taken aback. He swiftly pulled Bella back to a considerable distance. With a flick of his wand, he unleashed a series of cleansing spells upon Bella. A look of utter revulsion etched upon his face. The truly nauseating odor lingered in the air. Luke, for the sake of precaution. Pollux summoned a house elf to convey a message to his grandfather regarding the unfolding events. Upon receiving the command, the house elf vanished without a trace. The Dark Lord, unexpectedly humiliated, gripped his wand tightly, his entire body trembling from the intensity of his rage. At that moment, he yearned to unleash the killing curse. Yet, he soon regained his composure. Fully aware that he could not afford to confront the Black family, given his ambitions. Lowering his stance, he spoke with a tone of humility. I believe there has been a misunderstanding, young Master Black. My mother hails from the ancient Gaunt family, and as a descendant of Slytherin, I too harbor disdain for filthy mudbloods. To his surprise, Tom showed no sign of anger and continued to ingratiate himself with Pollux. The latter could not help but admire this future Dark Lord immensely. How could one of such mixed lineage dare to claim the heritage of Slytherin? Such a notion was indeed a disgrace to the Gaunt family. Pollux continued to humiliate the Dark Lord, intent on driving him away. He could not allow the Dark Lord to deceive his sister, Bella. Pollux even believed that Pollux was aware he had deeply offended a dark wizard. A remarkably powerful one at that, and might very well resort to eliminating the Dark Lord for his own safety. The Black family undoubtedly possessed such strength. However, at this moment, the Dark Lord had regained his composure, a skill in which he excelled. Deeply concerned about his humble origins, he buried his resentment and fury deep within. In an effort to soften the attitude of this unexpectedly arrogant and detestable young master, he contemplated uttering even more humble words. Suddenly, the sound of hooves interrupted the scene. From the shadows, Gibson hurriedly emerged, placing a carriage between Tom and the Black siblings. Although he had received a substantial sum in galleons, he had deliberately delayed this encounter in light of his amicable relationship with Tom and the second young master, Cygnus, Pollus's father. To his astonishment, this individual seeking to curry favor with the family had instead provoked the ire of the young master. Gibson promptly intervened to put a stop to the situation. Pollux held a prominent position within the Black family, yet his temperament was rather peculiar. It could prove troublesome if he chose to vent his frustrations upon others due to a foul mood. Gibson hurriedly exited the vehicle, wearing an obsequious expression as he spoke. Master Pollux, we encountered a bit of trouble earlier. Time is of the essence. Let us depart without delay. Gibson endeavored to conceal his blunders fervently. Pollux paid no heed to the future Dark Lord standing beside him. With Gibson dutifully bowing and attending to him, he climbed into the carriage alongside Bella. Gibson hastily drove off towards Hogsmeade, casting a resentful glance back at Tom before departing. As he watched the carriage disappear into the distance, Tom donned his hood to conceal the twisted visage wrought by anger and turned to knock upon the grand door of Black Manor. Tom was acutely aware that he must not exhibit his fury. Pollux, knowing that his grandson had humiliated a formidable dark wizard, would undoubtedly seek to create trouble for him. To evade the ire of the Black family, he must adopt a posture of humility and submission. As the manor's door creaked open, the face hidden beneath the hood had already regained its former demeanor of modesty and kindness. For the sake of his years of toil and ambition, he was prepared to endure anything. Mastery over the Black family was his unwavering aspiration. Pollux had not anticipated being targeted by the Dark Lord. His formidable mental acuity endowed him with an acute sense of perception. In the moment of Tom's fury, Pollux distinctly sensed the overwhelming malevolence of his dark magic. Such power was truly terrifying. Contemplating the threat posed to his family by the Dark Lord, Pollux felt a heaviness in his heart. However, upon witnessing Bella's evident displeasure, he shook his head. The encounter with the Dark Lord had evoked memories of the cruel and deranged Bella, and Pollux was unwilling to see his sister transformed into such a being. Could a mere half-blood incite such hatred towards one's own brother? Certainly not. She would only wield the privilege of their grandfather's affection to bully me. After all, I am your sister. Just moments ago, grandfather instructed you to heed my words. You were merely frightened that I might grow powerful enough to seize your pet, deliberately driving away Mr. Tom. Observing Bella's lengthy grievances, which only intensified her ire, Pollux realized that her jealousy over the house elf had led her to behave childishly, rather than, as he had feared, becoming infatuated with the Dark Lord. He breathed a sigh of relief. How do you know that half-blood? You seem rather acquainted, Pollux inquired. My father has a good relationship with him. He often visited our home previously. He is a powerful, polite, and elegant wizard, Bella said, her jealousy regarding Pollus's standing within the household evident. You have been spoiled by grandfather, I would never dare to treat my father's friends so disrespectfully. Upon hearing this, Pollux felt a headache coming on. It appeared that his inept and debauched father had invited trouble into their midst. He realized he must find a way to curb his father's foolishness, lest their mother and two sisters be placed in jeopardy. Noticing Pollux suddenly lapse into silence, Bella, feeling neglected, exclaimed, "Pollux, you are such a jerk." "Sister, I apologize. Luke is important to me, and I cannot part with him. However, he will heed your commands and accompany you at school," Pollux hurriedly reassured her. "Really?" Bella seemed incredulous at first, but her expression quickly transformed into one of joy. "So, I will have my own house elf." "Indeed. Once Luke returns, I shall inform him." Observing Bella's expression of happiness and astonishment, Pollux was struck by a thought and regarded her earnestly. "It is merely a small elf. You are my sister, Bellatrix Black. In the future, I will need you and our sisters to lead the Black family, just as grandfather and his sister did. Do you understand? Countless wizards will heed Lady Black's command, for you are my sister. Yet, the family shall only permit the existence of those with pure blood." Reflecting upon the Blake family's pronounced preference for males over females, and inspired by a deeper resolve to distance Bella from the Dark Lord, Pollux wholeheartedly pledged a bright future to his sister. Bella fell into a contemplative silence, even disregarding the appearance of her longed-for house elf, though she struggled to comprehend Pollux's words. The sudden return of Luke with a message diverted Pollux's attention. In haste, he tore open the letter. The correspondence from Pale Coast reassured Pollux, expressing admiration for his audacious demeanor. It further recounted the Dark Lord's recent display of panic and disarray, continually beseeching forgiveness, ultimately concluding that this half-blood wizard was merely a lapdog of the Blake family. Pollux ruthlessly crushed the gift of apology from the Dark Lord, a seemingly expensive magical quill. How utterly shameless! The thought of this inescapable Dark Lord meeting his demise alongside his family lingered in his mind. In a fit of anger, Pollux immediately instructed Luke to send another letter to Pollux, in which he expressed his profound disdain for Tom, fervently wishing to keep Tom away from his mother and sister. He also voiced his discontent regarding the amicable relationship between his father and that bastard Tom. However, once his fury subsided, Pollux was engulfed by a profound sense of despondency. The Black family still heeded Pollux, and he remained merely an 11-year-old child. He could only hope that Pollux would recognize the terrifying nature of the Dark Lord, and he longed for his grandfather to distance himself from Tom due to his fondness for Pollux. Above all, he yearned for sufficient strength to protect his family in the impending war. "Pollux, are you all right?" Bella inquired with concern, observing her brother's troubled expression. Although she did not fully grasp the significance of his earlier words, the care underlying them endeared her to her oddly temperamental brother. Their shared experience with the house elf further drew them closer. "I'm fine," Pollux replied with a hint of resignation, accepting the reality of his concealed identity. He recognized that there was little he could do at present. Noticing Bella's worried expression warmed his heart, prompting him to smile softly and say, "Just have Luke return and inform grandfather that you are also its master now." "Ah, this quill appears to be quite valuable," Bella remarked. Noticing the damaged feather quill Pollux clutched in his hand, feeling a twinge of sympathy. It had broken during his earlier riding mishap. Casually, she tossed the quill out the window, and shortly thereafter, the carriage came to a halt. "Have we arrived? So soon?" Pollux exclaimed, somewhat incredulous. Although Black Manor was not far from Hogwarts, he did not believe they could reach the school so quickly. "Not quite. We've arrived at Hogsmeade Station," Bella explained to the seemingly bewildered Pollux, who appeared as if he had never ventured outside. "We need to take a carriage from here to Hogwarts." Seeing the confused look on his face, Bella felt a surge of delight as she boasted, "Of course, first-year students like you do not get carriages. You'll have to take a boat. You see, it's the night bus's carriage, which is said to be visible only to those who have witnessed death, a truly mysterious magical creature." Pollux observed a row of ominous black carriages and fearsome night steeds outside the window. This sight evoked memories of a group of mischievous children huddled together in a small boat, crossing the frigid expanse of a great lake at night, leading him to conclude that traveling to Hogwarts via public transport was rather foolish. "Gibson, do you know the way to Hogwarts?" Pollux exclaimed loudly. The young servant certainly did. "Take us directly," Pollux asserted with unwavering determination. Gibson dared not defy him and hastily set off in the carriage. "This is against the rules. Everyone else travels by boat and carriage to school," Bella instinctively remarked. "Breaking school rules? Could we be expelled? Are the school carriages more comfortable than those at home? Would you prefer to share a vehicle with those mudbloods and riffraff?" Bella murmured, shaking her head. This seems inappropriate." No other pure-blood family behaves this way. Isn't it a bit too ostentatious for my brother? Pollux glanced at Bella, reflecting on her innocence, oblivious to the fact that, as the young lady of the Black family, she was remarkably distinct. Regardless, the die had been cast, and Pollux felt it imperative for Bella to experience the joys that come from having influence and power. Nonsense. Other families are not the Blacks. Remember, you are of the ancient and noble house of Black. Pollux Black is your brother. At Hogwarts, the teachers, having toiled throughout the day to prepare for the new academic year, were taking a moment to converse and rest while the students had yet to arrive. Suddenly, the sound of hurried hooves echoed from afar. The teachers, perplexed by the unusually early arrival of carriages this year, soon witnessed a grand four-wheeled carriage drawn by 4 majestic white horses, adorned with the Black family crest, approaching the gates of Hogwarts Castle. Minerva McGonagall, responsible for the entrance hall, furrowed her brow as she observed the figures disembarking from the black carriage. She swore she had never encountered such arrogance and disdain, even from an 11-year-old child, tall for his age, clad in a luxurious black wizarding robe, with pale skin and dark hair. He bore an expression that was far from handsome, perpetually adorned with an air of haughty coldness. Under Minerva's scrutiny, the owner of that disdainful countenance merely cast a scornful glance without pausing, making his way towards the castle. Upon recognizing the blushing, downcast Bella hiding behind the boy, Minerva deduced his identity, Pollux Black, the insufferable prodigy of the Black family. Pollux Black. Halt. And you, Miss Black, stop as well. Minerva shouted at the pair, who were nearly at the entrance to the Great Hall. I believe you owe us an explanation for your presence here. Professor McGonagall. Bella complained as she tugged at Pollux, hesitatingly speaking. Pollux glanced at Bella, who appeared somewhat apprehensive, and gently clasped her hand, signaling that she could rely on him. Today marked the commencement of the school year. Although he had never set foot in the institution before, he presumed that arriving a tad earlier than usual did not contravene any regulations. Pollux, with a hint of arrogance, mused aloud, McGonagall? Professor McGonagall. McGonagall is indeed your surname, is it not? A name of Muggle origin, a half-blood wizard. I sincerely apologize. No disrespect was intended. My limited outings have led me to encounter mostly half-breeds in servitude. Hence I find it challenging to engage in proper discourse with esteemed wizards such as yourself. 11 years of masquerade and a life of privilege had, to some extent, transformed Pollus's character. Pollux disregarded Minerva and directly pulled the stunned Bella into the grand hall. Gazing upon the hall, which was even more breathtaking and enchanting than he had remembered, Pollux marveled and pointed to the long table adorned with Slytherin banners, addressing Bella. That is our place, is it not? Before he could await her response, Bella, bewildered, was dragged by Pollux across the hall to the foremost position at the Slytherin table. Unlike the anxious Bella, Pollux seemed unfazed by the scrutinizing gazes of the faculty. After contemplating the long table, he remarked, "This furniture is rather shabby. Look. Fetch me a chair." "Yes, master." One must admit that the efficiency of house elves is indeed remarkable, amidst the attention of all. Pollux took a seat at the end of the long table, making it seem as though an additional segment had suddenly sprouted from the Slytherin table. Albus, with keen interest, stood at the center of the hall observing the antics of the two children, gesturing for everyone not to mind, while simultaneously halting the furious Minerva who had rushed in. "Professor McGonagall, please tend to the sorting room. I shall handle matters here." Minerva, glancing at Albus and hesitating to speak, cast a sharp glare at Pollux before swishing her wizarding robes and exiting the hall. After her departure, Albus approached the two with a benevolent smile. "How delightfully unconventional, Mr. Black. However, I do hope you will offer an apology to Professor McGonagall for your earlier unkind remarks," he said, his tone turning somewhat serious regarding Minerva. "Esteemed Headmaster Dumbledore, my sincerest apologies. As you know, I hail from the Black family where blood purity reigns supreme. I shall extend my most heartfelt apologies to Professor McGonagall for my rudeness." Pollux displayed utmost respect in the presence of Albus. Dumbledore nodded and replied, "Mr. Black, I am certain you will make many new friends at Hogwarts and enjoy a delightful time here." He then glanced at the bashful Bella and continued, "I wonder if you have considered, Miss Black, that your pranks may have caused her considerable distress, particularly your rather ingenious act, which seems to diverge from the decorum expected of the Black family. Thank you for your kind words, Headmaster Dumbledore. Yet I believe that a wizard's true friends are found solely in magic." Pollux, making a face at Bella, who was nearly hiding beneath the table, remarked, "Though I am unaware of the circumstances, a noble member of the Black family ought not to behave like those ordinary wizards. This position, I believe, is most befitting of the Black family's stature. Pollux said arrogantly to Albus. Is that so? Then I shall not impose, Albus replied, maintaining his gentle smile. Before departing, he waved to Pollux, saying, I hope Mr. Black will take the time to diligently peruse the Hogwarts school rules over the course of a week. This will help avoid any distress in his future academic endeavors. Albus intentionally emphasized the week and the school rules, intending to impart a lesson to the haughty youth. Pollux gazed in astonishment as his forehead morphed in response to Albus's words, his dark hair transforming into an elongated scroll inscribed with the school's regulations, which tumbled to the ground. Swiftly, he rolled the lengthy scroll atop his head, and with a flick of his wrist, he produced 2 wands. Securing the principal scroll in place, then chuckled, though somewhat comical, I still appreciate your assistance, Professor Dumbledore. After shaking his head, he turned to Bella and inquired, Do you possess anything that could help me bind this? At this point, Albus revealed a hint of surprise, observing the obstinate Pollux, yet chose not to utter another word before departing the hall. He still needed to console the irate Minerva. Upon seeing Albus leave, Bella hurriedly retrieved a headband to assist Pollux in securing the suddenly materialized scroll, striving to make her brother appear less ridiculous. How cool, Pollux. You actually treated Professor McGonagall this way. Although I harbor no fondness for her, she is a professor after all. Is it truly wise to offend Professor Dumbledore? Bella quickly helped Pollux fasten the regulations, but gazed at him, still appearing rather ludicrous. Pollux, I did my best, but you genuinely look absurd right now. I think you ought to apologize to Professor Dumbledore, lest you endure this for an entire week. Not to worry, aside from you. I doubt any wizard would find a Black to be ridiculous. Besides, I believe I am in the right. It is rather amusing, is it not? Pollux calmly retracted his wand and addressed Bella. It is indeed quite amusing, though it has upset both the professor and the headmaster. Bella, contemplating her friend's reaction to her brother's comical appearance, felt a pang of headache. However, her attention was soon drawn to the extra wand in Pollux's possession. By the way, why do you have 2 wands? Bella inquired with curiosity. It's not merely 2 wands, it's an entire trunk full of them. If I were to lose a wand for any reason, wouldn't it be quite convenient to simply pull out another? He replied. Thus, I purchased every handy one from Ollivander. Then I shall procure a few for myself as well. And we shall see how you torment me, Bella exclaimed, suddenly reminded of their recent failed duel. My dear sister, wielding any wand casually is not as effortless as you might believe, at least not for you at this moment. Without formidable control, casting spells without a wand is unattainable. In fact, possessing an additional wand could diminish your affinity with your original, ultimately weakening your prowess. In any case, I cannot practice the Cruciatus Curse now. And waiting for the opening ceremony would simply be a waste of time. Pollux observed Bella's puzzled expression and began to explain softly. The wand serves as an essential tool for wizards, facilitating the release and control of magic with greater ease and precision. Therefore, selecting a wand that resonates well with the wizard is of paramount importance. Over time, as spells are cast repeatedly, the bond between the wizard and the wand deepens, fostering an increasing reliance on it. This profound connection explains why a wizard's power diminishes significantly in the absence of their wand. Even the most feeble wizards, upon losing their original wand, may find themselves akin to a muggle, and when they acquire a new wand, they struggle to cast spells effectively due to the lack of harmony. Many wizards do not consciously practice their magical perception and control after obtaining a wand, as the wand is inherently designed for such purposes. They believe that by merely enhancing their affinity with the wand, they can attain everything they desire, rendering deliberate training unnecessary. Due to his mental prowess, Pollux possessed consciousness magic at an early age and fervently enhanced it through the heart-piercing spell. If not for the relative scarcity of spiritual magic compared to the magical energy within a wizard, Pollux, now an adult, with 3 years of rigorous training, would have been able to unleash only 2 or 3 heart-piercing spells. Were it not for the insufficiency of spiritual magic, Pollux would not resort to using a wand at all. To him, an over-reliance on a wand, especially a singular one, signified a weakness in wizards. Thus, Pollux dedicated himself to honing his mastery over magical control and perception, rather than seeking compatibility with a wand. For him, it sufficed that the wand did not reject him. He rarely even touched the meticulously chosen first wand he had selected. Therefore, Bella, for now, it would be prudent for you to focus on mastering the fundamentals. Just as Bella began to grasp this notion, the returning students gradually entered the hall, instantly enlivening the atmosphere. Everyone quickly noticed the comical figure of Pollux, who stood out remarkably amidst the crowd. Under the watchful eyes of the teachers and Albus in the faculty area, and amid Bella's anxious heart. The students who settled into the hall also observed Pollux, seated prominently at the Slytherin table. His ludicrous appearance was undeniably conspicuous. However, contrary to expectations, there was no laughter, nor even whispers of mockery. Faced with these young witches and wizards, Pollux was determined not to be the subject of their ridicule. Thanks to the upbringing by the Black family, and having already taken numerous lives, Pollux unleashed an eruption of pure dark and malevolent energy. Infused with his emotions of slaughter and disdain, derived from his extensive use of the heart-piercing spell. In an instant, the light and temperature in the hall seemed to plummet. Most individuals present, including graduating upperclassmen and even some teachers, felt an overwhelming discomfort, a profound agony, a chilling malevolence that flooded their minds. However, this terrifying aura lingered only briefly. Firstly, due to Pollux's current limited magical reserves, and secondly, to spare Bella, who was seated closest to him. At that moment, Bella's complexion paled even more than those young wizards around her. No one perceived the figure as comical any longer. In fact, most students dared not even glance in his direction. Although the upperclassmen had developed considerable strength, they had never faced life-and-death situations, and thus were shaken by the sinister magic. Several teachers even drew their wands, while Albus regarded Pollux with a serious expression before reverting to his usual benevolence, slowly rising to speak. "Welcome back to school, everyone." Albus's warm and kind demeanor, accompanied by a powerful yet gentle magic, instantly dispelled the gloom that had settled over the great hall, restoring its lively atmosphere. Most of the young wizards deliberately chose to overlook Pollux's presence, as all the students took their seats along the long tables of the four houses in an orderly fashion. Several Slytherin students situated themselves near Pollux. Their awkward body language betrayed their intentions. They were clearly sent by their parents to befriend the young master of the Black family. After all, the aura that Pollux had just emanated was quite formidable. "Evan Rosier, on behalf of Mr. Black, I extend my greetings to your aunt," Evan cautiously addressed Pollux. Still somewhat intimidated by this cousin he had never met before. As a third-year student, he was the child of Druella Rosier, Pollux's mother's brother. As Pollux's cousin, he had been reluctantly appointed as the leader to usher in these wizards from pure-blood families to greet him. Bella, evidently on good terms with these individuals, took the initiative to introduce them to Pollux in detail, proudly showcasing her brother while boasting about their mischievous antics from earlier that day to foster camaraderie among the group. Although Pollux had indeed displayed a rather fearsome demeanor, Bella, accustomed to his quirks from their long-term companionship, seemed unfazed. During this time, Pollux noticed a rather peculiar child, introduced by Bella as Rodolphus Lestrange. Observing this boy who was glancing at Bella while mustering the courage to engage him in conversation, Pollux found the situation rather amusing. This handsome young lad appeared to harbor a fondness for his sister. As their hushed conversations continued, approximately a quarter of an hour passed. The silence was abruptly interrupted by Albus's voice, as Minerva led the first-year students into the great hall. A group of young wizards entered, wide-eyed with curiosity, scanning their surroundings and whispering amongst themselves. After Albus completed a brief self-introduction, Minerva shot a sharp glance at Pollux. Her expression tinged with confusion as she glanced at the list in her hand, noticing that Pollux's name had shifted from the top to the very bottom. Following a silent exchange of glances with Albus, Minerva commenced the sorting ceremony. The Sorting Hat's discordant tune and clumsy lyrics resonated throughout the hall. As the song concluded, the names were called: Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Slytherin, Hufflepuff. With each name announced, a young wizard donned the sorting hat and was assigned to their respective house tables, causing the great hall to buzz with excitement. Except for Slytherin, every house joyfully welcomed the newcomers. Everything appeared to unfold as it always had, until Minerva called out the final name, Pollux Black. Under the disapproving gaze of Minerva and the scrutiny of all present, Pollux rose from his conspicuous seat and made his way forward. Noticing that his name was the last in what was evidently an alphabetical roll call, Pollux cast a suspicious glance at Albus. Sensing Albus's unmistakable look that seemed to implore him to behave, he felt a pang of inner conflict as he glanced at the sorting hat. Through careful observation, he had discerned that this peculiar hat possessed the remarkable ability to read one's heart. As the hat descended upon his head, Pollux distinctly sensed a faint presence intruding upon his mind, probing for something elusive. The act of siphoning thoughts was a profound taboo for him, even if it were executed through a magical hat. Though he lacked the skill to perform a mental block, his mind, long tormented by the Cruciatus curse, was not an easily accessible realm. Summoning his own mental prowess, Pollux launched a vehement assault against the Sorting Hat. Pain. Agony. Release me. Quickly. Minerva hastily seized the hat. That wretched imp. How could such a dreadful spirit exist? It is torturing me. Dumbledore. Azkaban. Dumbledore. Child. Demon. To Azkaban. The Sorting Hat screamed in a fit of madness. The ever-composed Albus's expression shifted as he drew his wand, scrutinizing the hat with care. It bore no visible damage. Yet it seemed to have been subjected to a mental assault. The Cruciatus Curse. Silence. Minerva commanded, restoring order to the hall. Once the cacophony of the Sorting Hat was quelled, Albus fixed a serious gaze upon Pollux. You have assaulted the Sorting Hat with a malevolent curse. Mr. Black, I believe you owe us an explanation. Otherwise, given your actions, you might very well become the first student ever rejected by Hogwarts. Unfazed by the murmurs of the newcomers and the astonished expressions surrounding him, Pollux replied, Esteemed Headmaster Dumbledore, I would never commit such an act, especially in your presence. As for the hat's behavior, I believe you are more aware than I of the reasons behind it. Headmaster Dumbledore, do you require me to contact the Ministry of Magic? Minerva cast a disdainful glance at the interruption, addressing Albus. Not yet, Professor McGonagall, let us hear Mr. Black out. You should be aware of my talents. My grandfather mentioned that you assisted upon my birth. 3 years ago, I undertook a perilous endeavor, following correspondence between my grandfather and you. He relayed your advice to me, stating that the curse could be wielded without inflicting harm when mastered. Therefore, I trust, esteemed Headmaster Dumbledore, that no further explanation is necessary. Upon hearing this, Albus was immediately struck with understanding and astonishment. The Cruciatus Curse. Entering the mind of one perpetually tormented by it would undoubtedly yield nothing but suffering. He was aware that the Black family sought to utilize the Cruciatus Curse to enhance their mental fortitude and had even suggested its feasibility to phalanx, albeit with significant risk. He understood this, yet he had not anticipated anyone would dare to attempt it. However, judging by the Sorting Hat's reaction, this child's audacity seemed to far exceed his expectations indeed. It appeared excessively exaggerated. Upon reflecting on the affection bestowed upon Pollux by Pollux, as well as the formidable influence of the Black family in England, Albus found his thoughts settling into a calm clarity, casting a meaningful glance at Pollux. What a reasonable and astonishing explanation, Mr. Black. You are undoubtedly the most extraordinary young wizard I have ever encountered. Today's events are indeed a result of my oversight. I believe Slytherin will suit your tastes perfectly. The Slytherin students regarded the sole newcomer with not a hint of joy. As Pollux took his seat, Albus gently tapped his goblet, signaling for silence. Ladies and gentlemen, although Mr. Black has brought an unexpected element this year, anything is possible, and that is the true beauty of magic. Welcome to Hogwarts. Let the feast commence. With an array of delectable dishes and enchanting ambience suddenly materializing, the young wizards were instantly captivated, though some bolder souls continued to whisper about Pollux. The Sorting Hat was not mistaken. That fellow truly belongs in Azkaban. All Slytherins should be sent there. Such a bully. Keep your voice down. You have no idea how terrifying he is. The young master of the Black family is indeed formidable, far more so than his sister. In my opinion, even Hagrid pales in comparison. Look, even the ghosts dare not approach him. Impossible. Hagrid is far more fearsome. I've heard he eats people. What? Listen to me. No, I still think that fellow is the scarier one. Hagrid is frightening. The Great Hall, aside from the area near Pollux, was filled with laughter and merriment. As the banquet concluded, the 4 house prefects led the young wizards out of the hall, each returning to their respective common rooms. Bella, observing her tranquil brother throughout the journey, finally exhaled in relief upon reaching the common room. Thanks to her efforts, it could not be said that the entire Slytherin house, at least her friends, had been discussing Pollux's unorthodox behavior during the sorting ceremony. Still somewhat troubled, Bella anxiously regarded Pollux. Fearing that he might yet again engage in some indiscreet act, Paul certainly did not concern himself with the trivial musings or discussions of those immature youths. Their opinions bore no significance to him. His purpose for being there was to learn the art of magic, not to forge friendships. However, upon encountering Bella's gaze, filled with care and reproach, he offered a smile and waved farewell, following the head of Slytherin to the boys' dormitory. Subsequently, after bestowing a sum of galleons upon the head and a few of his housemates, and pledging his camaraderie, Paul adeptly secured a private room through the power of wealth. Pollux closed the door and surveyed the single dormitory that Luke had tidied up, feeling quite pleased. Although it appeared somewhat modest compared to the Black residence, the space was ample, particularly for someone living alone. The living area of the dormitory even afforded room for him to conduct magical experiments. This was precisely Pollus's intention. He was neither suited to nor fond of associating with immature children. Finding a comfortable position on the sofa, he cast the Cruciatus curse upon himself, reveling in the waves of agony. As he endured the torment, Pollux felt a gradual enhancement of his mental fortitude, which brought him satisfaction. Over the past 3 years, in pursuit of greater efficacy, the potency of the curse had been continually augmented. After a brief period of acclimatization, Pollux softly summoned Luke. "Your esteemed master." Luke appeared before Pollux, trembling in trepidation, fearful that the seemingly indulgent Pollux might also turn the curse upon him. In Luke's eyes, this eccentric and darkly obsessed young master, who persistently tormented himself, was far more intimidating than the former master. To Luke, no house elf was as peculiar as Pollux. "Now, go to my sister's side, from now on. You shall accompany her only during school hours." Due to the existence of their bond and the remarkable abilities of house elves, Pollux was unconcerned about Luke not being by his side. After all, he could summon the elf at will, and it was perfectly feasible for one house elf to serve 2 wizards. Afterward, Pollux fondly touched the scroll upon his head, recalling Albus and Minerva. "Send Professor McGonagall 200 galleons, and convey my apologies for the discourtesy this afternoon." Once he received Luke's affirmation, Pollux waved his hand, signaling that the elf could depart. He then diligently entered a meditative state while under the influence of the Cruciatus curse. Pollux remained indifferent to the repercussions of his unconventional behavior today. After all, it merely meant being regarded with disdain by others. He was neither concerned nor willing to squander excessive energy on such individuals, especially after his encounter with the Dark Lord. His sole desire now was for power. The following day in Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall did not, as was customary, transform into a cat to demonstrate the wonders of transfiguration to the first-year students. With a serious expression, she entered the classroom and, upon spotting Pollux, fixed him with an intense glare, indignantly declaring, "Mr. Black, return your galleons." She forcefully placed a bag filled with galleons on the desk, stating that he should have his house elf deliver a bag of galleons. "Pollux Black, this is not an apology, but an affront. I believe you ought to learn how to treat your elders with the respect they deserve. Professor McGonagall, you are indeed an exceptional teacher. That is my sincere apology. However, we seem to have a divergence in our views on the matter of politeness." Pollux gazed calmly at the irate Minerva, unwilling to engage in further disputes, and said with serene composure, "It is time for class, is it not, Professor McGonagall? No need for your reminders. Mr. Black, due to your insolence, you shall face a week's confinement," she declared firmly. "I hope the other students will not emulate Mr. Black's unreasonable behavior." Fury sparked within Minerva as she recalled the words Albus had spoken to her the previous day, yet she endeavored to maintain her tranquility. Under the watchful eyes of her students, she drew her wand and transformed a galleon on the desk into a raven. With a swift flick of her wand, she opened the window, disdainfully ushering the raven, worth 200 galleons, out of the classroom. "Wow, how cool!" exclaimed the young witches and wizards, newly acquainted with the art of magic, as they marveled at Minerva's astonishing transfiguration demonstration. They suppressed their excitement under her serious demeanor, gazing at the professor with anticipation and curiosity. "Transfiguration is the most intricate and perilous spell you shall encounter in your Hogwarts curriculum. Should anyone misbehave in my class, especially you, Mr. Black, I shall have no choice but to expel you and ensure you are never permitted to return, ever." Minerva, resolute in her duties, chose to overlook Pollux, who was the source of her vexation, and began to elaborate on the complexities and inherent dangers of transfiguration to her students. She meticulously explained how to maintain safety while performing transformations. "Magic is a gradual process, and I do not wish for anyone to invite trouble merely to satisfy their curiosity or seek attention. Aside from class, I expect none of you to attempt transfiguration in private." With a wave of her wand, a matchstick appeared before each student, including Pollux. "Now, you shall attempt to transform the matchstick before you into a needle." Unlike the other young witches and wizards who struggled to achieve this seemingly simple transfiguration, Pollux, having undergone a rigorous family education, discerned the profundity of Minerva's transfiguration mastery. He sat quietly, diligently taking notes while cross-referencing the textbook with her explanations, until Minerva cast a frosty glance in his direction. Pollux revealed a hint of an embarrassed smile, which, from Minerva's perspective, might have held a provocative undertone. Without the aid of a wand, he effortlessly lifted a matchstick with just 2 fingers. The match quietly transformed into a steel needle before reverting back to its original form. Remarkably, None of the surrounding young wizards noticed this, as Pollux continued to focus intently on his notebook. Minerva gazed at Pollux with a hint of astonishment, unable to fathom that this arrogant individual possessed such remarkable talent. Observing Pollus's earnest dedication to his studies, her initial dissatisfaction began to wane, albeit momentarily. However, this shift in sentiment was short-lived, confined solely to that lesson. Once Pollux completed all his classes for the day and entered Minerva's office to commence his detention, she entirely lost the last remnants of affection for the boy. Diligent and eager to learn, he exhibited an exceptional aptitude for transfiguration and an insatiable thirst for knowledge. His behavior was impeccably proper, yet there was an unmistakable air of pretense about his compliance. His innate arrogance persisted, deeply ingrained within him, which incited Minerva's profound disdain for Pollux. Particularly as a half-blood herself, she harbored a strong aversion to the haughty demeanor typical of the pure-blooded Black family, finding it utterly repulsive. Upon realizing that neither admonishments nor punishments could alter Pollus's obstinate arrogance, Minerva rescinded his punishment on the third day of his detention. Deep down, she wished to avoid the sight of his insufferable face. Even during transfiguration classes, she found herself struggling to suppress the urge to expel the studious Pollux from the classroom. As time swiftly passed, half a month had gone by since Pollus's enrollment. Having become well acquainted with the various subjects, the pressure exerted by the Dark Lord fueled his intense desire for power, leading him to devise an unconventional plan for his studies that few could comprehend, to maximize every moment in pursuit of enhancing his strength. In the courses of charms and defense against the dark arts, apart from the rare dark magic lessons, Pollux already grasped most of the material taught, deeming it unworthy of further exploration as it did not align with his intrinsic attributes. Many dark magic classes, he noted, were shrouded in secrecy. Pollux felt that these two subjects were hardly worth attending compared to spending time in the library. The potions and herbology classes were deemed crucial for practical application. Thus, he felt compelled to delve into them. However, after a few days, his initial enthusiasm waned as he realized he possessed no innate talent for these disciplines. Consequently, he ceased attending. Furthermore, the knowledge he deemed essential could be memorized through diligent study in the library, and with his financial means assured, it was only natural for Pollux to abandon these courses. As for the remaining subjects, history of magic induced slumber, while astronomy was utterly incomprehensible. He found no aptitude for the flying lessons, deeming broomstick riding rather foolish. Divination and arithmancy struck him as somewhat nonsensical. The care of magical creatures class held a modicum of usefulness, albeit limited. Ancient runes appeared impressive, yet he could not decipher them in the slightest. As for transfiguration, he lacked the requisite year level. Muggle studies seemed entirely superfluous. After all, Pollux had been a Muggle in his past life. Thus, Pollux opted to forego the majority of Hogwarts' curriculum. This decision might well offend all his professors, yet he remained unconcerned. He was no longer an ordinary underachiever. His grandfather, Pollux, was the most prominent board member of Hogwarts. As long as he refrained from excessively outrageous behavior, even Dumbledore would find it difficult to impose any consequences upon him. His father, Cygnus, served as a prime example of this. He was a quintessential wastrel. From his second year onward, his grandfather had forcibly retained him at the estate to accompany his mother during childbirth. The academic journey of his parents at Hogwarts primarily revolved around pregnancy, returning home to give birth, and then repeating the cycle until graduation, while they welcomed 4 children: Bella, Pollux, Andromeda, and Narcissa. Remarkably, they managed to pass their final examinations with distinction despite their unconventional circumstances. Pollux has audaciously begun to skip classes. His academic performance is commendable. He simply believes that attending lectures is a waste of time. He can accomplish his studies through library research and private consultations with his teachers, deeming attendance unnecessary. He aims to conserve every moment to enhance his strength, to shield the Black family from a tragic fate. Whenever he recalls the formidable Dark Lord, his mind is consumed by an insatiable thirst for power. Currently, Pollux lives a life akin to that of a hermit in the manor. Aside from his transfiguration class, he spends his days immersed in the library or retreating to his dormitory to endure the Cruciatus curse. Except for occasional practice in the Hogwarts castle courtyard, his existence mirrors that at the Black estate, marked by seclusion. However, this behavior has resulted in growing disdain from both teachers and students alike, particularly for Professor McGonagall. It seems that Pollux, who has skipped all other courses yet attends Transfiguration daily, is deliberately opposing her. Just a few days before Halloween, as usual, Pollux returned to the Slytherin common room before curfew. A quavering voice reached his ears. Truly remarkable, Mr. Black. Even the ghosts seem to fear you. It appears you never get lost within the castle. Ever since he had engaged in a duel with a few classmates seeking attention, sending them to the infirmary for 2 weeks, he had seldom encountered anyone willing to approach him, not even among his fellow Slytherins. Curiously glancing at the speaker, he discovered it was Rodolphus, who perpetually trailed behind Bella. Pollux offered a faint smile. It's quite simple. It merely requires a steadfast will, Mr. Lestrange. Are you intentionally waiting for me at this late hour? Rodolphus, looking at the younger and shorter Pollux, felt an inexplicable fear but summoned the courage to speak. You know, Halloween is fast approaching, and the school will host a dance. I would like to invite Miss Black to be my partner. Mr. Black, I need your assistance. Rodolphus nervously buried his head deep in his arms, involuntarily recalling those classmates he had once incapacitated. Time flies. Halloween is nearly here. Concerned for his sister, Pollux regarded Rodolphus thoughtfully. He was uncertain whether to assist this bashful boy, especially since he himself had been single in his previous life. He feared inadvertently complicating matters. Why come to me? I believe you should speak to Bella yourself. I fear rejection. Last year, I was afraid of being turned down, which is why I sought Mr. Black's help. And what if I, too, face rejection? That should not happen. If Mr. Black were to be rejected, we would simply have to wait for next year. But rest assured, I would never blame you, Mr. Black. Just call me Pollux. Tomorrow, I shall convey your message, but it ultimately depends on Bella's response, understand? Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Black. Pollux contemplated for a moment before ultimately deciding to assist the young lad. He was quite taken with the charming youth, for it was evident that the boy genuinely cared for his sister. However, given that he was aiding someone in pursuing his own sister, Pollux resolved to thoroughly understand the boy, ensuring both due diligence and the cultivation of a prospective brother-in-law who would meet his standards. After Halloween, you may forego all but the essential classes. I require your presence by my side for a while. I will arrange for the class monitor to excuse you from your teachers, and if you struggle with any exams, I shall devise a solution. Do you understand? Understand? I understand. Rodolphus responded without hesitation, albeit puzzled by Pollux's demands. Nevertheless, he agreed, deeming all of this worthwhile for the chance to be Bella's partner. Excellent. I hope you will not merely be a shadow. After all, she is my sister. Ignoring the bewildered Rodolphus, Pollux returned to his dormitory. The following noon, on the grounds of Hogwarts Castle, Bella was pleasantly surprised that her busy brother could find time to seek her out after their flying lesson. Just as she was about to bid farewell to her friends, she noticed that apart from Pollux, she was surrounded by an empty space. Her initial joy turned into concern as she approached Pollux and said, "My dear brother, are you aware of how others perceive you now? Arrogant, malevolent, cold-blooded. A fallen and grotesque dark wizard. The Slytherin demon. I thought you were insufferable enough at home, but it seems you are even more detestable at school. Do you not care about others' opinions? Is my reputation already so tarnished?" Pollux was taken aback to learn of his poor reputation. However, he remained indifferent, observing Bella's worried demeanor. He smiled and remarked, "Yet, I find it rather delightful. After all, these titles signify my strength. It is only the powerful who instill fear, is it not? What brings you here today?" Considering her brother's personality, Bella abandoned her attempts to persuade Pollux. Then, a thought crossed her mind, and she discreetly concealed a brand-new flying broom behind her, nervously stating, "Well, I've been diligently studying and practicing magic. Look, it is I. A mere broom. Dear sister, it is of no consequence. I am not here to scrutinize how much you spent through Luke, nor will I reproach him." Pollux was unconcerned about Bella's expenditures facilitated by Luke, as he had always been held in high regard by Pollux, resulting in an almost extravagant allowance. He simply refrained from informing Bella, fearing it might incite jealousy. "I came to inquire about that Lansturn fellow. Do you fancy him? He approached me last night and asked if you would be his dance partner. You are aware that Halloween is fast approaching. Rodolphus, have you acquiesced to his request?" Bella blushed, replying, "I have no desire to be that coward's partner. Indeed, it appears you harbor no fondness for him. I shall seize the opportunity to decline his invitation on your behalf." Pollux contemplated for a moment before deciding to speak favorably of Rodolphus. "You know how my classmates perceive me. I believe that fellow is not entirely a coward, for he at least had the audacity to seek my assistance." Just then, Bella interjected, "Wait a moment. Pollux, do you have a dance partner?" Pollux was taken aback. "What does that have to do with me?" Bella retorted, "If you can secure a partner, I shall agree to be the coward's dance companion." Watching Bella, her cheeks flushed as she hastily departed. Pollux felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He could not fathom how Bella's agreement with Rodolphus pertained to him. Did she harbor feelings of affection or disdain for that little rascal? Was he truly expected to find a partner for the sake of that boy? But who would be willing to be his partner? A headache began to form. At that moment, a voice echoed from above, "Slytherin scoundrel. Accept the retribution of justice." Gryffindor. Pollus's attention was drawn to the source of the sound, where a red-haired youth clad in Gryffindor Quidditch robes descended on his broomstick before him. With an exaggerated puff of his chest, like a proud rooster, he provocatively addressed Pollux. "Pollux Black, I am Arthur Weasley, here to vanquish you in the name of justice." Arthur felt elated at that moment. He had received praise from the captain during today's Quidditch practice, earning an important position, and now he had encountered the infamous Pollux. Having heard tales of Pollus's exploits as a Gryffindor hero, he was eager to teach this arrogant Slytherin a lesson. However, as a hero, Arthur seldom frequented the library and thus rarely crossed paths with Pollux. The serendipitous encounter felt like a divine reward. Arthur did not believe that a first-year student could be particularly formidable, especially one hailing from the cunning and treacherous Slytherin. Gradually, several members of the Gryffindor Quidditch team landed. Rallying behind Arthur with cheers of encouragement, Pollux gazed at Arthur, who was still adorned with cheerleader attire, and was instantly struck by the thought that these Gryffindor fellows must be either utterly foolish or perhaps under the influence of some peculiar remedy. Particularly, given that Arthur seemed to have familial ties, it was unlikely that such foolishness would be contagious. "Are you truly so dim-witted? I shall take this as a challenge to duel. Choose the time and place, Mr. Weasley." Pollux harbored a profound disdain for the ostentatious little brat, and was determined to teach Arthur a lesson he would not soon forget. Now was the moment. "Accept the righteous retribution, Slytherin demon," Arthur shouted with exhilaration, as if he were witnessing the dawn of his own glorious moment. Amidst the jubilant cheers of Gryffindor, Arthur and Pollux took their stances, forgoing any formalities as they commenced their duel. Stupefy. Expelliarmus. Petrificus totalis. Arthur unleashed his spells with unexpected vigor, catching Pollux off guard. He not only initiated the offensive with remarkable swiftness, but also adeptly evaded the disarming charm, retaliating with a well-executed petrifying spell. Following their exchange, Pollux fell into contemplative silence, pondering how best to overcome his opponent. Arthur, surprised that Pollux effortlessly dodged his two spells, recognized the formidable prowess of this first year, aptly dubbed the Slytherin demon, particularly noting his agile movements. Yet, Arthur was a hero. With unwavering confidence, he struck first. Conjure flames. Faced with the sweeping inferno, Pollux hesitated, choosing not to counter with a spell but instead exerting effort to evade the flames. Observing Pollus's reaction, a smirk crept onto Arthur's lips. Obstacles abound. Justice shall always triumph over evil. Expelliarmus. Witnessing Pollux ensnared in his control, Arthur confidently cast a powerful disarming charm. Indeed, it appeared that Pollux relied solely on his agility. As he struggled to contend with the expansive spell, unable even to conjure a protective charm. "Arthur, be cautious." Arthur, reveling in the trajectory of his disarming charm towards Pollux, was momentarily taken aback. Cautious of what? Crash. Crash. Indeed, a fool, Pollux remarked, observing Arthur's misplaced confidence. With a swift flourish of his wand, Pollux conjured an invisible steel plate that expertly deflected Arthur's disarming charm, simultaneously unleashing a fist-sized iron ball that erupted from the ground, striking Arthur squarely in the face with tremendous force. Gasps filled the air as Arthur was sent reeling, unconscious, seemingly as if his very brain had been jarred loose. Yet, this strike was executed with precision. It was perfectly calibrated to deliver a lesson without causing fatal harm. Given the medical advancements in the magical realm, such physical injuries were easily treatable. Fools will always be fools. Pollux scoffed, observing Arthur's naive complacency that led to his downfall. With a flick of his wand, he sheathed it away and turned to depart. "Mr. Black, please halt." The oldest member of Gryffindor called out to Pollux, addressing his companions. "Molly, Arthur is fine. Quickly, take him for treatment. I will handle things here." "Yes, Captain." As Pollux observed a few individuals hastily escorting Arthur away, he scrutinized the man opposite him, who was arrogantly referred to as the captain. "So, are you also here to champion justice against the forces of evil?" he mocked. "Of course. That scoundrel from the Black family. How could one inflict such harm among classmates? A demon." The man, seething with rage, drew his wand and pointed it at Pollux, shouting, "Pollux Black, John Brown challenges you, here and now. It seemed the Gryffindor fellows were not quite right in the head. This individual appeared to be in his 7th year. And Pollux felt a flicker of interest as he gazed at the towering John. He was curious to gauge his current abilities. Yet he realized he was far too powerful compared to his peers to conduct any meaningful assessment. Although an 11-year-old facing an 18-year-old was indeed a stretch, John was nearing the level of an adult wizard. Yet his opponent was of a caliber akin to Voldemort. While his forte lay in the Cruciatus Curse, it was ill-suited for this particular occasion. Resorting to one of the unforgivable curses against John would undoubtedly land him in Azkaban. Nevertheless, in Pollus's eyes, the seemingly formidable 18-year-old was merely a child. At that moment, a considerable number of onlookers had gathered to witness the spectacle. John fixed his gaze on Pollux, assuming that the refusal of the duel was to be expected. After all, he was merely a first-year brat. As the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, he could not remain indifferent to Arthur's plight. Even if it were just a first year, he felt compelled to seek justice for his comrade. Just as John was about to put away his wand and deliver a stern lecture, an unforeseen turn of events occurred, catching everyone off guard. Amidst the astonished gasps of his classmates, Pollux arrogantly raised his wand, disdainfully gesturing provocatively towards John. "Foolish Gryffindor, I accept your challenge." Not all Gryffindors are perceived as reckless and foolish. The true essence of Gryffindor embodies bravery, fearlessness, and loyalty. John may lack extraordinary talent, yet it is precisely this absence that has rendered him one of the most exceptional 7th-year wizards among Gryffindor, unexpectedly prompting Pollux to accept his challenge. As John began to analyze Pollux through the lens of Arthur's defeat, he noted his intelligence, composure, agility, and commendable transfiguration skills. Alongside the notorious reputation of his mastery over dark and malevolent magic, the prowess of his opponent had evidently surpassed John's comprehension. Arthur's loss was not merely a fluke. However, no matter how formidable, Pollux was still merely a first year, and John was certainly not Arthur. With an undeniable advantage, John took the initiative. Fiery Inferno. As the flames surged forth, far surpassing the scale of Arthur's, Pollus's expression turned grave. Particularly unsettling was John's calm demeanor. It appeared this upperclassman would be a formidable adversary. With a flick of his wand, he harnessed his formidable control to compress his magical energy fiercely, slicing through the oncoming blaze like a knife. To his astonishment, Pollux discovered that John had vanished. Obstacles abound. Fiery Inferno. Sensing the surge of magic from above, the bound Pollux realized that John had ascended above him using the levitation charm. Armored protection. Pollux immediately cast an ironclad spell to shield himself, now unable to breach the flames as effortlessly as before. The moment he did break through the inferno, he could only leap into the air to evade it. Though John lacked a broomstick in the sky, his graceful and agile demeanor vividly showcased his remarkable flying prowess as the captain of the Quidditch team. With a sense of helplessness, Pollux sustained the iron armor spell while wielding his magical prowess to unleash an onslaught of transformed iron orbs in an attempt to strike John, who effortlessly evaded the projectiles in midair. John, leveraging his superior magical energy and aerial agility, launched spell after spell at Pollux, securing his position of invincibility. The durability of the iron armor spell was indeed remarkable. It was astonishing for a first-year student to possess such mastery over magic. John acknowledged his opponent's talent with a hint of admiration. However, no amount of skill could justify Pollus's arrogance. The obstacles were formidable. Flames roared. Disarm. Flames roared. Observing Pollux grow increasingly fatigued, John became more vigilant in dodging the iron spheres, remaining cautious of any potential counterattacks. He merely needed to endure a little longer to claim victory. What an insufferable red-skinned fly. Pollux gazed at the celestial John above, relinquishing his futile assault with the iron ball. Sensing the dwindling remnants of his magical energy, a sinister smile crept across his face. The heart-piercing spell was off limits. But surely this incantation would suffice. Channeling all his remaining power, he seized the opportunity amidst his opponent's assault to dispel the armored spell. Blazing fire spell. Burn and annihilate. Devour. The wand of Pollux pointed menacingly at John, unleashing a malevolent fire unlike any ordinary flames. The wicked inferno appeared to possess a life of its own, imbued with an overwhelming essence of death, suffering, and insatiable greed. In contrast to the transfiguration he had only begun to master over the past 2 months. The cursed fire spell was Pollus's second greatest command of dark magic, surpassed only by the heart-wrenching curse. The serpentine flames, propelled forth with deft precision, instantaneously bifurcated into 4 distinct streams, finally ensnaring the loathed adversary. Due to the limitations of his magical energy, the scale of the cursed flames was modest. However, Under his skillful manipulation, their velocity was astounding. In a heartbeat, the 4 tendrils of wicked fire encircled John. Armored protection. Dispel the flames. The swiftness of the inferno caught John off guard, rendering him unable to evade in time. Acting decisively, he cast an upgraded version of the ironclad charm, while simultaneously attempting a counterspell to dispel the encroaching flames. Yet, to his astonishment, his counterspell proved utterly ineffective against the profoundly malevolent fire, instead serving as fuel for its ferocity. The once delicate strands of flame erupted into a ferocious blaze. Augmented by the absorbed magical energy, the surge of negative emotions erupted alongside it, plunging John into a state of panic, erasing the composure he had just possessed. He even forgot that he could use apparition to escape his dire predicament. Instinctively, he clutched his wand tightly, desperately reinforcing the ironclad charm that was slowly being devoured by the flames, and as he could no longer maintain the levitation charm, he plummeted to the ground. As John fell, Minerva, having rushed over upon learning of Arthur's injury, chanced upon the duel between the two. Dissipate the fire. Disarm them. She materialized beside John, casting a counterspell that extinguished the cursed flames. Simultaneously, in a fit of indignation, she struck Pollux with a disarming charm. Mr. Black, a duel among classmates. Yet you resort to such dangerously malevolent magic. Do you intend to harm your fellow student? Minerva admonished sternly. Certainly not, Professor McGonagall, he retorted. Pollux rubbed his chest, struck by a curse, and extracted a new wand, effortlessly dispelling the remnants of the fierce flames. The most perilous aspect of the fiend fire curse is its uncontrollability. His display was intended to demonstrate to Minerva that the flames in his hands were no different from ordinary fire. Professor McGonagall, you see I can control this magic quite well, can't you? I merely intended to teach Senior John a lesson, with no intention of causing him harm. For using dangerous dark magic against a fellow student, Slytherin loses 10 points. Minerva, witnessing the flames that she had failed to fully extinguish being easily contained by Pollux, expressed her astonishment at his magical prowess. However, it only intensified her disdain for his arrogance. Do not seek to justify your vile actions. With a dismissive huff, she turned her attention to John. Mr. Brown, dark magic is fraught with negative emotions that can cloud one's judgment. You should not have lost your composure. As a Gryffindor, you must confront evil with courage and fearlessness, especially when your adversary is the malevolent Slytherin. Minerva continued in her thoughts. I understand my mistake. Thank you for your guidance. Professor McGonagall, John humbly accepted his headmistress's admonition, realizing that had he remained calmer and used disillusionment to evade the fiend fire, victory would have been his. Now, having been bested by a first year, he felt he had brought shame upon Gryffindor. His face, slightly blackened, flushed with embarrassment. Mr. Black, Mr. Brown, both of you accompany me to the headmaster's office. Minerva coldly addressed Pollux, who had picked up his wand and was preparing to leave. Mr. Black, although you did not cause severe consequences, your actions have damaged the school's property. Now return to class. You two follow. With a stern dismissal, Minerva shooed away the onlookers and led the two boys away. As they walked ahead, Pollux glanced back at the charred expanse of grass, relinquishing any notion of explaining that it was John who had cast the flames. He acutely felt Minerva's hostility towards him, realizing she would likely not heed his explanation. The trio soon arrived on the 8th floor, where Minerva uttered a command to a peculiar stone statue, granting them entry into the headmaster's office. What troubles you so? Professor McGonagall? Albus, seated on a sofa sipping tea, looked up in surprise at Minerva's distressed expression. Upon seeing Pollux and the soot-covered John, he quickly grasped the situation. Would you care for some red tea, or perhaps a sweet treat? Albus smiled warmly at the three, his hospitality unwavering. Thank you, but no need, Professor Dumbledore. I would like to Minerva recounted to Albus the details of their duel, while elaborating on Pollux's unleashing of fiendfire upon John. Mr. Black's actions have gravely endangered the safety of the students. Minerva cast a disdainful glance at the nonchalant Pollux and sternly declared, had I not intervened, I believe Mr. Brown would have suffered injuries akin to those of Mr. Weasley. To my knowledge, 5 students have already been sent to the infirmary by Mr. Black. I believe Mr. Black should face more severe, I understand, Professor McGonagall. Albus set down his teacup and adjusted his glasses, interrupting Minerva, for he recognized her profound bias against Pollux. Mr. Brown, I find it rather dishonorable for a 7th-year student to challenge a newcomer who has only been here for 2 months to a duel. This fellow has injured Arthur, John exclaimed, his anger palpable. As captain, I cannot stand idly by while my players are harmed. Professor Dumbledore, I believe it is inevitable to sustain injuries during a duel. Pollux, with an air of indifference, calmly and arrogantly declared, Hogwarts is protected by school regulations. Dueling is merely a pastime among students. Were it not for the confines of this institution, the humiliation and provocation directed towards me in the House of Black by these gentlemen would have resulted in far graver consequences than mere injuries. I understand, however, Mr. Black. You are within the school, and your conduct ought to be tempered, Albus replied earnestly, gazing at Pollux. You are facing classmates, companions, friends. They are not your adversaries. After speaking, Albus turned to John. Mr. Brown, although your actions may have lacked honor, your spirit in defending your teammates is commendable. Noticing a slight softening in Minerva's expression, he continued, setting fire to a small patch of grass is hardly a grave offense. Professor McGonagall, please escort John outside. I wish to speak privately with Mr. Black. Yes. Headmaster Dumbledore, Minerva replied, casting a stern glance at Pollux before leading John out. As the two departed, Albus resumed his tea, savoring a sip. Please, have a seat, Mr. Black, and do not misconstrue my lack of reprimand. While gesturing for Pollux to sit, he conjured a new teacup on the table. You are aware that I was quite familiar with your grandfather, albeit our relationship was fraught with tension. I, too, was a student of Phineas Black, though our rapport was similarly strained. Albus glanced at the numerous portraits of former headmasters, particularly that of Phineas, recalling his less-than-happy days as a pupil under that esteemed figure. Pollux sat across from Dumbledore, his teacup untouched. It is a privilege for the Black family to maintain amicable relations with a wizard of your stature, Headmaster Dumbledore. Not only did he exhibit overwhelming prowess against his peers, but in a mere 2 months, he had adeptly mastered transfiguration to the extent of outmaneuvering third-year Arthur. And he even wielded perilous dark arts that many adult wizards could scarcely control. You possess remarkable talent and determination, Mr. Black, Albus remarked, taking a sip of tea before turning serious, addressing the somewhat restless Pollux. Given your noble lineage, I believe I can comprehend your arrogance. I have encountered many exceptionally gifted wizards. In my youth, I too was somewhat disdainful, convinced that magic could resolve all issues. Albus momentarily slipped into reminiscence, a hint of sadness crossing his features. Please forgive this old man's admonition, Mr. Black. Individuals such as yourself indeed have the right to pride. Yet, the taste of solitude is rather bitter, is it not? Wizards born to Muggle or half-blood families can also rise to greatness, and their humble origins often endow them with remarkable qualities that remain unseen. From the very first day of school, Pollux exhibited remarkable strength, confidence, and a certain bias, which is a tradition among the Black family and many pure-blood families. This reminiscence stirred in Albus a reflection on the past. However, consumed by a fervent desire for power and an obsession with dark magic, Mr. Black, such malevolent sorcery is not so easily mastered. It may lead one into the abyss. Concerned about Pollus's excessive infatuation with dark magic and its potential repercussions, Albus set down his teacup, rose, and approached an ornately decorated full-length mirror, gazing into it with contemplation. The value of life lies not in power, but in choices, Mr. Black. To soar endlessly in the sky is to miss many beautiful and significant experiences. Magic is captivating, yet it does not encompass the entirety of existence. Viewing certain matters from a different perspective can reveal their greater significance. The Mirror of Amidst, a most intriguing object, beckons your attention. With a wave of his hand, Albus summoned Pollux to the mirror, whose curiosity was piqued by the reputed ability of the mirror to reflect the innermost desires of the heart. Yet, the change that unfolded within the mirror left him transfixed by the sight it revealed. The world within the mirror was shrouded in an endless darkness, permeated with an aura of suffering. Albus's wise voice resonated softly. Many squander their time before the Mirror of Amidst, entranced by the illusory visions that reflect their deepest yearnings. Yet, the true purpose of the mirror is to enable one to recognize oneself. Through it, one can see their true nature clearly, cannot they? Thank you for your thoughtful guidance, Headmaster Dumbledore. It is indeed a marvelous mirror. Pollux paid little heed to the images within the mirror. Headmaster Dumbledore, I crave power. I yearn for magic. Yet, my efforts cannot be overshadowed by mere birthright or innate talent. I have diligently practiced magic since the age of 4, working harder than anyone else to achieve what I possess. Having lived as a Muggle for over 30 years, I have witnessed and endured hardships that surpass even those of the wizard Dumbledore. I believe I am justified. An eagle, destined to soar, pays no mind to the scenery below. If you seek my approval, then strive to ascend to the skies. Dignity and status must be earned through one's own endeavors, not through pity or charity. Only formidable power can bestow upon you all that you desire. Pollux articulated his innermost thoughts, gazing silently at Albus. The words were astonishing, surpassing even the surprise of your talents. Such hubris, however, was evident. Albus, with a knowing tap on Pollus's shoulder, remarked, "Indeed, I may be advancing in years. Yet as an elder, allow me to impart a piece of wisdom. Do not lose yourself in the relentless pursuit of power. Cultivate friendships instead. For it is the selfless love that constitutes the most potent magic one can possess. Refrain from courting trouble. I believe you are capable of this, Mr. Black." "Very well, Headmaster Dumbledore. I appreciate your guidance." After Pollux departed, Albus returned to the sofa, indulging in sweets while lost in contemplation, reflecting on Pollus's impression among students and faculty. He shook his head. It appeared imperative to establish new regulations to alleviate the burden on the infirmary. With a casual gesture towards his desk, a quill sprang to life, swiftly inscribing, "In consideration of safeguarding all Hogwarts students, the following rules shall be instituted. Students from different year groups are prohibited from instigating wizard duels. Duels must be consensual, and no improper provocations or insults may be employed to incite the opponent. Inflicting severe harm during duels is strictly forbidden. All duels must be supervised by a head of house or a professor. Albus Dumbledore." Soon, the new regulations were prominently displayed within Hogwarts. However, the young witches and wizards paid little heed to the new rules, for Halloween had arrived. Hogwarts Castle shed its customary solemnity. Colorful decorations and flickering jack-o'-lanterns adorned every corner. And even the usually stern professors donned smiles incongruous with their age. The entire castle radiated an atmosphere of joy, all thanks to the efforts of students and faculty alike. Yet, one individual remained out of sync with the festive spirit. Each student, brimming with joy, would deliberately avoid him as they entered the great hall, only to erupt into laughter and merriment upon crossing the threshold. He had stationed himself at the entrance of the hall since the final class of the afternoon. Aside from Headmaster Albus, only Horace Slughorn, the potions master and head of Slytherin House, acknowledged him with a greeting. Alas, this professor was a gentleman. Pollux shook his head in disappointment, relinquishing the notion of seeking a dance partner. Ever since his duel with John and the subsequent implementation of the new school regulations, he had been deliberately ostracized by all the students, including those from Slytherin, who would intentionally avoid him. For the first time, Pollux felt that perhaps being isolated by everyone was not as terrible as he had imagined, especially when one yearns for the company of a young lady for a dance. "Bella, as you can see, I fear I shall not find a partner." Resigned, Pollux took a seat beside Bella in the hall, offering a sheepish smile to the visibly disappointed Rodolphus, signaling that it was not due to a lack of willingness to assist him, but rather an absence of viable options. "Dear brother, would you like me to help you find a dance partner?" Bella inquired, addressing Pollux, who had stood by the entrance of the hall for an entire afternoon without success. "No, it would be rather embarrassing for her," he replied. Pollux turned his head and suddenly noticed Bella's slightly flushed face, as well as her occasional glances toward Rodolphus, as if she understood something. "If I were to have a dance partner, wouldn't you just have to be the coward's partner?" Bella stammered. "Well, I think the coward isn't as undesirable as one might think. Then there's no need to look for anyone else. Sister, you know, I prefer to be alone." As Pollux spoke, he beckoned the despondent Rodolphus to come over quickly. "Mr. Lestrange, I hope you will invite my sister to be your dance partner later. Please take a seat here before the ball begins." Pollux rose and firmly pressed the excited Rodolphus down onto the bench. "Happy Halloween, Sister Bella. Enjoy yourselves. I shall return to my dormitory now." "Pollux, you've always been like this. Can't you be a bit happier?" Bella, noticing her brother's isolation from everyone else, attempted to persuade him to stay. "No need. You all enjoy yourselves." Pollux hastily exited the hall, compelled by Bella's fervent pleas. His visit was prompted by the budding affection he had discerned between Bella and Rodolphus, a sentiment that had left him somewhat bashful. With matters resolved, he had no intention of lingering as a third wheel. As for Halloween, it was a celebration more suited to children. This year, the curfew had been lifted in honor of the occasion. As Pollux stepped into the deep night of Hogwarts for the first time, he marveled at the moonlight cascading through the windows, illuminating the corridors. The mysteries concealed beneath a millennium of history seemed to materialize in that very moment. Particularly for someone who had never roamed the night before, he experienced, for the first time, a profound beauty born from the exquisite silence, evoking a sense of solitude. For the first time, Pollux was seized by an urge to wander aimlessly. As he roamed, emotion stirred within him, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Suddenly, A wave of unease washed over him as he found himself lost in the corridors of Hogwarts. Was this the Black Manor? Surrounded by the familiar decor, the disoriented Pollux drew his wand, remaining vigilant. Yet, he soon recalled that he was still within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts. It seemed that he had stumbled upon the room of requirement. Was it his loneliness that beckoned him back to this familiar haven? Truly, it was a marvel. Pollux sheathed his wand, reflecting upon the memories of his past life and the knowledge gleaned from the library, as he meticulously observed the room of requirement. Could it truly fulfill any request? Intrigued, Pollux began to delve into the mysteries of this enchanting chamber. After 2 hours of relentless imagination, he had gleaned a fundamental understanding of the room. It possessed a consciousness of its own and utilized magic to respond to one's desires. However, whether due to a lack of magical energy or the deliberate control exerted by its inherent awareness, the scope of its offerings was rather limited. It could transform into numerous objects and even conjure some rudimentary spells, yet it was incapable of manifesting any living creature, not even a mouse. And the room appeared to eschew or disfavor dark magic. This was in accordance with the historical records documented in the annals of Hogwarts. Pollux deduced that this house was likely crafted by Rowena Ravenclaw. According to records, this esteemed lady would certainly not leave behind anything perilous, rather. It was probable that this abode served as a sanctuary, a repository of treasures. His conjecture was soon validated as he gazed upon a substantial collection of books before him, affirming that this chamber indeed belonged to the wisdom-renowned Ravenclaw. Many volumes bore the signature of Rowena Ravenclaw herself. The content of the books was not only extensive but also remarkably intriguing, with some documenting formidable magic. He perused the scattered tomes with keen interest. Pollux, however, found himself deeply disheartened. The majority of the texts he perused contained archaic content. A millennium had elapsed, rendering many spells obsolete or significantly refined, those that remained, when disregarding safety and practicality, were ill-suited for his purposes. The casting of spells necessitates the wizard's emotions and consciousness, thus giving rise to the dichotomy of magic, light and dark, good and evil. A person imbued with negative emotions is inherently a dark sorcerer, while conversely, a just and benevolent wizard excels in the arts of protection and love. Pollux thus, with the exception of dark magic, his only expertise lies in transfiguration. Subsequently, he began to solicit books on dark magic from various angles. However, the room of requirement did not respond to him at all. He even sensed that the room was intentionally withholding information from him. After all, that esteemed wizard was renowned for wisdom. Paul could not fathom anything that could perplex Ravenclaw, particularly regarding the arcane arts. Surely, there existed knowledge of dark magic. Perhaps it was necessary to undergo some trial or seek approval before such teachings would be bestowed. With this thought, Paul promptly made further inquiries. For instance, he asked about Lady Ravenclaw's notes on certain spells, a volume from the restricted section of Hogwarts. The nature of the magical core of the room, who constructed it, whether it embodied the consciousness of Ravenclaw, and who was the beloved of Lady Ravenclaw. He became increasingly convinced that the room of requirement had indeed rebuffed him. As he posed more questions, it seemed that the room began to repulse Paul. The stack of books before him, gradually vanishing, was a clear indication of this. Without time to lament his rashness, he hastily retrieved a book on transfiguration from the pile. And in an instant, the entire room began to twist and contort, returning him to the corridors of Hogwarts. To his astonishment, even a single room was unwilling to welcome him. Reflecting on the day's experiences, he muttered in frustration, clutching the unexpected treasure of the evening. A tome on animal transfiguration from Lady Ravenclaw. Paul struggled for a while, realizing there was no way to return to the room of requirement after all. He made his way back to the dormitory. After Halloween, Hogwarts commenced the beloved Quidditch season. Many magical classes even made concessions due to the matches. Whenever a game occurred, both faculty and students, even wizards from outside Hogwarts, would gather in droves, filling the Quidditch pitch to capacity. Paul, Quidditch is truly fascinating, don't you think? Especially since today is a match for our house, shall we go and watch? At that moment, in the rather desolate Slytherin common room, Bella spoke to Paul with a hint of melancholy. She regretted her decision to agree to his request after Halloween, having discovered her brother isolated by everyone. She had resolved to accompany Paul in learning magic, hoping to keep her brother company, yet now she felt remorseful. Perhaps she should not have worried about her reclusive sibling. After all, he had always been this way. But it was Quidditch. Was her brother truly a wizard? It was he who insisted on tagging along to study seriously. After all, Quidditch would not enhance a wizard's strength. Never mind, if you wish to go, then go ahead, but Rodolphus shall stay behind. Pollux glanced up at the visibly displeased Bella and then at the eagerly expectant Rodolphus. You should go too. Return immediately after the match. He was perplexed by their excitement. Did a mere ball truly forge such bonds? Closing his book, he stretched slightly and retreated to his dormitory, seeking a comfortable position to resume his earnest reading. Ever since acquiring this book, he had scarcely ventured out of the Slytherin common room, even attending transfiguration classes infrequently, not due to any inadequacy in Professor McGonagall's teachings, but rather because the contents of this tome captivated him far more. After all, it contained the wisdom of Rowena Ravenclaw. The essence of transfiguration lies in belief, deception, and a profound comprehension of both the object of transformation and the materials involved. For instance, transforming a matchstick into a steel needle relies on the superficial similarities between the two, fostering greater self-belief in one's abilities. A deeper understanding of the intrinsic nature of both the matchstick and the needle enables one to transform the matchstick into a needle not only in appearance, but also in essence, resulting in a more resilient and sharper object that can achieve permanent transformation. Conversely, transfiguring inanimate objects into living beings, or vice versa, is considerably more complex. Without dedicating substantial time to understanding these principles, attempting to cast spells may not only fail to yield the desired transformations but could also pose significant risks to the caster. Pollux harbors no qualms regarding belief and deception. What eludes him is the accumulation of knowledge. Animagus represents a unique shortcut. Through various specialized potions and magical rituals, it harnesses the mysterious powers of the soul and spirit, drawing information about animals that resonate with natural magical energies. This information is intricately inscribed within the wizard's soul and consciousness via complex incantations and spells. It enables the practitioner to master the art of animal transformation, a skill that could take a lifetime to acquire in a remarkably short span of time, granting the wizard the profound ability to transform freely into an animal. However, due to the individuality inherent to each wizard, each can only connect with one specific animal. Thus, the Animagus transformation is a magic ritual that can be performed only once. Overindulgence in its use results in merely acquiring a single transformation, and the risks escalate. Coupled with the ritual's complexity and the intricacies of the transformation process, the practice of Animagus bears the peril of losing oneself to madness, or worse, if one transforms into a more arcane magical creature, it could lead to dire consequences. Ravenclaw's records primarily document the transformations of animagi from a millennium ago. As time has passed, the text has suffered from numerous omissions and losses, particularly concerning the specific functions of each ritual and potion involved. For safety's sake, Pollux has procured from Albus a modern rendition of Animagus, which, while more detailed, lacks the convenience and safety of its contemporary counterpart. Even the tomes blessed by Ravenclaw cannot rival the advancements made over the past 1,000 years. In fact, in contrast to the perilous training required for animal transformation, Animagus demands merely sufficient financial resources and a foundational knowledge of transfiguration, coupled with caution to accomplish. Upon fortuitously acquiring this tome, Pollux commenced his training in Animagus, even planning for at least 3 of his sisters to master the skill as well. His diligent practice has brought him to a plateau in his abilities, aside from his mental fortitude. He finds that only time will allow for the accumulation of experience and knowledge, as well as the growth of his body. However, the pressure from the Dark Lord impedes Pollux from patiently awaiting his gradual maturation. While Animagus may not significantly enhance his power, its efficacy in concealment and self-preservation is commendable. Having faced death once, Pollux, in many respects, harbors a greater fear of it than the average person. With the conclusion of the Quidditch season, there was no time to relish the joy of being part of Slytherin's victorious title. Confined forcibly by Pollux in the common room, Bella and Rodolphus found themselves ensnared in a life of despair. The subjects of recitation and endless transformation exercises prompted Bella to incessantly lament her brother, while simultaneously deepening her regret over her decisions. Most children abhor such days, particularly when compelled. However, after enduring a stretch of such experiences, under the joyful influence of Pollux, who felt no anguish, and with Rodolphus, who typically stuttered in her presence, capably fulfilling their brother's demands, often exceeding her own efforts, Bella, driven by her fierce sense of honor, found herself compelled to persevere. For the first time, after spending earnest moments with her brother, she discovered an unexpected understanding of her peculiar sibling and grasped the reasons behind his favoritism at home, along with the efforts that this adoration entailed. This marked the first occasion in her life when she genuinely desired to learn magic. She felt a burgeoning sense of accomplishment as her magical prowess gradually took shape through her diligent efforts. Bella even experienced, for the first time, a captivating allure in the realm of magic. Particularly exhilarating was the sensation of slightly surpassing her contemporaries in wizardry and inching closer to the extraordinary abilities of her brother. Rodolphus, on the other hand, did not exhibit the same apparent ease. His character lacked Bella's tenacity. His growth stemmed entirely from fear and coercion. Had he not been profoundly infatuated with Bella, he would have preferred to comfortably embrace his role as the heir of the Landstange family, relishing a carefree existence. However, as Pollux observed the gradual warming of Bella's relationship with him, even forcibly relocating them to share a dormitory under the pretense of igniting Bella's competitive spirit and providing him with individual tutoring, Rodolphus felt as though the entire world had shifted. His future brother-in-law was truly formidable. How could a wizard, with the existence of meditation, survive on merely 1 or 2 hours of sleep each day? How could anyone at the tender age of 11 master such an array of terrifying dark magic? How could someone derive such relentless pleasure from casting a torturous cruciatus curse? That was one of the 3 unforgivable curses, especially as he sensed the demonic power emanating from the cruciatus curse unleashed by his counterpart. He found himself trembling uncontrollably, succumbing to a profound terror. Occasionally, Paul would smile and invite Rodolphus to try his wand, claiming it felt delightful. How could it possibly feel delightful? Even from 2 beds away, he could sense the excruciating pain of the cruciatus curse. Rodolphus even began to doubt whether he was in Azkaban rather than Hogwarts. Every time he recalled Paul's twisted smile as he reveled in the curse during the night, a shiver of dread coursed through him, intensifying his fear of his future brother-in-law. Yet, for Bella's sake, under the weight of Paul's terror and pressure, the tormented Rodolphus unexpectedly persevered day by day, seemingly adapting to this existence. Love indeed possesses a remarkable power. Before long, it was Christmas Eve. The holiday season arrived, and Hogwarts transformed into a desolate place. Even the usually bustling dining hall had dwindled to a mere handful of students. "Bella, has Paul truly left?" Rodolphus inquired softly while eating, feeling the emptiness of the hall. "He departed yesterday. Did you not share a dormitory with him?" Bella replied, sipping her soup while playfully manipulating the utensils on the table with her wand, attempting to transfigure a nearby fork. "Are you certain you want to return home for Christmas? Perhaps you can spend the holiday at my house." Once Rodolphus confirmed Paul's absence from the school, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. The pressure of over a month spent with Paul had been overwhelming, even causing him nightly nightmares. "Of course not. And you mustn't return either. My family only adores Paul. And you have no idea how much stricter my grandfather is compared to my wretched brother. School is rather relaxing, isn't it?" Bella regarded Rodolphus thoughtfully. "Do you not wish to spend Christmas at school with me?" "Of course, I would be willing." Miss Bella. Rodolphus felt his cheeks flush as he tried to divert the conversation to mask his embarrassment. "The Christmas celebrations in the Black family must be livelier than those at my home. Don't mention it. It's always a cacophony of unfamiliar relatives. And being the eldest granddaughter with such an exceptional brother and 2 younger sisters can be quite overwhelming. Do you understand that feeling? The pressure of parents expecting you to become the most outstanding and formidable wizard in the world immediately?" Bella became lost in memories, feeling a mix of distaste and longing. "I imagine that feeling must be quite vexing, even though my family consists solely of my parents and me." Rodolphus recalled his stern father and involuntarily pictured Paul's unpleasant visage, causing him to shudder. Gathering courage, he glanced around and whispered, "Bella, perhaps, when Paul returns, you could ask him if I might move back to my own dormitory? Don't you think this daily routine of memorizing and practicing spells has grown rather monotonous?" "No way." Bella set down her wand and spoon, abandoning her attempt to transfigure the fork into a mouse. With a hint of irritation, she gazed at Rodolphus and declared, "Though Pollux may be rather strict, he is undoubtedly far superior to those inept instructors. At the very least, we have not attended classes for nearly 2 months. Yet our grades and abilities continue to improve, do they not? This clearly indicates that my brother's teaching surpasses that of those teachers. As a member of the esteemed Black family, how could I possibly be as mediocre as those half-blood wizards of Muggle descent?" With that, Bella seized her wand and stood, looking down at Rodolphus. "You must uphold the honor of your surname." Rodolphus felt an unfamiliar sensation, one that could be described as happiness. Of course. Bella, where are you going?" "Wait for me. To the courtyard to practice spells. Hurry up, you lazybones." Seeing Bella's annoyance, Rodolphus hastily hurried after her. Originally, Pollux had no intention of returning home, as Hogwarts offered him an abundance of academic resources. However, while arranging for his family to procure materials for his animagus studies, he received some rather unfortunate news. The well-meaning Tom Riddle had provided him with all the rare materials he needed. Upon reading his grandfather's letter, which mentioned efforts to mend their relationship, Pollux felt a sudden pang of urgency and immediately decided to return home during the Christmas holiday. After alighting from Gibson's carriage, Pollux inquired about the Dark Lord and his grandfather, learning they were in the study. He hastily made his way to the door of the study. "No, young master. The master is receiving guests. Step aside." He barked at the servant blocking the entrance, forcefully pushing the door open to enter. The entrance of Pollux interrupted the delightful conversation between the two. Upon seeing the sudden intruder, Tom offered a sycophantic smile, while Pollux exhibited a rare expression of anger before Pollux, sternly stating, "Pollux, are you unaware that I am entertaining guests? Have you become so thoughtless since your schooling? Grandfather, I have something of great importance to discuss with you." Pollux cast a disdainful glance at Tom. "It's quite all right, Mr. Blake, young sir. I shall not intrude any longer. I will pay my visit another day." With that, Tom politely bowed to both men and exited the study. Once Tom had departed, Pollux felt a surge of discontent at Pollux's reckless demeanor. "What is this? Let us pause for a moment, grandfather. Why are you so courteous to this repugnant scoundrel? Such a person deserves nothing more than to serve as the family's dog. Have I not previously expressed my disdain for his presence in the estate? You too have acknowledged that we are of noble blood." Pollux spoke with an air of arrogance. He certainly had no significant matters at hand, but rather, the sole important issue was to sever the ties between Tom and the Blake family. "You are not mistaken, Pollux," he said, "but the circumstances are different. Just as your performance at school has been commendable, which reflects the power of our lineage, remember, nobility does not grant you the right to be haughty." Pollux felt it necessary to impart a lesson to Pollux, speaking earnestly. "Pollux, our pure bloodline bestows upon us innate nobility, however. Those of lower status would not willingly serve you, would they? Moreover, some of these so-called lowly individuals could amass power or influence that surpasses even that of the Blake family. Yet, a dog remains a dog. With just a modicum of dignity, wealth, and authority, one can compel them to grovel, cannot one?" Pollux noticed that Pollux was attentively listening, his expression contemplative, which pleased him. "I share your disdain for that wretch. Indeed, a loathsome bastard, an apt description. Yet, that scion of the Gunther family has already garnered considerable influence, even clandestinely securing the support of several pureblood families. In such times, the family requires a dog like him, and this is precisely why the family possesses such strength." Pollux remarked earnestly. Pollux found himself at a loss for words. He understood that his grandfather was a master of political maneuvering, without revealing his identity as a time traveler. He knew he could hardly persuade the other party with mere eloquence and wisdom. Realizing the futility of halting the Dark Lord's schemes against their family, and fearing that further discussion would only irritate Pollux, he reluctantly declared, "Even a dog may bite its master. What's more, this mongrel, as my grandfather described, is a robust dog, or perhaps a wolf." Pollux, however, remained unfazed and was rather pleased with Pollus's response, though somewhat naive. It appeared that his grandson was capable of absorbing valuable insights. Rising, he affectionately ruffled Pollus's hair and remarked, "I take great satisfaction in your realization. It indicates that you possess a modicum of cleverness. This strong, fine dog is currently in high demand. You cannot fathom how many envy our family's power. Rather than allowing those individuals to grow accustomed to us and turn against us, wouldn't it be wiser to chain them now? What, do you not trust your grandfather?" "I understand, grandfather. I shall endeavor to exercise restraint." With that, Pollux felt a sense of helplessness, knowing there was little he could do to inform him that in the future, the surname Black would be left with only Sirius. Surely, he would perish before the family could. "Very well, Pollux, you must remember this. While magic is undoubtedly important to a wizard, it is not everything. Do you comprehend?" Seeing Pollux somewhat dejected, Pollux offered consolation. "Now, speak up. What pressing matter occupies your mind? I shall grant you my promise." "I desire a portion of the estate that I can rightfully claim," Pollux contemplated briefly before stating. "Oh." Pollux was surprised by Pollus's request. "Have you not always been engrossed in magic, aspiring to become a wizard as formidable as Dumbledore? Why this sudden interest in material matters? Are you short on funds? Enough. You will take charge in due time." Without awaiting Pollus's response, he approached the writing desk, retrieving parchment and several contracts, writing as he spoke. "Here. I shall provide you with these. Your great-aunt will assist you. If you need anything, seek her out. He was somewhat taken aback by his grandson's request, yet he wholeheartedly supported it. After all, this grandson was the future of their family. If he possessed talents in political strategy akin to his magical abilities, it would be even more advantageous. A tavern, 3 shops, and over a dozen properties, nearly 1/10 of the ownership in Hogsmeade was entrusted to Pollux. Upon exiting the study, Pollux' lecture and demeanor had awakened Pollux to the sobering realization that he could not significantly impede the rise of the Dark Lord. Indeed, he was still far too weak. Simultaneously, he became acutely aware of the folly in offending a dark sorcerer far superior to oneself. The Dark Lord was not akin to Albus Dumbledore, who would engage in reasoned discourse. In his previous life, the turmoil he caused led to the sorrow of parents burying their child, instilling within him a profound appreciation for his family in this life. Over the span of 11 years, he had fully integrated into the wizarding world and the Black family, rendering him incapable of standing idly by as his family faced destruction. Even with foreknowledge of the future, detachment was not an option. Nor could he seek refuge under Albus Dumbledore's protective wing. The family had unwittingly become entwined with the Dark Lord's machinations. The chariot of the Dark Lord was now beyond his ability to halt. For the first time, he felt as though he had traversed time too late. If only he had arrived 2 decades earlier. His sole ambition now was to safeguard his family amidst an inevitable war of failure. His yearning for power intensified, and he contemplated establishing a faction of his own. He aspired to evade the scrutiny of the Ministry of Magic, much like the future Malfoy family. Before he could entertain the notion of intervening in family matters, he sought to seize control of the family to amass greater wealth and influence. Gripping the contract tightly in his hand, he sought out Cassiopeia, his great-aunt, the custodian of the family's vast fortune. However, as the Christmas holiday drew to a close, reality doused Pollux with a harsh reminder. Not everyone possessed the formidable magical prowess of Tom Riddle, who was adept at manipulation and wielding power. At least, he, Pollux, could not. 2 weeks were scarcely a long duration, and as he shadowed Pollux and Cassiopeia, he became acutely aware that he lacked his grandfather's cunning in political maneuvering and his great-aunt's instinct for wealth. Pollux's comprehension of power and wealth is akin to that of a mere brigand. Intimidation and plunder constitute his sole reliable concepts. However, this reaction is not entirely unwarranted. Had he excelled in such endeavors, he would not have met a dire fate in his previous life. During the Pollux period, he received counsel, emphasizing that no individual can master everything. One merely needs to possess formidable strength to naturally unite an entire family and command a multitude of loyal servants. He was advised to diligently focus on his areas of expertise and persist in his pursuits. A powerful wizard could indeed lead his family towards greatness. Yet, upon reflection, Pollux felt an immense pressure. Could he truly safeguard his family from the Dark Lord or the Ministry of Magic after the latter's downfall in 17 years? Or perhaps even sooner? The more he delved into the intricacies of magic, the more he realized the daunting challenge of becoming a formidable sorcerer. While he currently surpassed many of his peers, and even some adult wizards, the chasm between him and Albus, not to mention the present Dark Lord, was insurmountable. Especially when he had merely a decade or less to close that gap. The recollection of Harry Potter's second defeat of the Dark Lord seemed utterly absurd to him. The first victory could be attributed to the love of his parents, which rebounded the curse. While he remained uncertain about how the Dark Lord was ultimately vanquished, he could not fathom a mere child triumphing over Tom Riddle, particularly after having witnessed the Dark Lord firsthand. He felt compelled to utter to Harry, "By what right? You must be extraordinarily fortunate. Despite lacking such advantages, was it not worth the struggle?" A person ill-versed in the arts of power and intrigue, seeking to contend with the astute and terrifying Dark Lord, while bearing the weight of family responsibilities, what grounds did he have? By his own strength? Or by his intellect? He doubted his ability to succeed through cunning alone, and should he attempt it, the only sliver of foresight he possessed might be irrevocably altered. Thus, he was left with only the option of strength. After entrusting his enterprises to the care of his aunt and mother, he relinquished the notion of engaging in a battle of wits with the Dark Lord. With a heavy heart, Pollux returned to Hogwarts after the Christmas festivities. Pollux returned to school. As the days passed, he engaged in increasingly frenzied training while also leveraging his family's background and the substantial wealth of galleons at his disposal to support Bella in establishing the Slytherin Dueling Club as its president. This club emerged as a serendipitous creation. While Pollux was fervently honing his skills, he became acutely aware of the deteriorating mental states of the two youngsters. Realizing that they were, after all, still children, Such an insular method of training might be bearable for him, but not for them. Bella, raised under the stringent demands of her family, fared somewhat better, though she had grown somewhat sullen and lost her former vivacity. Her increasing prowess still allowed glimpses of her smile. In contrast, Rodolphus fared far worse. The relentless intensity of his lifestyle, coupled with his constant proximity to Pollux, led him to suffer frequent nightmares, often waking in the dead of night, convulsing and shouting, with the situation growing increasingly dire. The boy was on the brink of madness. In an effort to alleviate their psychological burdens, and perhaps to cultivate a few young sorcerers for himself, the Slytherin Dueling Club was conceived. The two took this venture to heart, especially Rodolphus, who cherished the time spent away from Pollux. Employing various strategies to endear Bella and ensure they remained together in the club. Before long, the club flourished under their dedicated stewardship. As for the rule prohibiting interior duels, instituted by Pollux, Bella cleverly designated the club's weekend activities at the nearby Black Manor, conveniently unconcerned with transportation logistics. In a bid to divert attention from the club's infamous founder, the notorious Pollux, Rodolphus even invested his own galleons to establish an enticing reward system, aiming to expand the club's influence. The busier the club became, the less time he had to spend with Pollux. By implementing a points and ranking system, he incentivized participants to vie for substantial prizes, simultaneously attracting high-quality members. The club, incurring nearly 600 galleons weekly, surged in popularity, compelling Rodolphus to confer with Bella about capping membership and establishing expulsion policies for those ranking lower. With a natural flair for management, he thrived, while the determined Bella continued to bolster her strength and reputation through a series of victories. In just 2 short months, their efforts bore remarkable fruit. Pollux observed the bustling activity of the club, satisfied with the performance of both individuals. Though the club's strength remained rather feeble, it marked a commendable beginning. In the days that followed, apart from diligently overseeing their studies, Pollux devoted his entire focus to his animagus transformation. He primarily referenced the detailed methodology outlined in Ravenclaw's treatise on animal transformation, which, albeit perilous, meticulously elucidated the significance of each step involved. For the practical implementation, he adhered to the animagus instructions provided by Albus, as they offered a safer alternative. With the synergy of both texts and relentless practice, Pollux, by mid-June, at the conclusion of the first year, finally awaited the long-anticipated thunderstorm. Clutching his meticulously prepared crystal vial, he stood quietly on the open field, rain pouring down. Under the anxious gazes of Bella, Rodolphus, and Luke, the curfew had long passed, and yet, the moment had yet to arrive. Rodolphus, shivering in the downpour, quietly inquired of Bella, fearful of disturbing Pollux. "Do not speak. Remember, if anything goes awry, Luke will notify Dumbledore, while you and I will ensure Pollux's safety." Bella whispered almost inaudibly, casting a serious glance at Rodolphus and the house elf, signaling them to maintain silence. The reason Pollux hesitates to begin is not due to a lack of proficiency in the animagus transformation, but rather because he is exceedingly skilled at it. Clutched in his hands are not 1, but 2 vials of animagus potions. He is torn, deliberating over which vial to choose. One vial contains a blood-red potion, a quintessentially standardized animagus brew that requires merely to be consumed during a lightning strike while reciting an incantation to achieve transformation. The other vial, however, is a dark crimson concoction, a potion he meticulously crafted by synthesizing knowledge from 2 tomes. To him, it embodies the essence of the original animagus transformation potion. He has discerned that the peril inherent in animal transformations, as opposed to the animagus transition, stems from the inadequately enhanced protective measures for the soul. The literature on animal transformation explicitly states that the safeguard exists because no wizard can endure the agony inflicted by a soul's metamorphosis. Should this protection falter, or the process veer off course, the repercussions could be dire, resulting in the wizard irrevocably becoming an animal, a permanent and genuine transformation. The literature emphasizes the critical importance of this safeguard. Yet, Pollux, who has honed his mental fortitude through the use of the Cruciatus Curse, is intrigued by the challenge. He does not fear pain. Rather, he is spurred by curiosity about the consequences if not only the body but the soul undergoes transformation. That dark crimson potion is the manifestation of his inquisitiveness, an animagus potion capable of altering both body and soul. Given that the animagus transformation is a singular rite, there is no opportunity for a second attempt. Faced with such a dilemma, he finds himself in a profound state of indecision. Should he take a gamble or opt for caution? After a prolonged internal struggle, Pollux remains conflicted. time is not on his side for further research, especially concerning the intricacies of such an advanced and complex ritual as the animagus transformation. To gain a comprehensive understanding, even with the aid of animal transformation, would demand an astronomical amount of time. He lacks the luxury to ascertain the repercussions of consuming this potion. No one is willing to risk their life. Yet the allure of potential power is compelling. With uncertainty looming, he resolves to take a chance. Only by acquiring strength can he safeguard everything he holds dear. Pollux bellowed in Chinese, "Life and death are fated. Wealth and nobility lie in the hands of heaven." Amidst the astonished gazes of the two and their pet house elf, he audibly uttered an incomprehensible incantation, swiftly consuming the potion in his grasp. Lacking the familiar incantations of Amato, Onimo, Animato, and Animagus, he realized, without pointing his wand at himself, that he had ventured too far after drinking the modified potion. The agony of soul transformation was merely the precursor to a torment that far surpassed the most intense cruciatus curse he had ever endured. He had somewhat overestimated his own capabilities. The overwhelming pain nearly shattered Pollus's consciousness in an instant. Yet, with profound mastery over the cruciatus curse, he quickly regained his composure. He understood that in this relentless tearing of his soul, should he fail to maintain his awareness, the inevitable outcome would be the disintegration of his consciousness, rendering him a mere fool upon awakening, much like those who had previously suffered under the cruciatus curse. Moreover, this torment was not inflicted by the cruciatus curse, but rather by the soul transformation itself. The sheer intensity of the pain, exceeding even that of the cruciatus curse, made it clear to him that succumbing to this agony would render him fortunate merely to emerge as a simpleton. Fortunately, his rigorous training with the cruciatus curse had endowed him with a modicum of resilience. After years of accumulation, Pollux had grown accustomed to suffering. Enduring the tremendous pain of soul transformation, he envisioned himself as a stone, steadfastly resisting the relentless waves of torment that assailed him. Amidst the ceaseless onslaughts, he persevered with unwavering determination. Paul has remarkably endured. He has withstood it. Time seems to stretch into eternity. At last, the sea has regained its tranquility, and the stone remains steadfast. Having seemingly faced death once more, he has finally completed the transformation into an animagus. Subsequently, he relaxed and succumbed to unconsciousness. Has he succeeded? The animagus ritual does not appear to unfold this way. Rodolphus gazed at Paul, who was gradually morphing into a black viper. Lying motionless on the ground after completing his transformation, struck dumb by the prolonged silence. "Look," informed Dumbledore. Bella shouted anxiously as she rushed to Paul's side. She looked at the immobile serpent and the two crystal vials that lay scattered on the ground, one filled with a blood-red potion, the other empty. Her heart felt as if struck by lightning. The peculiar ritual and the surplus potion seemed to unveil a dreadful realization. Kneeling on the ground, trembling, she cradled what appeared to be the lifeless Paul, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. "Paul, what is wrong with you? Why must you always be like this? Don't die. Brother, please wake up." Sensing Paul's utter lack of breath, Bella's mind plunged into a void. Uncertain if it was rain or tears that blurred her vision, she sat quietly in the downpour, as if the entire world had frozen, losing its color. Rodolphus, too, was left in disbelief. He could scarcely comprehend that the formidable figure he knew had perished. Watching Bella, he yearned to offer words of solace, yet found himself unable to move. The rain fell harder, accompanied by flashes of lightning. In a sudden burst of white light, Albus appeared, tugged anxiously by Lucas' ropes. He had initially been enjoying red tea and pastries, but upon hearing the frantic plea from Paul's house elf, he hastened to this location. Albus was more astounded than anyone at the unexpected turn in Paul's animagus transformation. Having been the headmaster, he had been vigilantly monitoring this perilous magic. Although he had often been dissatisfied with Paul's behavior, he nonetheless regarded him as a student. Throughout the entire training process, he had provided frequent guidance. And as a nearly omniscient wizard, he understood that Paul had no issue with becoming an animagus, even as a first-year student, disregarding the torrential rain that drenched him. Albus solemnly examined Paul and turned to the weeping Bella. "He is not dead, but it is dire. Headmaster Dumbledore, I implore you." Please, Bella grasped at Albus's words, clinging to hope as if it were a lifeline. "Trust me, Miss Black," Albus replied, unable to bear the sight of Bella's tear-filled eyes. He picked up the empty potion vial from the ground, took hold of the now black viper, which was as thick as his forearm, and said sternly to Rodolphus and Luke, "Mr. Lestrange, I need you to take good care of Miss Black. This little elf. I hope you can notify Pollux Black." After handing Pollux over to the professor in the infirmary, Dumbledore returned to his office with a grave expression following a thorough examination. This peculiar and headstrong child had landed himself in considerable trouble. Under the guardianship of himself and Hogwarts, such a severe magical incident had occurred, particularly involving a child from the powerful Black family. The days that followed were arduous for Albus and Hogwarts until, a week later, he received an unexpected piece of news. To Paul's astonishment, he awakened from his slumber. In his state of unconsciousness, he remained oblivious to the dreadful and foolish actions he had undertaken, which had adversely affected many. After being taken to the school infirmary, he slept for an entire week. Upon opening his eyes and sticking out his tongue, he realized he had seemingly arrived in an entirely unfamiliar place. Bella? Rodolphus? Paul called out cautiously. Albus, standing nearby, listened with a complex expression as Paul spoke in Parseltongue. Perplexed by the serpent coiled upon the bed. Paul Black? Who are you? He inquired. Albus Dumbledore, came the response. Upon discerning that the crimson creature before him was indeed a person, he scrutinized it closely, finding it bore a striking resemblance to his own headmaster. Headmaster Dumbledore, what has happened to you? You have transformed into a snake. Do you remember everything? Albus remarked, seemingly perturbed. It appears the animagus transformation has succeeded. I certainly remember everything. It feels rather agreeable. Succeeded? Albus's tone took on a hint of ire. No. You foolishly altered the process. You have failed. Soon, you will truly become a snake. Failed? How can that be? Paul retorted. Indeed. If you doubt it, try transforming back into a human. Why would you engage in such a foolish act? You have harmed all those who care for you. Albus sternly conveyed the gravity of the situation to Paul. You are now a blood-cursed beast. Pollux was undoubtedly aware of the existence of blood-cursed orcs, and he was profoundly astonished. How could this be possible? The blood-cursed orc is a complete animagus. How could someone who has perused so many tomes remain ignorant of such a fact? Yet, it is understandable. For someone of your ilk is unlikely to fathom the intricacies of medical literature. Albus began to elucidate the origins of the blood-cursed orc. In ancient times, this magic was merely a curse, the most malevolent of curses, a sinister ritual designed to transform one's enemies into beasts. The soul and body are inherently one, and no one can endure the agony inflicted by the transformation of the soul. Without exception, the consciousness is obliterated during the metamorphosis, rendering the individual utterly beastly. However, some wizards inadvertently discovered that by deconstructing this curse, the physical transformation process, though perilous, need not be fatal. This revelation became a shortcut to mastering the profound art of animal transformation, gradually evolving into what we now recognize as animagus. Many wizards, in their pursuit of understanding the secrets of animal transformation, attempted this method. Only a scant few succeeded, while the majority succumbed to becoming beasts. The transformation born from the curse was, at its core, merely a curse, and this perilous magic eventually became a forbidden art among wizards. It was not until Lady Rowena Ravenclaw achieved a groundbreaking advancement, successfully decelerating the rate of beastification following a failed transformation, that the practice of animagus became widespread. Those who failed in their attempts became blood-cursed orcs. Over the millennia, through continuous refinement, it has become possible for wizards to engage in this practice without the risk of their souls being tainted. Consequently, blood-cursed orcs have gradually faded from memory. The existing blood-cursed orcs are solely the result of hereditary factors, having been born with their souls corrupted. Do you comprehend now? Your arrogant demeanor has stripped away millennia of wisdom. You have now irrevocably transformed into a serpent. Although I cannot fathom why you still retain your consciousness. The essence of the serpent will gradually erode your reason. And what if one were to revert to human form? Pollux reminisced about the agony, furrowing his brow as he endeavored to revert to his human form. The pain was excruciating, yet it should not pose an insurmountable issue. My animagus transformation has been successful. Professor Dumbledore, can I revert? Yes, but it is rather challenging. I believe I shall require some time. Dumbledore slightly knitted his brows, recalling the 2 vials of potion that had been beside Pollux at that moment. As a master of transfiguration, he understood the torment involved in the transformation of the soul, which is why he had declared that Pollux's failed animagus transformation had led to his demise. The Pollux before him was akin to a phoenix risen from the ashes. His feelings were tumultuous. He had already informed everyone of Pollux's death. The thought that Pollux might have never truly died struck him. The boy possessed the fortitude to endure such suffering, and Dumbledore realized he had merely succumbed to an instinctual judgment of the other's demise. He was uncertain whether to feel anger or joy. Take your time. I will notify your family. Family? Blood curse or not? I do not believe you will manage to revert. I regret to inform you that I have already conveyed this unfortunate news to everyone. A week has passed. Dumbledore said with a hint of remorse. What? Bella, mother, grandfather, how are they? Aside from being somewhat emotionally stirred, they are not in dire straits. I believe they will be delighted to learn that you are alive, Dumbledore replied sincerely, concealing the fact that the grave had already been prepared. I am truly sorry, Mr. Black. This was my oversight. Pollux glanced at Albus, feeling a surge of frustration towards the elderly figure, yet found no justifiable reason for it. This is not your fault. Headmaster Dumbledore. It is I who have been reckless. May I meet them? Or perhaps it is best to refrain. You are currently a serpent. And the intricacies of Parseltongue can be quite perplexing. Once you regain some semblance of your former self, we shall arrange for your family to visit. This is troublesome. Focus on your recovery. After Albus departed, Pollux settled quietly on his bed, contemplating the turmoil he had inflicted upon his family, and could not help but feel a twinge of regret for his actions. He also experienced a pang of apprehension, realizing that he may have indeed acted with undue haste. Nevertheless, he had achieved remarkable progress. Following the transformation of his soul, Pollux had experienced a substantial enhancement in his mental acuity and magical prowess. His mastery of the Cruciatus Curse had reached astonishing heights. The greater the pain endured, the greater the growth attained. Now, Pollux had fully acquired the capabilities of an adult wizard, possessing power even without resorting to the Cruciatus Curse. He had also mastered the complete version of the serpent transformation. Although he had yet to discern any significant differences from the ordinary animagus transformation. In early July of 1964, adorned with scales and a sleek black serpent tail, he became the last student to leave Hogwarts for home, having opted out of the final examinations. Under the reproaches and concerns of his family, Pollux returned to the Black Manor. His grandfather and grandaunt expressed an unprecedented severity in their admonitions and warnings. His parents, with trembling hands, caressed their son's peculiar form. His uncles and aunts extended their solicitous greetings. His sister delivered a stinging slap, accompanied by tears of anger. His two younger sisters, with tear-filled eyes, clutched his hands tightly. He found himself compelled to vow never to engage in any perilous actions again. 12 years after his arrival in the world of wizards, Pollux finally smiled for the first time, truly feeling that he was not alone in this realm. Significant events in life can swiftly bridge the gap between individuals. A poignant separation between life and death undoubtedly falls into this category. Pollux discovered that, apart from power, he genuinely relished the experience of bonding with his family and the wizarding world. This sentiment was not merely a result of his past life as societal experiences or the ties of blood forged in his rebirth. He truly felt that they were his family. Aside from the graveyard owner, who may have lost a significant client, September 1st, 1964, seemed to herald a cyclical return. Once more, at the entrance of Black Manor, it was the day of Hogwarts commencement, and once again, it was Pollux, Bella, and the Dark Lord. The only difference was the addition of his sister Andromeda Black and his sister Shadow, Rodolphus. Moreover, Gibson's carriage was punctual this time. Mr. Tom, there is still room in the carriage. Please, do not let our guest walk. Suppressing his own arrogance, Pollux extended a somewhat courteous invitation to the Dark Lord. During this holiday, while diligently mastering his animagus form, he also encountered the terrifying essence of the future Dark Lord through their interactions. Despite being a figure of considerable stature within the wizarding realm, he was paradoxically humble, cunning, and unabashedly secretive, preferring to lurk in the shadows. Even though he harbored 1,000 unwilling thoughts, he matured enough to deviate from his usual demeanor, acknowledging faults, offering apologies, and seeking reconciliation. He did not wish to meet his end through a lethal curse from the Dark Lord in a few years, as his relationship with the Buddha was far from amicable. After a year, the outward semblance of Pollus's relationship with the Dark Lord appeared relatively amicable. Much like a rival concealing deep-seated hatred, he too learned the art of concealment. Thank you for your kind offer, young Mr. Black, but I do not favor carriages. Unlike a year prior, the Dark Lord now subtly declined the invitation, having no need to ensnare the Black family through a few children. What a pity. We shall take our leave then. Pollux flicked out a scarlet serpentine tongue to taste the air. Take care, and see you at Christmas. After exchanging farewells, the carriage departed from Black Manor. Indeed, quite an impressive little imp, Tom remarked with a hint of a knowing smile. I say, brother, can you retract that tongue of yours? It's rather off-putting. Bella glared at Pollux, who was playfully extending his tongue. That would not be possible. This tongue can sometimes be more useful than the eyes. And these fangs. He was quite pleased with his tongue that could perceive scents, glancing at Bella with a sudden impulse for mischief. The mouth of Pollux gaped open to an astonishing extent, resembling a venomous serpent as it revealed two fangs glistening with a green luminescence. He swayed before Bella, whose face had turned somewhat pale, and then struck a pose, flaunting his appearance before the trio. Bella, how do you find my look? It's rather grotesque, evoking a sense of revulsion, which aligns perfectly with your character. Enough. Do not frighten my sister. Sister, I am not afraid. Although he is intimidating, he is my brother. Pay no heed to him. Allow me to share some tales about the school. This gentleman is the vice president of my club, Rodolphus Lestrange. Mrs. Black is honored. Pollux awkwardly scratched his head. He felt quite satisfied with his current form, possessing two sensory systems akin to those of a human viper, along with deadly fangs and a resilient, yet supple spine. Though his mouth seemed to have enlarged and he had developed a habit of flicking his tongue, was he not powerful? Closing his eyes, he slowly began the agonizing transformation of his soul. Unlike the traditional animagus, this process would enable the wizard to master the art of transformation into an animal more thoroughly. But only if one could endure the immense pain. The accompanying agony was evidently of little concern to Pollux. In fact, he was quite pleased. He could now train his mental prowess anytime and anywhere, as soul transformation was far more convenient than the Cruciatus curse, offering no troublesome repercussions. And its effects were currently superior. The carriage, carrying the three of them along with Pollux, who was engrossed in his animal transformation practice, arrived at Hogwarts. Unlike their previous visit, this time the carriage specifically followed the Hogwarts vehicles to the school. After 2 months apart, as soon as they disembarked, the young wizards eagerly greeted one another, boasting about their vibrant holiday experiences, and flocked towards the castle. Upon regaining her senses after the enchanting journey that required no horses, Andromeda felt a sense of solitude around her, enviously observing her future classmates who were chattering and laughing in groups. Sister, the school is truly lively. But I feel they may not like us. Pureblood wizards are so elegant. How could they behave like those raucous individuals? Andromeda, I will take you to meet the members of our Slytherin dueling club. Is it your club, sister? How impressive. Andromeda expressed her anticipation. Indeed. Look at those few wearing the same attire and badge as me. They are members of my club. Bella arrogantly surveyed the other students from different houses, who were laughing and conversing. Long time no see, everyone. This is my sister, Andromeda Black. Hello. You may call me Andromeda. Miss Andromeda, greetings. It has been a while. President Black, President Lestrange, Mr. Black. The group warmly greeted Andromeda, but upon seeing Pollux, they instantly appeared as if confronted with something terrifying, their speech faltering as they cautiously feared making a misstep. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Bella turned and rolled her eyes at the culprit, Pollux, simultaneously realizing that her brother, whom she had grown accustomed to, was indeed quite intimidating, clad in a long black robe with a pallid complexion devoid of any color, occasionally flicking his tongue like a serpent. Allow me to introduce you. Andromeda will be our new member. Really? Wasn't it said that membership begins after enrollment? Isn't it school time now? Right, Bella? Look at this badge. It is the same as yours and our sisters. You must know that this badge now symbolizes the most outstanding students of Slytherin. Rodolphus hastily alleviated the somewhat awkward atmosphere by presenting the badge to the exhilarated Andromeda, while whispering in a tremulous tone into Pollus's ear. Pollux, I apologize. I forgot to mention that after the incident at the end of last semester, everyone has formed a rather unfavorable impression of you, and your current appearance does not help. Pollux, understanding the implication, was instructed to accompany Andromeda and Bella to await the arrival of the first-year students, ignoring the few Slytherins. He adorned the excited Andromeda with the badge and turned to enter Hogwarts Castle. As he walked, the reactions from his classmates made Pollux realize that Rodolphus's earlier words had been rather understated. Nearly 2 months had passed. Last year he was merely unpopular, and now he had become an object of fear among his peers. Fortunately, Pollux was unconcerned by such matters. His focus lay on power and family. After enduring the tedium of the sorting ceremony, he returned to the common room. Once Bella departed with a particularly jubilant Andromeda, and all the other students retired to their dormitories, Pollux eagerly began the painful process of transformation while inquiring of Rodolphus. Are you aware of a ghost named Myrtle? Where can I find her? Through his unique animagus form. Pollux had adeptly mastered Parseltongue and immediately contemplated the idea of the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets. Although the chamber in the film contained nothing but the basilisk, Pollux believed that a wizard of such monumental stature would have left something behind for his descendants. After all, his own animagus form was discovered in the room of requirement. It should be in the girls' lavatory on the 3rd floor, Pollux. Why do you ask? Rodolphus questioned, a hint of confusion in his voice, then recalling Pollus's typically disturbing antics. He felt a tremor of apprehension. However, as Pollus's only roommate and friend, and for Bella's sake, Rodolphus felt compelled to offer some counsel, albeit with little hope of its efficacy. Pollux, at this hour, you aren't planning to seek out a ghost, are you? If you truly need assistance, we could go to Hogsmeade or Diagon Alley. After all, the professors hardly monitor us. Rodolphus, noticing the icy gaze of Pollus's yellow eyes fixed upon him, swallowed nervously. He had not anticipated that this fearsome individual would possess such peculiar tastes. After transforming into a viper's head, Pollux, in pain, raspingly uttered, "Hiss. This matter must remain, hiss, unknown to others, hiss, including Bella, Andromeda, hiss." He struggled to fully acclimate to the immense agony that the transformation had inflicted upon him, causing his voice to waver uncontrollably, particularly during such a swift metamorphosis. I will not, speak of it." Rodolphus, lowering his gaze, felt intimidated by Pollus's cold stare and the sight of his 2 enormous fangs. "Hiss, do not be afraid, hiss, I may not return today, I will inform Bella that you have been practicing transformations in the dormitory, as usual." Once acclimated, Pollus's voice returned to normal. "Are you not curious?" "That, Bella is unaware." "I too do not wish to know." Pollux increasingly admired Rodolphus, gently patting his trembling shoulder. "I am profoundly grateful for your care of Bella during the last incident with the animagus. This time, I do not wish to conceal anything from you. I simply want to spare Bella any undue worry. There is no need for thanks, but it is rather late, and one could easily be caught." Upon witnessing Pollus's glistening fangs, Rodolphus felt an even greater sense of trepidation. "What is it that you require of me? I only need you to keep this confidential. Now, return. I have faith in you." Upon hearing this, Rodolphus felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had never been fond of ghosts. Watching his companion turn and exit the common room, he promptly retreated to his dormitory. The current guardian was far from the muggles depicted in films. Relying on his keen sense of smell, Pollux cautiously evaded the guardian and successfully reached the exterior of the girls' lavatory on the 3rd floor. Hearing the sound of moaning Myrtle's sobs from within, he hesitated, gripping his wand tightly, and pushed open the door. Soul extraction. He cast the soul-sucking curse, seizing Myrtle before she could utter a scream. Pollux coldly regarded the terrified specter and said, "I apologize, madam." He raised his wand, infusing it with a trace of the heart-rending curse's magic, and slowly gestured before Myrtle, subsequently releasing her from her bindings. "Do not make a sound. I wish for no one to know I have been here. Understand?" Myrtle, tearful and terrified, nodded in acknowledgement, too frightened to utter a single sound, curling up in the corner, trembling and hugging her legs. With her response, Pollux began to search for the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. As he scanned the room, the half-human, half-serpent demon elicited a chilling hiss, causing Myrtle's eyes to widen in fear. Soon, a gaping hole appeared in the lavatory sink, and the demon's figure vanished. Perhaps it was the serpentine aspect of his head that made Pollux feel at ease in the dank, shadowy environment. He traversed through a series of towering stone columns, each entwined with serpents, and, with his eyes closed, he squatted in the center of the chamber, gently tapping the ground with his wand. Utilizing vibrations and scents, he relied on his serpentine senses to meticulously perceive the entirety of the chamber. Feeling the emptiness of the chamber, aside from the stone columns, the basilisk, and a dilapidated statue, a sense of disappointment welled up within Pollux. This chamber was barren except for a solitary basilisk. Was it merely a serpent's den? Had Salazar Slytherin gone to such great lengths to construct a snake's lair? Or had Tom Riddle and his predecessors already cleared it out? Yet, could it be possible that the 1,000-year-old basilisk itself constituted the legacy? With a sense of curiosity, Pollux resolved to seek an audience with the basilisk. Pollux harbors no fear of the serpent beast, for he is unencumbered by the need for sight. The most formidable and perilous attribute of the creature lies in its ability to petrify with its gaze. Devoid of this power, the serpent becomes merely a robust and colossal beast. Armed with the capability to wield the heart-piercing spell, he now possesses unwavering confidence in confronting the serpent. "Hiss, reveal yourself." Pollux, nonetheless, resolved to give it a try, calling out in Parseltongue. After a brief pause, the slumbering serpent creature behind the statue was roused by Pollus's voice. It slowly made its way to the hall, coiling its formidable length of several meters, and coldly regarded the one who had awakened it. To his astonishment, someone had indeed ventured here, and not merely one of my descendants, but an intriguing young spirit. Who might you be? The serpent creature, surprisingly articulate, spoke in a frail and hoarse tone. Descendant? Salazar Slytherin. Still alive, Pollux exclaimed in shock. Even more astounded than when he encountered Tom Riddle in the Chamber of Secrets, Pollux gazed at the serpent creature with astonishment and excitement, marveling at the undeniable presence of a rare treasure. Are you truly Salazar Slytherin? He inquired. Salazar has long since perished, yet you may indeed address me as such. I am the consciousness left behind as a legacy of Salazar. The serpent appeared quite fatigued and took a considerable time before continuing. None of this is of consequence. How is it that you, lacking my bloodline, have found your way here? I am Pollux Black. A mere happenstance brought me to this place, my Lord Slytherin. Pollux gestured towards his serpent-headed staff and began to weave an elaborate tale to Salazar about how he had inadvertently arrived here after acquiring the gift of Parseltongue. Salazar chuckled. Who would wander into the women's restroom in the dead of night without a purpose? Tired of the boy's fabrications, he interrupted the lying Pollux. Enough. You scion of the Black family, you are here for the legacy of Slytherin, are you not? Indeed, my Lord Slytherin. Pollux suppressed his excitement and reverently replied. You are not of my bloodline. You cannot inherit my legacy. Salazar's words fell upon Pollux like a bucket of cold water. What? Pollux exclaimed. But immediately after, Salazar spoke with a tone laced with temptation. Young one, I offer you an opportunity. Pledge an unbreakable oath. Promise me that within 12 years, you will bring a descendant of mine, a Parselmouth, to this place, and I shall grant you my entire legacy. Upon finishing, Salazar gazed intently at Pollux, acutely aware of the boy's yearning for the Slytherin heritage, confident that the boy would not refuse. Bring one of your descendants here? There's no. Just as Pollux was about to agree, he froze, suddenly recalling that the only suitable candidate was Tom Riddle, which caused his expression to shift to one of distress. I'm afraid, my Lord Slytherin, I cannot comply. Could we perhaps negotiate different terms? Impossible. Young one, do not bargain. This is my legacy, that of Salazar Slytherin. I have granted you 12 years. This is not an insurmountable task. Salazar, taken aback by the rejection, felt a flicker of anger. He did not perceive this as a difficult endeavor, suspecting Pollux was attempting to haggle. He coldly remarked, You may think this is a negotiation. Sensing the shift in Salazar's tone, Pollux helplessly explained, Esteemed Lord Slytherin, I mean no offense. I certainly desire your legacy, or else I would not have come here. However, my relationship with your only existing descendant is quite poor. I doubt he would aid me. Indeed, finding a Slytherin bloodline within 12 years would not be particularly challenging. Even with a strained relationship, one could easily deceive to obtain Slytherin's legacy. Yet, the sole bloodline in question belonged to the Dark Lord. It was a jest to think the Dark Lord would assist him in acquiring a legacy. He feared that upon hearing the mention of the chamber, the Dark Lord would promptly eliminate him. With his eyes closed, Pollux was oblivious to Salazar's expression, sensing the silence that suggested Salazar was reluctant to continue the conversation. Pollux concluded that he had been rejected. The feeling of yearning for something so near yet utterly unattainable was profoundly disheartening. Pollux sighed, shaking his head as he turned to leave. It seemed unwise to harbor such grand expectations for the chamber. With a courteous bow, he expressed, I apologize for the intrusion. My Lord Slytherin, the sole descendant. Wait, young one. As Pollux prepared to depart, Salazar snapped back to reality, his voice tinged with a quiver of disbelief. He called out to the departing Pollux, Young one, open your eyes. Look at me. My lord, you are possessed by the basilisk. Initially, Pollux had hoped for a change in fortune upon hearing Salazar's call, but the command to open his eyes left him momentarily stunned. A pang of apprehension surged within Paul. For those were the eyes of a serpent creature. He had not anticipated that Salazar, one of the founders of Hogwarts, would be so petty. He gripped his wand more firmly in a defensive posture. I shall not harm you, but if you wish to inherit my legacy, you must open your eyes. Pollux hesitated, uncertain of Salazar's intentions, yet the deep-seated yearning for power compelled him to take a gamble. Cautiously, he slowly opened his eyes, sensing that he had not been petrified. With a mixture of doubt and reverence, he gazed at Salazar. Observing Pollux gradually awakening, Salazar had already come to terms with the reality before him. To confront the basilisk and entrust one's life into Salazar's hands, he admired Pollux's courage and believed that this young boy would not deceive him. However, he still clung to a flicker of hope and inquired, I wish to ascertain one matter. Speak, My Lord Slytherin. Is my only remaining descendant Tom Riddle? Indeed. As far as I am aware, he is the sole survivor. A spark of fury ignited in Salazar's gaze, his tone laced with a hint of madness. I cannot believe it. I cannot fathom it. A millennium. A millennium. Salazar Slytherin's legacy, utterly obliterated by his own progeny. Pollux discerned the fury within Salazar and cautiously ventured. Tom Riddle? Do you share a vendetta against him as well? That wretched little imp. I intended to bequeath my legacy to you. Yet I find myself unable to do so in its entirety due to that despicable fiend, Salazar recounted, sinking into a dismal reverie. He exploited our bloodline to uncover the chamber and seize my inheritance. However, that vile creature returned to the chamber 8 years ago, obliterating my Horcrux and seeking to eliminate his ancestors and mentors. The destruction of my Horcrux meant that, before my consciousness faded, I possessed the basilisk. Yet merely relying on it, even in slumber, grants me only 20 years. I have harbored a flicker of hatred and hope while I waited. 8 years later, I found you. I had believed you would bring about a turning point, only to discover that my bloodline has been reduced to that abhorrent creature. As Salazar continued his tale, a sense of calm washed over him, culminating in a heavy sigh. Is it possible to resurrect without a Horcrux? Relying solely on the bloodline of my descendants? Pollux inquired, astonished. I am Salazar Slytherin. Yet now, I merely await my demise, he lamented. Pollux sensed an opportunity to inherit power, perhaps from Tom. The audacious wretch even dared to call himself a descendant of Slytherin, manipulating other pureblood families, including the Blacks. Under such a banner, I have always found that wretched creature repulsive, but I never imagined he could be so deranged as to destroy Lord Slytherin's Horcrux. Young one. There is no need to flatter me with such words, he said. I am well aware of that fellow's ambition. The Horcrux is destroyed. The bloodline severed. Salazar, who has lived for 1,000 years, has accepted death, he stated quietly, gazing at Pollux. You are my last student, Salazar. By a twist of fate. And indirectly due to the Dark Lord, Pollux unexpectedly gained Salazar's legacy. With the bloodline severed, Salazar realized his existence had become redundant. He conceded to Pollux's request. Aware that his time was limited. I can endure for another 12 years, but if I fall into slumber, a year will only equate to a day. I can guide you for 12 days. Contemplate the magic you desire most. When you are ready, awaken me. Only 12 days. Headmaster Slytherin. Let us commence at once. After hearing Salazar's words, Pollux resolved not to squander a moment. After a moment of calm reflection, he realized that 12 days would hardly suffice to acquire the entirety of the inheritance. Thus, what he most urgently needed was a strategy to contend with Tom Riddle. Tom Riddle's ascent to becoming the Dark Lord and his rivalry with Albus Dumbledore did not stem from inherent magical prowess, but from his immortality. In a direct confrontation with Albus, he was still a century too early. A fleeting thought brought forth an answer, the Horcrux. And the method by which you enable your descendants to inherit your soul. Young one, I did not expect you to share the same obsession with the path of immortality as that despicable fellow. A path steeped in malevolence. Salazar expressed his surprise and sought to counsel him. I do not know how much you have grasped, but 12 days may be a stretch. Are you certain you do not wish to choose another path? I understand. Let us begin, Headmaster Slytherin. Paul did not wish to squander any more time. He promptly retrieved a thick notebook from his expansion bag, along with an automatic sketch pen, preparing himself to take notes as he fixated his gaze upon Salazar. Well, it matters not, for my time is limited. Since I have consented, and you insist upon it, listen closely. The concept of Horcruxes is not as intricate and enigmatic as one might presume. Salazar began to expound in detail on the process of soul division, the transfer of souls, the enchanting of objects to house souls, and even methods for soul restoration. Within just a day, he elucidated the entire procedure for creating a Horcrux with remarkable clarity. Is this truly sufficient? It appears rather straightforward. Pollux was somewhat astonished. This legendary soul vessel was surprisingly simple. The rarity of a soul vessel lies not in the method, but in its very creation. Most wizards never manage to forge a soul vessel in their entire lives, or rather, they lack the courage to attempt its creation. Moreover, relying solely on a soul vessel to safeguard one's soul merely ensures immortality, an existence devoid of sensation, stripped of all feeling, reduced to a being known only to oneself. Do you truly consider this to be living? Pollux gazed thoughtfully at Salazar and subsequently inquired, Headmaster Slytherin, how is it that you can still possess the ability to inhabit the basilisk, even in the absence of your Horcruxes? Because I merely utilized the Horcruxes. Remember, a Horcrux is merely a vessel. Any form of magic, even the levitation charm, was once perilously dangerous. Refined through the relentless efforts of countless wizards until it evolved into the safe and practical spells we know today. And this is particularly true for the magic concerning immortality. A Horcrux is but a vile and imperfect creation, drawing inspiration from the despicable heir of Slytherin, combined with my 9 centuries of experience. I researched and invented the blood curse inheritance, leaving a fragment of my consciousness to be passed down to future generations for a millennium. Yet, tragically, it was ultimately destroyed by my own descendants, Salazar lamented. Blood curse inheritance? Blood curse beasts? Pollux inquired, increasingly perplexed. Indeed, blood curse beasts, Salazar continued to elaborate. In my earlier days, I was never fixated on immortality. Compared to Horcruxes, I found the basilisk, invented by heir of Slytherin, far more appealing. My affinity for serpents allowed me to uncover a remarkable breakthrough during the breeding of the basilisk. The notion that a toad could hatch a chicken egg is absurd. Birthing a new life is no simple task, requiring profound magical knowledge and considerable time from a wizard. During the breeding process, as I imprinted my essence upon the basilisk and infused it with my mental energy, I discovered that during the genesis of the basilisk soul, I could impart a fragment of my own soul that had split from me, and astonishingly, this fragment mirrored my own essence. This is not a Horcrux. Although the souls are similar, this portion belongs to the basilisk. It is akin to creating a duplicate. Yet, it is this very fragment of soul that enables the basilisk to be possessed by a wizard, for it shares a soul akin to their own, thereby eliminating soul rejection during possession. It is akin to another man's wife. Although she is a wife, she is not yours, even if a perfect control is established through a contract. However, this form of possession bears a fatal flaw. This fragment of soul belongs to the basilisk. The body, soul, and consciousness are interdependent. The wizard's consciousness can be tainted by the basilisk soul, transforming them into a beast, much like the wizards who failed to control their animagish transformations, becoming blood curse beasts themselves. But soon, Salazar pondered, what if the basilisk were exchanged for a human? At this juncture, Pollux, diligently recording notes, suddenly recalled a figure from his past life, Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin from the Hidden Leaf Village. He perpetuated his existence through the continuous exchange of bodies. Nonetheless, Salazar neither pursued nor would ever tread that path. His research was never aimed at attaining immortality. It was purely an endeavor to unravel the mysteries of magic. Ultimately, Salazar, who valued bloodlines, sought to bequeath a legacy to his descendants. Though renowned as a dark wizard, Salazar Slytherin's actions in founding Hogwarts reveal a selflessness and greatness that is commendable. He embarked on a quest to study the blood curse afflicting the goblins, even attempting to heal this malediction. However, Salazar found himself unable to alleviate the excruciating torment that accompanied the transformation of the soul. Yet, through relentless research and the wisdom of Rowena Ravenclaw, Salazar triumphed. He succeeded in altering a fragment of his own soul, a minuscule portion. The price he paid was steep. Yet he managed to prevent this fragment from further deterioration, allowing it to inherit the curse of the blood-cursed goblins. This is the reason his descendants all possess the ability to speak Parseltongue. In his later years, having fallen out with his 3 closest friends and subsequently expelled from Hogwarts, Salazar lost the desire to pursue any further magical studies. Deep within the bowels of Hogwarts, he constructed the Chamber of Secrets, where this great wizard spent his final days in solitude, accompanied only by the basilisk. Ultimately, when faced with death, Salazar had no intention of clinging to life, even though he held the means to approach immortality. Instead, he preserved a fragment of his consciousness within a Horcrux, forever imprisoning this essence within the chamber. The chamber serves both as a prison and a test. Salazar Slytherin, while cherishing his progeny, remained an arrogant and legendary wizard. At this moment, Paul is confronted by the very essence of Salazar. This fragment of consciousness, residing within the basilisk in the chamber, utilizes the Horcrux and a prolonged slumber to prevent its awareness from devolving into a beast over the torturous passage of time, awaiting the awakening by his descendants. Salazar's consciousness can not only possess to impart knowledge, but also draw upon the magical energy of the next generation. After all, both Horcruxes and lengthy slumber require a reservoir of magical power. Unlike the basilisk, which can be possessed at will, Salazar must seek the permission of his descendants to inhabit their forms. Though that fragment of soul shares an essence with theirs, the true master of that soul is not Salazar. Every descendant who unlocks the chamber is typically eager to embrace the legacy and permit Salazar's possession. Little did Salazar anticipate that the consciousness he painstakingly preserved to spare his family from the torment of eternal solitude would ultimately be destroyed by his own heirs. After Tom Riddle obliterated the Horcrux, Salazar lost the remnants of his soul entirely. Although he could still inhabit the basilisk to survive, he could no longer prevent his consciousness from succumbing to the transformation into a serpent. Thus, he could only prolong his existence through slumber, lasting approximately 2 decades. Salazar's intention in summoning a descendant was to preserve the legacy through possession. Should the descendant be willing, he could even use that fragment of soul to create a new Horcrux. After all, only a small part of his soul had been lost, leaving the descendant devoid of the ability to speak Parseltongue. This could safeguard the legacy of House Slytherin. Upon discovering that his final descendant was none other than Tom Riddle, Salazar Slytherin realized that his legacy had reached its conclusion. It was this realization that prompted his decision to impart knowledge to Pollux in the limited time remaining. The 12 days dwindled rapidly. Salazar was astonished to find that this peculiar young lad had managed to complete his studies. His astonishment stemmed from the fact that Pollux was not exceptionally bright. In fact, he was quite the opposite. His aptitude for magic was rather mediocre, to put it plainly. He was rather dim-witted. Through Salazar's tutelage, Pollux himself understood that his extraordinary abilities, far surpassing those of his peers, were not merely a product of innate talent. Rather, they stemmed from the singular experience of having faced death. He had always been an unremarkable individual. Otherwise, in his previous life, Zhao Ergu would not have lived in such a constrained manner, fueled by an unwavering resolve to become stronger following his rebirth. Coupled with the rigorous training of the heart-wrenching curse and the formidable mental fortitude acquired over 50 years across 2 lifetimes, he emerged as the genius that others spoke of. His ability to complete the study of soul artifacts and blood curses in less than 12 days was a serendipitous occurrence. For the Pollux capable of soul transformation required only to grasp half of the blood curse inheritance. Even Salazar was astounded. Had he not encountered Pollux, Salazar would never have fathomed that someone could achieve soul transformation while retaining their consciousness. With his extensive research on souls, Salazar was acutely aware that complete soul transformation equated to suicide. No human could endure such excruciating pain and still survive, enduring suffering akin to death. A person's consciousness would already be extinguished. Yet, Pollux survived this self-destructive ordeal. As the lesson concluded, Salazar emerged from the possessed serpent creature, signaling Pollux to accompany him for one last glimpse of Hogwarts. Burning with his own consciousness, he exited the chamber. Within the astronomy tower of Hogwarts Castle, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky succumbed to profound darkness. The moonless night was serenely adorned with twinkling stars, a splendid occasion for stargazing. With only a brief time remaining before his dissolution, Salazar stood calmly atop the tower, gazing at the castle cloaked in night, reminiscing about his dearest friend and those familiar, warm smiles. Little one, do you see? Everything remains unchanged, as if it has never altered. The night at Hogwarts is truly beautiful, is it not? A millennium has passed. How nostalgic. Professor, if you cherish it, gaze upon it longer. Will you depart just like this? I left long ago, 1,000 years past. I am merely the legacy he entrusted. I believe you must have a way, do you not? At this moment, Pollux genuinely acknowledged Salazar, earnestly wishing to prevent his demise. A faint smile graced Salazar's lips upon hearing the tone of Pollux's plea. Young one, you evoke many cherished memories. It is quite delightful to see you in these final moments. Regarding the notion of staying, there are means, yet none that inspire longing. Without the existence of attachments, naturally, there is no yearning. Your kindness is unnecessary. I find great solace in not perishing in slumber. Master, I shall seek vengeance for you. Your intention is appreciated, but I would prefer you refrain from such actions. Not because he is my last bloodline, for I do not regard him as such. Young one, you are my final pupil, and indeed, my most obtuse student. This, however, pertains to my relationship with Tom. Paul was somewhat embarrassed. Yet his relationship with Tom could not be resolved through mere avoidance. Salazar looked at Paul earnestly and said, he is the most talented, intelligent, and polite student I have ever encountered. Yet simultaneously, he is the most despicable, cruel, and cold-blooded. Young man, you may never be his match in your lifetime. Paul responded resolutely. I understand, teacher, but I cannot give up. I have reasons that compel me to persist. Salazar continued. It is commendable to recognize the strength of your adversary. Though your talent may be average, your unwavering determination is remarkable. I cannot even predict the heights you may reach in the future. Promise me this. If you find yourself unable to protect your family despite exhausting all efforts, survive. You must survive. I know you can do it. The path to immortality is attainable, and resurrection is not out of the question. Thank you. I will certainly do my best, Professor Salazar. Pollux gazed at the fading figure of Salazar and nodded emphatically. My time is drawing to a close. Allow me to depart alone, he implored. Do remember to visit the hidden chamber and eliminate my basilisk. Without my control, it shall become a mere beast. And I do not wish for it to remain at Hogwarts. Having uttered these words, Salazar turned away, disregarding Pollus's reluctant gaze, and with an air of undeniable authority, gestured for him to leave this place. Pollux gazed at the moonlight filtering through the faint, translucent figure, contemplating the imminent dissolution of Salazar. A twinge of sorrow welled up within him. Although their time together was but a mere 12 days, Salazar Slytherin had imparted a profound truth. A wizard is not revered solely for his formidable magic, but rather for the admirable qualities that inspire genuine respect from others. Without uttering another word, he bowed in farewell to Salazar and departed from the astronomy tower. Instead of returning to the dormitory, he hastened back to the Chamber of Secrets. The specter of Salazar's demise weighed heavily upon him, igniting a desperate urge to unleash his pin-up emotions. The basilisk thus became his outlet for this catharsis. With fervor, Pollux, who had not invoked the Cruciatus curse in quite some time, bellowed with all his might, channeling every ounce of his magical energy through his wand. A dark crimson beam struck the basilisk, warping the very fabric of the surrounding space in agony. The creature barely had time to emit a sound before its colossal form, spanning several meters, collapsed instantly, devoid of life. Meanwhile, Rodolphus lay in bed, feeling utterly unwell. Paul seemed to have vanished entirely, as if he had never graced this year with his presence. 12 days had passed since he had greeted everyone and then retreated to the restroom on the 3rd floor. Although the prospect of no longer confronting that dreadful individual was a relief, Bella's demeanor had become increasingly difficult to manage during Paul's prolonged absence, and doubts began to creep into her mind. The thought of how Bella would react upon discovering Paul's disappearance and the deceit she had endured sent shivers down Rodolphus's spine. Just as Rodolphus contemplated whether he should take the time to visit the restroom in search of clues, the dormitory door swung open. Still awake? Paul, clearly drained of magic, greeted Rodolphus wearily as he sank into the sofa. At last, you have returned. I can hardly keep Bella in the dark any longer. Gazing at the suddenly reappeared Paul, Rodolphus found himself perceiving a hint of endearment in his appearance. That pallid, sullen face was no longer as frightening. As long as the secret remains intact, it's a relief. May I ask you something? Speak freely. That, Myrtus, ever since you entered, it seems that Ghost has also vanished. Of course, I have not ventured inside. I merely overheard classmates mentioning it. Noticing Paul's somewhat displeased expression, Rodolphus's voice dwindled as he felt a twinge of regret. You wish to imply that I might have harmed her, do you not? A ghost is hardly worth the trouble. Myrtus had previously frightened Bella, but in retrospect, it was merely a lesson. Pollux harbored a modicum of curiosity regarding the impression he left on Rodolphus. However, his thoughts swiftly turned to the actions of the Dark Lord within the chamber, and he realized that this matter must remain concealed from the Dark Lord at all costs. He fixed Rodolphus with a fierce glare and declared, as I stated before, I do not wish for anyone to be aware of this, including the events surrounding my disappearance over the past few days. Do you comprehend? Azkaban holds no terror for me. Apologies escaped his lips, I assure you. I will maintain absolute confidentiality. Rodolphus, I do not wish to be in this predicament. I recognize your affection for Bella. Yet I cannot place my complete trust in you at this juncture, and the trust of a wizard will provide you no protection. Enough, I am weary. Let us take our rest. Pollux observed the pallid complexion of Rodolphus and gestured for him to refrain from speaking further. He settled onto the sofa and closed his eyes. Rodolphus felt an urgent need to relieve himself, despite having just visited the lavatory. Time swiftly passed, and Christmas arrived, with an unusually heavy snowfall, particularly in the days leading up to the holiday. Hogwarts, blanketed in a thick layer of snow, resembled an enchanting castle from a fairy tale. Though it was indeed a magical fortress, let us consider it adorned in a new garment. Yes, Hogwarts in its resplendent attire. A long trail of footprints in the snow appeared strikingly out of place, scattered chaotically across the expansive entryway of Hogwarts, as a figure cloaked in black sauntered leisurely. Having returned from the Chamber of Secrets, Pollux had not ventured beyond his dormitory for over 3 months. Now he ambled through the snow, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Inspired by Orochimaru, he had formulated a mature idea to swiftly acquire the strength for self-preservation. His ambition was to advance the legacy of Salazar's blood curse by harnessing his ability to freely transform his soul. He envisioned a complete metamorphosis, creating a new body that would grant him an immortality akin to that of Orochimaru. Moreover, his method would not impose a cool-down period and would not jeopardize his own soul. However, experiments conducted with small creatures revealed a crucial insight. Transformation could only be achieved at the inception of the soul's existence, lest it shatter under the strain of alteration. Even from the slightest forced integration, cultivating an embryo, however, proved problematic. Short-lived organisms were too feeble, and magical creatures were unsuitable, as Pollus's consciousness would overwhelm them, leading to their demise. The basilisk seemed an appropriate choice, but the required time for its development was excessively lengthy. There might exist swifter methods, yet Pollux found himself incapable, as he was dealing with a version modified by Salazar, and he could not enhance it at this stage. The reason for favoring the basilisk as a primary choice lay in Pollus's own animagus form being that of a serpent, allowing for a deeper understanding and harmony between soul and body. While employing a human might be feasible, Pollux could not bring himself to do so. Though he yearned for power, he also feared death. He was not the Dark Lord. Such a feat required an insatiable number of souls, far beyond what a mere handful of criminals could provide. Moreover, he possessed the ability to transform his soul, ensuring that even the essence of an animal would not devolve into ferocity. Pollus's most pressing dilemma lies in the scarcity of time, as he lacks the sufficient duration to amass knowledge. Salazar has provided him with merely a complete framework over the course of 12 days. Yet, time eludes Pollux. Salazar has explicitly warned him that once the Dark Lord seizes control of the Black family, Pollux, who lacks immortality, is destined to perish. This is due to the humiliation he inflicted upon Tom Riddle, despite the Dark Lord's outward indifference. The primary reason Salazar's Horcrux was destroyed by Tom Riddle stems from his disdain for the half-blood and his failure to promptly agree to the matter of inheritance. When calculated, it becomes evident that his time is severely limited. The First Wizarding War waged for a decade, concluding in 1981, thus leaving him with at most 7 years remaining. Pollux finds himself in need of alternative solutions, yet he is at a loss due to his lack of experience and knowledge. This predicament is further compounded by his limited intellect. Venturing out during Christmas has only led him into a conundrum. At this moment, he yearns for the guidance of a formidable sorcerer. Pollux had contemplated seeking Albus's assistance, but the idea was swiftly dismissed. The previous incident involving animagus had caused Albus considerable distress, especially after their heartfelt conversation with Phalanx upon returning home, where he learned that his grandfather had nearly compelled Albus to resign over the matter. Pollux felt that merely escaping Albus's retribution was a blessing in itself. Albus Dumbledore was not Salazar Slytherin. He harbored a strong aversion to wizards obsessed with dark magic and had repeatedly urged Pollux to abandon his studies in that field. To expect him to impart knowledge on soul modification, Horcruxes, and blood curses for the enhancement of orcs was utterly implausible. Such lessons were not even taught in Azkaban, and the outcome would likely be dire, especially given their lack of rapport. Pollux feared that merely attempting to voice his request could result in being sent alive to Azkaban, a consideration only spared due to his grandfather's standing. Despite his lack of intent to harm others, Pollux found himself with only one alternative aside from Albus, the Dark Lord. This option seemed even less appealing than consulting Albus. In a state of agitation, he wandered aimlessly through the snow for the better part of the morning, hoping that the act of pacing in circles would help clarify his thoughts. Rita Skeeter, a curious young girl, happened to glance down the corridor on the 4th floor and spotted Pollux in the courtyard. As the hidden benefactor of the Slytherin Dueling Club and Bella's brother, she had been observing him for quite some time. Proud of having mastered animagus in her 3rd year, particularly as a secretive beetle, her curiosity was thoroughly piqued. Among the entire school, Pollux was the most enigmatic figure, even more so than Albus. Shouldn't he have returned home for Christmas? To her surprise, he remained at the school, and his name was absent from the Christmas Day list. After muttering to herself, Rita opened the window, carefully surveyed her surroundings for any signs of life, and stealthily transformed into a beetle to fly toward Pollux in the courtyard, a splendid opportunity for close observation. Given that the Slytherin dormitory was located in the basement with no windows, and it was well known that male wizards could go their entire lives without bathing, the convenience of merely waving a wand was undeniable. This marked her first time using animagus for spying, not just any spying, but a close scrutiny of the mysterious Pollux, a reclusive and brutal young aristocrat. Rita felt a rush of exhilaration that nearly made her dizzy, as she maintained a cautious distance while observing it. She noted his strikingly pale skin, his long, dark hair slicked tightly against his scalp, and his icy gaze. Surprisingly, his attire and hair were impeccably neat and clean, though his appearance was somewhat unsettling, particularly with his elongated, crimson tongue that seemed unhuman. Indeed, he presented a rather formidable figure. As Rita caught sight of Pollus's emotionless gaze fixed upon her, an involuntary shiver coursed through her. This is bad. What should I do? He couldn't possibly have discovered my presence, could he? Upon realizing that Pollux was not only staring at her but had also drawn his wand, Rita felt a surge of panic. Maintaining her transformation with the exception of her eyes, she understood that Pollux possessed the ability to sense his surroundings through vibrations and scents. Even before Rita had transformed while opening the window on the 4th floor, he had noticed something amiss, a missing girl and the presence of a beetle. A beetle with a distinctly feminine aroma. This peculiar animagus transformation had piqued his interest momentarily, yet he dismissed it, reasoning that the creature posed no threat to him. However, when the beetle approached and lingered nearby, Pollus's unease grew. He detested being scrutinized and had little patience for children. Fixating on the flying beetle, he coldly remarked, "I am in a foul mood. Do not flit around me." Although Rita was anxious, she remained convinced that Pollux had not discovered her, having previously spied on Professor Dumbledore. She felt quite self-assured. Assuming he merely disliked insects, she made a wide arc and cautiously flew back, discreetly concealing herself against the wall of a nearby courtyard. To Pollux, however, this seemed like a jest. An animagus. Due to the unique nature of her transformation, there was a strong element of concealment. I now wish to squash this bothersome insect. He felt a twinge of disdain toward the girl's furtive antics. Lifting his head and raising his wand to amplify the intimidation. Must you employ such terrifying spells against a mere beetle? Rita cried as she beheld the ominous glow of Pollus's wand and the menacing aura it exuded. Panic enveloped her, prompting her to revert to her human form immediately. How did you do that? You saw through my transformation at a glance. Even Professor Dumbledore could not. It was truly remarkable, Mr. Black. I am Rita Skeeter. As she spoke, Rita endeavored to don a smile and bravely extended her hand. You cannot discern with your eyes. It is through scent, Miss Skeeter. I am not in a pleasant mood today. Kindly refrain from disturbing me. Pollux observed the small girl with golden curls and red glasses, who appeared both curious and fearful. Ignoring Rita's outstretched hand, a glimmer of coldness in her gaze held an essence of magic, exerting pressure to drive Rita away. Mr. Blake, I hail from a pure-blood family, and I believe we can forge a friendship. Under the weight of that magical gaze, Rita felt an uncomfortable shiver coursing through her. The sinister aura instilling a deep-seated fear that made her yearn to flee. Yet, in defense of her secret, she bit her lip, summoning her courage. Mr. Blake, I require you to take an oath to keep my animagus a secret. All right. I promise to keep it confidential. Understand? Now, leave me be. Pollux, in a foul mood, waved his hand dismissively, signaling Rita to depart. Mr. Blake, I need you to take an oath, a magical oath. His lackadaisical response was clearly untrustworthy. Struggling under Pollus's magical pressure, Rita endured her pain and fear, regretting her revelation. This animagus held far too much significance for her inquisitive nature, and she wished to keep it concealed. Perhaps she should have consumed that spell earlier. He must have known she was a classmate and wouldn't harm her, surely he wouldn't. Rita pondered, while her body trembled uncontrollably. Pollux found himself at a loss for words, as he encountered such a student for the first time at Hogwarts. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Rita Skeeter, the reporter from the Daily Prophet. Thanks to her sensationalistic articles, Pollux retained a faint recollection of her after watching a film. He remembered that she seemed to have a deep understanding of Albus and even penned a biography about him. Given her status as an animagus, she might possess valuable insights into Albus. Perhaps he could devise a means to persuade Albus to assist him. Although he lacked intelligence, after years of tutelage under Pollux, he grasped the notion that with the right leverage, anyone could engage in negotiation. Miss Skeeter, shall we strike a deal? Pollux lifted the suppression of magic and, wiping the sweat from her brow, spoke to Rita. What a transaction, he said. Rita felt a wave of relief wash over her and immediately replied, Bring me the information on Headmaster Dumbledore, and I shall ensure your secret remains safe. How did you know that my first subject of observation would be Headmaster Dumbledore? Rita inquired, her excitement palpable. I guessed, Pollux replied. After all, did you not just mention Dumbledore? I admire your courage, Miss Skeeter. I can share this information with you. But you must not only keep it confidential, you must also be my friend. Rita, irresistibly drawn to the peculiar Pollux, though apprehensive, ventured to make another request. Being my friend is no simple task. Do not regret it, Miss Skeeter. Pollux recalled the formidable influence of public opinion. Perhaps befriending this eminent journalist would prove advantageous in the future, prompting a slight softening in his demeanor. Certainly, then let us forego the oath. Friends are meant to keep and share secrets, are they not? Rita quipped with a mischievous grin. It's up to you. I need to learn more about Albus. Perhaps the Slytherin common room would suffice. I know of a more suitable place. What about the room of requirement? Pollux contemplated his expulsion from Ravenclaw. How about the girls' lavatory on the 3rd floor? The Myrtle there can be quite fierce. Surely no one will be around. Pollux recalled the ghostly Myrtle he had once frightened. Or we could venture into the Forbidden Forest. You're so bold. It should pose no problem. I know a perfect spot. Pollux thought of the hidden place where Rodolphus discreetly discarded his experimental refuse. Finally, overwhelmed by Rita's incessant chatter, Pollux could no longer contain himself and bellowed. Silence. I have spoken. To the Slytherin common room. Very well. Rita, sensing the genuine anger in Pollux's tone, promptly clamped her mouth shut. The duo swiftly made their way to the common room. During the Christmas holiday, the school felt desolate, and the common room was utterly devoid of life. Nonetheless, they instinctively gravitated towards a shadowy corner. Most Slytherin students hailed from aristocratic or pureblood families, even if they did not return home for the break. They rarely lingered in school, for they were not lacking in wealth. In the spacious Slytherin common room, the two sat facing each other. Would you care for a drink? Tell me what you know about Professor Dumbledore. Pollux gently tapped the table, summoning Luke while casting a glance at Rita. So, you're Luke, he remarked. I've heard much about you from Bella. You truly are a delightful little creature. Rita curiously surveyed Pollux's sprite, her intrigue shifting towards Pollux himself. She ordered a glass of juice and then, in a hushed and cautious tone, revealed, Headmaster Dumbledore is a homosexual. He and Gellert Grindelwald were lovers in their youth. How do you know this? Pollux gazed at Rita in astonishment, pondering how a mere 13-year-old could possess such knowledge, particularly of such explosive revelations. They were still corresponding through letters, a fact I stumbled upon by chance. Rita feigned an air of mystery. Headmaster Dumbledore is quite busy, isn't he? The headmaster's office is indeed secure, yet he is of advanced age. Perhaps he forgets to close the window, and most of the portraits are devoid of inhabitants. Let's discuss something else. Pollux interjected, genuinely surprised that there was indeed information to be shared. The headmaster has a penchant for sweets. Proceed. He has endured tremendous sorrow. His sister, his father imprisoned, and his mother murdered. Continue. His brother, Aberforth Dumbledore, shares a troubled relationship with him, frequently quarreling over their sister. Go on. He merely presents a facade of kindness and strength. I have often witnessed him shedding tears while gazing into the mirror. You often see this? How long have you mastered Animicus? Not quite 3 months. Why do you ask? It's nothing. Do you know the reason for his tears? Pollux, relieved to learn that Rita had acquired her Animicus form after her departure from the Chamber of Secrets, continued. I do not, when he is in the headmaster's office. I only dare to observe from outside the window. He is the mightiest wizard of our age. I cannot approach him too closely. However, I surmise it stems from his tragic life. I concur. Is there more? Let me think. Ah, yes. Headmaster Dumbledore personally took the life of his sister. Oh? Pollux never anticipated that the kind and wise elder from his memories led such a tragically lamentable life. His parents perished in succession due to the death of his sister, whom he had unwittingly killed with his own hands. He also imprisoned his beloved and fell into enmity with his only brother. His only solace came from indulging in sweets and gazing into mirrors. How pitiable. Indeed, our principal embodies such a tale. I am nearly finished. Now, let us hear from you. Mr. Blake. Rita displayed an expression of utmost curiosity, quietly cradling her juice as she gazed at Pollux. Her expectant eyes sparkled with anticipation. Are you not fearful of being silenced by Professor Dumbledore for knowing such things? Or do you understand the purpose behind this knowledge and remain unafraid of my potential betrayal? Speak of yourself first, then I shall follow. Pollux gazed at the evidently overly curious Rita, tapping his fingers rhythmically upon the table as he spoke. This is a transaction. Is it not, Mr. Black? My Animicus form is rather unique, petite in stature. Moreover, I am but a child. No one would take notice of me. Besides, Dumbledore is not so miserly. As for you, your background is rather sparse. Had I known you possessed the ability to sense sense, I would have ensured that you did not uncover my secret. Rita reflected on her earlier impulsive behavior with a hint of regret. Why was she so insistent on investigating? Or rather, What fueled such an insatiable curiosity? Are you not afraid of me? Pollux began to ponder how to evade Rita's incessant prying. A trait both curious and tenacious that proved quite vexing. Suddenly, Rita's eyes widened as she leaned in closer, her golden curls nearly brushing against Pollus's nose. After a moment, she exhaled and returned to her seat. In truth, no one really likes me. They all say I'm a nuisance, a chatterbox, an incessant blabberer. I yearn to understand everyone. Yet no one desires to know me. Like you, I am perceived as an oddity in the eyes of others. Rita placed her empty juice cup on the table, resting her chin on it as she gazed intently at the vessel. You are the first to inquire why I am curious, to seek to understand me. You are quite unique, Mr. Blake. Did you know that? No one has ever posed the question to me. Never. Perhaps we both belong to the category of oddities you mentioned. Do share about yourself, Miss Skit. I recall that I was not always this way when I was very young. My parents, well, I can barely remember them. They must have been wizards. And one day they simply vanished. I was 5 or 6, or perhaps even 4, and I have no idea where they went. My parents likely were not affluent. They lacked the means to reside in the wizard's quarters. You see, earning pounds is quite easy, but galleons, oh, never mind, Mr. Blake, I doubt you comprehend. Surely you have never encountered a silver sickle. I believe you might find this useful. Pollux gazed at Rita, retrieving a handkerchief while gesturing to Luke to refill the juice. Thank you, Mr. Blake, Rita replied, her eyes red, refusing to accept the handkerchief and avoiding Pollus's gaze. After regaining her composure, she continued, they vanished. It must have been half a month. I awakened my magical powers due to hunger, consuming everything edible in my home. Fortunately, a neighbor heard the commotion and found me. After that, I ended up in an orphanage, although I am not an orphan. As I grew older, I yearned to know where my parents had gone. I wanted to uncover everything about them, yet their faces grew increasingly blurred. The more I struggled to comprehend this, the more I was consumed by the desire to know. Cough, cough. Rita took a large sip of juice, seemingly choking a bit, before signaling to Pollux that she was fine and continued. I kept pondering why they disappeared, why I could not remember their faces, why I had parents yet was an orphan. The more I was unable to understand, the more I craved knowledge, believing that if I knew everything, I could find my parents. However, as I matured, I began to grasp certain things. And then I came to Hogwarts. Rita stifled the tears welling up in her eyes, finishing the remaining juice and indicating to Luke that she was satisfied. Her tone returning to its usual demeanor. You know, it was Dumbledore who came to take me to school. I was curious about this kind and powerful wizard. You see, the headmaster seems to possess the ability to resolve all troubles, which piqued my interest even more. Once I arrived at school, I encountered many happy young witches and wizards. And I wondered why they were joyful, unlike the sorrowful children at the orphanage. Gradually, my curiosity about everything blossomed. You are a remarkable individual, Miss Skit, Pollux remarked appreciatively. Thank you for your kind words. Mr. Blake, do you know what I find most intriguing? It is you. It appears that aside from your family, no one cares about you. You fear no one and wish to engage with no one, never attending any classes yet possessing knowledge surpassing even 7th-year wizards. You are the only student I have seen who compelled Headmaster Dumbledore to amend school regulations. And after the incident with the animagus, everyone believed you had perished. Yet, here you are, healthy and present at school. During your time here, you spend 2/3 in your dormitory, with the remainder in the library. You avoid all social interaction. Yet everyone fears you. Aside from Mr. Longstrange, you have no friends, and he seems quite afraid of you. He divulges nothing regarding you. Even your sister Bella rarely mentions you. Truly remarkable, Miss Skit. Paul was relieved that Slytherin's dormitory was situated in the basement and that he had not yet developed the habit of bathing in the communal bathroom. It was only after mastering the animagus transformation that I dared to observe you. Rita smiled at Paul and remarked, yet, for reasons unknown, despite being caught by you and having only a fleeting moment of contact, I find you to be a trustworthy individual, not frightening at all. In fact, I feel you are even more reliable than the headmaster. Those who delight in prying into the privacy of others and indulging in voyeurism, of course, will never be well liked. Pollux jested, where are you headed for the holiday? An orphanage, perhaps? I work for a newspaper, Rita declared proudly. During the holidays, I rent an apartment. I am not an orphan. Mr. Blake, it is your turn to speak. Pollux, upon hearing Rita's account, was deeply impressed. While he admired her resilience, he also appreciated her purity of spirit, for he considered himself to be of a similar nature. Rita's curiosity contrasted with his quest for strength and familial bonds. Particularly poignant was Rita's tragic childhood, which evoked memories of Zhao Erge. I am Pollux Black. I care only for those I hold dear and am loath to share my innermost thoughts with others. You provided ample detail in your description. I believe there is little I need to add. You see, I have never, not once, confided in anyone else as I have with you. Seeing Rita's expression of indignation as if she felt deceived, Pollux chuckled. My life is precisely as you see it. If you doubt it, you may inquire with Bella. Allow me to offer you this. You are now my friend, and if you truly wish to understand, observe for yourself. Pollux rose, gesturing farewell to Rita, and added, Do not pursue work at the newspaper. I possess an abundance of galleons, more than enough to pique your curiosity, provided you are willing to share your story with me. Before he could be ensnared again, Pollux retreated to his dormitory. The information Rita had provided was invaluable, offering him inspiration on how to confront Albus. Rita, watching Pollux make a hasty exit, stamped her foot and shouted, Mr. Black, you cannot evade me. Not ever. That night, Pollux devised a plan and promised Rita an unprecedented sum of galleons as a token of his friendship. On the day after Christmas, in Hogsmeade at the Hogshead Inn. As night descended, the dim yellow lights of the bar illuminated the indistinct faces within. The wizards greedily consumed their drinks. Indifferent to the squalid surroundings and the pungent odors that permeated the air, whispering amongst themselves in the shadows. This Christmas brought heavy snowfall. As the bar's rickety doors swung open, snowflakes rushed inside, vying for the scant warmth within the dimly lit room. A young wizard dressed in opulent robes entered. Incongruous amidst the patrons, the whispers that filled the bar fell silent, and an atmosphere thick with avarice filled the space. However, upon noticing the emblem of the Black family on the robe, the greedy gazes shifted away from the seemingly frail underage wizard, allowing the bar's ambience to revert to its previous murmurs. Observing the grimy environment, the dim lighting failing to conceal its filth, and inhaling the air thick with odors, Pollux frowned. He approached the dilapidated counter and selected what appeared to be a clean spot, tossing 2 galleons onto the battered bar top. He addressed the tall, gaunt bartender, clad in a tattered wizard's robe, with a scruffy gray beard. 1 glass of fire whiskey, any brand will do, and ensure the glass is clean. With a clatter, he awaited his drink. Only clear water is served here. We do not welcome scoundrels like you. A dilapidated wooden cup was forcefully placed before Pollux by the proprietor, causing its contents to spill. Simultaneously, that hand deftly snatched the galleon from the table. A glass of fiery whiskey, polished to perfection. Paul ignored the juice and nonchalantly dropped 2 golden guineas. Little brat, this is not your place. Finish your drink and leave. That painting is truly exquisite. A stark contrast to this filthy environment. Pollux glanced at the portrait on the wall, seemingly having discovered something intriguing. He then tossed 2 golden galleons onto the bar. A glass of fire whiskey, and make sure the glass is clean. With a sharp clap, he commanded, Get out of here, imp, before I summon your teacher to escort you away. The tall, slender figure ceased its frantic activity, turning to face him with hands forcefully striking the bar. A glimmer of anger flickered in those sapphire-like eyes as they fixed their gaze upon Pollux. It is currently a holiday, and I believe I am not subject to the school's jurisdiction. Ah, Abufus, oh, pardon my rudeness, Mr. Dumbledore, I shall have a glass of fire whiskey. Pollux gazed calmly at the furious Abufus, placing a generous handful of galleons upon the counter. As the coins clattered down, avaricious glances filled the tavern. Only clear water remained. For the underage wizards were forbidden from indulging in spirits, including the young scion of the Black family. Abufus fixed a menacing stare upon the wizards in the bar, compelling them to lower their heads and withdraw the galleons from the counter before he forcefully slammed a glass of water upon the bar. Was it akin to the finality of death? A glass of fiery whiskey. As Pollux stood lost in thought, he slowly withdrew a deed to the Pig's Head Tavern from his pocket and poured a bag containing no less than 300 golden galleons onto the bar. Smiling as he spoke, there are always exceptions, are there not? A glass of fiery whiskey, Mr. Dumbledore. Mr. Black, I possess. I also have. Exquisite Ogden's Old Fire Whiskey, Mr. Black. Mr. Black, a new and pristine whiskey. All the wizards in the tavern gathered around, greedily gazing at the mound of galleons on the bar, fawning over Pollux with flattering words. Get out. Today is a sampling day. Aberforth erupted with a formidable presence, instantly driving away all the patrons, mockingly addressing the composed Pollux. Arrogant little wretch, do you think that having learned some remarkable magic gives you the right to prattle on? Or is the Black family's wealth so abundant that they have nowhere else to store it? Playing such disgusting pranks in my establishment. What you just did was perilous. Those avaricious fools would tear you apart. Do you understand? You are but a plump little lamb. With a wave of his hand, Aberforth made the mountain of galleons and the deed vanish without a trace. Pollux chuckled dismissively. He simply needed to converse with Abufus in private. I shall inform Cassiopeia to escort you away, you pesky little imp. Mr. Dumbledore, do not rush to notify my great-aunt. I have come expressly to speak with you. Hear me out. Both the deed and the galleons are yours. I have the authority to decide. They rightfully belong to me. Pollux rose gracefully and approached the fireplace. Taking a seat before the portrait of Aberforth's sister, he produced a coin emanating a malevolent aura and placed it upon the table. Let us converse, Mr. Dumbledore, and discern what this is. A Horcrux. Indeed, your insight is remarkable. Faced with the wicked artifact, Aberforth's gaze instantly turned icy, and a weathered wand materialized in his grasp, its latent magic swirling around his tattered robes. Who are you truly? Or what is your purpose for being here? Pollux Black replied, Do not be alarmed, Mr. Dumbledore. You are a formidable wizard. Like your brother, I pose no threat to you, do I? Upon encountering Abufus, Pollux gestured towards the coins resting on the table and remarked, I understand this may seem utterly absurd, yet is it not a Horcrux? Although it appears malevolent. I assure you, it is not as you might envision. I have come to convey that I may possess a means to resurrect your sister. Continue, Abufus urged. Though this was not the first instance he had faced such a situation, numerous individuals had endeavored to exploit his affection for his sister. Had it not been for the emergence of the Horcrux, piquing his curiosity, he would have dismissed Pollux altogether. Abufus harbored no genuine interest in what the young man had to say, dismissing him as merely a brash, wealthy youth. Pollux was filled with joy. The fact that Abufus was willing to let him continue speaking upon seeing the soul vessel indicated that he was not concerned about the means employed. He was evidently more agreeable than Abufus, and there was a high probability that he could persuade him. One cannot resurrect the dead. You are more aware of this than I am. Mr. Dumbledore, I must ask you a question. Does your sister's soul still exist? Or does her consciousness persist? I may possess a means of rebirth. This is not for you to know. Continue speaking. In the watchful gaze of Abufus, Pollux gradually articulated his plan. The three individuals, bound by blood and closely related, despite their differing temperaments, share a profound similarity in both flesh and spirit. With the essence and corporeal forms of the two brothers, there lies a significant opportunity to forge a new existence akin to the original, by infusing the embryo with a soul or consciousness. His sister indeed stands a chance of revival. Rather than mere resurrection, it resembles a rebirth, a new life imbued with the consciousness of his sister. Pollux was indeed gambling. While the Order of Dumbledore sought a means to retain a fragment of his sister's soul or consciousness, not merely a portrait or a ghost. Portraits and ghosts serve as mere photographs and videos within the wizarding world, capturing one's words and actions through magical means, even if they allow for interaction. They are nothing more than a sophisticated form of artificial intelligence. Aberforth listened intently to Pollus's description, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Initially, he held a flicker of hope, but after absorbing Pollus's notions, he could only respond with a sardonic smile. Did he truly appear to be an easily deceived fool? The entire wizarding community was well aware of Aberforth's obsession with various resurrection spells. Over 60 years of experience had imbued him with a wealth of knowledge in this realm. He pondered the source of this arrogant young man's dangerously misguided magic. Aberforth resolved to send Pollux to the Ministry of Magic for a lesson in humility, to ascertain whether he had fallen victim to a soul-stealing curse, and to investigate the matter of Horcrux creation. As for the Black family, they would surely express their gratitude. Such unrealistic notions were sheer folly. That conceited young rascal. But now, with your Horcrux in hand, I shall escort you to the Ministry of Magic for your reckoning. Mr. Dumbledore, please hold on. Allow me to demonstrate a spell for you. Pollux became increasingly convinced of his potential for success, as he discerned the flaws in the methodology with a mere glance, revealing the old man's determination for the sake of his sister. He possessed the key to resurrection, the ability to endure an anguish that no one else could withstand. As for the intricacies of revival and reconstruction, those were lessons yet to be learned. He deftly showcased his persuasive prowess to Abufus, a testament to his unwavering resolve. Pollux revealed a confident smile as he drew his wand before Abufus, aiming it at himself. With all his might, he cast the Crucio curse upon himself. You fool! Are you insane? Abufus thought Pollux was either attempting to flee or launch an attack, and for a moment, he was utterly taken aback by Pollus's self-inflicted curse. With no time to intervene, Pollux relinquished his wand and collapsed onto the table under the overwhelming power of the curse. In that instant, Abuphus felt the weight of a significant predicament upon him, his mind racing with speculation about which malevolent wizard sought to use Pollux to ensnare him, and how he would explain the situation to the Ministry of Magic and the Black family. Pollux slowly rose from the table, trembling with effort as he spoke. No. It cannot be as simple as that, can it, Mr. Dumbledore? Under Aberforth's astonished gaze, Pollux struggled to muster a smile. Just moments ago, all assumptions had transformed from mere fantasies into stark reality. How could this be? The excruciating curse he had just endured paralleled the killing curse. I possess a means to resurrect your sister. You may even consult Headmaster Dumbledore. I can withstand the soul transfiguration. Aberforth faltered, observing Pollux, seemingly unaffected by such a formidable curse. Although he could not fathom how this young imp achieved such resilience, he found his convictions wavering. For 60 long years, he had never relinquished the hope of reviving his sister. Reconstructing a body posed no insurmountable challenge. The true difficulty lay in preserving consciousness. He had failed countless times, unable to discover a method to retain his sister's essence, for the agony of reconstructing a soul could obliterate everything. Through that potent curse, he glimpsed a flicker of hope within Pollux. Though it scarcely constituted a resurrection, merely the creation of a new life imbued with his sister's awareness, Aberforth could not bring himself to refuse. Slowly, he approached the portrait of his sister, wiping the immaculate surface with tenderness. After a considerable pause, he spoke with a tremor in his voice. Now, young imp, I care not for your identity, nor do I wish to know it. Reveal your intentions, and I shall comply. As long as it does not require me to slay my brother, I might be inclined. He urged, speak of what you require. As for the price Aberforth might be willing to pay, Pollux cared not in the slightest. Wait, Mr. Aberforth, it is not so grave. Pollux gradually recovered from the excruciating curse, interrupting the ramblings of Aberforth. He gently massaged his chest and calmly spoke. Knowledge. How can I recreate and reshape the essence of the body? I must engage in the entirety of the process, fully aware. Aberforth, taken aback by this unexpected and seemingly simplistic request from the impish youth, found himself utterly perplexed. After much effort to persuade this little sprite, he could hardly comprehend why such a straightforward demand was made. After all, he was Aberforth Dumbledore, though lacking the imposing presence of Albus Dumbledore. He belonged to a prestigious and affluent lineage, fully aware that all of this was merely a matter of time. To risk venturing into Azkaban for this, you must understand, I harbor a profound aversion to dark wizards. Pollux gazed earnestly at Albus and declared, these are my conditions. Nothing more. The recompense I seek is knowledge. I regret to inform you that I lack the time to divulge my reasons. Albus, increasingly perplexed, pondered the prospect of acquiring power in such a brief span. The risk seemed formidable. What could be the unutterable reason? Was it fear? Had youth rendered him so terrified of mortality? Such a demand could be directed towards my brother or other dark wizards. Given your resources, you need not expose the truth of your creation of Horcruxes. And today's events could have been entirely avoided. In response to Albus's bewilderment, Pollux shook his head. The headmaster cannot impart such knowledge to me. You are well aware of the peril and malevolence entwined with it. If I were to disclose it, I might never set foot in Hogwarts again. As for other dark wizards, do you consider that a safe avenue? Especially those adept in such dark arts? Albus nodded, refraining from further inquiry. His curiosity about Pollux was minimal. Moreover, the lad harbored no particularly nefarious intentions. With the hope of resurrecting his sister, he was unwilling to delay for even a moment longer. Gently tapping the fireplace with his wand, a concealed passage emerged from the shifting bricks. Albus turned and asked, Mr. Black, will you accompany me back to Hogwarts now, or would you prefer to retire upstairs? Let us depart at once, Professor Dumbledore, Pollux replied. As Pollux entered the secret passageway to Hogwarts alongside Aberforth, he silently expressed his gratitude to Rita for the vital information she had provided. True to Rita's words, Aberforth did not exhibit the same acceptance of their sister's death as their brother had. Faced with a glimmer of hope, even if it were merely a flawless replica, he was willing to sacrifice everything. Upon traversing the passage, the two were led directly into the headmaster's office by Aberforth. Remarkably, Aberforth did not even need to utter the password. His surprise and joy were palpable upon reuniting with his long-lost brother. However, after Aberforth hastily articulated his intentions, Pollux was promptly ushered out by Aberforth's stern and irate demeanor. The intensity of their dispute echoed within the office, accompanied by the sounds of a scuffle. Outside, Pollux felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, uncertain of how the two brothers were faring in their communication. He harbored concerns that his scheme might provoke Dumbledore's wrath, especially given the considerable commotion emanating from the office, which even included faint cries of distress. "Come in." After what felt like an eternity, Pollux received permission and opened the door. "Mr. Black, please take a seat. My brother has a few questions for you," Aberforth said, his tone laced with a hint of delight. Despite the bruises adorning his face, he managed to convey a cheerful smile and winked at Pollux, discreetly signaling him to find a place to sit. "Mr. Black, I am at a loss as to how you acquired this information and successfully swayed my brother," Aberforth stated gravely, his shattered glasses and dark circles under his eyes lending weight to his words. "I am profoundly disappointed in you. Furthermore, I must caution you that for your foolish ideas and insatiable desires, you will face dangers beyond your imagination, far more perilous than your absurd transformations, 100-fold. Will you continue down this path?" "Aberforth, you just silence. You promised me." "Aberforth, you despicable, enough. This matter concerns more than just you and me. Both of you." "Calm down." Pollux interrupted the two individuals, observing their peculiar postures and the ongoing dispute between them. Suppressing a smile, he spoke with utmost seriousness. "I am acutely aware of the perilous nature of this matter, Professor Dumbledore. I understand that you would not acquiesce to my request, hence my pursuit of your brother. I shall cooperate. Mr. Black, I require your elucidation, a comprehensive explanation." Upon receiving an unwavering agreement from the other party, Albus inquired with a gravity he had never displayed before. Even Aberforth, witnessing his brother's earnest demeanor, fell silent. Under the watchful gaze of Dumbledore, Pollux felt the overwhelming aura that surrounded him, beads of cold sweat forming involuntarily on his brow. Yet, before Pollux could utter a word, Albus continued, articulating each phrase with precision. "Born with immense talent, yearning for power since childhood, and upon entering school, you looked down upon everyone with arrogance." After recounting Pollux's actions during his first year, Dumbledore's expression grew cold. "I had always believed you to be a child of exceptional gifts. But you dared to intimidate the ghost of the third-floor lavatory, Moaning Myrtle. You employed Horcruxes and the Basilisk, manipulating my brother's soul to seek my impartation of those vile secrets. You are utterly deranged, Mr. Pollux Black. I could invoke the Cruciatus curse to fulfill my brother's wishes, if you wish to avoid being rendered a mindless fool, condemned to spend eternity in Azkaban." Albus Dumbledore rose to his full height, the aura of the most formidable wizard of the age unmistakably radiating from him. "I once had a student, Tom Riddle, who, in comparison to you, could be deemed almost innocent. At least he understood the art of concealment. Had you not borne the name Black, you would have long been expelled from Hogwarts." Dumbledore even drew his wand, pointing it menacingly at Pollux. "You are more deranged than anyone I have ever encountered. Terrifyingly insane, Mr. Pollux Black. This is your final opportunity. I am not my foolish brother. Explain yourself. Justify your reckless pursuit of this malevolent path, a rationale for your audacious manipulation of life and soul, especially when you claim you have no time. You have no time at all." Pollux found himself momentarily stunned by Albus's probing inquiries. He was at a loss for words. The Cruciatus curse, Fiendfire, Horcruxes, the creation of basilisks, the blood curses, each one epitomized the darkest forms of sorcery. It was precisely this reason that deterred him from seeking Albus directly. For even as he clung to his moral boundaries, his hands remained stained with blood, not to mention the countless animal carcasses in the forest. How could he account for the increasingly numerous bodies of Muggle criminals at the Black Estate? He could not reveal that he hailed from another world. Concealing his identity for over a decade had become second nature to Pollux, and he had never entertained the thought of disclosing it to anyone. His secrecy was solely to protect his family. Perhaps in the past, Albus Dumbledore had been able to tolerate this, for Pollux had been relatively honest. Bolstered by the support of the Black family and the Pollux, everything stemmed from his obsession with magic and his reclusive nature. But to manipulate his only brother, to exploit his deceased sister, to leverage his innermost desires to compel one of the greatest and most powerful wizards of modern times, along with a mere 13-year-old child, into a compromise, to allow a deranged child to wield increasingly malevolent magic, he was Albus Dumbledore. Being led around by the nose by a child lost in the throes of power was simply absurd, especially when Pollux refrained from revealing his origins. Who would believe that his blind pursuit of power was solely to combat Tom Riddle, to stand against the Dark Lord to safeguard his family? Could the formidable Black family truly be undone by Tom Riddle? It was nothing short of a jest. Pollux himself could scarcely believe that he had witnessed Tom Riddle's hand severed, particularly given that Pollux was not inherently astute. The mere thought of manipulating Albus Dumbledore was already a remarkable feat. After a long silence, he resolved not to attempt an explanation to Albus, for he had nothing to clarify. In an atmosphere so tense that it felt as if the air had solidified, Paul confidently raised his finger to indicate his own head. He could not fathom that Albus would resort to murder, nor did he fear the prospect of a soul-sucking interrogation. Headmaster Dumbledore, if you possess the prowess, then come in and see for yourself. Azkaban holds no terror for me. I am Paul Black. For the first time, he truly grasped Professor McGonagall's disdain for him. Albus's eyes seemed ready to ignite with fury as he violently hurled a plate of sweets to the ground, pointing towards the door and bellowing in rage, "Get out, Mr. Black. And you, both of you, leave. Go." No one dared to confront the wrath of Albus Dumbledore. Even his own brother, upon witnessing Albus consumed by anger, swiftly seized Paul and fled. "You are quite audacious, daring to provoke my brother." Aberforth, unfazed by his expulsion, appreciatively patted Paul on the back before turning to leave, remarking, "See you tomorrow. I must return to gather my belongings." Seeing Aberforth about to depart, Paul quickly called out, his face a mask of confusion, "Mr. Dumbledore, what was that all about?" Aberforth replied, "As for the promise to resurrect his sister, you may inquire about that with him, though I would not recommend doing so at this moment. Fear not, young one. Return and rest." With a cheerful wave, Aberforth vanished around the corner of the corridor. Paul hesitated, glancing at the door to the headmaster's office, contemplating the earlier outburst of Albus. Paulus hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately resolved to heed Bufus's counsel and return to the dormitory. Unbeknownst to anyone, outside the window of the principal's office, a beetle flitted its wings. It had been half a month since the last conversation in the principal's office. At last, Albus and Bufus had come to an agreement on the means to resurrect their sister. Paulus served as both a tool and an apprentice. He was utterly unable to comprehend the conversation between the two, resorting to diligently recording notes in an attempt to grasp their meaning. During this time, they also sought out Nicodemus, bringing back certain items. However, at Albus's insistence, all details were kept entirely confidential from Paulus. From Aberforth, Paul understood the source of his anger. The soul artifacts, the serpent creature, and the blood curse were malevolent beyond comparison to the Cruciatus curse. Upon realizing Paul's adeptness with such dark arts, Aberforth grew wary of him, especially as Paul had acquired numerous secrets through unconventional means, even resorting to threats involving his brother. Aberforth felt compelled to comprehend Paul, particularly the reason behind his fervent desire for power, which led him to take reckless risks. However, he recognized that ordinary conversation would bear no fruit, and even typical threats would prove ineffective, which culminated in that particular scene. As for Azkaban, it was merely an idle threat. Nonetheless, Paul's final provocative remarks genuinely incensed Aberforth. Marking the first instance he harbored such disdain for a student, an emotion he had never felt even towards the Dark Lord during his school days, despite Paul aiding in the resurrection of his sister. Conversely, Aberforth and Paul's relationship flourished, as he was not the meddlesome brother, but rather grateful for Paul's assistance in reviving his sister, acknowledging the immense risks Paul undertook. After a fortnight of preparation, the trio, accompanied by Aberforth's Phoenix, Fawkes, arrived at the room of requirement. Upon discovering that Paul was rejected by the room, Aberforth shot him a significant glare, internally contemplating the notion of sending Paul to Azkaban immediately after resurrecting his sister. He was acutely aware that a fragment of Ravenclaw's essence resided within the room, which even the wise Ravenclaw found distasteful. However, given the circumstances, he utilized his position as headmaster to facilitate Paul's return. "Are you prepared?" Aberforth inquired. "Ready," Paul replied. "Then let us commence," Aberforth stated. Paul closed his eyes and emptied his mind, relinquishing the protective barriers of his inner world, though he retained his memories. He awaited the arrival of Albus and Aberforth. Out of body. As two soul extraction spells were cast, the brothers began their descent into Paul's psyche. However, it wasn't long before beads of sweat appeared on Albus and Aberforth's foreheads. The two elderly gentlemen, each sporting a beard that collectively measured 2 meters, exchanged astonished glances and commenced a discreet communication. "Brother, you cannot enter either? Has this young man lowered his guard? He does not resist us. This is merely the negative emotions inherent within his psyche. Are you suggesting this is an unconscious manifestation? It seems so. Let us proceed cautiously. I shall inquire. Mr. Black, you may awaken now." Albus beckoned to Paul. "Is it over?" Paulus gazed in surprise at the two individuals, drenched in sweat. Was it not agreed that they would manipulate him with the soul-binding curse, enabling him to enhance his skills? Why did it feel as though he had been deceived? Gentlemen, Headmaster Albus, as per our agreement, I am permitted to observe. Pollux expressed his indignation, believing that the two had concluded their affair deliberately without his knowledge. There is no intention of breach, Mr. Blake. We are unable to penetrate your mental realm. Albus, slightly embarrassed, wiped the sweat from his brow. How could that be? The soul-binding curse. Not at your level, Pollux inquired, astonished. It is not a matter of the soul-binding curse. It is that we cannot access your innermost self. What? Mr. Blake, your mental realm is shrouded in terrifying negative emotions. Any contact would result in immense suffering. Are you certain you have let your guard down? I have. I assure you, I harbor no defenses, Pollux replied with utmost seriousness. Very well, Albus, I believe I have discerned the cause. Mr. Blake, to what extent do you typically employ the heart-wrenching curse in your practice? Albus pondered Pollux's daily training methods, suspecting that the issue lay therein. Please observe. Both of you. Pollux raised his wand, gradually amplifying the power of the Cruciatus curse. Recently, having relied heavily on soul transfiguration, he had not employed the curse for quite some time, resorting solely to instinct to elevate his training intensity. That is enough, Mr. Black, Albus interjected, sensing that the curse had already surpassed his comprehension while its power continued to escalate. He exchanged a grave glance with Aberforth, who remarked, It seems we have underestimated the situation. I did not anticipate the first step to be so arduous. My foolish brother, do you wish to proceed further? Even into the depths of a demon's psyche? Of course, Aberforth replied resolutely. Demon? What are you speaking of? Pollux inquired, perplexed. The two brothers offered no response, instead demonstrating through their actions that the demon in question was indeed Pollux himself. 2 months have elapsed. Even Albus Dumbledore, the most formidable wizard of the age, required 2 months for this endeavor. While the brothers could certainly force their way into his inner world, they were cognizant that they must labor within it. They needed to remain in Pollux's mental realm for an extended period. It must be said that Pollux was quite the masochist, incessantly subjecting himself to excruciating pain in a relentless effort to fortify his mind, resulting in his psyche being saturated with torment. One could assert that his entire mental landscape resembled a vast Cruciatus curse. The ability to enter this mental realm after 2 months was only achievable once Pollux ceased his mental fortification and expelled the recent painful memories from his mind. Yet, that was a span of 2 months. Through the relentless toil of the two elder wizards, drenched in sweat day and night, they finally succeeded in penetrating Pollux's being, not merely his body, but his very soul. Not only the two brothers, but Pollux himself began to question whether he was indeed a pervert. After the arduous completion of the initial step, another month passed, and following countless entries and exits, the brothers finally acquired the capacity to disregard the accompanying agony within Pollux's mental realm and adeptly wield the tool at their disposal. This tool pertained to the resurrection process, a project for which Pollux had taken responsibility. The resurrection endeavor had been duly added to the agenda, and despite the discomfort of feeling like a public restroom, Pollux commenced his earnest study. The first step involved utilizing the tool to sever the soul. Why employ a tool? Because the act of soul severance necessitated immense negative emotions and malevolent dark magic, domains in which the tool excelled. One fragment from Albus and another from Aberforth would serve as the core for the reconstruction, complemented by a portion of the Phoenix Fox, which would invoke the Phoenix's regenerative abilities. Following this, the 3 parts of the soul would undergo preliminary fusion through the tool. Why again the tool? Because the agony of soul fusion surpassed even that of soul transfiguration. Without the assistance of the tool, the brothers' threshold for pain would be utterly insufficient. Skilled in weaving the magical consciousness of the tools into their very beings, the two brothers relied on this extraordinary power to withstand the excruciating pain. Gradually, they merged the souls of the 4 individuals together. But why were there 4 souls at this juncture? It was essential to harness the magical consciousness of the tools and the souls to endure the immense suffering induced by the manipulation. Thus, the tools had to serve simultaneously as a workstation. In this manner, they continued their relentless cycle of donning and shedding, tirelessly mending and stitching. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had elapsed, and the holiday season arrived. Albus, with thoughtful consideration, utilized his position as headmaster and his amiable, trustworthy demeanor to secure an extended leave for the tools, claiming that they were engaged in a research of utmost significance. Meanwhile, the tools languished in the dim, request-driven chamber for 6 months, having lost their holiday without a single penny in wages, with many essential materials still covered by their own funds. After 4 months of arduous effort, the preliminary fusion of the souls was nearing completion. As for the sisters' consciousness, the tools had not erred in their assumptions. After a lengthy passage of over 60 years, her consciousness still resided intact in the world, existing as an entity devoid of both soul and body. Albus held the portrait of his sister tenderly, while he retrieved 2 wands, transformed into feathers, from the tail of the phoenix fox. The brothers found themselves ensnared in memories. Ariana Dumbledore was a silent presence, for she epitomized silence. Young wizards would experience a surge in magical power as their mental faculties matured, with emotional outbursts triggering fluctuations in their magic. Extraordinary talent or extreme stimulation would exacerbate these fluctuations, potentially giving rise to magical consciousness. Compared to joy, happiness, and love, positive emotions, intense negative emotions were far more readily produced. Thus, the consciousness of most young wizards manifested as negative and malevolent. Inflicting pain is undoubtedly easier than bestowing joy. One often endures beatings, while finding money is a rare occurrence. The magical consciousness itself is a fusion of the wizard's awareness and magic, which is inherently beneficial for a wizard, as the essence of controlling magic lies within their emotions. However, should a young wizard harbor intense aversion towards magic, this consciousness would instinctively distance itself from them, leading to a disintegration of personality and the emergence of a purely negative persona. Children, in their innocence, are often incapable of facing fear with rationality. Compared to ordinary individuals, young wizards are more susceptible to the fragmentation of their personalities. This aspect of consciousness and magical power becomes increasingly potent and malevolent, ultimately threatening not only to consume the young wizard, but also to unleash a formidable desire for destruction alongside an overwhelming dark magic. This is the origin of the entity known as Momo-Ran. Ariana's tragic childhood transformed her into Momo-Ran, yet her 2 brothers and parents, all formidable wizards, have continuously endeavored to siphon away her negative magical energy to preserve her sanity and prevent her powers from spiraling out of control. However, as she matured, the growth of her negative magic reached a terrifying threshold. The extraction of vast amounts of magic began to deplete her life force. In a bid to prolong their sister's life, the brothers only drew magic from Ariana while she was awake, returning it entirely when she fell asleep, thereby minimizing the toll on her body. Yet, this very action cost them their mother. One sorrowful night, the increasingly powerful negative persona awakened and seized control of Ariana's body. In a desperate attempt to protect her daughter, their mother sacrificed her own life to forcibly extract Momo-Ran from within Ariana. The brothers, shrouded in guilt, began to bicker endlessly, which eventually escalated into a violent confrontation, leading to the tragic demise of their sister. However, through the preserved dark magic that belonged to Ariana, the 2 brothers inadvertently sustained her consciousness, despite her lack of a body or soul. The magic that was rightfully hers was capable of maintaining her awareness. To prevent her from being consumed and descending into madness, the brothers allowed her to remain in a deep slumber while nurturing her magical essence. Albus never relinquished hope of resurrecting her, even after his brother had given up. The Philosopher's Stone and the rebirth of the Phoenix Fox served as excellent means of evolution. The 2 wands, which the brothers initially used to extract and store magic, belonged to Ariana and their mother, respectively. It was time to commence. They prepared to place the image containing their sister's consciousness into the apparatus, exchanging a knowing glance. Each brother grasped one of the wands that held their sister's magic and skillfully entered the restroom, donning protective gear. The brothers had become adept at managing both the apparatus and the magical essence, as effortlessly as they would attend to their bodily needs. This was indeed a pivotal moment, a critical juncture for the survival of all 4 of them. The success or failure of the resurrection hinged on this very act. Should they fail, the apparatus would be destroyed. Conversely, if successful, Albus too would seek to obliterate it. The malevolent consciousness of Pollux is exceedingly sinister, and Albus does not believe he can endure for much longer. He is even astonished that he can maintain his sanity in the presence of Pollux. The 2 brothers, driven by their profound love for their sister, are escorting her dormant consciousness, which has been in slumber for over 60 years, gradually into the vessel, adorned in protective gear. The brothers commence the final step of soul fusion using the tool. This transformation of the soul is fraught with peril. Unlike Pollux's usual self-transformation, this endeavor aims to ensure the complete rebirth of their sister. The brothers not only refrain from allowing their own consciousness to linger, but also resolutely prevent the tool's consciousness from remaining. They have resolved to depart at the last moment before the soul transformation is completed. Only in this way can they spare their sister's fragile consciousness from the agonies of transformation and prevent contamination from any foreign consciousness. This necessitates a precise grasp of the final moment of transformation. Should the three consciousnesses fail to withdraw, all the awareness within the soul would irrevocably merge. Thanks to the protective gear, the brothers, their sister, and the tool will not have their consciousness obliterated during the reconfiguration. Albus, Bufus, Pollux, Ariana, Black. Dumbledore shall make their brilliant appearance. A wizard of unparalleled strength encompassing the past, present, and future. Albus Black Dumbledore shall eradicate all evil. All malevolent forces shall tremble in fear. However, if they act too soon, their sister's consciousness will be completely erased due to the premature removal of the protective gear. Yet, rest assured, the two brothers will not permit haste, even if it means becoming a grotesque fusion. As for the tool, does it have a choice? With the ongoing transformation, witnessing Ariana's soul gradually taking shape, Pollux feels as if he might be sweating profusely, as if he were bathing, alas, under the control of the soul-binding curse. He cannot escape, nor does he wish to, for this process of transformation is of utmost importance to him. If he succeeds, he will transcend into a technician rather than remain a mere tool. Limbs, body, visage, hair, feathers, and a pair of wings and a tail. As consciousness and soul intertwine and transform, the figure of Ariana slowly emerges. Wait, wings and a tail. Pollux made an astonishing discovery. The two brothers had unwittingly infused a fragment of the Phoenix Fox's consciousness into their being, and it had actively merged within them. Had they not agreed to refrain from introducing any impurities? What was this? Were they discontent with Albus Black Dumbledore, deeming him insufficiently majestic without wings? Moreover, as time progressed, Pollux felt an increasing sense of unease. Ariana's soul had nearly blended into a vivid existence, far surpassing the time stipulated by their agreement. Yet the brothers showed no intention of withdrawing. This time, Pollux was genuinely alarmed, contemplating a forceful escape. However, as two waves of sacred warmth emerged, imbued with love, longing, and concern, he abandoned that notion. The potency of these spiritual forces was overwhelming, so formidable that they could safeguard everything. In an instant, they illuminated the soul space. Once shrouded in malevolence and darkness, and even when bursting forth from the protective confines of Pollux's consciousness, they did not dissipate. It is crucial to note that this was occurring amidst a transformation of the soul. For the first time, Pollux discovered that the realm of the soul was not shrouded in darkness. At least, the protected Ariana was not, radiant and devoid of any blemish. Accompanied by this formidable force, the trio withdrew from Ariana's essence, and under the sanctuary of that sacred spiritual power, the mended soul gradually achieved its final transformation. Is this the essence of love's power? Paul felt the enduring spiritual strength within his soul, dedicated to safeguarding Ariana, as he gazed in perplexity at the two brothers. Seemingly on the brink of death, to uncover the origin of this power, one must stride towards the light. Albus quietly remarked to Paul, observing his fatigue. Simultaneously, he patted Abufus on the shoulder, and their eyes met, revealing a genuine joy that even brought forth tears. Ariana can finally return. If love can serve as a shield, why not take action yourselves? Pollux, sensing the lingering consciousness of the two within him, inquired with skepticism, "Are you aware of how long the final transformation took?" Aside from the fusion, Albus, exhausted, slumped onto the sofa, gasping for breath, replied, "A full 30 days. Including the preparations beforehand, the entire transformation process spanned 148 days. That mental strength can only endure for a week. Even with both of us combined, it won't exceed half a month. What do you think? Is resurrecting a person truly that simple?" The two brothers paid no heed to Pollux and began their rest. Paul was also bored with the experiment, testing the strength of his mental prowess. After realizing that no amount of effort could help him break through, he resorted to a long-forgotten spell to grant himself some respite. Once the transformation of his soul was complete, Ariana's essence drifted beyond his own, the two souls connected by an invisible thread, akin to an umbilical cord. The diminutive white soul gradually absorbed the essence of the surrounding pure black giant, nurturing its growth. The absorbed essence was safeguarded by the surrounding mental energy, serving as sustenance while ensuring that Ariana's pure spirit remained untainted, even as the black giant unleashed relentless attacks. September 1st, 1965 marked the dawn of a new academic year. Unlike before, when he had some presence, Paul, having vanished for over a year, was slowly fading from the awareness of teachers and students alike. The Black family, requiring only a monthly letter, had nearly forgotten his existence. After all, the benefits bestowed by the Dumbledore brothers were too substantial to ignore. Bella and Rodolphus had both reached the age of budding romance, preoccupied with their club activities, leaving little room in their hearts to concern themselves with Paul, particularly Rodolphus. Andromeda, having distanced herself from her family and that dreadful brother, had utterly liberated herself. Without Bella, she even contemplated transferring to Gryffindor. Though such a decision could lead to serious repercussions, she was indifferent to the consequences. The only one in the entire academy who sought out and cared for the missing Paul, who had been absent for 9 months, was Rita, driven by her insatiable curiosity. She even speculated that Headmaster Dumbledore and his brother might have consumed Paul or transformed him into a fearsome beast. Yes, it must be a terrifying creature, especially since the Dumbledore brothers had recently been acquiring numerous potions. Rita lifted her gaze to Albus, situated in the heart of the staff area. His slightly weary and pale appearance further fueled her suspicions. However, as the sorting ceremony concluded, the arrival of the house elf Luke in the dormitory, who quietly greeted her, dispelled her concerns. For Luke brought a note, a letter from Paul, though it contained only simple phrases, repeatedly urging Rita to keep it confidential. Her inquisitive heart felt a sense of fulfillment. She joyfully replied to Paul's correspondence while also reaping a bountiful reward in galleons. Most of Paul's letters inquired about various individuals and their activities. To him, such information was valuable intelligence, naturally warranting compensation, and Rita was an excellent informant. It would be a disservice to confine her talents to the Daily Prophet. Simultaneously, he conveniently overlooked the multitude of questions posed in Rita's responses. As for why Paul remained in a state of disappearance, it was because he was pregnant. Indeed, he was expecting a child with Miss Ariana, the sister of the Dumbledore brothers. Initially, their souls were merely interconnected. However, due to the fragile and feeble nature of the reconstituted soul, it required nurturing. Consequently, the two brothers informed him that it would take approximately 3 months for it to fully mature. Throughout this period, they diligently administered copious amounts of expensive herbs to replenish the vitality of Pollus's soul. Out of a lingering distrust, each brother took turns, weekly, to infuse a portion of their loving energy. Although not as substantial as during the initial infusion, each session left them utterly exhausted. Let there be no misunderstanding. This mental fortitude was employed to prevent Pollux from exerting any undue influence over Ariana and to purify her from potential corruption. As for the rationale behind nurturing their sister's soul within Pollux, it was absurd. It was akin to sacrificing flesh to feed a hawk. A few cuts may suffice. But enduring such a process for 3 months, only Pollux could withstand it. Thus, after 3 monotonous months of corresponding with Rita, Christmas arrived. Pollux discovered that he had been deceived, truly deceived. He finally understood why the essence and consciousness of the Phoenix Fox had to be integrated, even amidst such perilous soul fusion. Thanks to the Phoenix Fox's remarkable abilities, the amalgamation of souls and consciousness could achieve a more profound integration. And the process of rebirth would thoroughly mend all the wounds inflicted upon the Phoenix. All of Ariana's flaws in her new form would be impeccably rectified. Only after her resurrection would she be considered a genuinely complete rebirth, capable of truly embracing her new body. This resurrection was accomplished within Pollux himself, resulting in an additional fleshy mass upon his back, necessitating the use of a cane. Within this mass resided the reborn Ariana, transforming him into a father in a most unexpected way. Nevertheless, this period allowed Pollux the opportunity to diligently focus on his studies. Over the course of 8 months, he developed a profound admiration for the extraordinary ideas and exquisite techniques of the Dumbledore brothers. The only drawback was that, apart from what he had witnessed himself, the brothers had imparted little knowledge to him. As days turned into nights, the rift among the three deepened, particularly his relationship with Albus, which had become as contentious as that of the brothers in their earlier days. However, considering his confinement, Pollux received a significant benefit upon his earnest insistence. The Dumbledore brothers commenced collaboration with the Black family. Tom Riddle, due to the burgeoning alliance between the Blacks and the Dumbledores, had vanished. Albus harbored disdain for Pollux, which extended to Tom as well, though it appeared that he now loathed Pollux even more. As time progressed, Rita's letters had accumulated to the extent that they could be bound into a book. On the back of Pollux, Ariana found herself enveloped in a profound silence. She quietly grew, inch by inch, and Pollux developed an inexplicable affection for her. Even his gaze towards the Dumbledore brothers shifted. It was no longer one of tenderness, but rather a deep-seated resentment. Ever since the school year commenced last year, the brothers had incessantly deceived him, claiming that Ariana would soon detach from his being. This charade persisted for a full 9 months, coupled with the preceding 12 months. Pollux had been ensnared by the two old men in the room of requirements for a staggering 21 months, just 3 months shy of 2 full years. On September 1st, 1966, the dawn of another academic year arrived, and at last, Ariana was born. Paul did not become a father, nor did he become a mother. The sorting ceremony has just concluded. The two brothers, Dumbledore, remain ever vigilant in their daily duties. As Pollux communicated with Rita in his daily routine, a bright crimson flame erupted, piercing through the tumor on his back. As Paul hurriedly shielded his hair, he tucked away the nearly incinerated letters. The scent of roasted meat wafting from his back, and sprinted forth, engulfed in a massive flame. The cacophony of shouting prompted his brothers to assist in extinguishing the fire. Not out of pain or fear, such agony was negligible to Paul, but rather because his garments were on the verge of being completely consumed. All was petrified, fireproof and heat-resistant. Upon witnessing Paul's frantic dash, Albus swiftly cast a petrification spell. He could not allow any harm to befall Ariana. Fortunately, Albus, with a sense of conscience, employed a fire protection charm, safeguarding Paul's hair and letters, albeit only those. Just before Paul was thoroughly scorched, when he had but the remnants of color to shield him, he finally felt a lightness as the flames extinguished and his brother's spells were lifted. The three of them immediately turned their gaze towards Ariana suspended in midair. If there are angels in this world, they must surely resemble her. Pollux gazed at the celestial Ariana above, captivated by her resplendent figure. Her wings, a vibrant blend of crimson and gold, were elongated and ethereal, adorned with 3 slender feathers trailing gracefully behind as she danced joyfully in the azure sky. Her alabaster skin exuded an aura of purity, while her slightly melancholic yet animated eyes sparkled with life, framed by luminous white hair that concealed strands of gold and red. A delicate black viper coiled around her ankle, its malevolent presence lending a touch of enchantment to the soaring Ariana. How beautiful! Though he had witnessed her in his soul daily, Pollux couldn't help but express his admiration. However, before he could indulge in another moment of reverie, he noticed the space around him beginning to warp, and he was unceremoniously expelled from Albus's enchanted abode. Standing stark naked in the corridor of the 8th floor, he was greeted by a chilling breeze. Fortunately, there was no one around, nor any beetles. At least, he hoped not. With the dedicated assistance of the loyal sprite Luke, Pollux returned to his dormitory, transformed yet again, his expression akin to a smoldering flame, silencing his fellow students, including Rodolphus, along the way. Thus, Pollux returned, only to depart once more. The following day, he slammed a notice of withdrawal onto Albus's desk, scarcely glancing at his newly enrolled younger sister, and merely bidding Rodolphus a brief farewell after their night together. Pollux hurriedly returned to the manor, eager to assimilate the knowledge he had acquired. During this period, he would undoubtedly need to conduct numerous biological experiments. Hogwarts would not suffice. Time was of the essence. He could scarcely believe that 2 years had slipped by in the blink of an eye. The thought of the impending First Wizarding War, less than 4 years away, filled him with increasing trepidation. Armed with the insights bestowed upon him by his brother, Albus, and bearing a scar emblazoned with the image of a phoenix, Pollux diligently sought to persuade Pollux to offer his unwavering support. That very night, upon his return home, he commenced his work. Countless magical materials and an endless supply of serpents were continuously delivered to the subterranean depths of Black Manor. He isolated himself completely, meticulously organizing the records of the past 2 years before embarking on a series of experiments, experimenting, and documenting again. Thus, a year flew by. After more than 3 years of relentless accumulation, Pollux's experiments finally reached fruition. Through ceaseless trials and innumerable failures, a black viper, imbued with malevolent magic and resembling his animagus form, began to emerge, inch by inch, from his mouth. This serpent was a fragment of his soul, divided in his viper form and fused with the essences of countless serpents, an extraordinary miracle born from Pollux's own being. A brand new life, a black viper coursing with dark magic, was successfully created, a magical creature more sinister than a basilisk. Filled with excitement, he meticulously initiated further experiments. However, this newly birthed serpent, twisted by its dark soul and inherently infused with malevolent dark magic, possessed only the most primal instincts. Beyond its innate drive for slaughter and consumption, It struggled to exhibit any higher intelligence, and even without provocation, it would instinctively attack Pollux himself. Yet, none of this mattered. The primary function of this serpent was to serve as another vessel for him. Now, his consciousness and soul could effortlessly inhabit it, as if it were his own body. There were no adverse reactions. In fact, it harmonized with Pollus's own being. The magic residing within the serpent could be manipulated by him with but a simple thought, as if it were an extension of his own power. Its innate brutality and low intelligence paradoxically became its strengths, due to a lack of exceptional intelligence. A mere contract suffices to grant Pollux the most exquisite control. Trembling, he caresses and senses repeatedly, as the chilling touch travels from his fingertips to his heart, leading him to perceive the most beautiful sights in the world. He has finally entered the realm described by Master Salazar, reaching the level of a legendary sorcerer. Although he has merely glimpsed the threshold, he remains feeble in comparison to true legendary wizards. Yet, this glimpse has ignited a flicker of hope for preserving his family. Only the legendary possess the audacity to challenge fate. A singular path is woefully inadequate. Having achieved a qualitative transformation in the realm of magic, he now requires a quantitative one. With more materials flowing into the basement, Pollux embarks on increasingly audacious experiments. However, fate has a penchant for mockery. That serpent was a miraculous anomaly. He can no longer replicate an identical one. Despite Pollus's growing skill through experimentation, the serpents he creates are utterly incapable of possessing. As he delves deeper into understanding, Pollux uncovers the root of the issue. It lies within the soul. He can endure the torment of soul tearing repeatedly, incessantly slicing his essence to conduct numerous experiments. Yet, the soul is not akin to chives, even though it can be hastily mended through various potions and methods. The repaired soul resembles a hastily applied patch. While it may heal the wounds of the soul, time is required for a complete restoration. As for how long this process will take, Pollux remains uncertain. The patches on the Dumbledore brothers show no signs of repair after several years. Furthermore, the nurturing of Ariana and countless experiments have drained his soul, particularly the last successful endeavor, which severed a significant portion of his core essence. His soul has reached its limit. It is not a matter of enduring pain. Rather, in the act of slicing, his soul can no longer accommodate his consciousness. He now resides, metaphorically, within a suitcase. Paul had no choice but to relinquish his ambitions. He was unwilling to truly descend into madness. However, this realization underscored the impossibility of creating a serpent capable of embodying a soul, at least not within a short time frame or even decades. Even if Paul were to restore his own essence, such a phenomenon could never be mass-produced. Only imitations or facsimiles could be crafted. While it was feasible to create a vessel, replication remained unattainable. Through his research, he came to understand an undeniable truth. Each soul is uniquely singular. The mass production initiative had utterly collapsed. Yet, did this not defy fate itself? It felt as though a cruel jest had been played upon him. Paul was astonished to discover that this serpent possessed the remarkable ability to reproduce. Indeed, the snake could bear offspring. It was conceived through the fusion of countless souls. Inherently devoid of gender, yet unexpectedly endowed with the instinct to procreate. After a year witnessing its miraculous existence, Paul beheld as, much like himself in the beginning. The serpent expelled 12 hatchlings in a singular, awe-inspiring moment. To his delight, he found that while these young serpents exhibited some initial resistance, they could nevertheless assimilate into his consciousness and soul. Moreover, as the process of integration continued, this resistance gradually diminished, potentially reaching the level of the previous generation. He realized, with profound astonishment, that he had indeed created a species capable of reproduction, not merely a simple organism, but an entire lineage. Pollux immediately transformed into a master of serpents, brimming with excitement. This particular serpent, which he named the Shadow Serpent, bears a striking resemblance to a viper. Its entire body is cloaked in darkness, with juvenile specimens measuring 10 centimeters and adults reaching an impressive length of 150 centimeters. These serpents grow continuously with the passage of time and the accumulation of magical power, exhibiting an exceptionally fierce and aggressive demeanor. As a magical creature, it possesses remarkable vitality and aligns seamlessly with the dark arts of psychic magic. Its venom is imbued with the potency of the heart-piercing curse, allowing mature specimens to unleash this spell through their eyes. They exhibit notable resistance to both the heart-piercing curse and mental assault magic. The lifespan remains uncertain, however, drawing from the longevity of basilisk-like creatures. It is believed to last at least 900 years. This species is unisexual, and under optimal health and ample magical energy. It can gestate up to 12 offspring within its body. The natural reproductive cycle spans 12 years, yet the inaugural shadow serpent, crafted by Pollux, absorbed an excess of souls and magical energy during its creation, enabling it to produce 12 second-generation shadow serpents within a single year. Thus, the reproductive cycle was astonishingly condensed from 12 years to just one. Pollux also experimented with the shadow serpent, which requires a year to fully manifest its soul. Those that take less than a year cannot survive due to the absence of a complete soul. The process of hastening their growth can only accelerate their physical development, yielding no effect on the soul itself. By the time of the third generation of shadow serpents, Pollux could merely possess them, and the universality of his magical power diminished to mere affinity, unable to achieve the complete communion of magic as seen in the first two generations. This phenomenon arises from the fact that, in contrast to a complete soul, there are few fragments of soul akin to that of Pollux. The essence of the shadow serpent's soul has transformed into one that is naturally birthed. Much like the descendants of Salazar Slytherin inherit Parseltongue, the shadow serpents inherit the characteristics of the original shadow serpent as a magical creature, embodying that fragment of Pollux's soul. Pollux, with a portion of his soul, can achieve a level comparable to Salazar, albeit with the capacity to accomplish even more. Remarkably, just as wizards can produce muggle offspring, there exists a minute possibility that his shadow serpents may also give birth to ordinary vipers. The original shadow serpents are entirely artificial creations, essentially corporeal manifestations of Pollux himself. The first batch of second-generation shadow serpents mirrors the original, yet their gestation occurs naturally, retaining the essence of their predecessor. The subsequent second batch, spawned through the initial generation, possesses a high affinity for magic and can embody Pollux's entire consciousness, rendering them almost indistinguishable from the third generation. One might argue they are effectively the third generation. However, through intervention, the original can still yield high-quality second-generation serpents, albeit this requires complete immersion of consciousness and soul into the original's body, necessitating a 12-year period to replicate the natural gestation process. Consequently, Pollux has temporarily relinquished this endeavor, turning his focus toward cultivating the third-generation shadow serpents. With the original and second generations combined, Pollux already possesses 14 lives, sufficient for his needs, especially considering the element of surprise against adversaries who remain oblivious to his capabilities. Notably, the third-generation shadow serpents, while unable to house a soul, can temporarily serve as vessels for his consciousness. Furthermore, tests indicate that shadow serpents boast a lifespan of at least a millennium, with the original and second generations potentially living even longer, setting him on a path toward immortality. As long as he avoids reckless actions, surviving for 1,000 years by relying on the original is certainly achievable. Much like Orochimaru, who may be unable to defeat his foes but outlives them, Pollux finds himself in a similar predicament. In essence, Orochimaru is of a caliber akin to the Sage of Six Paths, a status that allows Albus to easily vanquish Voldemort, yet he remains unable to achieve victory. As the Dark Lord is insufferably cunning, the sunlight is indeed blinding. After approximately 4 years, Pollux, bare-chested and with eyes closed, slowly pushes open the door and steps out of the chamber, accompanied by over 300 shadow serpents nurtured at great cost. Notably, the shared magical affinities of 13 serpents unexpectedly amplify Pollux's own magical reservoir fivefold. He feels the immense power coursing through him, igniting an impulsive desire to confront Voldemort immediately. However, it is essential to meet Grandfather first, as Pollux seems to be experiencing some difficulties. On December 28, 1970, with the conclusion of Christmas, the year approached its final moments. It was nearly the 8th anniversary of Pollux's disappearance. Bella, Rodolphus, and Rita had all graduated over a year ago. In contrast to Pollux, they had the fortune of enjoying a complete school life. Due to Pollux's association with the Slytherin Dueling Club, Bella and Rodolphus had surpassed the abilities of ordinary adult wizards, particularly the talented and strong-willed Bella, who was even more formidable than many Aurors in the Ministry of Magic. After graduation, Rodolphus did not return to manage the family business. Instead, he happily played the role of a follower. With connections fostered through the club, the duo established a security company within the wizarding world, much to the delight of his parents, who were pleased that their son had allied himself with a member of the Black family. Rita had no desire to pursue journalism, as the pay from the Daily Prophet was dismally low. Moreover, Her curiosity about Pollux intensified with his complete disappearance. After graduation, she engaged in intelligence work alongside Bella and Rodolphus while assisting in the collection of information about the long-missing Pollux, who had generously provided her with galleons from Pollux. At Black Manor, in the study, Pollux found it surprising that he had not changed in appearance at all. Sitting on the sofa, he gazed into the mirror at his tall figure and couldn't help but scoff. He was already 18 years old, yet his looks remained rather disagreeable. The influence of dark magic rendered him with a rather gloomy visage, making him appear more villainous than the villains themselves. Coming to his senses, he conversed with Pollux, whose hair was beginning to turn gray and who appeared unusually aged. The two shared a calm exchange about the events of the past years. Time flew by, and after several hours of discussing trivial matters, Pollux began to lament Pollux's capricious behavior and the enormous expenses incurred during his 4-year seclusion. Pollux, you have become a powerful dark wizard at such a young age. I am pleased, but he observed Pollux's expression gradually becoming strained and, with a grave tone, continued, the family's situation is not favorable. You should consider developing your prospects in America. I understand that I have spent a great deal, but what is happening in America? Pollux merely recalled the conversation regarding his expenditures, harboring disbelief that such financial matters could plunge the Black family into turmoil. He chuckled, expressing incredulity. While there is a degree of financial connection, it is not a significant issue. I have arranged everything for you in America. You will find better opportunities there. The prospect of relocating to America appeared appealing, especially with the possibility of bringing his family along. Pollux considered this a prudent strategy, ensuring the safety of at least some of his loved ones, with plans to address the remaining concerns later. However, his gaze inadvertently caught a glimpse of the faint pattern peeking from the left arm of Pollux. Though only a corner was visible, he could sense the malevolent magic emanating from it. A sudden chill gripped his heart, and an unsettling premonition emerged. He approached with genuine concern, inquiring, that mark? Such wicked magic. Grandfather, are you all right? Pollux felt a twinge of panic upon witnessing Pollux's increasingly serious and skeptical expression. Maintaining an outward calm, he explained. It is nothing, a mark associated with a group known as the Death Eaters, a coalition of pure-blood wizards. Moreover, I am a leader among the Death Eaters. This has been the case for 2 months now. If you do not come out this time, I will seek you out in a few days. What? The Death Eaters? Pollux gasped in astonishment, his eyes wide as he stared at Pollux. Pollux, my dearest grandson, leave England, depart from this place. While no one is paying attention, make your way to America. Do not seek out anyone. Leave this place, depart. Pollux, striving to maintain his composure, retrieved a finely crafted briefcase from a hidden compartment beneath the desk and handed it to Pollux, urging him with a sense of urgency. Remember, do not confide in anyone. Leave at once. The fireplace, use this fireplace. Tell me everything. Grandfather, I will not leave. Pollux, steadfast in his convictions, found himself ensnared in a tumultuous turmoil. It was evident that during the revival of his sister, the Dumbledore brothers had pledged their cooperation with the family. Despite Dumbledore's profound aversion to Voldemort and being one of the few who discerned the Dark Lord's ambitions, he harbored no fondness for the Black family. Nevertheless, Dumbledore would undoubtedly strive to diminish the family's ties with Voldemort. It was precisely for this reason that he could embark on the resurrection of Ariana with such assurance. Retreating to his studies with tranquility, according to his meticulously crafted plans, the situation should not have unfolded in this manner, at least not at this moment. Pollux found it difficult to accept this grim reality, momentarily rendered speechless. His grandfather had inexplicably become a Death Eater. He had believed that he could alter the course of history, yet the situation had evidently surpassed Pollux's expectations. A wave of inexplicable rage surged within him as he shouted each word with fervor. Tom Riddle, do not utter that name. Pollux hurriedly interrupted Pollux in a panic, his face betraying profound regret. Casting a glance at his furious grandson, he seemed to lose all strength and shook his head in resignation. He could not fathom how Pollux had discovered the truth, yet he realized that he could no longer conceal it. He murmured in a tone of despondency, I should never have allowed you to see me one last time. I should have sent you away immediately. I truly am growing old and senile. I cannot even protect my own grandson. What on earth is happening, grandfather? Dumbledore. Observing the dejected Pollux voiced his concerns, inquiring how Voldemort had circumvented Dumbledore's control over the family and the current state of their lineage. What is the situation now? Seeing Pollux's anxious inquiries, Pollux felt a mix of helplessness and a touch of pride. You possess an unwavering determination. Though you may not be the wisest, your thirst for power will undoubtedly lead the Black family. Pollux suddenly raised his voice. But why? Why does the cold-hearted, reclusive you care so much about family? Why are we so significant to you? Is it not sufficient to pursue power single-mindedly? As he observed Pollus's increasingly somber expression, Pollux sighed deeply. Enough, enough. It is true that Dumbledore has indeed collaborated with the family, and Voldemort is evading Dumbledore's scrutiny. Since then, he has scarcely interacted with the family. However, as your time away from the family prolonged, the relationship between the Blacks and Dumbledore deteriorated, gradually returning to what it once was. 2 years ago, Voldemort returned with even greater fervor than before. Pollux's expression gradually grew complex, tinged with a hint of guilt. 2 years ago, Voldemort returned, wielding a power more formidable than ever and bearing this mark. Moreover, he was not alone. Other pureblood families, including your aunt's branch of the Black family, also arrived. They referred to themselves as the Death Eaters. He seemed to recall something absurd and let out a bitter laugh. Voldemort, with unparalleled sincerity, extended an invitation to the Black family to become the leaders of the Death Eaters. He earnestly invited me to assume the role of the true leader of the wizarding world in Britain, to rule over those filthy half-breeds and mudbloods. What a splendid idea. But isn't it rather naive? A reason one cannot refuse, is it not? Did you acquiesce? Pollux spoke coldly, stating, no, or rather, not at that time. The power of the Death Eaters truly astonished me, yet even with the backing of my family, it was beyond our reach. Such a degree of influence was unattainable. At least in the short term, it necessitated extensive time to cultivate. Pollux sighed deeply, his demeanor growing increasingly aged. However, I did not refuse him. The future he painted was alluring, particularly the prospects for the Black family. We chose to collaborate, and thereafter, the growth of our forces exceeded all expectations. Countless wizards, even those not of pure blood, joined our ranks. At this juncture, Pollux raised his left hand, gesturing towards the dark mark. Under the ever-mounting allure of the formidable alliance between the Black family and the Death Eaters, I was ensnared, or perhaps I was willingly drawn in. If I aspired to dominate all, the time to join was fleeting. He once again extended an invitation for me to join the Death Eaters and ascend as a leader. Is it to bear that mark? Pollux inquired, pointing at Pollux's arm. Indeed, to bear the mark of leadership he spoke of, in the presence of your wretched father, before the eyes of all the Death Eaters, within the hall of the manor. I received that mark. Afterward, he subjected me to severe humiliation before everyone and referred to me as a servant. Recalling that moment, Pollux furiously hurled the books from the table to the ground. It was nothing but a charade. I now comprehend why the Death Eaters could ascend so rapidly. It is this very mark, an existence more terrifying than a slave contract. With it, one is bound to obey Voldemort's will, should he desire. Even the slightest act of defiance becomes impossible. Through this mark, Voldemort can exert control over you at any moment, knowing everything about you. Can it be removed? At what cost? Pollux gazed at the somewhat deranged Pollux with concern and inquired. It is impossible. The dark mark is not a mere contract. Not even death can alter the identity of a Death Eater. Death cannot even provide liberation. I have witnessed with my own eyes the grim spectacle of Voldemort summoning the souls of the deceased, devouring them voraciously. As Pollux recalled the horrifying scene, a look of sheer terror crossed his face. However, he soon grasped Pollus's hand and fervently exclaimed, Pollux, do you understand? We must leave this place. I hope it is not too late. I should not have met with you to share all of this. Let us speak of family instead. Grandfather, is the mark something that affects the entire lineage? Pollux gently patted the trembling hand of Pollux, speaking in a firm yet reassuring tone. Do you truly believe I would abandon my family? Pollux, with a pained expression, replied, You are indeed stubborn. He then composed himself, his demeanor heavy with despair as he walked slowly to the liquor cabinet, retrieving a bottle of fine whiskey and taking several deep swigs, his eyes regaining a flicker of vitality. Your aunt, myself, and your great-aunt, along with your worthless father, that insufferable fool. As he uttered the name of Cygnus, Pollux's tone turned frigid before he continued. Voldemort has been consuming the Black family lately, thus granting us particular attention, and I still possess a modicum of freedom. He offered a comforting smile to the increasingly solemn Pollux, adding, although Voldemort's power is formidable, the toll of this mark is significant. Thus, the Death Eaters are predominantly individuals of elevated status. He still requires our service, which allows me to safeguard your mother, your sisters, and your safety for the time being. Is there truly no way to remove it? Pollux persisted, unwilling to relent. I fear only Voldemort could achieve that, Pollux replied, shaking his head. Grandfather, could you pour me a drink? Pollus's voice was laden with gravity. Your growth pleases me, but you are far from being able to confront Voldemort. I believe my grandson will become the most powerful wizard. However, Voldemort is not like Dumbledore. He thrives in the shadows, relishes in malevolence, and will not overlook any threat. It is perilous for you to remain. Pollux poured a glass for Pollux, still attempting to persuade him to leave. England is exceedingly dangerous right now and will inevitably fall into Voldemort's hands. We, the Death Eaters, have lost our chance. But you and the others, while I still possess some influence, must not take risks. I will find a way to ensure your escape. Grandfather, I understand your intent. I will not seek to defeat Voldemort. I cannot abandon my family, Pollux declared, draining his glass as if resolutely deciding his course. Grandfather, contact the esteemed Dark Lord. Inform him that his loyal servant wishes to meet. What? Pollux froze at these words, the bottle slipping from his grasp and shattering on the floor as he stared, astonished at the earnest expression of Pollux. After what felt like an eternity, the master of cunning, Pollux, comprehended his grandson's intentions. He foresaw the impending turmoil within the wizarding world of Britain. A war between the Dark Lord, the Ministry of Magic, and Dumbledore was inevitable. The conflict would yield only two outcomes, the most probable being Voldemort's victory. As his most loyal, potent, and reliable subordinate, the Black family would endure, even potentially negotiating the freedom of certain family members through their intrinsic value. Conversely, should Voldemort be defeated, the entire influence of the Death Eaters would undoubtedly face reckoning. However, the process of liquidation is a protracted one. As long as one possesses sufficient leverage, opportunities for negotiation are not entirely absent. Such occurrences have transpired throughout history. It is even possible to consolidate the Black families standing through the resources and authority at hand. Nonetheless, the fundamental prerequisites for this are the continued existence of the Black family. To preserve the Black family from the clutches of the Dark Lord and the inevitable conflicts ahead, one must possess value, significant and formidable value. The Death Eaters marked by the Dark Mark are not lacking in loyalty. What they lack is value. Pollux, having your grandfather is sufficient. Let us proceed. The Black family needs you to survive. Pollux's gaze fell upon Pollux, who was not particularly adept in these matters, and his eyes instantly became red and swollen as he tremulously spoke. Your grandfather is not yet senile. Trust him. Let us go. Once that mark is placed, everything will be resolved. One grandfather is enough for the Death Eaters. Your grandfather has already led the family into the abyss. You cannot afford to falter now. I need to meet the great Dark Lord. Pollux was exceptionally resolute and filled with fury. I must meet the great Dark Lord, Pollux resolutely declared, a flicker of pity crossing his gaze as he fixed it on Pollux. He was acutely aware that his grandfather would never consent, yet he would not withdraw. The die was cast. Kneeling upon one knee, an overwhelming surge of sinister, dark magic erupted uncontrollably from him as he reverently welcomed the great Dark Lord. Pollux hesitated for a moment, allowing his grip on the wand to slacken. Under the influence of the dark power, his marked left arm glowed with a sinister green light, and a figure gradually materialized within the study. Voldemort had arrived. Through the dark mark, he sensed a malevolent force that rivaled his own, and he immediately made his way here. Upon seeing Pollux kneeling, he spoke in a low, gravelly voice. What a wicked, exquisite power. TSK, TSK, TSK. Head of the Black family, you have an extraordinary grandson. It has been far too long, Pollux Black. Indeed, it has been an eternity. Voldemort chuckled ominously, his gaze lingering on Pollux, who Pollux had desperately tried to conceal and protect. This stirred within him some troubling memories. As he surveyed the room, he remarked, "It seems you have learned quite a bit from Dumbledore. I always thought you were hidden away at school. Never did I expect. Without warning, Voldemort raised his hand, unleashing a crimson beam that struck Pollux, who immediately collapsed to the ground in convulsions, utterly unable to utter a sound. Voldemort then approached the kneeling Pollux, placing his wand upon the boy's head, a look of delight spreading across his features. What a marvelous power! I had almost forgotten that wretched child who once humiliated me. Pollux, your grandfather has been rather disobedient, has he? Concealing such a remarkable being as you. Great Dark Lord, please forgive my arrogance." Pollux found himself at the mercy of Voldemort's wand, pressed against the back of his head, unable to meet Pollux's gaze. He lowered his head deeply, suppressing any semblance of discontent or fury. The Patronus charm. A surge of immense and malevolent magic surged into his mind. compelling Pollux to hastily scramble his memories, burying significant recollections deep within his consciousness. Fear and power, the soul-draining curse, and the dark mark were his most loyal servants. Unlike the cautious Albus Dumbledore, Voldemort's formidable and wicked magic ravaged Pollux's mind like a tempest, mercilessly sifting through his memories. An intriguing little imp. The expression of enjoyment swiftly morphed into one of anguish as Voldemort continued to extract his memories. The Dark Lord's consciousness was compelled to retreat from Pollux's inner self, leaving him somewhat astonished that a mere child could endure such a torrent of pain. Even he could not withstand the torment of probing Pollux's memories. Yet, Voldemort harbored no interest in such trivialities, mere folly. Little imp, I heard 4 years ago that you and Dumbledore collaborated to create a wondrous magical creature? With such a close relationship with the headmaster, why do you remain hidden in the manor? What compelled you to summon me? Voldemort, hands clasped behind his back, slowly approached the fallen Pollux, a chilling and cruel smile creeping across his face. Lift your head and speak to me. Everything I do is in pursuit of the power of immortality. It is also because of this power that I fell out with Dumbledore. You know how he has always been. Pollux suppressed the tumult of anger within, gazing at the fervent expression of his counterpart. In Salazar's presence, I beheld the might you currently wield, O great Lord of Darkness. I humbly offer my fealty and beseech you to bestow upon me your formidable power, that magnificent strength. Paul's fervor intensified as he excitedly presented a third-generation shadow serpent to Voldemort. The chamber? Intriguing, it emanated a familiar aura of magic. It bore resemblance to Salazar's basilisk, yet was distinctly different. Voldemort, upon hearing Paul's words, delicately lifted the shadow serpent with his wand, observing it with keen interest. Is this what you have crafted during your 4-year absence, relying on Dumbledore's guidance? No, Dumbledore could not possibly impart such formidable power to me. Its creation primarily stemmed from the knowledge acquired from Lord Salazar Slytherin. How exceedingly fascinating. That old man has managed to endure for so long. Salazar has utterly dissipated. No one can withstand the might of the great Dark Lord. I have merely grasped a fragment, and from that moment, I comprehended the extent of the Dark Lord's power. With that in mind, Voldemort callously extinguished the shadow serpent with a flick of his wand, gracefully manipulating the wand entwined with emerald energy, casting upon Paul a disturbingly sinister smile. Why seek your esteemed Professor Dumbledore instead of coming directly to me? You must understand. The version of you from back then held far greater value than the present. Out of fear, the great Dark Lord. So you have conquered your fear? A glimmer of menace flickered in Voldemort's gaze. I am now even more afraid, yet having witnessed immortality and invincibility, I have realized that only you, my Dark Lord, can be my greatest mentor. Arise, greedy little wretch. Desire cannot procure power, but loyalty can, and the great Dark Lord shall fulfill your wishes. Thank you, esteemed Dark Lord. Paul, you may address me as Master. Thank you, revered Master. Provide me with a few more of the basilisks you just offered, and I shall assist you in refining this clumsy contraption of yours. However, you must undertake a task. What task, esteemed Master? Pollux extracted several shadowy serpents, transformed into tattoos, clinging to his wand. While extending the wand, he respectfully inquired, to Hogwarts, bring forth a tormented soul. No, 5 tormented souls. The souls of young wizards. Voldemort accepted the wand, gauging its weight, and coldly mocked Pollux. You must act swiftly. Only if you can satisfy me will you earn my power, greedy little imp. You must prove your loyalty and worth. You may depart now, accompanied by that old fellow, Pollux. At your service, Master, he replied. Knowing he was to go to Hogwarts to conspire against 5 young wizards, Pollux exhibited a moment of evident discomfort, yet chose to remain silent as he carried the already unconscious Pollux out of the study. Voldemort observed Pollux's respectful departure and, with a flick of his wand adorned with the shadowy serpent, revealed a hint of amusement. He held no belief in the words of Pollux. For having toyed with deceit and pretense for decades, he placed his faith solely in his own power. Loyalty was a concept he dismissed. He trusted only himself and the primal forces of fear and desire. If that arrogant wretch could not prove his worth, serving merely as a blade to elevate him to the pinnacle of power, then Pollux, who had dared to humiliate him, certainly deserved no place in this world. As for escaping the wrath of the furious Dumbledore at Hogwarts, that was a matter for the Black family to ponder. Would it not be better if he perished? Laughing with self-assurance, Voldemort vanished from sight. Foolish child. The awakening Pollux struggled to speak, tears streaming down his weathered face, understanding his grandson's intentions. You cannot deceive that fellow. He knows everything. I had no intention of deceiving the Dark Lord, grandfather. You know I am not skilled in such schemes. You are a fool. Cough, cough, cough. Pollux coughed violently, gripping the other's hand tightly. Leave. I will use my last card to ensure your escape. He dares not cause a ruckus at Hogwarts. He seeks to shatter my final hope as a means of revenge. Cough, cough, cough. While Pollux endeavored to make Pollux feel more at ease, he spoke slowly, fearful of provoking his grandfather. Grandfather, you have devoted your life to our family, and I too shall stand by our kin. For me, even succumbing before you would be preferable to witnessing the demise of my loved ones. With a resounding slap, Pollux struck Pollux, his anger simmering before gradually subsiding. He waved his wand, summoning a box with the summoning charm. This belonged to my grandfather. Take it. It will aid you. Grandfather, trust me. But if you fail to complete Voldemort's task, you must leave. Grandfather, this is the condition I promised to uphold. Prove your worth to me. Suddenly, with eyes aflame, Pollux gripped Pollux by his collar tightly. Prove that you can protect yourself, or I shall resort to any means necessary to expel you. I, Pollux Black, cannot allow the Black family to be ruined under my watch. Do you understand, fool? You are my only hope. I promise you, I shall return alive. Trust me. Upon receiving Pollus's resolute and confident response, Pollux reluctantly accepted the harsh reality. Unable to bear the thought of saying more to his grandson, he gestured for Pollux to depart. Paul subsequently departed from the estate, clutching a map of Hogwarts that bore a wealth of clandestine knowledge about the castle. After all, his great-grandfather had once held the esteemed position of headmaster. Phineas Nigellus Black was hardly a paragon of discretion. The wizarding community in Britain had descended into chaos, with varying degrees of turmoil erupting across the land. Malevolent dark wizards were more active than ever, engaging in theft, robbery, and the reckless use of exceedingly dark magic, a situation that had escalated year by year since 3 years prior. Reports of mysterious disappearances among wizards and the discovery of bodies succumbing to the killing curse had begun to surface with alarming frequency. A palpable tension had gradually enveloped the entire wizarding realm. Yet, within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts, under the aegis of Albus Dumbledore and fortified by potent magic, accompanied by the most exceptional wizards as educators, tranquility and joy still reigned among the young witches and wizards. All of this, however, bore no relation to Paul. On January 1st, 1971, as the Christmas holiday drew to a close, all the young sorcerers returned to Hogwarts. In the headmaster's office, 2 wizards, one clad in black and the other in white, were engaged in discourse. This exchange represented the last glimmer of hope for Paul before his descent into darkness. Albus observed Paul, who had been missing for 4 years, and noted, as he had anticipated, the deepening of his malevolence and darkness. A twinge of regret flickered within him for having acquiesced to his brother's wishes. Mr. Black, you have long since graduated. Why return? Headmaster Dumbledore. I have formally applied for a leave of absence. Moreover, I have only spent 2 years at Hogwarts. Pollux shook the letter of expulsion from Albus in his hand, igniting a fierce flame at his fingertips that consumed the parchment bearing the accolades of his graduation. With a crack, he realized that this document had already been reported to the Ministry of Magic. Even if it were reduced to ashes, his graduation was irrevocable. Albus denied the notion of Pollux returning to school, particularly in light of the current circumstances, a student adept in dark magic, hailing from the notorious Black family. Voldemort, that once exemplary pupil, was gradually revealing his ambitions, and Albus was convinced that the recent turmoil was a direct result of his machinations. The connections between the Black family and Voldemort were intricate and profound, and Albus could no longer tolerate Pollus's return, especially given that this was the very boy who had once threatened him. With a wry smile, Pollux mused on his graduation, brushing the dust from his hands. Headmaster Dumbledore, may I inquire about your thoughts on the present situation, or your perspective on the Death Eaters? He ventured. A band of marauding lunatics, utterly oblivious to the malevolent intentions of their master, the self-styled Voldemort, Tom Riddle. Albus responded candidly, perplexed by Pollus's inquiry. Mr. Black, your malevolence rivals that of Voldemort himself. I cannot acquiesce to your request to return. You may leave. Wait, I wish to ask your opinion on the Dark Mark, the emblem of the Death Eaters. What do you think of it? Pollux pressed. An exceedingly nefarious soul bond. More wicked than a slave contract. Is there a way to nullify such a bond? None. Even the mere desire to sever the bond can yield horrific consequences. Has someone from the Black family become a Death Eater? Indeed, Albus replied, his demeanor growing grave as he recognized the potential for further deterioration in the situation. "Why do you ask?" "Oh, it's nothing." Pollux shook his head, hesitated for a moment, and then, with a glimmer of hope, spoke. "I wish to inquire whether my mother, sister, and my younger siblings, along with those members who are unwilling or reluctant to become Death Eaters, could seek refuge from you, esteemed headmaster, as well as from Hogwarts. Should they choose to sever ties or betray the Black family." "What do you mean, Mr. Black?" "I am well aware of your formidable power, headmaster. I also recognize your benevolence. If you could rescue my family from the clutches of Voldemort, I would be willing to sacrifice everything." Pollux gazed earnestly at Albus. Voldemort may very well instigate a war. Having encountered the increasingly deranged Voldemort, he felt utterly helpless in preserving his family. He was unwilling to resort to betrayal for their safety. He was not an evil man, at least not in his heart. Albus cast a quizzical glance, believing the words spoken, yet doubting Pollux himself. Nevertheless, he pondered and solemnly replied, "If you or your family harbors thoughts of resisting Voldemort, I would be both pleased and comforted to accept such intentions. However, given the current circumstances, should Voldemort ignite a conflict, I fear no one will escape unscathed. Hogwarts can only safeguard the underage wizards. Do you understand? Why, when war erupts, if I were to shelter your family, every wizard would seek refuge. Mr. Black, panic will ensue, and Hogwarts cannot risk annihilation by entering the fray. Even joined with me, we lack the strength to protect everyone. You have the authority to refuse their pleas, Headmaster Dumbledore. You possess that right. It is inconceivable that you would make such a selfish demand. If you wish to avert disaster, rally your family and all others to resist Voldemort instead of fleeing or serving as his minions. You cannot fathom the sheer brutality of the war that lies ahead." With a final glimmer of hope, Pollux spoke in a tone laced with menace. "Headmaster, are you truly unwilling to grant my request, even if it means acquiring a new adversary, one akin to Voldemort, an immortal dark wizard?" As Albus's astonishment morphed into fury, Pollux has dispelled the soul transformation of the Shadow Serpent, revealing his possession abilities. He showcases that through the knowledge of the other, he has indeed attained an immortal corporeal form. This is a spell so wicked that it astounds me. "Mr. Black, you are threatening me once more. In comparison to 4 years ago, you now employ the deaths of even more individuals to coerce me into satisfying your selfish desires." Albus gazed with indignation at Pollux, who radiated malevolent magic and had transformed into a serpent. "You are forcing me to risk the destruction of Hogwarts to acquiesce to your self-serving demands. I harbor no such intent, Headmaster. You selfishly wish to remain uninvolved, thriving on the sacrifices of others to relish a hard-won peace. Mr. Black, your lineage holds no greater nobility or distinction in my eyes than any other. I merely wish to prevent harm from befalling them. No one desires to be harmed. Mr. Black, your indifference to the thoughts of others bears no distinction from that of Voldemort. Unlike Voldemort, Headmaster, I am solely concerned for my family. If possible, I too yearn for peace. Family. For years ago, you exploited my family. You garnered sinister knowledge from me. Now, for years later, you again manipulate countless families to threaten me into safeguarding your own. Yes, but I still hope you can assist me. For you, too, cherished family. That instance was different." Albus interrupted Pollux, speaking earnestly. "Pollux Black, that time, you sought knowledge. You merely leveraged the love of my siblings and me. However, Ariana's resurrection did not inflict harm or threats upon anyone. Headmaster, do you truly refuse to consider my request? Impossible. Black, I even regret having promised my brother 4 years ago, allowing your malevolent power to grow darker. The you of now is excessively selfish, excessively arrogant. Arrogant enough to believe you can wield such nefarious magic." Albus spoke gravely to the silent Pollux. "Look at Voldemort now, Mr. Black. If you do not wish to become like him, you should cease the bloodshed, rather than wield death as a means to threaten me." "Enough, Headmaster." Pollux interrupted Albus's sermon, having discerned that the other party would unequivocally refuse his request. He was unwilling to endure yet another repetition of that tiresome lecture he had heard countless times before. For years of it had been more than sufficient. "I do not possess your altruistic heart. My only concern lies with my family. Moreover, I loathe your moralizing. I detest your self-assured sense of control over everything." Pollux had no intention of continuing the conversation with Albus. Transforming back into his human form, he declared, "I, Pollux Black, shall never lose myself. Even if this path appears exceedingly wicked in your eyes, dear Headmaster, even if it truly leads to a dead end, for the sake of my family, No matter how malevolent or shadowy it may be, even if it leads to hell, I shall resolutely tread upon it. Albus gazed at Pollux, who stood unwavering in his conviction, pondering deeply. Mr. Black, I acknowledge your steadfast belief. Even if you fear not the pain, the desires born from dark magic will corrode all, including the human heart. Prove your words with facts, dear headmaster. Having reached this point, Pollux finally resolved to fulfill Voldemort's command. He shook his head, bowed to Albus, and turned to leave the headmaster's office. Wait, Albus called out to Pollux. Contemplating what more to say, he sighed deeply, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions as he glanced at him. Go and see Ariana. You can find her by the Great Lake. Upon hearing Ariana's name, Pollux paused momentarily, saying nothing before departing. Exiting the headmaster's office, he transformed into a third-generation shadow serpent to serve as his form, intending to seek out his sisters for a conversation. Yet, inexplicably, he found himself drawn to the shores of the Great Lake. There, a familiar yet foreign figure stood quietly. The tranquil lake reflected the last rays of the setting sun, twinkling alongside the gentle breeze, creating a scene both serene and exquisite. A fiery red cloak, composed of wings and tail, tenderly draped behind a white figure. The lake's shimmering afterglow illuminated the presence. You've come, father. A gentle yet slightly sorrowful voice reached Pollux before he drew nearer. The sound was soft, yet he heard it with remarkable clarity, as if the heaviness within him had lessened slightly. It was an abrupt statement, particularly for a solitary man of 54 years. Yet Pollux felt an innate sense of belonging in that moment, even warmth. Ariana was indeed a manifestation of his essence. Yes, I have come. With each step, Pollux's emotions grew increasingly intricate as he approached Ariana, maintaining a respectful distance, standing silently beside her. One was steeped in malevolence, the other in purity. Yet both bore hearts laden with anguish and turmoil. Two souls who had met only twice, two individuals whose paths should have never intertwined, now stood face to face, sharing an inexplicable connection. Is there something you wish to discuss? Pollux initiated. I am in turmoil. As you know, these past years have been chaotic, and I seek someone to talk to. What of your brothers? Pollux did not believe that the two brothers would deny Ariana's request, at least not Abufus. The brothers harbor a disdain for you and wish to keep you from my presence. I can empathize with their torment, for as they articulate their feelings, I too sense a malevolent force that is more terrifying than the darkness I recall from memory. Please, call me Pollux, Miss Dumbledore. Very well, Father, Pollux. I bear the weight of painful memories that have haunted me for over 60 years. The brothers presume I am oblivious, yet each time they infuse me with their magic, fragments of those memories resurface, akin to dreams gently re-entering my consciousness. Are your brothers aware? Upon hearing that Ariana has endured torment for a full 60 years, a twinge of sorrow inexplicably gripped Pollux. I am uncertain, but their unwavering devotion and love throughout those decades have compelled me to accept this burden with immense guilt. This profound remorse makes it difficult for me to confide in them. Will you help me keep this secret? Perhaps I ought not to. Pollux was at a loss for words, merely gazing quietly at the melancholic Ariana. You know, I initially intended only to bid farewell to my brother. I never wished to carry that burden of guilt with me. The love from my brothers only amplifies my remorse. I think you should be a bit stronger. Your brothers genuinely hope for your return. I am not as resilient as you, Pollux, but you have bestowed upon me strength. At this point, Ariana gestured towards the small black serpent coiled around her ankle, speaking sorrowfully amidst Pollux's puzzled gaze. Through it, I can sense your emotions, an intense suffering intertwined with unwavering determination and relentless devotion. It is a pain and resolve I have never encountered before, one that I cannot fathom. Under your influence, I have managed to endure. I have found the courage to atone for everything that transpired. You know, back then, I was simply not strong enough. Tears streamed uncontrollably from Ariana's mournful eyes as she crouched down, hugging her knees, softly whispering, Father, Mother, and those 3 innocent children, as well as the rift among my brothers, it is all because of me. Do you understand, Pollux? It is all because of. It is all in the past. You cannot return nor alter anything. Pollux gently patted Ariana, halting her from continuing her lamentations. His words stirred his own recollections, interrupting Ariana's painful reminiscences. Now that you are aware, do not inflict further anguish upon your brothers. They require your existence more than you realize. Moreover, you are no longer the true Ariana, are you? There is no necessity to torment yourself with these painful memories. They are merely fragments of the past. Thank you. Apart from you and my brothers, I am unfamiliar with anyone else. I dare not share these thoughts with them. I am grateful for your willingness to listen. I am actually quite resilient now. I simply seek someone with whom to confide all of this. Should I let it go? Pollux pointed to the small serpent coiled around Ariana's ankle, a remnant of his soul's essence that had clung to her during her corporeal rebirth. Yet it had not fully merged with her being. While it posed a challenge for others to remove, for Pollux, reclaiming it was a mere task, as that trace of essence still belonged to him, albeit with a tinge of discomfort. It's unnecessary. It merely reflects your emotions and will not affect me. It's not particularly painful, truly not. She insisted. Without it, I might have. Then let it be, he concluded. Pollux glanced at Ariana, who seemed to cherish this object, and smiled, realizing that she was still but a child, living only in the dreamscape of her memories for over 60 years. Under the darkened night, Pollux gently patted Ariana's head. I have nothing more to say. It is time for me to return, as the night has fallen. And I should not linger here. Will you come to see me again in the future? Perhaps it will be difficult for me to return. Seeing Ariana's tear-streaked face, her melancholic eyes filled with anticipation as they gazed upon him, Pollux momentarily found himself at a loss for words. After a brief pause, he produced a second-generation shadow serpent and handed it to her. Sign a contract. Through it, you can express your powerful consciousness and we shall meet. Very well. But is this the only way we can meet? For the time being, it seems unlikely, and please do not let the others know of its existence. Pollux hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately resolved to confide in Ariana. In the future, I shall commit dreadful deeds. Your brother will no longer permit our meetings. Dreadful deeds? Indeed, conceal it well. Should you find disappointment in me, feel free to extinguish it. Be cautious, for it possesses a fierce nature. I shall. Father. Call me Pollux, and farewell, Miss Ariana. Father. In the fading silhouette of Pollux, Ariana murmured softly. Although neither Pollux nor the Dumbledore brothers appreciated her manner of address, Ariana, for reasons unbeknownst to her, consistently perceived in Pollux the reflection of her father, the one who perished in Azkaban for her sake. Pollux had never contemplated exploiting Ariana again, despite having done so once before, leaving behind that shadowy serpent. The utterance of father bore significant weight for him at the age of 54, a realization he remained oblivious to. He had so easily relinquished one of his trump cards into Ariana's hands. Andromeda was engulfed in anxiety and discontent. Among the Black sisters, she was the most unconventional. She lacked the ingrained pride that characterized her elder sister and younger sibling, a truth she had perhaps not recognized during her time within the family. However, upon entering the school and encountering a novel way of life, she swiftly grew disenchanted with the existence at Slytherin. She did not wish to be a princess, specifically, a princess of the House of Black. She even regretted the Sorting Hat's declaration that she possessed a Gryffindor heart. In her arrogance, she had chosen Slytherin, for after all, were not all Black Slytherins? The school experience led her to realize that half-bloods and muggles were not so different from purebloods. In fact, their lifestyles were more carefree and far more engaging. Particularly, the Gryffindor spirit of audacious love and fierce loyalty, coupled with a sense of justice to aid the weak, captivated her. Upon returning to the manor, she found herself unable to treat the household servants as she once had, instead feeling compassion for them and even discreetly gifting them with galleons. Witnessing their expressions of gratitude mingled with fear instilled in her a profound doubt and disdain for her noble lineage. She loathed the way others regarded her, the glances that conveyed superiority. Andromeda attempted to confide in her sisters, yet she was met with her sisters' stern reprimands and her younger siblings' incomprehension, which only deepened the chasm between them. Following that, Bella frequently visited to impart lessons, and as time passed, their conflicts intensified, leading to frequent quarrels. Bella had even threatened to summon their grandfather to punish her. Nevertheless, Andromeda yearned for an egalitarian existence, one that would enable her to forge genuine friendships. Her distaste for the hypocritical Slytherins, particularly the ever-arrogant Bella, grew stronger. However, with Bella's graduation, Andromeda found herself liberated. Narcissa's admonitions could not deter her quest for authentic companionship. 2 years of unfettered freedom had blessed her with the camaraderie of warm-hearted classmates and a love she had longed for, pure and devoid of ulterior motives. She also intended to seek out her uncle after graduation, the one who cherished and understood her, who had even promised to care for her and Ted Tonks post-graduation and prepare respectable employment for them. Just as she and Ted envisioned their future 6 months down the line, her brother, who had been living in memory, reappeared in her life after more than 7 years of absence. Confronted with an elder brother who bore an uncanny resemblance to her grandfather, nay, one whose demeanor was even more fearsome. She hesitated for an extended period before ultimately deciding to meet him, a rendezvous she anticipated would be their final encounter. For she had already begun to contemplate severing ties with her family. After bidding farewell to Ariana, it was the first weekend for Pollux, in a prestigious restaurant in Hogsmeade. Andromeda, feeling a sense of unease unlike that of her sister Narcissa, observed Pollux waiting for them and felt a surge of disdain within her. She was reluctantly pulled by Narcissa to Pollux's side. "Sisters, it has been far too long. I have missed you dearly, brother. You have not contacted me in years. And your classmates have sung your praises to the heavens. When shall you return to school?" Narcissa, unlike Andromeda, who was reserved, eagerly took a seat beside Pollux. "Sister, do sit down." Andromeda forced a smile and silently settled across from them. "It has indeed been ages. How long has it been since we gathered like this? By the way, where is our eldest sister? Why isn't she joining us?" Narcissa inquired. "I wish to see you both privately. Bella is quite busy. How have you been at school?" "Quite well, although those insufferable individuals have become even more unbearable, you know, especially the Gryffindors. They're growing increasingly bothersome, if you catch my drift." Narcissa recalled the recent skirmishes involving several of her associates and the Gryffindor lot. "It is not solely your group of Slytherins causing the ruckus. The situation outside has become increasingly chaotic." Andromeda couldn't help but retort. "Ah, dear sister, you are a Slytherin as well. I am not like you." "How so?" "I see you have been bewitched by those mudbloods, particularly Taylor. Do not speak of Taylor in such a derogatory manner." "Enough, enough." Pollux intervened to quell the quarrel between the two sisters. "Brother, could you please reason with our elder sister? After her graduation." "Very well. Can Narcissa spend some time with your handsome friend? And while you're at it, could you bring me some food? I wish to have a conversation with Andromeda." Pollux pointed to a boy in another corner of the restaurant. The handsome lad had shyly taken a seat there since arriving with Narcissa, occasionally glancing in this direction. "You must persuade your sister to distance herself from those so-called friends." Narcissa rose and huffed discontentedly at Andromeda, clearly implying that Pollux should better discipline his indiscreet sister. "I do not intend to lecture you. I am not grandfather." "What?" After Narcissa had walked away, Andromeda was taken aback by Pollux's words, recalling that her brother was once a fervent devotee of blood purity. Raising a finger, she cast a silent spell. Pollux had already gleaned information about his sister's situation from Rita and was aware that Andromeda likely harbored disdain for him. "What is this? A silent spell? I do not wish for Narcissa to overhear. Andromeda, you are my sister. What can be done about disliking Tyler?" Moreover, Pollux hesitated, nearly revealing too much. "Upon your graduation, I shall expel you from the family." "What? How can you say such a thing? This household does not revolve around you." Andromeda exclaimed in shock. Despite her animosity, she was still a daughter of the Black family, and although grandfather despised uncle, the latter had not been expelled from the family. She merely loathed the family, but had not reached the point of relinquishing her surname. "Grandfather may not, but I will, and I have the authority to do so." Pollux regarded Andromeda with a frigid gaze. "I am not your grandfather. I cannot tolerate your actions. It is not merely you. My uncle and my two cousins will also be expelled from the family. Your affairs cannot escape my notice." "You." Andromeda trembled, pointing a finger at Pollux. "You may cast me out, and I desire nothing further to do with you all, but my uncle and my cousins have done nothing wrong." "Enough." Pollux interrupted her vehemently. "That is something your grandfather might endure, but I shall not. Intermarriage? I shall not permit friendships with those individuals. The Blake family shall remain forever pure. I will not allow our lineage to be sullied. I'm going to seek out grandfather." Bang. "Halt." Pollux coldly called out to the irate Andromeda as she stormed away, forcefully slamming several keys from Gringotts onto the table. Addressing his startled sister, he declared, "I trust you will inform those fellows that I have no desire to converse with traitors such as yourselves, especially you. If you wish to marry Taylor, then depart from England. Go to a place devoid of the Blakes. Take these keys and leave this place." Andromeda trembled, stifling her tears as she fixed a cold gaze upon Pollux. "We do not require your charity. This is not charity, but rather a humiliation. Let it serve as a perpetual reminder of your betrayal against the family. Do not provoke my ire. If you wish to spare your mudblood boyfriend from my wrath, take the keys and leave. Get out of England." Paul seemed unable to contain his fury, as the magic within him surged uncontrollably. Damn it. Madness. As he watched Andromeda flee the dining hall, a sense of relief washed over him. Perhaps this would prove effective. He wished for his sister to find happiness beyond the borders of England. The method he devised to ensure Andromeda's safety had taken him an entire night to conceive, and he could hardly claim it as entirely his own, for Rita had offered considerable assistance, alongside the astute Rodolphus. "Brother, you seem to have gone too far." Narcissa observed the two quarreling figures in the tearful departure of Andromeda, cautiously stepping into the realm of the silencing charm. "What you said just now. Though I am unaware of its content, but sister, Narcissa, I have expelled Andromeda from the family." "What? Brother, do you not think that is somewhat excessive? How could you? You are the most intelligent among us 4 siblings. I spoke to Andromeda alone because of you." "What do you mean?" Narcissa regarded her brother with a hint of confusion, slowly taking a seat. "The brother I remember is not like this. No matter how extreme sister may be, she is still your sibling. Listen to me, terrible events are on the horizon. Andromeda's departure, in truth, may be her salvation." Pollux finally comprehended his grandfather's concerns, as his current actions mirrored those of Pollux just days prior. He hoped his sister would not follow in his footsteps. "I do not wish for this either. Andromeda has not returned home in quite some time, has she?" Narcissa remained silent, observing Pollux lost in contemplation. The two shared a prolonged silence until she finally spoke softly. "Is it because of Voldemort? Is our home truly as others say?" "Yes, and yet no. Therefore, do not inform Andromeda. War is on the horizon, and it is best for you to remain at school. My grandfather and I will devise a plan to ensure your safety. It will not be as simple to send you away as it is for Andromeda." Pollux stood and gently kissed Narcissa on the forehead, tousling her neatly arranged hair, and smiled. "You clever little one, do not leave the school before graduation. If you care for that little brat from the Malfoy family, it would be wise to keep him within these walls as well. Is it truly that serious? Do not step outside the school at all. From tomorrow onward, farewell." "Understood." Narcissa watched Pollux fade from view, lost in thought for a long while. The astute young woman comprehended the gravity of the situation, and her spirits plummeted. Turning around, she noticed the waiter serving dishes, including her brother's and her sister's favorite meals. Just then, Lucius Malfoy came bouncing over. She silently whispered an apology. Amidst the astonished gazes of those around her, she snatched the plate from the waiter's hands and accurately slapped it onto Lucius's extraordinarily handsome face, then collapsed onto the table, weeping quietly. "Narcissa, should I consider finding a new girlfriend?" He felt a twinge of envy for that Ranslanch fellow. At least Narcissa's sister did not enjoy hitting her boyfriend. Lucius awkwardly smiled at the waiter. Fortunately, the restaurant was sparsely populated due to high prices. Hogsmeade, despite the current dire circumstances, remained vibrant and bustling. Nestled close to Hogwarts, it attracted a myriad of witches and wizards. Although a few nefarious individuals lurked in the shadows, they were merely isolated cases. The overall safety of Hogsmeade was assured. Particularly for the young students still attending school, the badge on their chest was no trifling matter, should danger arise. A group of teachers or even Headmaster Dumbledore could instantly apparate to their side from such a close proximity. Pollux felt relieved that he had never developed the habit of attending classes, and thus he was spared the obligation of wearing a school uniform or displaying a badge. The thought of being constantly monitored by an elderly gentleman with a penchant for philosophical inquiry was rather unsettling, was it not? Although he did not fit the type the man preferred, he was grateful for the protection afforded by the badge. Unlike the restrictions imposed during Harry Potter's time, where third-year students and below were prohibited from visiting Hogsmeade on weekends, this rule might have been enacted a few years earlier due to Pollus's circumstances. Despite his reluctance, the distinction between strangers and family remained clear to him. Family held greater significance. Compared to facing peril at Hogwarts, spending weekends here seemed a reasonable alternative, especially considering his method of disabling the badge's communication. His grandfather had meticulously recorded many secrets known only to the headmaster. Such actions were impossible within the confines of the school, as he was not the headmaster. But this place was not a school, was it? Seated quietly atop the Hog's Head Inn, masked and observing the oblivious young wizards below, Pollux patiently selected his targets. Aberforth no longer managed the pub. Instead, he spent his time at the school with Ariana, the most formidable wizards in all of Hogsmeade, or rather those who might thwart him, were the 5 Aurors stationed in the square. While disabling the badge allowed him to evade professors, dealing with the Aurors posed a challenge. They were not foolish enough to engage in a one-on-one confrontation. Nevertheless, Pollux had devised a clever strategy. Now, he simply needed to locate 5 or more isolated young wizards. Many children would lose track of time while playing, only to be met with stern admonishments from their parents, who warned them of the dangers lurking outside. James Potter, Peter Pettigrew, and Remus Lupin were stealthily tracking a tall, slender figure and a shorter one in the marketplace. One was a melancholic yet solitary Slytherin, while the other radiated warmth and kindness as a Gryffindor. James was infatuated with the beautiful red-haired figure, consumed by thoughts of how to separate the two. He could not fathom why the Gryffindor princess would associate with that detestable Slytherin. Despite his earnest efforts to arrange a meeting with Lily, she would abandon him the moment that fellow appeared. Witnessing the smiles exchanged between Lily and that Slytherin only deepened James's jealousy and resentment. A princess ought to be with a prince. Indeed, he believed himself to be that prince. Adjusting his glasses, he slipped a handful of galleons to Peter. Gather a few more people. I intend to humiliate that fellow. Potter, it's nearly time to head back. We won't want to breach school regulations, and Miss Evans will be returning to the school soon. Remus glanced at the sky with concern and inquired, Do not worry, Lupin. I shall return swiftly. The cheerful little Peter eagerly accepted the gold galleons and dashed away. After a brief wait of 10 minutes, Remus pondered, however. If the three of us were to bully him, Lily would surely intervene. Your reputation in her eyes would diminish further. It is not a matter of fighting. Rather, we should collectively humiliate that fellow, so Lily understands he is utterly unworthy of her affection. As for Lily, I shall merely observe from the shadows. Professor McGonagall would never allow such behavior, nor would anyone else agree to it, would they? Remus hesitated, casting a sympathetic glance at the child, contemplating the wealth of the Potter family. Yet, with Professor McGonagall absent and Lily still with that boy, it was a rare opportunity. Fear not, should anything go awry, I shall take the blame. It is not as if we are engaging in a brawl. Lupin, Lily, and the others are heading back to school. Hurry and stop them. Very well. Finally, under Remus's awkward demeanor, an anxious James spotted little Peter. After distributing generous handfuls of galleons to everyone, Peter surrounded Lily and the boy. James observed from a distance as the boy quickly flushed with anger, relishing the discomfort of a mere half-blood Slytherin. A pauper at that. What right did he have to earn Lily's concern? Mr. Potter, tell your lackeys to depart. If you continue to humiliate Severus, I shall inform the headmaster. I shall inform the professor. James disregarded Lily's intelligence, and through Peter and Remus, Lily immediately suspected him as the instigator. Rubbing his head, James approached. Noticing everyone had fallen silent, their eyes fixed on him, and adjusted his glasses as he spoke. How could it possibly be me? Surely, everyone here dislikes Snape. Does not he seem rather peculiar? Right, Peter? Of course, they all chimed in unison. You see, Lily, I was not mistaken, was I? Humph, we are leaving. Severus. Lily shot a furious glance at James and attempted to pull Severus away, only to find she could not budge him. James, I demand a duel with you. Realizing James had been toying with him, Severus seethed. This had occurred more than once. He was determined to teach that arrogant young man a lesson. Do not, you too. Cease this commotion. Lily, do not restrain me. That insufferable wretch has insulted my mother. Severus regarded Lily earnestly. She wished to intervene, but it seemed futile. The crowd was growing increasingly raucous, and the tension between James and Severus escalated. James, let it be. This is not a suitable place for a duel, and damaging property would be unfortunate. Moreover, this is not school. It would be troublesome if someone were to get hurt. Go there, exclaimed Remus. James surveyed the surroundings and indeed found, as Lupin had mentioned, that the location was ill-suited for a duel. He casually pointed towards a distant hillside. As for injury, he had never entertained the notion of defeat. Severus, be careful. Lily, witnessing the impending confrontation and unable to intervene, hurried back to the school, intending to seek assistance from a teacher for Severus. Had it been merely the trio and Severus, or if James had not summoned such a multitude, their duel would have resembled a child's play. However, they were a total of 11. Pollux stumbled upon an unexpected discovery. The individual who, unwilling to alter the narrative, had caused Harry Potter's disappearance and thus prevented any harm from befalling the trio, departed from Hogsmeade with a group of young wizards. After a moment's hesitation, he realized he was still uncertain about defeating the Dark Lord, Voldemort, who ultimately relied on Harry. If Harry could not be born without complications, it would pose a significant problem for him. Nevertheless, with the war imminent, gaining an early glimpse into the brutality of the world should have little consequence. Listening intently to the conversations among the young wizards, he discerned that none bore names familiar to him. Resolving to take action, Pollux noticed that the Aurors, who had been fixated on him throughout the afternoon, were also mobilizing. A cruel smile crept across his lips beneath his mask. Ultraman, The impending confrontation between James and Severus on the hillside was abruptly interrupted by a sudden shout, following the gaze of the student who had called out Pollux' masked name. All the youngsters beheld his apparition materializing before them, accompanied shortly by 5 Aurors. The current proficiency of the Aurors was significantly advanced compared to a decade hence, as the war had yet to unfold. "Remove your mask, suspicious individual, and accept," commanded the leading Auror, gesturing for 2 of his subordinates to shield the young wizards while inquiring sternly. It turned out that being taciturn had its advantages. Badge. Do not gaze upon the unwelcome. With a decision to strike, Pollux had no intention of engaging in conversation. He swiftly deactivated the young wizard's badges. Raising his hand, he unleashed a torrent of infernal flames that engulfed the sky above them. "Damn it! Protect the little ones! Disperse the magical fire!" With a boom, the fierce flames were scattered around them. The leading Auror immediately issued commands, and the 5 quickly combined their spells. Although Pollux' flames were formidable, they could not withstand the united front of the 5 Aurors. Sensing the adversary's magical presence, the lead Auror's expression grew grave. "Notify the nearby division immediately. We must find a way to evacuate the young ones. The 3 of us will hold him off." Aurors lacked the convenient tools that badges provided, and they were incapable of transporting 11 young wizards through apparition all at once. However, Pollux was determined not to allow them this opportunity. The idea of being rid of dead weight or facing reinforcements was utterly unacceptable. Pierced through the marrow, multiplied by n. With his left hand grasping a wand, Pollux unleashed a flurry of piercing curses directed at the 11 oil-dragging wizards. Entirely oblivious to the chaos within his own magical core caused by dual-wielding wands and the rapid casting of spells, the grievous injuries inflicted by this magical turmoil were inconsequential, for it was merely the body of the 3rd-generation Shadow Serpent. If it were lost, so be it. The notion of being unable to cast spells due to magical disarray was laughable, for the piercing curse required no incantation from him. If it were his own body or that of the 2nd-generation Shadow Serpent, a mere thought would suffice, no wand or incantation needed. "Damn it! Protect those little ones with all your might. Use mirrors. Petrify them all." The leading Auror, witnessing such madness from a dark wizard for the first time, hastily altered his commands. As his subordinates conjured mirrors to deflect the piercing curses, he simultaneously cast a petrifying charm towards Pollux. "Ah, so you excel in petrification spells?" A faint smile crept across Pollux's face, as he realized an opportunity had presented itself sooner than expected. He charged straight at the leading Auror, who was his true target. While suppressing the others with piercing curses, he braced himself against the oncoming petrifying spell. Just as the spell was about to strike him, he leapt, narrowly evading it. However, the second petrifying charm swiftly followed, hitting Pollux midair with a resounding thud, as the deranged figure fell heavily to the ground. The leading Auror exhaled a sigh of relief. There had been far too many of these suicidal assailants in recent years. Disarm them. Petrify them all. Petrify them all. A disarming charm knocked away Pollux's wand, and with 2 additional petrifying spells, he turned to his remaining subordinates and instructed, "Take the children away. And be cautious of the surrounding flames. I will notify the division, Captain. Watch out." Armor. Just as he raised his wand to signal the division, he noticed the expressions of his subordinates. Without a moment's thought, he intended to cast an armor charm for his protection, but a shadow serpent erupted from the ground, viciously biting into his calf, the venom infused with the power of the piercing curse causing him to collapse instantly. In an instant, the shadow serpent transformed back into Pollux, who now wielded 2 new wands, commencing a barrage of spells against the young wizards to prevent their escape while simultaneously charging at one of the Aurors. This was his strategy, to exploit the element of surprise. Eliminating one while contending with 4 Aurors burdened with oil vials became considerably simpler. The presence of the young wizards prevented them from maintaining distance, forcing them into close combat. All he needed was for his adversaries to be unable to withstand his spells and protect the children. In a matter of seconds, the odds shifted from 4 against 1 to 3 against 1. The remaining senior Auror struggled to counter the erratic piercing curses aimed at injuring the young wizards simultaneously. Upon witnessing the fallen Pollux once more, he rose again, clenching his teeth upon a fellow comrade. "Damn it! You too, abandon the young wizard. Protect me." With that, he immediately brandished his wand, intending to summon reinforcements. Years of experience had made it painfully evident that their trio stood no chance against the adversary. At the very least, they could not safeguard the young wizard. As for the young wizard himself, should the 3 of them perish, he held little hope for the survival of those fledgling sorcerers. He was a warrior, not an instructor. The distress signal had already exacted a toll of 6 young lives. As the infernal flames completed their grim task, amidst the terror of the young wizard and the grave, bewildered gaze of the elderly Auror, Pollux emerged, accompanied by 6 shadowy serpents. With a single blaze, he incinerated the remnants of his own half-living form, 11 wands, and all traces of his fierce struggle. The wand that had claimed 6 lives, along with his consciousness, vanished into the distance. This unexpected departure astounded all present. In just 30 seconds, what could transpire? Some might sow the seeds of new life with their companions, while others could reap 8 souls in one fell swoop. 2 Aurors, 6 young wizards. As Pollux vanished, the badge also activated. Albus Dumbledore, the first to sense the scene, gazed gravely at the 3 disheartened Aurors and the corpses strewn about. This was a sight he had not encountered in ages, perhaps never before. Even if it was not at Hogwarts. Dumbledore. Good heavens. The children. Dumbledore. Here. George. William. Albus snapped back to reality amidst the exclamations of the arriving professors and Aurors, sensing the lingering magical essence upon the corpses. He inquired in a tone devoid of any nonchalance, "Who is the perpetrator?" "Ultraman. The headmaster is Ultraman." The panicked child was ignored, save for Minerva, who kindly bestowed upon him a spell. "I do not know. That figure wore a mask. Yet he seemed to possess immortality, could transform into a serpent, and wield magic with both hands." The elderly Auror bowed respectfully before Albus, recounting the events of the battle with a sorrowful tone. "I apologize, Headmaster Dumbledore. We failed to ensure the students' safety. Ronald, you performed admirably. Your choice was correct. Otherwise, none of you would have survived." Albus had already formed a name in his mind as he patted the old Auror's shoulder. Addressing the officer in charge nearby, he commanded, "Let the children return to school. I shall accompany you to the headquarters for the investigation. Professor McGonagall, please take the children away. Headmaster Dumbledore, after you. We shall depart for headquarters immediately." The official, faced with Dumbledore's overstepping authority, said nothing and dared not protest. Astute in perceiving nuances, he was undoubtedly aware that the other party's calm demeanor belied a deeper turmoil, an erupting volcano beneath the surface. The Ministry of Magic's regulations? He respectfully adopted a gesture of deference and followed Albus to the ministry. At this moment, Paul was awakening slowly within a concealed cave approximately 2 kilometers away. Achieving the farthest distance of consciousness transfer he could manage at this stage, he gazed at the malevolent curse lying on the ground, then closed his eyes. "Luke, Master, 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 human, deliver this wand to my lord." Trembling, Luke picked up the wand. "Is there anything else you wish to command?" "No, I am no longer your master. From now on, you shall follow Bella." Pollux casually tossed a hat to Luke and waved his hand. As Luke vanished, he uttered another remark, "Inform Miss Skit that I wish to see her." With Luke's departure, Pollux remained with his eyes closed. He had indeed taken lives before. Yet when he reaped the first innocent life moments ago, he distinctly felt something within him shatter. January 4th, 1971, the first Monday of the year. The name Pollux Black is well known among all British wizards, this ruthless, cold-blooded, and deranged individual. Overnight, his wanted posters were plastered everywhere. Major newspapers, upon receiving notification from the Ministry of Magic, began frantically chronicling the history of this young man. Even today, 2 editions of the newspapers have been released. All wizards are engaged in fervent discussions about the tragic incident and this brutal youth, who is currently roaming the streets of London. The sky is drizzling with rain and sleet, rendering the already damp and chilly streets even more treacherous. Yet, none of this deters the bustling crowd on the streets. The weather in London is as dismal as its culinary offerings. Food, in its essence, serves merely to satiate hunger, with flavor being of little consequence. At least that is how Pollux perceives it, particularly as he carries numerous serpents with him, creatures that, being cold-blooded, have a low demand for sustenance. Nonetheless, his appetite has reached astonishing proportions. After finishing his meal, he gestured for the waiter to remove the exaggeratedly large plates from the table, ordered a bottle of wine, and settled quietly into a window seat, his face etched with fatigue as he gazed at the River Thames. He found it difficult to comprehend why he was to meet Rita. Perhaps it was the trust built over years of correspondence that compelled them to connect. At this moment, he yearned for someone to confide in or at least engage in conversation. Although he was familiar with the life of Muggles, it felt distant yet tinged with a sense of familiarity. Here, no one recognized him. There was no magic, no family. Navigating the convoluted streets with caution, The Muggle world failed to pique her curiosity. She was a witch, an outsider in this realm. Rita, clutching a crumpled piece of paper, ascended to the second floor of the restaurant and sat across from Pollux. A Muggle-repelling charm. Aren't you afraid of those ministry folks? Rita whispered. Without wands. They won't concern themselves with London. They are probably preoccupied with sealing off Britain, fearing my escape. How could this happen? After such madness, everyone is deeply worried about you. Rita bit her lip, startled that her second encounter with the long-vanished Pollux would unfold under such dire circumstances. Would you care for a drink? Pollux poured Rita a glass. You know so much. I thought you might have anticipated this during our last meeting. I am aware of the current situation, but I didn't expect it to unfold like this. Is Voldemort forcing you? The situation may be worse than you imagine. Voldemort is far more terrifying than you can conceive. Do not attempt to pry into his affairs, Rita. Pollus's expression revealed a hint of anguish as he continued to drink one glass after another. I understand, but what precisely compelled you to seek me out? Rita gently pressed down on the hand of Pollux as he lifted his wine glass. It was the first time she had seen him in such a manner. Although their encounters had been few and their correspondence limited to inquiries about each other's well-being, she had never envisioned him exhibiting such vulnerability. For the first time, she perceived a sense of helplessness, fear, and confusion emanating from this man's demeanor. Pollux is her only true friend, and she is aware that their bond is mutual. I cannot forget those children's eyes. I once believed I could erase them from my memory. Paul paused for a moment before continuing. Lita, I am uncertain whether this is the right course of action. You see, those children. Perhaps, as the principal suggested, I am indeed a wicked individual. Yet, you are not. Lita interrupted Paul. I understand that your dreadful actions were not driven by malevolent intentions, were they? Not for your own sake, at least. Many situations appear to offer numerous choices, but the reality is far more constrained. Much like my parents, I sometimes wish they were merely muggles. Anything but this. You know. I can scarcely recall their faces anymore. Lita, he replied, I comprehend you, even though you have never voiced your thoughts. Yet, I am aware of much. Am I not? At least the ideals you hold dear still endure. Bella and your family remain, do they not? Unlike me, who can merely cling to fading memories. Perhaps I have forgotten entirely. I am sorry, Lita. Thank you. Pollux was uncertain why he sought out Rita. Perhaps it was the habit formed over years of correspondence. Rita's words failed to provide solace to his troubled heart or help him come to terms with the crimes he had committed. He accepted the desperate and terrified gazes directed at him with a sense of disquiet. Yet, Pollux realized he must bear the weight of it all, carrying forth the evil and darkness as he traversed the abyss. He could not abandon his family, even if it meant becoming akin to Voldemort himself. In this world, having been born into the Black family, he had no right to choose. He needed to protect himself, and if possible, escape from England. The meeting between the two concluded abruptly. Rita calmly retrieved a wanted poster of Pollux, laying it on the table, depicting him as he was 6 years prior. Lacking the maturity and malice he now possessed. Perhaps it was curiosity or the allure of galleons that prompted her. After Pollux had departed, Rita quietly murmured to herself, tucking away the key to Gringotts he had left behind. As she exited, she casually took with her the remaining half-bottle of wine from the table. Intrigued by the taste of Muggle alcohol, after parting ways with Rita, he was approached by a sharply dressed man in a tailored suit, who whispered to him, The Dark Lord wishes to see you return to Black Manor. Upon hearing the name of the manor, Pollux paused, his expression grave as he regarded the retreating figure. He tossed the hotel key into the Thames and handed a substantial sum of pounds to a woman accompanied by several children. Veering into a dim alley, he disapparated away from London. As night fell, Black Manor stood as a symbol of the legacy of Pollux Black, who had led the family to its zenith. Even amidst the emergence of a heinous criminal unlike any seen in nearly a century, in the face of the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts' wrath, it remained solemn and silent. No one could trample upon the dignity of the Black family. Not now, at least, except for the Dark Lord. Within its grand hall, all Death Eaters had gathered, their numbers exceeding 100, as they silently observed Pollux standing in the center of the chamber. The majority of their attention was fixated upon Voldemort, who sat high above. Pollux, resembling a house elf in demeanor, stood beside Voldemort, cradling a wand in both hands, his gaze averted from Pollux. How delightful, Pollux, 6 delectable souls. Quite impressive indeed. Voldemort remarked, taking the wand from Pollux and bringing Pollux's wand to his nose, inhaling its essence with an expression of enjoyment. He gestured to the ground before him. Come forth. I shall reward you publicly. Of course, my esteemed master, Pollux replied, raising his left hand. You shall become my most valued servant. Voldemort elegantly rose to his feet and approached Pollux, gently tapping his wand against Pollus's left arm. This powerful mark, composed of 6 delectable souls, shall serve as my finest reward for you. The candlelight illuminating the grand hall dimmed, and amidst the collective emotions of terror, anger, and reverence, Pollus's wand disintegrated into dust within Voldemort's grasp, as a visibly pure black magic surged into his left arm. In an instant, Pollux found himself engulfed in a world shrouded in darkness, where only he and Voldemort existed. The silhouette and power of Voldemort loomed larger and more formidable in his eyes, as if he were the deity governing the entire realm, saturating and commanding the very fabric of existence. The 6 paths, suffused with despair and resentment, ensnared him tightly, incessantly piercing and tearing at his soul, ultimately merging with him and dragging him irrevocably into this abyss. Is this the Dark Mark? Standing there in silence, Pollux did not succumb to weakness like other Death Eaters who were overwhelmed by pain upon receiving the mark, despite enduring a torment 6-fold greater. When he opened his eyes, they gleamed with reverence and adoration. Pollux sensed that even though he had deceived his adversary using the 2nd-generation Shadow Serpent, the mark had not imprinted upon his soul. Yet he felt an overwhelming compulsion to surrender, an illusion that Voldemort was indeed a god. He could never allow his family to be branded with this accursed thing. Thank you for your gift, my master, he fervently praised upon awakening. Ha, splendid, Pollux. You are indeed my most loyal servant. You worthless wretches. Utterly valueless trash. Great Lord Voldemort shall show you the stark difference between you and my most cherished servant. Pollux, take Pollux to the Ministry of Magic to surrender. What? Surrender? A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd, though it quickly subsided into silence. Fear not. I shall not abandon my most faithful servant. And this also presents an opportunity for some of you. An opportunity to demonstrate loyalty to the great Lord Voldemort. Voldemort returned to his throne, high above, and raised his hand, calling out the names of nearly 20 Death Eaters with a cruel expression, bursting into a laugh filled with ambition. While Pollux faces judgment, you shall assault the Ministry of Magic. Rescue him and reveal to the world that those decayed and filthy beings are unworthy of ruling this realm. It is time for the world to know that only I and my noble servant possess the right to govern. With that, Voldemort waved his hand at those chosen. Pollux, take them away. I do not wish to hear of your failure. Eternally loyal, great Lord Voldemort, the crowd echoed in unison, departing the hall. However, the dozen or so Death Eaters involved in this operation were engulfed in profound gravity. Was this not akin to a suicidal terror attack? Everyone followed Pollux and Pollux to a secluded chamber within the manor. Leading the group, Pollux gestured for everyone to gather around the long table, casting a glance at Pollux before surveying all present. Let us devise a strategy together. My Lord Pollux, one individual tremulously spoke. Do we have any avenue for retreat? We must consider carefully if we do not adhere to his wishes. Pollux interjected sharply. Do you believe you possess the means to resist? However, Mr. Black, due to young Mr. Black's actions, we are compelled to assault the Ministry of Magic. Do you truly think we are capable of such a feat? Just the few of us? Another, steeped in despair, replied, perhaps we should besiege Voldemort or seek out the Ministry. Yes, but that is the Ministry of Magic. Yet, the Dark Mark. At the very least, we could preserve our bloodline, my grandson. Dumbledore. Enough. Pollux's commanding voice silenced the assembly. Do you still cling to the notion that the old ways hold any merit? Awaken from your delusions. From the day you bore the Dark Mark, you forfeited your right to resist. Regardless of your reasons for becoming Death Eaters, you must grasp the current predicament. If you wish to avoid being controlled by the Dark Lord, who would slaughter your grandson. Rising, Pollux slammed his hand upon the table, revealing the Dark Mark upon his left arm. Our sole hope lies in uniting our strengths. Only together can we demonstrate our worth. The Dark Lord cares only for value. Do you understand? He has never given a fig for so-called loyalty. Do you truly believe Voldemort sent you to your demise for the sake of my grandson? Observing the somber contemplation that enveloped the room, Pollux gradually softened his tone as he resumed his seat. All of you have offended the Dark Lord in some manner. This is precisely why we have been chosen. If you still fail to comprehend this or harbor other thoughts, you may leave. After a prolonged silence, one ventured. My Lord Pollux, we heed your counsel. During the trial for the Hogsmeade attack, Dumbledore will undoubtedly be present. Albus Dumbledore. The crowd erupted in agitation. Dumbledore is merely a wizard, not a deity. I believe my grandson can escape the Ministry, All you need to do is create chaos outside. However, this does not guarantee our safety. There will be another time. Our blood will inevitably be drained. What plans do you have, Mr. Pollux? The assembly turned to him in desperation. The Dark Lord has no intention of exposing the Death Eaters. He merely seeks chaos to undermine the Ministry's reputation, thereby garnering more support from wizards. Using vile lies and hypocrisy to deceive those who were frightened, Pollux glanced at Pollux, signaling him to remain silent for the moment. Rather than being forced into a corner, let us collaborate and make a decisive stand. Pollux rose to his feet, exuding an aura of power that was entirely inconsistent with that of an elderly man and far surpassing his capabilities as a sorcerer. Let us take it upon ourselves to ignite a war in place of the illustrious Dark Lord. We shall provide him with a more satisfactory resolution. Pollux Black shall lead you into battle. A war against the entirety of the wizarding community in Britain, allowing the Death Eaters to conceal themselves more effectively in the shadows. What? Declare war on the Ministry of Magic. The assembled crowd gasped and stood in astonishment. Pollux gazed in astonishment at the scene before him, his cheeks tinged with crimson as he beheld the eloquent Pollux, who was engaging in a fierce debate with the crowd. A dawning comprehension of his grandfather's intent left him momentarily speechless. It was only when Pollux, employing a myriad of persuasive tactics, won over all those present that they turned their fervent gazes upon him. Upon his return to the country, Pollux was struck by the realization that Pollux was a wizard of the same caliber as the Dark Lord and Dumbledore. His immense power was not merely a product of magical ability. Perhaps he should have believed in him from the outset. The war in the wizarding world is not fought over territory, resources, or wealth, but rather over wizards themselves, no matter how clever or talented Voldemort may be. Even with the support of the majority of pure-blood families in Britain, employing terror and cruelty to establish the Death Eaters cannot measure up to the Ministry of Magic, which has been fortified through centuries of accumulated wisdom, particularly under the formidable Albus Dumbledore, who stands firmly against him. No one is inherently mad. Even the evil and cruel Dark Lord aspires to rule the wizarding world openly. The bloody and brutal methods he employs are merely expedient means to swiftly undermine the Ministry's authority, creating an opportunity for him to ascend to dominion. This is a necessity for Voldemort, as no ruling body can permit threats to its position. The officials of the Ministry have long had their eyes on the Death Eaters. The Blacks, by raising their banner and instigating war, have devised an ingenious plan, allowing the true Dark Lord to retreat into the shadows once more. This is a bold strategy, a proposal that Voldemort cannot refuse. In his heart, Voldemort might even consider forgiving the arrogance of the Black family, envisioning a future alliance to jointly govern the wizarding world. The Dark Mark binds his followers with a loyalty that is unbreakable, yet they remain somewhat disobedient. Thus, the servitude exemplified by Pollux is precisely what he covets. Days later, deep within the bowels of the Ministry of Magic, in the darkest, most heavily guarded interrogation room, Albus Dumbledore stormed out in a fit of rage. The Minister of Magic, Eugenia Jenkins, regarded the young man before her, who had endured various mental tortures. Despite enduring the strongest truth serum and facing Dumbledore's spells, Pollux Black remained resolutely silent. Amelia, see Dumbledore off. The rest of you, guard the door, she commanded, waving her hand to signal the Minister of Magical Law Enforcement and several Aurors to depart the interrogation room. Once they were alone, she remarked, truly remarkable, Mr. Black. Your will astounds me. Eugenia stood and applauded, as though in admiration. Do you know, Mr. Black, why you attempted to incinerate the scene with fiendfire? The residual magical aura serves as irrefutable evidence. For your crimes, you could be sent directly to Azkaban without even undergoing a trial at Wisingamot, permanently. No. That is incorrect. You might very well be the first wizard in history to be burned alive by fellow wizards. She chuckled darkly. Eugenia, the female Minister of Magic, let out a derisive laugh as she brandished her wand towards Pollux, instantly piercing his arm with magical force, while the residual energy continued to sear the wound. How remarkably resilient you are. Even the combination of the fiend fire and the Cruciatus curse elicited no response. However, your bravado shall not shield you from your transgressions. 2 Aurors and 6 young wizards. Mr. Black, divulge all that I wish to know. Perhaps, in a moment of magnanimity, I might allow you to spend the rest of your days in Azkaban. Smack. Smack. Eugenia struck him across the face with her wand, her tone dripping with sarcasm. You know, I suspect it is your loathsome family, perhaps your grandfather or even your father, who have instigated you, Mr. Black. You are no ordinary criminal. With the fervor of someone who has discovered a treasure, she raised a leg and forcefully stamped down on his lower half, gazing down upon Pollux with the authority of a queen. You and your arrogant, detestable family shall lose everything in tomorrow's trial. I will exploit you, tearing apart the wealth, power, and reputation of the Black family piece by piece. That old codger, Pollux, will no longer be able to shield you. I hear he is too frightened to attend the trial tomorrow. Ha ha ha. Black. She prodded Pollux's forehead with her wand, forcefully tilting his head back. Do you understand? In tomorrow's trial, not a single Black will be present. They will witness your demise in Azkaban. I shall graciously provide them with the latest and finest newspapers. Your sister, along with your 2 younger sisters. Pollux forcefully pried open the wand, indifferent to the flesh being torn from his forehead. He suddenly opened his eyes, fixating intensely on Eugenia. Under the gaze of those inhuman eyes, she instinctively recoiled until her back collided with the table behind her. Madam, you had best speak and act accordingly. With blood streaming down his face, Pollux glared at her, biting through his own tongue to spit on her. Damn it! As a female minister of magic, she had sacrificed so much to attain her position, and Pollux's crimes would severely tarnish her reputation. Yet, this also presented a duality of risk and opportunity. If she could bring the Black family down through Pollux, then she could dismantle them while ensuring that her position in the office remained untainted by the presence of countless sordid men. However, she did not anticipate that her efforts would yield nothing, as she was unable to pry open the boy's lips, instead being frightened and humiliated by his gaze. Eugenia's expression twisted into a cold grimace as she slowly wiped the blood from her face. The wand, now stained with flesh and blood, suddenly glowed and viciously lunged towards Pollux's eyes and body, again and again. Bound by her status, she could not kill him. But inflicting torment as a means of venting her anger was certainly permissible. What was this pain worth? Pollux, with a scornful smile, succumbed to darkness. Recalling the words of Pollux before his departure, you possess unwavering conviction and extraordinary magical talent. You are a figure of legend, but you lack wisdom. Just follow grandfather's advice. Trust in him. Do not shy away from cruelty. In the wizarding world, no one in power has clean hands. Dying at the hands of the Dark Lord is no different from dying by yours. Yet, dying by your hand can preserve the family. Detonate the courtroom with your magic. I will ensure they cooperate with you. My little Dark Lord. December 9th, 1971. This year was meant to be remembered by Voldemort in the future. Yet now, this year, this day would witness Pollux Black etching a grim chapter in modern magical history, a tale of horror recounted by young wizards a decade later. The Wizengamot bombing. The spark that ignited the first war in the British wizarding world. In the wicked and fleeting life of the King of Pain, he brought endless suffering to the entire British wizarding community. The Wizengamot bombing marked his second heinous crime, and it was the first time the Ministry of Magic faced such devastating losses. Legend has it that his ghost resides within Hogwarts. Closing the tome on modern magical history, Hermione Granger shivered. The Wizengamot, presided over by Albus Dumbledore, alongside the Minister of Magic, the Deputy Minister, senior officials of the Ministry, and other distinguished wizards, along with relatives of the victims from the recent Hogsmeade attack, gazed in silence at Pollux, who had merely undergone a cursory cleansing. His body was still seeping blood from numerous wounds, and where his eyes once were, 2 horrifying gashes bled profusely. Shackled, and under the vigilant watch of several aurors, he was dragged forth and brought to the center of the circular courtroom, unceremoniously thrown to the ground. Trembling, he arose from the frigid floor, striving to maintain an upright posture. Not a single soul was moved by his wretched state. Even Albus maintained a frigid demeanor. Burn him, demon. My child. Silence. Albus, as the chief wizard of the Wizengamot, quelled the tumult with his authoritative voice and coldly addressed Pollux. Pollux Black. In light of the crimes you committed in Hogsmeade, the murder. Ha ha ha, cough, cough, cough. Pollux interrupted Albus's words with a hearty laugh, stifling a cough caused by his lung wound, and surveyed the room with his hollow eye sockets. Have any of you truly experienced profound suffering? The kind that pierces the heart and rends the bones, akin to the flames of the infernal. As the expressions of those present shifted from anger to astonishment, and finally to dread, Paul raised his hands high, reciting the incantation with fervor. Although restrained by various potions and magical chains, the wizard's power remained intact. His spirit and mind were undeterred. The tribunal had contemplated self-detonation, employing potions to suppress the wizard, yet despite their increased dosage, it proved insufficient. Human concoctions held little sway over demons, particularly when Paul had surrendered his reason, allowing his negative emotions to seize control of his being. As he sought to shatter these shackles, a flash of black light surged forth, instantly elevating the temperature within the courtroom. Before anyone could register the impending agony, Albus Dumbledore's ancient wand had merely flickered with a hint of white luminescence. Boom! With a release and a pull, the space around Paul warped momentarily, and his form vanished in an instant. The tribunal resonated with a tremendous roar, engulfed by an eruption of black flames that materialized from thin air. As if plunging into the depths of hell itself, Paul sacrificed a precious second-generation shadow snake, detonating it in the most malevolent manner, with the incantation call of the Guardian. The presence of a figure draped in a purple robe, wielding an ancient wand, instantaneously dispelled the infernal darkness with the brilliance of heaven. Albus Dumbledore, the only wizard apart from Merlin to earn the title of the mightiest, stands unmatched even by the 6 centuries-old Nicholas Flamel in this realm. None but death itself can conquer him. In an instant, the black flames conjured by Paul were vanquished. Yet, Albus, with wand aloft, seemed to metamorphose into a phoenix upon witnessing Paul's creation, igniting in an invisible blaze, though one could sense the intensity of his fervor. "Come down and save them!" Eugenia shouted frantically at the stunned Aurors above through the gaping hole in the ceiling, urgently directing the uninjured wizards to assist in the rescue. "Quick, quick, alert St. Mungos. Notify all Aurors." With each cry and spell, the Ministry of Magic descended into chaos. However, unbeknownst to them, layers of their ceiling were being traversed. In the heart of London, on the square, dark wizards materialized one after another, their sleek black robes adorned with a grotesque black viper emblem. Under the watchful eyes of bewildered muggles, this frenzied and exhilarated group raised their wands high. Mounted on broomsticks, they ascended into the air. "For the great Paul Black! Relish the suffering! Shatter them to pieces! Shatter them to pieces! Shatter them to pieces!" Amidst the confusion of thousands of muggles and the terror of a handful of Aurors on duty, hundreds of wizards unleashed a barrage of spells toward the ground of the square. Boom, boom. With wave after wave of assault, the entire square collapsed, causing the Ministry of Magic below to cave in layer by layer under the ensuing barrage of spells. It was only upon reaching the 3rd floor that numerous protective charms managed to mitigate the devastating force of this onslaught. Before the multitude of dark wizards could retreat, it was as if a hornet's nest had been crushed, with countless Aurors soaring from the depths of the gaping pit. A fierce battle erupted immediately, though the dark-robed wizards proved utterly ineffectual. The following day, the Sun reported, in a cultural exchange initiative with the distant eastern lands, the Prime Minister has extended a special invitation to a fireworks display team from the east to perform in London. This was followed by an article detailing the construction in the central square and its surroundings. Unlike the Muggles, who were charmed and believed the newspaper's fabrications, the wizarding world was thrown into disarray. Gellert Grindelwald had never exhibited such madness, nor had Voldemort throughout history. Upon Albus Dumbledore's return to Hogwarts, burdened by an overwhelming sense of foreboding, he discovered that Narcissa and Regulus had been taken away, leaving only the disowned Andromeda and Sirius behind. Eugenia Jenkins, accompanied by hundreds of Aurors, surrounded the Black Manor, only to find that it had changed hands, becoming the operational base for the United Independent Party of the British wizarding community. Although she harbored deep suspicions regarding the true identities of these individuals, under Voldemort's enthusiastic invitation, she was not only shown around the manor, but was also introduced to most of the members of the United Independent Party. Upon encountering a multitude of kind and gentle members of the Independent Party, Eugenia was met by an exceedingly charismatic man who generously offered to assist her in navigating this grave act of terror, pledging his unwavering support. He even hinted at his capability to help her rid the Ministry of Magic of its archaic officials. Consequently, Eugenia Jenkins immediately dismissed any suspicion of collusion between the Independent Party and Pollux. The zealous Voldemort also provided her with a wealth of useful information, including some clandestine enterprises of the Black family and extensive data on criminal organizations within the wizarding world over the past 3 years. Coupled with the Ministry's investigations, all evidence pointed to the Black family as the instigators of most malevolent events during this period, especially the long-missing Pollux Black. Subsequently, it was announced through the newspapers that the explosion at Wisingamot was merely a precursor, a harbinger of the suffering he intended to unleash upon all wizards. Thus commenced the first war in the annals of British wizarding history, the onset of a dark age. The Black family vanished. At number 12, Grimmauld Place in London, the birthplace of the Black family, stood in stark contrast to the manor. Though lavishly adorned, it was far too small, oppressive to the senses, unable to accommodate hundreds. Yet, it served as an excellent refuge. The leaders of the Black family had always cast powerful protective charms within these walls. Without the guidance of a Black family member or the consent of the patriarch, none could discover this sanctuary. Had the true bloodline been entirely eradicated, and the patriarchal legacy lost, the disowned Sirius would have never found this place. All members of the Black family devoid of the dark mark were now concealed here. At this moment, they sat quietly and orderly in the room adorned with the family tree, watching Pollux Black, the new patriarch of the Black family. As he completed an ancient and intricate ritual, he stood silently before the family tree, extending a finger to gently touch the representation of the family's great tree, exercising his right as patriarch to expel family members from their lineage. Alfred Black, his uncle Sirius Black, and his cousin. As his fingers hovered over the name Andromeda, they trembled slightly before he pressed down. With that action, the icon representing Andromeda faded away. Let us proceed to the Malfoy residence. Their presence here remains relatively secure. Voldemort will not act recklessly for now. He requires our assistance. Pollux patted Pollux on the shoulder, his gaze sweeping the room with a serious demeanor. Everything Pollux and I have undertaken is for your sake. Druella, Bella, ensure their safety. Yes, father. Yes, grandfather. With that, they executed a disillusionment charm, taking Pollux with them as they departed the old manor, leaving the others behind. Everyone, return to your rooms. Bella concealed her reluctance, raising her wand to cast the counter-disillusionment charm upon the manor. Though not exceptionally powerful, it sufficed to handle those present. Come now, do not dwell on it. Remaining here is a contribution to the family. Leaving will only invite trouble, murmured Rodolphus as he pulled Lucius away. The Malfoy Manor in Wiltshire. Pollux sat on the sofa in the study, feeling rather discontented with the decor of the Malfoy residence, which struck him as peculiar, particularly the portraits adorning the walls, each one seemingly more handsome than he. Grandfather, I still do not comprehend the rationale behind your insistence on this course of action. Have you ever heard the tale of the frog in boiling water? Never mind. You fool, no need to answer that. Pollux, with a keen interest, perused the books on the shelf and recounted a story that Pollux could grasp. Voldemort is akin to the one who boils the frog, while the Death Eaters represent the frogs themselves. However, the pot is limited in size. One can only accommodate a single frog at a time. For if too many are placed inside, they will resist. Are you implying that? Voldemort is a man of hasty temperament, endowed with capability, yet insatiably greedy. His ambition is to reign supreme, much like a sovereign in the Muggle world. However, this requires the overthrow of all existing powers within the British wizarding community. Under normal circumstances, he could never achieve this in his lifetime, hence he established the Death Eaters. Yet, the Death Eaters are like the frogs. He can dictate our fates. However, for the sake of his ambition, he cannot control the destinies of everyone. Do you understand? He employs power and fear to obscure this truth from many, including you. You fool. Pollux shot an irritated glance at Pollux, but soon regained his composure. Yet it is also your foolish persistence that has enabled me to emerge from the abyss that has consumed our family. Your strength has illuminated a glimmer of hope. We can. Pollux glanced at Pollux, sighed, and retrieved a book. However, you are indeed a fool. In a few days, you must confront Voldemort with demands, explicitly stating that you wish to secure the safety of your family, including the children of Malfoy and Lestrange. Voldemort will not acquiesce. Nay, he will. What he requires are the Death Eaters united as a fist. Pollux asserted confidently. Very well, I shall endeavor to do so, but grandfather, could you enlighten me as to why? Contemplate it yourself. Do you wish to remain a fool for all eternity? Now, summon Mr. Malfoy to come in. Must you persist in calling me a fool? Pollux pondered, unable to fathom why Pollux frequently addressed him thus. Yet, he found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. In the presence of his grandfather or Voldemort, he indeed felt like a fool. Within the entire family, only Andromeda was more dim-witted than he. After summoning Abraxas Malfoy, Pollux was promptly ushered out of the study by Pollux. Time swiftly passed, and 2 months later, under Pollux's name, the activities of the Death Eaters escalated to an audacious level, with rampant thefts and murders perpetuating a series of small-scale attacks. Regardless of the chaos, it was of no consequence to Voldemort. He now considered himself a model citizen. Many opportunistic wizards also engaged in the ensuing turmoil. The British wizarding community experienced a veritable free-for-all. Hogwarts commenced a lockdown, ceasing to allow young wizards to leave the school freely. However, as the Ministry of Magic an immense entity, fully mobilized, the situation evolved further. Upon commencing a reduction in standards, a substantial influx of Aurors occurred, expanding the original squad size from 5 to 10 members. Consequently, the total number of Aurors in the United Kingdom more than doubled, conservatively exceeding 1,000. Alongside various support staff, the Ministry of Magic experienced an unprecedented expansion of its strength. The defensive capabilities at key locations were also reinforced, gradually attaining a semblance of completeness. The chaotic situation began to exhibit signs of stabilization. In Pollux domain, even with Voldemort's full backing, the Death Eaters numbered little over 300. With fewer than 100 bearing the Dark Mark, the remainder were mere followers. Voldemort could not entrust the entirety of his Death Eaters to Pollux. Indeed, Pollux's own contingent consisted of no more than 30. The followers were predominantly servants of the Death Eaters, their combat prowess incomparable to that of the Aurors. The new recruits to the organization were scant. The prior attack was orchestrated by Voldemort utilizing all his Death Eaters to cast the Imperius Curse, manipulating the followers. Over 100 were decisively vanquished by the Aurors within 5 minutes, offering no resistance. Had it not been for Pollux self-detonation inciting chaos, the Ministry would have sustained no losses. What appeared to be a grievous assault amounted merely to the demolition of structures. The principal casualties stemming from the attack were largely attributable to Pollux explosion. The Ministry of Magic resembled a deeply entrenched tree, firmly rooted in the wizarding world. Only through persistent assaults on its roots could one hope to render this great tree decrepit. In essence, the last Wizarding War was a series of suicidal terror attacks orchestrated by Voldemort through his Death Eaters, a decade-long campaign of terror. It was only in the final moments, having amassed sufficient power, that Voldemort emerged from the shadows of the pureblood families. The strength of these pureblood families was predicated on their non-involvement in power struggles. One could only choose between wealth and authority. The British wizarding community operated under a tacit rule where purebloods controlled the economy while half-bloods wielded power. Otherwise, how could so many purebloods be drawn to Voldemort? Black had long since aligned with others to seize control of the Ministry. His true ascendance to the Ministry occurred alongside his resurrection over the years. This master of manipulation expended countless pure blood lives and dedicated his lifetime to ultimately mastering the Ministry of Magic. As for the notion of him running for the position of Minister of Magic, with his intellect and cunning, it would be a trivial endeavor. If only Voldemort could have entertained such thoughts. The current mechanism of the Ministry is democratic. Voldemort desires to be an emperor. What significance does a Minister of Magic hold when one could be apprehended for transgressions? Yet, the political framework of the entire British Ministry of Magic, inclusive of the wizarding community, would never permit the emergence of an emperor. Yet this time, he might truly succeed. With the presence of Pollux has been remarkably proactive in bestowing upon him an axe, a razor-sharp axe, along with a lumberjack. It is worth noting that the old fellow possesses a mastery over the Death Eaters that surpasses even that of his own master. Armed with this axe and the lumberjack, Voldemort, while operating as the shadowy puppet master, brazenly extends his malevolent influence through the guise of independent Death Eater members towards Eugenia Jenkins, the renowned Minister of Magic. At long last, Voldemort is poised to step into the limelight. Eugenia Jenkins, a woman who ascended to the position of minister by deftly maneuvering among high-ranking officials, has surprisingly devised a brilliant strategy against the current foremost terrorist, Pollux. Her plan is to encourage all wizards to gather in unity, thereby alleviating the pressure on Aurors to maintain order. In just a week, under the concentrated protection of the Ministry of Magic, the chaotic situation has begun to stabilize. Pollux and his Death Eaters can no longer act with impunity against others. She has significantly enhanced his reputation within the Ministry of Magic, particularly among the lower-ranking staff. This has also granted her a glimmer of opportunity to extend her reach towards the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. The leader of the Independent Party, Voldemort, not only provides her with strategic counsel but, in this urgent moment, has even presented her with a list containing the names of 20 Aurors. For someone like her, who yearns for power, this is akin to receiving a lifeline. Although there are only 20, they are not the type of Aurors who merely adhere to regulations for their own benefit. Coupled with the subordinates she has cultivated during her tenure as minister, she is poised to establish her own influence, truly wielding power rather than remaining a puppet for those in positions of authority. Particularly in these tumultuous times, where power shifts occur rapidly, she sees no concern regarding Voldemort's ulterior motives. The Independent Party's influence is minimal. Even if exceptional circumstances arise, she perceives it as equitable collaboration. Furthermore, he is a dashing and elegant gentleman, and if he harbors any ill intent, it is far preferable to the schemes of those aged curmudgeons. Some individuals possess desires but lack the opportunity to act on them. Eugenia is precisely such a person, striving to ascend to a position that transcends mere ornamentation. With allies and favorable conditions in place, she has devised a plan, awaiting only an opportunity. Pollus's Death Eaters present the ideal chance. She is certain that Pollux is the true leader of the Death Eaters. As for Pollus's erratic behavior, she perceives it as inconsequential, even unnecessary to confront directly. That scheming old man will inevitably reach his limits. She does not believe Pollux to be insane. His skills are formidable. Within Malfoy Manor, Pollux gazed at the letter in his hand, delivered by a Death Eater. He found it rather perplexing to comprehend when he had cultivated friendships within the Ministry of Magic. And even more so, who had reached out to him. Recently, a few dark wizards had pledged their allegiance to him, yet the involvement of an Auror, particularly one of such rank, seemed rather peculiar. He was acutely aware of his own reputation, as well as that of the Death Eaters. With lingering questions, he sought out Pollux in his study. After perusing the letter from Pollux, Pollux inhaled deeply and retrieved a missive from Voldemort hidden within his drawer, contemplating the implications as he regarded his grandson. This correspondence was from the Minister of Magic, a woman who fancied herself quite astute. Eugenia Jenkins? How could this be possible? Pollux was somewhat taken aback. He was unaware of how his grandfather had come by such knowledge. A woman who would stop at nothing for power is no different from a Death Eater, do you understand? One should never place faith in the words of such individuals. However, one can certainly trust in their motivations of self-interest. So, does this imply that Voldemort has indeed ensnared him? The Minister of Magic? He would not dare. Controlling the senior officials of the Ministry of Magic is no trivial matter. This is precisely why Voldemort still requires our assistance. He merely exploits Eugenia's desires. He has always been adept at manipulating the human heart, has he not? Pollux chuckled, tossing 2 letters to Pollux. Take a closer look. One contains Voldemort's recent orders. You shall coordinate and plan this operation. I will only be responsible for organizing the personnel. But grandfather, you know that I am not skilled in this area. Pollux replied, somewhat troubled. Yet, upon witnessing the impending foolishness from Pollux, he nodded in acquiescence. Go on, and do not seek assistance from Rodolphus or that beetle girl. Understood. I will think it through and return to discuss it with you. Pollux watched his departing grandson and shook his head. He hoped to impart more wisdom to Pollux in the time to come, for he was still quite young. Fortunately, Pollux had now shifted his focus away from solely enhancing his power. The 2 months of growth in Pollux have brought great solace to Pollux. Yet he senses that the time remaining for him to educate his grandson is all too fleeting, much like his lack of talent in the field of potion-making. Though Pollux may lack brilliance, he is by no means a fool. The struggle for power and the intricacies of human nature are lessons he must now comprehend. He is not only the patriarch of the Black family, but also the leader of the Death Eaters. To survive under Voldemort's rule, his grandfather taught him that sheer strength is insufficient. With a letter in hand, he returned to his chamber, setting aside the one he had perused and retrieving Voldemort's correspondence for careful examination. Seated at his writing desk, Pollus's initial astonishment gradually transformed into confusion and contemplative reflection. The surprising revelation was that Voldemort had indeed acquiesced to his request from a few days prior, with the stipulation that the forthcoming operation must meet his satisfaction. Voldemort asserted that he would provide a satisfactory answer to his most loyal servant. However, upon reviewing the details of the mission, Pollux found himself perplexed. Voldemort had assigned him an impossible task to assault the magical section of Diagon Alley, not merely to create a disturbance, but to inflict severe damage, perhaps even obliterate it entirely. Yet, there are at least 150 Aurors stationed there. Even if Dumbledore were to arrive with 30 Death Eaters, the repercussions would be dire. The circumstances have shifted significantly since 2 months ago. A surprise attack akin to the one during the trial is no longer feasible. The Ministry of Magic is well prepared, and a mass suicide assault would yield minimal effect. Yet, Voldemort would not squander such considerable resources without purpose. Pollux, deep in thought, picked up the anonymous letter from Eugenia and examined it once more with great care. The correspondence, pinned under the guise of a pure-blooded Aurora, conveyed a plethora of sentiments, primarily expressing a fervent admiration for Pollux and his organization, as well as an eagerness to join their ranks. An address from the Muggle world was also provided. Recalling his grandfather's earlier words, Pollux felt a peculiar itch in his mind. Could it be that he was beginning to awaken his intellect? Struggling to connect all the threads of information, Pollux seemed to grasp a glimmer of insight. The audacious plan to assault Diagon Alley no longer appeared insurmountable. After meticulously devising a detailed strategy throughout the night, he conferred with Pollux the following day. For the past 2 months at the Malfoy residence, Pollux had not been chastised as a fool. Following the designated address, he sent a letter expressing his hope for the recipient to become his informant and received an affirmative response. A few days later, both parties convened at that location. To their astonishment, upon meeting, both sides found themselves involuntarily critiquing the situation. Somewhere in England, an abandoned farm awaited. As the dilapidated barn doors creaked open, amidst the swirling dust, John Brown and 2 Aurors beheld a tall figure, the face showing little change, the leader of the Death Eaters, Pollux Black. Traitors have existed throughout history. The 3 of them, as per usual, had come to receive intelligence regarding a Death Eater traitor. This particular Death Eater had collaborated with them on several occasions. However, upon seeing Pollux, the immediate thought that crossed their minds was that this Death Eater must have been compromised. They were here to silence him. 3 trembling ones were pointed unwaveringly at Pollux. These 3 were no match for him, even though they had perused the intelligence countless times. None of them felt assured of their own safety. John, quickly signal. We must intercept him. The 2 Aurors, with serious expressions, fixed their gaze on Pollux, shielding John behind them. Observing their reaction, Pollux realized that his personal presence here might have been a grave mistake. He had come to retrieve intelligence from Rita without wanting her to have excessive contact with the Death Eaters, thus substituting for the original Death Eater as an excuse to obscure Rita's involvement. As for why he did not employ a house elf or animals, those options were decidedly unsafe. Yet, how could Eugenia openly conspire with the Death Eaters? He had overlooked this detail. Damn it, he was now the primary target. If the Ministry of Magic's support arrived, it would spell trouble. The stakes were excruciatingly high. In an instant, Pollux was ready for battle, merging with the 3rd-generation Shadow Serpent. Accompanied by 2 piercing curses and a spray of venom from his mouth, he charged forward, clutching 2 wands. He could not allow John to signal. However, it seemed he was too late. The adversary's wand had already ignited. Yet, what transpired next was unexpected. John, with his wand raised high, John's expression twisted into a grimace. In a push and a collision, the 2 companions assigned to defense, distracted, were effortlessly struck by Pollux's piercing curses. The incantation he had prepared was not even of the Ministry's standard type. Obstacles abound. Under Pollux's astonished gaze, John effortlessly blocked the venom heading towards him. Watching his comrades fall, his fierce countenance morphed into one of anguish and guilt. Pollux Black. Why? John shouted at Pollux, his wand clattering to the ground. Initially, he had merely aimed to fulfill the secret mission assigned by the minister, seeking a way to deliver a confidential letter to that Death Eater, as he had done on previous occasions. In fact, due to his past performances, the minister had confided in him regarding the reasons behind this course of action. It was a trap, sacrificing a small number of Aurors to severely wound Pollux and thereby conclude the war plans, with promises of a higher position in return. Although he cared little for promotions, he accepted without hesitation. Since joining the ministry, Eugenia had shown him great kindness. 6 years of service had imparted much wisdom. Revealing the sacrifices Eugenia had made to ascend to the ministerial position, he agreed to this request solely to assist his minister. Wishing no longer to endure the disdain of other high officials, no longer to be whispered about as a mere ornament, as a noble Gryffindor, he convinced himself for the first time that war necessitates sacrifice. He believed in Eugenia, trusted the woman who had always cared for him. Yet, he had not anticipated encountering Pollux. He wished to fight alongside his comrades, unafraid of death, but he could not burden his minister. 6 years under Eugenia's guidance had enlightened him. He was inherently an astute individual. Why did it have to be you? John roared in anger, then fell into a profound silence. Pollux silently observed John, whose face was contorted in anguish, enveloped in a profound silence. He recalled the righteous Gryffindor from years past, who had fiercely defended his junior, and was taken aback by Eugenia's severed hand, while simultaneously feeling a twinge of relief. Without Pollux, he mused, he would likely fare no better under Voldemort's dominion. He could not fathom how one could compel a Gryffindor to commit such an act, betraying one's comrades. Here is your letter. Take it, John coldly remarked as he produced the missive. Pleasant collaboration, Mr. Brown, Pollux replied after accepting the letter. Casting a glance at the 2 lifeless bodies on the ground. Do you require my assistance in disposing of them? Kill me, using your most proficient Cruciatus curse, and then obliterate this place, John calmly stated, gazing at the corpses. Crucio. As John collapsed, Pollux ignited a fire and exited the barn. He raised his wand towards the heavens, and a colossal dark mark materialized in the sky. Thankfully, I am not a Gryffindor. My only concerns lie with family and power. Pollux did not take his life. He believed that perhaps in the future, John could aid him, whether in the battle against Voldemort or the Ministry of Magic. At the very least, he possessed leverage over him. As for whether John might resort to suicide, that was not within his realm of consideration. Before the Ministry of Magic arrived, he disapparated from the scene. It was still the same restaurant from 3 months ago. Was that you're doing just now? Rita inquired. Observing Pollux, whose demeanor and gaze had grown increasingly cold and malevolent over the past 3 months. Are you all right? What is the matter? Pollux pondered, feeling quite well himself. Although he was not well acquainted with John. Don't you ever look in the mirror? He mused. Well, considering your appearance, it's only natural that you might wish to avoid it. Rita then retrieved a mirror from her bag and placed it upon the table. Take a look, she urged. Isn't this much better? It aligns perfectly with my sentiments. Paul understood clearly what Rita was articulating. The impact of slaying the innocent through dark magic extends beyond mere appearances. It has begun to torment his very soul. Nevertheless, he possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to endure. Addressing the visibly concerned individual, he proclaimed, I am not one to fear even the most excruciating of curses. Everything shall be fine. And what of Voldemort and the Independent Party? He inquired. As usual, they are merely attending to their duties at the Ministry of Magic. It seems as though Voldemort is preparing to apply for a position there. Rita produced an envelope and placed it upon the table. This contains their activity records. I sense that you may soon be undertaking significant actions. Indeed, it would be prudent to avoid Diagon Alley for the time being. Best to keep your distance. Pollux tucked away the envelope, wishing once more to persuade the other to leave Britain. Yet, recalling their stubborn demeanor and the intent to assist in surveilling Voldemort, he cast a worried glance at Rita. Be cautious. Trust me, no one can discover my presence now, except for you. Rita made a face and, raising her hand, dispelled the muggle-repelling charm. Let us dine. As the waiter, bearing an apologetic expression, served the dishes. Rita retrieved the same bottle of wine from their previous encounter and poured 2 glasses. Aren't you one to refrain from alcohol? This is muggle wine. That was in the past. This wine is rather delightful, isn't it? Indeed, it is quite pleasant, but the price, well, you know my circumstances. It's on me. Rita set down her cutlery. Do you have any idea how much I have earned from you, Mr. Black? Over 3 months had elapsed since the explosion at the Wisingamot. Diagon Alley, once bustling and vibrant, had grown somewhat congested. In the aftermath of that event, the demon from the Pollux family led the Death Eaters in a declaration of war against the entire British wizarding community, perpetuating a series of frenzied assaults. With the increasing number of Auror and ordinary wizard casualties, the Ministry of Magic's announcements prompted a surge of ordinary wizards seeking refuge in Diagon Alley within a mere month. As the population swelled, wizards found themselves compelled to drive away the surrounding muggles. What was once a singular street began to extend towards Hogsmeade. After all, the presence of numerous Aurors and an expanded contingent from the Ministry of Magic provided a significant sense of security. Moreover, they undertook extensive daily checks to thwart any attempts at destruction by the Death Eaters. Just last week, several suicide attacks were narrowly averted thanks to the Ministry's timely intervention. Eugenia also placed great emphasis on the safety of the wizards in Diagon Alley, increasing the Auror presence from 150 to 200 members. Bartemius Crouch, who oversaw the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, frequently appeared on the streets of Diagon Alley. Such armed forces and the Ministry's attention eased the tense expressions of the wizards. Aside from the crowding, Diagon Alley seemed to be gradually returning to its former tranquility. Yet, pain was destined to descend. A thick, malevolent black smoke swept across the sky. Pollux Black floated silently above Diagon Alley, exuding an aura of dark magic. With arms outstretched and eyes transformed to a crimson hue, he gazed down upon the crowd below. The alert Aurors, quick to draw their wands, immediately cast protective spells to separate Pollux from Diagon Alley, while 2 teams of Aurors mounted on flying brooms charged towards him in the sky. Demon, you seek death, one Auror shouted. Is that so? Pollux retorted, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he locked eyes with Bartemius Crouch on the ground. Feel the pain. Divine, he began, only to be interrupted. With a cacophony of explosions, Diagon Alley was suddenly engulfed in a swirling haze of red and black toxic mist. Even the 2 teams of Aurors were caught in its grasp, plummeting to the ground in an instant. The scene transformed into a veritable hell on earth. Filled with anguished cries. Having anticipated the venomous effects of the shadow serpent's liquid magic, Pollux had prepared 3 months in advance, ensuring that at least 200 doses of the serpent's venom were collected daily, resulting in a substantial stockpile of magical gas bombs. These were exceptional, mass-producible weapons of large-scale destruction. For humanitarian reasons, following Pollus's suggestion, Pollux had significantly reduced the toxicity of the concoction, and this attack utilized only half of the prepared amount. As for how it was delivered, that was a matter for Eugenia and Voldemort, his 2 allies. Amidst the chaos and the anguished wails echoing through Diagon Alley, hundreds of followers, controlled by Death Eaters, emerged after releasing the toxic gas, donning gas masks fashioned from shadow serpents. They were unaffected by the mist and plunged into the fray, launching attacks on the panicked crowd. The suddenness of the assault caught the Aurors off guard, resulting in heavy casualties. However, the diluted toxic mist had diminished in potency, allowing the Aurors and many skilled wizards to endure the pain and mount a counterattack, casting protective spells to disperse the mist. Yet, the toxic fog seemed almost sentient, proving difficult to dispel while simultaneously targeting the Aurors' vulnerabilities in conjunction with the followers. In that moment, the Aurors struggled to organize an effective response. Pollux, suspended in midair, wore a sinister smile as he observed the carnage below, feeling a twisted sense of exhilaration and a terrifying urge to annihilate all in sight, controlling the vast cloud of shadow serpent's poison with his magic. He watched as the Aurors were thrown into disarray. In that instant, he felt an unsettling revelation. Voldemort and Albus Dumbledore were insignificant. He was, indeed, a god. However, as the Aurors suffered devastating casualties, their followers began to relentlessly assault the helpless ordinary wizards, including children. Witnessing this horrific scene, Pollux froze, a cold sweat trickling down his back. He swiftly regained control over his emotions, coldly observing the followers who reveled in their slaughter. With a flick of his wand, he initiated the transformation of the shadow serpent mask. No longer employing the miasma to suppress the Aurors, he began to rapidly withdraw the shadow serpent. Without the miasma's restraint and the mask, the remaining Aurors quickly regained control of the situation. Yet, when they lifted their gazes, Pollus's figure had vanished from the sky, leaving behind a vast, ominous dark mark. Crack! Snap! Barty Crouch, witnessing the grievous losses among the Aurors and the infernal scene before him, turned pale. His anger was so intense that he carelessly snapped his wand in two, casting aside the wand with which he had spent countless years. It was over for him. As the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, it was unconscionable that such a significant incident had occurred in Diagon Alley under his jurisdiction, especially while he was present and under the supervision of his Aurors. The Ministry of Magic would not concern itself with the methods employed by the attackers, but would solely focus on his dereliction of duty. The newspapers would lay all blame at the feet of Pollux and him. His political career was over following this assault. He was destined to become a scapegoat for the Ministry of Magic. Pollux did not return to Malfoy Manor. He sat quietly on a small hillside in Wiltshire, gazing at the verdant plains before him. The weather today was splendid, with a pristine blue sky adorned by scattered, wispy clouds. A gentle breeze stirred his long black hair. If one were to overlook his face and eyes, it would be impossible to associate him with the recent tragedy that had unfolded in Diagon Alley. That fleeting moment of madness reminded him of his last conversation with Albus Dumbledore, which had occurred less than 4 months prior. Every word Albus had uttered resonated clearly in his mind. Glancing at his hands, Pollux pondered, perhaps the headmaster was right. Can I truly persevere? A hint of bewilderment flickered across his countenance. At that moment, Pollux approached him, placing a hand gently upon his head, and calmly asked, Pollux, do you still stand by your initial decision? Or can you still endure? It is not too late to abandon your path. At the very least, your mother and Narcissa could depart from England without consequence. Continuing down this road of endless slaughter will inevitably drive you to madness. You may find yourself before Voldemort, transforming into a true Dark Lord. I merely feel a sense of compassion. Do you believe in me, grandfather? I believe you are the most resolute and resilient person. Yet, must you continue to bear this burden? I will. I shall press on. Pollux interrupted Pollux. Pollux closed his eyes and, after a prolonged moment, turned to Pollux and spoke. Let us return to the manor. The Dark Lord will soon issue new commands. How long has it been? This is your choice. Having made it, contemplate how to proceed. Mercy will only render you more foolish. The following day, the Dark Lord's orders arrived, consisting of but a few simple words: Druella, Narcissa, Lucius. Hogsmeade, the Daily Prophet. Pollux Black, the demon from the depths of hell, is referred to by his followers as the Demon King of Agony. Just yesterday, he and his deranged minions launched an assault on Diagon Alley, resulting in the tragic demise of numerous wizards and aurors. The director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Barty Crouch, along with the Minister of Magic, Eugenia Jenkins, stated that there has been a severe dereliction of duty within the ministry regarding this incident. The ministry has apprehended several officials, including the head of the Auror Office, who were responsible for the defenses of Diagon Alley, and they are currently undergoing trials and investigations. Furthermore, the ministry has solemnly declared that the wizarding community in Britain has now entered a state of war. All wizards are prohibited from entering or leaving Britain without the ministry's approval. The ministry and Hogsmeade will provide refuge for all wizards seeking sanctuary. They also indicated that should the situation worsen, they would consider requesting international assistance from the International Confederation of Wizards. Black Manor is indeed a madman. Setting aside the newspaper emblazoned with Pollus's grotesque visage, Eugenia reclined in her chair, propping her legs upon her desk, a smile dancing in her eyes as she swirled the wine in her glass. Mr. Voldemort, your intelligence astounds me. Yet I remain curious as to why you wish for me to preserve Barty Crouch. It is worth noting that I have sacrificed much to maintain this powerless director. Today, she was not clad in wizarding robes, but rather donned the attire of a muggle. With a flirtatious glance at Voldemort, she spoke in her distinctive voice. You must understand, I have long coveted the position of head of the Auror Office. The title of Director of Magical Law Enforcement is no trivial matter, especially now amidst war, Eugenia. A single defeat could lead to total loss, yet a victory could yield a complete director. At that moment, Voldemort appeared as a true gentleman, devoid of any malevolence. Instead, his visage, tainted by dark magic, exuded an alluring charm. He approached Eugenia, resting a hand naturally on her leg. It has been proven that Death Eaters can indeed cooperate, has it not? That madman. Never mind. I prefer the independence of my own party, Eugenia chuckled softly. Perhaps Pollux cannot contain his mad grandson, can he? Voldemort keenly observed Eugenia's gaze darting towards the Daily Prophet, where Pollus's frenzied portrait resided, and he leaned closer, whispering in her ear, how can one know without trying? Perhaps I can assist you, beautiful lady. This is wartime, in the International Confederation of Wizards. This is Britain, is it not? The esteemed minister. The gentle, magnetic voice of Voldemort resonated in Eugenia's ear, accompanied by a warm breeze. Next, let us proceed to the Malfoy residence. We shall first escort your mother and the others. Pollux similarly laid down his newspaper, clad in wizarding robes, devoid of stockings. Voldemort, for the time being, harbored no intentions of assaulting Hogsmeade. He was, as it turned out, more cunning than I had anticipated. What do you mean? Barty Crouch has a family, a son, does he not? Moreover, his power surpasses that of Eugenia by a significant margin. The effects of the Dark Mark are known only to the Death Eaters. Do you comprehend? Pollux retrieved a small suitcase that he had intended to hand over to Pollux for his escape. Fool, cease your pondering. Take this to see them off. And you, grandfather? I am off to meet an old friend. Pollux observed Pollux as he departed, producing a ring that he tenderly touched. It was a gift he had once given to his beloved cousin, Pollux Black, now Mrs. Crouch. The docks of England are numerous, surpassing even Pollus's relatives. Aboard the Queen Elizabeth, the most opulent of cruise liners, he gazed through the window at the bustling figures of oars below, diligently enforcing the blockade of England at the docks. He recalled how easily he had been permitted passage after presenting the Ministry of Magic's documentation at Abercrombie Malfoy's behest. They even allowed 2 individuals without proof to board for farewells, without sending anyone to supervise. He could not help but quip, is good looks a privilege? He selectively ignored the respectful demeanor of those aurors upon witnessing the credentials personally issued by Eugenia Jenkins. Druella, Narcissa, and Pollux proceeded with heavy hearts, while Abercrombie and Lucius remained in an adjacent room. Pollux, your father is not what you perceive. Be wary of the Rosier family. Nevertheless, take care of yourself. Druella solemnly imparted many words to Pollux. The Rosiers were a family more deranged than the Blacks. Her union with Cygnus was merely an exchange of familial interests. Upon learning of Cygnus's profound affection for her, her father had unhesitatingly permitted her to leave the Rosier household at the tender age of 14. At that time, she harbored a strong aversion to it all. The dandy Cygnus was merely enamored with her beauty, possessing no remarkable capabilities beyond amusing her. She found little joy in this marriage, even expressing disdain. However, as the years passed and one child after another was born, as a devoted wife and mother, she gradually forgot her initial aspirations, losing sight of her identity as a rosier and becoming indifferent to her status as Lady Black. Neither of the two families resonated with her. Druella yearned to be a good mother and a loving wife, and even her wand, once cherished as a treasured possession, had transformed into an ordinary tool of daily life. Her sole concern lay with her children and her husband. Yet, she found herself devoid of choices. Much like when she faced her father, even when confronted by her own son, her options remained limited. She did not wish to leave England. Or perhaps she longed to depart with her husband and children, yet such a desire eluded her grasp. She spoke to Pollux at length, uttering words whose content she scarcely comprehended. Druella's tear-streaked face revealed profound reluctance and anguish. Oh, with the resounding blast of the ship's whistle, the Elizabeth trembled gently. It became clear, it was time for me to leave. Pollux clasped his mother's hand gently, offering a soft pat before addressing Narcissa. Take good care of mother. Will you? With a heavy heart, Narcissa merely nodded, tenderly stroking her mother's back. As she gazed at Pollux, who was on the verge of departure, she hoarsely affirmed, Brother, I will. Upon exiting the room and closing the door, Pollux glanced at Abraxas waiting outside, exuding a calm and elegant demeanor. He forcefully pushed open the adjacent door. Lucius, if you wish to claim Narcissa, you must sever your golden locks. Mr. Black, you. Lucius, with his swollen eyes, was caught off guard before Pollux swiftly shut the door, rolling his eyes at Abraxas. Let us depart, Mr. Malfoy. The tall and handsome Abraxas observed Pollus's reaction, revealing a knowing smile as he eloquently replied, As you command, my lord. Humph, Mr. Malfoy, your damned elegance is quite irksome. After the crew set sail, the two returned to the dock. As Abraxas greeted the oars, Pollux could hardly contain his eagerness to leave the scene. The explosion at Wizengamot was merely a prelude. The assault on Diagon Alley was what truly unveiled the reality of war. It was not merely a battle cry from Pollux, but his genuine endeavor to ensnare the British wizarding community in his frenzied conflict. The sacrifice of over 100 Aurors and dozens of innocent victims served to demonstrate that he and his Death Eaters possessed formidable power, regardless of one's motives, or the absence thereof. Even if it were simply to wreak havoc, the mere exhibition of sufficient strength to shatter the constraints of law and morality was paramount. When Pollux publicly declared his willingness to shelter those as deranged as himself, leading them into an abyss of suffering, a multitude of dark wizards and ambitious madmen rallied under his banner, proclaiming him the king of suffering. The increasingly formidable Death Eater faction commenced a frenzied purge across the entire British wizarding realm within a span of 3 months. The power of the Pollux forces continues to grow amidst the chaos, with approximately 200 new recruits joining their ranks. However, Voldemort has also withdrawn all of his Death Eaters along with his original followers. In the hands of Pollux, only the newly joined sorcerers, along with the original families of Black, Malfoy, and Lestrange remained. He postponed the command to assault Hogsmeade until Christmas, promising that next year he would once again permit Pollus's remaining family to leave England entirely, provided that Pollux satisfied him by fulfilling his new orders. In the remaining half of the year, a thorough purge of England was to be conducted, not merely of the wizarding world, but of all of England. The aim was to plunge the entire nation into suffering. This world, having undergone thousands of years of evolution, has seen humanity coexist with Muggles. Indeed, we are no longer in the Middle Ages, where wizards would face the pyre upon discovery by Muggles. The British Ministry of Magic has already registered over 8,000 wizards possessing wands, while the actual number of wizards in England far exceeds this figure. Many wizards prefer not to dwell within the wizarding realm, nor do they wish to attend Hogwarts. Some who originally lived within the wizarding community have, after graduating from Hogwarts, relinquished their wizarding identities to integrate into Muggle society. This segment of wizards is roughly estimated to constitute at least 1/4 of the wizarding population in England. Although they are wizards, they adhere to both the laws of wizards and Muggles. However, they are disinclined to engage with the Ministry of Magic. They embrace their Muggle identities and lives, regarding magic merely as a unique ability. To them, the tumult surrounding Pollux and the magical realm is but a tale. Aside from the incident in the central square of London 6 months prior, the Muggle world remains at peace. Those who have laid down their wands are merely distinguished Muggles. With the emergence of Pollux and Parallax, Voldemort's power has increased exponentially, leading him to deviate from the original narrative and extend his reach here 8 years earlier. Although such actions may incite the discontent of the International Confederation of Wizards, the current antagonist is the King of Suffering, Pollux Black. Voldemort is no longer the villain. He is merely a title held within the ranks of the Death Eaters. He is the leader of the Independent Party. As for those deemed Death Eaters by the outside world, they are certainly the adversaries of the Independent Party. As the leader of the Independent Party, Voldemort also aids the Ministry of Magic in confronting that madman. For it is the undeniable duty of a just wizard, particularly in assisting those wizards whom the Ministry cannot protect. Malfoy Manor. Pollux sat quietly upon the opulent sofa, reflecting upon the past 6 months. Under the dominion of Voldemort, he had endured a series of harrowing events: the assault on Hogsmeade, the explosion at the Wizengamot, the poisoning in Diagon Alley, and now the coerced declaration of war against all of Britain. The Dark Lord was akin to a malevolent demon wielding a whip, relentlessly driving him forward. The power he had fervently pursued for over a decade merely allowed him to outrun others, faster and farther. In this half-year, aside from the deepening darkness and malevolence of his magic and his combat skills, his intrinsic strength had not truly evolved, as he had been bereft of time. In the ceaseless battles, Pollux had lost over 100 third-generation Shadow Serpents and 1 second-generation Shadow Serpent. This was merely in 6 months. He had sacrificed a third of his life. He had initially underestimated the gravity of the situation. The Dark Lord could kill without uttering the killing curse. However, during this period, Pollux imparted to him the nuances of political strategy. At the very least, after receiving Voldemort's commands, he no longer focused solely on task completion. He had begun to discern the underlying motives behind these directives. Grandfather, Voldemort seeks to stage a performance with us, manipulating the Independent Party to gain greater control. Is it truly wise for us to assist Voldemort in rapidly increasing his power? Pollux cast a glance at Pollux, whose expression was tinged with worry, and remarked, "Even if we manage to send Bella and the others away by next year, what shall we do about the remaining Blacks? And what of my aunt? At this rate, once Voldemort extends his reach into the Ministry of Magic, it won't be long before his influence spreads throughout Britain." "You have a commendable understanding of the situation," Pollux nodded. "In this undertaking, we shall exert every effort. Voldemort excels in manipulating the human psyche, rather than merely wielding power. Power." He emphasized these 2 words with conviction. "It is not something a mere half-breed can command. The Ministry is far more complex than you perceive, including Eugenia. His grasp cannot truly extend that far. If Voldemort were genuinely capable of becoming a sovereign, I would have no intention of sending you away. He will inevitably descend into madness. However, you must exercise caution. The coexistence of Muggles and wizards is far from straightforward." Pollux contemplated the Gatling gun, ablaze with blue flames, and nodded thoughtfully. "Exercise caution with the Vatican. Inflicting harm upon Muggles is permissible, but one must never provoke the clergy." The mention of the Vatican evoked the image of the cross-bearing Sakurai, the priest. Pollux inquired, perplexed, "What do you believe enabled Muggles to persecute wizards a millennium ago? Do not presume it was merely due to the scant number of wizards at that time. The Muggles were far more foolish and primitive than they are today." Pollux said gravely, fixing his gaze upon Pollux. "Magic is not solely the domain of wizards. There are also those lunatics. Were it not for the countless wars over millennia, the battles between wizards and deities, do you truly think Muggles could ever dominate the world? Wizards? Deities?" Pollux felt as though he had heard something remarkable. If you were to peruse the historical records of the Muggles, you would understand that time has elapsed to such an extent that many wizards have forgotten the past. However, do not entertain the notion of enlisting those madmen to confront Voldemort. Do you comprehend? Voldemort is in the wrong, yet he is also a wizard. The slaughter of Muggles would surely provoke those individuals, would it not? They merely exploit one another to establish a balance with the wizards. Like wizards, they hold little regard for Muggles. If you were to cause a ruckus in England, they would remain indifferent. The International Confederation of Wizards is not solely concerned with wizards. Very well, I understand. I shall take my leave. Pollux nodded and departed from the study. The words of Pollux stirred memories from his past life. 2 decades of existence as a sorcerer had distanced him from the mundane world. However, this recent endeavor against the Muggle realm ignited an unprecedented thought since his rebirth. What if he had not traversed into a new world, but merely crossed the currents of time? Suddenly, he pondered how his parents from his previous life were faring in the East at this very moment. He felt an intense urge to validate this notion. In a library located in London, he sought to ascertain whether this world mirrored his former one. Within the tranquil confines of the library, Pollux approached the section housing historical texts. His gaze swept across the rows of books, and with a flick of his wrist, a tome on world history materialized in his hands. As he meticulously turned the pages, he encountered a plethora of both familiar and unfamiliar names, accompanied by illustrations. His brow furrowed. Although he was not academically inclined, it became evident that this world was not the same as the one he had known. Yet, the resemblance was hauntingly uncanny, so much so that perhaps in this world, there existed individuals akin to his parents and a counterpart to Zhao Ergu. Nevertheless, that was of little concern to him. It was merely 1972. After returning the book, leaving behind a vial of black-red poison, Pollux exited the library. He was not adept at the disillusionment charm, nor did he intend to employ it. Soon enough, the Muggle world would become acquainted with his name. Unbeknownst to him, a beautiful lady had taken notice of him and approached the very spot he had just vacated. Enid, a nun and a saint, was unlike sorcerers. All saints within the church had never forgotten their enmity with wizards, but were compelled to adhere to the agreements established with the International Wizarding Federation. Thus, saints and sorcerers coexisted without infringing upon one another's domains for millennia. She had come merely to peruse the books, as was her custom, embodying a quiet thirst for knowledge and an abundance of kindness. Apart from the fervent power derived from her faith, a saint was merely a Muggle. Had it not been for the profoundly sinister aura emanating from that figure, she would not have felt compelled to investigate further. With eyes as blue as gemstones, she gazed intently at the vial pulsating with malevolent liquid, sensing the anguish of souls even through the glass. Coupled with the grotesque visage of the man clad in black robes, a name surfaced in her mind: the King of Pain, Pollux Black. Reflecting on the familiar silhouettes within the library, Enid closed her eyes in anguish. As a saint, she was acutely aware of the prohibition against contact with sorcerers. Yet through the church, she had gleaned considerable knowledge of significant occurrences in the wizarding world, particularly regarding Pollux, who had left an indelible impression on her. All sorcerers were malevolent, and Pollux was the embodiment of a demon among them, a fiend that ought to reside solely in hell. She did not wish to contravene the edicts of the church. Yet she could scarcely fathom the calamity that would ensue should this demon extend its hand from the depths of hell into the realm of mortals. With her inherently kind and innocent nature, she found herself ensnared in turmoil and conflict. However, the vial of venom left by Pollux afforded her no respite for contemplation. Lord, grant me forgiveness. As Enid clasped the vial with trembling hands, she felt the malevolent force within thrumming against the confines of its prison. In that moment, a faint white light emerged, accompanying her fervent prayers, and the wickedness within her grasp was instantly subdued. Even the liquid's hue began to pale gradually. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosive detonations erupted, enveloping the surroundings in a toxic mist, albeit with far lesser potency than that which had plagued Diagon Alley. For Muggles were far more fragile than wizards. Rise, O bones! Dozens of wizards raised their wands, and a colossal dark mark loomed in the sky. The Ministry of Magic would likely not intervene just yet. Let the destruction unfold. As you command, my lord. The command was issued to the fervently devoted wizards, while Pollux, with a look of bewilderment, gazed back at the library he had recently occupied, pondering whether it housed any wizards at all. Oh heavens, who shall halt this demon? Enid knelt in anguish before the window, witnessing the infernal chaos outside, filled with cries and the cackles of wicked wizards. She longed to rush out, yet she could not. The act of purifying that vial had already been a transgression of the sacred laws, the utmost she could allow herself. She could not further challenge the tenets, for it would bring calamity upon her fellow saints. Alas, the demon approaches. As she beheld Pollux making his way towards the library, she wiped away her tears and fled amidst the panicked crowd. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A valiant officer, trembling, aimed his firearm at the dread figure clad in black, striving to protect the vulnerable souls behind him. Physical attacks proved ineffective against a powerful wizard. Without incantations, mere raw magic effortlessly deflected the bullets, incapacitating the officer with a mere flick of his hand. Pollux surveyed the fleeing multitude, deliberating before ultimately dismissing the thought. His aim was merely to sow chaos. The fates of these individuals bore little significance to him, for they were not his fervent followers. He held no fondness for the act of slaughter, especially against the weak and innocent. Perhaps he was akin to Rita, adept at obscuring his true nature as a wizard. Sensing the now desolate library, Pollux came to a halt, preparing to confront the approaching Aurors. Devoid of Voldemort's support, he harbored a deep-seated disdain, yet endeavored to preserve his loyal followers, as their allegiance was indispensable. Nevertheless, as his grandfather had often remarked, The Ministry of Magic would not concern itself overly with muggles in such a precarious situation. Even if the ministry were merely a few kilometers away, they would be reluctant to deploy significant resources to address the turmoil at hand, prioritizing their own defense against potential attacks. A quarter of an hour later, two teams of Aurors tasked with reconnaissance merely cast a distant glance from the skies. Upon spotting Pollux, they refrained from approaching the chaotic scene, instead promptly signaling for reinforcements, demonstrating no intention to intervene. The Aurors were well aware that Pollux would manifest the Shadow Serpent to carry out his operations. Under his command, the over 40-strong contingent was beyond their capacity to vanquish. The Aurors had no desire to engage in a futile struggle. They maintained their formation, with one team casting spells to dispel the noxious fumes, while another unleashed widespread disillusionment charms to thwart the enemy's escape. Indeed, the wizards displayed a remarkable indifference to the plight of the muggles. Upon witnessing the arrival of two teams of Aurors, Pollux immediately discerned their intentions, and they acted accordingly. If they could engage, they would. If not, they would retreat. He had no support from the Ministry of Magic, nor would Voldemort come to his aid. Without hesitation, Pollux vanished before the counter-curse could take shape. Some frenzied wizards, failing to heed his warning, did not withdraw in time and were either slain or captured by the approaching Aurors. He was utterly indifferent, after all. He was the quintessential antagonist, was he not? Those who sought to follow him were merely madmen, and he was preoccupied. This was not merely an isolated attack, rather. It marked the beginning of chaos that would engulf the entirety of Britain over the ensuing week. Widespread confundus and obliviate charms proved inadequate to stem the tide, as more and more muggles fell victim to Pollux's terror. Furthermore, the ministry exhibited no intention of dispatching Aurors for protection, even if they possessed the will. They lacked the capability. Moreover, this could very well be an elaborate ruse to undermine the ministry's protective measures for wizards, thereby facilitating assaults on them. Meanwhile, the anxious Muggle Prime Minister sought accountability through the Muggle Protection Act, only to be met with a mountain of documentation from the ministry regarding Pollux. Did one truly believe such an individual would concern himself with any of those laws? He was simply a deranged maniac. And we would have to appeal to the International Confederation of Wizards for assistance. The Church, too, declined the Prime Minister's request. Unwilling to risk rekindling hostilities with wizards over such trivial troubles, their responsibility lay solely with the protection of high-ranking Muggle officials. Nonetheless, during this turmoil, the ministry did not forsake the Muggles. The Department for Magical Accidents and Catastrophes was nearing a state of frenzy. Aurors were specifically tasked with thwarting a 100-strong contingent aimed at Pollux. Yet, the Muggle world in Britain was far too vast compared to the wizarding realm, and Pollux targeted the Muggles, defenseless individuals who could be easily subdued by a well-executed confundus charm or Muggle-repelling charm. The Memory Erasure team and that Auror could only arrive post-attack, striving to drive away Pollux and his Death Eaters. Even without Voldemort's intelligence, the Ministry could do little more than this. Pollux could still impose limits on the workload of the memory-erasing team, determining the frequency and scale of their attacks. He even graciously granted them a day off on weekends. Voldemort observed the Ministry of Magic employees toiling 8 hours a day, 6 days a week, and could not help but label Pollux as a sadist, utterly ruthless and devoid of humanity. As for the casualties among Muggles, they were, under Pollux's control, quite negligible, comfortably within the threshold of the International Confederation of Wizards. After all, the intent was merely to stage a performance for those wizards who had laid down their wands. It was never meant to be a large-scale massacre of Muggles, but rather to instill sufficient terror among the wizards. However, such illogical behavior appeared to everyone as merely a manifestation of the twisted desires of the King of Pain. For 3 months, facing daily incidents of attacks, the Prime Minister, as a victim of Pollux's perverse actions, found himself devoid of any inclination to engage with the media. The terror attacks, as before, were still perpetrated by that Nazi organization. Yet, it mattered not. This would not jeopardize our positions, he mused. The Prime Minister waved dismissively, signaling the Publicity Minister, who frequented his office daily, to depart quickly. Seizing a dart, he hurled it with great force at the target emblazoned with Pollux's image. Although such matters would not affect his standing in British politics, how would the populace respond? What of the upcoming elections? If this continued, the elections might even be advanced. As the Prime Minister's precise dart-throwing skills rendered Pollux a veritable sieve, a figure clad in an exquisitely tailored suit entered the office. "My apologies for my rudeness, Prime Minister," Voldemort greeted with a nod. Upon entering 10 Downing Street, Voldemort promptly presented a letter from the Minister of Magic, Eugenia. This correspondence from Eugenia was not an official document from the ministry, but rather resembled an introduction, detailing the current state of the wizarding community in Britain. It expressed profound regret that the ministry could not lend more support to the Muggle government. The letter also introduced Voldemort as a leader among a group of righteous wizards. A leader of a grassroots organization willing to risk significant peril to aid Muggles in evading Pollus's harassment, although he wielded no magic. The unique undertone of Eugenia's signature led the Muggle Prime Minister to believe the letter was likely genuine, allowing him to relax his previously taut nerves. What, one wondered, did Mr. Voldemort intend to do about that madman? Only a wizard can confront another wizard. I believe the Prime Minister has come to understand this well. However, Paul is a wildly powerful sorcerer, and the Ministry of Magic currently lacks effective measures. The Prime Minister, observing Voldemort, realized that the latter intended to negotiate. Reflecting on the recent circumstances with a sense of resignation, I can only do my utmost to cooperate with you. Although Lady Eugenia is the Minister of Magic, she lacks the official documentation to allocate resources from the ministry, which cannot provide you with much. The majority of living supplies in the wizarding world, along with many magical materials, are sourced from the Muggle government. Though Muggles lack magic, they face no issues in collection and extraction. These resources are then supplied by the ministry to the wizarding market. Apart from the ministry's allocated quota, the remaining goods are traded with Muggles. And both parties have maintained a harmonious relationship. Gold is of no use to wizards, while magical materials hold no value for Muggles. No, Prime Minister, I believe you misunderstand. Voldemort interjected, gesturing to halt the Prime Minister's words. Those resources are of no utility in the current situation, are they? The Prime Minister immediately thought of the ministry's allocated supplies. He could not fathom that wizards would assist him out of a sense of justice. Yet the response from across the table clearly surprised him. Then what about you, Mr. Voldemort? A list, Prime Minister, specifically. The British government's investigation list concerning special populations within Muggle society. Voldemort continued, elucidating to the somewhat perplexed Prime Minister, many on that list are wizards. I require that list. Protecting Britain necessitates a considerable number of personnel, does it not? Please hold on, Mr. Voldemort. The Prime Minister was well aware of this list from MI6, which held a high level of confidentiality. However, upon realizing that most of the supernatural individuals listed were indeed wizards, he exhibited a trace of astonishment. Yet, considering Voldemort's identity and his connection to the Minister of Magic, he quickly reconciled his thoughts. Although he envisioned wizards wielding small wands and donning peculiar robes, he still chose to trust the words of the man before him. After a moment of contemplation, he recognized that trading with an unofficial wizard was against protocol. However, these hidden wizards posed a threat to Muggles, especially after witnessing the madness of Paul over the past few months. Moreover, the Ministry of Magic did not concern itself with these wizards. Even if they harbored some nefarious schemes, those would merely be conflicts among their kind, unrelated to him. As long as it alleviated the current troubles. With this in mind, he picked up the telephone beside him. Madam, this is the Prime Minister. I require document number 74. Yes, please send it over immediately. Very well, and may you enjoy your afternoon tea. I apologize for the interruption. The Prime Minister gently concluded his phone call, politely bidding farewell to Voldemort. He was required to visit the security room to conduct routine checks with both the priest and the Aurors, as it was prudent to ascertain his mental state. Once assured of his composure, the Prime Minister returned to his office with an enthusiastic demeanor, clutching a substantial dossier. After warmly shaking hands with Voldemort, he cordially invited the leader of the Independent Party to savor his exquisite tea, while also expressing the British government's commitment to providing as much support as possible in the forthcoming days. Voldemort accepted the invitation with apparent delight, at least on the surface. Days later, in the quaint town of Cotswold, England, a landscape brimming with pastoral charm seamlessly blended with the Cotswold hills, forests, meadows, and streams adorned with ancient, quintessentially British architecture. It was an idyllic locale, perfect for both tourism and retirement, a place that invigorated the spirit. On this particular sunny afternoon, the tranquility was shattered by the arrival of a band of lunatics. The town lay far from the reach of the Ministry of Magic, and not a single Auror patrolled the vicinity. Aside from some ineffectual Muggle police, there was no one to thwart the malevolent Pollux and his brutal minions. Embrace the suffering. A throng of fervent followers of the King of Pain wreaked havoc in this serene town. Their leader, Pollux, epitomized the archetypal villain from cinematic lore, his cold, sinister visage adorned with a cruel smile, enveloped in a swirling miasma of black and crimson mist, seemingly reveling in the devastation wrought by himself and his followers. Suddenly, a follower was hurled from a stone wall, accompanied by a shower of debris, collapsing onto the cobblestone street amidst a surge of furious magic. Right before Pollux and his sycophants, the surrounding followers, who were previously occupied with driving away muggles, halted their actions in unison, revealing a glimmer of perverse excitement. In their eyes, the adults' disdain for torturing muggles stemmed from a sense of tedium. Muggles were far too fragile to provide the same thrill as wizards. Were it not for the formidable Ministry of Magic, the adults would have been unable to suppress their sadistic desires, leading them to launch frenzied attacks on muggles. Yet, among the muggles, there were hidden wizards, were there not? Such wizards were the very targets that delighted the adults. The mere thought of witnessing an innocent wizard writhing in agony under the adults' torturous spells sent shivers of excitement through several followers. A horde immediately surged forward, storming into a stone cottage, and amidst a cacophony of bizarre cries, 3 wizards, an elder, and 2 youths, devoid of wands and clad in muggle attire, were dragged out and forcefully pressed onto the street. "Master, there are 3 mudbloods. There may be more nearby." "No need for that. I have no taste for slaughter. The exquisite pain should be prolonged, should it not?" The leader halted the followers who sought to cast a spell to completely seal off the town. Upon hearing Pollus's words, the followers conjured images of their master's cruelty and perversion, becoming increasingly exhilarated. As the 3 wizards, aware of their imminent victimhood, cast looks of anger, terror, and helplessness, Pollux slowly descended to the ground, approaching them step by step. Pain is a wondrous thing, is it not? What a flawless visage it is. Pollux extended his hand, lifting the delicate face of the sole beautiful lady among the 3, whose identity as either daughter or daughter-in-law remained a mystery. Her visage, vibrant and youthful, was regrettably marred by a layer of grime that dulled her allure. A thorough cleansing was imperative. With a piercing incantation, the stains upon the young maiden were expunged, while a sharp curse was directed at the foremost of her pursuers. "Do not treat my delectable one so roughly, even if she is but a soiled creature," Pollux coldly remarked, manifesting clear dissatisfaction with the actions of his counterpart. "Understood, my lord." The follower, gritting his teeth against the pain, trembled as he rose and bowed respectfully. "Madam, this exquisite one is bound to cast flawless spells, is it not?" As he toyed with a beautifully crafted wand in his hands, Pollux leisurely strolled around the trio, observing their growing terror with a mocking expression. Yet, beneath his outwardly twisted demeanor, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He would have preferred to eliminate a few of them outright, or simply release them. Pollux may have been perceived as a madman, but he was no pervert. His torment of them was merely to play along with Voldemort, orchestrating a performance. Observing their increasingly agonized and despondent expressions, coupled with Voldemort's tardiness, Pollux finally found himself unable to continue the charade and raised his wand. "Avada, disarm you." At last, Voldemort appeared, accompanied by the former Death Eaters who had once followed Pollux, now part of the Independent Party. With a single disarming spell, he effortlessly sent Pollus's wand flying from his grasp, declaring with a savior's fervor, "Demon, accept your reckoning." Witnessing Voldemort's righteous indignation against evil, Pollux felt a tumult of emotions as memories of that noseless fiend flooded back. Shaking his head, he displayed a visage of rage and madness, engaging in a brief exchange with Voldemort before retreating with his disheartened followers from the town. "Gentlemen, ladies, allow me to introduce myself." After banishing the malevolent Pollux, Voldemort approached the trio with the members of the Independent Party, extending his hand in a gesture of goodwill. This marked the first effective halt to Pollux and his followers' frenzied assaults on muggles in nearly 4 months within the wizarding world. The United Kingdom's wizarding community, united under the Independent Party, began to emerge into the public consciousness. This righteous and benevolent organization, led by their leader Voldemort, commenced their struggle against the malevolent Pain King. Unlike the Ministry of Magic, this organization prioritized the peace of the Muggle world, inadvertently rescuing numerous wizards who existed outside the magical realm while saving Muggles. Particularly, the Pain King's subsequent attacks, which increasingly coincidentally targeted and killed many of their members, prompted a significant number of individuals to voluntarily join the Independent Party. In a theatrical duet, both Pollux and Voldemort orchestrated a series of thwarted attacks, significantly benefiting the United Independent Party of British Wizards. The Ministry of Magic, along with numerous wizards, took note of this righteous party. Voldemort publicly declared that should stability be achieved in the Muggle world, his independent party would willingly contribute to the wizarding community, aiding the beleaguered Ministry of Magic in resolving its pressing crises. The weather in July in England was refreshingly pleasant. For millennia, Hogwarts has stood as a sanctuary, safeguarding the future of the wizarding realm. Unlike the chaotic turmoil outside, the 7-month-long war had merely become a popular topic among the younger wizards, divided among the four houses. Their relationships were far from harmonious, particularly between Gryffindor and Slytherin. The news from the outside world merely provided further justification for their ongoing conflicts. Ravenclaw continued to delve into the ocean of knowledge, while Hufflepuff was more concerned about whether the war-induced blockade would affect their upcoming meals. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose or graduation occurred, these students would remain at Hogwarts, supported by their parents, including those from the Muggle community. The school was now completely sealed off, allowing no entry or exit. Unlike the younger students, the older pupils, particularly those nearing graduation, were increasingly anxious about the news from the outside world. Aside from a few enthusiastic Gryffindors and the unconventional Slytherins, most bore solemn expressions. In the quiet library, Andromeda found herself in a similar state of mind. This Slytherin, with Gryffindor inclinations, was engulfed in complex emotions. The actions of Pollux after their separation had fostered a deep aversion towards her brother. Tomorrow, she would graduate and be free to choose her own path in life. Yet, her confusion only deepened. Pollux's decision to take her sister and cousin away, along with his expulsion of her and Sirius from the family, coupled with the key in her possession symbolizing immense wealth, left her in a state of uncertainty. For she was not a quintessential Gryffindor, and the past 7 months had sown seeds of doubt regarding her initial judgments. Perhaps her brother had acted solely to protect her. Yet Pollux's deeds only intensified her disdain for him. She struggled to comprehend the transformation her brother had undergone. She hoped that the tranquil knowledge surrounding her would reveal everything, guiding her on the path to take after graduation. However, books would not impart such wisdom spontaneously. Miss Black, I hope I am not intruding, came a somewhat melancholic voice. Black? Andromeda looked at the speaker in confusion, as it had been months since anyone had referred to her that way. Miss Sally, is there something you need? I was merely asked to deliver a letter to you. Sally, also known as Ariana, had been assigned a new identity by Albus to assist Omapants in managing the library. Her external identity is that of Abufus's adopted daughter. Upon receiving the letter, Andromeda fiddled with it in confusion, noting the absence of any signature. Miss Sally, may I inquire as to who wrote this? You will discern that upon reading, though I suggest you find a secluded place for your perusal. I appreciate your help, Miss Sally. No trouble at all. Ariana gazed at Andromeda with melancholic eyes as she tucked the letter away and turned to leave. It was she who had penned the letter, albeit dictated by Pollux. Just last night, the shadow serpent left behind by Pollux had spoken to her. As she had just finished bathing and was preparing to rest, the usually obedient little creature, hidden within a jar, had emerged. Although the serpent's eyes were indistinct, Pollux could sense a hint of awkwardness. After all, the other party addressed him as father. Ariana, is it convenient? No need to come down, just remain in bed. I didn't expect you to communicate through Bobby, father. Blah. Pollux interrupted Ariana's words. After all, they were at Hogwarts. He was indifferent to the reason she had named a shadow snake with pigtails. You can call me Bobby, Ariana. May I ask you for a favor? Sure, no problem. Ariana, perched on her bed, nodded excitedly at Bobby, whom she had always regarded as her pet. Under Pollus's dictation, Ariana transcribed a letter, which she delivered to Andromeda that very day. After spending some time in the library, she took one last stroll around the school, bidding farewell to her teachers, accompanied by Taylor Dorkins. Andromeda spent her final day at Hogwarts before returning to the Slytherin common room to say goodbye to her boyfriend. Upon returning to her dormitory, Andromeda gazed at the now tidy room, with only her luggage remaining, and recalled the letter she received from Miss Sally Leaf. Quietly sitting down, she opened the unsigned letter. One hand covered her nose and mouth, while the other trembled as it held the letter. Crystal clear tears fell drop by drop. Fortunately, the letter was magically enchanted. The paper absorbed the moisture, preventing the ink from smudging, so the dampened letter remained legible. To my dear sister, Narcissa Black, read the closing signature, which slowly transformed in Andromeda's mind into Pollus's name. Reluctantly burning the letter, she took a long moment to compose herself, wiped away her tears, and rushed out. She intended to find Taylor and dissuade him from his post-graduation ambition of becoming an Auror, persuading him to leave England and seek out her mother and sister. Alas, the same resounding, deep whistle echoed, and once again, it was a luxurious cruise ship. Farewell, Andromeda. The difference this time was that he could not bid farewell to his own family. Pollux stood at a distance on a lighthouse, watching the cruise ship slowly vanish into the horizon where the sea met the sky. The letter was a message from Pollux, and he lacked the ability to persuade Andromeda. His recent tasks, collaborating with Voldemort, left him no respite. The newly recruited followers were growing increasingly fanatical. Even many Muggles aspired to become his disciples, including a prince from the Middle East, whose name he believed was Layden. Finding time to catch a glimpse was already a challenge. Setting aside his thoughts, Pollux gazed at the sea, burdened with worries. As the war escalated and his time alongside Pollux lengthened, he found it increasingly difficult to comprehend the intricate power struggle between the Dark Lord and his grandfather. However, what weighed heavily on his heart was not the currently formidable Voldemort, but rather his grandfather. He harbored a nagging suspicion that Pollux was concealing a plan from him, yet he remained oblivious to its nature. As Pollux continued to mature, the sensation grew increasingly potent, a rather unsettling feeling. December 25, 1972, Christmas Day. This marked Pollux's 20th Christmas in this world, and the first Christmas following his declaration of war upon the entire wizarding realm. A year had elapsed. The relentless battles compelled him to reflect upon that boy who had miraculously survived, Harry Potter. If only this fated savior had been born sooner. However, at this moment, James Potter was likely preoccupied with devising a strategy to confront Severus Snape, while Lily had yet to spark a romantic flame with that arrogant fellow. Casting a glance towards the Hogwarts direction, obscured by mountains, Pollux extended his hand to catch a snowflake, reminiscing about many years ago, a Christmas blanketed in snow, when a golden-haired girl transformed into a beetle to spy on him. Snowfall was a rarity in England, was it not? Master, is it time to take action? Inquired a cautious follower, perplexed by the intentions of their revered leader. Pollux gazed at the setting sun, retracting his hand as he cast a cold glance at the follower beside him, sweeping his gaze over the dense throng of dark figures behind. It was time to embark towards Hogsmeade, with caution to avoid detection by the Aurors. As you command, my lord, the Death Eaters are ever loyal, came the reply. One by one, the dark wizards, their faces alight with fervor, quietly vanished into the woods. After a year of conflict, not only had the independent party grown robust, swelling to 1,000 strong, but Pollux Death Eaters were also expanding. Though their numbers remained below 200, their combat prowess had undergone a remarkable transformation. These zealous followers, shaped by the crucible of death and war, surpassed their Auror counterparts in strength and were nothing less than a band of lunatics, driven solely by bloodshed and destruction. They remained loyal to Pollux merely because the King of Pain was an even more deranged madman. As twilight descended, the vibrant lights of Hogsmeade flickered on, illuminating the streets. Born in hardship, perishing in comfort, the ancients were indeed truthful. The Muggle world had succumbed to tranquility, while the independent party had fortified Hogsmeade, alleviating some pressure from the Ministry of Magic. Even Barty Crouch, who had once been reduced to mere shadows after being sidelined, was gradually regaining his confidence with the support of Eugenia and the independent party, striving to reclaim the spirited self of his former days. At this moment, he was warmly engaging with the Wizards of Hogsmeade alongside Voldemort, providing all manner of material assistance to these fearful souls during the Christmas season. He harbored a disdain for the independent party, a faction that had risen through war and aiding Muggles, yet he favored power. The individual known as Voldemort, once notorious, had now become a figure of considerable esteem among wizards. At this juncture, Voldemort crouched on the ground, amusing a sniffling child with a jar of sweets. What a hypocritical creature, Barty mused, donning a red hat plucked from the pile of gifts. The wizarding world lacked a Santa Claus. However, many wizards from the independent party were Muggle-born, and numerous children were present. Come, 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 Uncle Barty has gifts for you. Uncle Crouch, you are truly wonderful. Uncle, you ought to wear that beard. Yes, that one. The pile of gifts was swiftly depleted, but rest assured, none contained vile liquids. Today's assault mirrored his actions in the Muggle realm, further boosting Voldemort's and the independent party's reputation, albeit this time on a grander scale. With many followers likely to remain here, Voldemort sought a Pyrrhic victory, a devastating triumph for the Ministry of Magic, coupled with a resounding success for the independent party. Pollux harbored a fervent desire for all of them to perish here, every last one. This is a group of true deviants. although Pollux frequently casts his piercing spells and may even eliminate a couple of the excessively ruthless ones, they instead exhibit an even more fervent admiration for him. Some may even intentionally err, just to relish the experience of their master as piercing incantations. Pollux himself could scarcely comprehend why, despite his own twisted demeanor, so many deranged individuals were drawn to join his cause. As the twilight deepened, his followers stealthily positioned themselves at the outermost limits of the Auror's vigilance. They dispersed, encircling Hogsmeade, awaiting their master's command. Regaining his focus, Pollux, with a grave countenance, concealed his true form and assumed that of the Shadow Serpent. He cast a glance at the village nestled below the hillside and the distant silhouette of Hogwarts. 400 Aurors, over 1,000 independents, countless wizards, and the looming presence of Hogwarts. This battle would not be easily won and might even cost him dearly. Yet, he hesitated not, raising his wand aloft. Mark of pain. A colossal red serpent surged forth, coiling through the skies, bearing its elongated fangs and gaping maw. His minions, now devoid of true Death Eaters, continued to brandish the title. A mere change of insignia seemed justifiable, especially at the behest of Pollux. Upon witnessing the mark in the heavens, the Death Eaters let out a cacophony of howls, clutching their master's vial of venom in one hand and their wands in the other, charging towards Hogsmeade, directed by the anguished sigil. They sought to inflict suffering and death through their most frenzied actions, compelling their victims to grasp the true essence of life itself. Feel the pain. Suddenly, an enemy assault. A signal was raised. The vigilant Aurors reacted swiftly, yet they were soon overwhelmed and slaughtered by the frenzied Death Eaters. Realizing the scale of the onslaught, the remaining Aurors promptly retreated towards Hogsmeade. Patronus. Hogsmeade was instantly enveloped in a sanctified radiance. The Aurors, having battled for a year, collectively conjured their Patronus charms. Pollux's venom was too dreadful, as evidenced by the calamities in Diagon Alley and the Muggle world. This noxious substance was particularly averse to the Patronus charm. This was a lesson learned through bloodshed. After confirming the absence of venom bombs within the village, Barty swiftly commanded all Aurors to divide into two groups. One commenced casting various protective spells to shield the town structures and wizards from the impending conflict, while the other ventured forth to confront the Death Eaters and assist the retreating Aurors. Meanwhile, our Lord Voldemort revealed a faint smile, orchestrating the mobilization of independent members, directing families and those lacking combat prowess to take refuge, while the remainder gradually converged towards his side. This series of reactions unfolded in Hogsmeade as events spiraled into chaos. In the absence of diluted venom from the Shadow Serpent, Pollux transformed into a swirling mist of dark crimson, leading the Death Eaters to the outskirts of Hogsmeade, where they clashed with the arriving Aurors. The initial assault of the Death Eaters had commenced, heralding the impending victory for the Ministry of Magic. The independent party was poised to establish its presence within the Ministry, upon contact between the formidable forces of the Death Eaters and the Aurors. A brutal melee erupted outside Hogsmeade. The remaining Aurors, after fortifying the town's defenses, gradually joined the fray under the command of Barty Crouch, swiftly casting the disillusionment charm as mandated by the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. After over a year of conflict, both sides had thoroughly discerned each other's strengths and weaknesses. Barty immediately recognized this as the full might of the Death Eaters, and a fervent hope ignited within him at the thought of ending the war by his hand. He promptly summoned all the Aurors from the Ministry, determined to rally all 600 Aurors from Scotland to vanquish the Death Eaters right there, including the seemingly invincible Pollux. Albus Dumbledore, accompanied by several professors, gazed contemplatively from the astronomy tower at Hogwarts towards the direction of Hogsmeade, having witnessed the anguished mark that had appeared in the sky moments ago. "Do we need to prepare?" asked one. "No, let us prioritize the students. Professor McGonagall, please see to it that the children rest," Dumbledore replied. After a brief moment, he gestured for everyone to disperse, choosing to remain alone in the tower. A madman is far more terrifying than a sane individual, especially when they are given a fatal command by an esteemed figure, one who is even more deranged than themselves. Though the Aurors in Hogsmeade held a numerical and strength advantage, they found themselves momentarily overshadowed by the fierce resolve of the Death Eaters, who showed no regard for their own lives. Each Death Eater unleashed a full frontal assault, none casting a shield charm to protect themselves. Some even charged into the fray, clutching vials with bloodshot eyes, ready to detonate in a spectacle of chaos. With each explosion, the surrounding madness only intensified, igniting wild cheers from their ranks. Pollux was no longer the mere controller of toxic mists, Merely assisting from the shadows, he had resolutely taken the lead in a desperate, self-sacrificial charge. For this war, he had brought with him a full 100 lives. His prowess in dueling among wizards was not particularly formidable, not even approaching the caliber of Voldemort. In a one-on-one confrontation, aside from his sheer number of lives, it would be a challenge for him to defeat a wizard of his grandfather's caliber. Of course, this would necessitate Pollux learning the Patronus charm, for his venom was akin to an unrelenting Cruciatus curse. However, this was not a solitary duel. This was a battlefield. With an abundance of potent toxins and the assistance of his comrades, he could continually swap between the 3 generations of shadow snakes, trading life for life. Wielding twin wands. Enveloped in poisonous vapors, Pollux unleashed his full power like a torrent, casting Cruciatus curses that mercilessly tore through the enemy lines, plunging into the ranks of the Aurors. The Death Eaters greedily inhaled the residual toxins in the air, shrieking as they followed their leader through the breach, fervently channeling their magical energies to unleash frenzied curses. Those who had exhausted their magic resorted to burning their very lives as they charged towards the Aurors, clutching their beloved vials. Emotions are contagious, particularly among wizards. Faced with the frenzied onslaught of the Death Eaters and Pollux, the Aurors found themselves momentarily paralyzed, unable to muster the courage to counterattack. They could only desperately cast spells to fend off the assault, retreating to stabilize their defenses. As time wore on, the casualties among the Death Eaters surged dramatically, with 1/3 falling in mere minutes, many of them by their own hand. Meanwhile, reinforcements from the Aurors throughout Scotland were ceaselessly arriving. Feel the pain brought by the adults. Mortals, kneel before the King of Suffering. One Death Eater, completely consumed by madness, unscrewed a vial and drank down the undiluted, lethally concentrated venom in one gulp. Burning with magical energy, he charged forward against dozens of spells. He aimed to use his body to safeguard the master's venom, ensuring these foes would experience true agony. Boom. Having pierced through several Patronus charms, this brother, whose visage was twisted in pain, yet whose eyes gleamed with madness, unhesitatingly chose to self-destruct. Who were these individuals? Both Pollux and the opposing Auro were equally astonished. That individual was certainly not invincible. However, he did not squander the sacrifice of his comrade. Instead, he swiftly manipulated the toxic fog to launch an assault on Auro, instantly creating an even larger breach in Auro's defenses. The ingenious notion of this comrade was soon acknowledged by others as well. One by one, valiant warriors joined in the act, becoming one with their suffering. Though Pollux was taken aback by the fervor and determination of his loyal followers, he did not intervene. He was not a Dark Lord, but rather a madman. The King of Suffering. Commanding his brave acolytes, Pollux relentlessly breached the Aurors' defenses, tearing through their psychological barriers as well. Not everyone possesses the ability to cast the Patronus charm. Under the concentrated assault led by Pollux and his Death Eaters, nearly 20 minutes into the battle, the number of Aurors capable of conjuring patron uses dwindled. Deprived of the charm's protective influence, over 300 Aurors found themselves overwhelmed by fewer than 50 Death Eaters. The casualty rate shifted from 1 Auror for every Death Eater to a grim 2 for 1, then 3 for 1. Although the Death Eaters were also falling, Pollux himself was down to merely 30 lives. As time pressed on, victory seemed inevitable for the Aurors. Yet, neither Pollux nor the Death Eaters feared death. Their ranks had already surged into Hogsmeade. But surely a savior would emerge at the opportune moment? Voldemort, though incapable of casting the Patronus charm, wielded immense power. And with each incantation of the disarming charm, Pollux was swiftly subdued, while the toxic fog spiraled out of control. The remaining 30 weary Death Eaters were instantly overwhelmed by the 300 members of the Independent Party, even as they disregarded their own lives to assist their master. In their frenzy, they charged through the uncontrollable miasma towards Voldemort. Yet, it was a fool's errand, although Voldemort appeared to merely cast feeble disarming charms. Attempting to use the Cruciatus curse against him was futile, unless Pollux wielded his physical form or the second-generation Shadow Serpent with a wand. The Cruciatus curses could not pierce through his formidable magical defenses, including Pollux's toxic haze. He was the true Dark Lord. In an instant, Voldemort became the focal point of all eyes, deliberately donning a pristine white robe while summoning 2 individuals to continuously cast the Patronus charm in his direction. Ostensibly dispelling the toxic fog, he sought to illuminate himself, presenting an image of righteousness. If only he had a sound system. Voldemort, I shall make you feel pain. As Pollux let out his final, anguished cry, the thick toxic fog spiraled out of control, dispersed by the Independent Party. The fewer than 200 remaining Aurors gazed at Voldemort, standing unblemished amidst the fallen shadows and Death Eaters, along with those from the Independent Party who actively aided the wounded and cleared the battlefield. In that moment, a profound sense of gratitude washed over them. They recalled their earlier mockery of this formidable figure, their disdain towards the Independent Party upon their arrival in Hogsmeade, and their attempts to drive away their Muggle families. But what of now? Those whom they once ridiculed and discriminated against had selflessly come to their rescue, especially that powerful figure, so undeniably strong. Yet he remained so gentle and kind, akin to the great Albus Dumbledore. All gazed upon Voldemort with gratitude, including the Independent Party, most of whom had eluded the clutches of the painful king due to this gentleman's selfless actions. They expressed their appreciation for his altruism by joining his ranks. Only one person stood apart, and that was Barty Crouch. He had initially perceived this as an opportunity. With a clear advantage of 600 to 200, victory was within reach. And he could have ended his days of being controlled, reclaiming all that he had lost. Thus, he refrained from seeking Voldemort's assistance at the outset. However, to his astonishment, a mere cadre of fewer than 200 Death Eaters managed to extinguish the lives of 400 Aurors. Had that madman not been halted by Voldemort, Hogsmeade would have faced a tragedy akin to that of Diagon Alley. For him, it would undeniably be a Pyrrhic victory. Observing Voldemort, who orchestrated everything, Barty quietly sighed, composing himself to wear a suitable expression, and approached. Life must go on, mustn't he? This esteemed Lord Voldemort sought entrance to the Ministry of Magic. Could he not similarly benefit? Lord Voldemort, you and the Independent Party are indeed paragons of virtue. The Aurors of the Ministry are the true heroes. What say you? Lord Barty Crouch. Voldemort's embodiment of integrity appeared increasingly natural. The Daily Prophet reported, the following day, the only good news in a year. In the Battle of Hogsmeade, Pollux and his cadre of Death Eaters suffered a catastrophic defeat, with all the Death Eaters perishing and Pollux himself gravely wounded. Although the Aurors sustained significant losses, they managed to protect Hogsmeade from even the slightest harm, while the British Wizarding Independent Party made a tremendous contribution to the conflict. Their leader successfully vanquished and severely wounded the tormented king. Would Voldemort, this formidable sorcerer, become another Albus? What followed was an ostentatious glorification of the Independent Party and Voldemort, accompanied by casualty figures. Yet, as one gazed upon the newspaper, no wizard felt joy, for that madman, Pollux, had not succumbed. The display of power that had so grievously impacted the Ministry of Magic, coupled with Pollus's frenzied actions, plunged all wizards deeper into fear. Even Eugenia was discontent. For despite their victory, the losses sustained by the Ministry were devastating. The toll of a year-long war too severe. Nearly 1/5 of the entire British wizarding population had perished, all due to a lunatic. It is worth noting that the entire British wizarding community, including the unregistered, comprised only around 10,000 individuals. In just one battle, nearly 600 lives were lost. A madman, a veritable lunatic. Eugenia furiously jabbed her wand at Pollus's portrait. Yet, this was not the true source of her discontent. It was because Bartemius Crouch had deceived her. Dominating the trio, she could have leveraged the Aurors' heavy casualties to secure the Independent Party's full integration into the Ministry, thereby claiming nearly 1/3 of its power. She had tirelessly strived to realize this ambition, only to see the fruits of victory snatched away. Exposing herself to such peril for the sake of the Independent Party, to collaborate with that madman, only to have Bartemius Crouch seize half of the spoils. The surviving 200 Aurors had completely returned to the other side's command. Moreover, their promotions would yield even greater power for the opposing faction, power that was rightfully hers. Eugenia cast a furious glance at the man across from her and exclaimed, "Voldemort, are you not enraged?" "Of course not," he replied with a smile. "I have risen from an obscure wizard to the director of magical accidents and catastrophes. Besides, is Bartemius not our ally?" "Ally? That wretch can hardly be deemed a partner. Your directorship pales in comparison to that of the Auror office head. You traded the entire Independent Party for this. My dear Eugenia, you are a witch. Power is founded upon magic." Voldemort approached Eugenia, gently patting her shoulder, his soothing voice dissipating a fraction of her anger as he slowly continued. "I possess a spell that can bridge the hearts of individuals, allowing each to discern the other's thoughts. Would you care to try, my beautiful lady?" The Dark Mark, a flawless enchantment of control, subtle yet secure, even serving as a means of communication, provided Voldemort does not activate it. This incantation is the very foundation of his dominion as the Dark Lord. Although it is not necessary to wield it for the control of two individuals at this moment, those who share a mutual secret can collaborate more seamlessly, and inevitably, they shall become servants of the Dark Lord. The time has come to reap the rewards. Eugenia and Barty find themselves unable to resist the allure of this clandestine triad. And it is unlikely they will divulge their little secret, is it not? Barty, Eugenia pondered, finding some solace. Yet she was soon ensnared in a web of conflict, uncertain if she could share her innermost thoughts with the man before her, who had already unveiled everything. We shall regard you as our leader, dear Eugenia, for the sake of your aspirations. Voldemort, with sincerity, drew forth his wand, gazing earnestly at her. If you are unwilling, I shall still follow you with Barty. Sometimes, power need not rest solely in one's grasp, does it? Let us discuss this momentarily, Eugenia said, gently grasping Voldemort's wand and giving it a slight shake. This is the ministry. Voldemort appeared momentarily taken aback. This is the minister's decree. Hearing the faint sounds emanating from the minister's office, John Brown, serving as a guard, bore the disfigured visage marred by the searing flames, clenching his fists tightly. Blood seeping between his fingers and dripping to the ground. He harbored a profound resentment towards Pollux for allowing him to live. Yet his loathing for Voldemort was even more intense. Unlike Voldemort, who reveled in his pinnacle of joy, Pollux found himself in a dire state. Acutely aware of the presence looming above him, Albus Dumbledore had been there for nearly an entire day, following the conclusion of the Battle of Hogsmeade. Pollux had not made his presence known immediately upon returning to his corporeal form, for Albus had appeared just as he re-entered his body. This place is not far from Hogwarts, Mr. Black. You must surely be aware of Hogwarts' formidable power, given your methods of disabling the badge. I trust you are privy to numerous secrets, Albus remarked coldly after a day of silence. Hesitating briefly, Pollux inhabited the body where Voldemort had inscribed the mark, draining every last vestige of magical energy from the shadow serpents and the original form, transforming the body into a serpentine state to enter a slumber, before gradually emerging from the depths. My dear headmaster, what a fortuitous coincidence. Is this everything you desire? I should have sent you directly to Azkaban from the outset. Pollux chuckled softly, addressing Professor Dumbledore. They all call me mad. If you are displeased, feel free to take this body to vent your frustrations. You know I cannot perish, and I have no desire to bring suffering to Hogwarts at this moment. Albus, witnessing Pollux even daring to cast a challenging glance toward Hogwarts, spoke with icy fury. You have already inflicted pain upon the school. Cease this conflict, or I shall obliterate you. Of course, you are the mightiest wizard. Yet you lack the certainty to eliminate me, do you not? Pollux replied with equal coldness. I concede that you have captured me. But do you truly believe I would carry all my treasures upon my person? Indeed, Pollux left behind the first generation of shadow serpents with his grandfather. However, the production of the third generation is limited to a mere 100 per year, as the cultivation of these serpents is a meticulous process. The second generation remains within him, and he is confident that he can escape from Dumbledore using the remaining second and third generation serpents. Yet, the cost is exorbitant, to the extent that he would forfeit all his current powers, requiring 12 years to regain his present abilities. Nevertheless, he resolved to take the risk, for he had never entertained the thought of exploiting Ariana, not even once. With his wand drawn, he discreetly contacted Pollux. Pollux tightly gripped the wand that resonated with him, a wand that had lain dormant for 15 years. Crafted from willow and infused with the heartstring of a dragon, it measured 13 inches. Let us see, my dear headmaster. The power of the most formidable wizard. Albus merely regarded Pollux with a frosty demeanor, fully aware of his opponent's temperament. He recognized that he could not guarantee Pollux's defeat, particularly in such proximity to Hogwarts. His presence here served solely to prevent any impulsive actions against the school. Observing Pollux, who had become even more detestable than before, he reluctantly acknowledged that this reckless youth had indeed earned the right to be taken seriously. Albus furrowed his brow and spoke in a composed tone. I must know who stands behind you. Is it Voldemort? Pollux was taken aback, recalling a conversation from a year prior, but he soon erupted with even greater ferocity, bellowing. Dumbledore, do you think it matters to inquire now? You are acting like a woman. An old hag. With a resounding crash, a spell sent Pollux hurtling away. Get lost. Do not let me see you again. As the counter curse dissipated, Albus coldly watched Pollux retreat, reflecting on the words spoken then. And pondering the now dominant Voldemort at the Ministry of Magic, he fell into deep contemplation. Perhaps it was time for him to take action to safeguard Hogwarts. After all, He was still the chairman of the International Confederation of Wizards. Although he was not adept at politics, a powerful wizard embodies profound wisdom, excluding the aberrations. Pollus's strength never stemmed from intellect, but rather from madness. Voldemort was skilled at concealing his true self, much like he had in his youth. Apart from the innermost circle of Death Eaters, none were privy to his ambitions. Those who followed him a year ago did not even know his appearance or name. They merely recognized their loyalty to the great Dark Lord. This faction had long since perished in the conflict between Pollux and the Ministry of Magic. Even if captured, they believed that the Dark Lord of their memories was none other than the tormentor, Pollux. The Independent Party remained unaware of his identity. And even Albus Dumbledore was in the dark. Despite his vigilance against Voldemort, aware of the connection between Voldemort and Pollux, cognizant of the Dark Mark's existence and Voldemort's ambitions. All speculations regarding the Death Eaters were merely Albus's cautious apprehensions, and nothing more. The ones waging war against the Ministry were the Death Eaters. It was Pollux. It was the Black family. Voldemort was a hero, a champion who had vanquished the Death Eaters. Who could truly grasp the intent behind Pollus's words during that conversation? Perhaps it was all a fabrication, including that displayed Dark Mark, which could very well be a ruse by Pollux. What Pollux attributed to Voldemort was now being executed by none other than himself. Voldemort, a dark wizard who had turned to the light, leading the Independent Party against the forces of evil. He could not allow a single doubt to dictate his conclusions, just as before the onset of war. Even if he was the most powerful wizard, it was precisely due to that power that noble titles and identities became his shackles. He could not dismiss all that Voldemort was presently accomplishing merely based on his own suspicions. On the first day of the new year, January 1st, 1973, Pollux and Pollux, accompanied by Bella, Rodolphus, and Regulus, arrived at the familiar dock. As the Elizabeth set sail, only the still studying Sirius remained behind, marking the departure of the last remnants of three families untouched by the Dark Mark from Britain, thus preserving a glimmer of hope for their legacies. Yet, Pollux understood that the true challenges lay ahead. He had come to grasp why Voldemort had acquiesced to his demands. The promise of hope was bestowed not out of benevolence, but rather because Pollux had demonstrated through action that such a bargain would compel Voldemort's followers to serve him with greater fervor. After a year of relentless combat and the Battle of Hogsmeade, Pollux had exhausted all his resources, even though there were still those willing to follow him. None could match the caliber and fervor of that once mad assembly, for not everyone possessed such madness. The current generation of lunatics within the British wizarding community had largely perished in Hogsmeade. Among the Death Eaters under Pollus's command, only Malfoy, Lestrange, and Black remain. He remains indifferent to the fates of others, yet his family weighs heavily on his heart, uncertain of his next steps. He grapples with how to extricate those ensnared in despair. He could wield madness as a threat against Albus Dumbledore. But what could he possibly use to instill fear in Voldemort? Those family members marked by the Dark Mark are not ones he will relinquish. However, Voldemort will not yield either. These relatives serve as pawns he can manipulate. Given the numerous members of the Black family, Voldemort is indifferent to their plight. A year has afforded Voldemort a profound understanding of Pollux. Even with a single family member in his grasp, Pollux would be compelled to obey. With a heavy heart, Pollux followed Pollux back to Malfoy Manor. "Grandfather, could you enlighten me about your forthcoming plans?" Pollux gazed at Pollux, pondering whether this astute elder, skilled in the art of political maneuvering, might possess the wisdom to discern the appropriate course of action. A plan that would be contingent upon Voldemort's intentions. Pollux thought of his beloved daughter, while Berga, casting a glance at Pollux. "Child, there remains much for you to learn. Politics and warfare have always been a game of power for rulers. With Voldemort now entrenched within the Ministry of Magic, he is poised to confront these sovereigns in earnest." Pollux began to elucidate. The actions of the Death Eaters prior had primarily targeted ordinary wizards and muggles. Even the Battle of Hogsmeade had not posed a genuine threat to the rulers of the wizarding world. Conversely, Pollux had inadvertently become an opportunity for many, such as Eugenia, Voldemort, and the Independent Party. However, when he turns his wrath upon the high-ranking officials of the magical realm, the dynamics shall irrevocably shift. It is akin to Pollux having slain 6 lesser wizards, yet Albus would still regard his strength and madness, allowing him to escape punishment. But should he take the life of Albus Dumbledore? In that case, Albus would stop at nothing to ensure Pollux comprehends why he is hailed as the strongest. Even Voldemort would hesitate to act thus. Yet you dare, do you not? Moreover, Voldemort is acutely aware of this. But as for us now, Pollux reflected on his family, who were not immortal, and fell silent, filled with regret. Perhaps he should not have led all his followers to their demise. At least now he could use them to protect the remaining family members. It was not as dire as he had imagined. What did it mean? Voldemort and his independent faction posed a threat to those in power, far greater than your so-called madman. Yet, he would manipulate me to eliminate those adversaries. Indeed. As long as you can accomplish that, the Black family will remain secure. Do you understand? But what comes next? The Dark Mark. Voldemort will not spare us once he seizes control. My foolish grandson. Pollux chuckled softly, interrupting Pollux. You can't seriously believe that Voldemort can contend with those individuals. Assassination is an outdated method. His downfall is inevitable. You need only focus on enhancing your own strength. Do you comprehend? You must wield your power to safeguard the Black family after Voldemort's fall. As for the Dark Mark, if your strength is sufficient, there may still be a way. Understood. Pollux nodded thoughtfully. The two continued their conversation for a while longer. After Pollux departed, Pollux let out a meaningful sigh, picked up the family portrait of the Blacks from the table, glanced at his left arm, and gently caressed the faces depicted in the image, murmuring, Cassiopeia, Walburga. I hope you can forgive me for what I have become. It is all my fault, my greed, my ambition, which have caused you to lose everything. As his fingers glided softly over the image of the infant in Druella's arms, the elderly man, who had struggled throughout his life in the pursuit of power, closed his eyes in anguish, a single tear rolling down his weathered face, a tear that had never fallen even at the death of his dearest woman. Pollux, the hope you have bestowed upon me has granted me a chance to atone for my past transgressions. It has ignited a glimmer of hope for the ancient Black family. Yet only you, my dear foolish grandson, are the sole beacon of hope for the House of Black. You cannot remain forever ensconced in darkness. Families should never become a burden upon one another. I apologize, O name of Black. It must not be extinguished by my hand. It cannot. Forgive me, my beloved grandson. This elderly man, who has devoted his life to the struggle for the House of Black, has finally resolved to take action, thanks to Pollus's existence. The desolate Pollux has found a flicker of hope. He has not succumbed to the shadows of Voldemort as portrayed in the original narrative. A year ago, he devised a strategy to harness all available power to overthrow Voldemort, to preserve the Black family, and to safeguard Pollux, while striving to assist Voldemort in expanding his influence. However, after bidding farewell to Druella, Bella, and the two young ones from Malfoy and Lestrange families, he resolved to rally all those bearing the Dark Mark from the House of Black, together with the Malfoy and Lestrange families who shared his sentiments. He would confront Voldemort in a true contest of strength, a battle to sever all ties for the sake of his grandson. The House of Black shall remain forever pure. How could Pollux Black's grandson ever submit to the minions of a half-blood madman? This is your letter. I must take my leave. From the loathsome expression of John Brown to the act of storming out, Pollux discerned that his adversaries harbored no gratitude for his previous acts of mercy. He approached a modest wooden table and seated himself upon a creaking chair. As for the reason why the noble Black found himself in such a dilapidated Muggle rental, it was because he had departed from Malfoy Manor 2 months prior. The Death Eaters, under the reign of the King of Pain, had been vanquished, and with the Ministry of Magic no longer apprehensive of large-scale assaults, only a sufficient number of personnel remained to guard against the threat of gas bombs. Seizing upon the opportunity presented by the enemy's vulnerability, the Ministry dispatched every Auror across Britain in search of Pollux. Even the Muggle government actively urged MI6 to collaborate with the Aurors to capture him. In light of such circumstances, Pollux would not burden the manor with his presence. Pollux concurred with his decision to refrain from contacting the manor unless absolutely necessary, given their lack of adequate strength. While the Black family estate offered a semblance of safety, one must always leave an escape route, mustn't one? The reason the Malfoy family had not been pursued could perhaps be attributed to their striking appearance, rather than any lack of exposure. This was Pollus's contemplation. Communication by letter had commenced after he became the leader of the Independent Party. Voldemort had severed all connections through the Dark Mark, which, while convenient, resembled a public chat room. And the loyalty of the Death Eaters was well understood by those in the know, particularly after the Battle of Hogsmeade. When the Ministry of Magic had seduced Eugenia and Barty into joining, the mark had seemed to vanish altogether. Voldemort, the group leader, had expelled all Death Eaters. Within the shabby abode, Pollux opened the first message from Voldemort in 2 months. The content, unsurprisingly, consisted of a lengthy string of names. The signature bore the number 12, presumably indicating a deadline for the completion of the objectives within a year. Memorizing the names of these targets, he donned a suit and top hat from the coat rack, presenting himself as a gentleman as he departed from the dilapidated dwelling. A wizard concealed within the Muggle world is exceedingly difficult to locate, especially one endowed with immortality. He possesses countless opportunities to learn the art of evasion from failure, striding along the damp streets of London like an authentic Muggle. He could not help but acknowledge the existence of some inhumane madmen in the world. Despite his dire circumstances, Pollux found himself followed by a dozen loyal associates. Yet, this time, he was not venturing forth to seek them, but rather to gather intelligence to fulfill Voldemort's bidding. He returned to the familiar restaurant by the banks of the Thames. Pollux sat quietly on the long bench opposite the restaurant, awaiting the arrival of a person he instinctively felt would come, though he could not fathom why he believed a wizard would grace a Muggle establishment. Clutching a newspaper whose contents held no interest for him, he listened to the unfamiliar yet familiar strains of exquisite music emanating from within the restaurant. Relishing the tranquility of spring and the vibrant essence of rebirth, while reminiscing about his family back in America, Rita Skeeter remained, as if dictated by fate, a journalist for the Daily Prophet. Yet, her motivations had shifted. She no longer pursued monetary gain, and the musings in her small notebook had not found their way into print. 6 months prior, she had purchased half of the newspaper's shares with the galleons Pollux had provided, her role as a reporter merely a pastime to satiate her curiosity. Perhaps she sought a legitimate reason to frequent this place amidst the chaotic and tense atmosphere. No rational wizard would forsake the protection of the ministry while the Dark Lords still roamed the earth, especially without cause. It might also be that the restaurant had its charms. Ever since she had pilfered half a bottle of wine a year ago, Rita had been unable to forget the flavors it offered. The culinary creations of British wizards were far more daunting than those of Muggles, devoid of house elves. Their concoctions hardly qualified as food, resembling potions instead. Throughout the past year, she had visited this place every afternoon. At long last, Pollux was reunited with Rita, whom he had not seen for nearly a year. Her golden tresses, once characterized by curls, now cascaded in a sleek manner. The old red spectacles she once wore had been replaced by a more exquisite pair, though still retaining the same hue. She arrived at the entrance of the restaurant clad in a striking red suit paired with a black skirt, her feet adorned with elegant red high heels. Perhaps her fondness for the color red stemmed from her animagus form as a crimson beetle. Ding! By mere chance, Pollux inadvertently brushed against a nearby cane, and the metallic round guard head made contact with the ground, producing a crisp sound. With an unintentional glance, he observed the Muggle seated on the bench and the fallen cane, its golden round head intricately engraved with a viper. Rita hesitated, pausing her stride, and approached the bench to retrieve the cane. "Sir, your cane has fallen," she remarked. "Thank you, lovely lady," he replied. "Your newspaper, do you mind?" "Not at all. But you cannot take it with you, dear sir, for I have yet to finish reading it." Upon receiving Pollus's newspaper, Rita naturally settled beside him, unfurling the pages while casting a sidelong glance at the oddly dressed man at the street corner, whispering, "Have you lost your senses? You vanished for 2 months. I thought you had left England." "I wish to leave now as well, yet I cannot," he responded. "What brings you to seek me?" "The streets are rife with horrors, and I lack the means to facilitate your escape. Just as before, I am in need of information." Pollux extended his hand, pointing to a series of words on the newspaper, then rose to his feet and said, "Madam, the newspaper is yours. I suddenly recall that I have some matters to attend to. With so many people around, it might take approximately a week." Rita continued to address Pollux, who was about to leave, saying, "What about the payment? Do you still have any money?" I apologize. I seem to have forgotten. This gold." Paul extended his hand towards his bosom, groping for something. "No need." Rita offered a slip of paper, rising to her feet and smiling at Paul. "This address and time. Accompany me for dinner as a token of gratitude." Ignoring Paul, Rita took the newspaper and entered the restaurant, ascending to her familiar spot. As she gazed at the menu, a smile spread across her face. She finally understood why she cherished coming here, to a restaurant with rather unimpressive cuisine. It was all because of that silhouette vanishing onto the street outside, a man who, even in his attempts to disguise himself, was oblivious to the fact that he could have been more handsome. Holding tightly to the slip of paper in her hand, Pollux found himself enveloped in a complex tapestry of emotions, initially driven by mere instinct and a stroke of luck. After all, venturing into the wizarding world in search of someone posed considerable risks. To his astonishment, Rita truly appeared, braving the peril of a potential trip to Azkaban, all for the sake of dining with him. the so-called madman in the eyes of many. Having spent nearly 60 years as a bachelor, he felt disoriented, uncertain of how to engage with her, especially given the precariousness of their circumstances. He had always presumed their connection was limited to mutual trust as friends. Yet over the years, he had predominantly exploited her presence for his own benefit. Should he truly pursue this path? Throughout history, love has blossomed between muggles and wizards alike. On a tranquil evening in a highly regarded French restaurant in London, fate brought them together for the second time in 2 days. As a gentleman, he found no issue in treating her to dinner. Though the young lady was a pure blood, she often frequented the muggle world and bore no disdain towards them. Much like her own parents. Through the window, he observed the joyful ambience of the restaurant, silently offering blessings to Rita, the witch journalist. Ensuring the safety and peace of all wizards had been his dream since becoming an Auror. Sensing no immediate threat around him, he turned to continue his duties. They were acutely aware that the madman remained at large in Britain. However, with each encounter, locating the cunning fool became increasingly challenging. He was surely lurking in some shadowy corner, plotting his next move. The determination to eradicate Pollux was a shared sentiment among them. Unbeknownst to him that their target was the very gentleman who had just dined. Though the dinner hour had passed, the restaurant was sparsely populated. Yet the exquisite decor and delectable cuisine created a warm atmosphere, particularly complemented by the soothing melodies wafting through the air. Such a serene and elegant ambience was ideally suited for couples, was it not? After discreetly handing a substantial banknote to the serving staff to signal his desire for solitude, Pollux leaned towards Rita, who had invited him to taste the fare. "Rita, do you realize how perilous this is for you? If discovered," he murmured, "shall we sample this? Let us converse after the meal." Rita smiled, encouraging him to partake in the culinary delights. "The flavors here are quite exquisite," she remarked. However, Pollux was in no mood to savor the usual tastes. With a concerted effort to maintain elegance, he swiftly consumed the food upon the table, gesturing for the waiter to clear the plates. Turning to Rita, who held a wine glass, he expressed his gratitude. "I deeply appreciate your willingness to assist me. Yet I cannot bear the thought of you risking so much. It is unsafe for you to be in close proximity to me. You know how many friends we have. I do not wish for you to end up in Azkaban. I understand your feelings for your family." Rita hesitated. "Could you not leave? Perhaps to America? Voldemort has already obtained what he desires, has he not? Maybe he would spare your family." "He will not. For I am his most invaluable tool. Grandfather, Aunt, they are still here, and I cannot abandon them, nor can I allow them to come to harm. Have you ever contemplated your own well-being? What does it mean? In this war, this is not your battle. I do not know how you have persevered, nor do I care for others' judgments of you. I simply wish to know, have you ever thought of yourself? I understand that everything you do is to protect your family." Rita finished her drink, setting the glass down as she anxiously regarded the silent Pollux. "I have reviewed the list you provided me," grasping his trembling hand. Rita spoke with a slight quaver in her voice. "If you continue down this path, even if you manage to save your family, even if the war concludes, Voldemort and the Ministry of Magic will not spare you. The entire wizarding world will not forgive you. Not just in Britain, do you understand? Dumbledore has begun to intervene in the Ministry, using his position as the chairman of the International Confederation of Wizards. You must comprehend the implications of this." Rita could scarcely imagine Pollux persisting in this manner. At least now, there exists a refuge for him outside of Britain, but should he continue to fulfill Voldemort's bidding? She dared not contemplate the consequences. Pollux will be perceived as a madman, a terrorist in the eyes of all. Even if it means safeguarding his family and ending the war, he will be relentlessly pursued by the International Wizarding Federation. No wizard can escape the sanctions imposed by the world. There is no place that will harbor a powerful lunatic, one who knows only the art of killing. Can you please stop? I cannot bear to see you like this." Rita's tone carried a hint of pleading. "You see, although I have never admitted it, I am an orphan. Do you understand? I cannot do this. Rita, I am sorry. If it were possible, Pollux would have left England long ago, but he cannot. Even if it means causing harm to Rita, to this pitiful girl of such a tragic background." The two remained silent for a long while, and Rita, with a bittersweet smile of resignation, withdrew her hand from Pollux's grasp. She took out a box intricately carved with dolphins and roses from her bag and placed it before him. "Here, the item you desired." "I am indeed a fool to try reasoning with you." Rita gazed at the box with a sense of loss and helplessness, as if she had lost something of great importance. "In truth, I can never recall any details about my parents. I was deceiving you all along." Pollux recalled the moment when he and Rita first met in Slytherin. He closed the box, his expression inscrutable, and rose to his feet, walking towards Rita. "Take care. This should be our final meeting, Rita." "No, please don't say that," Rita implored, biting her lip as she grasped Pollux, who was about to depart. "Could you stay with me a little longer, perhaps for the duration of one song?" "I am sorry, Rita." Pollux gently pried Rita's hand from his, turning to leave the restaurant. He had faith that this inquisitive young woman possessed a heart as resilient as his own. Yet, he remained oblivious to the intricacies of love. Since the moment he first encountered Voldemort at the tender age of 11, he had never confronted his own emotions. Rita, who had never shed a tear, gazed at the damp tablecloth, bewildered by the melancholic strains of the restaurant's music. She lingered in a state of disarray for quite some time before cautiously retrieving a book bound with numerous letters. What an intriguing individual she was. Her fingers glided gently over its surface, as if she had made a momentous decision. "Mr. Blake, do not think you can rid yourself of me forever." As she walked along the desolate streets, the night-esque drizzle enveloped her in an uncomfortable chill. Pollux gazed at the box in his hands, suddenly seized by an inexplicable desire for a drink and a cigarette, despite the fact that such indulgences held little sway over a wizard of his caliber. For reasons unknown, he found himself reluctant to employ the heart-piercing curse today. He sensed a flicker of anguish, an unfamiliar torment that he was loath to confront for the first time. It transcended death yet bore no intent to harm. He remained oblivious to its nature. After a year of gestation under the second-generation Shadow Serpent, Pollux had acquired an additional 100 lives, yet found little margin for error. Facing the Ministry of Magic, 200 lives hardly seemed ample, did they? Days after bidding farewell to Rita, he had fully mastered the intelligence at his disposal. It was meticulously detailed, chronicling the habits, friends, and daily routines of each individual. Encompassing dozens of people, he was astounded by how Rita had accomplished such a feat in merely a week. Perhaps it stemmed from Miss Beadle's insatiable curiosity. Carefully concealing the box, Pollux had already selected his first target, George, a member of the Independent Party and a former Death Eater. Perhaps to avoid suspicion in the forthcoming assault. Or perhaps to eliminate dissenters, the list contained several members of the Independent Party. This individual held a significant position in Voldemort's esteem, having been under constant protection by the Dark Lord himself. Yet, in light of association with that man, did such factors truly matter? Pollux stepped out of the room, glanced at his watch, and leisurely made his way to the newly reconstructed Central Square. He purchased a newspaper and settled down not far from a red telephone booth. Even like the surrounding muggles, he produced a bag containing a few kernels of corn and began to feed the pigeons. His opposite neighbor, not a particularly powerful wizard, worked at the Ministry of Magic and often stayed away from home. However, today would be different. He would return home as his new Auror girlfriend was coming over for dinner, a weekly occurrence every Friday. After a busy week, what joy it must be to return home and relish the weekend. The master had transformed into a hero of the wizarding world, steadily ascending within the ministry. Especially with the presence of a new girlfriend, a beautiful pure-blood lady, promising a bright future. What a splendid life it was. He walked with a light step, reflecting on how correct his choice to become a Death Eater had been. That traitor Pollux, who had betrayed his master, still harbored delusions of destroying this world. Humming a cheerful tune, he arrived at his doorstep, envisioning the evening's revelry. Coo, 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 a flock of pigeons soared into the sky. The piercing agony. The formidable Cruciatus curse rendered him incapable of feeling pain, completely surrendering to the embrace of death, leaving nothing behind but a lifeless body. The mark of pain, the emblem of the Dark Lord, having been silent for over 2 months, returned to this world once more. Pollux leisurely raised his wand amidst the panicked crowd, elegantly casting piercing curses that pierced through the terrified pigeons. The arriving Aurors, reveling in the release of the final remnants of magic from the third-generation Shadow Serpent, unleashed a spectacular display. With a resounding explosion, the Shadow Serpent's essence was consumed, culminating in a breathtaking performance. Despite the timely intervention of the Aurors, all but the first piercing curse proved ineffective. Yet the ominous mark in the sky and the nonchalant demeanor of the adversary rendered the onlookers speechless. They were no longer concerned with why their foe had resurfaced after 2 months of silence. Their collective thought was singular. This individual was an unadulterated madman, a pervert. This fiend had no right to exist in this world. The following day, a vice president of the Muggle Issues Mediation Committee, once a concealed wizard among Muggles, bore witness to the murder of a friend. Rescued by Voldemort, he joined the Independent Party and arrived at the Ministry of Magic. After Pollus's latest attack, he proceeded to conduct routine affairs at the Muggle Promotion Department under the protection of a team of Aurors. As he stepped out of the Muggle government building, the sky opened up with rain, accompanied by Pollus's venom. While he and 10 Aurors desperately fought against the corrosive effects of the poison and sought to retaliate, Pollux instantaneously teleported to the vice president's feet, where lay a nearly undetectable third-generation shadow serpent. A massive serpent, transformed by transfiguration, erupted from the earth. With its gaping maw, it devoured both the ground and the vice president before the Aurors could intervene. The colossal serpent erupted into a mass of flesh and blood, instantly annihilating the vice president, accompanied by the mark of the King of Pain. Commanding a thick cloud of toxic mist, Pollux ensured that the life of another shadow serpent condemned 2 Aurors to suffer for years within Street Mungo's alone. He maximized the utility of the shadow serpent's body with each assault. On the third day, the Thames was poisoned by Pollux, with several kilometers of the river strewn with the corpses of fish and shrimp, emitting a nauseating stench. The reverse occasional magical events task force dispatched 2 full teams, arriving at the scene under the protection of 5 Aurors to address the river's contamination. Once again, tragedy struck, though this time the damage was minimal with no fatalities. Yet, the 4th and 5th days passed in a relentless march. Each day bore witness to his suicide attacks, which persisted for half a month, totaling 15 assaults. 8 of these were successful, all targeting the Independent Party. He even succeeded in slaying the 3rd highest official of the Independent Party, the president of the Muggle Issues Mediation Committee under the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. This marked the highest-ranking official to fall since the war's inception. However, the seemingly mundane attacks by Pollux do not reflect Voldemort's intentions. Even the targets on the list were reduced to merely 2, while the rest were orchestrated by Pollux's directives. Despite his doubts, the ominous premonition within him grew stronger. Nonetheless, he adhered to his grandfather's wishes, contemplating the significance of his actions while simultaneously yearning to discern his grandfather's intentions. Only by complying could he hope to uncover the truth. The method by which Pollux selected his targets remained a mystery. Voldemort was exceedingly pleased, even promising to impart knowledge regarding the transformation of basilisks. The chasm between him and Pollux in terms of power dynamics was immense. After a fervent 15 days, Pollux fell into silence, vanishing once more into the streets. For his next target was a genuine high-ranking official, the director of the Office for the Prohibition of the Abuse of Magic. This was a department of substantial authority within the Ministry of Magic, boasting no fewer than 15 Aurors for personal protection, each a meticulously chosen powerhouse. The Office for the Prohibition of the Abuse of Magic possesses the power to determine a wizard's fate, even their life or death. It is crucial to understand that the criteria for assessing whether a wizard has misused magic or posed a threat has always been nebulous. Just as Pollux once practiced dark magic openly, even employing the unforgivable curses, an ordinary wizard engaging in such acts would find themselves dispatched to Azkaban for reform or have their wands destroyed. This legal ambiguity grants the department considerable power and influence. The choice between losing galleons or opting for a Dementor is one that is well understood, though it is merely a subordinate department under the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. The authority it wields elevates the position of its director far above that of Voldemort's designated bureaucrat, the head of the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes. A director of such a powerful department is indeed regarded as a senior official within the Ministry of Magic. Due to the ongoing war, the power in his hands has only magnified. After all, one could engage in activities in a secluded locale without scrutiny. But now, to evade the onslaught of the Dark Lord, nearly all wizards have congregated together. This has significantly enhanced both the director's wealth and status, as evidenced by his newly acquired opulent mansion and the increasingly lavish equipment of his Aurors. Today marks his son's birthday. Disregarding Albus's objections in council, he made a special effort to extract the young lad from Hogwarts. Like all officials within the Ministry of Magic, they would afford Albus a semblance of respect and even bestow upon him numerous honorary titles, yet they would not tolerate any encroachment upon their own interests, especially from a wizard of such renown and power, as it would be universally accepted to sideline him. The headmaster of Hogwarts lacks the authority and is not permitted to interfere excessively with the affairs of the Ministry of Magic. Moreover, he possesses the capability to safeguard his own son. Today, the director left work early, summoning his bodyguard. Although he could not fathom why his son held such an affinity for the Muggle amusement park, his affection for his child led him to indulge this minor whim. Unbeknownst to him, however, calamity had already befallen his home while he remained in his office. A dense, dark crimson fog enveloped the mansion, extending over a kilometer in radius. This extensive, high-concentration toxin had depleted all the venom amassed by Pollux thus far. More than 30 wizards donned in shadow snake masks used the toxic mist to obstruct the advancing Horus. The shadow snake masks not only afforded excellent protection against the noxious fumes, but also served as a rudimentary communication device. "Old man, is your grandson capable? If we don't leave soon, we shall perish here." The voice of Abraxas Malfoy resonated in the ears of those present, his handsome face glistening with sweat and anxiety beneath the mask. "Hold on a little longer, Malfoy." Trust in Pollux addressed Malfoy, who was maintaining the anti-disillusionment charm. "How much longer can your magic endure?" "Not more than 5 minutes." Malfoy's voice quivered, clearly strained. If this continued, his magical reserves would dwindle to the point where escape would be impossible. "Father, there are more and more Aurors approaching," the anxious voice of Volga interjected. "Only 7 of Pollus's followers remain. Hold out for another 5 minutes. Delay them as long as you can. Wait for my signal to evacuate." "Father, Pollux. He will not perish, trust him. We must do everything in our power to buy him time. Do you understand?" "Understood." Pollux concealed himself within the toxins, casting several spells to hinder the enemy's advance, casting a grave glance at the mansion engulfed by the poisonous mist, burdened with concern. This attack had mobilized the full might of 3 factions alongside Pollux, originally deemed a near-certain success, given the considerable power wielded by these pure-blood aristocrats. The plan had been to capture the director's son with minimal effort, to leverage his capture as a means of coercion. Yet, unexpectedly, the man was not only corrupt but had also, in a bid to protect his son, stationed 50 Aurors within the mansion. It was essential to note that, combined with his own security forces, this amounted to nearly 80 Aurors, an extraordinary deployment of resources during wartime, all to ensure the safety of his residents. He could have easily relocated his family to the Ministry of Magic. Moreover, the speed at which the surrounding Aurors responded far exceeded Pollux's expectations. Had it not been for the pervasive venom surrounding them, the safety of the group would have been in jeopardy. Initially, the dense miasma within a kilometer radius dissipated significantly within mere minutes, a result of their desperate interference. With each passing moment, the urgency for a few to depart grew. For if the Aurors anti-disapparition jinx were to envelop them, escape would become impossible. Meanwhile, within the opulent mansion, only Pollux and his followers were engaged in a fierce struggle. As the members of the 3 families had launched their initial assault before retreating into the toxic haze to delay the reinforcements of the Aurors. What a vexing predicament! Pollux listened to the conversation of the crowd, his heart engulfed in anxiety. Through the toxic mist, they could retreat safely, yet that would mean the mission's failure. The thought of Voldemort's retribution was unbearable. He preferred not to contemplate it. Had they the option to refuse, the 3 families would not have come here to risk their lives. Pollux and his companions were evidently nearing their limits, while the 30 Aurors before them were astonishingly formidable, far exceeding any adversaries they had previously encountered. Yet, the situation had escalated to this point, leaving them no choice but to gamble everything. Casting a glance at his remaining 7 followers, he steeled himself. "Death Eaters, offer me all you possess. Embrace the anguished embrace. As you command, great Lord of Suffering." The power of magic stems from the will of the wizard. The more potent the magic, the more true this becomes. Only through utter madness and profound malevolence can one harness genuine dark magic. Pollus's magical prowess had not advanced, not due to a lack of willpower, but rather because of the corruption that had seeped into his already dark soul from over a year of frenzied slaughter. He had managed to suppress the onslaught of negative emotions through the strength of his will, striving to retain his last vestiges of humanity. Thus, his growth had been slow, not from a lack of desire, but from an unwillingness to succumb. He had briefly tasted that sensation during the attack in Diagon Alley. Once the immense reservoir of suppressed negative energy from his bloodshed was unleashed, he was uncertain of what he would become, yet he resolved to take the risk. Should he fail this time, he might never have another chance to eliminate that director. He did not wish for his family to bear the brunt of Voldemort's wrath. Was it not humanity? He would give it. Descend, and let the world feel pain. The 7 followers sacrificed their fervent souls and all their magic, as 7 streams of dark energy flowed from their weakened bodies into Pollux. With this influx of power, Pollus's consciousness relaxed as he relinquished the constraints on his restless soul and magic, plunging into total madness. The formidable and malevolent spiritual power of Pollux, suppressed for over a decade, has awakened like a demon, representing suffering. This is We must retreat. Pollux sensed the change emanating from the mansion and immediately issued the command. He understood what Pollux had done. With a furrowed brow filled with concern, he decisively commanded a retreat. This sensation, this power, is exquisite. Magical energy does not arise from nothing. It awakened after Pollux unleashed his innermost self, absorbing the power offered by his followers, finally within his grasp. Born from Pollux's negative emotions, intertwined with countless resentments, fears, and pains, it experienced the essence of power for the first time. Its existence is a silent one, devoid of reason and love, yearning for strength, tormented for years. Pollux, the true king of suffering. It remained unaware of the will that had suppressed it for so long, but now, it has finally awakened. The earth opened its arms wide, and under the fervent gaze of the dying followers, amidst the terrified stares of 30 Aurors, it slowly ascended into the air, as all toxic mist swirled around it, gathering, rolling, and compressing as if endowed with life. If Voldemort represents death, and Albus Dumbledore embodies protection, then Pollux now symbolizes agony. A colossal shadowy serpent, 60 meters long and as thick as a car, formed entirely from the concentrated toxic mist, emerged, dragging the obscured Pollux enveloped in black magic into view. The serpent's eyes fixated on the Aurors across from it, and it lunged forward. One team cast transfiguration spells while another employed binding spells to contain the beast. A massive stone wall rose from the ground, crashing against the serpent's jaw, propelling its head upward. Boom! The tremendous impact caused the ground to tremble uncontrollably. Enduring the pain inflicted by the serpent's gaze, 10 Aurors, drenched in sweat, labored to manipulate the shifting earth to envelop and assault the serpent, preventing it from launching another attack. Meanwhile, another 20 aimed their wands at the serpent's head. 20 beams of light split into two groups, targeting both Pollux and the serpent. Suspended in the air, it revealed an excited and sinister smile, drawing forth a wand never before wielded by Pollux, pointing it at the adversary. Excruciating curse. A willowwood wand, dragon heartstring, 13 inches, exquisite with eerie patterns, glowed with a bewitching radiance. The 20 binding spells seemed to dissolve and corrode, vanishing within the brilliance of its excruciating curse. Protective spells crackled. 30 Aurors immediately unleashed their magical powers, collectively erecting a formidable magical barrier. However, in the blink of an eye, the shield was pierced by a wicked curse, not of this world, unleashed by Pollux. What malevolence was this? Such a vile incantation existed. Upon the arrival of the Aurors, after the noxious mist dissipated, they were rendered speechless by the sight before them. A colossal serpent that blotted out the sun, accompanied by a figure that appeared human but was anything but, wielding a sinister wand that ensnared the souls of the 30 Aurors. The anguished visages of their struggling souls suspended in the air left them momentarily paralyzed. Was this the true power of the heart-piercing curse? It reveled in the torment of the 30 Aurors, their souls being drawn forth, issuing silent cries of agony. An expression of exquisite delight crossed its face, accompanied by a faint smile as it elegantly waved its wand. Such a splendid experience was meant to be shared, was it not? In an instant, the souls of the 30 Aurors were crushed. Their despairing consciousness, entwined with the explosion of their souls, enveloped everyone in a shroud of horror. Though futile, was it not entertaining? Observing the astonished crowd, their faces contorted with rage and pain, brought it immense joy. Ha ha ha, savor their despair. What a delightful flavor! With a flick of its wrist, it directed the giant serpent to confront the enraged Aurors, then descended into the mansion, sensing the presence of someone of great significance within. Little one, does Uncle frighten you? It, not particularly handsome, with blood-red eyes wide open, bared its fearsome fangs, clutching its wand, and coiled its twisted, softened body around the trembling child. Your head resembles a delectable candy. I can hardly contain my saliva. It swung its gaping maw above the nearly fainting child's head, crystalline droplet wetting the child's hair. Alas, consuming sweets would not please it. Upon waking, the fun would cease. Never mind, let us take you to meet your father. Candy is off the menu, but cream bread is rather delightful. Grasping the already soaked trousers of the child, it gracefully exited the mansion, standing at the threshold with one hand resting on the child's head. Intrigued as it observed the fierce battle between hundreds of Aurors and the giant serpent. Why are you all wet, little one? Did you wash your hair? Even the mightiest of beasts, though powerful, was still just an animal, even if it wielded magic. Soon, under the collective efforts of the crowd using transformation spells, a barrage of spells from over 100 wands melted the serpent's lengthy form. Following the defeat of the serpent, the enraged crowd surged forward. Yet they merely cast disillusionment charms and sealed the surrounding space with their magic. For the son of the office head, prohibited from the abuse of magic, was in the hands of that madman. Amidst a throng of resplendent aurors, the director, with a visage marked by panic and urgency, hastened towards his son. Yet, mere meters from Pollux, he was abruptly halted by the leader of the aurors behind him. "Sir, be wary for your safety. He is a madman. Get away." With a sharp slap that silenced the auror, the director rushed to kneel before Pollux. "Mr. Blake, I implore you, I beseech you to spare my son. No. Allow me to consume this cream bun. I beg you. Please, no, no." In the astonished gaze of the onlookers, a grotesque expression of constipation emerged on his face, as if he were pleading desperately with an unseen entity. "I am who I am. I am the power I seek. Do not cast me back. Do not. Do not." As his fervent pleas echoed, Pollus's sanity returned with great difficulty, his turbulent emotions gradually settling. Feeling the near emptiness of his magical reserves, he lamented the folly of exhausting himself in such a state. "This is my true self. Can I truly afford to deplete my magic? Am I courting death? I shall not harm an innocent child. Rise, my esteemed one," Pollux spoke calmly, striving to restore his magical energy. The crowd, however, thought inwardly, "I trust you as far as I can throw you. Mr. Blake, I implore you, spare my son." The director incessantly battered the ground with his balding head. Pollux exchanged his wand, pressing it against the somewhat soiled bald head amidst the fraying nerves of all the aurors. "My target is you. Let these aurors escort your son away. Some pursue power for self-gratification, while others are propelled by the aspirations of their progeny, trudging along this thorny path under heavy burdens." Such was the case with the director, who, a decade prior, was merely a diligent ordinary employee. Through his own merits, he secured a respectable position, but everything transformed when he reached the age of 40 and welcomed his sole son into the world. An insatiable yearning, a thirst for power, ignited within him. He ascended step by step, entering the treacherous game of authority, all for the sake of his beloved son, who constituted his entire world. He would not have risked exposure by employing 50 aurors to safeguard him, merely to allow his son a day of joy at the amusement park on his birthday. After much hesitation, the director nodded, signaling the aurors to escort his son away. Gently patting the damp head, Pollux addressed the somewhat dazed child. "You have a good father. Forget my visage and live well." Under the astonished gaze of the director, Pollux watched as the aurors led the child out of sight. "Let them withdraw. Lift the counter curse." A dream, a demon. With a swift motion, a wand that belonged to him pierced his own heart. Instantly, all the aurors raised their wands. Fortunately, a portion of the colossal serpent remained, and Pollux detonated the remnants, utilizing the poisonous mist to claim over 30 lives before escaping from the filthy sewers. From the frenzied gazes of those aurors and the corrupt director, he witnessed the act of noble sacrifice. Paul felt that the troubles awaiting him might be even greater. He had already spent 3 days in the sewer, enveloped in darkness and dampness, permeated by a foul stench. Yet, Paul sensed that this was precisely where he was meant to be, as he savored the magic swirling around his fingertips, repeatedly reflecting on the battle from 3 days prior. It was he. Without any distinction, Paul understood everything. After vanquishing those 30 aurors, he yearned to awaken, only to find himself unable to do so. He had the capacity to endure pain beyond death, and with a steadfast consciousness, Paul was baffled by his inability to awaken promptly, not due to a lack of ability, but rather because of the intoxicating sensation of absolute control and possessing such formidable magic. This allure ensnared him, rendering escape impossible. He did not wish to regain his sanity, for he was an individual who craved power above all, even if that power was steeped in malevolence and darkness. Yet, the love for his family served as a beacon of light in his obscurity. The director's fatherly gaze rekindled his reason. But what about the next time? If he truly lost himself, who would awaken him? Could he even awaken at all? Could he withstand the insatiable desires within, binding that force like a shackle? Would he refrain from seizing that power so tantalizingly close, a power rivaling that of Albus Dumbledore? Thoughts of the members on the list, those holding positions higher than the director, flooded his mind as he envisioned the torment of Pollux and Walburga at the hands of Voldemort should he fail. Without power, how could he protect his family? He sighed deeply, closing his eyes, hoping that the plan of his grandfather, one he knew nothing of, would truly be capable of confronting Voldemort. "Come forth, I have discovered you." A familiar voice interrupted Paul's contemplation, the sound of fluttering beetle wings. It was Rita. He was astounded to find her here. Rita, slightly disgusted, pinched her nose and raised her wand to illuminate the sewer. "Even though I concealed myself so well, Just a flutter of my wings, and you found me. I know your animagus form, even without a scent. Snakes are sensitive to vibrations. Paul suddenly realized something. Shock evident in his voice. You followed me here for 3 days. Completely still? Have you lost your mind? You witnessed the battle from 3 days ago. Are you not afraid I might truly lose my sanity? Not at all, Rita asserted resolutely. I believe you would not harm me. Let me help you, shall I? I can hardly believe it myself, all for a madman. Are you certain it's worth it? Rita flashed a playful smile. Indeed, you are a most exceptional madman. You know, my insatiable curiosity. The last parting had made her realize one thing. Without Paul in this world, her curiosity might well cease to exist. She does not wish to lose her curiosity, for it is the essence of her life. I shall always follow you, unless you. Pollux relinquished his attempts to persuade the obstinate Rita. Enough of this conversation. Let us proceed to dine, rather than the last establishment. Let us return to the one we frequented previously. Pollux transformed into the visage of a gentleman, conversing as he walked. Yet he felt a twinge of embarrassment as he reflected upon the deteriorating state of his finances since the onset of war. I shall treat you to a meal in the future. I am quite affluent at present. However, I did not anticipate Master Black. Gringotts, as you are aware. I am heading there now, which is rather inconvenient. No worries, you see. If you permit me, I could publish some of your remarks in the Daily Prophet. That would bring in a substantial sum of galleons. You are not lacking in funds, are you? Well, sustaining the extravagant spending of Master Black does seem somewhat precarious. Pollux found himself bewildered by the sensation of being somewhat supported, and he hoped that the curious Miss Beadle would not be harmed due to his own injury. In the ensuing months, Voldemort rescinded the previous assassination orders. This change was largely attributable to Albus, who, in his capacity as chairman of the International Wizarding Federation, began to assertively intervene in the affairs of the Ministry of Magic, clearly targeting the independent party with the aid of international allies. The officials within the ministry were not fond of such behavior. However, they were equally displeased with the rise of the independent party, particularly due to the connection to the late director of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, who had been slain by Pollux. His successor harbored ambiguous ties to the independent party as well. Dealing with Albus, who held the esteemed position of headmaster of Hogwarts, was evidently less challenging than confronting Voldemort. Nonetheless, Voldemort remained exceedingly vigilant towards Albus, who had long harbored doubts about him, and thus he promptly revoked all assassination operations targeting high-ranking officials, permitting Pollux only a moderate degree of aggression. Pollux was acutely aware that prolonged silence often heralded a more ferocious outbreak. In desperation, he utilized his newfound intellect and, after several months, devised a strategy. Remarkably, upon applying to Voldemort, he secured a 6-month leave of absence along with a magical manuscript from the Dark Lord himself. However, Pollux's magical knowledge paled in comparison to Voldemort's, being primarily derived from Salazar and Albus. His own abilities were limited to conjuring shadow serpents and employing the Cruciatus Curse. In stark contrast to Voldemort's profound mastery of dark magic, Pollux was essentially a novice. The manuscript bestowed by Voldemort was merely glanced at before being discarded into the rubbish bin. He dared not attempt to learn from it, fearing it might inadvertently transform him into one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. In the days that followed, Rita, however, found herself exceedingly content. Meandering through Britain's streets with the world's most notorious, anti-wizarding personality-disordered individual, indulging in the finest French and Chinese restaurants, as well as luxury shopping malls. For the first time, Pollux realized that the casual gold galleons he had been bestowing upon Miss Beadle over the years amounted to a truly staggering sum. Alas, he now found himself in a position where even silver sickles needed to be conserved. Truly, fate can be cruel. However, with the approach of Halloween, Pollux was compelled to abandon this rare period of leisure and set his plans into motion, specifically to invade Azkaban. If he wished to safeguard his family in the coming times, he would require a substantial number of followers. As for succumbing to madness, he would rather refrain. An abundance of such insanity could lead to true lunacy. The rationale behind the invasion of Azkaban stemmed from the fact that Pollux had only managed to recruit 2 underlings over the past 6 months. The remaining madmen who could roam freely within the British wizarding community had largely perished. The only ones left were those confined within Azkaban. Only the deranged would follow the King of Pain. This scheme aligned perfectly with Voldemort's ambitions. Gaining control of Azkaban would also grant him a significant source of power, enabling a more gentle and swift grasp over the Ministry of Magic. Currently, Voldemort had a firm grip on Barty Crouch, Who in the ministry would dare to welcome the independent party? Apologies, but Lord Crouch would undoubtedly find a way to frame you for a crime. Voldemort and his Azkaban welcome you. It is indeed a fine place to cultivate loyalty. There is no need for bloodshed. Does that not sound enticing? The assault on Azkaban was indeed a splendid idea. As for why Pollux had not mentioned it sooner, perhaps he wished for Pollux to engage his intellect further. However, how to infiltrate Azkaban, a seemingly simple task, proved somewhat daunting for Pollux. Surrender was out of the question. Such lunatics deserved to be nailed to a cross and burned alive. Even the kindest of souls would not deem that cruel. The King of Pain was unworthy of enjoying the mercies of Azkaban. The Battle of Hogsmeade had made it abundantly clear to the Ministry of Magic just how fearsome a madman leading a horde of other madmen could be. Even before the independent party's entry into the ministry, officials had proposed executing all prisoners in Azkaban as a precaution. But this suggestion was met with widespread rejection as being too barbaric. A direct assault would likely result in the demise of his future underlings, as the ministry would surely eliminate anyone seeking out those lunatics. Yet, why wait until after Halloween to execute the plan? Because the only two individuals willing to dedicate themselves to the great King of Pain had been subjected to relentless interrogations by the ministry for 6 months. It was not until Halloween that their tenure at the ministry came to an end. The young lad's fortunate reprieve from the fate of being sent to Azkaban was largely due to the brevity of his association with the King of Pain. Otherwise, the Ministry of Magic would have been all too eager to see him perish. Pain, which signifies suffering, is also the name bestowed upon this youth by his esteemed master. His parents were not malevolent dark wizards, yet Pain harbored unwavering loyalty towards Pollux, for his life had been steeped in agony. His mother was incarcerated in Azkaban during her pregnancy, merely because their household possessed a book of deadly curses, a modicum of gold galleons. And because his father had assaulted an Auror, who, by the way, had a rather benevolent father of his own. Without trial or examination, in the blink of an eye, his parents lost everything. They endured 3 years in Azkaban as a family. It was only upon her imprisonment that his mother discovered she was carrying him. Her pleas went unheard. No one paid heed to her mother's desperate cries. To the authorities, her pregnancy was nothing more than a feeble excuse to escape the Dementor's punishment. Simply because they owned a book of curses and because her husband had struck an Auror. It was with an indomitable love, the greatest magic known to humanity, that his desperate mother shielded him, protecting him from the torment of being born within the walls of Azkaban. 3 years. He could not fathom how his mother survived, nor could he comprehend the torment his father endured in the adjacent cell throughout those years. He never met his mother, who perished shortly after his birth. All he remembered was the deranged figure of his father, revealing everything to him one fateful night before taking his own life. At the tender age of 8, he could not grasp the entirety of it. Yet he felt the weight of his father's anguish, regret, guilt, and the palpable despair that enveloped him. As he matured, he came to understand why his father bore no rage. His heart was filled instead with desolation. By the age of 11, he realized he was but a mute witness, unworthy of anger, inferior even to his own parents, a mere voiceless entity. That day, he comprehended the depth of his father's despair because he, too, was a mute. Yet, he yearned for vengeance. He sought to avenge his mother. Even as a voiceless specter, living in Hogsmeade like a stray dog, he sought an opportunity to retaliate against that Auror. The battle, the Auror he would never forget, fell upon the battlefield, while the King of Pain, accompanied by his Death Eaters, inflicted suffering upon the world, yet strangely bestowed upon him a fleeting joy that seemed to extinguish his will to live. That night, he dashed through the snow, discarding all his possessions, including a small knife he had carried for a decade, his sole hope for survival. Clad in tattered garments, he raced across the snow, exulting and weeping. At last, he could seek out his mother, the mother he had never known. No one paid attention to the wretched mute beggar until he succumbed to madness. He ran far, far away, and beside the loathsome corpse of an Auror, he discovered the body of a Death Eater, along with a vial of liquid in his hand. This sight evoked memories of the Auror's final moments, the fervent Death Eater drinking from that vial. He could feel, beneath the mask of insanity, a heart liberated. For he too yearned for liberation. With an outstretched hand, he seized the vial and, without a moment's hesitation, consumed its contents. The excruciating pain was the first indication of his own existence as a mute. It pierced through the numbness of his hate-filled heart, revealing that it too was capable of suffering. This agony illuminated his humanity and bestowed upon him a flicker of warmth, as if he could see his mother and father. Yet, whether it was due to the low potency of the poison or the profound power of maternal love, he survived. emerging no longer as a mute. At the age of 21, he experienced for the first time a faint glimmer of his own magical essence. The anguish that emanated from his soul made him acutely aware of death's terror. Yet, he did not fear death. He aspired to be like that Death Eater, to use his life to make the world feel his suffering. With the power bestowed upon him by his master, he sought to make this unjust world aware of his pain. With that empty vial, he spent 1.5 years searching until he finally found his master, becoming the most devoted follower and receiving the name bestowed upon him, Pain. The 6 months of torment in the Ministry of Magic were trivial for Pain. How could those wretched souls extract information about his master from him? He never hesitated in obeying his master's commands, indifferent to what was required of him. Even if it led him to hell, his memory retained only one command: to confess at the Ministry of Magic. All other memories had been severed along with his soul. Even without his master's demand, he would undertake that task. Pain wished to leave behind only one memory: his unwavering loyalty to his master. Thus, Pain stood bare, his emaciated, scarred torso adorned with magical tattoos of grotesque shadow serpents, clad only in trousers, bound in the interrogation chamber. He closed his eyes and awaited, with profound loyalty, a command he did not even comprehend. A fine boy indeed, a splendid tool. Voldemort, controlling an aura with the Cruciatus curse, opened the interrogation room to gaze upon the silent Pain, approaching with a pair of handcuffs and shackles. As the aura moved, shadow serpents stealthily slithered onto Pain, merging with his tattoos. Once this was accomplished, Voldemort withdrew from the aura's body, leaving him responsible for escorting Pain to the prison within the sea, Azkaban. In an uncharted expanse within the Arctic Circle, far from the Aurora's outpost, 5 auras escorted a solitary prisoner, propelled by arcane energies across the foreboding frigid waters towards their destination, a solitary isle, or rather, an island fortified by a castle. As they drew nearer, the surrounding air grew increasingly frigid. Not merely a chill upon the flesh, but a palpable frost that siphoned warmth from the very core of one's being. Dementors, akin to clouds ensnared upon the peaks, lingered ominously outside the immense, sinister castle, enduring in their vigil for centuries. These malevolent beings, a blight upon existence, were birthed by a formidable dark wizard who had spent his life conjuring countless tortured souls, tormenting them, thus giving rise to these wretched spirits, entities that feasted upon the positive essence of living souls. The existence of Dementors heralded a cruel form of punishment, the obliteration of hope from a life, while ensuring the victim remained alive, devoid of any sense of time, devoid of hope, devoid of joy, even the faintest recollection of happiness. They languished within this ancient fortress, ensconced by the icy embrace of the sea. The lair of Dementors, Azkaban, a realm steeped in despair, a living hell. This place was ensorcelled with numerous confinement spells, intricate magical sigils, all drawing power from the countless aggrieved spirits and tortured captives, saturating the very air with an aura of hopelessness. The Aurors, stationed several kilometers away, merely patrolled this vast castle once a day, tasked with the duty of transferring prisoners in and out. No one deemed it possible for a wizard to escape under the oppressive weight of myriad magical sigils and the innumerable Dementors that drained both magic and hope daily. Bang! The door of the innermost cell of the castle swung open, as several Aurors, brimming with impatience, unceremoniously hurled Pain into the chamber, where he landed heavily on the ground. Locking the door with haste to complete their grim task, one grizzled Auror clapped the young man's shoulder twice. "Fear not, novice. The Dementors have a pact with the Ministry, and they will not intrude upon you. These magical traps shall safeguard you." Yet, there was little solace to be found. Azkaban was a torment for both prisoners and guards alike. The lead Auror spoke to his companions, casting a glance at the unmoving figure of Pain sprawled on the ground before sealing the door, infusing it with magical energy to lock it securely. His voice tinged with resentment and resignation. "To be assigned to this accursed place, we are no better off than they are. Let us depart." Without a backward glance, he departed the ancient castle with his subordinates. As several Aurors navigated their small vessels away from this place, Pain propped himself up with an arm that resembled a thin, withered stick, sitting upright and quietly closing his eyes, remaining utterly motionless. He could no longer feel pain. Only his unwavering loyalty persisted, resolutely executing his master's command. To surrender at the Ministry of Magic and then wait, that was the sole directive that occupied his mind. Here, daylight resembled night, while night descended into a hellish realm. The prisoners exchanged no words. Silence enveloped them. They dared not entertain even a flicker of thought beyond despair. For even a hint of mockery towards another could summon more Dementors, especially now, as the corridors swarmed with these ravenous specters in search of sustenance. Had it not been for the binding contract, those famished and avaricious beings would have long since consumed their souls. In the dark, frigid cell, devoid of any glimmer of light, they languished. Pollux stood silently before Payne, observing the child who remained seated as if he were a mere figment of imagination. The boy had even erased the visage of Pollux, his most loyal guardian. Devoid of much of his soul and consciousness, he existed in a liminal state. He was alive yet had succumbed to death. Payne elucidated to Pollux the fervent madness that gripped his followers, their morbid obsession with him. For their hearts had long since perished, and only through suffering could they feel the vestiges of life. The purpose of their existence had morphed into inflicting pain upon the world. They had become the madmen under the dominion of the king of suffering, offering everything to their master, as it was the singular joy that emerged in their wretched lives, the only semblance of happiness they could truly comprehend. Paul is not the king of suffering. Within him, there exists a glimmer of light. At least, when that light is absent, he is not. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he has developed an emotional connection with these madmen. He scoffs at himself. With a single hand, Pollux effortlessly lifted the light and frail body of Payne, forcefully pushing open the door of the cell. He made his way to the end of the corridor, gently placing Payne against the wall. The prisoners in the nearby cells gazed at this sudden apparition with astonishment, their eyes fixed on him as he boldly appeared in the corridor teeming with dementors. What a repugnant scent! All the dementors immediately sensed this peculiar individual, finding no trace of joy in his presence. In fact, they detected a malevolence in his magic that surpassed their own darkness. Greedy creatures, have you ever savored the essence of suffering? Pollux drew forth an ancient wand, one he had retrieved from the Ministry of Magic through Voldemort, a wand that had been confiscated for a span of 24 years. The wand of Payne's mother. A piercing and excruciating force. A crimson and ebony light erupted, saturating the entire corridor. The Dementors realized that they were not solely vulnerable to the Patronus charm. They also comprehended that even those born from the most malevolent and twisted of resentments, the most nefarious of magical beings, still existed among mortals. They were alive. The power of the Dementors did not stem from magic. Their essence was ethereal and devoid of flesh, their magical prowess pitifully weak. Their strength lay in their mental fortitude. Yet that power was insufficiently dark. For the first time, expressions flickered across their terrifying and sinister visages. The Dementors wailed silently, their tattered, spectral forms convulsing in a frenzy. And in an instant, they vanished soundlessly beneath Pollus's piercing curse, utterly obliterated by agonies from the abyss, under the astonished, dazed, and fervent gazes of all the prisoners. Pollux gently placed the wand into Payne's embrace, one hand tenderly resting upon his crown. "Child, you do not belong here. Seek your mother." A hint of relief graced Payne's countenance. He had perished, succumbed at the hands of an adult. Or rather, he had died when he lost his cherished little knife while clad in tattered garments, running through the snowy streets of Hogsmeade. In that moment, he had already ceased to exist. As the magic of the adult coursed through his soul, Payne, clutching his mother's wand, seemed to glimpse something, and he smiled. No Dementor remained in the corridor, nor did any dare to approach this hallowed space. All the prisoners frantically beat upon the cell doors, emitting a cacophony of strange cries. For the first time in the endless years of torment, they felt a flicker of hope. With the shadowy serpents, Pollux retrieved Payne's lifeless body, his gaze sweeping over the prisoners, observing their fervent expressions reminiscent of the followers during the Battle of Hogsmeade, and a smile broke forth. He had once tasted the potency of such leverage. "Welcome, one and all, to my ranks. You are free." As the former grand hall of this immense castle, the room was vast. Even shrouded in dust and decay, it could not obscure its once resplendent glory. The Dementors floated outside, peering through the dilapidated windows at the throng within the hall, desperately suppressing their cravings for those delectable souls. They retained a modicum of intelligence, for none dared to approach the fearsome figure again. "I am Pollux Black. I trust you are aware of my identity." Pollux surveyed the more than 200 prisoners before him, clad in tattered garb, their eyes filled with trepidation. He nodded, enveloped in his sinister aura, and spoke with an undeniable authority. "Your sentences are less than 5 years. Return to your cells." "Sir, I do not wish to know." "Ah." A harrowing scream pierced the air as a surge of magic struck the unfortunate soul, his agony rendering the remaining prisoners mute. "Those sentenced to over 5 years, step forward. The rest, depart." Pollux gestured towards the fallen figure on the ground. "Take him away as well. Begone." With a sudden motion, Pollux tossed a bundle of wands into the air. "You are faced with 2 choices. Kill me, in the reign of the King of Suffering. Such an act will grant you freedom, and the Ministry of Magic will gladly issue you a pardon, elevating you to the status of heroes." A mocking smile played upon his lips. "Or swear fealty to me. Join me in returning to inflict suffering upon this world. Pick up a wand and make your choice." Some individuals appeared numb, others seemed to waver, yet the majority donned expressions of madness as they gradually picked up the wands, instinctively retreating to the periphery. "Sir, there are remaining wands." The first prisoner to grasp a wand respectfully gathered the remaining ones from the ground and approached Pollux with reverence. Paul looked at the emaciated prisoner and was reminded of the companion who had brought him here. "Pain. Very well, from now on you shall be called Pain. My loyal follower." Ignoring the deranged expression of the newly minted Pain, he withdrew his wand and conjured a shadowy serpent, which spewed forth an abundance of sustenance and potions. "Pain, distribute this," he commanded. "You shall rest here for the night. I care not whether you are loyal. If you wish to avoid finding your lifeless body adrift in the frigid sea by tomorrow, seize this opportunity to recuperate and do not dare defy my orders." Pollux refrained from uttering another word and withdrew the shadow serpent, departing from the hall. With merely a day remaining, should Aurors discover the situation here tomorrow, they would find themselves facing the stationed Aurors in Azkaban, along with the support of the Ministry of Magic. Although this place is far removed from England, reinforcements would undoubtedly return, wouldn't they? Given the state of the roughly 100 prisoners, extracting them alive would not be an easy task. Pollux did not come here merely to wreak havoc. He sought to cultivate his own power. Through Rita's intelligence, he had gleaned some understanding of Pollux's clandestine activities, and his ominous feelings grew ever stronger. He needed to nurture a cadre of lunatics, for he required their strength. Azkaban was not only home to prisoners but also to dementors. Upon realizing that even they could experience fear, Pollux conceived an idea. He stepped outside the hall and addressed the floating dementors. "Foul creatures, if you can comprehend me and wish to avoid my wrath, send forth a representative to converse with me." Instantly, chaos ensued among the dementors above. This place was indeed a prison for them as well. The magical wards of the castle and the stationed Aurors kept them firmly confined. Should that terrifying figure below choose to act, he possessed the power to obliterate them entirely. And they did not wish to perish. After a while, a significantly darker and more powerful Dementor descended, emitting a halting, raspy voice. "My lord, please, do not harm us." "Very well, here is my condition. Tomorrow, accompany me to assault the stationed Aurors." Pollux seized the Dementor, and the malevolent dark magic coursing through him inflicted excruciating pain upon the creature, a torment potent enough to annihilate them with ease. "Believe me, if you refuse, I shall return to consign you one by one to the depths of hell. You filthy wretches have no right to choose." "As you command, my lord." The released Dementor responded with newfound fluency, trembling as it answered. Just as Pollux was about to depart, it cautiously added, "My lord, could you take me with you?" Pausing, he contemplated the Dementor's wicked and frenzied essence, along with its avarice. He turned back, ensnaring it with his magic, and coldly declared, "You vile creature. Dare you bargain with me?" "No, it is not that way. My lord, I wish to follow you." A glimmer of fervor crossed the Dementor's face as it pleaded desperately. "For 200 years, my lord, for 200 years, I have first felt pain, born of despair. I felt nothing, but you have allowed me to perceive my own existence for the first time. I am not a monster. I am not." Observing the Dementor, whose intellect far surpassed his expectations, Pollux was taken aback but still declined its request. He had no intention of liberating all the Dementors. "I will not free you. Begone." "My lord, only me. Not all the Dementors." "Oh." The Ministry of Magic has established a binding magic circle to restrain the Dementors. Devoid of corporeal form, we cannot escape. However, my lord, your power is formidable enough to allow you to command the presence of a Dementor. There is no need to destroy the magic circle. You could simply take me away." It knelt down, incessantly pleading, "My lord, I beseech you. If you would but grant me a fragment of your magical essence, allowing me to feel the sensation of life once more, I would willingly offer you everything." "Are all Dementors like you?" Pollux felt a surge of excitement. "No, my lord, only I." The Dementor began to recount its tale. "My lord, I yearn to live. Your immense power could bestow upon me feelings beyond despair, such pain. It would grant me life. I implore you." After hearing the words of the Dementor, Pollux hesitated for a moment before extending his hand marked by the dark mark. "Come forth. Let us see if you can consume this." "At your command, my lord." Upon receiving the Dementor, Pollux returned to the hall, adjusting himself in preparation for the imminent battle the following day, and found himself reflecting inwardly. How increasingly bizarre this has become. Even the Dementors have their zealots now. The chapter concludes with the tale of that Dementor. It is composed of pure despair's magic. The instinct for survival bestowed it with life, in its quest to exist. It voraciously consumed memories and souls, desperately seeking to affirm its own existence amidst despair. Yet, those memories and souls vanished like fleeting wisps, ephemeral within its desperate magic. Neither remembered nor retained, only serving to amplify its power and deepen its despair. It resembled addiction. The more one consumes, the swifter the demise. Over time, the Dementor, eroded by its ever-growing magic, would perish from the dissolution of its consciousness. It did not wish to die. In its struggle for existence, it began to restrain its desires, consuming only a meager portion of memories, and even resorted to devouring its weaker kin to replenish the vital magic upon which these formless beings depended. Using the comparatively feeble magic to mitigate its sense of despair, thereby prolonging its existence. Within the entirety of Azkaban, it stood as a singular anomaly. As for those Dementors who, like it, endeavored to resist their own strength, they became its finest sustenance. For 2 centuries, it amassed the greatest reservoir of power without succumbing to despair. Yet, as time bestowed wisdom upon it, it also imparted greater despair. It would still lose its reason for living, becoming adrift, facing oblivion. Now it teeters on the brink of its limits. Yet Pollux instilled in it a glimmer of hope for survival, a kind of anguish that could dispel the despair within. A sleepless night ensued, as all those in the hall endeavored to restore their magical prowess. Escaping the heavily fortified waters of Azkaban was no trivial matter, particularly as they remained oblivious to how the King of Suffering would lead them away. The first rays of dawn brought no warmth to this place, only light. While Dementors are indeed capable of consuming the dark mark, no human besides Pollux can withstand it. The mark binds itself to the soul like countless cords, tightly fastening and entwining. Although Dementors can forcibly extract it, the process leaves one's soul shattered into fragments. Pollux refrained from allowing that unconventional individual to proceed. For a formidable battle awaited him today, and he required optimal condition. Moreover, this approach proved futile for his own family. He had never feared the dark mark, but sought merely a means to protect his loved ones. What truly troubled Pollux about Voldemort was the presence of his own family in the latter's grasp. Perhaps the Dark Lord had long since recognized this vulnerability. Even if he could extricate them, it would be prudent to wait until the adversary had lost control over the mark's power. Abandoning that notion, he proceeded to bestow upon all prisoners a mark of his own. Pollux arrived outside the castle with a group of hopelessly incarcerated felons. To the astonishment of all the prisoners, his master had no intention of demolishing the castle to lift the surrounding barriers, for that would release all the soul-collecting creatures. Yet, with no means of flight, no vessels, and unable to apparate, how could he possibly lead these individuals to safety? Approaching the shoreline, Pollux withdrew from his pocket numerous vials of serpent venom, the potent magic within harmonizing seamlessly with his own, allowing him effortless manipulation. The previous assassination attempt on the director had showcased a remarkable application of this venom, albeit taxing on his magical reserves. The colossal serpent had been conjured from the combined sacrifice of Pollux and 7 devoted followers' magical energies. However, a serpent of lesser perfection sufficed for his current needs. He merely required a means of transportation. As the venom mingled with the ocean, the waters transformed into a dark crimson hue. Under the expectant yet perplexed gazes of the prisoners, their master brandished his wand and plunged it into the sea. Arise, great serpents. After all, the inspiration for Pollux's shadow serpents derived from Orochimaru. Thus, the incantation Great Serpents was hardly inappropriate, as their worlds were disparate. He would not disclose that he struggled to conjure a more fitting name. To the astonishment of all present, a massive entity, composed of seawater and extending over 100 meters in length, gradually took form, casting a shadow that eclipsed the sun. The enormous serpents had lifted their master, who appeared almost divine at that moment. While the spectacle was undeniably impressive, the creation was rather crude. A mere half-finished transformation achieved through Pollux's mastery of the venom and his formidable magical prowess. The serpent's body continuously expelled water, as though it were on the verge of disintegration. Yet, its sheer size was overwhelming, a testament to the romanticism of man. It still garnered the admiration of the prisoners in droves. Come forth. Join me in bringing torment to this world. As you command, my master. We are willing to sacrifice everything. Pain cast a fervent glance at Pollux, who stood atop the serpent's head, having endured the previous night's trials. He had asserted himself as the leader of this band of prisoners. The Aurors stationed at the outpost had already detected the castle's unusual activity, requiring no magical surveillance. They were not blind. Immediately summoning reinforcements, Approximately 100 oars set sail in over 20 small boats, determined to prevent those prisoners from escaping the sea's protective boundaries atop the serpent. Have your comrades intercept those oar vessels, Pollux commanded the Dementor that possessed him, laboriously exerting the dwindling remnants of his magical power to manipulate the colossal serpent, which gradually led the group away from the castle and onto the surface of the sea. It obediently emitted a silent wail. Within the fortress, the Dementors surged forth, dispersing and rapidly soaring towards the small boat carrying the oars. Although bound by the ministry's contract, they were unwilling to perish, and refraining from attacking the oars could impede their advance. As long as the Dementors drew close enough, they could instill a profound sense of despair. These wretched Dementors! Release the Patronus charm. Accelerate forward. We cannot allow the prisoners to escape. The leading oar had already recognized Pollux and, after a moment's contemplation, declared that up there is the King of Pain. Capture him, and we shall no longer be trapped in this accursed place. The morale of the oars surged instantly. The Dementors' attempts at interception proved somewhat effective, albeit limited. They merely delayed the oar space and increased their magical expenditure. Protect the serpent. Some oarers had begun to cast spells that could strike the serpent. While Pain directed the prisoners in counterattacks from atop the great serpent, they too were wizards, albeit in less than optimal condition, and their numbers were comparable to those of the oarers. Pollux gazed at the scattered Dementors, cursing at the half-visible head protruding from his arm. Fools! Direct your kin to unleash their power against that vessel. Another silent wail erupted, this time proving significantly more effective, as one small boat after another came to a halt. Faced with the relentless assault of the overwhelming Dementors, the oarers aboard huddled in despair, clutching their heads in the ship's hold. However, the capabilities of the Dementors were not boundless. After incapacitating 6 boats, they paid a heavy toll and began to withdraw, their vast reserves of magic depleted. Their temporary compliance with Pollux was merely a means of survival. Should the battle continue, they too would meet their demise, unlike their aberrant kin, as they sought to preserve their magic to endure. As the Dementors launched their assault, several oarers had already approached, engaging in combat with the prisoners. The leading oarer assessed the massive serpent, its body brimming with venom, and immediately abandoned any notion of close-quarters combat with the creature. Do not concern yourselves with the prisoners above. Maintain your distance. Focus all efforts on the serpent, thanks to its incompletely transformed form and Pollux's control. The myriad serpents endured a barrage of spells, losing body parts without being ensnared by the enchantments. Amidst the deluge of seawater cascading down, the multitude of serpents continued to propel the group forward, though it appeared they could not sustain this momentum for much longer. Into the sea. As Pollux sensed the weakening body of the great serpent, he cast a vial of venom towards Pain, simultaneously commencing the sacrificial rite of the third shadow serpent's life to replenish the frantically depleting magical power. As the venom mingled with the seawater, the body of the myriad serpents began to rejuvenate, and the tainted waters posed a certain hindrance to the oars. However, as the remaining 70 or so oars encircled them, the pressure escalated dramatically. The advance of the myriad serpents finally began to wane. The prisoners upon the serpent's back, despite their desperate resistance, many of whom possessed considerable strength, could only offer limited defiance after enduring torment and recovering for merely one night. Some had even begun to reveal a flicker of fear, having transitioned from initial excitement and reverence. They were now less than a kilometer away from breaking free from the bounds of confinement. Amidst a sheen of perspiration, Pollux persevered, teetering on the brink of success. As the myriad serpents were nearly entirely restrained, he could only frantically expend the magical energy acquired from the sacrificial shadow snakes, inching forward with painstaking effort. He required the strength of these captives. He needed to liberate them. Though a gradual escape was within reach, the Ministry of Magic's reinforcements would inevitably return. Anxiously commanding the colossal serpent, Pollux witnessed the first prisoner succumb to despair, plunging into madness as he leapt from the giant serpent to confront the oarers in the frigid sea. A thought struck him, and with gritted teeth, he issued an order to Pain. Utilize the soul-binding curse to control those cowards. Cast them down to self-destruct. Remember to administer a vial of venom. Understood. Pain, fully aware of who the cowards were, directed Pollux's fervent devotees to fend off the oarers' assault while seizing and subjugating prisoners with ulterior motives. A tumult erupted among the captives, their surprise at Pollux's ruthless madness palpable. Yet, surprisingly, few resisted. Instead, a flicker of resoluteness emerged on their faces. Since stepping onto the serpent, they had no path of retreat. death awaited them at the hands of Payne's followers or in the icy depths of the sea. Even surrender meant a return to Azkaban. They were all serious offenders, and returning was akin to embracing death. Fear and trepidation stemmed chiefly from the specter of death. But when the prospect of survival vanished, enlightenment dawned. These were no innocents. Rational wizards would never find themselves in Azkaban, securing a lifetime of imprisonment. The soul-binding curse was utterly unnecessary. Indeed, had Payne not intervened, it was likely that the entire 100 would have leapt into the abyss without hesitation. As one after another became living bombs of venom, time seemed to regress to the epic battle at Hogwarts, where 50 Death Eaters, under the guidance of their elders, overwhelmed countless Aurors. This time, despite the absence of their leaders, the opposing Aurors were fewer in number. 70 Aurors could no longer impede the advance of the myriad serpents, instead striving to preserve their own lives amidst the self-destruction. 700 meters, 600 meters, as the magical constraints dwindled. Pollux glanced back at the remaining 50 or so followers, revealing a smile that inspired dread. "Welcome back to the realm of the living, my disciples." Relish the taste of freedom. He watched as his subordinates began to apparate away one by one, hovering beyond the confines of the enchantment. Pollux directed the serpents to turn and confront the pursuing Aurors. Freed from any encumbrance, the serpents, with their immense, venomous bodies spanning hundreds of meters, could finally unleash their terrifying might. They emphatically conveyed to all that they were not mere vessels of transportation. Their colossal forms obscured the sky, churning the tumultuous sea, summoning towering waves with a mere flick, and plunging beneath the surface to launch surprise assaults from below. Under the constraints that render them incapable of flight, the proud Aurors drift upon the frigid expanse of the ocean, confronting a monstrous terror. The luminous ones they once wielded for protection now offer no solace. In this dire moment, they find themselves in a more vulnerable state than mere muggles. At least muggles possess sturdy vessels. Fortunately, Pollux merely seeks to delay the inevitable for the prisoners and is not inclined to employ lethal force. After a brief tumult, the multitude of serpents dissolved into the depths, leaving behind a vast pool of dark crimson venom that lingered upon the surface of the sea, refusing to dissipate. It marked the first successful prison break since the establishment of Azkaban. Pollux imparted a lesson to his future cousin, transforming into a black dog and wandering forth. What skill is that? In early 1974, the Prophet reported that the Dark Lord had once again launched an assault on the wizarding community of Britain. This time, the target was Azkaban. In the concluding remarks of the article, Rita thoughtfully included a depiction of Pollux commanding a multitude of serpents. Since the explosion at Wizengamot 3 years ago, not a single piece of good news had graced the pages of this publication. The onset of war had ushered in a relentless wave of terror, plunging both wizards and muggles into a state of panic and chaos, compounded by recent heinous assassination attempts on high-ranking officials within the Ministry of Magic. Particularly today, the report highlighted the deranged and malevolent Dark Lord, who had, mere days prior, orchestrated the escape of a horde of wicked wizards from Azkaban. This revelation further deepened the pervasive dread and unease among the wizards, as Pollux's unending madness rendered hope nearly elusive. The incessant barrage of somber news only amplified their discontent with the ministry's inaction. Once, within the opulent study of the Black family estate, Voldemort set down the newspaper, feeling quite pleased with the coverage and the profit. Such is human nature. Perhaps at the war's inception, people harbored resentment toward Pollux and the Death Eaters, yet as time progressed, that animosity would inevitably shift. The surging complaints from the ministry's headquarters and the increasingly outrageous actions of discontented wizards were becoming evident. Wizards had redirected their dissatisfaction toward the Ministry of Magic. Voldemort was a master of manipulating human emotions. Every scheme he devised was meticulously crafted for this moment. Over 30 years of effort. He was a genius, yet also an orphan devoid of all. Growing up in an orphanage, he was frail and handsome, subjected to humiliation. However, upon acquiring magical prowess, he was no longer the weakest, most reclusive child in that institution. The power gradually emboldened him, and he returned the scorn to those who had tormented him. He even claimed the life of one who only thought with his baser instincts. In the fearful gazes of those children, he found the capacity to forgive them. Subsequently, he attended Hogwarts, where he was afforded the opportunity to showcase his talents, acquiring formidable magic and uncovering the truth of his lineage, the truth of his origins. No one is born inherently good, nor inherently evil. Upon learning the truth, he could scarcely believe that his birth was so monstrous and vile. Yet despite this, he still found it within himself to forgive his mother, though he could never absolve his family or his father. For even if his mother were mad, she had never abandoned her child. This deranged woman, bearing the blood of the Gaunt family, met her end at the threshold of the orphanage, sacrificing her dignity in a final act to provide her unborn child with a glimmer of hope for survival. However, his family, along with that Muggle father, utterly denied his existence. 11 years. He had a father, he had family. Yet, not a single soul came to rescue him. Not a single person offered him care or love. Even at Hogwarts, he initially lived under the envious gazes of others. Everyone rejected him, rejected his handsome visage, rejected his talent, rejected his strength. Even those wizards of Muggle descent shunned him. He began to detest his own mad and malevolent lineage. He loathed all those who were born into privilege, for none would regard him, a wretched half-breed born of madness and evil. He despised the noble purebloods. Yet, he harbored an even deeper hatred for his family, those who had forsaken him, and for those who were born lesser, who possessed lesser power. Only the might of dark magic could bestow upon him all he desired, just as it had during his time in the orphanage. But he was a true genius, quickly learning to conceal and protect himself, blending in with those fools. You may call him hypocritical, but who could truly extend a hand to him, apart from dark magic? No one. No one came to aid this tragic boy. Not even Albus Dumbledore, that insincere old man, who only urged him to abandon his dark magic. That was the sole possession he had. As for great love, he had never known it. All he possessed was power. Hidden in the shadows, he grew increasingly formidable, acquiring the secret to immortality from Salazar Slytherin. Yet, seduced by dark magic, he descended completely into darkness. Still a mere child, he yearned for power, for authority, for eternal life, for vengeance. When he, now grown, used the killing curse to eliminate his family one by one, he internally granted them a chance. Those 11 years in the orphanage were their opportunity to live. As he annihilated their souls, he comprehended, Tom Riddle was never a scion of the Gaunt lineage. He sought to be the ruler of this world, to compel all to bow before him, to crush those who looked down upon him. Beneath the feet of a wretched half-breed, he was no longer Tom Riddle, but Voldemort. Voldemort had finally arrived, step by step, at this day. He had spent 30 years to reach this moment. He finally beheld the coveted throne, with no one left to obstruct him. He would use Azkaban to make them understand the fate that awaited those who opposed him. As he observed Eugenia and Barty entering, Voldemort sat with an air of smug satisfaction, devoid of any welcoming gesture, and activated the dark mark, proudly declaring, "My servants, you have finally arrived." Before they could react, Barty and Eugenia found themselves painfully kneeling upon the floor, their strength to raise their wands vanishing in an instant, suppressed under the weight of the dark mark. Eugenia struggled to lift her head, her gaze filled with resentment as she glared at Voldemort. "Why? The performance is over, my beautiful minister." Voldemort approached Eugenia, placing a foot upon her chest, his expression growing ever more menacing from his elevated position. "I require only servants, do you understand? Look at Barty, learn from him." Tears streamed down Eugenia's face, her voice hoarse and strained as she spoke. "I would give you everything. Why must it be like this? Why? Because I do not believe in love, madam. As a wizard, only power can remain eternally loyal to you." Voldemort withdrew his wand, lifting his foot from her soft form, and strode confidently around the study, demonstrating his formidable magic to the two of them. "This is loyalty. Do you comprehend, my servant? Here lies neither Pollux nor the future severest Snape." With resentment and bitter tears, Eugenia, like Barty, knelt before Voldemort. The great Voldemort. "Excellent, Eugenia, Barty, these individuals." Voldemort cast aside a list. "All must face judgment. Send them all to Azkaban. But many of these individuals lack sufficient charges." Barty cautiously remarked after perusing the list. "That is of no consequence. Simply incarcerate them." Voldemort lifted Eugenia's chin, gazing at her tear-streaked, expressionless, and numb face, a twisted smile creeping across his lips. "Eugenia and I shall deal with Azkaban, shall we, my beautiful minister?" Barty recalled the recent attack, sinking deeper into despair, realizing that everything had been meticulously orchestrated by Voldemort. "Esteemed sir, I take my leave." Bowing his head, he trembled as he exited the study before Voldemort could employ his other wand to punish Eugenia. As if deaf to Eugenia's anguished cries emanating from within, Barty stared vacantly at the dark mark upon his arm, remaining silent for a moment before retrieving a flask and taking a swig. Regaining his composure and reverting to his usual demeanor, Barty hastily departed from number 12, Grimmauld Place. He intended to seek out his mother, Carys Crouch, formerly Pollux Black, once the favored cousin of Pollux. To think, esteemed sir, You too resort to the use of the Cruciatus curse? Pollux sat on the sofa, gazing at Barty across from him, a faint smile gracing his lips as he raised his glass in a gesture inviting the other to join him in a toast. Barty, under the influence of the soul-binding curse, returned home and, upon opening his eyes, beheld Pollux before him, momentarily taken aback. He grasped a nearby glass and took a sip to hasten his recovery from the spell. Feeling somewhat better, he remarked, "It was your mother who let you in, wasn't it? You must have anticipated this day." Barty's use of the soul-binding curse and the polyjuice potion to find a scapegoat to evade the dark mark stemmed from a warning he received from his mother. Recalling the scene at Black Manor, he glanced at Pollux's arm, where a dark mark was visible, and spoke gravely, "Thank you for informing my mother. But is it convenient now? His involvement is inconsequential. He lacks the time to concern himself with us. So, Barty, have you made your decision? Share your reasoning with me." "I cannot accept the notion that you are merely driven by a moral vendetta. I also refuse to believe you would take such risks for my mother. Of course. Otherwise she would never have married your father, that detestable Crouch family. I offer you an opportunity." A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Pollux's aged eyes. "A chance to bring him down. I shall provide you with all his dark secrets, a chance for you to ascend the ladder of power. Is it not so? Barty Crouch, you greedy fellow? I seek no repayment from you." In response to Barty's skeptical gaze, Pollux intoned solemnly, "What I desire is beyond your capability to provide. You will understand in due time. All I require is your utmost effort to assist. I promise you." "When will you act?" Barty's eyes shimmered with a thirst for power. "Not yet. Farewell, Barty." At Malfoy Manor. Abraxas Malfoy inquired with a hint of urgency in his elegant tone as he addressed the returning Pollux. "What did Crouch say?" "He has agreed. They all have. But one remains. Can we not act prematurely?" Lady Lestrange asked anxiously, her fear of the impending rise of Voldemort intertwining with thoughts of her son. "Lestrange, manage your wife." Pollux interrupted sharply, noting the discontent etched on the faces of both the Malfoys and the Lestranges, aside from the Blacks. Rising, he fixed his eagle-like gaze upon the two, brusquely tossing a stack of newspapers onto the long table. "Both of you. It was the Blacks who sent away your families. It was Pollux Black who, with his esteemed reputation and that of the Black family, safeguarded your kin from the clutches of Voldemort." Observing the two other heads, Pollux' tone softened somewhat, yet retained its severity. "Black, not Malfoy, nor Lestrange, our stakes remain insufficient. Do you comprehend? Without Albus Dumbledore, should Voldemort prevail, my grandson shall inevitably languish in Azkaban for the rest of his days. Do you grasp this? But must we continue to wait? Voldemort, should he persist in this manner, will inevitably seize control of the Ministry of Magic. It would be prudent for us to reach out to Dumbledore now, Mr. Lestrange interjected with a hint of uncertainty. Pollux regarded him with an expression of incredulity before scoffing. "Approach him now, and you shall meet the same fate as Voldemort himself. Do you truly believe that, with the blood upon your hands, you can offer anything to Rodolphus? You underestimate Dumbledore gravely, were he to act presently. Voldemort would fall before him with ease. You would effectively be delivering yourself to Azkaban. The current ministry, to us, is indistinguishable from Voldemort. Do you understand?" "Very well, gentlemen." Malfoy hastily rose, interrupting Lestrange, signaling him to observe the assembly of Black family members at the table. "Pollux, we comprehend the situation. Yet we are left in the dark regarding the duration of our wait. That will depend on Voldemort's actions. The swifter he moves, the weaker the ministry becomes, rendering them increasingly desperate. They will eventually seek out Dumbledore, and that moment shall present our opportunity. But in doing so, Dumbledore would seize control of the ministry. And he too harbors no affection for us. That will not be the case. By that juncture, the power Voldemort wields will extend far beyond mere control of the ministry, something Dumbledore can contend with. It is precisely during that time." Pollux revealed an unwaveringly confident smile. "When the three factions become entangled, our chance will arise. Understand this. War will not persist indefinitely. We shall align ourselves with the side of light." "Indeed, well said, Mr. Malfoy." Gazing upon those who had long disregarded the terrifying dark mark, yet fantasized about seizing power within the ministry after vanquishing Voldemort, Pollux's aged exterior concealed a distinct flavor of mockery, cruelty, and indifference within. His relentless efforts to support Voldemort alongside Pollux, as well as the dismissal of Rodolphus and Lucius, were calculated to firmly bind these two families. Simultaneously, he incited the three families to covertly engage with those within the ministry, who were persecuted by Voldemort and shared a bloodline with him. A plan was devised wherein the three families could rely on Dumbledore and the Ministry's strength to betray and overthrow Voldemort and the Independent Party. Everything was both true and false. In order to safeguard the infamous Pollux, the measures taken are insufficient throughout the course of this scheme. His grandson has become tainted with the blood of the entire wizarding world. He must acquire greater leverage to secure Pollux's freedom. Yet, all of this remains inadequate, utterly insufficient. None among the three families are aware that Voldemort is not mortal. He, like his grandson, possesses immortality. In the current timeline, those privy to this secret are few and far between. Through Pollux, Pollux has come to know this truth. Thus, this plan is destined to culminate in failure. All shall perish at the wrath of the furious Voldemort. The true objective of this scheme is for Pollux to sacrifice the remaining members of the Black family to sever Pollux's ties. He understands that Pollux Black cannot perish under the Dark Mark. Pollux intends to use his leverage to broker an irresistible deal with Dumbledore. Armed with the name of Albus Dumbledore and the still-living Voldemort, he aims to persuade the unencumbered Pollux to transition to the side of justice. This will restore the Black family to its former glory. 3 years prior, Pollux had already prepared for this, for a lifetime dedicated to the Black legacy. He exists solely for his family. For the sake of his lineage, Pollux Black is willing to sacrifice everything. Humanity and familial bonds pale in comparison to the Black heritage he has fought for all his life. Although acts of terror and assassination have diminished, the wizarding world has not descended into tranquility. Rather, it has entered a deeper undercurrent of turmoil. The Pain King, having acquired a significant new force, has inexplicably found himself in a state of calm. Even when he makes an appearance, it is merely to set off fireworks with his followers, enlivening the atmosphere. But heaven knows what this deranged individual is truly plotting. As long as he evades justice, the tension among wizards will persist. What they fail to realize is that this facade of calm is simply Voldemort's current disinclination to overly rely on Pollux. Having spent over a year within the Ministry of Magic and amassed sufficient power, he has embarked on sweeping reforms. Such reforms necessitate tranquility. For war would only cement the ministry in rigid conformity. This ironclad state cannot be solely sustained by Pollux's efforts. With the situation stabilizing, the esteemed and enchanting Minister Eugenia has showcased her authority as the Minister of Magic to all within the ministry. At least on the surface, it appears to be her authority. All high-ranking officials have come to realize that this once cherished figurehead, through over 3 years of tumultuous upheaval, has acquired formidable power. Not only has she garnered a splendid reputation among the masses, but also enjoys the staunch support of figures such as Barty, Voldemort, and the Independent Party. The British Ministry of Magic has descended into utter chaos, with a significant number of officials being purged due to corruption, malpractice, negligence during wartime, and even issues concerning personal conduct. This series of actions has swiftly garnered the backing of numerous ordinary wizards, especially after the ministry's reorganization, which has led to a noticeable decline in attacks, allowing many wizards to gradually return to their former haunts. Even the Aurors have come to perceive the minister's measures as judicious. This newfound authority emboldened Eugenia, who began to act with impunity. As numerous officials were dispatched to Azkaban for temporary detention without trial. Though this was procedurally improper, no one dared to oppose their minister, save for Albus Dumbledore. He has become increasingly convinced of his suspicions regarding Voldemort. Yet, lacking tangible evidence, he can only advocate for the upright officials during their trials to exonerate them. As the president of the International Confederation of Wizards and the headmaster of Hogwarts, he finds it imprudent to intervene excessively in the ministry's internal restructuring, especially when it is ostensibly lawful. As for those officials sent to Azkaban, under the watchful eyes of Voldemort and the Dementors, they enjoy a rather dismal existence. Dumbledore can only wish them luck in their plight. A multitude of the Independent Party and veteran officials have gradually aligned themselves with the minister, and those returning from Azkaban have begun to offer their full support to Eugenia. The obstinate officials, even after release, face the grim likelihood of encountering the Pain King during moments of solitude, often resulting in either their descent into madness or their passage to another realm. Thus, Eugenia's power has witnessed rapid ascension, and on the surface, she has begun to emerge as the most potent minister of magic in the annals of British wizardry. Meanwhile, Pollux operates discreetly, reaching out to these officials with warnings and reminders, in a bid to gather leverage while anticipating Albus Dumbledore's entanglement in this quagmire. He is acutely aware of Voldemort's ambitions, that hand will eventually extend towards Hogwarts. However, none of this bears significant relevance to Pollux. Firstly, his grandfather has had little contact with Voldemort. Even if he were to initiate communication, no valuable information would be divulged. Secondly, despite Rita's intelligence-gathering prowess, he remains oblivious to the machinations of his grandfather, as Pollux' concealment has been exceptionally adept. Pollus's mind, though somewhat matured, remains clouded with dread, leaving him with an increasingly ominous premonition. This most wanted wizard in the British magical community seems to have slipped into obscurity, prompting him to consider a clandestine visit to America to see his mother. This period has been a time of great joy for Rita, as the increasing power of the Death Eaters has rendered the Aurors incapable of operating as they did the previous year, compelling them to once again consolidate their defenses against potential attacks, with the Muggle community now devoid of Auror presence. As for the Secret Intelligence Service, no matter how formidable they may be, they remain mere mortals. In London, the Tower Bridge stands as a magnificent structure with its uniquely captivating design. Featuring two towers that soar over 60 meters high, their exteriors enveloped in stone brick. This architectural marvel resembles the grand entrance of a medieval castle, imbued with an air of mystery and grandeur. By night, when illuminated, it transforms into a masterpiece rather than just a bridge. However, from Pollus's perspective, the absence of a door diminishes its allure. Today, atop one of the towers, two wizards, invisible to the ordinary eye, were casting the disillusionment charm. Pollux, feeling somewhat disheartened, grasped his fishing rod, pondering whether he should take his little brother and blow up the bridge. Sitting here fishing struck him as rather foolish. Not only was he perched nearly 70 meters high, but stabilizing the fishing line also required a touch of magic. Meanwhile, Rita showed no inclination to leave. The two had been there since morning, enduring the day together for hours. Finally, unable to contain himself, Pollux broke the serene atmosphere between them. Rita, do you think we'll catch any fish here? What do you mean? Well, setting aside the water quality, just look at all those boats on the river. It seems unlikely. Goodness, Pollux, you actually know about fishing? Rita glanced at him curiously before turning back to focus on the river's surface. Ah, so it's those boats. Why don't you go scare them away? All right. I was just teasing. I know you wouldn't do that. Rita pointed seriously at the water. How could there be no fish? It's such a large river. Surely all rivers have fish, don't they? And if there truly are none, wouldn't that be even more intriguing? Rita. Pollux reflected on his current situation, choosing not to say more. Was he akin to this river, devoid of fish? With no catch, he felt just as empty inside. Rita, too, fell silent, hugging her knees and resting her chin on them, quietly clutching the fishing rod, whispering to the water, I'm so curious, are there really none? Holding the fishing rod, Pollux succumbed to silence, lost in thought. The more he connected with others, the more he seemed to hurt them. Yet, why did he still wish to be with her? Casting a glance at the somewhat despondent and solitary figure of Rita, he habitually pulled out his wand and cast a heart-searing charm on himself. It was this familiar sensation that brought him the most comfort. As the sun slowly sank below the horizon, the moon began to rise in the sky, illuminating London with a glow that transformed the dark city into a constellation of lights. Tower Bridge, too, was bathed in a romantic, gentle yellow radiance. Rita, suddenly animated, sprang to her feet, as if she had spotted a tremendous treasure, her excitement akin to that of a child. She nearly dropped the fishing rod, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness! Pollux, look! Just look! The Muggle world is so beautiful at night." Pollux, momentarily jolted from his reverie, recognized the scenery well. He had seen London's nightscape countless times while on the run. He asked blandly, "Haven't you seen this before?" "No. I'm a wizard, you know. I'm quite busy." After a long silence, Rita laughed joyfully. "It's so beautiful. Is this what London looks like at night?" "Well, once you've seen it enough times, it becomes rather ordinary." Pollux stood up, discarding the fishing rod, and joined Rita at her side. "Haven't you felt hunger after a whole day? Let us dine," he suggested. Yet, the beauty of the moment captivated her, though she felt a twinge of disappointment as she glanced at the fishing rod in her hand and the Thames River, shrouded in darkness yet illuminated by distant lights. Just as she prepared to cast aside the rod, it trembled gently in her grip, startling her. In a swift motion, Rita drew her wand and cast a summoning charm. Pollux, look, I've caught a fish." A tiny fish landed in her hand, as if summoned by her spell. Suddenly, Pollux realized that he was a wizard. Why should he resort to Muggle methods for fishing? Moreover, the more he gazed at that fish, the more he experienced an illusion, feeling as though the excited Rita was grasping hold of him. "Come, let us dine. It is my treat." Rita's face was adorned with an expression of bliss that Pollux could not comprehend. She discarded the small fish, which had taken her an entire day to catch, and disdainfully released a spell to clean herself, then eagerly pulled Pollux along. Pollux glanced at the rippling patterns in the water, feeling a twinge of melancholy. Indeed, he had fallen for her bait. In 1976, after Severus Snape had once again been humiliated by James Potter, the last vestige of dignity for a man born into despair compelled him to utter the words mud-blood in the presence of the woman he cherished. This act irrevocably wounded Lily Evans, who had tirelessly sought to uphold his honor. From that moment on, Severus, burdened by humiliation, anger, and guilt, embraced the dark arts. Yearning for power, yet unbeknownst to him, he truly craved love, the love he once possessed. In his moment of loss, James too had shed his jealousy, a primal sin of humanity. No longer clouded by envy, James matured. Born into the Potter family and educated at Gryffindor, he was a child of light, whose love had once led him down a path of darkness. Following the chilling rupture in Lily and Severus's relationship, James, free from jealousy, though loathing Severus, refrained from seeking confrontation. He had never truly cared for Severus. Instead, he began to transform himself for Lily's sake. Upon witnessing James's radiant, passionate, and kind metamorphosis, Lily's heart gradually softened, and her affection for Severus, which had resembled friendship, began to wane under James's influence. Thus, two kindred spirits from Gryffindor found solace in each other. No one could refuse the choices fate presented, save for the deranged and the mad. Fate had likely set its course for them long ago. Even Pollus's presence had failed to alter anything. The boy, who had narrowly escaped death, would ultimately arrive. Was it merely Severus's pitiful dignity at stake? No, it was the dignity of a wizard, the last remnant of his existence, apart from a love he scarcely recognized. Born of humble origins, devoid of a mother and friends, had it not been for the light Lily brought into his life, he would have been no different from Voldemort. Fate granted him a fleeting joy, but little more. In truth, many lives unfold without choice, such is the nature of fate, both existent and non-existent. Voldemort too faced a lack of choices. Even if he had yet to spiral into madness, even as he wielded near-total control over the Ministry of Magic. Even with the King of Pain as his servant, he still yearned for more. More power, more glory, more servants to fill the void of his tortured, twisted existence. For he possessed determination, talent, and wisdom. Nothing could stand in the way of his ambitions. While all the children were engaged in their lessons, Voldemort arrived at the Hogwarts Great Hall with Eugenia, Barty, and a multitude of high-ranking officials from the Ministry of Magic, the Independent Party, and a majority of the Hogwarts Board of Governors. He approached with an air of elegance, gazing arrogantly at Albus Dumbledore, the most powerful wizard who spoke fervently of righteousness and love, yet now struggled to maintain his position as headmaster of Hogwarts. Stepping forward from the ranks, Voldemort offered a mocking bow, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "Dear Professor Albus Dumbledore, I wonder if, after you rejected me all those years ago, you ever envisioned this day? Perhaps you did, though I doubt you expected it to unfold in this manner. You truly are the most remarkable student I have ever encountered." Albus calmly emerged from behind the table, standing before Voldemort. "It seems that the evil magic has not corroded your heart, esteemed director." Professor Dumbledore, oh. "I beg your pardon, Mr. Dumbledore." Voldemort produced a parchment adorned with numerous seals and signatures. "I believe, according to protocol, it is time for you to relinquish your position as headmaster. Fear not, my dear teacher, for I am your most exceptional student, am I not? I am certain I would be far more suited to this role than you." Albus remained composed, exuding an air of confidence as if it were merely another day. "Esteemed director, I believe you misunderstand. An official cannot assume the role of headmaster." "Of course I understand, for I have already stepped down. Hogwarts is the future of the wizarding world in Britain, is it not?" Voldemort thrust the parchment into Albus's hands, already savoring the scent of the throne, speaking with a tone of mockery and arrogance. "All British wizards emerge from here, educated in these halls. I believe this position is far more fitting for me than for you. Dumbledore, I am more suited to educate these young ones. Look at the paper in your hands. Your era has come to an end." The eyes behind Albus's glasses remained wise and discerning as he stowed the scroll and drew forth the Elder Wand, casting a glance at the assembly behind Voldemort. "Ladies and gentlemen, the Voldemort you follow is a thoroughly dark wizard, lost to power and desire." Albus articulated all that he comprehended, including the various crimes preceding the war, declaring that Voldemort was the mastermind behind all the transgressions committed by Pollux. This included the Independent Party, the Death Eaters, and his manipulations within the Ministry of Magic, even controlling Eugenia, Barty, and numerous officials. orchestrating the assassination of Pollux and employing various tactics to dominate the ministry. As Albus's voice crescendoed, the Elder Wand gradually pointed toward Voldemort. "This is truly you, Tom Riddle. Voldemort, a creature lurking in the shadows, resorting to any means necessary." Clap, clap, clap. Truly magnificent. Voldemort listened intently as Albus concluded his eloquent discourse, even applauding the brilliance of his narrative. Yet, what does it matter if the tale is true? Is there evidence? And if there were, what significance would it hold? Those who have come here are, after all, merely his servants. A captivating story it may be, but what of it even if it were a factual account? Voldemort gently rested his wand against the Elder Wand, provocatively tapping it, and with a cruel, mocking smile remarked, "Albus, I dare say you have yet to experience the exquisite torment of the Cruciatus Curse. It would elevate your very soul. Such a perfect child you rejected." His tone turned frigid as he continued. "Thousands have perished at his hands due to your choice. Your justice, do you comprehend? Because of your foolish compassion." He recalled Albus's earlier threats, the insistence to embrace love, to resolve all troubles with affection. To hell with that love. The only love I possess is derived from my mad mother, who expended her final breath to bring me into this world. Voldemort violently thrust aside Albus's Elder Wand, jabbing his own wand into the man's chest, his grotesquely contorted visage and blood-red eyes fixated fiercely upon Albus. "Now, enlighten me. What lies within? Love? Pray tell. Noble Albus Dumbledore, where is your so-called love? Before you stands the master of this realm. You are merely a mad-ant. Avada Kedavra." At last, Voldemort unleashed his formidable killing curse, a force capable of annihilating all, as a green light ignited upon Albus's chest. In this moment, Voldemort revealed his immense power to the world. Boom. The table struck by the curse splintered into fragments. Truly, he is the mightiest of wizards. Such a scenario allows for apparition, whether it be Hogwarts or your own strength remains uncertain. Voldemort's grin widened. "Servants, follow the great Dark Lord." Yet, his mirth faltered mid-sentence, not due to Albus's overwhelming prowess, but rather the surprising inaction of the majority of officials accompanying him, including Barty Crouch. Their wands were raised, aimed at the Death Eaters they had brought along. In furious disbelief, as he sought to command the Dark Mark to eliminate them, he was astounded. Not a single individual reacted, not a hint of pain. The Dark Mark has failed. In this world, where there is light, darkness inevitably follows. Such is the realm of wizards. Hogwarts stands as both an institution of learning and a formidable bastion of war. A millennium ago, for legendary wizards erected a fortress for the entire wizarding community of Britain, not for the purpose of war, but as a beacon of hope. Empowered by its magic, any wizard could stand shoulder to shoulder with legends. Albus Dumbledore, even without the support of Hogwarts, was a wizard whom Voldemort could never defeat. Under Albus's spell, Voldemort now scurried about like a mere rodent. Initially brimming with confidence, he was blindsided by betrayal, ensnared by Albus's cunning. Yet, he felt the Dark Mark still pulsing with power, and upon realizing he could still command his servants, a cruel smile crept across his face. As long as the Dark Mark remained, he was still the Dark Lord. To think he could be vanquished by a sudden strike from Hogwarts? Preposterous. While you, Albus, have Hogwarts, I, Voldemort, have the Ministry of Magic. Moreover, he harbored a deep disdain for deceit and betrayal. Ha ha, Voldemort cackled, an endless torrent of malevolent magic surging forth from within him, enveloping his being in darkness. This dark power was formidable enough to resist even Albus's mighty Patronus charm. "Albus, the so-called strongest among you resort to such tricks. You think you can defeat me with Hogwarts? You greatly disappoint me. I am Voldemort. Withdraw at once." Albus, with a grave demeanor, swiftly summoned the magic of Hogwarts, fortifying the Great Hall to suppress Voldemort. He was uncertain of his adversary's intentions. He feared not Voldemort, but the safety of those within Hogwarts must be ensured. Drawing upon a continuous flow of magic, he temporarily restrained Voldemort's rampaging power. He began directing the retreat of those holding back the Death Eaters. Too late. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of flesh and blood exploding. As Voldemort's voice echoed, those Death Eaters under his control began to self-destruct. One must admit, this tactic was indeed effective. However, upon reaching Eugenia's mark, he hesitated for reasons unknown. Those who had self-destructed, their souls and magic under the Dark Mark's dominion, transformed into wraith-like beings, howling and writhing, unleashing their malevolent magic upon the surrounding crowd. Witnessing Albus abandon his efforts to suppress him in favor of protecting the Ministry officials, even refraining from detonating the Death Eaters he commanded, Voldemort let out a ghastly laugh, his voice low and gravelly, dripping with derision. Truly remarkable, Albus. You always care so deeply for the lives of those worthless fools. No longer restrained, Voldemort appeared as a portal to the netherworld. Countless souls he had slain and controlled bursting forth from within him. They were all victims of his cruel killing curse, devoured and bound within his very being. As Voldemort released a sufficient number of vengeful spirits, his eyes seemed to ignite with a fiery intensity, and all the souls began to wail and writhe in torment. These souls, incapable of even embracing death, were instantaneously sacrificed. His magical power swelled to a terrifying degree, enveloped in an unfathomably potent dark magic. He resembled the Grim Reaper. The protective enchantments crafted by Albus were effortlessly shattered, and as he beheld Voldemort, who now appeared as a god of darkness, he had no choice but to conjure the Patronus charm and lead everyone out of the castle. Hogwarts was engulfed in darkness in an instant. The sky itself bereft of light. Fortunately, no students were present. They had been relocated by Albus during their conversation. That overwhelming power was fleeting. For Voldemort could never truly harness such might. Otherwise, he would not have needed to lurk in the shadows. No one could conquer the godlike figure he had just become. In his attempt to control this power, he had even sacrificed a part of his own soul. With dominion over the Ministry of Magic, he had amassed the strength to crush Dumbledore and the very foundation of Hogwarts. Today, Voldemort intended to subjugate the entire wizarding community of Britain. Inside the Great Hall, as that formidable magic dissipated, the once deserted space was now filled to capacity. The immense cost he had paid was to summon the Ministry's forces to this place. Where apparition was impossible, Hogwarts. The Aurors and the Independent Party, whom he commanded through his Death Eaters, represented the capital he had accumulated over the years. The foundation upon which he would reign. Minister. Voldemort advanced step by step through the parted crowd, convinced he had effortlessly dismantled Albus's schemes. Flanked by the Independent Party and the Aurors, he stood at the entrance of the hall, looking down imperiously, declaring with righteous fervor, "Surrender, Albus. Are you truly prepared to wage war against the Ministry for the title of Headmaster? Do you intend to threaten me with the life of the Minister of Magic? Or is it merely because I am a dark wizard? Not everyone can be swayed by your manipulations, Voldemort. You do not embody justice." Albus sought to use his earlier words to persuade those behind Voldemort. Yet this time, the adversary did not grant him the opportunity to speak. "Albus, then tell me, who embodies justice? Inform my compatriots, who is just? You care only for your position as headmaster." Voldemort regarded Albus with a mocking expression, firmly believing that all the latter's actions were mere desperate flails. He merely needed to control Eugenia's dark mark, preventing her from speaking. Barty and the chorus of officials, including Albus, were but a farce. Even if he were an unequivocal dark wizard, he had nearly seized control of all the Ministry's lower officials, aside from the well-respected Eugenia, who had yet to be dealt with. No one in the Ministry would heed their nonsense. This is fundamentally a contest of imbalance. It is precisely for this reason that he dares to challenge Albus Dumbledore at Hogwarts. "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to speak." Albus's voice was drowned out by the cacophony of doubt. "Release the minister." "Professor Dumbledore, how could you?" "Barty, esteemed guests, you too." Amid Voldemort's triumphant grin, this former teacher and headmaster had detained Eugenia, attempting to tarnish the reputation of the one who sought to lead them out of darkness. These Aurors, under the command of Death Eaters, began to defend their master. Unexpectedly, they still had to rely on that individual. Albus merely sighed in resignation, casting a glance at Voldemort as if he had resolved upon a momentous decision. In hushed whispers, he lifted the anti-disillusionment charm that cloaked Hogwarts grounds. A new cohort of wizards materialized at Hogwarts. Voldemort found himself rigid with shock. His first thought was of the dark mark, yet upon considering the identity of the opposition, a grotesque expression of fury and disdain crossed his face. Even if he could instantly eliminate Eugenia, could he vanquish all the Death Eaters behind her? Having never trusted Pollux, who held the reins of life and death over others, he now faced betrayal, a treachery that sought to bring about mutual destruction. An audacious betrayal. Lord Voldemort. Perhaps Dumbledore was not mistaken. Was he? Pollux Black, alongside the three families, raised his left hand, revealing the mark upon it, while Albus grasped Eugenia's left hand, lifting it in unison. In an instant, the majority of those sent by the Ministry to assist Voldemort were rendered speechless. Why that mark? Lord Voldemort, is it truly you? Most of the Ministry personnel recognized that mark. Although it was obscure, it was associated with the Independent Party and Voldemort, having been seen in varying degrees before. However, No one anticipated that the mark would appear there. On the hands of Pollux Black and the Death Eaters. That was the mark of the King of Pain's grandfather. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though everyone had grasped an unspoken realization. The reason behind this is that prior to the onset of war, Pollux had concealed this mark, and Voldemort, in turn, overlooked the issue, believing that hiding a mere dozen individuals was far more manageable than concealing hundreds. There was no need for further explanation. Voldemort was acutely aware that he could not elucidate matters at present, and with a hint of perplexity, he cast a cold gaze toward Pollux. "Mr. Black, you have done well." With Pollux's appearance, Voldemort entirely lost the initiative. Under the concise and compelling evidence presented by Pollux, numerous members of the Ministry of Magic swiftly came to believe in the undeniable truth that Voldemort had orchestrated the war through Pollux, while a small remainder remained in a state of confusion. However, Voldemort would not afford them the luxury of uncertainty. Having immediately wielded the Dark Mark to control 3 of his treacherous Death Eaters, he led the remaining 3/5 of the Ministry's members into the fray of battle. In the eyes of the onlookers, he was not yet the deranged Dark Lord, having maintained control over the Ministry for so long. He had garnered more than just Death Eaters willing to follow him. For power and profit, he still possessed numerous adherents. Hogwarts swiftly transformed into a battlefield, engulfed in chaos. Even with the advantage of Hogwarts, Dumbledore's side found no edge. Voldemort still had a chance to struggle, though he could not best Dumbledore. His continuous sacrifices of his own soul granted him nearly limitless magical power, enabling him to suppress his opponent. It was not that Dumbledore was incapable of defeating Voldemort. Rather, he had to safeguard those around him, unable to engage in the reckless barrage exhibited by his adversary. Encumbered by hundreds of liabilities, his true strength could not be fully realized. However, as the overlooked Barty Crouch exited the battlefield and raised his wand to signal, the tide of battle shifted instantaneously. This esteemed director had, under Pollux's communication, discreetly summoned all of Britain's Aurors to Hogsmeade at the moment Voldemort stepped into Hogwarts, taking advantage of the Dark Lord's momentary lapse in vigilance. Now was not the time to guard against Pollux. He was an ally. Although Barty was uncertain when Pollux would arrive, that concern was irrelevant to him. It was Pollux's matter to ponder. This was his moment to rise. The war was to conclude at the hands of Barty Crouch, despite his previous failure 3 years prior. With half of the Ministry's stationed Aurors joining the fray, the dynamics of the battle transformed entirely. The dark figure of Voldemort, who had been rampaging with reckless abandon, now required no further explanation. The Aurors comprehended everything. The once evenly matched confrontation was suddenly altered by Barty. Observing from the periphery of the battlefield, Barty felt an overwhelming sense of joy at the unexpected turn of events. As Voldemort found himself increasingly ensnared in an unfavorable position, his scarlet eyes seemed to blaze with fury. While he would not perish here, his body was trapped. Nor could his subordinates escape. Since escape is impossible, let those traitors he once intended to torment suffer their demise. Black, Malfoy, Lestrange, perish, all of you. The Dark Lord, whom one would expect to be swiftly vanquished, surprisingly thrived in such dire circumstances, causing Malfoy and Lestrange to realize they had been deceived. Pollux, you have ensnared me. Black will take good care of your families. Before they could utter another word, Voldemort unleashed the Dark Mark, annihilating and exploding these traitors, leaving only Pollux and Walburga. In his desperate plight, he required Pollux even more, and family was the most effective means of control. Damn it, Albus. Summon the Order of the Phoenix to assist me. Albus, witnessing the battered Voldemort, replenished a dozen more fragments of his soul, restoring his previously depleted magical prowess. Casting a glance at the Death Eaters on the battlefield, a wave of trepidation washed over him. He promptly resolved to employ his utmost strength to resolve the conflict. Otherwise, this battle would mirror the chaos of Hogsmeade. The pressure on Voldemort escalated dramatically. He could sense failure encroaching upon him bit by bit. Filled with fury and resentment, he was unwilling to revert to his orphanage self. Only through utter madness could he attain formidable power. No one desires to become a lunatic, not even Voldemort. Yet now, he could no longer afford to ponder such matters. He could not accept defeat, not even through betrayal. He must not falter. Moreover, he was not one to consider Pollus's needs. However, unlike before, the power Voldemort now sought was to be everlasting. The transient strength gained through soul sacrifices, though potent, could not extricate him from his plight. Fleeting might was insufficient to contend with Albus and would only tarnish his soul. He must incessantly devour, perpetually augment his soul, and rapidly enhance his strength. Even if the negative emotions of those souls transformed him into a madman, he remained indifferent. He was a genius. He would never concede defeat. Fully embracing the darkness, Voldemort reached the pinnacle of his soul's growth. The familiar Dark Lord had returned. That once handsome visage was now unrecognizable. His crimson eyes emanating an unearthly glow. Noseless, resembling a serpent, he had returned. Albus observed the gradual transformation of Voldemort, his expression growing increasingly grave. He could distinctly sense that the adversary's power had evolved, nearing his own level. Unlike before, where Voldemort relied on seemingly infinite magic to withstand blows, he could now retaliate. That malevolent magic beginning to rival his protective charm. Avada Kedavra! Amidst a furious roar, a robust beam of green light grazed Albus's body. Socrates once proclaimed that the more one knows, the more one realizes the vastness of their ignorance. In his quest for power, the deranged Voldemort found himself momentarily stunned. Gazing incredulously at Albus, much like one who boasts about their salary to a certain Mr. Ma. How could this be? Albus Dumbledore, how can you be so formidable? Because of love. In a fit of despair and rage, Voldemort unleashed a torrent of green spells, acknowledging his defeat. A genius like him had succumbed. Bested by the machinations of Pollux and the overwhelming strength of Albus, he was not one to casually switch bodies like Pollux. His path to immortality lay within the soul. Though challenging to destroy, losing his physical form posed significant complications. The reconstruction of a powerful body was an arduous task, and aside from Pollux, no one could achieve such a transformation of the soul. However, upon spotting the approaching figure releasing piercing curses in the distance, Voldemort smiled. His most loyal minion had arrived. Ultimately, Pollux failed to thwart Pollus's arrival, for the now more astute Pollux had unraveled his scheme. Accompanied by his band of lunatics, Pollux unleashed a toxic assault. Charging into the battlefield. How could he have discovered this? Pollux mused as he observed Pollux, accompanied by his followers, advancing in his direction. A mix of amusement and despair washing over him. It seemed he had nurtured this grandson to be too clever. Just one more hour, or even half an hour, and Voldemort would face defeat, even with his immortality. He could exploit the moment of weakness when the dark mark could not be controlled to tidy up the aftermath and orchestrate everything. Even if he were to be slain in a fit of rage by Voldemort, he had laid contingency plans. As long as Pollus's bonds were severed and Voldemort was brought to light, he would have succeeded. Unencumbered, Pollux would undoubtedly assist Albus in vanquishing Voldemort. He certainly would. However, it was imperative that Pollux remained unaware of the lengths to which he would go for family, even to the point of death. No one nor anything could stand before Pollux, for he would assuredly perish in their stead. But once Pollux arrived on the battlefield, regardless of the outcome of the confrontation, Voldemort's plan would falter. For the sake of his family, Pollux would fight fiercely to rescue Voldemort, solely because the latter held dominion over their lives. Now, under Voldemort's control, Pollux found himself unable to even contemplate suicide. How he longed for a spell to come forth and relieve him of his life. Yet he and Walbug were deliberately shielded by the surrounding Death Eaters. As Pollux made his entrance, Voldemort too advanced towards this direction. A glimmer of reluctance flickered in Pollux's eyes, but it was swiftly replaced with unwavering resolve. He would no longer allow Voldemort to exploit his grandson. He would not. For he had a plan. A remarkable politician never places all his eggs in one basket. The Dark Mark cannot control him, Pollux. Although his body was immobile and his magic utterly suppressed, he could still speak, enduring the excruciating agony of his soul being torn apart, trembling as he shouted in fury. Dumbledore! Albus hesitated for a moment, engulfed in flames, real flames. Those were the powers of his companion and pet, the Phoenix Fox. His heart equally loathed the current Pollux and Voldemort. However, when Pollux sought him out, he brought with him a girl, leading him to believe that within Pollux there still dwelled a semblance of love. Thus, he consented to Pollux's request, for no matter how dark and malevolent Pollux became, he would never transform into the next Voldemort, the next Dark Lord. Beams of red and white light surged forth, instantaneously subduing Voldemort. Voldemort had begun to fear this old man. And even though he was being restrained by Albus, that sacred magic inflicted upon him severe pain, yet he gritted his teeth and maintained control over Pollux. Nevertheless, Albus's suppression weakened his grasp, allowing Pollux to speak. Pollux, look at the ground. A terrifying expression emerged on his increasingly aged and pained face. Axorus, Lucretia, Olean. Pollux called out the names of these deceased members of the Black family one by one, for he knew that within Pollux resided a monster. He intended to unleash that monster using the deaths of these individuals to defeat Voldemort. This was his backup plan, even if it might drive his grandson into madness. Yet he believed in his grandson, certain that he would return from the depths of despair. He had always believed. As he observed Pollux, whose movements grew slower and whose expression twisted with anguish upon hearing each name, Pollux's face was awash with tears as he shouted louder and with increasing fervor. You, Father, Cygnus, Cassiopeia, who raised you, these family members you hold dear, the pride of the Blacks, all perished because of you. Because of you. Dying at the hands of that mongrel, Tom Riddle. It is you who has destroyed the Black family. I know everything about you. I, Pollux, should never acknowledge you as my grandson. Do you think it was not you who brought the Black family to this state? Pollux, what are you truly? Albus's tone took on a hint of anger. He was unaware of Pollux's ulterior motive, yet he could sense Pollus's condition, having never witnessed such magic. Pollux, what are you doing? Voldemort, taken aback for a moment, soon wore a cruel and triumphant smile. Albus, did you not foresee it? That boy is the true monster. You and Pollux have unleashed quite an extraordinary individual. Ha, 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 ha. At long last, Pollux succumbed to the relentless torment of the dark mark, losing consciousness. Yet, in the fleeting moments before his awareness faded, he beheld and felt the tormenting power of his grandson. In stark contrast to the madness, lunacy, and fury etched upon his visage, his heart experienced a sense of liberation, tinged with a trace of compassion. This was an unbearable cruelty for Pollux, but it was a sacrifice made in pursuit of granting his grandson freedom. A glimmer of hope for the Black family. May Miss Beadle awaken that wretched boy. Forgive me. My grandson. Pollux regarded his own son and young Sirius as unworthy, having forsaken their family for the sake of outsiders. Unworthy to inherit the proud legacy of the Black family. Pollux stood motionless on the battlefield, impervious even to the curses that struck him. Upon receiving a command from Pollux, he was meant to eliminate a squad of Aurors. However, an overwhelming sense of unease compelled him to visit Malfoy Manor instead. The recent disappearance of Rita, coupled with the unusual activities within the Ministry of Magic, led him to suspect Pollux's intentions. Rita had undoubtedly been hidden away by her grandfather to prevent her from falling under Voldemort's control. Without delay, he summoned all his followers and hastened to Hogwarts, where the unfolding events mirrored his darkest predictions. Pollux intended to lead the entire Black family into a mutual destruction alongside Voldemort and his Death Eaters, with no genuine plan to safeguard the family. The grandfather's scheme had always been centered on preserving Pollux. Consumed by madness, despair, and excruciating anguish, Pollux charged into the fray, desperate to protect the surviving Walburga and Pollux. Yet, his grandfather's words ignited a fury within him, pushing his already troubled mind to the brink of overload. Overwhelmed by a pain that felt as if it were tearing him apart, he harbored a singular thought: to eliminate the source of all his torment, himself. But before that, he sought to annihilate everyone present, particularly the one with no nose. In that heart-wrenching, frenzied scream, all felt the anguish emanating from their very souls. It was not enough. The power was insufficient. Pollux frantically turned to the followers he had brought with him. Devotees of the King of Pain, unleash your strength for the grand arrival of suffering. As the deranged throng chanted fervently, they completed the sacrifice, awakening once more the entity within. The King of Pain had returned. The Boggart, which had long since fled from his arm, wished to avoid being consumed as sustenance during its master-esque transformation. Such torment was beyond its capacity to endure. No one comprehended why Pollux, that madman, had caused the world to shift after hearing but a few words. Magic is the manifestation of a wizard's consciousness, and the potency of magic derives from mental strength. But what happens when this mental fortitude far surpasses that of humanity? A deity? A demon? Personally, I lean towards the notion of a perversion. From a distance, Hogwarts appeared as though it were ablaze with fireworks. With the arrival of the King of Pain, Voldemort found a fleeting opportunity to breathe. Observing Pollux, who was engulfed in a miasma of lethal fog, imbued with malevolent and formidable magic, Albus quickly devised a plan to leverage Voldemort to exhaust Pollux's magical reserves, avoiding a confrontation between them. The toxic fog emitted by Pollux was perfectly suited for the battlefield. Should Voldemort's restraint allow Pollux to unleash his full might, the consequences would be dire. He could sense that Pollux's mind was consumed entirely by thoughts of slaughter, devoid of any rationality. Thus, the chaotic brawl among the three descended into a peculiar equilibrium, while Abufus and the Phoenix Society commenced their own battle. Distancing themselves from the trio, both Pollux and Voldemort possess immortality, growing ever more frenzied with each clash. Lacking Albus's formidable prowess, they find themselves ensnared by the Cruciatus and Avada Kedavra curses, facing dire consequences. Remaining behind would only burden their headmaster, for their proximity renders them indiscriminate targets of Pollus's wrath. Voldemort is acutely aware of this. While one plunges into the fray, the other desperately attempts to thwart him, creating an increasingly chaotic battlefield. As moments pass, the atmosphere within the room of requirement grows increasingly grave, with Minerva McGonagall's expression reflecting her mounting concern. The protracted battle outside has far exceeded her expectations, leaving her anxious and restless. Were it not for her faith in Albus and her commitment to the students, she would have ventured out long ago. Amidst this tense ambience, James pulls Sirius aside. Thanks to whispers from the Potter household, he possesses some understanding of the current predicament and speaks in hushed tones. Sirius, I fear for your parents. Do not mention the Blacks to me. You know that, James. Do not speak like that. They are still your parents, are they not? Remus interjects, gently patting the anxious Sirius, while Peter nods in agreement. They are all Death Eaters. I cannot claim to. Enough, Sirius. They are merely being coerced by that wretched Pollux. At this, the trio recalls the harrowing attack, envisioning their companions falling victim to Pollus's merciless hand. Indeed, I have never encountered such a terrifying individual. I believe James is correct, Peter admits. Sirius glances at his closest friends and silently nods. No one wishes to believe their parents are malevolent, do they? James gestures for them to huddle close, casting a furtive glance at Professor McGonagall to ensure her attention is elsewhere before whispering. I believe today presents an opportunity. Your parents may be out there on the battlefield. What? Aren't the ministry officials supposed to be here today? Sirius and Peter exchange bewildered looks. If that were the case, we wouldn't have been brought here. James subtly points towards McGonagall. There is undoubtedly a battle raging outside, the clash between Headmaster Dumbledore and Pollux. Just look at the professor's expression. This is far more than a simple change of headmaster. Seeing Minerva's worried demeanor, the three begin to trust James's words. We shall assist Sirius in rescuing his parents. Shall we? That's far too perilous. It's a battlefield out there. Peter interrupts, his fear nearly causing him to cry out, only to be silenced by Remus's hand over his mouth. No, James, we cannot go outside. Remus and Sirius insist. But we are powerful wizards now, are we not? And we are friends. James gazed earnestly at the trio, resolute in his conviction that they could not allow Sirius's parents to be sent to Azkaban. This was an opportunity to vanquish the malevolent Lord Voldemort. But what about Lily? Perhaps it was best to keep her in the dark, claiming they were merely visiting the restroom. Indeed, every young boy harbors a heroic spirit within, especially those of Gryffindor. And the adventurous quartet could no longer contain their restless hearts. The room of requirement had been their sanctuary countless times. Yet the anxious Minerva remained oblivious to the few who, under the guise of a bathroom escapade, donned the invisibility cloak and quietly departed. Pollux, having prepared for every eventuality, found himself unexpectedly thwarted by a mere handful of children. Little did they know that a war, which could have concluded 5 years prior, had been pushed back to the starting line due to their intervention. Their tragic fates had, once more, aligned with the annals of history. Had he known the truth, this might have been James Potter's most regrettable adventure of his life. With the aid of the invisibility cloak, and amidst the chaos of 3 legendary wizards clashing at the gates of Hogwarts, none daring to approach, the quartet stealthily drew closer, undetected. As they neared, they felt the overwhelming surge of magic emanating from the fierce combatants. An exhilarating thrill coursed through them, perhaps stemming from their innocence, as they naively believed that the formidable Lord Voldemort and his noseless companion would fall before their wants. Could a mere ambush by a few children truly be legendary? They envisioned themselves as heroes aiding Professor Dumbledore in his battle against evil, avenging their fallen comrade at the hands of Pollux, and rescuing the parents of their dear friend. Sirius. Everyone yearns to be a hero, yet heroism is no easy mantle to bear. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept aside their cloak. The 4 members of the Marauders, the bravest, most adventurous, and just-hearted young wizards, raised their wands. Disarm. For disarming spells surged towards Pollux, shrouded in toxic mist. Come on, at least cast a killing curse. Do you think you're Harry Potter? That lad wields 100 wands. Oh, forgive me, you wouldn't know the killing curse. While they were indeed gifted, their spells, akin to those of any ordinary Auror, failed to distract Pollux, who had transformed into the formidable Dark Lord, truly a legend. The 4 incantations dissipated into the air, not even penetrating the poisonous fog. This childish assault was met with a serpentine manifestation of mist, darting towards them like an arrow. Damn it! Albus, noticing the anomaly, instinctively sought to intervene, But let us not forget he was engaged in battle with two legendary foes. With great difficulty, she withdrew her hand in an attempt to halt the toxic mist unleashed by Pollux. Guardian Charm. Alas, her efforts were thwarted by Voldemort, who, with a sinister chuckle, intercepted her spell. Albus, too, was powerless to save the four from their foolish actions. The clash of magic and spells was a testament to the mental fortitude of wizards, particularly when battling formidable dark wizards. They had to constantly resist the malevolent forces of their adversaries' minds, having never engaged in a life-or-death struggle before. They were instantly engulfed in pain and shock the moment they felt the awareness of the king of suffering wash over them, realizing their insignificance before the legend. But it was too late. They were not heroes, merely trophies of the Dark Lord. Maternal love is profound, reminiscent of how Payne's mother protected him for 3 years in Azkaban, or how the future Lily shielded Harry from the Dark Lord's lethal curse. Wounded and tormented, Volga regained her freedom after Pollus's rampage. She painfully crawled to the bodies of Pollux and Olean, cradling her father and husband's lifeless forms in utter despair. She could sacrifice herself for her family, follow her father's wishes, and even take her own life for her beloved nephew after Voldemort's defeat, perhaps even slaying her father. Yet, she too possessed emotions. She felt pain, and she was a mother. The moment she beheld Sirius, her thoughts instantly relinquished all else. She did not ponder why her estranged son was present or harbor resentment toward her nephew for being so heartless. She had even forgotten that, aside from the headmaster's permission, one could not apparate within Hogwarts. Without a wand and with her battered soul unable to summon a sliver of magic, her only awareness was that she could not bear to witness Sirius's demise before her eyes. As the serpent's gaping maw and its increasingly frigid gaze drew nearer, looming before the four with a chilling finality, a distortion in space occurred, and Volga stood before them. Without the chance to glance back at her son, her consciousness began to dissolve under the weight of immense pain. With her last ounce of strength, she directed a desperate cry toward the deranged Pollux. "Pollux, I beg you, do not harm Sirius." This whisper, so faint that the four could scarcely hear it, resonated clearly within Pollus's heart. For he had slain his own aunt, the one who had cherished him dearly. Pollux emitted a bizarre and anguished howl. No. The entirety of Hogwarts was enveloped by a peculiar red hue, resonating with his cry. At that moment, Hogwarts seemed to have transcended into another realm, a world solely characterized by suffering. All combat ceased, and even the weaker wizards, lacking the fortitude of spirit, began to clutch their heads, releasing their own cries of torment. Those who remained standing wore expressions of agony, their faces drenched in sweat. This turmoil was merely a consequence of Pollus's unleashed magic and his wail. They gazed upon the red energy that had engulfed the battlefield, bound by Albus's formidable magical prowess, swirling and contorting as it relentlessly battered against its restraints, gradually expanding outward. The air around them appeared to shatter from the anguish as the two magical forces intersected. Driven to madness by Pollux's extreme provocation, Pollux did not awaken upon sensing the presence of family as he had before. After years apart, he did not recognize Sirius Black. All he could feel was the weight of his aunt's death in his hands. In that instant, his mind plunged into utter madness. He had unwittingly taken the life of his most cherished kin, shattering his world. In that fleeting moment, the pain obliterated his once unyielding resolve. For this conviction was shattered by his own hands. An unimaginable anguish filled his heart, a torment that transcended the boundaries of the Cruciatus curse. So pure that it instantaneously purified all emotions from his magic and mind. Only suffering remained, pure, unadulterated suffering. Nothing else existed. Were it not for the steadfast consciousness and spirit bestowed upon him by his otherworldly origins, he would have perished. This profound force was not of humanity. It belonged to the divine. Within the crimson energy, Pollux was devoid of thought, merely releasing the magic coursing through him. Magic that had been sacrificed by 50 followers and all the power bestowed by the shadow serpents within him. Even after a prolonged struggle, such energy could not be extinguished in an instant. "Albus, I never anticipated your demise would occur here," laughed Voldemort, drenched in sweat. As he clutched his wand within a dark shroud, he cast a mocking glance at Albus and the 4 stunned children he was protecting, before dismissing them entirely. Meanwhile, Albus wore an expression of grave concern as he observed the motionless Pollux, astonished that this child had endured to such an extent. It was remarkable that a being with emotions could reach such depths. He doubted any human could achieve this, not even the fanatics of the church. Indeed, as Voldemort has asserted, should things continue in this manner, he shall meet his demise here. The protective barrier formed by 5 individuals incurs a substantial drain, and the magical essence of Hogwarts must also safeguard those outside. However, the notion of sacrificing 4 children or abandoning those beyond the walls is a choice that Albus Dumbledore cannot fathom. He shall never make such a decision. Thus, he remains Albus Dumbledore, the esteemed headmaster revered by all. Having lost everything since that fateful day, he would even allow you to face death, provided you make the choice yourself. He has never coerced anyone into causing harm to another, even at the cost of his own existence. In stark contrast to Albus's solemnity, Voldemort, despite the rapid depletion of his powers, erupted into a maniacal laughter, his expression growing increasingly exhilarated. Is this the essence of pure magic? It is truly beautiful. This is the epitome of strength. After a moment's hesitation, recalling his immortality, a fervor flickered across Voldemort's face as he stretched out his unarmed hand towards the crimson magic that he had previously kept at bay. The ruthless being who could willingly split himself 6 times, who had survived the most lethal of curses, possessed an indomitable will. Yet, as he approached, he did not even make contact. Voldemort trembled and collapsed to his knees, the barrier barely holding. His countenance shifted dramatically. Trapped by such unadulterated magic, even with his Horcruxes, he could not survive. He lacked the certainty to retain his consciousness amidst this magical deluge. In this moment, Voldemort's true self would perish here. However, soon his expression seemed to descend into further madness. His eyes ablaze with a fervor that appeared ready to ignite, he incoherently proclaimed, "The power I have pursued my entire life, this is ultimate strength. Is this the power of my future? One day, I, the Dark Lord, shall wield such power. And my power is death. Albus Dumbledore, once you are dead, no one shall stop me. No one. Ha 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 ha. Yet Albus shall not perish. Even if he is now suppressed by that crimson magic, for the love he speaks of, intangible and unseen, endures within our lives." Rita clutched her collar, her eyes brimming with concern and tears. Stumbling forward, she approached the bound crimson magic. From the onset of the battle, she had remained at Hogwarts, quietly situated in the astronomy tower. Pollux was aware of Rita's feelings for Pollux. He understood that, apart from family, this girl was the sole key. It was merely his foolish grandson who remained oblivious. Rita, in her unwavering strength, consented to Pollux's invitation for the sake of Pollux. She was unwilling to lose Pollux, nor could she bear to witness him descend into darkness. With but a moment's hesitation, she joined Pollux's cold-blooded scheme, assuming the role of his confidant. Her feelings for Pollux had long since eclipsed her curiosity. She had made her decision long ago. She devoted her entire life to her dear Mr. Blake, even if that fool remained blissfully unaware. However, the arrival of 4 imbeciles and the unexpected demise of Woolbug seemed to suggest that her Mr. Blake was truly on the verge of departure this time. She could endure his indifference to everything, yet she could not bear to lose him. Her world could no longer exist without Mr. Blake. At times, the absence of a cherished individual indeed drains the world of its hues. Even if the sky remains blue, it loses its vibrancy. The lady with golden hair, adorned with red glasses and laden with memories of Mr. Blake, staggered through the all-consuming anguish without a shred of hesitation. The red magic vanished. It dissipated as she opened her arms. As Pollux beheld the golden-haired figure amidst the crimson enchantment, it vanished in an instant. "Pollux Black, you shall not escape me forever." Yet this time, she could never complete her utterance. The arms that embraced Pollux fell limply, and she closed her eyes with a smile, her golden-haired head succumbing to repose. "Miss Skit." Pollux held Rita in his arms, uncertain of what to say. For the first time, he felt the stirrings of love within him, yet it seemed to be too late. His Miss Beetle would no longer torment him, and the King of Suffering would not descend upon this world again. In moments of anguish, the image of Miss Beetle's smile would flash through his mind, that hope of her eternal companionship. He had learned for the first time to release his pain through tears. Albus observed Pollux embracing Rita and felt a flicker of regret. He had not anticipated that such a heart could harbor love. Perhaps he could attempt to trust him. However, while everyone stood frozen in place, the deranged Voldemort had long forgotten the essence of love. He transformed into a wisp of black smoke and descended beside Pollux, revealing a glimmer of a smile upon discovering his survival. He had not yet failed. The Dark Lord would rise again. "Pollux and his most loyal servants, we withdraw." Ha. 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 Though both sides were in dire straits, continuing the fight would not allow him to triumph over Dumbledore's faction. This stalemate pleased the Dark Lord immensely. Laughing heartily, Voldemort swiftly departed from Hogwarts. Rita had completely calmed Pollux, and with reluctance, he cast a glance at her smiling face, beseeching Albus with a tone of desperation. Miss Skitter is innocent. Her soul and body still endure. Headmaster Dumbledore, I implore you. That pure magical baptism. No. Pollux interrupted Dumbledore, pointing to his chest. Headmaster, love is the greatest magic, but I cannot forsake my grandfather. As long as he breathes, I cannot abandon him. Pollux. But recalling that the other would return to Voldemort's side in the impending events, and realizing he could not stop him now, Albus's expression turned complex. And he spoke in a chilling tone. Leave Miss Skitter and be gone. Turning away. He no longer glanced at Pollux and addressed the four behind him with a serious demeanor. You reckless fools. This war has not concluded as Barty Crouch envisioned. Not once. Yet he had still become a hero, though he had not attained the coveted position of Minister of Magic. It seemed that the ministerial role was eternally beyond his reach. Perhaps due to his previous affiliation with the Independent Party. At this juncture, the formidable Harold Minchum had risen to the occasion, becoming the new Minister of Magic. Yet no one believed he could lead the people out of darkness. Following the Battle of Hogwarts, Voldemort had taken nearly a third of the Ministry's personnel. And among those who remained, how many were his minions? The dawn of peace seems eternally elusive for this ancient land, much like what is foretold in the Prophets daily. The true mastermind, Tom Riddle, or Voldemort, lurks in the shadowy recesses as the Dark Lord. This architect of chaos, who orchestrated the war, now hides away once more. Although Voldemort's forces have been significantly weakened, he still commands a legion of followers, the Death Eaters, far surpassing those depicted in the original tales, and this power continues to linger in the darkness. Like a beast nursing its wounds, it fixates intently on the wizarding world, which has also been battered. Betrayal has not only afflicted Voldemort, but the Ministry of Magic teeters perilously on the brink of collapse amidst this treachery. The promised Pollux from Pollux has failed to materialize, retreating instead into the shadows, plunging the British wizarding community into a deeper abyss. Despite Albus Dumbledore, alongside Hogwarts and the Order of the Phoenix, forging a close alliance with the Ministry, the latter could not dismiss Dumbledore's goodwill this time. Nevertheless, they could not dispel the lingering shadows that clouded the wizards' hearts. The sole solace lies in the fact that Voldemort is no longer the same. The Battle of Hogwarts has driven him into utter madness. In his hidden lair, he has begun a frenzied purge of his own ranks, seeking more loyal and fanatical followers. More souls to augment his power, to bestow upon him a strength akin to that of a deity. Amidst this eerie atmosphere, the wizarding world encounters a semblance of peace following the outbreak of war, a tranquility amidst the tempest. London Bridge stands at the very spot where two once fished together. A trace of hesitation graced Pollus's face. After the cataclysmic battle, he took a considerable time to emerge from the abyss of losing his family. Having taken the life of his aunt, and the profound disappointment that left Rita in a state of slumber, he comprehended his grandfather's heartfelt intentions and forgave the elderly man, tormented by the dark mark that had nearly stripped him of his sanity. Yet, he found himself unable to sever ties with the only remaining kin by his side. To reach for the luminous hope that lay within his grasp remained an unattainable aspiration. Justice seemed eternally estranged from his existence. As flames ignited within his grasp, the letter painstakingly sent from America by Rodolphus was gradually consumed. Due to his notorious reputation, his family in America could only live under the cloak of anonymity. He was wed, indeed. Pollux recalled the images of Bella and Rodolphus from their days at school, yet the memories seemed to elude him, as if, just as Rita had said, the more one strives to remember, the more distant those recollections become. Gazing silently at the Thames, he was reminded of the fish that Rita had caught. Was it truly worth risking one's life for a creature whose existence was uncertain? My master, you are steeped in despair. That sentiment is all too familiar to me, whispered the specter hovering nearby, its voice raspy. After following you for so long, perhaps it is time to bestow upon you a name. Pollux cast a glance, self-mockery swirling within him. He never imagined that now he was accompanied solely by a Dementor. Although in the past, he had Rita, there had also been a throng of lunatics. Please, I beg you. The Dementor's voice quivered. Those who bore names, the pains, have all perished. I believe, to survive, to endure. Names are unnecessary. Indeed, all he desired was to persist. How delightful that is. The Dementor, unwilling to indulge in Pollus's musings, sought refuge once more within the dark mark upon his left arm. This mark held little sway over Pollux, a truth recognized by both him and the Dark Lord. Yet their relationship had grown curiously intricate. Pollux harbored a profound animosity towards Voldemort, who, in turn, had ceased to trust him and rarely reached out. Their connection was tenuous, bound solely by the Pollux that Voldemort wielded. Unlike in the past, Voldemort no longer urged Pollux forward. Perhaps the whip had lost its potency, or he was now solely consumed by a fervor for slaughter and the augmentation of his own power. Suddenly, a youthful figure appeared beside Pollux, kneeling with a tremulous voice. Addressing the esteemed Death Eater with utmost respect, "My Lord Black, I bring you a letter from the Dark Lord. Please inform him that I am aware." Pollux took the letter and cast a glance at young Barty Crouch. He could not fathom why this bright and talented child had fled from Hogwarts to become a Death Eater, aligning himself with the very same lunatics who once followed him. Now fervently devoted to Voldemort, he did not wish to delve deeper into the matter, for he understood that those who were most unhinged often harbor sorrowful tales behind their madness. Perhaps young Barty was no exception. Sensing the continued respect emanating from Barty, Pollux waved his hand dismissively. "You may leave now." "As you wish, Lord Black," replied Barty, disappearing from sight. After a brief moment of hesitation, Pollux cast the letter into the river. Enlightened by his education under Pollux's guidance, he had come to a realization. The current Voldemort held no authority over him. Pollux was merely a rope binding him to the Dark Lord. With Rita in a deep slumber under Ariana's watch at Hogwarts and Bella hiding in America, Voldemort, tethered only to Pollux, posed no threat to Pollux. In fact, Voldemort now appeared more compliant to Pollux than to his own grandfather, and Pollux, having witnessed the King of Pain, was disinclined to confront that terrifying figure, at least not at this moment. As for the fact that he had been eternally sealed by Rita's love, Pollux himself remained uncertain. Rising to his feet, he cast one last lingering glance at the seemingly occupied seat before departing. The dormant Voldemort was finally preparing to act, and he too felt the urge to make a move. The conflict between Voldemort and Albus held no interest for him. He abhorred violence and preferred to remain uninvolved. However, today marked the graduation of his cousin, Sirius Black. He held no fondness for that dim-witted child, yet he could not forget the pleading eyes of Walburga. He was determined not to allow Voldemort to gain yet another pawn to manipulate him. In Hogsmeade, at the Hogshead Inn, it had been 12 years since Pollux last sought out Albus here. The exterior remained as repugnant as ever, the bloody pig's head still hanging ominously, casting an unsettling aura. Due to Ariana, Albus had ceased to manage this place, yet the enchanted pig's head remained. Outsiders might think it merely a quirky obsession of Albus, but perhaps it signified something deeper, a perpetual reminder of Albus Dumbledore for him. Even with Ariana resurrected, he could not absolve her past actions. Sally Ann, the librarian of Hogwarts, was not truly the Ariana of yore. This pig's head and the sign must not be removed, was Albus's stern warning to all members of the Order of the Phoenix. The bar, now merely a name, has shed its former identity as a gathering place for all manner of wizards, once filthy and reeking of foulness. If one overlooks the pig's head, it has transformed into the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix, now filled with warmth, hope, and light, alongside a group of individuals dedicated to the pursuit of justice. Particularly today, it welcomed 5 new members, daring souls prepared to combat the darkness of this age, some of whom have even bravely faced the Dark Lord himself. Few can traverse the path from darkness to light, and even fewer would willingly step into the shadows guided by illumination. Although Albus felt a surge of anger at the foolishness of the four, he could not overlook their loyalty, friendship, and courage in the face of darkness. After all, young people are prone to errors, especially Gryffindors. Under the sage guidance of Albus, the four set aside their negative emotions and recognized their true adversaries, their foolish impulsiveness, and the 2 Dark Lords, Voldemort and Pollux, whom they must conquer. Welcome our new members, a few young souls brimming with righteousness. Alastair Moody raised his goblet amidst a throng of Order members, joyfully greeting the newcomers. He relished the arrival of more allies, particularly youth standing by his side against the encroaching darkness, while Albus busied himself at the Ministry of Magic. Aberforth remained indifferent at Hogwarts, leaving the management of the Order largely in his hands. As for the Order's identity and duties, the Ministry remained in a state of semi-paralysis, with its members embroiled in fierce internal conflicts. Without Albus, merely holding it together was an achievement. This has rendered the Order significantly stronger than in the original tale. Indeed, the Hogshead was nearing capacity. Cheers to the future of the wizarding world, to Dumbledore, to the impending downfall of Voldemort, and Pollux. James, Remus, Sirius, Peter, and even Lily raised their glasses in joyous laughter. Several righteous young individuals, fresh from their graduation, had received Albus's invitation and joined the Order on their very graduation day. This lively welcome ceremony had the newly minted graduates enveloped in excitement, perhaps due to the respite from Voldemort's reign of terror over the past 2 years. The atmosphere in the bar today was indeed vibrant. You noticed a solemn member entering the bar, making their way to Alastor's side to whisper urgently, "Moody, another attack. Death Eaters? Just those rats lurking in the shadows." With a slight intoxication, Alastor surveyed the surroundings with his 2 intact eyes. "What makes you so anxious about a few rodents? Is it grave?" He had grown accustomed to such small-scale attacks, which had been a recurring occurrence for the past 2 years. However, this time felt different. It was not far from Hogsmeade, and the expressions of the newcomers were notably grave. The scale of this incident was substantial, to the extent that nearby muggles had witnessed the noseless figure. Aratos's face lost much of its color as he pulled the visitor into a quieter corner. "Approximately how many?" "About 30. It's a muggle village." He contemplated summoning the nearby Aurors, but hesitated, feeling somewhat uncertain about the current state of the Ministry of Magic. He waved to a few members of the Order of the Phoenix to relay the situation. "You go inform Dumbledore. We will investigate." "Just the 4 of us?" Captain Moody inquired. "It's nothing. We're merely checking things out. Days like today are rare, so let us not alarm anyone. The Aurors from the Ministry should also be on their way. There shouldn't be any issues." With that, Aratos departed the bustling Hogshead Inn with a few companions. Employing their 2 legs, the patrons remained oblivious to their exit as the welcoming gathering soon concluded. The atmosphere was tense, and now was not the time for drunken revelry. With the members occupied, after most had left, a somewhat inebriated quartet began to dance in the now empty bar, under Lily's watchful gaze, dreaming of their future heroic exploits. Suddenly, a flash of light shot into the sky, capturing the attention of Lily and the other members of the Order. "James, Remus, look over there." "Is that Captain Moody's signal?" "Quickly, where's my wand?" "Here it is." "Young ones, stay here. We must go." In an instant, several members of the Order vanished from the bar. The remaining 5 exchanged glances, and upon seeing their expressions, a small figure spoke up, "James, I think we should stay." Though his voice was barely audible, the others paid him no heed. "Friends, did we not join the Order to fight for justice?" James declared with resolute determination, tightening his grip on his wand, reassuring the somewhat anxious Lily, "We are going to help. Don't worry, many Aurors will rush to the scene." "All right, but I want to go too. Let us move." After a moment's hesitation, James decided to bring Lily along, subtly indicating to Sirius and Remus to prioritize her protection. The 2 understood immediately and nodded in agreement. Sirius felt a surge of excitement even greater than James. He was finally going to confront those accursed Death Eaters, though he wondered if he would encounter that wretched individual. In a village not far from here, Voldemort perched atop a mound of corpses, idly toying with his wand while casting his blood-red gaze upon the members of the Order of the Phoenix, who were valiantly battling the Death Eaters. He fixed his stare on the leader, Alastor. Would that child, Sirius Black, come? As Alastor's signal gradually faded from the sky, the quartet found themselves excluded from the confrontation they so desired, and Voldemort awaited a visitor who never arrived. It seemed that even in his madness, Voldemort retained his cunning. He had yet to make a direct assault on the headquarters of the Order. Observing the swarm of Order members, he inwardly scoffed. A shadowy serpent, ensnared in the branches of a distant tree, transformed into the likeness of Pollux. With a flicker of apparition, he materialized within the Hogshead Inn, seizing James's wand just as he prepared to disapparate. From his sleeves, several shadowy serpents slithered forth, swiftly coiling around James's hands and neck. "Pollux." The others barely had time to utter his name before falling silent. In the midst of their horrified gazes, Pollux raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence, while the serpents constricting James revealed their long, venomous fangs. Having executed countless assassinations, Pollux deftly hurled a dozen shadowy serpents toward the group. "Now, please do not resist. It would put me in a most uncomfortable position, for my companions are rather fierce." "Ah, Lily." James's mouth was ensnared by the serpents, rendering him voiceless. Lily, in a panic, covered her mouth, anxiously observing James, striving to ignore the chilling sensation of the serpents winding around her. She harbored a deep aversion to dark magic, and even more so to snakes. Remus seized Sirius's trembling hand, attempting to calm him, and quietly inquired, "What do you intend to do, Lord Black?" Bang! With a swift gesture, Pollux unleashed a piercing curse that shattered the newly renovated bar counter, toppling the concealed guard within. The guard, with a flick of his tongue, pondered whether I could perceive sense. Such a foolish being. Yet now, we might be entangled in a predicament. Contemplating the imminent mission, Pollux approached Sirius and firmly grasped his hand. Release Sirius. The trio, undeterred by the encroaching shadow serpents coiling around them, fervently aimed their wands at Pollux. Even the diminutive star raised his wand, albeit with less conviction than the others. Let me go, you fiend. Murderer. Do not harm them. Sirius struggled against Pollus's icy grip. How amusing it is that the weak so readily disregard their own lives. As the shadow serpents exerted their strength, the wands of the group slipped from their fingers, hesitating momentarily. The wands soared away. Seizing their wands and the shadow serpents binding them, Pollux vanished from the hog's head, taking Sirius with him, leaving behind but a parting remark. This address. In half an hour, your friend will come, along with the wands. How could this happen? James exclaimed, slamming his fist onto the nearby table, frustration boiling within him. After 2 arduous years of diligent study, he found himself still so powerless, helplessly witnessing the abduction of his dearest friend. There was nothing he could do. The enemy's disapparation had left him no time to react. James. Lily approached him, concern etched across her face, mirroring his own anxiety. Yet she offered a comforting tone. Sirius is, after all, Mr. Black's cousin. It was merely an error. You do not understand. That demon is a madman. Lily. You have no idea. Potter. You all go to the school to find Aberforth. I will pursue Pollux. Remus interrupted James. Having noticed the figure on the ground still clutching a wand, he picked it up and gave it a shake. It will suffice. Just as he was about to cast disapparation, James grasped the wand firmly. Give it to me. You, Lily, and the little star go to the school and find someone. No, Potter, Lily. I am the strongest among us. I possess the invisibility cloak. James's calm and resolute demeanor nearly swayed Remus, yet he hesitated, feeling it was unwise. Then let us go together. Miss Evans, Peter, please notify Aberforth at the school. James, Lupin. Lily glanced anxiously at the group. Her lips parted as if to speak, but found no words. She nodded and hurried out. I will lead. Hold on to me. James took the wand and handed the invisibility cloak to Remus. In a secluded spot on a small hill behind the Black family manor, there lay the Black family cemetery. A modest area imbued with numerous concealed spells and protective enchantments. You lunatic. Where is this? The struggling Sirius cast a glance around, and then his gaze fixated on 2 adjacent gravestones. The familiar names inscribed upon them left him momentarily stunned. Snap! With a fierce slap, Pollux sent 3 of his opponent's teeth flying, causing Sirius to collapse onto the ground. He then kicked him towards the gravestone of his parents. A flicker of emotion finally crossed his icy visage. I am sorry, Aunt. As Sirius struggled to rise, tears streaming down his face, he opened his bloodied mouth. His expression twisted in rage as he charged towards Pollux, shouting in a voice laden with fury, Demon, you are unworthy to see my mother. I will kill you. You are far too weak. Do you not realize you are courting death? Bam! Pollux drew forth Walburga's wand, unleashing a surge of magic that struck Sirius directly, causing him to crash violently into a great tree, dislodging leaves in a cascade. The Cruciatus Curse. Aimed at the unconscious Sirius, it was cast with precision, inducing a state of euphoric agony that left him teetering on the edge of consciousness without succumbing to oblivion. Indeed, it was I who brought about the demise of your parents, and it was by my own hand that your mother met her end. Pollux approached Sirius, seizing the wand from his grasp, casting a disdainful glance at his immobile adversary, rendered helpless by the excruciating curse. He scrutinized the wand in his possession, then coldly remarked, A fine wand indeed, loyal, virtuous, courageous, quite commendable. A fierce flame ignited in his hand, reducing Sirius's wand to mere ashes. He then bent down to place Walburga's wand upon the motionless figure before him. Yet this is not the wand befitting a Black. A wand does not justify your denial of the Black name. He fixated on his opponent's eyes until that seething glare began to waver. Remember this, young man. Even if I cast you out from the family, you are unworthy of the name Black. Pollux forcefully jabbed his finger into the chest of Sirius, his fingertip making contact with the very heart. Yet, the emotions you harbor for them pale in comparison to those you have for your so-called friends. Crack. 3 more teeth went flying. Those were your family, the ones who granted you life. It was your mother who perished in her quest to protect you. Another slap. 3 more teeth lost. I was the one who caused your father's demise, who killed your mother, but they all sacrificed themselves for the sake of Black. Pollux ceased his assault, realizing that if he continued, there would be no teeth left. When will you come to your senses? Or are you waiting to kill me before you can leave this place? Before Sirius. He snapped the wands of James and his companions and forcefully thrust them into Sirius's bloodied mouth, now lacking several teeth. If you perish, flee, or lose your sanity, I will methodically tear them apart, one by one, right before your eyes and feed them to you." Standing tall, he summoned the Dementors, gazing at Sirius, who was half dead, his eyes vacant and tears streaming down his face. He tossed a vial of potion and set down a large bag of food. "Ensure he consumes it. Do not let him die. Remember to care for him, as long as he doesn't go mad or die. I trust you comprehend my intentions." The Dementor glanced at the pitiful sight of Sirius and obediently nodded. "Oh, and if anyone approaches this location, notify me immediately." Pollux contemplated the situation. Casting a shadowy serpent and gesturing toward the Dementor, he spoke to Sirius. "If the two of them perish, your friend shall not survive either. I assure you." Even Merlin cannot intervene. Left with the semblance of having endured a vivid dream, the despondent Sirius departed from that place. He could disregard others, but he would never neglect the son bequeathed by his aunt. While she may hesitate, Pollux certainly would not. The recent injury was trivial to a wizard. That piercing curse had once been more potent than his own spells at the age of 9. Sirius Black, allowing the nearby Dementor to cautiously extract his wand, administer potions, and tend to his wounds, remained utterly indifferent to the chilling despair emanating from the creature. He merely stared blankly at his mother-esque gravestone. Having prematurely entered his life in Azkaban, now receiving one-on-one service from that astute Dementor, he could no longer rely on his animagus form to pass the days. After a short while, Pollux recalled something and returned to the cemetery, retrieving his saliva-stained wand from the ground before departing. In his fury, he had shattered the wands of 4 individuals, forgetting that he needed to return his wand and meet James. He was not coveting the invisibility cloak. One must possess a modicum of integrity, even if the other party did not believe him. With the senses of a serpent, the 2 invisible figures approached, resembling a jest. And before he could utter a word, a wand pressed against Pollux from behind. "Mr. Aberforth, would you kindly lower your wand? You know you cannot harm me. I am merely here to protect those 2 children." Aberforth's expression turned grave. Upon receiving Lily's notification, he had rushed over, and before locating James, he had encountered Pollux. In a confrontation, he and the rational Pollux would be evenly matched, yet his opponent possessed immortality. "Potter, Lupin, you must leave at once." Hearing Aberforth's command, James revealed himself, gripping his wand firmly and aiming it at Pollux. Remus also picked up a brick. "Mr. Dumbledore, he has taken Sirius. We will not depart." Pollux slowly withdrew the shattered wands of the 4 and cast them to the ground. "I have merely come to return the wands, Sirius. According to Eastern customs, one must observe a period of mourning for 7 years. Moreover, this is a matter pertaining to the Black family." The British wizards were oblivious to such traditions, especially James. Contemplating the imprisonment of Sirius and gazing upon the broken wands, particularly Lily's, a surge of fervor flooded his mind, overwhelming his intellect. Disarm. The incantation bore a striking resemblance to that of his son. Remus's brick soared through the air. Petrificus totalis. Upon witnessing the conflict erupt, Aberforth swiftly cast his spell, rushing to shield the 2 children, as the aurors accompanying him appeared in swift succession. The petrified Pollux was struck by the disarming spell, sending him hurtling to the ground. Remus's brick, arriving fashionably late, struck him upon the head. After the Ministry of Magic lifted the prohibition on the unforgivable curses, the aurors unleashed the killing curse and other spells upon the fallen Pollux. The ground beneath Pollux transformed into a colossal serpent's head, enveloping him in a protective embrace. Following a tumultuous assault cloaked in dust, the serpent's head reverted to its original form as floor tiles, and Pollux, now in another body, cast a dark glance at the few individuals present. Irritated by the brick thrown by Remus, he sneered, "Is this all the company you bring? Do you wish to engage in combat, Aberforth?" Due to internal issues within the Ministry of Magic, only a handful of aurors had arrived this time. A stark contrast to the usual gatherings of 50 or even 100. Observing that his adversary showed no intent to strike, Pollux glanced at the dark mark glowing on his hand, hesitated for a moment, and then vanished. In an unknown cave, he addressed Voldemort with an icy tone. "Voldemort, have you forgotten our previous agreement? I shall not assist you, nor will I aid Aberforth. Why have you summoned me? Pollux, how dare you treat me thus?" Before the speaker could finish, he collapsed under Pollux's Cruciatus curse. "Ah, the Cruciatus curse, how nostalgically familiar it is. I brought you here to convey a message," Voldemort remarked, unfazed by the demise of his subordinate, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded Pollux. "You have taken Sirius away? Splendid. But do you recall Rita? That brave young girl." "What do you mean?" Pollux interrupted his opponent. Yet soon considered that Rita was under the watch of Albus and accompanied by Ariana, Thus Voldemort lacked the capacity to inflict harm upon her. Rather than speaking further, he mockingly observed what tricks his adversary was attempting to play. Voldemort, far from exhibiting anger, clapped his hands in delight. Albus has deceived you, Pollux. Allow me to present someone. Severus Snape. Step forth. Severus? Under Pollus's dubious gaze, a familiar tall and gaunt figure, clad in black robes, emerged from the shadows, respectfully bowing to Voldemort. The Dark Lord's prior attack had not drawn serious, and while he was driven away by Albus, he encountered this adept in dark magic. Yearning for power and filled with resentment on his way back, Severus, lost and uncertain of his path after graduation, was ensnared by Voldemort, who unexpectedly uncovered a significant secret, a means to regain control over Pollux. Severus, repeat to Pollux the words you spoke earlier. At that moment, Severus, consumed by his desire for power through dark magic to alter his fate, remained oblivious to the irrevocable path he had chosen. Voldemort would grant him no power. Even if promises were made, had it not been for his remarkable talent in potion-making, his soul would have already been deemed a delicacy by the Dark Lord. At your command, my lord. Severus respectfully replied to Voldemort, turning to Pollux with equal deference. Lord Black, it is as follows. Severus commenced recounting what he had witnessed and learned regarding Rita during their time at school. Due to his exceptional prowess in potion-making, he had been assisting Horace Slughorn in concocting and researching potions, even surpassing his mentor in certain respects. Following the Battle of Hogwarts, Rita, due to her unique status, was retained by Albus Dumbledore at Hogwarts for treatment. From that point onward, the Potions Master's office became a hub for researching new potions. Although Albus had not invited Severus to study treatment methods, his extraordinary talent had led him to deduce the intended recipient of the potions. Rita's thwarting of the Pain King's heroic acts was no secret. Initially, the potion was merely aimed at healing the debilitating Cruciatus curse, but it grew increasingly complex, signifying that Rita's condition was deteriorating. It was only before Severus's graduation that her state stabilized. However, this stabilization did not equate to her recovery. With Severus's aptitude, he could effortlessly deduce Rita's symptoms through the potions. As he narrated, the intensity of Pollus's gaze bore down upon him, making it nearly impossible to breathe, prompting Severus to hastily add, Madame Skeeter's soul and body remain unaffected under the potion stabilization, but Pollux closed his eyes, no longer gazing at Severus, fearing he might be unable to restrain himself from causing harm. Continue. However, her consciousness had completely vanished. Mrs. Skit's current state was dire. Voldemort materialized before Severus, seizing Pollus's hand to shield Severus behind him. Mr. Snape, step aside. Paul looked at Severus, who hurriedly sought refuge in the shadows, his eyes aflame with fury as he turned his gaze upon Voldemort, drawing his wand and pointing it defiantly at his adversary. Tom Riddle, allow that wretched boy to finish his words. Voldemort gently brushed aside Paul's wand, displaying no trace of anger at the utterance of his name. Instead, he smiled and remarked, Paul, do not be so agitated. Miss Skitter's consciousness has merely ventured to a rather unique realm. What do you mean? Pollux exhibited a sense of restraint, casting a wary and irate gaze upon his counterpart. I was present at that moment, and am aware that Miss Skeeter is a woman deserving of admiration. If Hogwarts had not been graced by the presence of her ghost, then only one possibility could exist. The ever-aspiring Voldemort, who yearned for immortality, conducted an exhaustive study of all texts pertaining to death. Not only those authored by wizards but also those penned by muggles. In this realm, he is indeed a master. His breadth of knowledge far surpasses that of Pollux, who has merely studied for 20 years and possesses only average talent. Pollux also sheathed his wand, casting a frosty gaze towards Voldemort. What could this possibly mean? She has entered the Vale of Shadows, a liminal realm between life and death, existing within the human consciousness. What does this imply? Rita, I am certain that Skit must be there. Pollux, though I may not comprehend love, I firmly believe she will await you there for eternity. For you, like me, shall never succumb to death. Voldemort's smile grew increasingly sinister, almost vocalizing his delight. Miss Skit will undoubtedly wait for you forever. And I, the great Dark Lord, can bring her back to you. I trust you are aware of my prowess in this regard, are you not? He stood tall and proud, raising his head to look down upon Pollux, extending a hand towards him. Pollux, I require only your loyalty. Return to my embrace, my most devoted servant. It is my honor, great Dark Lord. Paul disregarded Voldemort's outstretched hand, casting a glance at him before turning away. He intended to seek Albus to confirm this matter. As Paul departed, Voldemort erupted into a maniacal laughter under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Servants, prepare for battle. Tomorrow. Ha ha ha. He had secured two of the most formidable wizards in the British wizarding world. If Dumbledore did not release his old ally, Voldemort was filled with absolute confidence. The Dark Lord would truly reign supreme this time. Innocent men may bear the burden of guilt. Neither the Black family nor Paul was at fault. For as long as there is enough power, one can never truly remain an outsider. Not everyone possesses the fortitude of Albus Dumbledore, who bravely forges through adversity to embrace the light. The Riverside restaurant, the very same where he dined with Rita for the first time. By reaching out to Ariana, Paul arranged a meeting with Albus, though he could not fathom why he had chosen this particular establishment once more. Perhaps it was due to their shared discourse concerning Rita. Paul sat face to face with Albus, who was clad in Muggle attire. Albus's outfit appeared somewhat peculiar, as his advanced age rendered the attire ill-fitting on his tall frame. However, Paul's thoughts were not occupied with his companion's appearance. He was the first to break the silence. Headmaster Dumbledore, is Rita truly lost in the Vale of Shadows? Paul hesitated, not wishing to utter the last few words, falling into a contemplative silence as he gazed at Albus. That girl is remarkably strong. Paul, do not wander further down this path. Once more. Headmaster Dumbledore, can she return? Pollux halted Albus's words, calmly gazing into his companion's blue, wise eyes, while his own dark eyes radiated unwavering determination. If you can, will you bring her back? If you can, I will agree to your request. Without the need for further words, Albus comprehended Pollus's intent. Perhaps he had understood it long before. The two men remained in silent contemplation, one clad in black, the other in white, one exuding tranquility and resolve, the other embodying wisdom and benevolence. Albus wrestled with the desire to deceive his counterpart. Yet he found himself incapable of doing so. Every individual should possess the right to choose, even if that individual is the mightiest of wizards, capable of altering the past, of having family, of experiencing love, yet he was bereft of such blessings. The world devoid of lineage, status, or hierarchy, the essence of equality, was his lifelong pursuit. Today, he remained, as he had in the past, unable to utter a single lie that would lead Pollux to forfeit his beloved, his family, even if it could save the world. They lingered in silence for an extended period until Albus lifted a small spoon, savoring a bite of the dessert before him. Her consciousness was indeed lost within a hazy illusion. There was a possibility of bringing her back, yet he felt powerless. Albus's gaze grew cold. Understanding both Voldemort and Pollux, he foresaw the impending events and spoke with gravity. Pollux, including Rita, does not wish for you to continue down this path. They have sacrificed everything, all to prevent you from descending into slaughter and darkness. Pollux Black, do not believe Voldemort's words. He is deceiving you. He cannot bring Rita back. That is a lie. Prove this to me. The ethereal illusion, a gateway to death, exists independently within the hearts of all. Rita, that child, remains there because of her love and longing for you. I do not know what Thomas told you. Because of this love, only you can enter Rita's dreamlike state. Miss Skit's heart can only perceive what you can see. How do I enter? But you cannot. Albus lowered his gaze to the dessert on the table, then looked back at Pollux, his heart heavy and voice slow. During my time at Hogwarts, I encountered that which resides within your heart. That unwavering, frenzied consciousness filled with anguish will not lead you to death. What do you mean? Pollux expressed a hint of surprise. Because you have birthed a demon. You are alive now because you can still suppress it. But when you die, or become lost in madness, that demon will awaken. Albus regarded Pollux with a grave intensity, his tone tinged with anger. For that demon is you. It will not perish, but will dissipate only after consuming all that constitutes your existence, your magic, your body, your consciousness. Pollux, while your heart still harbors love, extinguish it. Do not allow it to persist any longer. While you have yet to descend into complete madness. Pollux was taken aback, as a thread of magic coalesced in his hand. His gaze fixed in contemplation. Albus was indeed correct. Without relinquishing his own magical essence, he could not traverse the beguiling illusion. It was so malevolent, tormenting, dark, and resolute. Yet, this was his essence, was it not? His own magic and consciousness. To forsake it would be tantamount to renouncing all his power. Without that power, could he survive to bring Rita back? What would become of Pollux and his family in America? What fate awaited the Black family without strength? As the faces of those who perished for the sake of the Blacks emerged one by one in Pollus's mind, a profound sense of urgency enveloped him. Pollux silently spoke to himself, Rita, I am sorry. Wait for me. Mr. Black will surely be with you forever. Dumbledore. I am willing to believe in Voldemort's lies, the very lie that embodies the hope I cannot relinquish. Farewell, my headmaster. As Pollux rose to depart, he glanced back at Dumbledore, observing the increasingly aged figure who bore the weight of the entire wizarding world. A twinge of compassion and a sense of decline stirred within him. He recalled Rita's words to him and hesitated momentarily before softly uttering, "You are a great man, but this world is not solely yours. Albus Dumbledore, have you ever considered your own self? More wise, more gifted, and more powerful than Pollux." He instantly grasped the essence of the other's meaning. Albus stared blankly at the cake before him. The contrast between them was stark. Albus cared for the entire world, while Pollux prioritized his family. Apart from their differing magical abilities, philosophies, and ages, they were remarkably similar individuals. Essentially, aside from a few disparate preferences, their personalities bore a striking resemblance. Voldemort understood that the promise of bringing Rita back was inconsequential. Miss Beadle had long since become someone he could not forsake, regardless of whether he loved her or not. The timely arrival of Pollux was entirely expected. History, after all, is often subject to astonishing revisions, is it not? For those who lived during that era, all but Pollux were fated to their destinies. The power of his mere fluttering wings remains insufficient to alter the course of history. No one could foresee that, having lost Lily, Severus Snape would descend into darkness. A chilling war was upon them, when the Dark Lord emerged from the shadows. Accompanied by his Death Eaters and Pollux, he had already witnessed the might of the King of Pain and succumbed to madness. Fixated on a singular thought, he must seize the power that only he, Voldemort, was worthy to possess, the power of death. The threat to the wizarding community in Britain had transcended mere suffering. It had become an omnipresent specter of death. After 2 years of silence, the Dark Lord returned, solely intent on endless slaughter, leading to a drastic reduction of the wizarding population by half within a mere 3 months. The death toll surpassed that of the preceding 8 years of war. Voldemort sought to harness countless souls and innocent lives through his killing curse, aspiring to reach the level of devastation witnessed during the Battle of Hogwarts, the very pinnacle of power he craved. As the entire wizarding world was shrouded in the Dark Lord's carnage, John Brown, bearing a face marred and expressionless from the flames, sought out the second-in-command among the Death Eaters. Cradled in his arms was a lovely infant, the child of the former Minister of Magic and now a Death Eater, Eugenia Jenkins. Named Jenkins Brown, he had found Pollux. John had located Pollux and began recounting his tale. It all began with the fateful encounter between John Brown and Pollux. He had approached with a heart resigned to death, hoping to wash away the shame of his betrayal with his own demise. However, due to Pollux's mercy, he survived. Upon awakening from the brink of death, the first sight that greeted him was Eugenia, the minister who held immense significance in his life, the very one who had led him to betray his honor. This treachery shattered his sense of justice but also earned him the minister's trust. Within John, a resolve to live took root. Many who have brushed against death find themselves lacking the courage to confront it once more, despite John's former affiliation with Gryffindor. Under Eugenia's protection, he evaded all scrutiny from the Ministry of Magic, eventually becoming the leader of the Aurors squad responsible for safeguarding the Minister of Magic. He refrained from using magic to restore his visage, marred and grotesque from the flames, not because he could not, but because he did not wish to. He believed that this was the visage he deserved, a reflection of his own twisted and ugly heart. He felt unworthy of being a Gryffindor, unworthy of life itself. Yet, deep within every soul lies a lingering tenacity. Even in such a transformed state, John remained steadfastly by Eugenia's side. Powerless as he witnessed his minister gradually succumb to Voldemort's embrace and descend into darkness, he found himself incapable of intervening, lacking both the wisdom and magical prowess to do so. Fueled by a profound hatred and fury towards Voldemort, the resolute John silently accompanied Eugenia. During the onset of the Battle of Hogwarts, when Voldemort, enraged by betrayal, unexpectedly spared Eugenia from sacrifice, John, as the head Auror tasked with protecting the Minister of Magic, dutifully ensured her safety and valiantly escorted her from the battlefield. Upon their escape, his immediate destination was St. Mungo's. From that fateful day onward, Eugenia lost everything: her reputation, status, power, and wealth. Without John, she would have been incapable of even walking. Eugenia could never endure life as grotesquely as John did. Upon awakening, she questioned John with the fervor of a madwoman, demanding to know why he had allowed her to survive. Yet, John replied with calm simplicity, "For your child." The innocent child. Thus, the once prominent Minister of Magic, Eugenia Jenkins, continued to live, despite having lost everything, uncertain of how to confront her new reality. She ultimately sealed her heart away, surviving solely on the instinct of motherhood. In the subsequent days, amidst the purges of the ministry, John consistently sheltered Eugenia, relying on their former connections to evade capture for 2 years. However, with Voldemort and his Death Eaters re-emerging, the wizarding community in Britain found itself devoid of safe havens. Neither belonging to the Ministry nor the Death Eaters, Eugenia's dark mark had mysteriously vanished after leaving Hogwarts. John had never contemplated returning Eugenia to Voldemort's service. He would never allow his minister to fall back into the hands of that Dark Lord. In desperation, he resorted to old methods and reached out to Pollux, within that dilapidated little shack. Thus concluded John's narrative. Pollux gazed at John and the infant cradled in his arms. After listening to John's narrative, he inquired, "What brings you to me? Or rather, why have you sought me out?" "Blake, in the beginning, I harbored immense resentment towards you and never contemplated seeking your presence." John replied, his expression devoid of any discernible emotion, merely beseeching with his gaze. "Yet, having transformed into what I am now, I have begun to comprehend your perspective." He gently unveiled the cloth concealing the child's visage, revealing an innocent face, the little one peacefully slumbering in John's embrace. "This is my child with Eugenia, Jenkins Brown." As Pollux observed John, he felt a stirring within, moved by the man's unwavering devotion to Eugenia. It momentarily reminded him of the bond he once shared with Miss Beadle. However, upon discerning the baby's features, Pollux could not suppress his inner critique. "I cannot believe this. This strikingly handsome visage bears no resemblance to you, John. Jenkins Brown? This is clearly Jenkins Riddle." John, evidently aware of this incongruity, glanced at the child and then back at Pollux. He knelt before him, adopting a humble tone as he implored, "This child is innocent. He deserves a radiant future, not a fate like ours. I beseech you, Mr. Blake, grant him a chance to leave this place." Pollux hesitated for a moment, gently patting the other man's shoulder, ultimately deciding to assist John. He recalled the numerous followers who had perished for him, each with their own poignant tale. Perhaps in an effort to atone for their sacrifices, Pollux agreed to help, with no intention of using the child as leverage against Voldemort. In his eyes, the child's father had lost his sanity. "I promise you, Mr. Brown, you shall be a wonderful father and husband," he added, observing John's tearful gratitude, "and take Eugenia with you as well." He produced the ship ticket that Rita had purchased at great expense 3 years prior, along with a pass from the International Confederation of Wizards, handing them to John. However, he was not John, and had not departed England with Rita. "Regrettably, I can make no use of this. Take good care of Eugenia." He left without a single galleon, for young Mr. Black was now quite destitute. Without uttering another word, Pollux departed, feeling a twinge of envy towards John, but more so a profound pity, as if he saw Rita reflected in him, and perhaps even a glimpse of himself. The memories of Rita stirred by John, Pollux wandered the streets of London, filled with contemplation. Would Harry Potter ever be born, and could that little fellow truly vanquish Voldemort? Now, in the depths of despair, Pollux could only wait for this indomitable boy, the savior, to rescue him. Awakening Rita, even Voldemort might truly be capable of such a feat. Pollux, too, harbored no belief that the other would assist him, and even if he were willing, he lacked trust in the individual, for at present, that man was a lunatic. Pollux found himself devoid of the power to intimidate the Dark Lord, nor did he anticipate any aid from him. With knowledge of his future self, he could only place his hopes in Harry, who might truly emerge and vanquish the foe. However, that would only transpire once the other lost his primary essence and corporeal form. Moreover, there was also Jenkins Riddle to consider. Perhaps, at that juncture, Voldemort, as a father, would regain his sanity and heed his words. Yet, for reasons unknown, the memories of his past life seemed to grow increasingly hazy, almost as if he were on the verge of forgetting them entirely. In the early months of 1980, more than a year had passed since the Dark Lord emerged from the shadows alongside his Death Eaters. The wizarding community in Britain resembled a being on the brink of death, devoid of any vitality. Not even the Christmas season could coax a smile back onto the faces of the people. In just 1 year's time, nearly 4,000 wizards had departed from this world forever. Yet, at long last, the fabled prophecy, the prophecy that foretold the salvation of the world, had finally made its appearance. What is a prophecy, if not a declaration regarding the future and fate? From the past to the present, all things undergo unknown transformations. Yet these changes follow a certain order, much like a falling apple, which may strike the ground or land upon Newton. Its descent is preordained while still suspended in the air. This encapsulates the essence of prophecy. To render an accurate prophecy for the British wizarding world necessitates a wealth of information and wisdom. Otherwise, it remains merely conjecture, akin to a muggle's prideful supercomputer, which cannot even reliably predict the weather. Nevertheless, we possess magic, do we not? In the realm of sorcery, there exist wizards adept in peculiar magics, with the extraordinary gift of foresight being one of the most remarkable talents. Most of them, burdened by this gift, often find their minds slightly unhinged, as this strange power grants them insights beyond the comprehension of the wizarding consciousness. Consequently, seers often appear more like charlatans than oracles. Sybil Trelawney is such a seer, and she stands as the most distinguished and gifted among them. Unbeknownst to her, her abilities would transform the entire British wizarding world. Sybil naively believed that with sufficient effort, anyone could master her unique skill, which led her to teach divination at Hogwarts. Perhaps she hoped that more individuals would come to understand her, much like Albus Dumbledore did. Yet, not everyone possesses the wisdom of Albus that enables them to grasp Sybil's otherworldly abilities, which render her so peculiar. At Hogwarts, Sybil rushed out of her office, her wild, unruly hair cascading about her, her eyes heavy with an indescribable weight, dressed in her favorite eccentric attire. Stumbling through the intricate staircases of Hogwarts with an expression of sheer terror, she hurried to the headmaster's office on the 8th floor. Without a moment's hesitation, she uttered the password she was unaware of and barged in. Dumbledore headmaster, I know an important piece of information. Albus, with a hint of melancholy in his gaze, lifted his head and stepped forward, guiding Sybil to sit beside the sofa. He poured her a cup of tea, seeking to calm her frayed nerves. Do not be anxious, Professor Trelawney, I am listening. Take your time. All right, Headmaster Dumbledore, Sybil said, her trembling hands gently cradling the teacup. Savoring a sip. Under Albus's attentive gaze and the calming effects of the tea, she gradually found her composure and began to articulate her vision. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born at the end of the 7th month, Sybil slowly articulated the prophecy concerning Voldemort. Seated across from her, Albus held his teacup, and as she paused, he pondered what to say next, believing she had concluded her revelation. Dumbledore, that is only half. There is another hidden and suffering a Dark Lord. Sybil trembled, her expression contorted in pain, struggling to articulate her thoughts in fragmented bursts. The suffering Dark Lord obscures my vision. I cannot see the entirety. For the first time it remains unclear. Albus, after listening to Sybil's prophecy, fell into a profound silence. He recognized the other's extraordinary gift, and the content of the prophecy compelled him to accept its veracity. The events that had transpired, coupled with the looming war, ensnared him in a web of turmoil. Gradually rising to his feet, Albus approached Sybil's side and, with an outward calmness, spoke, "Let us take a moment to rest here. Professor Trelawney, I have faith in your prophecy, and I implore you to trust that I can manage everything." Sybil's anguished and bewildered expression lingered on Albus for some time before she regained her composure, relaxed, and closed her eyes. You may always believe in Albus Dumbledore, may you not? Upon leaving the headmaster's office, Albus found himself alone in the astronomy tower. He stood there in tranquil contemplation, surveying the entirety of Hogwarts, reflecting upon the tapestry of his life. From Godric's Hollow to Hogwarts, through the joyous moments shared with a youth possessing an unparalleled gift akin to his own, to the heart-wrenching loss of his mother, the estrangement from a beloved due to conflicting ambitions, which indirectly led to Ariana's demise, and ultimately, the severance from his last kin, his brother. In his journey towards becoming the most formidable wizard of his time, he shattered the very beliefs he once held dear, confining the one he cherished for eternity. Observing Tom Riddle, a remarkably astute boy, as he steadily ascended toward power and dark sorcery, Albus witnessed the resurrection of Ariana and the return of familial bonds. He also beheld the gradual descent of Regulus Black into the abyss of darkness, watching as the child struggled on the precipice of despair. In that infernal chasm, where hands were stained with the blood of the innocent, the ascent toward the light was painstakingly slow. Albus's heart wavered, uncertain of the path he should choose. His life had been devoted to a singular dream, the aspiration for equality amongst all, the right of every individual to make choices, even if it meant allowing pure-blood families, avaricious dark wizards, and power-hungry officials to follow Voldemort and Regulus step by step into the shadows. He had never stripped those individuals of their right to choose. This conviction had even led him to harm the one he loved most, all for the belief that Albus Dumbledore, the mightiest of wizards, steadfastly held, that one day, every wizard would have the freedom to choose their own destiny. For the liberty of all wizards, he had dedicated his life to this cause, striving tirelessly for its realization. Yet, through his indulgence, war erupted. Faced with the countless fallen wizards, Albus found his resolve shaken. His blue eyes, seemingly capable of piercing through time and space, gazed deeply into the distance, toward the direction of Nurmengard. In a place where a soul, sharing the same aspirations and yearning for freedom, is confined, resides Gellert Grindelwald. A lover who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, a man relentless in his pursuits. Albus gently caressed the ancient wand in his trembling hands, whispering, "Gellert, was I truly mistaken?" The fortress of Nurmengard, a solitary tower standing aloof amidst desolation, symbolizes the brilliance and legend of Gellert Grindelwald. It also serves as the prison for this legendary dark wizard, mirroring its master's decline and solitude, gradually fading into the annals of time. Once a beacon of hope for wizards, this edifice was established by Grindelwald for the benefit of all wizards. Aspiring to create a utopia governed solely by them, a world ruled entirely by magical beings. The foundations of Nurmengard and Hogwarts were both laid for the future of wizards. Yet their fates diverged dramatically. The vast distance between the two locations echoes the chasm within Albus and Gellert's hearts, one believing in love and the pursuit of equality, the other resorting to any means for his convictions. Each held a formidable wall within, effectively isolating them from one another. Albus's magical prowess could effortlessly bridge the physical distance. Yet his heart remained anchored. He would never disregard everything as Gellert did. However, with the arrival of that towering figure, now stripped of confidence, everything altered. The mightiest wizard could no longer safeguard the wizarding community of Britain. Albus Dumbledore, whose inner resolve had endured for over half a century, began to waver. For the greater good. Standing outside the tower, he contemplated these words in silence for a long while. Like a statue, Albus inhaled deeply and stepped through the grand entrance. "You have come." At the desolate pinnacle of the tower, Gellert gazed at Albus with a subdued tone, saying, "I never expected to see you alive. I thought our meeting would only occur after your demise." The ideological rift could not quench the love that persisted between them. Albus, witnessing the toll taken on Gellert, felt a tumult of emotions, compassion mingled with a tinge of regret. "Gellert, I am sorry. In those days, losing was simply losing. I do not blame you. It is just who I am." Gellert gestured for Albus not to regard his fallen state, resembling an aged muggle. "Not like this. You cannot confine me. I regret what happened with Ariana." A single tear, one that would never fall, landed silently on the dust-laden ground. "I was wrong." Time seemed to retreat to the past at that very moment. Gellert found himself once again in that spirited youth, once more encountering that familiar figure in Godric's Hollow. With a smile, he extended his hand toward the other. Yet that hand would never reach out again. He would no longer endeavor to grasp the other's. He had forfeited everything for that failed dream. What had transpired? Though stripped of magic, this was not the Albus I once knew. Albus lowered his gaze, unable to meet the other's eyes, and spoke to Gellert of the recent war and the prophecy concerning the two Dark Lords. The hope to end the war, it seemed, lay in that ethereal prophecy. He glanced at his trembling hands, his voice laden with profound sorrow and despair. If sacrificing 2 children or 2 families could bring an end to this war, after all these years, what have I been clinging to? Gellert, perceiving Albus's self-reproach, comprehended everything. He, too, had once been a prophet. Having experienced failure himself, he understood the anguish of shattered beliefs. He stepped forward, grasping Albus's trembling hand, and gently said, "Albus, you are not a deity. Like the fate that binds us, you cannot alter anything, can you?" Withdrawing his hand, Gellert suppressed the urge to ruffle the other's hair and turned to the solitary window in the room, gazing outside. "Fate has chosen you, compelling you to act in order to end the war beyond, just as it did for us in the past. I believe you will make the right choice. I am already content to see you, even in this dreamlike state. Depart now. I am weary." Gellert Grindelwald was but a failure, a challenger of fate who had faltered. As he observed Albus's retreating silhouette, his once icy demeanor began to thaw. Leaning against the window frame, his aged body slumped to the ground, he muttered to himself, "One of us is destined to be the failure. You are always right. My dear fool, you truly are an imbecile, so kind-hearted." Outside the tower, Albus did not come solely for the prophecy or to seek answers for himself. The prophecy stirred within him a guilt that perhaps could never be absolved. Yet now, he had discovered his own answer. He might doubt himself, but he would eternally believe in Gellert. Albus regained his former wisdom, returning to that trustworthy demeanor. Finally, he cast a glance back at the solitary window atop the tower. Not seeing that familiar figure, he looked down at the elder wand in his hand. "I shall await you in the dreamlike realm, Mr. Gellert." Albus pondered within. Upon returning to Hogwarts, he quietly awaited the awakening of Sybil, who was lost in a bubble-filled slumber, and handed her a damp towel. "Professor Trelawney, your prophecy is indeed a splendid piece of news." Wiping her face without her glasses, Sybil excitedly addressed the nearby curtains. Really, Headmaster Dumbledore? I can scarcely believe this prophecy myself. Although it is purple as well, Professor, that is merely the curtain. Albus gently took the towel from Sybil's hands and offered her the glasses. Undoubtedly, Professor Trelawney, you have made a remarkable prophecy. You flatter me, Headmaster Dumbledore, Sybil replied, both thrilled and somewhat bashful, relishing the recognition. I believe, Professor, you should share the first half of this prophecy concerning the Dark Lord with my brother. He will spread this wonderful news to all. As for the latter part regarding the Red Lord, I think it best you keep it confidential. I concur. Especially considering the relationship between a child and their father. I trust you, Professor Trelawney. Do hurry, and remember, only the first half. Albus. I believe he is in the library. I shall go at once, Headmaster Dumbledore. Observing Sybil rush out with the same urgency as when she arrived. Albus returned to the desk used for his administrative duties and retrieved 2 photographs from the drawer. One depicted a family of 5, with parents embracing their 2 sons alongside a little sister. The other featured Mr. Grindelwald in more casual attire. Having encountered Grindelwald, he set aside many of his long-standing convictions, contemplating that perhaps his steadfastness had not been the wisest choice. Albus Dumbledore mused, wizards can indeed be quite gossipy. This prophecy, which required discretion, swiftly circulated through the Order of the Phoenix, especially since it had been uttered by Dumbledore himself. None would doubt its veracity, even in light of Albus Dumbledore's own reputation. Members of the Order felt a flicker of joy. The darkness might finally be drawing to a close. Though the war raged on, every justice-minded individual yearned to be part of the family that would confront the Dark Lord thrice, hoping their children would be the ones to vanquish him. Even if it would cost him his life, it could save all the wizards of Britain, under the reign of the mad Dark Lord. Even the Death Eaters wished to bring an end to this unseen war. Due to a traitor, Voldemort had learned of the prophecy. Most esteemed Dark Lord. A troubling rumor has recently circulated within the Order of the Phoenix. They speak of a child born to a family that has triumphed over you 3 times. Born at the close of July, who possesses the potential to vanquish you. The Dark Lord shall mark him as his formidable adversary. Yet he shall wield a power unbeknownst to you. The one destined to defeat the Dark Lord shall be born at the end of July. There is no intention to offend. I merely speak the truth. Your servant, Peter. Voldemort, upon reading the letter, rose in fury, trembling as he brandished the correspondence before the assembled Death Eaters. This is a blatant humiliation. Am I to fear a child yet to be born? Then, as if struck by a thought, he glanced at Paul and laughed heartily. To survive my grasp 3 times. Unless Albus Dumbledore goes forth and begets one now. Ha, 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 ha. All the Death Eaters echoed his laughter, mocking Dumbledore's weakness, save for Paul and Severus, the former already well aware. Severus reflected that James, that fool, had bested him twice, and Lily. As the chief potioneer among the Death Eaters, he had always stood by Voldemort's side. Remembering all who had faced the Dark Lord, particularly in defeat, and that imbecile, James, had fortuitously followed Dumbledore in vanquishing Voldemort on 2 occasions. With this in mind, he cast a glance at Paul, recalling the battle at Hogwarts. If that were the case, then it would indeed be 3 times. In an instant, Lily's deep green eyes surfaced in Severus's mind. At that moment, Voldemort's voice rang out once more. Everyone, investigate the eligible families. I shall crush their hopes. Let them be extinguished in their cradle. At once, most esteemed Dark Lord. Days later, at London Bridge, Severus did not fully comprehend why he sought this man. Perhaps it was because he was the only one among the Death Eaters daring enough to show Voldemort a modicum of defiance. He could not fathom why this man possessed such peculiarities. Perhaps it was simply madness. Haunted by thoughts of Lily, Severus, after days of turmoil, finally uttered softly, Lord Black. There is something I wish to discuss with you. Speak. Pollux had already disowned the thoughts of the other party, even without knowledge of the future. He understood that Severus and himself were not aligned with Voldemort. This child could not traverse far down the path of dark magic. A realization that was now quite evident to Pollux. The adversary was merely a child, gifted in potion-making. I wonder, apart from James, are there others? You are aware of that prophecy. Now that it is June, it seems unlikely there would be anyone else, for that prophecy suggests that Albus would have concealed the Potters. Can you assist me, Lord Black? Assist you with what? Protecting the Potters? Pollux glanced at the anxious child and shook his head. If you had not disclosed Miss Skeeter's situation to Voldemort, I might have considered it. Lord Black, I shall heal Miss Skeeter. Pollux waved his hand, interrupting Severus. It was no longer a matter of potions. If you could do it, you could indeed resurrect the Potters. Get lost, kid. Without acknowledging Severus further, He quietly gazed at the surface of the water. Pollux understood that for Rita, he required a controllable Voldemort. Now, apart from Rita beseeching him, no one could safeguard the Potter couple and Voldemort. They all had to perish, for the sake of that elusive hope. After Severus departed in disappointment, a figure that Pollux had never encountered materialized. In the very spot where he had just stood, a beautiful and ethereal lady appeared. She possessed long, flowing white hair and was clad in a simple, dark robe, her hands clasped before her chest, her azure eyes fixed intently upon Pollux. In an instant, Pollux drew forth his wand, sensing no magic within his adversary. His gaze fell upon the stranger's hands, and he cautiously inquired, "Are you from the church?" "Not anymore, my lord of demons." Pollux was taken aback by the fervent devotion evident on the stranger's face. Once a madman, then a wraith, and now even the church, with its age-old enmity against wizards, had come into play. After a moment of observation, he could not help but mutter, "Do those with troubled minds find solace only in their own company?" "What do you mean?" In response, Enid knelt, offering a sincere prayer, and spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. "I had a dream. The statue of my lord was shattered, bleeding forth. I received a prophecy. Foolish humanity will ultimately unleash a dreadful demon. The angels of love have already perished. The fallen angel and the saint among wizards will lead the lost lambs, and the world-ending demon shall return to the embrace of the divine. The crumbling world shall find peace. By my observations, you are that demon." Enid's expression quivered as she glanced at Pollux, resolutely declaring, "For the sake of this world, I am willing to fall. If you do not wish for its destruction, seek out that saint among wizards." Pollux gazed at the seemingly unhinged devotee, recalling the words of Pollux, and shook his head with a wry smile. "My dear lady, you may have lost your senses. There are no sorcerers without faith, are there?" "I am Enid," she replied, "and I shall await your comprehension of the prophecy's significance." Accepting the address she offered, Pollux turned to the pious Enid, who had lapsed into silence, and with a sigh, he stowed away his fishing rod and departed. Left behind, Enid radiated a holy luminescence as she prayed towards the setting sun. Pollux regarded her as a madwoman. Prophecies were trifles he had never believed in. Yet, Voldemort was a believer in prophecies, though not in those of the church. It was during one of his assaults, forwarded by Albus and the Order of the Phoenix, that he recognized Frank Longbottom. This marked their third encounter under Albus's witness. Simultaneously, he recalled the 4 young souls from the Battle of Hogwarts. That bespectacled lad, James Potter. Voldemort found himself ensnared in an inexplicable turmoil. With the births of Neville and Harry, a flicker of anxiety ignited within Voldemort. Though he was a man consumed by the pursuit of power and dominion, he remained human. Despite the fact that one was merely an infant, Voldemort could not abide failure. He could not tolerate the existence of anything beyond his control, threatening his supremacy. Under Voldemort's command, the Death Eaters grew increasingly deranged, relentlessly hunting and slaughtering members of the Order of the Phoenix in a frenzied attempt to uncover the 2 concealed couples. Pollux gazed upon the actions of Voldemort and his Death Eaters, unable to suppress his reflections. The deranged Voldemort had lost the capacity for rational judgment. Although the outcome of his struggle with Albus remained undetermined, he had already encountered defeat. Pollux could sense the turmoil within Voldemort's pale, frenzied visage. Fear had begun to take root in his heart. He pondered that had Voldemort not fervently pursued that language, perhaps the children of the Longbottoms and the Potters would have merely been 2 ordinary youngsters. At most, they might have grown up to be brave and just wizards, akin to their parents. Voldemort was gradually designating them as formidable adversaries, slowly awakening the latent power within that couple, the profound love that parents harbor for their children. Is this what fate entails? The Dark Lord, who had battled for his lineage for over a decade, now found himself ensnared in a tale that he had been following for years. Though he recognized Voldemort's formidable might, he ultimately succumbed. Brought down by the weight of a prophecy at the hands of a mere toddler, not even 3 years old, Pollux contemplated the deranged nun. Curiosity piqued regarding the true meaning of her prophecy. The echoes of Enid's foretelling reverberated within him: angels, demons, lambs, saints. Yet, alas, the cryptic language eluded his comprehension. For years, his modest intellect had often felt insufficient. In stark contrast, Severus found himself in a state of turmoil, his emotions a far cry from Pollus's lightheartedness. He held a stronger conviction in that elusive prophecy than even Voldemort himself. Due to loss in the inexorable passage of time, he reflected that had he not become a Death Eater, he would have attended Lily's wedding, bestowing upon the Potter couple his most sincere blessings. He would have reconciled with James, taking on the role of godfather to their newborn child. Lily had transformed his heart. illuminating the truth that what he truly sought was not the power of dark magic, but love, a love he had once grasped yet ultimately relinquished. Last year, witnessing James and Lily's wedding from afar, he felt no lingering resentment as he beheld their blissful smiles. Instead, he was overtaken by regret and envy for not having pursued James's unwavering dedication. Now, like the increasingly deranged Voldemort, Severus too succumbed to madness, yearning to protect Lily at any cost. Only after losing something precious does one come to understand its true value. Severus, having experienced the agony of losing his beloved, was resolute in his desire to avoid such a fate again. He discreetly reached out to Albus, hoping that the most powerful wizard could shield him. Snape, this encounter may cost you your life. You cannot withstand Voldemort's soul-sucking grasp. The dark mark is not so easily countered. Apart from Pollux, none have succeeded. Albus looked at Severus with surprise, taken aback by the young man who had risked his life to seek him out. The boy he remembered was not the one standing before him now. The Potters and the Order of the Phoenix had secured their protection, and they were formidable wizards capable of defending themselves against Death Eaters. Your awakening is sufficient. Focus on safeguarding yourself. Headmaster Dumbledore, I believe I can do this. Severus met Albus's gaze with unwavering determination, faith in himself and in the headmaster. I will aid you in vanquishing Voldemort, defeating Pollux, before they find Lily. I trust in your resolve, Mr. Snape. You are indeed brave. Albus approached Severus, observing the transformation wrought by love beneath his calm exterior. Albus's heart was anything but tranquil. If merely adding another spy could topple the Dark Lord and save the wizarding world of Britain, he would not seek Grindelwald. Nor would he have instigated that prophecy. If only he could avoid making such a harrowing decision. Return for the Order of the Phoenix, and I shall safeguard the Potter couple. Severus expressed his heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed Headmaster Dumbledore, vowing to spare no effort in assisting the Order. After establishing a means of clandestine communication, the two parted ways. A resilient child indeed. Yet, it was too late. Albus chose not to disclose his decision to Severus. Apart from Gellert, he found himself unable to share this resolution with anyone else. Departing from Albus, Severus felt a sense of relief for the first time in a year. At last, he could do something for Lily. Unbeknownst to him, had he merely taken action against Rita during their school days, perhaps the ensuing events could have been averted. In the cemetery of the Black family, Sirius, battered once more by his cousin, slowly rose under the care of the Dementors, glaring resentfully at the retreating Paul. With trembling hands, he retrieved his mother's wand. After 2 years of relentless hardship and confinement, a flicker of hope stirred within him. He still harbored hatred for Paul and for himself, yet for the first time, he began to question the nature of the friendships he sought. Addressing the Dementor, his sole companion who administered the potion, he pondered, Darth Vader. Is it truly worth abandoning family? To merely survive? I despise the name. Following the adult's disciples, those who possess a name have perished. To live. Sirius appeared lost in contemplation. The Dementor paid him no heed, diligently administering the potion, indifferent to the cool moniker it bore, for it only cherished existence. In Godric's Hollow, the quartet remained intact despite the absence of one. Remus Lupin became young Harry's godfather, while Peter Pettigrew continued to be James's most trusted confidant. Although the camaraderie seemed unchanged, Peter had always sought refuge. Joining the Order was merely a means to that end, as was alerting Voldemort, and even now, in the endeavor to protect the Potters. Despite being regarded as a brother by the others, only during their school days did he feel that bond. Faced with the increasingly unhinged Voldemort, Peter felt fear. He was astute enough to discern that the Order and Albus were no match for the Death Eaters. Now, much like the Dementor accompanying Sirius, he wished only to survive. James, Remus, and Lily, however, remained oblivious to this truth, as they urged Peter to pledge his unwavering loyalty. None realized the gravity of the situation. They were not the sagacious Albus Dumbledore. Thus, the three believed that the ever-reticent Peter could effectively conceal his true self. As Voldemort and his Death Eaters grew increasingly unhinged, they relentlessly drove the Order of the Phoenix and the Ministry of Magic into retreat, ultimately shattering the last vestiges of hope within a young soul. Peter Pettigrew, the clandestine informant lurking in the shadows, fully surrendered to darkness, revealing the whereabouts of the Potters to Voldemort. On October 29, 1981, mere days before the Dark Lord's imminent failure, no one was willing to forsake their convictions, especially those beliefs that had been steadfast for a lifetime. In the year following the prophecy's revelation, atop the astronomy tower of Hogwarts, a place renowned for its breathtaking views, Albus Dumbledore, now a centenarian, bore the weight of age as he gazed upon Severus Snape. despite being the most powerful wizard. He found himself unable to save this child yearning for the light. This marked his first instance of guiding another's choices, compelling someone to make a decision between sacrifice and salvation, all due to a prophecy and his own sense of helplessness. Please, Headmaster Dumbledore. He knows where Lily is. I implore you to save her. I would give anything. Albus raised Severus, a boy he had never held in high regard, now evoking memories of Pollux, another individual he had never favored, a self-serving man. Unlike Severus, Pollux wielded greater power and darkness. That child had never sought anything for himself. He had always threatened his own well-being, and he had succeeded, much like when he had exploited his own siblings. In this instance, Pollux successfully threatened Albus Dumbledore, coercing him into a compromise that reverberated throughout the entirety of the British wizarding community. Previously, even with the likes of Wormtail divulging secrets to Voldemort, Albus possessed the capability to rectify the situation, to restore the lives of the Longbottoms, the Potters, and to avert the tragedy that befell Severus. In a duel, he remained the most formidable wizard. However, this war could not persist any longer. Over the past decade, the British wizarding community had dwindled from over 10,000 to fewer than 3,000. If this continued, this land would cease to belong to the wizards of Britain. Albus found himself reflecting upon numerous memories, ultimately uttering the first lie of his life. Mr. Snape, there are too many lives I must protect. But I will strive to safeguard the Potters, just as I promised you. This moment represented Albus's true concession to the prophecy on behalf of the Potters, the Longbottoms, and Severus Snape, who made a choice to save the world, even if Severus himself did not care for it. Yet, Severus remained oblivious to all of this, gazing at the wise and benevolent elder before him with profound gratitude, akin to a drowning man grasping a lifeline. Tears of appreciation welled in his eyes as he choked out, "Respected Headmaster Dumbledore, Voldemort still trusts me. He will lead me to the Potter's hiding place. At that moment, I will inform you. Please, you must." Albus could no longer bear to hear Severus continue and helped him rise from his knees. "I will prevent all of this from happening before the tragedy unfolds, Mr. Snape, just as I have done before. Thank you." Severus never anticipated that those who could alter his fate, including Voldemort, Albus, and Pollux, were indifferent to his existence. Lily was neither Rita nor a member of the Black family. Behind her, there was no powerful madman. Severus lacked the strength to protect the one he loved. He was merely a gifted dark wizard, proficient in potion-making, yet his current power bore no influence over his destiny. No one would compromise for him. At this moment, he was even inferior to Lily, and less than a year older than Harry. On October 31st, 1981, in Godric's Hollow, the Potter's hideaway, despite having sworn an oath to sacrifice his soul, Lily perished before Severus's despairing gaze. He did not wish to understand what power Lily had wielded to vanquish Voldemort, nor did he seek to comprehend why Albus had failed to arrive in time. He only longed for Lily to return or to protect the child she had left behind. The child of the prophecy, Harry Potter. Yet, once again, Pollux shattered his heart. It was merely an unassuming wisp of poison. Yet he could only watch helplessly as the other seized Harry away. His once prized talent utterly failed to avert this calamity once again. At the moment when that gaping maw devoured Lily's child, Severus's world crumbled into oblivion. It was not until half a month later, when Harry was liberated by Pollux, that Severus regained the capacity for coherent thought after witnessing that harrowing scene. He could not recall how he returned to Hogwarts, nor could he fathom how he endured those 2 weeks. Even on the day Hagrid bid farewell to Harry, Severus lacked the courage to cast a single glance. The failure of the Dark Lord on November 1st, 1981, did not astonish the masses. For another dark sovereign still lingered, a figure far more familiar to the public than Voldemort. The King of Pain, Pollux Black, resided in the deepest, most fortified interrogation chamber of the Ministry of Magic. In that cold little room, everything seemed unchanged from a decade prior. There sat a prisoner and an interrogator, albeit without the presence of the Minister of Magic and a handful of Aurors. For the second time, Pollux had voluntarily come to this place, still quietly seated. However, this time, he broke his silence, calmly addressing Albus Dumbledore. "Headmaster, you have finally made a correct choice. But are you certain you can take charge? Is it truly only you who will interrogate me?" "I believe I can, Mr. Black. That prophecy of yours, though I know not its origins, may sway the masses, yet it is fundamentally flawed." With Albus's words, Pollux was taken aback. Everything in that pasture had unfolded precisely according to script. He had merely been compelled to spare the Longbottoms to capture Harry. "Albus, what do you mean?" Seeing Pollux in such a state for the first time, Albus felt an unexpected surge of joy. Perhaps because this was the first instance in which the boy had encountered a setback in his presence. The individual who provided you that prophecy is merely a charlatan. The true prophecy is this: the one who possesses the energy to conquer the Dark Lord draws near, born to a family that has triumphed over him thrice. During the waning of July, the Dark Lord will mark him as his formidable adversary, yet he will wield a power unknown to the Dark Lord. The one destined to vanquish the Dark Lord shall be born as July concludes. Though sealed by great power and shrouded in suffering, that dark sovereign endures. The child who is to save the world is unable to withstand the might of two Dark Lords, and the Dark Lord rises once more. Aided by another king imprisoned in darkness. After enduring a monumental sacrifice, the two demon lords shall ultimately return to the earthly realm, yet neither shall survive. The king of suffering is destined to engage in a fierce battle with the Dark Lord. This constitutes the entirety of Madame Trelawney's prophecy. On this occasion, Pollux is genuinely taken aback. To think that he would personally resurrect Voldemort, only to perish alongside him. Albus, do you truly believe I would commit such an act? With eyes bulging as if ready to burst, Pollux fixed his unwavering gaze upon Albus. This prophecy must be far from complete. Indeed, it is incomplete, Mr. Black. Albus provocatively gestured towards his own head, reminiscent of Pollux's earlier actions. If you possess the courage, come in and see for yourself. After a moment of silence, Pollux stifled the urge to engage in a physical altercation, and, as a thought crossed his mind, a mocking glint appeared in his eyes. Headmaster Dumbledore, I suggest you peruse the Bible, the Muggle Bible. What? Albus was acutely aware of the long-standing enmity between the Church and wizards. The mere thought of Pollux possibly having connections to the Church ignited a fierce desire within him to strangle the man, especially after recently glimpsing the dawn of peace. If it were possible to do so, he would undoubtedly act upon that impulse. Pollux, what do you mean by the Church's prophecy? Are you intending to betray all wizards? Even Voldemort would not dare to. Headmaster Dumbledore, there is no need for alarm. It is merely a prophecy. I am well aware of the animosity wizards harbor. And I have family to consider. I will not entangle myself with the Church. Paul seems to have grasped a fragment of what the deranged nun was articulating. And he spoke calmly. A nun estranged from the Church has shared with me a prophecy. Should you delve deeper into the scriptures, I might consider revealing it to you. The notion of a saint severed from the Church. Albus's demeanor softened considerably. Disclose to me her prophecy, and I shall impart the final 2 lines of that prophecy to you. I shall not divulge it unless you peruse the Bible, she retorted, with a resounding clap. Albus struck the table, exclaiming, You are aware of the enmity between wizards and the Church. Such a thing is inconceivable. Pollux exhaled a sigh, in that case. Let us discuss the post-war trials. Lake may return, for no one would hold anything against them. Pollux has already done enough. Over these years, everyone has endured a plethora of betrayals. Your grandfather was a hero. Albus cast a glance at his companion, pondering, if only Pollux could possess Pollux's level of awareness. It would alleviate his own burdens. As for what you mentioned earlier, that is sufficient. I hope you can assist the Ministry of Magic in apprehending those Death Eaters. With your reputation, it would be a simple task. No problem. When shall I visit Hogwarts to meet Rita? Before your execution, I will make arrangements. And I hope you can keep your identity confidential, including that of your family in America. I understand. Pollux felt a sense of despondency. After years of relentless effort, the outcome was far from the perfection he had envisioned. At the very least, his name no longer seemed fit to grace this world. The title that once rivaled Voldemort now held no weight, as the Ministry of Magic lacked the capacity to bring all Death Eaters to justice. Should those wretches discover that he still drew breath, the wizarding realm would likely remain perpetually at war. Gazing upon Albus's face, which bore the marks of age, he felt a pang of sympathy for the elder who had sacrificed everything for the betterment of the British wizarding community. He uttered softly, Professor Dumbledore. I extend my sincerest apologies for those who perished because of my demise. They were all heroes. Both fell into a profound silence. After what felt like an eternity, Albus slowly replied, The final words of the prophecy are not for me to disclose. However, Mr. Black, I shall endeavor to believe in you once more. And I will contemplate the matters of the scriptures. Headmaster, you. Pollux was astonished by the other's selflessness, gazing at the elderly muggle before him. He reflected on his own past, at a loss for words. Hogwarts witnessed this moment. Albus departed from the interrogation room. In the days that followed, the Great Purge and trial finally arrived. In Hogwarts, Pollux made an irrevocable vow before Ariana and Rita. Bella, Rodolphus, Narcissa, and Lucius began to contemplate their return to England. while Andromeda chose to remain in America to care for Druella. Reluctant to return to the land she once called home, she feared encountering the gravestones etched with familiar names, especially that of Cygnus Black. Druella was equally hesitant to revisit the Black family, a place that had nearly cost her everything. Mid-November of 1981 marked a thrilling moment. On the 15th day following the Dark Lord's demise, the madman Pollux was publicly executed by fire at the Ministry of Magic, becoming the only wizard to meet such an end. This lunatic, the harbinger of war, the nearly immortal demon, had finally perished. No longer would they be compelled to endure the Cruciatus curse. Peace had at last arrived. Wizards could return to their long-lost homes rather than tremble under the Ministry's protection. With his iron mask, Pollux, alongside Pollux, silently observed the scene. The third-generation shadow serpent who had laughed maniacally on the gallows, now bearing his name, had met his demise. Voldemort would require many years to return, and by then, Pollux would no longer be haunted by the Dark Lord who once exerted such immense pressure upon him. At last, he could relish his freedom and embrace the life of a privileged heir. Pollux is a seeker of power, yet he is not a cruel or heartless individual. His fervent pursuit of strength stems from the understanding that without it, he lacks the right to safeguard all that he holds dear. Devoid of power, he would find himself akin to Severus Snape, possessing neither the leverage to negotiate with Albus, Voldemort, nor the Ministry of Magic. After nearly 2 decades of relentless effort for the sake of his family, he finally breathes a sigh of relief. No longer must he play the madman. How delightful that is. As he gazes upon Pollux, engulfed in flames, the once vacant expression of Polluxus gradually returns to a semblance of awareness. With great difficulty, he lifts his head towards the masked figure behind him and utters, "I have lost my name, my grandson, your glory." Polluxus's face flushes crimson. He has forgotten his American relatives. In his haze, the only memory that lingers is of his sole grandson. My Blake, my only grandson. He cannot allow Pollux to lose his name. This is the very reason he has awakened. Struggling to extend his hand to remove the iron mask from Pollux's face. He cannot permit Blake to be destroyed by his own hand. He cannot. A multitude of wizards has gathered at the execution ground. All he needs to do is remove that mask. Pollux gazed upon his grandfather regaining consciousness, yet his heart remained shrouded in sorrow. He felt an overwhelming sense of guilt towards this venerable man who had sacrificed everything for him. Before this elder, he had concealed his true self for 29 years. A facade he had maintained since birth. He was never one to relish power, a sentiment that had persisted throughout his life. He found himself utterly incapable of fulfilling the expectations set forth by Pollux. Pollux yearned to reveal to Pollux that he was not of this world. Eluding the trembling hand, he leaned close to Pollux's ear. After a moment's hesitation, he softly uttered, "Bella's child is named Pollux Black. He has inherited your name and will surely be as remarkable as you." Bella, Pollux. He is a boy, the offspring of Bella and Rodolphus, that lad. The one from the Landstange family, quite splendid, isn't he? They shall return tomorrow. Let me take you back to the old estate. No. Upon hearing the familiar name, Pollux relinquished the notion of removing Pollus's mask. That name, belonging to him, instantly evoked a multitude of memories. Casting a glance at Pollux, he bowed his head, his entire being seemingly reverting to a state of delirium. Sitting motionless in the wheelchair, he spoke in a hushed tone, "Pollux, take me to the cemetery, to Blake's grave." He glanced at the owls soaring through the sky and the fireworks celebrating the wizards. Pollux pushed Pollux away from the bustling crowd. Everyone was preoccupied with celebrations, oblivious to the paralyzed elder and the man clad in an iron mask. The graveyard of the Black family was meticulously maintained. No newspapers could reach this place, and he remained unaware that the war had come to an end. After more than 2 years of confinement, he had come to understand much, particularly the extent of distress his initial rebellion had inflicted upon his family. Nevertheless, he could not comprehend the actions of the Black family. Sirius engaged in a monotonous conversation with a Dementor, fully aware that the creature never acknowledged him. Yet he knew this particular Dementor could understand his words. If it weren't for the daily torment he inflicted upon himself, Darth Vader might not appear so menacing. Or at least that was Sirius's perspective. At that moment, Pollux and the iron-masked figure arrived. Despite their differing physiques and visages, Sirius instantly recognized Pollux, who had come to educate him each month for the past 2 years. Consumed by hatred, his anger flared, momentarily overshadowing Pollux as he drew forth his mother's wand, which now served merely as a relic to him. "Pollux, I want to, huh?" Sirius stood perplexed. For this was the first time in 2 years he had not been flung away. "Well done, Pollux. This little imp should be treated thus." Cough, cough. Pollux coughed violently, gesturing to Pollux to indicate he was fine. Sirius, noticing Pollux, recalled that it was he who had led both his mother and father to their demise. Enraged, he demanded, "You. It was you who made Mother." Bang. Sirius was propelled backward, collapsing in a familiar manner beneath a sturdy old tree. Pollux disregarded Sirius entirely and pointed to a vacant plot. "Pollux, that spot. Dig a hole there." "What? Look at them. They lie here because of me. Because of the glory of Black. I am Pollux Black. I cannot live like this." Pollux halted Pollus's protest, gazing into his eyes with a pleading tone. "Pollux, look at me. I am already dead. Do you understand? I do not even know how much longer I can remain conscious. Spare your grandfather some dignity. This is my final choice in life. Do you comprehend?" With trembling hands, Pollux grasped Pollux gently. "Do not let Bella and the others see me like this. Allow me to remain a good memory in their hearts. Pollux Black cannot be a worthless wretch. Lesser than a muggle, do you understand? Eternal glory belongs to you, my grandfather." Pollux could not bear to gaze any longer at the elderly man, who sat slumped in his wheelchair, devoid of any trace of magic, despite the fact that he could have lived for many more years with the aid of sorcery. He cast a spell upon the empty space, observing as Pollux struggled to rise, and retracted his hand, which had instinctively reached out to offer assistance. He silently watched this man, who once led his family to glory only to witness their decline. Trembling and unsteady, he lay down in his grave. All in the name of preserving that elusive honor. With a faint smile, Pollux rested upon the cold, damp ground, drawing upon his final strength to extract his wand and plunge it into his heart, thus concluding his own life. Earth was cast, and a monument was erected. Pollux stood before yet another grave bearing a familiar name, gazing at the tombstone of Polluxus while holding his wand, contemplating what words might encapsulate the essence of Polluxus's life. After a prolonged silence, Pollux inscribed the name and dates upon the stone, along with the phrase, "Eternally pure," sitting silently on the ground. Sirius watched as Pollux completed this solemn task. As Pollux prepared to depart, having discarded a bundle of provisions, Sirius quietly inquired, "When shall I be free? The war has concluded. Potter and Evans have perished." Pollux cast aside several gold coins and a mask. "You may allow it to venture nearby to purchase a newspaper, but it must not stray too far. It must also remain unrecognized." "Why? Why do you still exist? You should be like that old fellow, utterly dismantled." Beneath the mask of Paul, a countenance emerged, shrouded in an ominous and terrifying gloom. As he approached Sirius with deliberate steps, a sudden sound echoed. 3 of his already sparse teeth were dislodged and sent flying. "If it weren't for your mother, you would have perished, just like your feeble companions," he declared. "Lupin and Peter are still alive. If you wish for their survival, remain here." Overwhelmed by the devastating news of his friend's demise, Sirius spat out a mouthful of blood in a fit of rage, demanding, "You lunatic! How long do you intend to keep me captive? Surely you can recognize me, can you not?" Pollux gestured towards his iron mask. "Once you forget me, you may leave. Or perhaps in 20 years. Impossible. I shall remember you forever." Just as Sirius struggled to articulate further, a long dry hand covered his mouth. The torment of the previous curse weighed heavily. Should he endure any more strikes, there was a fear that this individual might perish, bound by a pact with Pollux. He could sense his master's profound discontent. Yet, it remained a mystery why he would come to Sirius's defense. "Master, please, cease the assault. He is on the brink of death." The Dementor unleashed its power, and the already weakened Sirius succumbed to unconsciousness. How could Pollux possibly fail to kill Sirius? A master of torment? He carelessly discarded a pouch of food and potions. The thought of imprisoning the other until the conclusion of the Harry Potter saga lingered ominously. Coldly regarding the expressionless Dementor, he inquired, "When did you acquire emotions?" "My lord, I..." Grasping the Dementor firmly, Pollux commenced to inflict magical agony upon it. Addressing the creature that could only emit silent howls, "If you wish to survive, watch him closely. I can tolerate humans, even a muggle man. But you cannot. Not even friendship is permissible. Do you comprehend?" Seeing the voiceless Dementor struggle to nod, Pollux carelessly tossed it aside. "Keep an eye on him. And remember my words. Furthermore, do not reveal my existence to anyone, if you too wish to avoid death. Understood, my lord?" "It seems I must find another creature to watch over Sirius. A house elf? No, that would not do, as they are unpredictable. Perhaps another Demento? Yet they lack intelligence. It seems any with wisdom are unsuitable, unless I could find one like Albus. No, I cannot strip him of his magic." After incessantly dismissing the thoughts swirling in his mind, Pollux was compelled to extract a vow from the Dementor before departing from this place. However, It seemed he had forgotten that he would soon be unable to leave Hogwarts. Furthermore, Pollux remained oblivious to the nature of that extraordinary power, which perhaps transcended the boundaries of races. Time, coincidentally, served as the most fertile ground for the emergence of such force. A tiny seed will inevitably grow into a towering tree. Number 4, Privet Drive, the home of the Dursleys, had, after a decade of war, seen Muggles become somewhat aware of the existence of wizards, as that deranged group frequently engaged in terrifying acts. The name of Pollux Black is one that even a Muggle would recognize, particularly because of Petunia Dursley and her wizarding relative, which spared her from the Muggle Secrecy Act. It is indeed miraculous that the Dursley family survived a decade of wizarding wars. The day after the demise of the Dark Lord, Harry, who had spent 15 days in Paul's belly, arrived safely at his aunt's house under the protection of Albus, Minerva, and Hagrid. Early one morning, Petunia discovered the 1-year-old Harry Potter on her doorstep, unsure of how to treat her sister's child, as she was completely oblivious to the end of the war. She felt dread towards wizards and feared that Harry would disrupt her life. Nevertheless, the sight of the wailing infant compelled her to lift him into her arms. Convinced that as long as he did not attend that wretched school, this charming child would not become a wizard. Thus, Harry came to reside with his aunt. Although his subsequent days were far from pleasant, he at least had family, did he not? Had he not often engaged in peculiar antics? Or if his aunt's parents had not doted so excessively on his mother, his life might have been considerably better. Despite being bullied by his cousin Dudley, this place was, at least, a home far superior to an orphanage. Wouldn't you agree? The Dursleys' love, albeit scant, still existed in some form. At Hogwarts. After bidding farewell to his dear friend James's child Harry, Hagrid sat alone in his large, cozy hut, lamenting to a dog while holding an unidentifiable mixture in his hands. Albus arrived with his first and only colleague, a peculiar wizard clad in dark robes and a cold iron mask, rendering his age and appearance indiscernible, John Doe. A strange man who chose anonymous as his name. However, Hagrid found delight in the arrival of this odd individual, for he was one of the few who enjoyed listening to him. And he even consumed more at mealtimes than Hagrid himself. Even this half-giant deemed him a curious character. Finally, he had encountered someone even more eccentric than himself. The potions master has transformed into Severus, whose perpetually stern demeanor suggests he is not the most amiable person. However, his prodigious talent in the art of potion-making is sufficient to captivate even a Muggle who knows nothing of the craft. Many students wish that their enigmatic teacher would smile, if only occasionally. As for the defense against the dark arts instructor, she is none other than Bellatrix Lestrange, recently returned from America and the head of Slytherin House. This formidable and cold-hearted lady, skilled in the dark arts, accepted the position with little hesitation upon receiving Hogwarts summons. She had been aware of her deceased brother's promise days before, and though she harbored a strong dislike for the school and its headmaster, Albus, she acquiesced nonetheless. With minimal preparations, she relocated her belongings to Hogwarts. Despite the compulsory nature of her appointment, Bellatrix approached her teaching with diligence, ensuring that all students were well-versed in various dark spells. Albus merely issued a few warnings before conceding, recognizing the necessity of retaining her presence, especially as he sought to contain the threat posed by Pollux. After all, at least Bellatrix refrained from instructing the students in the 3 unforgivable curses, did she not? John Brown returned to England accompanied by Eugenia Jenkins, having entirely forgotten about Jenkins. Brown also made his return. This little fellow bears a striking resemblance to his mother, being quite a handsome child. Blake Manor has been rendered non-existent due to the ravages of war. However, Malfoy Manor is now bustling with life, as the 3 heroic families that once valiantly resisted the Dark Lord at Hogwarts have taken residence here. Upon returning to England, Rodolphus renounced his surname for Bellatrix, adopting the name Rodolphus Black. This act nearly marred Lucius's handsome visage, and despite enduring countless affections from Narcissa, their child ultimately did not change his name. The lively presence of Felia's Black and Draco Malfoy has invigorated the manor. Sister Enid, a saint not belonging to the wizarding world, quietly awaits the arrival of the prophesied savior in a remote, obscure village, much like Pollux, who fails to comprehend the meaning of the prophecy. Yet, her inherent goodness prevents her from watching the world descend into ruin. The Lombard couple resigned from their positions as Aurors to open a snack shop, the first of its kind in Diagon Alley, bringing along their precious child each day. Perhaps they could alter Harry's tragic childhood in their hearts. The Potters sacrificed their lives for the happiness of their family. Oh, I almost forgot about Alastair Moody, who has gained an extra leg. This brave Auror, who fought on the front lines, was merely blinded in one eye by Pollus's actions. He can still walk on 2 legs. Remus Lupin has lost all his friends, left only with the absence of Sirius. Peter Pettigrew did not become a hero. Instead, he became a true rat, trembling and hiding within the Weasley household. Sirius Black remains confined to his specially designated Azkaban, and the intelligent Dementor no longer heeds his words. Without Paulus, Bellatrix and Narcissa have taken on the responsibility of education. Faced with two cousins more fearsome than Paulus, Sirius has come to the realization that he is indeed quite powerless, increasingly resembling a punching bag for the Black family. Although Aberforth's relationship with Albus improved with Ariana's return, their fundamentally incompatible personalities eventually led to their separation. He returned to the Hogshead Inn, even going so far as to rename it the Dumbledore Pub, inscribing Albus's name on the Hogshead. He also employed two lovely witches to assist him. For he is not his brother, the life of academia does not suit him. Ariana remained at the school, continuing her role as the librarian. Her unique physique renders her impervious to the passage of time, still appearing as though she were 14. Now, she prefers the name Sally Ann. Having fully embraced her original memories over the years and beginning to dream of a life that belongs to Sally Ann. Ariana is merely a name that belongs to her two brothers, a name more fitting for the realm of memory. Closing the library door, she concluded her day's work. Walking through a dimly lit corridor when a dark figure appeared ahead, Sally Ann caught up with the new professor, the diligent Severus, who had always left a favorable impression on her, although he had not been inclined to converse with her during their school days. Moreover, if one disregards his appearance, he bears a striking resemblance to her father, the father who perished in flames at the hands of wizards. Professor Snape, could you wait a moment for me? Similarly, the war that concludes with Harry has taken an entirely different course. It is the same world, yet many aspects have transformed, new faces have emerged, and many individuals have changed. Take Severus, for instance. He may now possess an additional choice in life. The Halloween of 1981 marks the first Halloween after everything is settled. Yet certain souls remain profoundly lonely. The bustling Hogwarts, adorned with twinkling lights, gradually succumbs to tranquility as the joyful day drifts into the embrace of night. Resembling a weary child who sleeps soundly, Paul sat quietly beside the campfire, the flickering flames casting a warm glow upon his cold mask. The tension that had gripped him for over a decade finally began to ease, and he found himself yearning for his family, longing to see his two young nephews, to visit his mother in America, to engage in conversation with Rodolphus, and to spend time with Rita. However, it seemed that Albus remained quite averse to him. Even with Rita present in Ariana's room, he still denied Paul the opportunity for extensive interaction with him. Perhaps it was due to the fact that Voldemort had not yet been completely vanquished, or that the situation had not fully stabilized. More likely, it stemmed from Albus's personal motives for disfavoring him. It appeared that he had thoroughly offended the headmaster. Perhaps he should consider purchasing a few philosophical journals to win Albus's favor. Paulus swiftly extinguished the peculiar thought that had arisen within him, gently caressing the drool-covered Yaya, and softly murmured, "What a fortunate little creature." There they sat, a solitary man and a dog, immersed in tranquil silence. "Mr. Doy?" Hagrid's robust voice shattered the stillness of the night. He had sprinted from the castle to the woods watchman's cabin and, from a distance, exuberantly called out to his new colleague. He placed a large bag brimming with food by the campfire. Yaya, disturbed from sweet dreams, shot him a reproachful glance. Once seated, Hagrid began to exuberantly recount the lively happenings at the castle. "Mr. Doy, today's Halloween celebration was truly vibrant. I've never seen everyone so joyful. Oh, you wouldn't believe the outfit Dumbledore wore today." Noticing Paulus's silence, Hagrid suddenly sensed that he might have inadvertently wounded the feelings of his somewhat reclusive colleague. He paused his narrative and hastily opened the bag he had brought back. "Look, I've brought you so much food. It's far tastier than anything I could cook myself." Hagrid laid out an array of delicacies on the ground and continued rummaging through the bag. "Oh, here it is. Come on, Mr. Doy, I know you're hungry." He raised a large jar of fire whiskey, shaking it invitingly to encourage his companion to join in the feast. Hagrid, in his simplicity, believed that this new friend, who could out-eat him, might find joy through the shared sustenance. "Thank you, Mr. Rubius. You may call me John." Paulus approached the campfire and settled beside Hagrid, conjuring two goblets with a flick of his wand. One hand transformed into a serpent's head, while the other busily stuffed food into his mouth. This peculiar manner of dining compelled him to stifle his curiosity once more. He had inquired several times, yet his companion had remained unresponsive. Hagrid boldly speculated that beneath that mask lay a visage most ghastly. Disliking conversation, yet possessing an insatiable appetite, His appearance was indeed strange, lacking only the bloodline of a giant. Hagrid perceived a resemblance between Pollux and himself, who had been denied a position at Hogwarts, though he pondered whether Pollux had ever set foot in Azkaban. As they poured themselves drinks, the two began to eat together. Unlike the taciturn Pollux, the ever-loquacious Hagrid, in the midst of this serene atmosphere, felt compelled to speak. Grasping a greasy chunk of meat, he tossed it to Yaya, who had transformed into a pond beneath them. Hagrid, with his enormous form adopting an oddly discreet posture, leaned closer to Pollux and, resting his oily hand on his shoulder, whispered, "Today, something remarkable has transpired." Pollux was indifferent to the stains on his attire, viewing it merely as a matter of cleaning. Indeed, today the school was bustling with activity. He uttered a casual remark and continued to lower his head, stuffing food into the serpent's maw. It wasn't about anyone else, but rather the new arrival, Professor Severus Snape, the potions master, who you are aware is our spy within the Death Eaters. Yes, I know. Pollux grasped a whole roasted chicken, contemplating whether to enlarge the snake's head, while sensing Hagrid's eyes sparkling with excitement. He responded, "Please, continue. Miss Sally Ann. You are familiar with her, I presume, the adopted daughter of Dumbledore's brother, Sally Ann Dumbledore. Today, she astonishingly invited Professor Snape to be her dance partner." Hagrid straightened up proudly, observing the roasted chicken awkwardly held by the other, convinced that the person's face concealed an expression of utter astonishment. He patted Pollux's solid, cold back, adding, at that moment, "Everyone looked just like you, including Professor Snape, the very subject of this affair. I believe his internal shock surpassed even yours. Pray, tell me about that moment, Rubius." Hagrid downed a large cup of ale and began recounting the scene. In the Christmas hall, Severus sat at the staff table. Having maintained this demeanor since that fateful night, the merriment and joy around him no longer resonated with his shattered heart. Unlike Hagrid, who was oblivious and merely focused on stuffing food into his bag, Severus was not disliked for his appearance but rather for the lifelessness of his spirit. As Dumbledore, clad in his peculiar pink robes, announced the commencement of the ball, Severus rose, intending to retreat to his office to brew potions. A gentle voice, tinged with a hint of melancholy, called from behind, "Professor Snape, may I have the pleasure of sharing a dance with you?" Though softly spoken, it reached the ears of all the teachers present. Minerva and Bella, the two opposing heads of house, were oblivious to having swapped each other's goblets. A sausage that fell from Hagrid's grasp stained Dumbledore's pink robes, and the headmaster's beard was ignited by a candle's flame. All the teachers, both privy to the truth and those unaware, gazed in astonishment at Severus. They beheld Miss Sally Ann, the quiet librarian who had served Hogwarts for over a decade, standing expectantly behind that shadowy figure. "I apologize, Miss Dumbledore," Severus began, attempting to decline her request, but Sally Ann interrupted, grasping his shoulder, rising on her toes in a bid to make her petite, 14-year-old frame appear taller. In a hushed, more melancholic tone, she implored, "Professor Snape, you resemble the father I have only met once. Would you honor me with a dance? I feel an overwhelming sense of solitude. A cauldron containing a precious potion remains with me." Severus was perplexed by Sally's demeanor and, out of courtesy, declined her advances. Unbeknownst to him, his current appearance resembled that of Pollux before the onset of war, evoking in Sally the realization that she was not Ariana. As the clumsy strains of wizarding music resonated, Severus lost the non-existent precious potion. Sally grasped his hand firmly, pulling him into the dance floor. With each buoyant step, she felt as though she truly held Pollux's hand, envisioning the elusive figure adorned with an iron mask. This father, who had once bestowed upon her the courage to live, once more guided her gently away from the painful memories of Ariana. Her very existence was a miracle, a testament to love. She understood that she was Sally and not Ariana. Those harrowing memories did not rightfully belong to her. Over the years, Sally gradually realized that she lacked the power to liberate Pollux and the Dumbledore brothers from their tragic and sorrow-filled lives. However, now she had the opportunity to accompany Professor Snape, allowing this boy, once engulfed in despair like herself, to witness the warmth of the world. Together, they could revisit this world anew. Observing the dance floor, where the two clumsily trampled upon each other's feet in an awkward manner, Albus, with a heart full of conflicting emotions, suppressed the urge to draw out the Elder Wand, extinguishing his flaming beard as he took a seat. He firmly restrained Aberforth, who was poised to leap up, and said meaningfully, "I told you from the beginning, she is not Ariana. Let her be. Is that not preferable?" Thud. Aberforth's fist struck his brother's face with habitual swiftness. Rising in indignation, He hesitated, but ultimately refrained from intervening between the two. Years spent alongside Sally had allowed him to relinquish that obsession. Beneath Sally's smile, he revealed a look of relief as he departed from Hogwarts. The blow was not forceful and left no mark. Albus discreetly repaired his glasses, noticing that no one had even acknowledged his presence. After all, the pair on the dance floor were indeed a striking spectacle. Hagrid's tale abruptly halted as he turned to Pollux and said, "And then it occurred to me that Mr. Doy must be quite hungry, so I dashed out. Thank you, Rubius. You possess a kind heart." Regaining his composure, Pollux raised his goblet towards Hagrid, noticing in the distance an approaching figure, one that seemed familiar. It was Pollux Black, his sister. A slip of parchment had been misplaced. The third volume had been sent to the second. "Professor Black, what brings you here?" Hagrid inquired, having spotted Bellatrix nearing him. He had a distaste for Slytherin, and even more so for this new headmistress who daily instructed young wizards in the dark arts, particularly her haughty and severe countenance which unsettled him. Nevertheless, he wiped his greasy hands and greeted her, for he was inherently a kind-hearted and warm individual. "Would you care for something to eat? I have some delightful tea." "No, thank you." Bellatrix's icy demeanor extinguished his enthusiasm. Were it not for the necessity of encountering the enigmatic Nameless One, she would have wished to avoid any association with Hagrid entirely. She harbored a strong aversion, particularly towards the half-giant. Having returned to England and Hogwarts for nearly a month, the deaths of her brother and grandfather weighed heavily upon her. The boy confined in the graveyard, though he said nothing, had left her with a sliver of doubt. After all, she had a clever husband, did she not? John Doe, this peculiar new gamekeeper, was the subject of her keen suspicion. Their initial encounter today had evoked a sense of familiarity from the stranger. Merely from a glance, she recognized him. Dismissing Hagrid, she addressed Pollux with an undeniable tone. "John Doe, I believe we need to converse." "Now?" "Yes, at this very moment." An awkward silence enveloped the trio. Marked by the evident familiarity between the two men, Bellatrix's increasingly frigid expression, and the palpable tension in the air. "Gentlemen, I just recalled that I must prepare dinner for my pets." Hagrid patted Pollux on the back, casting him a look of concern before retreating into the small cabin. Once the door was closed, he leaned against it, exhaling deeply and instinctively rubbing his belly. The scene had left him utterly astonished. His mind struggled to reconcile his new colleague with the deceased Pollux, leading him instead to contemplate other possibilities. Good heavens! Could it be that Mr. Doe was so formidable as to have entangled himself with the heiress of the Black family? After all, she was a married woman. Did he not fear the repercussions from the Black family? After finally calming the tumultuous emotions within, Hagrid hesitated for quite some time before bending down and peering through the crack of the door to surreptitiously observe Pollux and Bella. His concern for the safety of his new colleague and dear friend was genuine, devoid of any inclination towards gossip. This was the rationale he provided himself. "Come with me, Professor Black." Upon Hagrid's entrance, Pollux rose and made his way towards a grand tree by the lakeside, with Bella closely trailing behind. Their silent footsteps soon led them to the very tree where Pollux had once met Ariana. Gazing at the tranquil surface of the lake, Bella could no longer contain her overwhelming excitement. "Pollux," she called out, her eyes glistening with tears as she reached out her hand towards him, intending to remove the mask. When he recoiled, she spoke with a trembling voice. "Do you honor our grandfather? We all believed you were dead. Do you not understand?" The tears that flowed interrupted Bella's words. "I am sorry, sister, but Pollux Black should not be alive. You must forget me now." Pollux yearned to comfort Bella. Yet he found himself at a loss as to how to confront his sister. Had he known the answer, he would not have deliberately avoided her, especially since they were both at Hogwarts. After much contemplation, he spoke softly. "The life that Black has painstakingly rebuilt should not be disrupted by my madness. The wizarding world of Britain can scarcely accommodate me." Upon hearing his words, Bella endeavored to regain her composure, wiping away her tears. "Shall we visit Narcissa? Or perhaps you might inform Mother that you are not dead." As he observed Bella's return to tranquility, Pollux suddenly considered. The summons for Bella must have been orchestrated by Albus himself. Aside from Rodolphus and Bella, it was improbable that any other members of the Black family could conceal his identity after having encountered him. He felt a mix of gratitude and revulsion. "Regrettably, sister, I cannot, and neither can you. You must not disclose this to anyone other than Rodolphus, at least for now. You understand what my name signifies." Bella fell silent for a moment. "What is it that you require me to do?" "Nothing for now. Among us, you resemble grandfather the most. Lead the Black family well. Next year, you should resign from your position. I will speak with Albus. With Rodolphus in the family, I can. You know I am not dead. Trust me, sister." Paul removed his mask and fixed his gaze intently upon Bella. "It is all over. I shall return," he added with a sense of finality. "You should not meet with someone as humble as I." The mention of the keykeeper elicited a nod from Bella, her expression momentarily darkening as she thought of Hagrid. "No need for that. The fellow is rather intriguing and certainly not a blabbermouth." Observing Bella's incredulous demeanor, Paul chuckled softly. "He is privy to many of Dumbledore's secrets. Yet no one else knows them, do they? That fellow only shares secrets with those he trusts." Bella, undeterred by the notion of confronting Hagrid, gazed wistfully at Paul as she retrieved a photograph taken in America, presenting it to him. "Until tomorrow, Mr. Doy." As Bella turned to leave, Paul cast a cold glance at the headmaster's office on the 8th floor of the castle. His experience of imprisoning Sirius had taught him that concealing a person, while challenging, was not insurmountable. Particularly at Hogwarts, both the Room of Requirement and the Chamber of Secrets offered excellent options. Even the depths of the Forbidden Forest seemed preferable to the current situation. He pondered the risk of plunging the British wizarding world into chaos by becoming a gamekeeper and deliberately facilitating encounters between his family and himself. Albus Dumbledore. What exactly are you attempting to achieve? His mind felt invigorated, a sensation he had not experienced in quite some time. Back at the gamekeeper's hut, Hagrid observed the increasingly taciturn Paul, his heart churning with conflicting emotions. He resolved to safeguard the secret of his dear friend, vowing not to disclose it even to Dumbledore. In their unremarkable lives, there was little to chronicle. A reclusive groundskeeper and a defense against the dark arts professor had no reason to cross paths in their professional or personal lives. Both Bella and Paul were consciously avoiding each other, further diminishing any rationale for a reunion. Otherwise, Bella would not have sought him out in the first place. Their singular encounter had gone unnoticed by any faculty member besides Hagrid, rendering Bella's initiative to approach Paul seem exceedingly abrupt in his eyes. This led the meticulous giant to ponder the implications. He thought of John Doy, an individual who could out-eat him, and considered that his aversion to dining in the hall might be due to Bella. Moreover, following that meeting, the mysterious photograph in her possession, a picture she had never allowed him to see, not even for a fleeting moment, suddenly clarified everything for Hagrid. His new friend was, indeed, an old flame of Professor Black. This half-blood giant, steadfast in his loyalty to friendship, clung tightly to this secret, while his sympathy for Mr. Doy deepened. His new companion was a far more pitiful oddity than himself. One must certainly bring back a bit more food, for the dishes one prepares are rather unpalatable. Thus, each day, Haig bore a sack filled with provisions, becoming a news site at Hogwarts. Due to this charming misunderstanding, even though Pollux soon became the defense against the dark arts professor, the routine persisted uninterrupted. Until the final battle concluded, he remained steadfast in delivering meals to Mr. Doy. Within the newly renovated office of the potions professor, filled with an array of terrifying ingredients, the atmosphere had taken on an unsettling quality. Boom. Accompanied by a burst of flame, Sally's adorable visage was instantly shrouded in soot, a plume of smoke rising from her head. Severus's expressionless face twitched. He could no longer recall how many times his cauldron had exploded at her hands since Halloween. After tidying up, he carelessly tossed the shattered cauldron into the corner. "Professor Snape, I believe I am on the verge of success." Severus glanced at the pile of cauldrons in the corner and, taking a piece of aconite from the shelf, inquired, "Might I ask, Madame Dumbledore, what is this?" "Call me Sally," she replied, eyeing the aconite in his hand. Biting her lip as she murmured, This is a potato, I believe. It is aconite, also known as wolfsbane or monkshood." "Madame Sally, it is not a potato. Potatoes cannot be used for potion making. Fried potatoes can bring happiness, can they not? Especially when paired with ketchup," Sally countered, insisting. "It is indeed a potion that brings joy, is it not?" "That is not a potion, Madame Sally. What on earth is in your head? A troll?" Severus trembled slightly as he held the aconite, gradually placing it back down, casting a glance at Sally. "Madam, I suggest you focus on your duties and remain in the library. You should understand that you possess no aptitude for potions, none whatsoever. Do you comprehend? Then can you teach me magic? What is it called?" "Shadow. It is called the disarming charm," Severus retorted. "Innate magical power does not equate to talent in spellcasting, much like your inability to distinguish between a potato and aconite." Reflecting on the opinions of others regarding Sally, he hesitated but ultimately revealed, "I believe you should be aware that your magical talent is as dismal as your potion-making skills." It is indeed well known that Sally was appointed as the librarian for this very reason, and Ariana's disdain for magic has rendered her a silent observer. The immense magical power coursing through her veins originates from her two brothers and the soul of Fox, alongside a physique that nearly resembles that of a magical creature. Although Sally, possessing Ariana's memories, harbors a similar aversion to magic, this has not deterred her from attempting to pry open Severus's closed heart. "Professor Snape," Sally began, her words faltering. "Speak, and then hurry back to your work. If you could smile a little more, I would not have to bother you so much." With that, Sally placed a generous handful of candies upon the desk. "Brother, Professor Dumbledore informed me that these can bring joy. I do not fancy sweets." Before Severus could finish his statement, Sally dashed out, turning back to declare, "I know this is bothersome, Professor Snape, and I cannot fathom why you choose to shut your heart away. However, if you do not consume them, I shall persist in my efforts." With a click, the office door swung open and shut. Why must one seal their heart away? A flicker of anguish crossed Severus's face. He was perplexed as to why he felt such tolerance towards Sally, a peculiar lady of questionable lineage, who could hardly be deemed human. Perhaps she was the only one, aside from Lily, who genuinely cared for him. Gazing at the candies on the table, he approached and reached for one, hesitating for an extended moment before unwrapping it and placing it in his mouth. Ugh! Severus spat out the earwax-flavored candy, tears almost springing to his eyes. Casting a glance at the heap of candies, he withdrew his one to examine them closely, his otherwise expressionless face contorting in violent spasms. This entire collection was indeed earwax-flavored. The mound of ruined cauldrons in the corner encapsulated his current turmoil perfectly. In the headmaster's office, Sally, while amusing Phoenix Fox, remarked, "Brother, do you think Professor Snape will enjoy those candies? I believe he would not refuse them. They were carefully selected by me." Dumbledore set aside his peculiar book, adjusted his glasses, and produced a leather pouch enhanced with an endless extension charm. "He will surely appreciate them. I have plenty more here, Ariana." "Thank you. I shall be off to work." As Sally exited the headmaster's office, her spirits buoyed by the bag of candies, she perfectly missed the appearance of Pollux around the corner. After much contemplation, he resolved to directly inquire about Dumbledore's intentions. What was this old fellow up to? For he had just heard from Hagrid that Bella had taken a tumble, even breaking her hand. Suddenly, he recalled something. The position for the defense against the dark arts class had been cursed by Voldemort. The office of Hogwarts headmaster. "You have finally arrived," Albus spoke calmly. Without any invitation. Pollux settled directly onto the sofa, removing his mask. His face bore a striking resemblance to the youthful Voldemort, marked by the ravages of dark magic. His eyes, now a vivid crimson, glared at Albus with fury. "Albus, why did you allow Bella to come here? Are you not aware that this position has been cursed by Voldemort? Is one Rita not sufficient to keep me under control?" Albus replied, "I do not intend to control you, nor have I ever thought of doing so. My intention for concealing you here is solely to put an end to the war and to dispel the concerns of those with ulterior motives. Then conceal me more effectively. Send Bella back and escort me to the Chamber of Secrets." A flicker of anger ignited within Pollux as he pondered the perplexing machinations of Albus. He indignantly declared, "It is evident that we are at odds. Confining me to this chamber is perhaps for the best, as long as you harbor no ill intentions towards my family. I assure you I shall remain here. Bella may return, and Christmas shall herald her departure." Albus slowly approached the mirror of amidst, gracefully waving his wand to unveil the drapery that concealed it. Gazing into the mirror at the two youthful figures, he spoke with profound significance. "Voldemort will indeed return. Will he not, Mr. Black? What do you intend to do then? I have grown weary and lack the strength to prevent the conflict between you. Even if this war leads to your demise, this world can bear no more of such turmoil. So, enlighten me with the final line of that wretched prophecy." Suddenly, Pollux was struck by the thought of Voldemort, who had perished due to prophecy, momentarily rendered speechless. He pondered the distinction between himself and the other, regaining his composure. He turned to Albus and inquired, "What exactly do you mean?" As he gazed into the mirror at the two young men, nodding in affirmation of his inner thoughts, Albus waved his wand to cover the enchanted mirror and sat across from Pollux. He picked up a mask from the table and scrutinized it meticulously. "Don this mask," he instructed, tossing it to Pollux. "Do not attempt to remove it again." Albus gripped Pollus's hand tightly, his tone laced with menace. "Remember, you are John Doe, no longer Pollux Black. Should you dare to leverage this world against me, I shall ensure you are left with nothing. Do not force my hand once more. I do not appreciate your current demeanor, Albus. I am neither Severus nor the Potters, nor am I a member of your Order of the Phoenix." With a swift motion, Pollux freed his hand and drew forth two wands, slamming them onto the table, his eyes challenging Albus as he spoke with disdain. You are not Tom Riddle. Your threats are but a jest in my eyes. If you wish for me to acquiesce, prove it to me." Albus displayed a smile that was entirely expected, seemingly unperturbed by the palpable tension between them. "You are not the Dark Lord, are you?" He reclined comfortably on the sofa, the desperate demeanor of his opponent evoking memories of Gellert, merely a Gellert devoid of intellect. Paul, despite his strength and determination, lacks intellect. He remains unchanged, facing threats with a reliance solely on brute force. Contemplating this, Albus resolved to take a gamble, guided by the mirror of Ariste. "I possess a means to resurrect Rita." How could it be? Paulus recalled the moment when the other party explicitly conveyed their inability. "Did you not claim that you could not do it?" he questioned. "I have discerned the essence of that prophecy from the church." Albus, with a smug gesture towards his own head, implied that the wisdom contained within was beyond Paulus's comprehension. "You need only to know that I possess this ability now. I can resurrect Rita and reveal the remaining prophecies, but it requires your agreement to a condition." Without acknowledging the provocative gesture, Paulus hastily inquired, "What condition?" Compared to placing faith in Voldemort, Albus was evidently far more trustworthy. "Cast aside your past and your name, and allow me to witness a new version of you. I know love still resides within your heart, and I am aware you have not succumbed to the allure of power." At this juncture, Albus's voice tinged with remorse and sorrow. "A decade ago, I did not acquiesce to your plea, but now I offer you a chance to prove me wrong. Rest assured, Headmaster Dumbledore, I shall attain unparalleled power." Suddenly, a plate, seemingly conjured from nowhere, struck Paulus on the head. Albus glared at Paulus in fury. Peleus was correct. "You truly are a fool. What I require is not your power. I have already witnessed your magical talents. What I need to see is love, the love others have for you, and the love you have for others." At that moment, the portrait of Phineas Black on the wall spoke up. "Young man, Albus intends for you to become the next headmaster. But Albus, are you certain that this foolish descendant of mine will not sell the school?" Silence. Albus's stern words silenced Phineas, who vanished from the portrait. "Headmaster?" Paul was utterly bewildered, succumbing to a state of mental overload. "It was more or less that sentiment. Once you satisfy me, I shall divulge everything." Albus approached the desk, extracting 2 sheets of parchment and tossing them to Paul. "Deliver these to Bella. She shall be free to depart after Christmas. Once she leaves, you will assume the role of the defense against the dark arts professor. I shall also refrain from summoning your family to the school. Do you genuinely wish for me to become the headmaster? It seems rather inappropriate. I believe my ancestors." Holding the contract, Paulus murmured a question. Albus interrupted him, returning to his desk. "Indeed, you are not mistaken, but I wish to refrain from further conversation today. Please leave." "Shouldn't you be telling me to get lost?" "Leave. Get out." After Paulus exited the headmaster's office, Albus retrieved a Bible from his drawer and began to read it earnestly. Given the choice, he would undoubtedly seal Paulus away completely. However, Paulus's power had surpassed his control, even exceeding that of the prophecy. It was merely a wizard's prophecy. Its power did not belong to the realm of mortals. Albus needed a living Paulus to eternally seal away the tumultuous force within him, the force that had merely revealed a glimpse of its might during the Battle of Hogwarts. After more than 30 years of being a nobody, a decade and a half as a Dark Lord, and now assuming the roles of teacher and headmaster, throughout his many years in this world, having prepared for and endured war, he had only 2 friends, Rudolphus and Rita, aside from his family. Paulus could not fully comprehend the entirety of Albus's intentions. Yet he discerned the underlying purpose. Perhaps it was to encourage him to forge deeper connections through the role of a teacher. However, he questioned whether such a life truly suited him. He was not a person of abundant emotions. Albus's behavior was quite distasteful to him. The prospect of gaining more friends necessitated a greater strength to safeguard them. In contrast to the pursuit of friendships, he preferred to amass more power. Yet, in this moment, he found himself without a choice. Albus's request was one he could not decline. The heart of Paulus harbors an overwhelming sense of indebtedness towards Rita. Hogwarts. Prior to the Christmas holiday, in the office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts. After Christmas, you need not return. I have resolved matters with Albus. Paulus still donned that cold iron mask as he extended the contract to Bella, his sister with whom he shared the closest bond. After a decade, they had only met twice. Brother. The resolute Bella found herself momentarily at a loss for words, her frosty visage betraying a flicker of excitement and sorrow. Though she was the eldest among the 4 siblings, she, like her sisters, could only lean on this brother for support. "You have done exceedingly well, dear sister. Do you remember the first time you took me to school?" Paulus embraced Bella, gently patting her back as he spoke softly, Please take good care of the children and keep a watchful eye on the Blake household. Bella nodded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Pollux chose not to utter another word, unable to bear the sight of Bella succumbing to sorrow once more. While he felt powerless to assist her, after leaving her office with a solemn promise of his inevitable return, he departed. Unfortunately, his exit was witnessed by Hagrid, who was on his way to seek Albus. Noticing the melancholic demeanor of his friend, Hagrid merely offered a casual greeting before moving on. As he gazed at the door of Bella's office, he fell into deep contemplation, nearly forgetting the matter at hand regarding Albus. Subsequently, Bella, with reddened eyes, left in a whirlwind, her belongings in tow, further unsettling Hagrid's heart, rendering him speechless in the headmaster's office. He found himself grappling with the turmoil within, struggling to articulate his thoughts in response to Albus's inquiries. Ultimately, he fabricated a clumsy excuse and hurried away, now apprehensive about confronting his most trusted mentor, Headmaster Dumbledore. He felt an urgent need to safeguard Mr. Doe's secret. That evening, even in Bella's absence, Pollux was notably absent from dinner. At the table, Minerva's typically stern expression had turned somewhat pallid as she fixated on Albus's announcement. She was among the few Hogwarts staff privy to Pollux's true identity. From the time he was a student, his arrogant demeanor had elicited her disdain. His subsequent initiation of war had resulted in the deaths of many of her friends, those she loved and who loved her in return. Were it not for her unwavering respect and trust in Albus, she would never have made that vow on the day Harry perished. Suppressing her fury until the conclusion of dinner, Minerva stormed into the headmaster's office alongside Albus. "Headmaster Dumbledore, you cannot. You must not allow that man to become a teacher." Her anger and seriousness filled the room, as she could not tolerate a Dark Lord taking on the role of defense against the dark arts instructor. "John Doe will send the children straight to Azkaban. You cannot let that madman teach. It will ruin Hogwarts." Even Fawkes, the sleeping phoenix nearby, was startled awake, calling out a few times before silencing himself amidst Minerva's wrath. Albus rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. "Professor McGonagall, Pollux is dead, Mr. Doe is not as you imagine. No, absolutely not. I will never forgive him." Minerva's gaze bore into Albus, her expression revealing a hint of anguish, her lips trembling with rage. "Doug, he was among those who fell to the hands of those madmen. Albus, if you take a cup of tea, Professor McGonagall." Albus observed Minerva's increasingly animated expression, halting her from continuing as he poured a cup of tea, his countenance marked by regret as he approached her. "All of this is due to Voldemort. That child bears no fault. If anyone should be held accountable for Doug's death, I believe I am the one who ought to take responsibility. That child sought my protection once." Minerva found it hard to fathom. She had never witnessed such a side of Headmaster Dumbledore. Acknowledging his errors before her, he remained resolute in his anger, yet his demeanor softened slightly. "Headmaster, this is not your fault. No, Minerva, I have met that child more than once." Albus sank into the sofa, his eyes shutting in anguish. "At that time, I had the power to prevent all of this, to stop that child, to thwart Voldemort, even to avert the deaths of the Potters and those unnecessary sacrifices. I could have prevented it all. Do you understand, Minerva? All tragedy stems from me, from my hubris." Opening his eyes, Albus gazed at Minerva, this unwaveringly loyal confidant. His expression regained a semblance of calm, yet bore the weight of ages. "Minerva, I do not wish for tragedy to unfold once more, nor do I possess the strength to end another war. Voldemort is not dead. I believe you are aware of this. I have reached the age of a century, and even for a wizard, that is far too great. Headmaster, you must be able to. This time, I choose to believe in that child. His heart is not as dark as it appears." Albus's gaze carried a hint of pleading. "I hope you can trust me once more, Minerva." "Headmaster." The ire within Minerva was thoroughly extinguished as she knelt beside Albus, grasping his aged hand. "I promise you, it is because you believe in that rascal." "Headmaster Dumbledore." Rising, Minerva declared, "This is not your fault. You have done enough. However, if that rascal were to commit any egregious acts, I believe you will make the right choice." Albus comfortingly patted Minerva's hand. "I will, Professor McGonagall." She positioned herself opposite Albus. Though her heart was filled with disdain, she chose to trust him, for his earlier demeanor had profoundly moved her. Albus Dumbledore was a beacon, illuminating her heart and those of many others, including Gellert Grindelwald. Yet, were he present now, he would surely exclaim, "Little fool, you have finally grown up." As the Christmas holiday concluded, on the very first evening of their return to school, Albus tapped his wine glass to gather everyone's attention following the meal. He celebrated the inaugural Christmas since the end of the war and announced a series of significant developments. Severus Snape had been appointed as the head of Slytherin House, and Minerva McGonagall was promoted to the position of deputy headmistress. Furthermore, he introduced John Doe, who had been serving at the school for nearly 2 months. This peculiar figure, clad in an iron mask, would be the new instructor for the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. That day, Hagrid, who had not experienced such joy in a long while, clapped his hands until they turned sore. As for the curse that had robbed Paul of his nose, it was hardly a concern, considering they were all legendary figures, each a master of the dark arts. The young witches and wizards enrolled at Hogwarts were genuinely eager for their lessons in defense against the dark arts. On the first day of class, Paul entered the classroom quietly and approached the lectern. Rather than picking up the attendance sheet, he surveyed the room through his iron mask. He was reluctant to teach these children. He preferred the intricacies of the Cruciatus curse. As his gaze slowly traversed the classroom, the temperature seemed to drop, plunging the students into an eerie silence. None dared to discuss their new teacher. They obediently retrieved their textbooks and settled into their seats. With his masked visage, Paul's voice resonated with a somber tone throughout the classroom. You should already know my name, and I have no desire to learn yours. There will be no roll call in my class, for I do not wish to be your teacher, nor will I instruct you in the contents of those textbooks. He rapped his knuckles on the lectern, quelling the unrest that threatened to erupt in the classroom. He had scarcely perused the curriculum, being immortal. He had no need for defenses, offense was sufficient. What he intended to impart to these children was his version of true dark magic defense. In this Defense Against the Dark Arts class, you will not learn any spells from your textbooks. What you require is to learn how to fight. The battles between wizards cannot be resolved with a mere counter curse from a textbook. To kill your opponent. To defeat your opponent. That is the essence of the finest defense. Do you comprehend? Pollux deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of the words kill with increasing gravity in his tone. Understand, Professor Doy, he stated. Only a handful of trembling Gryffindor students responded, while the remaining young wizards fervently nodded in agreement. This unsettling new professor instilled a sense of fear within them. You few. Step forward. Pollux expressed a degree of satisfaction with the students' current performance, nodding gently as he summoned a few Gryffindor students to the forefront. Use your most formidable methods to challenge me, he instructed. Professor Doy observed the hesitation among the group. Noticing their reluctance, Pollux remarked coldly, I am your teacher. I shall not bring harm upon you. If you wish to avoid spending the remainder of your school year in the infirmary, summon the courage befitting Gryffindor. This statement proved far more persuasive than mere point deductions. Encouraged by one another, the students raised their wands and began to chant spells. Expulso. Inferno. Flammy. A cacophony of incantations erupted. Pollux remained utterly still, not even stirring his magical energy, yet he bellowed a single phrase, bone-piercing. With those mere words, the incantations that had been half-uttered came to an abrupt halt. The group was instantly engulfed in panic, with 2 of the female students reduced to tears from sheer fright. Pollux disdainfully addressed the group. You are a bunch of useless fools. Return to your seats. Without the slightest hesitation, they obediently retreated to their places. An overarching thought lingered among all the students in the classroom. The frigid Professor Snape appeared to be nothing short of an angel. Faced with the weakness of these first-year students, Pollux took a couple of steps, reflecting for a moment before stating, it is merely a spell devoid of power that can easily vanquish you, little ones, in a duel among wizards. The initial confrontation lies within the realms of spirit and consciousness. If you cannot surpass this hurdle, even if you possess greater strength than your opponent, you remain, in essence, but a feeble creature. Understood? Professor Doy. Next, I shall demonstrate the 3 unforgivable curses. You. Step forward, fool. This, indeed, is the killing curse. Do you not know how to evade it? Amidst the barrage of curses, the atmosphere in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class grew particularly tense. After class, not a single child dared to approach their new professor, despite the wealth of new knowledge he imparted, knowledge that transcended the pages of their textbooks. Pollux found himself increasingly disenchanted with these oblivious students who had been nurtured in a sheltered environment. They exhibited a profound lack of fortitude. Devoid of any semblance of a warrior's spirit, he found himself reminiscing about his former followers, who embodied the essence of true warriors. Little did he realize the daunting experience a cadre of 11- and 12-year-old children would face when confronted by a Dark Lord, even one who posed no threat to their safety. However, he was a man of his word. Having made a promise to Albus, he was determined to impart his knowledge, not solely for Rita's sake, but with his own unique approach to teaching. Thus, Pollux officially assumed the role of the Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor. Meanwhile, Albus, in his capacity as headmaster, found himself preoccupied not only with indulging in desserts and savoring tea, but also with addressing the ire of Minerva. This venerable lady had acquired a new task, to incinerate the towering pile of complaint letters from parents. It was during this time that he discovered the fireplace could provide warmth without the need for magic or firewood. As the academic year drew to a close, the young sorcerers began to recognize their growth, and the avalanche of complaint letters transformed into migratory birds, arriving only between September and Christmas to rest atop the headmaster's desk. Minerva did not seek out Albus regarding the instruction of the defense against the dark arts course. Indeed, life had accelerated in the absence of Voldemort. Time whisked away, and 3 years later, the populace gradually began to forget the existence of the two Dark Lords. Pollux is about to welcome his second friend at Hogwarts, who may also become his future son-in-law, Severus Snape, a pitiable soul whose heart has gradually been opened by Ariana. Time, as they say, is the best healer for a failed romance, especially when accompanied by a devoted individual who helps navigate its tumultuous waters. Prolonged companionship has allowed the bond between Ariana, burdened by tragic memories, and Severus to blossom slowly. This brilliant potions master, whose life is steeped in tragedy, has begun to rediscover a semblance of joy upon his perpetually cold visage. Though his smiles are rare, they have indeed returned to Severus's countenance. The heart, once frozen by Lily's departure, is gradually thawing. Yet, there is a saying, foolish boys find more joy. Severus Snape is not a fool. On the contrary, he possesses great intellect. As he begins to emerge from his sorrow, he realizes that both Albus Dumbledore and Pollux Black share a portion of the blame for Lily's demise. Their negligence and manipulation ultimately led to her tragic end. Within Severus's heart, resentment has taken root against both men, particularly against Albus, who orchestrated it all. He cannot accept Albus's willingness to sacrifice Lily. Were it not for the desire for vengeance against Voldemort, to protect Lily's child, for the sake of Slytherin, Severus would have undoubtedly left Hogwarts upon grasping the entirety of the situation. However, in recent months, everything has transformed. As their relationship deepens, Severus learns from Slytherin that the one he cares for is Ariana, Albus's sister, plunging him into profound turmoil. The nature of their bond has begun to shift within his heart. Slytherin's identity draws him back to Spinner's End, where their connection seems more akin to charity, a form of pity bestowed upon him by Albus Dumbledore. This sense of humiliation is causing Severus to gradually forget the years of affection shared between them. In the potions professor's office, Slytherin has come countless times over the last few months, seeking to explain herself to Severus. Severus, I beg you, please don't do this. Leave, Slytherin. It is over between us. We share the same painful memories. Let us forget those, shall we? I am Slytherin, not Ariana. Not what? Not Dumbledore's sister. Upon seeing Slytherin's eyes, so reminiscent of Albus's, Severus feels transported back to that day when he called Lily a mudblood. First it was James, now it's Albus. This unfortunate man, once again wounded by his own sense of dignity, has harmed his angel. In a fit of rage, Severus flung open the office door and declared loudly, Madam Dumbledore, I do not require the pity of a monster. Monster? Severus, you. Upon hearing the word monster, Shaleia felt as though struck by a thunderbolt. The fragmented memories of a troubled past surged forth. Moreover, these two words were uttered by the very lips of the one she adored. Severus had the audacity to label her a monster. A monster. The fiery crimson wings that usually draped about her like a cloak unfurled violently. The magical energy emanating from her ignited upon contact with the air, blazing fiercely. Her eyes, brimming with resentment, fixated intensely on Severus. Anyone may utter such words, but you must not. You cannot call me a monster. Ha! I despise you. With a wave of heat, Shaleia propelled herself past Severus, shattering the window in the corridor, soaring skyward. A colossal phoenix or perhaps a fiery angel appeared above Hogwarts. Its mournful cry resonated with profound sorrow and despair. Closing the door to silence Shaleia's voice echoing in his mind, Severus clenched his fists, resting his head against the door. Trembling as he uttered apologies, tears of self-reproach staining his cheeks. Once again, he had wounded the heart of someone who truly loved him. Yet Shaleia was not Lily. She was a descendant of two legendary wizards, one of whom possessed a notoriously fierce temper. This choice was not for you, Severus, to dictate. Albus quietly observed as Ariana descended beside Hagrid's hut, offering a moment of silent tribute for Severus, showing no inclination to intervene. For, at Ariana's behest, he had sought Severus out for a conversation. The other's demeanor had left him decidedly displeased. He even found himself somewhat anticipating whether Pollux would indeed strike Severus down. The keeper's cabin. After becoming a teacher, Paul did not relocate to the castle. Rather, he chose to remain here. Practicing in the Forbidden Forest was far more convenient than within the castle walls, was it not? Bang! Sally, dragging her wings and overwhelmed with tears, forcefully pushed open the door of the cottage. She was aware that Paul was alive and understood the difficulties he faced, which is why they had maintained a discreet communication through Shadow Serpent. This time, her sorrow was overwhelming, prompting her to seek Paul directly. Although Hagrid knew Sally's true identity as Dumbledore's sister, he was unaware of the deeper father-daughter relationship between her and Paul. Upon witnessing Sally collapse in Mr. Doy's embrace, Hagrid was once again taken aback. He instinctively covered Fong's eyes, sitting in shocked silence for a moment before hurriedly carrying Fong away from the cottage, refraining from eavesdropping this time. After all, she was Dumbledore's sister. Previously it was Mrs. Black, and now it was Miss Dumbledore. As Hagrid distanced himself from the cottage, he couldn't help but ponder the face concealed behind Mr. Doy's mask. Could he possibly be an exceedingly handsome man? Fong, you must not tell anyone about this. Understand? Woof, woof. Woof, absolutely not. Mr. Doy is my best friend, do you comprehend? In a fit of inexplicable annoyance, Fong bit down on Hagrid's large hand. Well, I shall take that as your agreement. You are a good dog. Hagrid, with his tough exterior, paid no mind to the bite, as his not-so-bright mind began to wander. Surely, Mr. Doy must be a dashing gentleman, one who enjoys the company of others' wives and has accrued many romantic debts, thus seeking refuge in Hogwarts. However, to think that even Miss Ariana, good heavens, if Dumbledore were to find out, he would undoubtedly expel Mr. Doy. With this thought, Hagrid felt a jolt of alarm and turned to Fong, speaking earnestly and seriously. Fong, this matter must remain a secret. Not even Dumbledore can know. Whimper, whimper, woof, woof. No, no, Fong. While we hold great respect for Headmaster Dumbledore, Mr. Doy is my friend. Hagrid continued speaking to the dog, lost in his own thoughts. After comforting Sally, he assured her 3 times that he would keep her secret and would not harm Severus before seeing her off. Pollux, after spending such a lengthy period at Hogwarts, finally grasped his wand. Fueled by understanding, he was consumed by rage. He learned of the deep feelings between Severus and Sally, and he cared not for what that scoundrel Severus was contemplating. All he could feel was the love and anguish emanating from Sally. He could not comprehend why that foolish man would reject his daughter. Now, Pollux resolved to confront Severus, and should the latter refuse to listen, transforming him into a mere memory was not beyond the realm of possibility. The oath to never harm a member of Hogwarts could not restrain the frenzied Pollux. Observing Pollux storm away in anger, Hagrid, out of friendship, instinctively thought to offer his assistance. He hurried back to his hut and retrieved the pink umbrella. But upon reaching the doorway, he hesitated. Such emotional disputes were precisely his weakest area. After much deliberation, he ultimately set the umbrella down and softly addressed Fong. The potions master ought to be no match for the defense against the dark arts instructor, right? As it turned out, Hagrid was indeed correct this time. After Albus discreetly lifted the restrictions placed on Pollux, within the potions office, a cacophony of bangs echoed as the door swung open and shut. Severus, still ensnared in his sorrow while brewing a potion, merely turned his head, not yet able to discern the newcomer. He only felt the alarming proximity of his head to the cauldron. Crack! A sharp sound resonated, followed by the shattering of the cauldron and splattering potion. Severus, struck potentially on his knee, lost consciousness. Furious, Pollux did not relent. After administering a stern lesson of love through force, Albus, closely monitoring the unfolding events from the castle, could assure that had Severus been a muggle, he would surely have met his demise. Fortunately, the potion was non-toxic, and the assailant had not employed his wand. With a resounding thud, Pollux hurled a vial of healing potion at Severus's head and took a seat on a nearby stool. Severus was neither his kin nor akin to Voldemort or Albus. He had no intentions of engaging in an equal dialogue. Speak. Severus, awakened by the potion, struggled to articulate through his swollen lips. Mud. Blood. Crack. Another vial of healing potion met his head. Pollux, observing the fury and resentment etched upon Severus's face, decided against an argument. He pointed threateningly at Severus and declared, "If you wish to avoid being dragged to the girls' restroom, you will speak to me appropriately, understand? Professor Severus." You. After being doused with 2 vials of potion, Severus regained considerable clarity and recognized Pollux. Faced with humiliation and threat, he instinctively yearned to resist. However, the disparity in strength between the 2 parties, coupled with the physical pain he felt, immediately made him realize that success was utterly unattainable. just as he had been unable to protect Harry last time. In fact, this time, his opponent did not even resort to magic. Already in a foul mood, he now sank into profound despair, as if his very soul had been extracted, slumped against the wall in silence. His long experience of mercilessly beating Sirius had taught Pollux that his adversary was already conscious. With a cold tone, he remarked, "Do not feign death. Tell me why you screamed for Ariana, the monster. That lady adored you so dearly. Why did you inflict harm upon her?" A flicker of anger crossed Severus's face. His eyes fixed on Pollux with a seething resentment as he retorted, "I do not require your charity. Lily is dead. I shall not plead with anyone. Just like you and Dumbledore. You are all merely concerned with your own selves." Suddenly, a shattered ceramic pot interrupted Severus's tirade. "My mind is not functioning well. Do not beat around the bush with me. If you do not wish to witness Harry perish before your very eyes, think clearly before you speak. Why on earth did you harm Ariana? Why?" Pollux excitedly drew his wand and seized Severus. Albus, the headmaster, also appeared at the office door, firmly clutching the elder wand. "What?" Paul's threat to Harry utterly shattered Severus's inner self. The anger etched across his face gradually dissipated. "I cannot fathom the reason. Perhaps it is rooted in my tragic childhood." For the first time, Severus recounted the tales of his sorrowful youth, an existence devoid of dignity. He spoke of Lily, who brought a glimmer of hope to his life, and of the remorse he felt when he first inflicted pain upon her in a desperate attempt to uphold the dignity he had never possessed. All the way to Ariana. From the inaugural Halloween ball to the countless moments shared over 3 years, that woman, who bore her own wretched memories, gradually enveloped him in warmth, rescuing him from the guilt surrounding Lily's death. "I love her and am profoundly grateful for all she has given. Yet, I cannot forget the tragedy of Lily's demise. Had it not been for that term mudblood, Lily would still be alive." Severus's expression was rife with self-reproach. "Had it not been for me, you, Dumbledore, and Voldemort, Lily would not have perished. Does this justify the hurt you inflicted upon Ariana? Because she is Dumbledore's sister. Because she called me father. Because of your absurd pride. And what of Lily? She was Mrs. Potter, you pitiful wretch." Pollux let out a long sigh, releasing Severus, and returned to his seat. "I harbor no concern for Lily, nor for you, yet you must cease to inflict further harm upon Ariana. I cannot bear it. I have already caused her pain. I am truly sorry." Severus began to weep. "What a failure. Ariana is not your Lily." Pollux interrupted Severus. "You have no comprehension of the formidable spirit that resides within Ariana. Have you ever endeavored to truly understand her past? A mere epithet of monster will not drive Ariana away from you. Do you grasp that? Fool." "But I." Severus shook his head, nearly exasperated to the point of fury. Crash. Another pottery shard. "Dignity is earned through strength. It is not achieved by inflicting harm upon others, nor by fleeing. I grant you 3 days to reflect deeply and to extend your apologies to Ariana. Stuff your yearning for Lily into a far-off corner." As Pollux stood up, preparing to depart, he cast a glance at the troubled face of Severus. Raising his hand and clenching it into a fist, he declared emphatically, "I have no interest in meddling in others' affairs, nor do I comprehend love, but I excel at taking lives. Do not harm Ariana any further, Severus Snape. Otherwise, I shall seize everything from you. Everything," he added, "and you must not reveal this to Ariana." Without the need to open the door, Pollux raised his wand, and in the astonishment of both Severus and Albus, he vanished in a swirl of apparition. Albus shook his head as he returned to the headmaster's office, softly murmuring to himself, "Is it truly possible to cultivate this young man into a competent headmaster?" He did not use apparition to return directly to his cottage. Pollux must continue to conceal his identity, particularly in light of the restrictions imposed by Hogwarts. He simply needs to master the art of apparition instinctively. It is rather straightforward. Is it not? As for the vow that prevents him from causing harm to the members of Hogwarts, he suspects that it was his abstention from using magic that allowed him to evade the prophecy. After all, when the oath was taken, there was no stipulation against using one's fists. Upon entering the room, Pollux noticed Hagrid, who was holding an umbrella and gazing at him with deep concern. "Mr. Rubius, what troubles you? Have you been waiting for me?" Hagrid hesitated for a moment before responding. "Well, I just saw you storm out with your wand. You know that Ms. Dumbledore and Snape are in a relationship. I am aware of your past with Ms. Dumbledore, and I surmise you must be seeking out Snape." He refrained from uttering the latter part of his thought and continued, "You see, as friends, I wish to assist you, but I feel it may not be appropriate." Pollux has developed a certain fondness for this sincere, gentle giant, albeit he is somewhat indiscreet. Thank you, Mr. Rubius. You haven't disclosed this to Dumbledore, have you? No. John, how could I possibly inform Dumbledore? I shall keep your secret. If he were to learn about your relationship with Severus, Madame Dumbledore, and Mrs. Black, I would surely lose my only friend. Hagrid thought to himself. Oh, this time, it was Pollux who felt a surge of curiosity. Hagrid must possess considerable knowledge about Ariana. Yet he is willing to keep this secret for me? After all, I did strike a professor. How could Hagrid possibly assist me in concealing this from Albus? After spending such an extended period in each other's company, it was the first time that Pollux witnessed Hagrid's willingness to keep a secret for someone other than Albus, which stirred a slight sense of sentiment within him. It is worth mentioning that I had just given Professor Snape a good thrashing, Mr. Rubius. Fear not, Mr. John. I shall never utter a word, I swear. Hagrid raised the pink umbrella in his hand, gazing solemnly at Pollux, while with his other hand he gently patted Fong. Fong will keep it a secret too. We have come to an agreement. Observing the peculiar shape of the umbrella, Pollux couldn't help but stifle a laugh, gesturing with his hand to indicate that such formality was unnecessary. I trust you, Mr. Rubius. Is that umbrella your wand? Hagrid glanced at the umbrella, appearing somewhat melancholic as he tenderly caressed it with both hands. It was broken due to an unfortunate incident. Pollux gazed upon Hagrid's imposing stature and, pondering the absence of a suitable wand for himself, inquired with a hint of curiosity. Have you never considered repairing it, or perhaps acquiring a new one? Hagrid hesitated for a moment, ultimately deciding to share a small secret with Pollux, especially since he was privy to so many of the latter's confidences. I am prohibited by the Ministry of Magic from using magic. Hagrid recounted the unfortunate incident involving Moaning Myrtle, unveiling the tale that followed. Thus, whether or not I possess a wand holds little significance for me. Simply being able to remain at Hogwarts brings me immense contentment. How can a wizard be without a wand? Pollux was stirring the thick mixture in the cauldron as he spoke to Hagrid. If the opportunity arises, I shall endeavor to procure a wand for you. One that does not fall under the scrutiny of the Ministry of Magic. However, I must confess, I harbor some trepidation. But fear not. For my rapport with Ollivander is quite strong. I was once one of his most esteemed patrons. Pollux reminisced about his inaugural visit to the wand shop. He believed that he would not refuse Black. No, it was merely a gesture of goodwill. Perhaps he had developed a modicum of empathy for Hagrid, as he inadvertently uttered the surname Black, casting a discreet glance at Hagrid, who was wiping away his tears. Perhaps the other party had not noticed, after all. He was but a half-blood giant. Unbeknownst to him, the meticulous Hagrid had only begun to weep upon hearing the name Black. Mr. Doy was truly daring to seek out Mrs. Black on his behalf. Contemplating this, Hagrid hurried to the bedside, searching for something. Here, John, behold the exquisite wine I have preserved, he exclaimed, shaking the bottle joyfully at Pollux, who was in the midst of his meal. 3 days later. One must ponder whether love is truly great or if the fist holds more power. After Pollux had thoroughly shattered his dignity, Severus finally took the initiative to seek out Sally in a secluded corner of the library. Following a simple apology, Sally, with tears in her eyes, managed to salvage Severus. In that moment, Severus finally comprehended. Pollux was not mistaken. The other party was indeed far stronger than Lily. Mrs. Salia's love for herself surpassed Lily's as well. Perhaps it was time to confine Lily to the realm of memories, for what I have been pursuing may not be self-esteem and strength, but rather a love that belongs solely to me. I should not inflict pain upon a woman who loves me and shares a similar past. Gently caressing Salia's wings, Severus reflected, Thank you, Mr. Black, for granting me a chance to reclaim everything. In the headmaster's office, Albus nodded, continuing to peruse the Bible with utmost seriousness. Yet, even in peaceful times, misfortune can strike. A few months later, Druella Black of America passed away. The devastation of the Rosier family, coupled with the deaths of her son and husband, left the Black family deeply scarred, plunging her into an abyss of despair. Andromeda, along with her cousin Regulus Black, boarded a cruise ship. Albus contemplated the letter sent by Bella, lost in thought. Should he lift Pollus's confinement, allowing him a glimpse of the outside world? In August 1984, like an unexpected drizzle, the sky had been clear one moment, only to be shrouded in rain the next. After years of silence from family, I was taken aback to receive my first news from Albus. The gentle rain cleansed Hogwarts, infusing the air with a refreshing aroma of earth, while the vast lake became shrouded in mist. Standing by the lake, I watched the raindrops disrupt its tranquil surface. Another family member has departed from my life. Within Paul's heart surged a sense of powerlessness and sorrow. Was this an accident or an inevitability? Perhaps had he not been so obstinate in the past and gone directly to America, his mother would not have received the news of his demise, which so deeply affected her, nor would his grandfather have felt compelled to rally the Black family in desperation. His father and mother might still be alive. Perhaps I truly erred. I am sorry, grandfather. I am a fool. Lost in a long reverie of self-reproach and regret, a large hand landed upon his shoulder. Mr. Doy, it is already dinner time. I heard from Professor Dumbledore that you have been here all day. Hagrid could not see the expression beneath the other's mask, yet he sensed a faint sadness permeating the air. During the holiday closure, the school provides meals. Although you never mentioned it, I am aware. Holding up a pink umbrella, his round, plump face broke into a forced smile. The food I prepare is rather unpalatable, isn't it? Mr. Doy, look what I have brought you. Pollux cast a glance at the innocent and benevolent giant, feeling a twinge of envy for his counterpart. Thank you, Hagrid. I shall not require a meal tomorrow. I am departing from the school. Will you return? Hagrid inquired, a flicker of concern crossing his mind, pondering whether Mr. Doy intended to leave the school without having mentioned anything. It is nothing to worry about, just a few days. And I shall be back soon. Paul did not wish to return, yet the reality of the situation was unavoidable. Observing Hagrid's expression, he added, I have a matter to attend to, but I shall return shortly. That is good, Hagrid exhaled in relief. Together, they made their way back to his modest hut. The following day brought them to the Black family graveyard. Rejecting Bella and Rodolphus's kind offers, Paul ventured alone, bearing a portrait of his father and a bouquet of lilies. To his surprise, Sirius, who he had not seen for years, exhibited no reaction upon seeing Paul. He simply sat quietly beneath the great tree, gazing at him in silence. There were no curses, no raised ones in provocation, and his eyes held no anger. He merely observed as Paul paid tribute to his mother, his aunt. The gentle rain from the previous day continued to fall. Sirius's thoughts drifted back to a month prior, to the day when Andromeda and his brother Regulus visited. On that day, Regulus had engaged Sirius in a lengthy conversation, expressing to his brother, one may choose their friends, yet one cannot select their family, which is indeed a most uncomfortable reality. However, neither can your family choose you. Do you believe the Blacks desire your presence? Did our mother and father have a choice? Voldemort had long since seized control of our family. He extended his grasp before we were even born. You harbor hatred for Paul, for Phalanx. Yet what have you done for the family? While the Dark Lord dragged our lineage into the abyss, what were you doing? Cast aside that foolish stubbornness. Pursuing freedom? Yearning for equality? Sirius, you are eternally laughable, clinging to your deluded sense of justice. On that day, Sirius remained silent as he watched Regulus storm away in anger, realizing for the first time what it meant to view himself through the lens of a Black. A Gryffindor bearing the surname Black. How akin it was to a childish jest. He came to the realization that he had never possessed the means to combat Voldemort. His notions of justice, friendship, and his involvement in the Order of the Phoenix would only become a burden to the family. He had refused his sister and uncle's invitations on numerous occasions, turning down offers to leave England. The cold voice of Pollux interrupted Sirius's thoughts. You are free. Depart from this place. What? Sirius gazed at him in disbelief. I can no longer see hatred upon your face. You may leave now. Pollux approached the gravestone of Walburga, wiping it gently. I promised your mother that I would take care of you at the moment she was slain by my hand. Yet you are too frail and lacking in intellect. Anger flickered across Sirius's face, but he found himself unable to utter a word of reproach. I am truly sorry, Sirius. It was never my intention for matters to unfold in this manner. Pollux cast aside a large bag of galleons. The war has concluded, and young Master Black, now free to return to Diagon Alley, is no longer in want of riches. In the past, I lacked the power to prevent all this. I am deeply sorry. I hope that one day you will use Aunt's Wanda in my life. Farewell, foolish cousin. By the way, Pollux is already dead. Do not trouble the family any further. Remember to keep this a secret. Where am I truly meant to go? Pondered the liberated Sirius as he sat beneath the ancient tree. After 6 long years of confinement, all has transpired, though he now comprehends everything. He cannot alter the course of events, even as he embraced his family and relinquished his hatred for Pollux. The weight of self-reproach rendered him unable to confront the Black family. Nearby, an aged copy of the Daily Prophet bore the report of Voldemort's defeat at the hands of Harry Potter, accompanied by a small photograph of Peter Pettigrew, which reignited a spark of clarity in his otherwise dazed eyes. He tossed his robe to the Dementor, clutching the bag of galleons as he bid farewell to his slumbering kin. Like a wild man, half-clad, Sirius departed from this place. The acceptance of familial bonds that no longer exist does not compel him to forsake the friendships he has forged. The prisoner of Azkaban has returned. He left the graveyard. Pollux arrived at Diagon Alley, specifically at Ollivander's wand shop. This venerable establishment had remained unscathed during the war, for wands were of utmost significance to the majority of wizards. Both sides of the conflict deliberately avoided this elderly gentleman, as the absence of a wand would hardly justify a brawl fought with mere fists and firearms. Such a notion was far too muggle-like, lacking any semblance of wizardry. Upon pushing the door open, the interior remained unchanged, cluttered with an array of wands, though Garrick Ollivander appeared considerably older than he had 26 years prior. Everything seemed as if it had transpired just yesterday. "Good afternoon, sir. Are you here to repair a wand or to purchase one?" Garrick inquired, smiling as he emerged from the back to greet the unfamiliar figure clad in black robes and wearing an iron mask. In response to the warm welcome, Pollux gently placed his wand on the counter. Adjusting his spectacles, Garrick picked up the wand, instantly recognizing it as a product of his own craftsmanship. "Let me see. I recall every wand I have sold. Willow, dragon heartstring, 13 inches, a beautifully powerful wand." His pupils dilated slightly as he gazed at the masked customer with a look of terror. Garrick instinctively recoiled, his voice trembling as he uttered, "Mr. Black, you are still alive." Though merely a wand maker endowed with exceptional magical perception, he was not a formidable wizard. The sight of the long-deceased Pollux standing before him instinctively instilled a sense of fear within him. The man was, in his eyes, an unequivocal madman. "There is no need for alarm, Mr. Ollivander. No British wizard would harm you, would they? Moreover, Mr. Black is dead, burned alive, in fact." Pollux stepped forward and took the wand from the trembling Garrick, gently patting him. "I am John Doe, the professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts," he continued. "This wand, I recall finding it. You know, it is quite common to pick up a wand during the war." Upon hearing this, Garrick felt somewhat reassured. Yet his mind lingered on the image of Pollux purchasing wands, his eyes still filled with skepticism. He had a vivid memory of Pollux nearly emptying the wand shop. After a moment of hesitation, he chose not to press further. After all, the other was now a professor at Hogwarts, and such matters would be better left to Dumbledore's concern. "Mr. Ollivander, I trust you remember Rubeus Hagrid?" "Hagrid? Of course, I remember. He was the one for whom I crafted the largest and thickest wand. It is worth noting that I custom-made a wand specifically for him." "That's reassuring." Pollux placed a bag containing approximately 500 galleons upon the counter. "Please, Mr. Ollivander, create another one just like this one. A wand that need not be registered with the Ministry of Magic. Do you understand? I am aware this is not your first time undertaking such a task," he inquired. "Might it be capable of casting the Cruciatus Curse, Mr. Ollivander?" "Absolutely no problem, Mr. Doy," Garrick replied, revealing a hint of discomfort yet promptly acquiescing to the request. He was not driven by a strong sense of justice. Rather, he was an elderly man besotted with the craft of forging powerful wands. Otherwise, he would not have sold wands to dark wizards, for his perceptive abilities had reached a level where he could sense one's heart through their magical essence. However, every villain possesses a wand, does he not? Especially that wand which once belonged to Pollux, now pointed at his own head. The other party remained as generous as ever. "I shall complete it as swiftly as possible. It will be a personal masterpiece." "Thank you. Just ensure it arrives at Hogwarts before Christmas." After concealing the wand, Pollux departed. "Number 4, Privet Drive. Harry, get out of that filthy man's house," shouted Petunia Dursley, her voice shrill and deafening. 5-year-old Harry, looking thoroughly displeased, was led out by Remus Lupin. With the kind sponsorship of the Longbottoms, Remus had moved next door to the Dursleys. "I apologize, Mrs. Dursley," Remus politely addressed Petunia, guiding Harry in front of her and smiling at the fuming boy. "Mr. Potter, it is time for you to return for your meal." "No, I want to stay at Uncle Lupin's house," Harry protested, his cheeks flushed. He disliked the meals prepared by his aunt and had no fondness for Vernon's or Dudley's company, yet at merely 5 years old, he was evidently no match for his aunt. Petunia swiftly scooped Harry into her arms, paying no heed to his protests, and glared at Remus, speaking in a menacing tone. "Lupin, do not corrupt Harry with your trivialities. You insufferable, entangled fool, move away at once." "I sincerely apologize, Mrs. Dursley. I shall be mindful," Remus responded without a trace of anger, even going so far as to offer Petunia an envelope filled with pounds. "Regrettably, I was out recently and missed Dudley and Harry's birthdays. Mrs. Dursley, after all, I am Harry's godfather." "Humph. Godfather. Petunia snatched the envelope, clutching Harry as she retreated to her yard, coldly remarking to Remus before entering the house, if you truly consider yourself Harry's godfather. Cease all associations with those people. I assure you, Mrs. Dursley. Bang. The response to Lupin came in the form of a resounding slam of a door, accompanied by Harry's cries, prompted by an unfortunate mishap. Listening to Petunia's curses and Harry's wails, Remus shook his head. He did not harbor a strong dislike for Petunia, though he could not fathom why she, as Lily's sister, would harbor such animosity towards wizards. However, he could somewhat empathize, being a werewolf himself. Perhaps the Muggles' attitude towards wizards mirrored that of wizards towards werewolves, a deep-seated prejudice ingrained in their very bones. Moreover, Mrs. Dursley had not cast Harry aside due to this discrimination. Remus hoped that the relationship between Harry and her family might someday soften. As he collected his thoughts, Remus glanced up at the sky, his worried expression suddenly brightening with surprise. He had spotted a familiar figure, Sirius, who had been missing for 6 long years. The man stood in a shadowy corner, gazing intently at him. Hastily, Remus turned to lock the door and hurried over, excitedly grasping Sirius's hand. Sirius, it is such a joy to see you. I never imagined you would still. Is that Potter's child, Harry? And who is that woman? That is Lily's sister. A Muggle. Sirius, you mustn't. Remus attempted to pull Sirius away, fearing that his recent actions might provoke Sirius's ire, as she seemed to detest wizards. Let's find another place to talk. To Remus's astonishment, Sirius, instead, took the initiative to lead him away from that spot. Inside a quiet pub, the two long-lost friends engaged in a lengthy conversation. Sirius recounted the trials and transformations he had experienced over the years, omitting the fact that Peter was still alive, merely stating that he had been freed by his brother. While Remus listened with astonishment, he shared details of Sirius's disappearance that had not made it to the newspapers, including the mundane happenings of being the Dursleys' neighbor over the years. Unfortunately, Harry is destined not to be a Muggle. His aunt will still, Sirius murmured, lamenting the plight of his friend's child. But he quickly turned to Remus, his eagerness apparent. Do you have any news of that scoundrel Peter, that coward, the traitor? No, he vanished after Voldemort's demise. I have been searching for him for years without a trace, as if he has perished. What do you intend to do? Return to the Black family home? I cannot go back. I came to find you to search for Peter. By the way, what do you do when you transform into a werewolf? There are wizards arranged by Dumbledore nearby, and Snape regularly supplies me with potions, so it is manageable. Why don't you come and live with me? Never mind. Sirius's expression betrayed a hint of difficulty. I have a special friend. It's rather inconvenient. I shall continue my search for Peter. Harry has his aunt, and you watching over him. That should suffice. You have changed, Sirius. The person you once were would never have accepted individuals like Petunia and Snape. People inevitably transform, Remus, and you are no exception. Indeed, people do change. He gazed at the departing Sirius, a twinge of sorrow welling within him as memories of their original quartet flooded back. He pondered whether the bond they once shared still endured. Observing the moon wax increasingly towards fullness through the window, Remus felt an overwhelming sense of solitude. After visiting the cemetery and Ollivander's wand shop, he had resolved the Christmas gifts for Sirius and Hagrid, though Pollux yearned to visit his 2 young nephews and his niece. Nymphadora Tonks, who had just returned home and was set to begin her schooling this year, he ultimately dismissed the notion. The lurking threat of Death Eaters outside, coupled with the infamous reputation of Sirius Black, weighed heavily on his mind. He harbored no desire to plunge the wizarding community of Britain into chaos once more, which would undoubtedly cause distress for many. While he was indeed a selfish individual, he lacked the ambition of Voldemort. His sole wish was to acquire power to safeguard his family and those he held dear. Gazing upon the familiar estate, Pollux mused that since he had already become the defense against the dark arts teacher, he would inevitably encounter those little ones in due time. There was no need to rush. After much hesitation near Malfoy Manor, he ultimately returned to Hogwarts, having barely utilized the leave granted by Albus. As for seeking out Voldemort, who was wandering and hiding in unknown places, Pollux had no inclination to do so. He possessed unwavering confidence in his own strength. That wraith-like figure could no longer instill any sense of urgency within him. At number 4, Privet Drive, another world awaited the true protagonist, Harry Potter, who was patiently anticipating his journey into the wizarding realm, thanks to the financial support from the neighboring Remus Lupin. Harry's childhood was significantly better than that depicted in the original narrative. He was not confined to a cupboard beneath the stairs in the Dursleys' home, but instead resided in a small room that had been tidied up in the dim attic. For the sake of Harry's godfather, and primarily due to the influence of the Pounds, the Dursleys treated Harry with considerably more kindness. Even Dudley refrained from bullying his cousin too much. After all, the imposing figure of Mr. Lupin next door was somewhat intimidating, and although Petunia and Vernon provided support, a baseball bat and a spatula could not offer Dudley much reassurance. Each time he attempted to play tricks on Harry, this mysterious gentleman intervened. Harry's magical awakening was guided patiently by Remus, who shared numerous tales of the wizarding world, including the war and the tragic fate of Harry's parents. He did not disclose anything to Harry. Even when Harry pressed him repeatedly, Remus merely stated that he would learn everything once he started school. He discerned too many shadows of James and the other, and feared that revealing the truth too soon could jeopardize the fragile bond Harry had established with the Dursleys. Deep within Remus, there was an earnest longing for the warmth of family. He could not bear to witness Harry lose that connection again. Under Remus's counsel, Harry diligently kept his magical abilities a secret. As Petunia observed the absence of peculiar occurrences around Harry, her attitude towards him began to shift. After all, he was her sister's child. Aside from the lightning-shaped scar, Harry appeared much like any ordinary Muggle child. His life was relatively bearable, aside from the uncertainty of his parents' identities. Compared to many dark wizards, particularly those with no noses or resembling bats, he was certainly more fortunate. Should Harry ever read a book penned about him, he might find himself grateful that Paul had spared the Longbottoms. After all, Remus lacked the financial means to care for him, and the unwavering support from the Longbottoms over the years was indispensable. Meanwhile, another boy destined by prophecy led a normal life. Neville Longbottom exemplified a point. Intelligence may well be innate, although he had not been subjected to an abundance of memory charms by his grandmother, which might have impaired his memory. This somewhat plump boy, who spent his days in the Longbottom snack shop, still exhibited a degree of naivety. Perhaps his excessive indulgence in sweets contributed to this. Having been spared from the tragic losses dictated by fate, Neville was not as timid or insecure, yet his inherent gentleness, kindness, and the courage that resided within him remained undiminished. He often carried bags of candies to Diagon Alley and the Leaky Cauldron, distributing them to those wizards who seemed less than cheerful as well as to stray dogs, even if those individuals and animals did not favor sweets. This jovial lad tirelessly shared his joy with all. Except for toads, Neville had developed a strong aversion to them. As for the Weasley family, aside from Arthur Weasley nearly losing his mind at school due to Paul's antics, not much had changed. Even the brutal war had not altered their household. They remained as vibrant as ever. Mrs. Weasley, now the mother of 2 sons, firmly believed in a wizard's prophecy that she would have as many children as there are days in a week. She diligently pursued this goal. One must pause to lament for Mr. Weasley's wallet and health. 7 children in just over a decade of marriage. It is indeed a daunting thought. At this juncture, one might feel that time is leaping to September 1st, 1991, which was my thought as well. But there remains one very important family yet to be mentioned. Jenkins Brown. This child, often overlooked by many, possesses a beauty reminiscent of his eccentric mother, Eugenia Jenkins. Under the tender care of the disfigured John Brown, this child, who ought not to have existed, gradually grew up. Upon returning to England, John, inspired by another John, donned an iron mask. Initially indifferent to his appearance, he ultimately decided to conceal his unsightly visage as his son matured. This genuine iron-masked man, John, held the hand of nearly 8-year-old Jenkins as they approached the wand shop. Ding! With the melodious chime of the bell at the door, Andromeda and Garrick, who were assisting their daughter in selecting a wand, turned to regard the iron-clad figure. Another one. Is the iron mask in vogue now? This marked the second iron-masked individual to appear within 2 days. The previous one was the King of Pain. Surely this cannot be the Dark Lord. Garrick glanced at the newcomer, feeling a headache, and gave his head a light slap. Ollivander S. Wand Shop. Gentlemen, please hold on for a moment. Garrick paused his activities slightly, offering Andromeda and Nymphadora an apologetic smile, setting aside his thoughts on the iron-masked man. Miss Tonks, to give this wand a try. Upon receiving the wand, Nymphadora refrained from hastily waving it about. Instead, she stuck her tongue out at Jenkins, who was even more beautiful than herself. Beautiful, miss. Are you also a first year? Why are you so short? I'm a sir, not a miss. Slap, slap. Both children received gentle reprimands from their respective parents. Jenkins, how many times must I remind you to be polite? That young lady did not mean to insult you, understand? John said. Nymphadora, apologize to that young man and focus on selecting your wand. Both gentlemen are waiting, are they not? Andromeda chimed in. I'm sorry. As responsible parents, they simultaneously offered apologies. I'm sorry. Nymphadora murmured softly, glancing at her mother. And mother, please do not call me Nymphadora. Seemingly upset, she turned her attention away from the boy more beautiful than herself and continued to try wands. The two parents engaged in casual conversation. Gentlemen, I am Andromeda Tonks, and this is my daughter. You may call her Little Tonks. May I inquire how to address you? John Brown. Jenkins Brown, Mrs. Tonks. May I ask how old young Mr. Brown is? 7, nearly 8. What a prodigy, coming to buy a wand at such a young age, unlike her child, who can do nothing but change her face. Mother. In the midst of a rather uninspiring conversation, the two ladies completed their selection of wands. Andromeda offered a simple smile and a greeting to the two gentlemen and Garrick before departing the wand shop with a disgruntled Nymphadora. After a brief wait, the young gentleman was beckoned over. Garrick displayed his signature smile, produced a measuring tape, and extended an invitation to Jenkins. The obedient Jenkins stepped forward, casting a curious glance at his father. Polite as ever, he refrained from interrupting his father's conversation and only inquired after they had exited. What is face changing? Perhaps it is a talent inherent to some wizards, possibly related to Polyjuice Potion. Focus on allowing Mr. Ollivander to select your wand and inquire further later. Jenkins remained silent, observing Garrick's actions, feeling as though he were purchasing clothing. Thanks to Eugenia's previous status, their family enjoyed a degree of wealth, albeit with a foolish wife and a son not of his own blood. John was faring well, indeed. At least he had raised Jenkins admirably, devoid of the shadows cast by certain individuals. In stark contrast to the composed John and the obedient Jenkins, Garrick's inner turmoil was profound. It felt as though 1,000 wild horses were galloping through his mind. He recalled every one he had sold, which meant he remembered the unique magical fluctuations of each wizard. Jenkins' magical aura bore a striking resemblance to that of a certain nameless entity. Stealing a glance at the iron-masked John with a complex expression, Garrick summoned his courage and approached the shelves, meticulously selecting wands. Having been threatened by the master of the Cruciator's curse just yesterday, he was not inclined to face the master of the killing curse today. With a wand pressed against his forehead, that sensation was quite unpleasant. It was Garrick's first time selecting a wand with such care for a wizard, and he found himself harboring a slight desire for retirement. Unfortunately, the wand destined for Harry Potter was chosen. Opening a box, he carefully extracted the wand within, scrutinizing it as he spoke. 11 inches, Hollywood, phoenix feather, supple and flexible. One feather from the same phoenix was used for this wand, and the other feather was used for. Casting a glance at the Iron Man beside him, he stifled the words that nearly escaped his lips and handed the wand to Jenkins, maintaining a facade of calm as he declared, "You are fated to wield this wand, and it." Coughing, he added, "Ahem, Mr. Ollivander, are you all right?" Under Jenkins' concerned gaze, Garrick hastily waved his hand. "Just an old man. Nothing to worry about, Mr. Brown. Do try this wand?" Jenkins, with a hint of excitement, cautiously touched the wand, refraining from waving it immediately. Instead, turning to his father, "It's all right, Jenkins. Listen to Mr. Ollivander and give it a try." After receiving his father's affirmation, Jenkins puffed out his cheeks and, with a vigorous wave of his wand, directed it precisely toward Garrick. Merlin's beard. Garrick's heart raced in a frenzy. Despairing, he shut his eyes, conjuring the cruel smile hidden beneath the iron mask, convinced that Jenkins's wand would unleash a beam of green light. He envisioned his aged body decaying and stinking in that small shop. However, as a warm sensation blossomed within him, Garrick cautiously opened his eyes. A radiant white light, accompanied by a gentle breeze, delicately swept away the dust surrounding him. Jenkins, wielding his wand, emanated a soft glow that illuminated the dimly lit room. "Jenkins, do not wave your wand at others," John admonished sternly. "I'm sorry, Father, Mr. Ollivander," Jenkins murmured, immediately handing the wand to Garrick, bowing his head with his hands clasped behind his back. "I apologize, Mr. Ollivander," John hastily echoed. "It's quite all right, truly." Gentleman Garrick quickly passed the wand back to John, grateful for his survival, yet increasingly eager to see the pair depart. 10 no, 5 galleons. "Mr. Ollivander, I sincerely apologize." After another round of apologies, John dropped approximately 15 galleons and pulled Jenkins out of the wand shop, reminding him to apologize to Garrick once more before leaving. "I'm sorry, Mr. Ollivander." In his polite, gentle, and melodious voice, the two Browns exited the establishment. Garrick promptly rushed to the door to hang a sign indicating that the shop was temporarily closed. Through the window, he discreetly observed the father and son vanishing into Diagon Alley, hesitating for a long moment. He then dashed to the counter, hurriedly penned a letter, and rushed to the pet store to borrow an owl, securing the letter to its leg. "Deliver this to Albus Dumbledore. Hurry, you fat bird," he exclaimed, even brandishing his wand a couple of times. He knew he ought not to meddle, yet that father and son were far more perilous than Mr. Black. far more terrifying. Watching the owl take flight, Garrick let out a long sigh. He never wished to lay eyes on the Iron Man again in his lifetime. The letter was promptly replied to. Albus merely reassured Mr. Ollivander that he would continue to safeguard everyone's safety, and there was no further correspondence. In the ensuing time, Garrick, the Iron Face, was never seen again, and gradually this matter slipped from memory, especially as his quaint little shop remained quite lively, with countless intriguing occurrences unfolding each day. The new academic year at Hogwarts soon approached, though this year saw a rather meager enrollment of young witches and wizards, rendering the atmosphere somewhat desolate. In truth, this had been the trend in recent years, particularly after the onset of the war and especially during the last tumultuous years marked by the Dark Lord's tyranny. Many wizards had abandoned the thought of having children. Not everyone possessed the courageous heart of a Gryffindor. It would require more time to dilute the aftermath of war's devastation. However, this Christmas was the most joyous one for Hagrid. After dinner, burdened with a hefty sack of provisions, Hagrid returned to his hut, having received, for the first time in many years, apart from Dumbledore, a Christmas gift. It was a wand of oak, 16 inches in length, with a core of unicorn hair, thick, long, and straight, a wand any man would cherish. That night, Hagrid was as elated as a nearly half-done child, brandishing his wand and shouting jubilantly around Fawkes, his laughter resonating throughout the forbidden forest. Had it not been for Fawkes's watchful gaze, Hagrid might have nearly demolished their humble abode. It took considerable effort for Fawkes to calm the exuberant giant, who imparted to him the realization that perhaps joy is often as simple as that. Yet, in the dead of night, as he observed Hagrid dozing off with his wand in hand, occasionally chuckling, he thought of Rita still ensconced in Ariana's room. Without Miss Bug's incessant meddling, he felt as though something was amiss. Ah, indeed, that must be it. He had forgotten to cast the Cruciatus curse before sleeping. What a splendid sensation pain could be. As time flowed, day by day, year by year, Pollux remained composed in his position during the dark arts defense class. While most students still harbored a mixture of fear and reverence for this cold and stern instructor, as for Albus, he could never quite fathom the reasons behind Pollux's demeanor and eventually gave up pondering over it. After all, how intelligent could someone be who could consider Hagrid a brother? Those prophecies had long been cast into Hagrid's mind. His fist clenched tighter, and he found himself increasingly averse to contemplation, even without its power. Pollux had already surpassed the formidable Voldemort of yore, and perhaps even the current Albus, provided the latter was not present at Hogwarts. Nevertheless, he held no particular aspirations for the headmaster's position, nor did he harbor any thoughts regarding Albus. When the latter attempted to bridge the gap between them, Pollux deliberately rebuffed him. His disdain for Albus persisted. He resented that incessant need to control everything, that constant preaching of equality without a semblance of the strength that true power entails. Even if Albus had changed slightly, Pollux remained wholly oblivious to it. He simply sensed an increasingly peculiar gaze directed at him from Albus, compounded by the latter's strange romantic history. This engendered an unsettling sensation within him, akin to a chilling discomfort. Let it be clear, this was certainly not the same type of feeling he shared with Gellert. Rather, it arose after Pollux was thrust into more social interactions, leading Albus to perceive him as less dark than he had initially believed. To Albus, the present Pollux resembled a fusion of Gellert and Hagrid. Just a fragment away, with that certain something, Pollux could become the one he could entrust his life to. Pollux remained indifferent to such matters, maintaining a deliberate distance from Albus. At this juncture, he merely awaited the return of Voldemort, yearning for vengeance to obliterate his adversary completely, and to avenge the fallen Blacks. Although Pollux could not recall the whereabouts of the Horcruxes, it mattered little, for he never intended to extinguish his foe's life. Death is, in truth, a form of liberation. He aimed to gradually dismantle Voldemort's confidence and dignity, ultimately imprisoning the essence of his malevolence within his own being. Let Tom Riddle savor the torment of his own existence. With their immortal lives intertwined, he would make that abomination experience the true meaning of hell, a realm of excruciating suffering. Even if he cried out for his father, there would be no release. As for what lay beyond, perhaps he would depart from England to traverse the world in search of higher powers. It is worth noting that during this time, he had also commissioned Rodolphus to seek out his parents in the East, along with the infant version of himself, only to discover that even the village of his childhood was no longer the same. In those days, Pollux oscillated between elation and disappointment. Time swiftly swept forward to the year 1989. Thus, until the holiday preceding Jenkins Brown's enrollment, nothing particularly remarkable transpired. It was not until a letter from Sirius ignited a long-dormant fury within Pollux that events took a dramatic turn. This cousin, nearly forgotten by him, had the audacity to reach out in relation to a Dementor, although the nature of their relationship remained unclear. A simple line proclaiming that Darth Vader was nearing his end was penned in a tone of desperation. This nearly provoked Pollux to storm into the potions professor's office once more, intent on delivering another thrashing to Snape. In a fit of anger, he slapped a leave request onto Albus's desk and, upon receiving approval, departed. Pollux departed from Hogwarts for the second time, vowing, in deference to Voldemort, that he would not kill the other this time. Knockturn Alley had always been a perilous and shadowy locale. If Diagon Alley represented the marketplace for ordinary wizards, then Knockturn Alley was a haven for dark sorcery, a place so sinister that even the Ministry's Aurors were reluctant to patrol it during times of war. Here, with sufficient galleons, one could procure any horrific magical substance imaginable. It also served as a sanctuary for Death Eaters, teeming with grim and foreboding figures. For the past few years, Sirius had remained in this locale, only occasionally venturing out to dine with Remus, not solely in search of the whereabouts of Peter Pettigrew, but because he felt that a person like him belonged here, especially when accompanied by a Dementor, which seemed less conspicuous in Knockturn Alley, perhaps due to years of isolation. After Pollux granted him his freedom, Sirius had remained inseparably linked to the Dementor. After fruitlessly gathering information about Peter, Sirius returned to his little abode. Pollux had provided him with ample galleons, enough that spinning them would pose no issue. After sharing a peculiar kiss, he sank to the floor, leaning against the bed. Not out of despair from the magic emanating from his companion, he had grown accustomed to that over the years, but because he sensed that the other was fading. Darth, why don't you absorb more of my joy? I have no need for it. You must live. I will seek out the adult. Adult? Look at yourself. How much longer can you endure? Sirius closed his eyes, and under the influence of the despair emanating from the Dementor, it became clear that for them to survive, they must consume the joy of others or find a way to suppress their despair. Darth, this peculiar Dementor, could not sustain itself solely on its meager joy, especially as it only consumed a fraction of what it needed each time. As for its constant insistence on finding its adult, Sirius understood it was merely self-comforting. This creature, driven solely by the will to survive, had grown increasingly close to extinction over the years. Forget it, Vader. I know you want to leave. I've informed Pollux, and he should be arriving shortly. What? Mr. Black, you are endangering yourself. You know the adult he. The Dementor, draped in a long robe resembling a human form, trembled slightly. He does not favor our friendship, but we are already friends. Sirius gazed at the Dementor, feeling a twinge of envy for its willingness to sacrifice everything for the things it cherished, envious of its utter lack of possessions. I will not perish. After all, I am his cousin. If you wish to live, then live. You do not comprehend adults. They can bestow upon you horrors far more terrifying than death itself. Without waiting for the two to finish speaking, the figure of Pollux materialized within the cottage. In his previous life, hailing from the east, he found himself utterly bewildered by the emotional landscape of these foreigners. How could one not be enchanted by the allure of a charming maiden? Why then? The pursuit of men? His own rather absurd cousin has taken this to an even more ludicrous extreme. Indistinct in essence, neither fully human nor ghostly. He truly wondered what thoughts occupied this individual's mind. Ironically, all of this chaos stemmed from his own machinations, rendering such behavior an affront to his dignity. Even the oath he had once compelled the other to take could not prevent this unfolding calamity. The emergence of Pollux intensified the already frigid atmosphere within the small abode. Not merely a sensation, but even the liquid within the cups upon the table instantaneously solidified into ice. With each furious step he took closer, the retreating Dementor seemed to be crushed under the weight of his merciless approach, as if each footfall was mercilessly treading upon the hearts of both man and creature alike. All were petrified. With a swift motion, Pollux raised his hand, casting a petrifying spell that rendered Sirius speechless, bound by an overwhelming surge of magical power. He could only watch helplessly as Pollux cornered the Dementor. Amidst the white mist exhaled with each breath, a wand materialized in Pollus's grasp. In that fleeting moment, time itself seemed to decelerate. Drill, heart. A familiar incantation reverberated slowly from beneath the iron mask, and the wand glowed with magical radiance. No. Sirius's mind was a blank canvas, consumed entirely by this singular thought. It remained uncertain whether Pollux faltered in his petrifying spell or if other factors were at play. A determined hand grasped the glowing wand firmly. Unperturbed by the wrathful and terrifying magic it emanated, standing resolutely before the Dementor. Pick, bone. Yet, the final incantation remained unspoken. Even in his fury, Pollux found himself incapable of harming his own kin, which was precisely why he refrained from assaulting Sirius immediately. He feared inadvertently delivering a fatal blow. "Stand aside," came the frigid, wrathful voice from beneath the iron mask. Sirius clutched the other's hand tightly, and within his murky gaze, a glimmer of clarity emerged. "No, absolutely not." Paul raised his other hand, hesitating momentarily, yet refraining from striking down. "It must perish. Step aside. You are too feeble to protect it in my grasp." The sight of the other's face, more weathered than his own, and that gaze evoked the haunting image of his aunt's final moments. "In consideration of your being my cousin, I shall allow it to depart with somewhat less anguish. Get out." "No, I will not permit my brother to suffer harm again. After all these years, you left me imprisoned for so long. Everyone, save for you, has cast blame upon me. I recognize my transgressions, yet no one except for it. No one has uttered a word of solace to me." Sirius revealed a mouthful of golden teeth, roaring and weeping as he expressed the pent-up emotions that had festered within for years. "No one. Only it offered me comfort. Do you comprehend how desperately I wished for death? Had it not been for its plea, 'Brother, survive,' I would have long since perished." "Brother?" Paul was taken aback. It turned out to be his brother. Indeed, it made sense. After all, a Dementor possessed no lower half, and it seemed he had misinterpreted the situation. It was not entirely his fault. Who could have anticipated someone would form a brotherly bond with a Dementor? At least, Paul had never entertained such a notion. "Blame it on that scoundrel Albus." The temperature in the room gradually returned to normal as he cast a glance at Sirius. "Let go." "No. Absolutely not." "Release him." "I will not harm it." "No. I do not believe you. You swear." Sirius cautiously loosened his grip on Paul's hand, yet still shielded the Dementor closely behind him. Observing the peculiar duo, Paul imbued his wand with magical energy before tossing it to Sirius. "Here, the magic within can keep it conscious. When it runs out, seek Bella or Rodolphus for another." Sirius accepted the wand, managing to utter a couple of words. "Thank you." Having calmed down, Paul took a closer look at Sirius, who had been tormented and imprisoned by him, gaunt, vacant-eyed, and exuding an air of despondency. Perhaps he had been a tad too cruel. Perhaps he had unconsciously placed the blame for his aunt's death on Sirius. The once cold and stern tone he used now softened, laced with remorse. "Sirius, I need to tell you something." Hearing Paul speak in such a tone for the first time caught Sirius off guard. "Find yourself a girlfriend, what? Do not remain here any longer. Go to the ancestral home. It sits empty." After all, noticing Sirius standing there in shock, Paul decided, before departing, to add, "There is a portrait left by your mother there, and do not seek out Peter Pettigrew. I will find him and bring him before you. Remember, find yourself a girlfriend." After Paul left, Sirius poked the Dementor with his wand while murmuring, "Daz, do you suppose that just now was an impostor, Paul? This magic indeed belongs to the adult." The Dementor twisted and trembled as it spoke. "I think you should obey. It hurts, it hurts." "Is it to the ancestral home then? Is it to find a girlfriend?" "Stop poking me." Sirius's face flushed, and his wand prodded with even more vigor. "I believe Paul is not to blame for this." Sirius lamented, "Heartless author, do not use me for comedic relief." With a tinge of regret for Sirius, he continued. Upon his return to Hogwarts, Pollux received news from Hagrid that Headmaster Dumbledore was seeking him. With a hint of curiosity, he uttered a whimsical password typically favored by young girls and made his way to the headmaster's office. As he entered, the portraits on the walls, recognizing the visitor as John Doe, promptly vacated the premises. Over the years, their encounters had increased, evolving from mere quarrels to more frequent altercations. He settled comfortably onto the sofa and poured himself a cup of tea. "What is it that you require of me, Headmaster Dumbledore?" he inquired. Albus, undeterred by Pollus's cool demeanor, regarded him with a smile. "I trust there have been no troubles with young Mr. Black?" Paul's hand trembled slightly as he held the teacup. "It's fine. I merely misunderstood. He remains as he always was. I did not strike him." "Excellent. Then I can rest easy." The smile on Albus's face became even more pronounced as he waved his hand, causing a piece of paper to soar into the other man's grasp. "John and Eugenia. The ones you sent away, are they not? Their child is coming to Hogwarts to study, Jenkins Brown." He emphasized the pronunciation of child, indicating his awareness of the other's identity, narrowing his eyes slightly as he scrutinized the reaction. "Jenkins Brown, is it?" Pollux found himself lost in contemplation. He had not anticipated that he would bring back Voldemort's child. Did the other party remain oblivious to their connection with Voldemort? He was not Albus. If Jenkins' child were to arrive at Hogwarts, he could not guarantee that he would not exploit the situation, despite his internal reluctance. John Brown was not a fool. With this thought, Pollux raised his gaze to Albus, certain that this cunning old man was behind it all, feeling a tinge of aversion. His fondness for this hypocritical headmaster was dwindling. "Albus, what do you mean by this? This is not your usual manner. This is John's intention. He is a remarkable father. Although he had once lost his way, he had erred in the past, and the child's true father had also faltered. Yet the child is innocent. He hopes for a bright future for the child, not one shadowed by the misdeeds of their forebears, leading down the same path as Voldemort." Albus pointed to the paper in Pollus's hand. "That is John's address. I am aware that this may contravene regulations. However, I wish for you to personally bring him to school." Snap. "Are you not afraid I might eliminate them on the spot?" Pollux abruptly shattered the teacup upon the floor. His voice icy as he uttered, "Albus, it was already quite generous of me to allow them to leave England. What? Do you expect me to befriend Voldemort's son? If you genuinely care for these individuals, let them depart from England. I know you would never do such a thing." Albus nearly chuckled. "Just as you did before, sending them away from England, and your treatment of Sirius. I am certain you would not even consider using that child against Voldemort." His gaze, concealed behind his glasses, bore a piercing intensity that seemed to challenge. "Avoidance is not the solution. I acknowledge the errors I committed. But, Pollux Black, do you dare confront your own heart?" Albus inquired. "I confront you, you wretched fool." Pollux seethed with a flicker of anger. He despised this feeling of being manipulated by Albus, utterly detested it. "Do not become agitated," Albus interjected calmly. "That child is a crucial element of the prophecy pertaining to Voldemort and you as well." Bang! Paul's hand slapped against the desk with fervor. "Tell me what you know," he demanded as he forcefully removed his mask, his scarlet eyes fixed intently on Albus. "Reveal everything, all that pertains to the prophecy. Perhaps it is for vengeance, or some other motive." Albus allowed a faint smile to grace his lips, for a second time gesturing towards his head in front of Paul. "If you possess the courage, come and see for yourself." With a resounding crash, the atmosphere erupted into chaos. In the principal's office, strange sounds echoed as the two mightiest wizards of their time engaged in a fierce battle. Albus and Pollux, in a remarkable display of camaraderie, refrained from drawing their wands. Akin to brothers, they exchanged blows, each landing punches. Ultimately, it was Albus, with his superior combat experience, who narrowly triumphed. After a while, Pollux, emanating an aura of danger and donning an iron mask, departed from the principal's office. Inside, Albus gazed into a mirror, contemplating the notion of acquiring a mask himself. Yet, as he beheld his own visage resembling that of a pig, a sense of satisfaction washed over him. He finally discerned a deficiency in Pollux that he had long sought, illuminating a glimmer of hope to relinquish the burdens he had carried throughout his life, burdens that had weighed him down to the point of suffocation. In stark contrast to Albus, Pollux was filled with a growing fury after their clash. He found Albus's presence even more unbearable than being under Voldemort's thumb. For at least Voldemort would make his intentions clear. The more time he spent with Albus, the stronger the feeling of being ensnared by him became, leaving him uncomfortable and resentful. Nevertheless, he ultimately acquiesced to Albus's request, having glimpsed the Bible on Albus's bookshelf, a mundane scripture. Although Albus had never disclosed the final lines of Sybil Trelawney's prophecy to him, the words of the nun reverberated in his heart once more. "Foolish mortals shall unleash a dreadful demon. The angel of love has perished. The fallen angel and the saints among wizards shall guide the lost lambs. The apocalyptic demon shall return to the embrace of the divine, and the faltering world shall find peace." Having gained considerable clarity, Pollux drew his wand and crumpled the note in his hand. For Rita's sake, he resolved to continue obeying Albus's commands. On August 31st, 1989, in the town of Cotswold, a place once ravaged by Pollux but later salvaged by the Independents, there was no trace of the devastation that had occurred years prior. The town remained serene and picturesque, a quaint rural haven for the muggles who toiled in the fields all day, as well as a tranquil retreat for visitors seeking relaxation, imbued with an air of ease. Typically indifferent to sleeping arrangements and rarely sleeping at all, Pollux found himself restless that night. To be precise, he was utterly incapable of entering a meditative state. Sitting quietly on his bed, he attuned himself to the scents and vibrations in the air, sensing the presence of everyone within the small cottage, his mind in disarray. This turmoil was not incited by Jenkins's face, which was as beautiful as Eugenia's, but rather by the multitude of events that had transpired. John continued to accompany and care for Eugenia and her child, as if they were his own family, particularly with the polite and obedient Jenkins Brown. Pollux could detect no trace of darkness. He appeared to be a child of greater righteousness than Albus himself had seemed at first glance. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, Pollux would never have believed that this could be Voldemort's offspring. John Brown had sacrificed so much for this mother and child. He seemed more like a tool than a man. What power allowed him to relinquish his hatred? When Pollux posed his question, John merely responded, "He is Eugenia's child, and thus he is my child. Everything has passed, has it not, Mr. Blake? I find myself powerless to alter anything, yet I possess the strength to relinquish the past and forge a future for the children." This simple declaration struck a profound chord within Pollux. Indeed, as Albus remarked, John is a remarkable father. The notion of letting go, aside from John, was something Pollux could not perceive in anyone else. It is a challenge for individuals, be they muggles or wizards, to truly abandon all burdens and cherish the present, including himself. The first rays of dawn gently stirred the small town, shrouded in a delicate mist. The houses, bathed in sunlight, an emblem of hope, slowly dispelled the shadows of night. A modest meal was shared amongst the three of them and Pollux. Reflecting on the remarkable experience of his first Chinese meal in the wizarding world, prepared by none other than John. In Jenkins' reluctant gaze, Pollux glanced at John and the vacant-eyed Eugenia, who was being pushed in a wheelchair, and with a subtle flick of his wand, they departed from the tranquil town. At King's Cross Station in London, Mrs. Weasley was accompanied by her 7 ginger-haired sons, lively and varied in age, along with a petite girl who bore an unmistakable resemblance to a little beauty. She busily admonished her 2 most mischievous children to refrain from running about, all while carefully safeguarding her sole cherished daughter. The Weasley family resembled a bustling tour group as they approached platform 9 3/4. The platform, previously subdued due to the muggle-repelling charm, instantly buzzed with energy. However, the arrival of Pollux, accompanied by Jenkins through the use of apparition, abruptly chilled the atmosphere. Had he not been holding the charming young girl, Molly, one could surmise that he would have drawn his wand. For the man clad in an iron mask was indeed a perplexing sight. "Mother, this is my defense against the dark arts professor, Mr. John Doe, as I mentioned." Bill Weasley hastily introduced, nervously greeting Pollux. "Professor Doe, I did not expect to see you outside of school. See, I told you, our teacher can be quite intimidating." Percy Weasley murmured. "Wow, that guy is really cool. Is he our new teacher?" exclaimed George, nudging Ron. Fred chimed in, "Oh my, that little girl is truly lovely. Far more charming than Ginny." "Indeed, you are right, Fred." "Humph." Ron, uninterested in the teasing remarks of his older brothers, made his way to Ginny's side. "Charlie, keep an eye on your younger siblings." "Of course, Mother." Molly tidied up her clothes, which had become disheveled due to her busyness, and briskly approached Pollux, her enthusiasm evident. "Professor John Doe? I am Molly Weasley. I apologize for these noisy little ones." "Please, just call me Doe, Mrs. Weasley," Pollux replied, glancing at the bustling family, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. "Professor Doe, are you here to escort the new students?" "Indeed, your children are quite lively," Molly chuckled, reaching out to ruffle Jenkins' hair. Just then, Ginny rushed over, grabbing Jenkins' hand and gazing at him wide-eyed with admiration. "Mom, he is so handsome. What's your name?" "I'm Ginny Weasley." The twins, George and Fred, also scurried over, peeking out from behind Molly. "Jenkins. Brown. I'm not a." Jenkins, experiencing such warmth for the first time, blushed and stammered. "All right, Jenkins, we must leave now." "Mrs. Weasley, we shall take our leave," Pollux announced. "Professor Doe." He pointed towards Molly, who was still trying to hold them back. "That red-headed one must be your son." Before he could finish, Pollux could no longer contain himself and ushered Jenkins onto the platform. "Ron, Charlie, what are you doing with your brother?" Molly called out loudly upon seeing Ron, who was poised to leap off the platform and onto the train tracks. "In just a few words, I feel utterly drained. The Weasley family is simply too large. Arthur has tea arrived yet, and Cedric Diggory's family is next door too," accompanied by a sensation reminiscent of apparition. The two felt an immediate sense of tranquility wash over them. Blushing and astonished, Jenkins exclaimed, "Uncle John, look at that magnificent train. It's even puffing smoke. Let us go." Pollux thought of how Molly would soon follow and swiftly pulled the still astonished Jenkins aboard the steaming Hogwarts Express, eager to avoid being entangled with that large family. "I apologize, Professor Doe, we did not receive any notifications. Please, make do with the students," the staff member said apologetically, returning a bag of galleons to him. Internally, Pollux cursed Albus vehemently. Master Black even indulged in French cuisine while begging. "Rita, that was all on me. I wonder who barely has a few sickles to spare." Resigned, Pollux led Jenkins to the student compartment, utilizing his imposing presence to scare off several first-year students, and finally secured a cramped, empty compartment. "Wah, munch, munch, munch." For the first time on a wizarding train, Pollux observed as Jenkins busily devoured various snacks, gazing out at the scenery beyond the window. I was reminded of many unpleasant memories from my past life. Suddenly, with a soft rustle, two identical freckled faces crowned with vibrant red hair peeked in. Professor Doy. What was it, Mississippi? Of course, you may come in. I am Jenkins. And I am not a miss, I am a mister. Before the dazed Pollux could react, the two mischievous Weasleys had already slipped inside. These audacious lads showed no fear of their teacher, especially with a lovely lady present. Wait a moment. George, did I hear that correctly? I thought so too. Fred. The twins' eyes widened in astonishment as they beheld Jenkins, seated amidst a bounty of snacks. Miss Jenkins, did you just say you were Mr. Jenkins? Goodness. Yes. I am Mr. Jenkins, though I have grown accustomed to being mistaken. Jenkins grasped a generous handful of treats and raised them high. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Weasleys. Please, indulge in some sweets. The brothers exchanged awkward smiles, accepting the candy and collapsing into their seats. It is worth noting that they had traversed the entire train in search of the porcelain-like Jenkins, all within a mere 3 minutes. On the Hogwarts Express. I'm John Doy, a professor at Hogwarts. John Doy is an educator. I am not Pollux. No, I must not. To these two little miscreants, yes. Pollux leaned back in his seat, silently reciting his thoughts. The iron mask effectively concealed his grotesque expression. Suppressing the urge to draw his wand hidden within his sleeve, and the temptation to unleash a curse upon the Weasley twins. Rising to his feet, he opened the compartment door. The lively little ones immediately ceased their chatter. Uncle John, where are you headed? To the restroom. Pollux could no longer contain himself and resolved to engage in a thorough exchange of skills with Albus upon returning to school. He turned to exit the compartment when, bang, a tall, handsome young man entering the cabin was knocked to the ground by Pollux. I'm sorry, he murmured, casting a spell to ascertain that the other was unharmed. Addressing the Weasley brothers, he added, You two help him inside. I shall take my leave. With that, he disregarded their presence and departed, not intending to visit the restroom, but rather to make his way directly to Hogwarts. If it were just Jenkins, it would have been manageable, but with the Weasley brothers in the compartment, the noise was simply overwhelming. Oh my, you really are a boy, exclaimed the newcomer, as Pollus's figure vanished into the corridor. In the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, Albus, adorned with a silver mask, grumbled an explanation to himself. The Weasley family was not part of my arrangements, Professor Doy. I am merely a wizard, not a deity. He sighed. Well, the individuals are here. No further explanation is necessary. Pollux found some relief from his melancholic mood. How do you intend to treat Jenkins? I assured John that I would not exploit him against Voldemort, and I hope you do not harbor such intentions, you calculating old man. He is merely a typical first-year student. Albus took out a mirror to inspect his own mask, seemingly satisfied with the benevolent and handsome visage he had crafted through transfiguration. I hope you can oversee Professor McGonagall's duties during the banquet and conduct the sorting ceremony. After stating this calmly, he discreetly donned the tiger claw purchased by Mr. Weasley. A quaint muggle trinket. Though he is the most powerful wizard, he is already 108 years old. To Albus's surprise, Pollux did not throw the teacup or the teapot. He simply stood up and stated, Albus, do not take it too far. I remained because of the original vow. I will only agree to attend the banquet. He then turned and exited the headmaster's office. On the train, the little ones did not seem perturbed by Pollus's departure. Instead, they changed clothes while engaging in light conversation. Wow, you are so pale, George remarked. Indeed, George, you resemble a porcelain doll, Fred added. The two paused in their actions, and under Cedric Diggory's blushing gaze, they extended their hands, eager to touch Jenkins's skin. Unaware of the peculiar situation while donning his clothes, Jenkins was oblivious until Cedric, now dressed, intervened and stood between the three. Mr. Weasley, you should exercise some caution. Apologies. The brothers exchanged awkward glances and hastily finished putting on their clothes. Without uttering another word, they promptly assisted Jenkins in tidying up the snacks on his seat. George, do you think we have fallen under a soul-sucking curse? Fred communicated with his eyes. Certainly not. Throughout the journey, aside from Mum, Professor Doy was with us. That is the defense against the dark arts professor. George replied with a glance. Goodness, how can there be such a handsome boy? I cannot bear to tease him. Heaven knows, the train has arrived. Let us disembark quickly. As the train slowed to a halt, it finally came to a stop. The brothers hurriedly followed Jenkins and Cedric, disembarking with the other young witches and wizards. The effects of the war were gradually fading, and Hogsmeade Station appeared unusually crowded. First-year students, First-year students, come this way. Hagrid's towering figure held a lantern, appearing rather conspicuous against the backdrop of the night. Instantly, a throng of boisterous young witches and wizards surrounded him, including the giant, whose eyes flickered upon catching sight of Janice. The child stood out like a firefly amidst a swarm of flies, particularly her striking eyes, which evoked a sense of familiarity in Hagrid, as if he had seen them somewhere before, albeit with a hint of difference. Could she be a first-year student? However, this half-giant did not dwell too long on such thoughts. After stealing a few more glances, he bellowed a few more instructions and led the young wizards away from the station, traversing a narrow path through a dense forest until they arrived beside the Great Lake. This is Hogwarts, the place where you will live and learn in the years to come. Hagrid stood by the lakeside, raising his hand to point towards the distant castle illuminated by lights. Well, came the collective gasp from the crowd. All right, get on the boat, get on the boat. For to a boat, and be careful not to fall into the lake, for there are quite a few mermaids lurking beneath. As Hagrid attentively directed the little wizards, he humorously likened their mouths to something even larger and more fearsome than his own. The young witches and wizards remained quite terrified until they disembarked at Hogwarts. After entrusting the little ones to Professor McGonagall in the castle's entrance hall, Hagrid discreetly observed Janice for a moment before stepping into the Great Hall, where he was pleasantly surprised to find Professor Doy at the staff table. His delight was evident as he revealed his enormous, gleaming teeth and hurriedly took a seat beside her. I am so glad to see you here, Professor Doy. Me too, she replied. You know, Professor, just a moment ago I saw Hagrid paused, momentarily taken aback by the mask that revealed only her two eyes. The cup he had just grasped nearly slipped from his hands, prompting him to clutch it tightly. Very exquisite little girl. Pollux paid no heed to the clumsy fellow, who often engaged in such antics, thoroughly cleaning the table while patiently explaining. Ah, that is Jenkins Brown, a lad. The child of John Brown and Eugenia Jenkins, the former Minister of Magic. You must recall, as you participated in the Battle of Hogwarts, did you not? After hearing Pollus's elucidation, Hagrid's heart was once again shaken. Jenkins was the offspring of Voldemort, and those eyes were a testament to his father's lineage. They resembled serpentine orbs. Yet, Jenkins possessed a pair of pale, golden eyes, lacking the pronounced slit pupils, appearing far less malevolent and deranged than his father's gaze. Instead, they bore an aura of sanctity. Hagrid, of course, did not entertain thoughts of Voldemort. Otherwise, his shock would not have been so profound. Rather, he was reminded of his dear friend Professor Doy, whose eyes were also reminiscent of serpents. Compared to Voldemort, those eyes bore a closer resemblance to Jenkins's own. Professor Doy, you are becoming increasingly enigmatic, with a secret love child linked to the former Minister of Magic. Your collection of secrets continues to grow. Stealing a glance at Dumbledore, Hagrid patted Pollux on the back. Professor Doy, let us share a drink. My friend, do refrain from harboring any more secrets. I fear I may not be able to contain them. Hagrid's heart, tumultuous and restless, cried out in desperation. Drink sparingly. The sorting ceremony has yet to commence. Pollux gently clinked his glass with Higgs. During the sorting ceremony at Hogwarts, some individuals are born to be the protagonists, such as Pollux Black of 26. That audacious child whom the sorting had insisted should be sent to Azkaban. And then there is the future Harry Potter, the boy who, against all odds, vanquished the Dark Lord at the tender age of 1. Another example is the present Jenkins Brown, a child capable of captivating all with his exquisite beauty. His hair shines like a soft golden glow, extraordinarily smooth and luminous. He possesses long, thick lashes framing a pair of lively, somewhat unique eyes. His delicately curved nose complements his skin, which is as plump and jelly-like as the ripest fruit. All of his parents' splendid genes have manifested in this youthful visage, combining Eugenia's sensuality with Voldemort's striking handsomeness. This beauty has not faded with time. Rather, it has blossomed into something even more breathtaking as he matures. Coupled with the character nurtured by John, he resembles a celestial angel. Should one seek a flaw, it would be that this child's only imperfection is his gender. He ought to embody the essence of an angel, transcending male and female. For in this way, Jenkins would not inadvertently wound the hearts of the young male wizards. No one could refuse this child at first glance. He possesses an irresistible allure akin to all the marvelous wonders of the world. Especially for those young wizards with little life experience, Jenkins appears as delightful as a piece of candy. Even the twinkle in Albus's eyes reveals just how perfect this little fellow is. It is Jenkins's first encounter with so many gazes upon him, causing him to blush and lower his head, thinking he must find a way to inform everyone of his boyhood. The envious glances from the female students made him quite uncomfortable, as he felt he was the source of their distress. He closely followed Professor McGonagall, hoping that this stern professor could, like a father, dispel such stares. Dumbledore, the sorting ceremony, Sally whispered, giving her brother a light slap to rouse him from his drooling. I'm sorry, Gellert. This must be the wicked magic of Tom Riddle at work. Regaining his composure, Albus cast a grateful glance at Sally, for she was indeed his angel. Thanks to Pollux, the Grand Hall remained devoid of any specters. This was not solely due to his previous bullying of the house elf, but primarily because of his formidable mental prowess and the abundant power of the heart-piercing curse, which rendered any ghost approaching him quite uncomfortable. In Hogwarts, it could be said that wherever he appeared, phantoms would not dare to linger. Moreover, the young wizards were unusually quiet this evening. After merely rising to welcome the assembly, Albus gestured for Professor McGonagall to commence the proceedings. The discordant melody of the Sorting Hat once again resonated throughout the hall. Following the conclusion of the song, Professor McGonagall stepped forward, holding a scroll of parchment, and initiated the annual roll call. One by one, the young wizards took their seats upon the benches. Cedric Diggory was sorted into Hufflepuff. The Weasley twins, as expected, sported their characteristic red hair and were placed in Gryffindor. As each young wizard was allocated to one of the 4 houses, the hall was devoid of the jubilant cheers usually offered by upperclassmen. The envious girls, consumed by jealousy, paid little heed to their younger counterparts. All were eagerly awaiting the final name on the list, anticipating whether the charming young girl would be sorted into their house or not. Jenkins Brown. So that was his name. The hall erupted into its first disorganized murmur of the evening. A fairy, please do not come to Slytherin. Miss Jenkins, welcome to Gryffindor. The Weasley twins exaggeratedly waved their hands. Jenkins, her cheeks flushed, took her seat and watched as Professor McGonagall placed the hat upon her head. The enormous brim obscured half of her face, providing some relief. The face upon the Sorting Hat began to contort in contemplation. Very kind. Not lacking in courage, filled with wisdom, possessing an ancient and noble lineage, powerful yet entirely unready, and open to the thoughts of others. Such a difficult decision. It has been a long time since I encountered a student so challenging to place. The face fell into deep thought. For Jenkins was both exceptional and remarkably balanced. Balanced? Yes, the sect of balance. Wait, this is not Rune's territory. Young one, do you have a preferred house? The voice of the Sorting Hat gently reached Jenkins' ears. My father instructed me to trust your wisdom, Sorting Hat. Jenkins replied softly. Ah, I see. At that moment, the Sorting Hat seemed to glimpse a lady from 1,000 years ago, joyfully exclaiming, Hufflepuff. The entire auditorium fell into a profound silence. A stark contrast to the rival academy that is eternally at odds with them, unlike the knowledge-driven Ravenclaw. The students of Hufflepuff appeared momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that such an impressive individual would be sorted into their house. While graduates from their house often achieve great success, true powerful wizards are a rarity, as the potency of a wizard's magic is inherently tied to the extent of their madness. The students of Hufflepuff, being rather conventional, have become the least wizard-like wizards, excelling in areas that cannot be showcased at Hogwarts, and thus are often labeled as a modest group of food enthusiasts. After a brief silence, the long table erupted into enthusiastic applause. Jenkins did not immediately return to his new seat, but instead politely handed the Sorting Hat to Professor McGonagall. Dear Professor McGonagall, may I say a word? It concerns my gender. Go ahead. McGonagall, somewhat regretting that such an outstanding young man was not sorted into Gryffindor, nodded in acquiescence to his request, recognizing that such politeness is a rarity. Unlike a certain masked individual, Jenkins's face flushed crimson as he mustered his voice to proclaim, Everyone. Excuse me, my name is Jenkins Brown, pleased to meet you all. After a moment's hesitation, he gathered his courage to continue, I am a boy. A boy. Male. This declaration resonated repeatedly in the minds of the young wizards, shattering certain fantasies among the boys and dispelling the jealousy of the girls. Following this statement, a wave of cheers erupted from the upperclasswomen, prompting Jenkins to dash to his seat, his face still flushed. That night, he busied himself with stuffing various foods into his mouth, oblivious to what Voldemort might think of his son's behavior. Conversely, Albus thoughtfully arranged for Jenkins to have a private room, fully understanding the inner workings of these young boys. Love can sometimes be indiscriminate. Such a profound force may lead one to err. Upon Jenkins Brown's enrollment, no one could have anticipated that the typically solemn Pollux would become so immensely popular. Not even Albus himself. He had always hoped for Pollux to forge deeper connections, aiming to bind him firmly through these ties. As his family would inevitably face the trials of life and death, perhaps in a century or two, the King of Pain will inevitably return. Once Pollux's heart is thoroughly filled with anguish, it will inexorably bring destruction to this world. The power in question has far surpassed that of the Dark Lord. Yet, by merely unlocking the depths of one's heart, these bonds can firmly ensnare the scant reason that remains within. It can be asserted that as long as Pollux does not depart from Hogwarts, this phenomenon shall not manifest. Albus had not anticipated that this initial lock would originate from Voldemort's own offspring, the true child of prophecy. On the first day of the 1989 Hogwarts term, Jenkins found himself engulfed in profound distress as a flurry of enchanted notes floated around him. Despite receiving assistance from professors during class, the moment lessons concluded, he would be fervently surrounded by a multitude of senior girls. Cedric, along with the Weasley twins, diligently shielded their newly acquainted friend from the well-meaning advances of these girls, continually rejecting their overtures. The kind-hearted Jenkins, however, could never articulate the sorrowful sentiments imparted by the twins. Instead, he seized every moment to peruse the notes and respond to them one by one, thus ensnaring himself in a vicious cycle. By the time the final defense against the dark arts class commenced in the afternoon, the volume of notes had reached an astonishing quantity. When it comes to matters of the heart, one must not afford any glimmer of hope, George discreetly remarked during a lull in their studies. And the trio collectively assisted Jenkins in yanking down the floating notes. "You must be resolute, Jenkins. Otherwise, what will you do tomorrow?" Fred chimed in while stealthily concealing a note, intending to incinerate it later. "I appreciate your goodwill, but it would be unkind to hurt those girls," Jenkins insisted, tirelessly crafting his replies. "You shall exhaust yourself if you continue this way," Cedric cautioned. "Look, another wave is coming." He pointed toward the classroom door, where letters flew in like migratory birds. However, these missives would no longer have the chance to entangle Jenkins. They all fell to the ground as Pollux entered the classroom. Observing the chaotic scene, Jenkins waved his wand, and all the letters, including those hovering around him, converged into his hands. Casting a glance at Jenkins, he regretted having agreed to look after him for merely a meal, questioning why he, with his ample galleons, could not enjoy such treatment. He recalled his first year, on Halloween, when not a single young witch or wizard had acknowledged his presence. Placing the letters upon the desk, he conjured a fierce flame, accompanied by a surge of magical energy, manifesting his image in the minds of all the Cinders. "Cease using your magic for such frivolities." With a chilling proclamation, Jenkins finally liberated himself from their incessant clutches. Having completed these tasks, he instinctively guided the young witches and wizards through their inaugural lesson amid trials and tribulations. "I hope you little imps refrain from wetting your pants next time." Class dismissed. Feeling rather despondent, Pollux turned and exited the classroom, leaving behind a group of frightened little wizards. He retreated to the humble abode he shared with Hagrid. "Jenkins, I've discovered a method to alleviate your troubles," exclaimed George and Fred, the Weasley twins, who had swiftly recovered from their initial shock. "What method?" Jenkins inquired immediately. "You simply need to follow your Uncle John incessantly," exclaimed one of the twins. "Goodness, I never anticipated that this professor would be even more terrifying than my brothers described," retorted Jenkins. "Indeed," Fred concurred. "That death curse earlier made me feel as if I were on the brink of demise." He absent-mindedly clutched his chest, as if haunted by unpleasant memories. "Gentlemen, I fear your suggestion may not be prudent," Cedric remarked anxiously, casting a worried glance at Jenkins. He certainly did not possess the same audacity as the twins. "Fear not, Mr. Diggory, I harbor no dread of Uncle John," Jenkins declared, acknowledging that the Weasley brothers' proposal had merit, and he rose to depart. "Wait for us." The Weasley twins hurriedly pursued Jenkins, as they too were intrigued by the enigmatic Professor Doy. The prospect of playfully tormenting such a formidable and fearsome wizard promised to be a most delightful endeavor. Cedric hesitated for a moment before joining their pursuit. Thus, the once desolate groundskeeper's cabin at Hogwarts became lively. Whenever classes were not in session, the four little wizards would follow Pollux relentlessly, even foregoing meals in the Great Hall. Returning to their dormitories just before curfew, Hagrid, too, took special care of the illegitimate son of his dear friend, and though Professor Doy had not spoken of it, he had not inquired either. He was certain of their bond. After all, fathers and sons were meant to be together, were they not? Moreover, he had never felt such joy before. This was the first time little wizards were willing to spend time with him. The Weasley twins' mischief struck him as utterly endearing. He vowed to cherish this rare happiness, a joy bestowed upon him by Professor Doy. Such secrets must never be disclosed. After all, it had been so challenging for them to be together. Not a word should be uttered. This was how Hagrid's heart felt, due to the presence of these little ones. Particularly Jenkins, Pollux has found himself surrounded by an increasing number of female students. Despite his intimidating demeanor, some brave young witches have mustered the courage to approach Jenkins. And there are even those who have entrusted him with love letters. He is, after all, no longer the same Pollux he once was. Mere fear cannot indefinitely deter these infatuated women. Moreover, even the former deranged version of himself had a legion of fervent admirers, did he not? Thus, this seemingly cold and unyielding figure has become the most popular teacher at Hogwarts. As Hagrid's spirits soared, his concern for Mr. Doy deepened. Being a half-giant, Doy's aesthetic sensibilities are vastly different from those of ordinary folk. Hagrid has never believed that Jenkins' allure is the sole reason for the influx of female students. As for the love letters he burns daily for warmth, their romantic content is lost on his giant intellect. Each evening, as tranquility envelopes the cabin, Hagrid engages in light-hearted banter with Mr. Doy, speculating on the number of admirers he might possess. Surely, there must be many, otherwise he would not have remained incognito for so long. Poor Mr. Doy, endowed with such immense charm, yet still solitary, unable to acknowledge even his only child. Perhaps he is not alone in that regard. There may be others of whom I am unaware. Alas, I must not dwell on this. Too much contemplation could lead to unintentional revelations. It would be permissible to share this with Mr. Doy, but no, that would inflict pain upon him, stirring up unwelcome memories. Yet there are no buts. One must not forget that Mr. Doy is your dearest friend. No, he is more than that. He is a brother. The allure emanating from John Doy has left Hagrid in a prolonged internal struggle, causing him sleepless nights, and even threatening to fracture his typically untroubled mind. It has awakened within this half-giant, who had never contemplated love before, a yearning for such nebulous emotions. Perhaps this is something he could confide in Mr. Doy. Surely, he must be acquainted with a variety of young ladies. Facts attest to the fact that Hagrid's lips remained tightly sealed, particularly in the absence of probing questions. A whole academic year has passed, ushering in 1990. The once bustling keeper's hut has fallen into a somber silence, and Paul has finally found peace. All the raucous little ones have returned to their parents for the holiday. On the first day of the break, Paul commenced his habitual search in the Forbidden Forest for the mischief left behind by the Weasley twins, a routine he had cultivated over the past 6 months. Following a near disaster during Christmas when the twins, having tampered with a bottle of whiskey, almost singed Hagrid's beard, Paul now meticulously inspects the entire hut with magic every single day. The brothers' mischievous spells had suddenly ceased to function, yet they eagerly embarked on muggle-like pranks. They dug traps, devoid of any magical properties. Throughout this time, the twins had not escaped Paul's admonitions, but mischievous children are notoriously resilient. Often, they would resume their antics the very next day. The efficacy of potions in treating injuries is nothing short of astonishing. Paul, plagued by headaches, found himself unable to impose excessive discipline upon the twins, and instead sought counsel from Albus, suggesting that other teachers confine the two boys. Yet, for reasons unknown, everyone at Hogwarts, save for himself, seemed to adore the twins. Perhaps they all relished the sight of his discomfort. Minerva and Albus even assisted the brothers in their pranks. This marked Paul's second encounter with Rita, and once again, he found himself besieged by two relentless followers, impossible to shake off. With the endorsement of the two headmasters of Hogwarts, poor Fong suffered greatly. As pranks proved challenging to execute against Paul, Hagrid remained blissfully unconcerned, often deliberately stepping into those harmless yet image-damaging traps. Fong, thus, became a tragic victim. Not far from the hut, at the dim edge of the Forbidden Forest, he found himself in a pit, his once dark fur now a riot of colors. Gazing up with his pitiful large eyes at the figure clad in an iron mask above him, voicing his discontent with a couple of soft whines. Even though the Weasley brothers had kindly left him a roast chicken, however, he had no appetite for the chicken. All he wished was to return and take a hearty bite out of Hagrid, that irresponsible master who hadn't even come looking for him. Woof, woof, woof. All cleaned up. Pollux meticulously cleansed the vibrant pigments from Yaya's body and cradled it in his arms as he returned to the ranger's cabin. The fire pit encircled the interior of the cabin. Ah, holidays. What a curious notion indeed. Wouldn't you agree, John? Hagrid, undeterred by Yaya's frantic tugging at his trousers, was engrossed in a peculiar spherical object of unknown contents, hesitating as he contemplated opening it. Rubus, I can sense that what lies within is not confectionery. but rather a noxious gas accompanied by an abundance of pigments. If you truly wish to proceed, I would advise you to find a secluded spot. Scooping a small bowl of thick paste from the cauldron, he beckoned Yaya over. The creature approached, tail wagging, only to recoil in disdain at the sight of Hagrid. It settled at Pollus's feet, gnawing on the leather of his boot. This is dragonhide, my dear Yaya. You cannot chew through it. Perhaps you should savor something else. Pollux retrieved the roasted chicken from the pit and tossed it to Yaya. Alas, it is just the three of us once more. John, do you not feel a sense of loss? Hagrid hesitated briefly before pocketing the orb, casting a wistful glance at Pollux, who was amusing Yaya. It is only you, me. And Yaya. I feel as though the last 50 years have passed in this manner. It has been 9 years. Not even 9 years, Ruber. Perhaps you should consider consuming more fish. It is said to enhance cognitive function. John, do you believe there exist half-blood female giants in this world? A snap. The soul snare? The spoon in Pollus's hand clattered to the ground as he gazed blankly at Hagrid. The normal ebb and flow of magical energy emanating from that round. Fluffy head made him question whether he had misheard. Ha, ha, ha. Hagrid chuckled awkwardly, his face flushed, and continued. I was just saying, how could there possibly be someone like me in this world? Well, Rupert, it turns out there truly is. Coming back to his senses, Pollux interrupted Hagrid. My Merlin, I never imagined that Mr. Doy would actually know a half-blood giantess. This time, it was Hagrid who was taken aback, staring quietly at Pollus's cold iron mask. The following day, in the headmaster's office, the guardian statue emitted a series of peculiar sounds. Pollux entered with Hagrid. Albus gazed solemnly at the mountain-like Hagrid, feeling a wave of trepidation wash over him. Without the aid of magic, he knew he could not contend with these two formidable figures. He was at a loss as to how Pollux had managed to persuade Hagrid to confront him. Beneath the table, his hand tightened around a metal rod, and he maintained an outward composure as he spoke. Pollux, I shall not acquiesce to your demands. Jenkins and the Weasley brothers will remain at Hogwarts to complete their 7th year. Albus, I did not come here to discuss that. Pollux interrupted Albus, leaning over the desk to gesture towards Hagrid, speaking in a hushed tone. Mark, what was it again, that half-blood giantess? You know her, right? Olympe Maxime? The headmistress of Beauxbaton's Academy of Magic? Albus glanced at Hagrid, loosening his grip on the iron staff, and exchanged a knowing look with the giant, who appeared quite bashful. Professor Doy, do you intend to travel to France? That was not my intention. I hope, Albus, that you can take Rubius along with you. Well, I fear I won't have time in the coming years. Albus produced a considerable stack of documents, placing them upon the desk. I believe you understand that I have numerous responsibilities. I am quite occupied. Pollux cast a disdainful glance at the nearly moldy papers, suppressing the fury boiling within him. He understood how fervently Hagrid yearned to meet a female giant, much like himself, for the sake of friendship. Pollux struggled to adopt a gentler tone, interrupting Albus's evasions. Headmaster Dumbledore, very well, I certainly cannot attend, Professor Doy. While there has always been collaboration among several magical schools in Europe, meetings among headmasters are quite rare. However, given your enthusiasm, this year's amicable exchange with Beauxbatons need not trouble Deputy Headmistress McGonagall. Albus placed an envelope on the table, swiftly inscribing 2 official documents to insert within, and thoughtfully produced a small pouch of galleons, setting it down before him. I would trouble you, Professor Doy, to escort Hagrid on this journey. Upon concluding, Albus regarded Pollux earnestly, speaking in a voice imbued with magic, audible only to the two of them. Mr. Black, permitting you to venture to France this time is a bold endeavor on my part. I hope you can return with a living Hagrid. Pollux cast a glance at the eager giant and replied earnestly, Albus, my mind is not cluttered with the chaotic thoughts that occupy yours. Furthermore, I sincerely hope that your little schemes over the years have not brought harm to my family and friends. I am neither the Potters nor Snape. Do you understand? Rest assured, Mr. Black, I would never do such a thing. Farewell. After picking up the envelope from the table and hesitating for a moment, he seized the meager pouch of gold galleons and, grasping Hagrid's hand, departed from the detestable headmaster's office along with Albus. Oh, France, my dear. What was her name again? Hagrid exclaimed excitedly, clutching a document and gazing at the incomprehensible sentences inscribed upon it. Madame Maxime, Hagrid. Hogwarts once Hagrid and Pollux departed. The groundskeeper's cabin fell into a profound silence. Albus, leading the small creature Fong, walked alone toward the castle. Observing Fong's obedient demeanor, he spoke softly, tinged with a hint of melancholy. Fong, do you think I should take another look at Gellert? Woof, woof, woof. Perhaps not, Fong. Maybe soon we will be together, forever. What a hassle it is. After enduring the scrutiny of both the Ministry of Magic and Muggles, Pollux leaned against the ship's railing, alongside Hagrid, who had been transformed to a normal human size by him, creating an odd juxtaposition. For Pollux, who had never ventured abroad in over 70 years, he opted not to use the Floo network or apparition to reach Beauxbatons directly with Hagrid, but instead chose Muggle transportation. Both he and Hagrid were eager to experience the world firsthand, to measure this unfamiliar land with their own eyes and footsteps. However, the novelty soon wore off. Aside from slightly better weather, this place bore little difference from England, save for its distinct architecture and somewhat unfamiliar language. After wandering the streets of France for nearly a week, Pollux, feeling somewhat disheartened, accompanied a still fascinated Hagrid to the Pyrenees in southern France. Beauxbatons Academy of Magic, unlike the somewhat eerie and mysterious Hogwarts castle, Beauxbatons was a grand and magnificent estate, nestled upon an expansive, manicured lawn. It was enveloped by towering mountains. From afar, one could easily spot the enormous fountain situated in the center of the courtyard in front of the main building, named after the illustrious couple, Nicholas and Perenelle Flamel. Oh, how beautiful! Hagrid stood at the entrance of the school, gazing at the magnificent fountain, where the mist created rainbows, and he expressed his admiration with envy. Professor Doy, upon our return, I shall certainly recommend to Headmaster Dumbledore that he should acquire one as well. Disregarding Hagrid beside him, Pollux gently rapped upon the grand entrance of the school. It was the period of closure, and entry was prohibited. The statue adorning the gate emitted an unpleasant sound, reminiscent of metal scraping against metal. He forcefully thrust Albus's letter of introduction into the mouth of the statue, which he had mistaken for mere ornamentation. Moments later, a voice welcomed Professor Doy from Hogwarts and Professor Hagrid. The statue transformed its expression into a warm smile, splitting down the middle as the grand doors swung open. Let us proceed, Hagrid, to meet your dear Madame Maxime. Paul had transformed into a figure of normal stature, adorned in an exquisite deep blue wizard's robe, with Hagrid's unruly hair and beard artfully braided into a single thick plait. After Paul's meticulous grooming, Hagrid no longer resembled the disheveled character he once was. Instead, he embodied the image of a genial, somewhat rotund, oversized wizard, even exuding an air of wisdom. Well, John, what am I supposed to say in a moment? Hagrid's face flushed, uncertain if it was due to his unfamiliar appearance or a sense of shyness, appearing rather self-conscious, with his hands awkwardly unsure of where to rest. Paul chuckled as he patted his somewhat theatrical belly. If you're at a loss for words, then say nothing. Remember my words. Just follow my lead. Recalling the social media of his past life, Paul continued, just obtain the contact information. We can discuss the rest later. Naturally, John. You are the expert in this regard. After all, Hagrid hastily covered his mouth. Welcome, esteemed professors of Hogwarts, to Beauxbatons. A elegantly attired witch, donned in a robe resembling formal attire, appeared at the entrance. I am the professor responsible for safeguarding the school during the Beauxbatons holiday. And I did not expect this year to welcome two gentlemen. This is Professor Rubeus Hagrid, and I am John Doe, the professor without a name. I wonder if Headmaster Maxim is around? Indeed, esteemed professors, the headmaster has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. The nameless professor merely cast a curious glance at the towering Hagrid before courteously ushering the two into the estate. Upon reaching the vast hot spring, Hagrid expressed his awe once more, yet remained silent as they proceeded into the main building of the manor, traversing through the grand hall and corridors, adorned with decor that was evidently brighter and more immaculate than that of Hogwarts. The professor offered a brief introduction to Beauxbatons before arriving at the door of the headmaster's office. Olam, in stark contrast to Albus, displayed none of his peculiar habits. The entrance to the office lacked even a password, allowing the trio to enter with ease. A mere exchange of glances rendered Pollux and the female professor mere bystanders. In that moment, Pollux longed to slip away quietly like the lady professor, yet bound by his identity, he remained. Settling onto an exquisite sofa that resembled a bed in size, he observed the two towering figures before him with quiet contemplation. Olam Maxim and Rubeus Hagrid were both encountering someone of their kind for the first time, despite Olam having heard tales of Hagrid's exploits from Albus. She had mentally prepared herself, yet struggled to reconcile the somewhat disheveled Hagrid described by Albus with the striking wizard before her. The Hagrid in front of her undeniably stirred her heart, a blush creeping onto the cheeks of this intelligent and resolute half-giantess. The subtle tension lingered for an extended period until Hagrid, breaking the silence, recalled his dear friend's sage advice and suppressed his tumultuous emotions. With a hint of nervousness, he retrieved an envelope from his pocket. Madam Maxim, this contains some correspondence from last year's classes at Hogwarts, as well as a private letter from Headmaster Dumbledore. Hagrid, his face flushed, approached the ivory desk, which appeared standard-sized compared to his own frame, and placed the envelope upon it, striving not to meet her gaze. My apologies. Professor Hagrid, please take this back to Hogwarts. Regaining her composure, accepted Hagrid's envelope and handed him a similar one. It's a small gift I brought for you on our first meeting following his friend's guidance. Hagrid produced from his pocket a small sphere filled with stimulating gas and pigments, left to him by the Weasley brothers, placing it eagerly on the desk. Mr. Doy said that a gift on a first encounter should bring surprise. He thought to himself, this little trinket is sure to delight Madam Maxim. Thank you, Professor Hagrid. Wait. Madam, I believe there has been a misunderstanding on Professor Hagrid's part. Pollux hastily intervened, preventing Olam from opening the orb. As he passed Hagrid, he forcefully stepped on his foot and shot him a glare. He seized the orb from Olam's hands, hesitated for a moment, and then produced an exquisite box, offering it to his companion. This is the gift that Professor Hagrid brought. You know he can be somewhat absent-minded. What nonsense. Can that trinket from the Weasley brothers be considered a gift? Observing Hagrid's bewildered expression, Pollux, in a bid to preserve the man's dignity, reluctantly continued to speak to Olam. I apologize, but Headmaster Dumbledore has other arrangements. We cannot linger. Won't you stay for dinner? Our school is renowned. Cutting off the other's invitation and stepping once more on Hagrid's foot, Pollux stated earnestly, the matter is rather urgent. We shall not impose further. Next time, for certain, I shall arrange for a few teachers to assist you. No, thank you, madam. Grasping Hagrid's hand, who shared a look of reluctance, he declined her kind offer. Paul pulled out his wand and vanished from the school amidst the astonished gazes of others. As a renowned magical institution, Beauxbatons was certainly equipped with various protective enchantments. It was truly astonishing that he was a wizard as formidable as Albus. Olam sighed in wonder, then directed her full attention to the exquisite little box, a gift from Hagrid. Regardless of her identity or past experiences, the shared aesthetic appreciation of half-blood giants rendered her incapable of viewing the opposite sex through a purely human lens. As a wise woman, she felt a solitude far deeper than that of a mere single-celled organism. Lifting the small box, she gently opened it. Olam, like a young girl, covered her mouth in delight, aware that this might not have been Hagrid's intention, yet tears of joy mingled with her excitement. Nestled within the box lay a ring, crafted from precious metals and adorned with a stunning blue dragon crystal, intricately engraved with exquisite patterns and a perpetual magical array. Upon the opening of the box, which possessed isolating magical properties, a subtle yet invigorating wave of magical energy radiated outward. No witch could resist such a ring. When Pollux first acquired the ring from the alchemist, he confidently reassured himself. Although he had been a bachelor for over 70 years, this was a treasure worth hundreds of thousands of gold galleons. It had even led to a noticeable depletion in young Master Black's vault at Gringotts. This was intended as a gift for Sally. Rupert, you fool. A large foot suddenly intruded upon Hagrid's line of sight, somewhere in the Pyrenees. Pollux is imparting wisdom to the thick-skinned Hagrid. His concern is not rooted in the expenditure of excessive galleons or the loss of a ring intended for his daughter, but rather in the fear that this dear friend may fail to grasp the ephemeral nature of happiness. Hagrid, too, is a pitiable soul, though he appears jovial each day. The stark reality is that aside from Pollux, he possesses no true companions. He was, after all, Pollus's first friend upon his arrival in this world. Despite concealing many truths from Hagrid, such deceptions have not tarnished their bond. The camaraderie between men does not necessitate complete honesty. As Pollux confronted Hagrid with a flurry of punches, Hagrid, though not particularly astute, could discern the heartfelt intentions behind the blows. He recognized, albeit dimly, his own foolishness. He understood that retaliation was out of the question. Such a mundane tussle would be too taxing for Mr. Doy. Thus, he crouched down, cradling his head in silence. Fool. You utter fool. After delivering a couple of punches, Pollux ceased his assault, his hands flitting over Hagrid's form with fervor. If you are fond of Lady Maxim, do refrain from brandishing trinkets from the Weasley brothers. Was it not with the intent of procuring gifts that I provided you with coin? What is wrong with you? How could you possess so many? Gazing upon the scattered assortment of prank items, Pollux felt an overwhelming urge to delve into Hagrid's mind to unravel the thoughts swirling within. Did you not claim that women adore glimmering objects, surprises that bring joy? Hagrid then produced a well-protected stink bomb, displaying it with a look of indignation. Isn't this precisely what you described? Shiny and full of surprises. Avada Kedavra. Paul's face contorted in anger as he unleashed a deadly curse, intending to expunge that odious creature from existence, startling Hagrid in the process. That was no trivial surprise. It would condemn you to a lifetime of solitude. Yet, I find it quite delightful. Watching Paul raise his wand once more, Hagrid fell silent. From his robe, he produced a resplendent mask, adorned with a jovial visage. Do not be vexed, John. This is for you. An exquisitely crafted mask, it appeared to be of considerable worth. Pollux took the mask and, upon glancing at Hagrid, immediately comprehended the reason behind the latter's gift to Olim. He tucked away his wand and gazed at Hagrid, uncertain of what to say. Thank you, Rubius. I truly appreciate it. I'm glad you like it. Why not try it on? Hagrid's eyes widened with curiosity as he looked at Pollux. I shall wear it, but not at this moment. Resisting the urge to remove the mask, Pollux shook his head and set aside Hagrid's gift. Upon your return to Hogwarts, you will likely receive a letter from Madame Maxime. Or perhaps it is already en route to the school. What? So soon? The tall, enchanting lady instantly reclaimed a space in Hagrid's heart. Indeed, I can see it. It is evident even to the most oblivious that she has an interest in you. Then let us hasten back to school. Hagrid eagerly opened his suitcase, intending to don the rather shabby-looking moleskin coat, but was halted by Pollux. You must refrain from wearing such attire in the future. And your beard and hair can no longer be as unkempt as they once were. Haven't we already concluded our meetings? Are you planning to be pen pals with Madame Maxime for a lifetime? Pollux discarded Hagrid's shabby clothing and the Weasley twins' trinkets into a heap, igniting them in flames, while retrieving a large trunk from the depths of his wizarding robe. From now on, you shall wear these garments, and you must not remain as disheveled as before. It is quite a hassle to clean. You know, John, you are a wizard. A fresh start is essential. Have you forgotten how to wield the wand I gifted you? Pollux felt a twinge of frustration, as though he were Hagrid's paternal figure. You see, had you not been so unkempt, you wouldn't have spent so many years at Hogwarts merely as a keeper of keys and grounds. No one wishes to befriend a scruffy half-giant. Do you understand? All right, John. No wonder you have so many. I understand now. I shall heed your words. A faint smile broke across Hagrid's face as he lifted the trunk and patted Pollux. Let us return to Hogwarts. You go ahead. I have some matters to attend to. Are you off to find someone else's lady? Hagrid cast a concerned glance at his companion, but eased at the thought that aside from Albus, no one could rival Pollux. Then I shall wait for you at Hogwarts. Oh, and by the way, if I don't return, you must not send a letter to Madame Maxime. Understood. Hagrid shouted after the vanishing Pollux. I will assist you in requesting leave from Dumbledore to spend more time with you. The remainder of his words faded away as Pollux departed France. Newmongert stood before the solitary, desolate tower. Having separated from Hagrid to arrive here, Pollux hesitated momentarily, transformed his appearance, and drew forth his wand, cautiously approaching the structure. Under Albus's manipulation for years, feeling somewhat stifled, he seized this opportunity to assist Hagrid in finding a romantic partner and decided to pay a visit to this old acquaintance of Albus. Although these two had shared a bond in the past, they were now undeniably adversaries. Gellert Grindelwald might very well assist him in confronting the cunning old man, Albus Dumbledore. With such thoughts in mind, and a hint of wariness, Pollux carefully traversed the threshold inscribed with the words for the greater good. Newmongert, an unexpectedly formidable prison, tested Pollus's keen perception as he evaded one trap after another, deepening his internal inquiries. All the magic within this place seemed designed to deter outsiders. This tower possessed no means to prevent those inside from escaping. Rather, it appeared to serve the purpose of protecting Gellert Grindelwald, who was imprisoned within. Accompanied by a sense of inquiry, Pollux ascended to the upper chamber, where he beheld the former revolutionary, the legendary sorcerer, seated there quietly like an ordinary old man. Upon noticing Pollux, Gellert inquired without delay, Pollux Black, is it you who compelled Dumbledore to make that arduous decision? It appears Albus has sought you out, Mr. Grindelwald. Disheartened by the unfriendly demeanor of his counterpart, Pollux felt a pang of disappointment. He had initially intended to rescue the man, leveraging the animosity between him and Albus to procure assistance, but it seemed his hopes were in vain. At that moment, he found little interest in continuing the conversation. The tale of Albus's romantic entanglements did not pique his curiosity. He did not harbor such deep-seated animosity towards Albus, merely a simple dislike. Given that Gellert was unlikely to offer any aid, he resolved to take his leave. It seems you are not imprisoned here, so I shall not intrude further. Wait, Gellert called out to Pollux, You came here seeking my assistance against Albus, yet you intend to depart without inquiry? How can you be certain I would refuse? Will you assist me? Pollux replied, a hint of skepticism in his voice. Certainly not. Observing the familiar smirk on Gellert's face, reminiscent of Albus, the atmosphere around Pollux chilled, and he felt a surge of irritation at being toyed with. Your expression mirrors Albus's. If your intention in stopping me was merely this, hold on. Gellert quickly donned a different demeanor, smiling as he said, Mr. Black, you truly are just as Albus described. It's no wonder you could push him to such extremes. I am not Albus. Should you strike me? You might soon be seeking a grave for me. Ceasing his jest, Gellert fixed his gaze upon Pollux, speaking earnestly, I implore you to heed Albus. He will not harm you. I understand your aversion to him. I share it as well, but I hope you will allow me to convey my thoughts. It is a lengthy tale. Pollux hesitated for a moment before settling on the ground, crossing his legs and removing his mask. Speak, Mr. Grindelwald. What a terrifying visage, what formidable magic. It is no wonder that Albus would be as he is. Gellert gazed at the other's face, transformed into a sinister mask by dark magic, and could not help but let out a sigh. Mr. Black, your survival is not short of a miracle in the annals of magical history. Worry not about that. Begin. At Pollux's urging, Gellert recounted a tale shrouded in obscurity. Fate has always been a wondrous force, especially for Gellert, a prodigy of magic and a seer. The notion of failure should eternally remain alien to such a genius. In the Battle of 1945, though he was the one to lose, he was also the victor. The encounter in Godric's Hollow with Albus was merely a challenge to fate, endowed with exceptional talent. He could not fathom anyone hindering his march towards the liberation of wizards worldwide. He never believed in that prophecy, the one he himself had crafted. The two enamored souls spent a blissful yet absurd time in that valley until an unforeseen incident transpired, transforming their initial camaraderie into irreconcilable enmity. Each embarked upon radically divergent paths, yet both aimed for the same ultimate goal, the betterment of the wizarding world. However, the journeys were starkly different. Gellert chose the path of ruthless reform, prioritizing self-interest above all, eventually becoming the most formidable dark wizard of his time. He was on the precipice of achieving his grand aspirations until 1945, when he found himself prone on the ground, powerless beneath his own elder wand. In that moment, Gellert was abruptly struck by the realization that he had erred. Every choice he had made throughout his life was misguided. Fate had orchestrated for him a war destined for failure. Albus Dumbledore's visage became the adversary Gellert could never conquer. What utter nonsense about interests! What did the entirety of the wizarding world mean to him? In that instant, the concepts of victory and defeat lost all significance. Everything was rendered inconsequential in Gellert's eyes. Yet, at that moment, the blood pact they had forged, the vow of mutual non-harm, began to recoil upon him. That oath, nearly forgotten by Gellert, suddenly compelled him to kneel before Albus, his magic surging towards the other as it had when he first made the pledge. From initial shock to confusion, and finally to acceptance and anguish, Gellert comprehended all. Love possesses but one wound, that of betrayal. In that life-and-death struggle, Albus believed it to be a clash of ideals, a confrontation of righteousness rather than mere slaughter. Whether one succumbs or perishes matters little. What is paramount is that the one I cherish will undoubtedly strive to achieve that monumental goal he holds dear. My own magic shall, upon my demise, transferred to him through the power of our solemn oath, empowering Gellert to emerge as the mightiest of wizards, enabling him to traverse even greater distances. Even if the 14-year-old Ariana remains eternally in Godric's Hollow, Albus does not perceive Gellert as the one who has inflicted harm upon him. He has always believed that Gellert, driven by self-interest and unscrupulous ambition, will never abandon that aspiration, the betterment of all wizards. This ambition belongs to Gellert Grindelwald, and it has also been the lifelong pursuit of Albus Dumbledore. Fate has entwined their paths in a manner both erroneous and beautiful. They have both experienced a love that they can neither relinquish nor fully attain. The two great wizards, akin to night and day, light and darkness, can never converge again. Humans exist under the dominion of fate, even if they are aware of it. When I laid down my wand and realized that my life's pursuit was solely for love, the blood oath surged within me. I knew I had lost. Albus is the insurmountable obstacle I can never transcend. Gellert lowered his head, tears cascading down, his voice trembling evermore. I cannot forsake him for my ideals. I have betrayed him. Do you understand? I cannot bear the weight of such burdens alone. Therefore, Mr. Black, please trust Albus for the sake of world peace. He would not harm you. It turns out that Albus possesses the combined magic of two legendary wizards. which accounts for his extraordinary strength. Indeed, it is due to that original blood oath. If Albus were to perish, would that magic return to your side? Precisely. Wait. Gellert lifted his head, questioning. Did you not grasp my meaning? Has Albus not conveyed to you that I remain unwed, and that I do not comprehend the love between you two? Pollux pointed to his head and donned the golden mask gifted by Hague. Mr. Grindelwald, I appreciate your insights, which have enlightened me considerably. However, I cannot place my trust in Albus. Why? Gellert exclaimed in astonishment. Perhaps the affection between you two has clouded your judgment. You just informed me that Albus is merely a madman in pursuit of world peace. To me, he bears no distinction from Voldemort. Moreover, following my grandfather's demise, I have only faith in power. You. Gellert sprang to his feet, seemingly ready to confront Pollux. Yet, he was deprived of the opportunity. With a surge of magical energy, his opponent vanished from the tower. Gellert picked up the iron mask left behind by Pollux and muttered to himself, this child may be a fool, but I can sense that power. The shackles of fate are beginning to loosen. A flicker of concern crossed his face as he gazed toward Hogwarts. Oh, foolish child. Do you truly believe you can control this madman? He departed from Numengard. Pollux returned to England, yet he did not immediately head back to school, for he had an essential matter to attend to. Compared to listening to Gellert recount his romantic history with Albus, this issue held far greater significance. However, glancing at the still bright sky, Pollux felt a twinge of anxiety. After much hesitation, he resolved to go fishing at London Bridge. After all, the forthcoming matters were ill-suited for daylight. The dilapidated abode, which appeared on the verge of collapse, aptly illustrated the notion of a pure-blood traitor. As the facade of an ancient family, it boasted a reasonable size and a garden, yet it resembled a structure hastily assembled from children's building blocks, exuding an air of recklessness and defiance. It vividly showcased the Weasleys' distinctive style, devoid of the elegance characteristic of pure-blood aristocracy, and, naturally, lacking in wealth. The entire family of 9 resided within these walls. Ron vowed that this year's Hogwarts holiday was his least favorite thus far, although he had yet to return to school. His twin brothers had brought home an astonishing creature. Their defense against the dark arts professor had gifted the brothers a colossal, 2-meter-long viper, which, according to them, was a newly discovered species found in the Forbidden Forest, a dark magical being unlike any Ron had ever encountered. It bore a resounding name, Orochimaru. The twins proudly announced that they had learned this name from the professor, hailing from a distant land known as Japan. To Ron, the arrival of Orochimaru had rendered his life utterly miserable. The Weasley family was not particularly fond of snakes, yet he alone harbored a deep-seated fear of them, especially since his best friend, Scabbers, was a mouse. On the very first day of the holiday, when Ron shouted in a panic as he rescued Scabbers from the snake's jaws, George and Fred spent the entire holiday menacing him with tales of how they intended to feed their new pet with Scabbers. Molly was utterly incapable of curbing her son's mischief. They seemed to have become even more unruly and disobedient, compounded by her own aversion to both snakes and mice. Were it not for financial constraints, she would have eagerly purchased an adorable owl for each of her sons. Consequently, Ron found himself retreating to his room for most of the time, deeply fearful that his brothers would snatch Scabbers from him and feed him to that loathsome snake before his very eyes. Even at night, he occasionally dreamed of that terrifying scenario. This unfortunate child could only hope that school would soon take his bothersome brothers away, along with the snake intent on devouring Scabbers. However, today, that worry would soon dissolve into oblivion. Late at night, after a bustling day, the Weasley household finally succumbed to tranquility. With everyone drifting into their own sweet dreams, save for Ron and his companion, the small creature nestled in his arms. The creature lay beside Ron, its beady little eyes fixed intently on the ominous figure of Orochimaru, who stealthily slithered into the room. A look of sheer terror adorning its face, an expression typically reserved for humans. Peter Pettigrew, in his animagus form, could not possibly be afraid of a mere snake, even one of magical origin. However, the iron-faced figure emerging from Orochimaru's presence filled him with profound dread. This scene instantly conjured the terrifying name that haunted his thoughts. Pollux Black. Before he could react to the shock, and before he could revert to his human form, the half-visible Pollux rendered the little dwarf unconscious. It was rather smooth. He seemed utterly stunned. Am I really that terrifying? Touching the newly replaced mask on his face, Pollux couldn't help but scoff inwardly. He completely emerged from the shadowy serpent's mouth and glanced at the mouse he had just knocked out, retrieving a magically enchanted small cage to confine the little dwarf within. Now that rascal could finally focus on finding a girlfriend. It took me quite some time to unearth that fellow's information from my mind. Satisfied, he lifted the cage for inspection and stowed the little dwarf into his pocket. Just as he intended to depart, Ron, who had been dazed, seemed to be waking up. Bam, unconscious on the ground. A simple, silent, wandless sleep spell isn't particularly difficult, is it? Bang. A dull thud resonated softly. Pollux, for the first time stealing a child as pet, was evidently a bit anxious. He instinctively drew the iron rod he had used during his conversation with Albus and gently cast a sleep spell upon Ron. Glancing at the slightly bent iron rod in his hand and the large bump on Ron's head. Bang. Before departing, Paul gently pushed Ron from the bed onto the floor, ensuring that the conspicuous lump on his head appeared less pronounced. He thoughtfully placed several galleons inside Ron's oddly odorous socks. A meager attempt to compensate for this child who was destined never to grow wiser. He also took out a similarly aged rat to feed to the weary undercover Orochimaru, thoroughly dispelling any illusions this young boy might have harbored. The following noon, as the blazing sun cast its warm rays upon his face, Ron, lying on the floor, groggily opened his eyes. It was then he realized how painfully harsh a fall onto the floor could be. Clutching the exaggerated bump on his head, he casually scanned the room, only to find the absence of that familiar figure. With the lump on his head resembling a small brain, Ron dashed out of the room. Emitting a heart-wrenching scream, "Scabbers! Mum! George! Fred! My Scabbers!" This unfortunate lad discovered that he had irrevocably lost his only pet of many years. From that day forth, a grave adorned with 2 headstones appeared in the humble backyard. One marked Orochimaru's, while the other commemorated his beloved Scabbers. As for Peter, confined in a cage and just awakening, he trembled in terror as he fixated on a familiar, menacing face adorned with a gleaming golden tooth, slowly approaching him. Peter. Long time no see. Godric's Hollow. Yet again this cursed place, nestled beside a quaint little church, encircled by a modest fence, housed a small cemetery. Within rested both wizards and muggles. Perhaps this was indeed the most fitting resting place for a couple who sacrificed their lives for the wizarding world. Otherwise, who could fathom why the affluent Potter family would choose to inter them here? 2 figures arrived, carrying a small cage. "Lupin, you have taken excellent care of this place," Sirius remarked, running his fingers over the pristine gravestone, recalling familiar faces in the days spent at the Black family cemetery, where the tombstones were equally immaculate. "Black, was this your doing? Severus Snape?" Remus and Sirius exchanged glances, involuntarily conjuring images of the man they had once despised. To their surprise, the one who frequented this place the most was he. Sirius, filled with nostalgia, gazed at the names inscribed on the gravestone and softly whispered, "James. Lily. It has been 12 years. You were true heroes." Lifting the cage in hand, with a fierce and menacing gaze directed at the cowering rat within, Sirius mockingly declared, "Peter, it seems you have not seen them in quite a while either. Today, we are all reunited once more. Fear not, for we are the best of friends." The cage was opened, and with a swift motion, the small figure was cast to the ground. Upon landing, he regained his human form, yet the curse had drained him of half his life, leaving him devoid of any strength to resist. He could only kneel on the ground, incessantly pleading for mercy. "Sirius Remus, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, slap." Remus struck the small figure fiercely across the face, his once gentle and wise features contorted with rage as he demanded answers. "Traitor, why did you betray us back then?" Bang. He forcefully pressed the traitor's face against the gravestone of the Potters. "You owe them an apology. A traitor. James, Lily trusted you so deeply." The small figure was drenched in terror, pinned against the cold gravestone, struggling to speak through choked sobs. "I'm sorry. James, Lily, I was terrified. I didn't mean to. I just wanted to survive. Please, I don't want to die. No one wishes for death." "You cowardly traitor." Bang. Remus interrupted him with a powerful punch, raising his hand to strike again when Sirius intervened, grasping his wrist. "Remus, let it go. Allow him to speak to the Potters. After all, we once." The anguished pleas and desperate cries for survival reminded Sirius of the Dementor that had accompanied him, and despite his hatred, he could not bear to see the small figure endure further torment. "Bah!" Remus spat in disdain at the small figure and kicked him. Summoning a broomstick from afar with a spell, he tossed a handkerchief before him. "Stop playing dead and clean this up." All right, the small figure nodded vigorously, trembling as he meticulously wiped the pristine gravestone. Seizing the moment while the traitor turned, Remus cast a cold glance at Sirius, whose expression was devoid of warmth as he slowly drew his wand, aiming it at the small figure. Remus, let me handle this. You, with your kindness, should not do this. After all, Sirius once again restrained Remus's hand, whispering softly. Suddenly, Sirius drew a slender blade from his staff and plunged it mercilessly into the terrified small figure, who was attempting to turn away, whispering coldly in his ear, "Peter, you do not deserve to die by our wands." As the last remnants of strength ebbed from the small figure, his wide, fearful eyes stared blankly before he collapsed to the ground. It was proven that as long as the blade remained sheathed, there would be no bloodshed. The two individuals interred the body of the diminutive star outside the graveyard. Sirius, disdainful, planted his staff before the tomb of his once dearest friend. Though he had succeeded in his quest for vengeance, a sense of melancholy enveloped him as he turned to pat Remus on the shoulder, exhaling a heavy sigh. "Lupin, I must take my leave." "Wait." Remus halted him, hesitating momentarily. "I know it may seem inappropriate to bring this up now, but I feel it is essential to inform you in person. After all, Sirius regarded Remus, who had suddenly taken on an odd demeanor, and inquired with curiosity, "Speak your mind. You remain my closest friend. We may not be friends any longer. Your cousin Andromeda's daughter. You killed her?" Sirius's expression morphed into one of shock. No. Remus hurriedly explained, flustered. "It is not as you think. We are to be wed. Sirius, I intend to marry your niece." "My niece?" Sirius stared at Remus, his fingers gesturing animatedly. "You, Tonks, Lupin, my niece? I, your uncle?" "Indeed, Uncle Sirius," Remus declared before swiftly turning to flee. "Lupin, I believe you should embark on a journey with that traitor Peter." An irate Sirius drew the slender sword embedded before the grave of the diminutive star and pursued after him. "If you have the courage, do not run." "Uncle, you are aging. You scoundrel." In that moment, the two seemed to revert to their days at Hogwarts, reminiscent of the original quartet, clad in Gryffindor robes, frolicking on the lawn in playful pursuit. Yet, the original quartet was now missing two figures. Everything appeared to revert to the past. Severus Snape, visiting the grave, observed the two from a distance, forcibly suppressing the urge to rush over and deliver a thorough beating. Their laughter evoked memories of the damned James Malfoy manor. Akin to the former Black estate, exuded an air of opulence and nobility, yet it was imbued with a hint of joy, adorned throughout with white decorations symbolizing pure love. Pollux, for once, donned a rare change from his perennial dark attire, arriving here alongside Hagrid in a deep blue wizard's robe, adorned with a golden mask. He exuded an air of mystery and nobility. Indeed, time is relentless. That little rascal Nifedora has already tied the knot. Pollux gazed at the elegantly attired Remus and Sirius, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him. "John, Remus looks particularly dapper today, doesn't he? And is that not Sirius? What a delightful fellow. Oh, Dumbledore." Hagrid beamed with delight, relishing the lively atmosphere. "It's a bit too boisterous, Rubius. You know I prefer tranquility." He declined Hagrid's invitation. This vibrant scene evoked a profound sense of disconnection within Pollux. At school, he was John Doe, yet here, he felt uncertain of his place. Quietly retreating to a somewhat secluded corner of the hall, he settled into a hidden spot. Just being able to witness his niece's wedding and catch a glimpse of long-missed family was enough to satisfy him. Observing the smiles on his sisters' faces, Pollux contemplated the desire to remove his mask, though it remained merely a thought. People had not forgotten him, and he had begun to adapt to a life of concealment. "Uncle, your mask is splendid." A golden-haired, handsome little lad approached with an excited grin. Curiosity shone in his eyes as he regarded the enigmatic Pollux. The charming visage instantly revealed the boy's identity to Pollux, who tousled his hair playfully, addressing the pouting Draco Malfoy. "With such good looks, you ought to forego the mask." Draco, taken aback by the treatment from a stranger, felt an urge to protest, yet inexplicably sensed that such familiarity was entirely appropriate. This mysterious figure evoked a sense of deference in him. "Draco, have you stumbled upon something amusing?" Another stout, dark-haired boy came running over, momentarily pausing at the sight of Pollux. "Uncle, do we know each other? You seem quite familiar." Pollux's gaze quickly shifted to Draco's hairstyle. "My dear brother, you truly resemble a little girl in this state." "I am not your brother. I'm a whole month older than you," Draco retorted, his face flushed. "Ha, my mother is your mother's sister, so naturally, you are my brother." In comparison to Pollux's robust physique, Draco's words seemed feeble. He was swiftly enveloped in a warm embrace, his golden hair becoming even more tousled. "Uncle, could you possibly gift us that mask? I would pay a handsome sum for it. It holds significant meaning for me. Young gentleman, I am John Doe, your future instructor. Pollux hesitated for a moment before discreetly producing 2 shadow snakes for his nephews. The mask is not an option. How about this instead? How cool. 2 children gazed with sparkling eyes, irresistibly drawn to the magical creatures before them, for they were born into a lineage steeped in dark magic. Draco, Pansy. Do not disturb the guests, came a somewhat haughty voice. Narcissa appeared behind the 2 children, her mood less than favorable. She was perplexed by her sister and brother-in-law's decision to host the wedding of those 2 individuals at the manor. While she bore no ill will towards Andromeda and her niece, she harbored a distinct aversion to Ted Tonks and Remus Lupin, particularly due to their motley assortment of half-blood wizard friends. The enigmatic figure across the room was even less to her liking, for Pollux had entered alongside Hagrid, despite the possibility that he might become her son's future instructor. As she gathered the 2 children to depart, the faintly magical serpents they had conjured evoked a sense of familiarity, stirring a hint of curiosity within her. "Sir, have we met?" Pollux inquired. "I believe not, beautiful lady," he replied, recalling something as he tucked away the shadow snake amidst the children's disappointed gazes. "John Doe, Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts. Narcissa Malfoy. Professor Doe, your 2 little pets remind me of someone I once knew." "Ah, they were found in the Forbidden Forest, Mrs. Malfoy. You must be aware that it is an expansive woodland." Pollux wiped his brow internally, eager to clarify. "Mommy, Annie, we want that pet." The 2 little ones implored. "Professor Doe, I'm not sure. That was merely a jest meant to amuse the children." Pollux quickly rose. "I just remembered. I have pressing matters to attend to. I must take my leave." "My apologies, Mrs. Malfoy." He wished to avoid disrupting the rare tranquility of the Black household, regretting his earlier thoughtless actions as he exited the manor under Narcissa's astonished gaze. Such a peculiar man. Narcissa mused, her sense of familiarity intensifying, though she did not immediately realize he was her brother. After all, nearly a decade had passed since Pollux had perished in flames. Enough mischief. Go find Lucius. She scolded the 2 little rascals, returning to her flurry of activity. Goodness. Professor Doe wouldn't be entangled with every woman of the Black family, would he? Quite impressive. Observing everything yet unable to hear the conversation, Hagrid watched Pollux depart, the exquisite cake in his hand suddenly losing its allure. His heart, which could barely contain secrets, felt as though it might burst. The subsequent academic year unfolded without any particularly remarkable events. Pollux continued his life as usual, yet that group of children seemed increasingly undaunted by the seemingly intimidating professor. The ranger's cabin had transformed into a veritable paradise for the children, particularly for the evermore beautiful Jenkins and her trio of companions, who even regarded it as their clandestine sanctuary. One could only wonder how 2 Hufflepuffs and 2 Gryffindors could forge such an odd alliance. Hagrid, too, had shed his disheveled existence, spurred by Madame Maxime's affection and Pollux's transformation, and he had taken on the role of a professor of care of magical creatures. Now, he resembled an endearingly clumsy giant of a wizard, and the young wizards held a deep fondness for this exceptional teacher. The arrival of the 1991 holiday finally allowed Pollux to exhale in relief. He had navigated a challenging academic year, still harboring a disdain for the raucous little ones, particularly the seemingly inexhaustible Weasley twins, who caused him considerable distress. However, this rare respite had yet to grant him the peace he sought, as Albus summoned him to the headmaster's office. Upon entering, the jubilant sounds that had plagued Pollux for an entire year vanished in an instant. A pungent aroma of garlic enveloped him, and the sensation emanating from the dark mark on his left arm instantly confirmed the identity of the man already seated in the headmaster's office, his head wrapped in a purple turban. It was none other than Mr. Quirinus Quirrell, that wretched scoundrel. At long last, he had made his appearance. Paul leapt forward, firmly placing his foot upon Chilo, raising his wand to direct it towards him, enveloping Chilo in a magical restraint. Just as he was about to act further, he felt the binding force of the Hogwarts contract within him. With his other hand, he drew forth another wand, aiming it at Albus while coldly uttering, "You old fool, what do you mean by this? Do not tell me you are unaware of who this wretch is. If you wish to prevent me from dismantling Hogwarts, release the binding." "Ha, ha, ha, Headmaster Dumbledore, it seems you." Chilo, lying on the ground, lost to consciousness, emitted a dreadful sound. "Be silent." A surge of even greater magical power suppressed Chilo further. "You old fool, release the binding." Albus calmly rose, discarding his elder wand at Paul's feet. "Mr. Black, you cannot kill him, nor can you imprison him. I will explain everything. Just let him go." "Ha. Ha. Albus, as Paul regarded the disarmed Albus with a hint of confusion. The figure of Voldemort beneath his feet erupted into a more ferocious laughter, though this mirth was swiftly interrupted by his own agony. Chilo succumbed entirely to unconsciousness. Pollux sat atop Quirrell, grasping the ancient wand, and glared at Albus. "You had better provide me with a reasonable explanation." Albus cast a glance at the unconscious Quirrell, then settled back into his chair. "It is due to the prophecy from long ago. The Dark Lord has returned, aided by another sealed sorcerer. After a momentous sacrifice, the two Dark Lords shall ultimately re-emerge into the world, yet neither shall survive. The King of Suffering will engage in battle with the Dark Lord. The two Dark Lords will perish at the hands of love and their own offspring. Because of the final line of this prophecy, Pollux, you cannot kill Voldemort now, nor can you imprison him. You must release him. I refuse to believe this nonsense." "No, you do believe. You know that the prophecy speaks the truth. You." Pollux cast a glance at the unconscious Chilo, then turned his attention to Albus, yearning to utter something. Yet, he fell into silence, and after a considerable pause, he slowly spoke. "No, Albus, I believe what you say is mere nonsense." His wand pointed at Chilo, illuminating with a familiar glow. "Cruciatus." "Pollux, have you forgotten Misskit? And what of your prophecy?" Albus's voice, tinged with urgency, interrupted the incantation that ultimately failed to materialize. "I shall reveal everything to you today." Albus spoke with utmost sincerity, even infusing a hint of pleading into his tone as he addressed Pollux. "Release Voldemort. Disclose to me the complete prophecy of the nun, and I shall divulge everything to you. I assure you, by Hogwarts, trust me, Pollux. For the sake of the school, I grant you this opportunity, Albus." Pollux retorted, casting Chilo out of the headmaster's office. He hesitated for a moment, but still clutched the elder wand, sitting upon the sofa, and began to recount another prophecy to Albus, the prophecy of Sister Enid. It was indeed much as I had surmised. Upon finishing Pollus's prophecy, Albus displayed an expression of no surprise. "This prophecy pertains to you. Alongside Professor Sybil Trelawney's, it constitutes a complete prophecy regarding you and Voldemort. This does not justify your release of Voldemort, Albus. I am not a fool. I am aware of both prophecies. Indeed, I know, both prophecies foretell your demise. Do they not? If the prophecies are truly unavoidable, I do not wish for Voldemort's resurrection. I cannot fathom why you seek to impede me. His return is no blessing, that madman. I do not wish to hinder you, Pollux." A hint of sorrow crept into Albus's voice. "You ought to have sought out Gellert, and thus comprehended my tale with him. Hence, regardless of your imprisonment or whatever else, Voldemort shall return. I believe you understand this better than I. After all, you both are immortal. The wheel of fate cannot be halted by either of us. At least not now." Albus approached Pollux, withdrawing the elder wand from his grasp, and gently patted the disheartened man. "I recognize that feeling, the sensation of acquiescing to fate. It is disheartening. Pollux, I have capitulated twice before, once for Gellert and once for you." Seated opposite Pollux, Albus revealed a glimmer of envy. "Yet you are different. Although both prophecies herald death, you possess a power capable of shattering the shackles." "What do you mean?" Pollux inquired, a hint of confusion crossing his features. "Because you are unlike Voldemort. You are not yet a true Dark Lord. Or rather, you are not the Dark Lord foretold in the prophecy. It has been a decade. You know, I have not seen the shadow of that Dark Lord within you. Hagrid, along with those children and your unwavering commitment to family, has solidified this belief in me. I wish it were true, but..." Paul slowly removed his mask, revealing a face so eroded that its original form was unrecognizable. As his power grew stronger, the malevolent magic had utterly transformed his visage. The countenance he bore, save for his eyes, was entirely that of a demon. "Yet, Headmaster, you were indeed correct. No one can withstand the insidious corruption of dark magic. I scarcely believe it myself now. Confine Voldemort, and then seal me away. Seek out the child foretold in the prophecy, Jenkins Brown. Nurture him. Encourage him to slay both me and Voldemort." Paul donned a mask, steadfastly gazing at Albus, and spoke in a calm tone. "I do not wish to destroy the Black family, nor do I desire to ruin Hogwarts. Please, do not impede me any further. Headmaster Dumbledore, I implore you." He rose, intending to depart, but hesitated, adding, "If you truly can resurrect Rita, please convey my apologies to her." With a swift motion, Albus struck Paul down from behind with his staff. "You are a fool. The most remarkable thing that Parallax has ever accomplished is to reveal your foolishness to me. By Merlin, have I sacrificed everything merely to nurture such a simpleton as you? I must be mad." Albus hurled the iron rod at Paul's head, his face flushed with anger. Have you forgotten your obsession? Have you lost sight of your pursuit of power? Who on earth told you that you would escape death? Have you forgotten your foolish animagus form? Have you forgotten the resurrection of Ariana? And your mind filled with the Cruciatus curse? For heaven's sake, you fool, cannot you read more books? A heavy tome thudded down before Paul. The utmost of darkness is but light. Avada Kedavra, Albus bellowed in fury. The once most powerful wizard unleashed the mightiest dark magic of the wizarding world upon the unmoving Paul. The reason for Paul's immobility was not due to a lack of fear of the killing curse, but rather the overwhelming magical aura emanating from Albus and the dazzling light produced by the Elder Wand. With a soft puff, a cloud of smoke resembling flatulence erupted from the tip of Paul's wand. Albus's desperate killing curse bore a striking resemblance to the Weasley twins' farting charm, and indeed, it was even less effective, for at the very least, it lacked a foul odor. The pinnacle of light is but darkness. Yet no wizard has ever shattered this truth. Including myself, that is the legendary limit. Paul, you are the only wizard I have encountered who possesses the potential to transcend this boundary. Surpass the legend. Transcend the dichotomy of black and white. You shall no longer be a dark lord. Surpass the legend. Pollux gazed upon Albus, shrouded in a veil of green mist. And in that moment of apparent exhaustion, a realization dawned upon him. To transcend the legendary was to transform negative magic into positive energy, thereby rendering the Dark Lord obsolete. The unwavering will to face life and death that Pollux possessed illuminated a glimmer of hope for Albus. It was precisely this that compelled him to shoulder the burden of the sacrifice foretold in the prophecy and to become a saint among wizards. For he discerned hope within the other. By binding a wizard transcending legend to Hogwarts, the wizarding community of Britain would be spared the emergence of any further Dark Lords. For Albus, who had toiled diligently for nearly a century on behalf of the wizarding realm, sacrifice and death represented a form of liberation. Pollux, it is his hope to cast aside this burden. Although somewhat foolish and ill-tempered, he is, in essence, a good man. After listening to Albus's narrative, Pollux comprehended everything. You are gambling, Albus. If I fail, the loss would merely be the absence of a great wizard, yet at least the Dark Lord would cease to exist. Would he not? Albus offered a weak smile. Even if I do not act, a saint would still emerge, and that sacrifice would unfold. Pollux Black. You possess the willingness to sacrifice for your family. Do you truly believe I cannot do the same? After living for so long, I am weary. Trust me, I believe in you. Why reveal this to me now? Do you not think that such a monumental matter requires my careful observation? Albus shook his head at the inquiry and continued, I will arrange everything for you. Next year, I shall appoint Quirrell as the defense against the dark arts professor, while you will assume the role of the keeper of keys. But Pollux recalled his two young nephews, allowing Voldemort to infiltrate the school. Do not forget that Jenkins is the child of prophecy. He is the one destined to vanquish the Dark Lord. Can we not protect these young wizards? When did you become so lacking in self-confidence? Understood. Additionally, Pollux, your time to transcend legend is limited. I hope you can achieve this before Jenkins defeats you and Voldemort. As for resurrecting Rita, when the time is right, I will accompany you to find that lady. I trust you remember her whereabouts. And Jenkins, what did you just say to Voldemort? Leave. Reflect on it yourself. Do you wish to remain a fool for all eternity? Albus, observing Pollus's lingering doubts, swiftly drew the sword of Gryffindor from beneath his robes and swung it. Leave. Depart at once. Faced with Albus transformed into a melee mage, Pollux found himself devoid of any anger towards the elder today. He hastily evaded the sword with his agile form and slipped away. He felt that today as Albus resembled his grandfather, yet even more so, Gandalf. He merely lacked a staff. Upon exiting the headmaster's office, he beheld Quirrell struggling to rise unsteadily. With a swift kick, Pollux sent his adversary plummeting from the 8th floor. Assured that a wizard could not truly perish, bowing his head, he immersed himself in the vast array of thoughts swirling in his mind as he returned to the ranger's cabin. My Lord Voldemort, I am dying. Nonsense, Quirrell, you are a wizard. Ha, ha, ha. That foolish Albus actually allowed me entry into Hogwarts. I shall make you all feel my wrath. Ha, ha, ha. Albus, Pollux, you will all. Ha, ha. Voldemort cackled maniacally from the recesses of Quirrell's mind, but soon he sensed Quirrell's life force rapidly waning. For this body, which he had so painstakingly deceived to obtain, a flicker of anxiety crept into his being. Quirrell, my servant. Quirrell, fool, I command you to awaken. Alas, Quirrell gradually succumbed to unconsciousness. Just as the weakened Voldemort attempted to assert control over Quirrell in a bid for self-preservation, the kind-hearted Hagrid arrived at Quirrell's side. Good heavens! You must be the new professor. Oh dear, it's Mr. Quirrell. Observing Quirrell on the brink of meeting Merlin, Hagrid hastily grasped his head and rushed him toward Albus's office. Oblivious to the peculiar transformation of Quirrell's neck, which took on an odd shape and length as they navigated the stairs and corridors, Hagrid, the gentle giant, felt an unfamiliar sensation when he learned from Albus that his dear friend had lost his position as professor. If only he had feigned ignorance. For the first time, his typically dull sense of smell registered the repugnant odor emanating from the long-necked man, far worse than the Weasley twins' foul-smelling stink bombs. Within the Ranger's cabin, he had just endured a conversation with Albus. Pollux recalled memories of films from a past life. It seems that had it not been for the purpose of nurturing Harry Potter as a successor, Voldemort would have had little chance of resurrection against Albus. In both the cinematic and real worlds, regardless of Voldemort's formidable prowess and cunning, he remained significantly inferior to Albus. Indeed, Albus did not even need to engage the Dark Lord directly to instill terror in him. Having suffered defeat once, Voldemort was granted no second chance. The years he spent painstakingly regaining power transformed him into a pitiable figure, traversing a path that led only to failure, a path orchestrated by Albus Dumbledore. Having experienced various events and replaced Harry Potter as Albus's chosen heir, Pollux naturally set aside his wariness of the old wizard and relinquished his inclination to meddle, deciding instead to cooperate fully with Albus. After all, with his limited intellect, if Pollux were to seize control from Albus, the wizarding world of Britain would likely meet its doom at the hands of himself and the Dark Lord. As for Albus's undoubtedly existing contingency plans, such as Jenkins, Harry, or even Neville, Pollux remained indifferent. He held the confidence that Albus would not dare harm those he sought to protect. The power he acquired, sacrificed over 35 years of his life and intellect, was not meant for mere embellishment. Thus, upon learning the complete prophecy, he immediately abandoned his previous notions about Voldemort. Two prophecies with identical conclusions solidified Pollux's belief in the existence of fate. Having watched the films and personally experienced the wizarding world, he understood the power that prophecies represented. Years ago, he had already contemplated ending everything through death. Even when his power had surpassed that of Albus, he refrained from challenging the prophecy for the sake of his family and friends. Today, however, as Albus revealed the complete prophecy, he also pointed towards an alternative path. As Albus aptly remarked, if one loses the bet, the world merely loses a wizard who transcends legend. This old fellow indeed offered Pollux a glimmer of hope. But is it truly so simple to transcend legend? In this world, legend represents the pinnacle of wizardry. Although legends may vary in strength, that realm is an ultimate limit, with the great Merlin remaining merely a legend. Had Albus not articulated it, Pollux himself would have doubted the existence of such a realm. The saying holds true: the more one knows, the more one realizes their insignificance. Throughout the annals of magic, spells, and magical history, there is no record of an existence that surpasses legend. Such beings are mere constructs of imagination, akin to mythological fantasies. After a long period of dormancy, his mind resumed its long-neglected contemplation. Day 1, Day 2, Day 3. Surprise. Of course, it was non-existent. Begone. Breathless and furious, Albus clutched the sword of Gryffindor and bellowed, "Your path lies within the prophecy, you fool. Get lost." After days of contemplation, Pollux, clad in tattered wizard robes and adorned with scars from countless battles, returned from the headmaster's office to his small abode. He had successfully unearthed answers that transcended mere legend. Indeed, Albus's intellect proved invaluable. The holiday of 1991 was drawing to a close. Aside from his slightly elongated neck, Chilo had achieved his aspiration of becoming the professor of defense against the dark arts. Harry, Hermione, Ron, Neville, Draco, and Plectrus were poised to embark upon their inaugural year at Hogwarts. On August 31st, 1991, at number 4, Privet Drive, the Dursleys awaited an important delivery. Thanks to the presence of the Lombardons and Remus, Harry received his acceptance letter to Hogwarts as scheduled. And the frenzied flock of owls depicted in the original work did not materialize. The courteous, generous, and gentlemanly Mr. Lupin, Harry's godfather, had spent 9 years gradually persuading Petunia to accept the existence of wizards, at least internally. The reason for 9 years? He had gotten married in the final year. Ding dong. Harry. Early in the morning, the familiar voice echoed through the Dursleys' household. "If you still wish to attend that accursed Hogwarts, you better come down quickly. Mom." I want to go to that Hogwarts you mentioned, mumbled Dudley, still half asleep. Oh, dear, that is a place only the most dreadful children would attend, Petunia said with a smile, presenting a box of milk before Dudley. Like your cousin Harry, understand? It's certainly not a good place. Dudley nodded, recalling his small, peculiar cousin who always appeared rather daft. I'm not that fool, Harry. Smelting Academy is the best school. Oh heavens, Dudley. You truly are a clever child, Petunia exclaimed, her exaggerated tone and expressions betraying her thoughts. As she cast a furtive glance at the odd figure outside and shot a glare at Vernon, who was still engrossed in his newspaper. Darling, would you prefer fried eggs or bacon? Both, Mom, and double portions. Sensing Petunia's gaze, Vernon set down the newspaper and growled with a voice that shook the very foundations of their home. Harry, did you not hear your aunt? Get down here before I ascend. Having spoken, Vernon displayed no inclination to move, instead continuing to peruse the newspaper. They've arrived, my apologies. Aunt Petunia. Uncle Vernon. Harry, one hand clutching his spectacles, frantically donned his clothing, his hair in disarray, and one shoe missing, dashed down the stairs. His face adorned with heavy dark circles. I feel rather embarrassed. I was unable to sleep again last night. Humph, lazy boy. And you're? Petunia set aside the frying pan, retrieved a suitcase from the cupboard that should have belonged to Harry's room, approached him, ruffled his hair, and seized his hand. Your school has come to fetch you, your belongings. Really? Where are the teachers? Harry's eyes widened in astonishment. Ever since receiving the letter from Hogwarts, he had longed for this day. After Remus left, no one had accompanied him to prepare for everything. As the start of term loomed ever closer, he grew increasingly anxious. Knowing he was a wizard, he feared missing this opportunity. Yet, with no knowledge of where the wizarding world lay, how could he possibly make his way to school? There remained a multitude of items yet to be prepared. This child had been plagued by sleeplessness for quite some time. The dark circles under his eyes were ample proof. Petunia vigorously tousled Harry's hair, attempting to smooth it down a bit. I will not allow a peculiar creature like you to enter the Dursley household. Are your teachers here? Goodbye. Aunt, Uncle. Harry excitedly snatched the suitcase from Petunia's grasp, dragging it toward the door, then paused to glance back, hesitating for a moment before saying, Goodbye, Dudley. Harry, you're missing a shoe, Vernon coldly remarked, gesturing toward a bag at the entrance. No need to go upstairs. There's a new pair for you there. Thank you, Uncle Vernon. Harry felt as if he might faint from excitement and hurriedly opened the package to don the shoes. Dad, I want one too. Dudley, munching away, glanced with a hint of envy at Harry, who was dashing out the door. Then, he puffed up his cheeks, threw down his spoon, and opened his mouth to say something. A large, exquisite package suddenly appeared on the table. Look at this, Dudley. Vernon gazed affectionately at Dudley. Wow, it's enormous. I want one too. How can I not have one? Outside the Dursley residence in the small yard, an excited Harry, head bowed, struggled to carry his luggage as he stepped outside, hurriedly introducing himself, fearful that the others might leave without him. Hello, I am Harry. Harry Potter. A chilling and peculiar sound echoed through the air. I am John Doe, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. As that strange individual waved his hand, Harry was astonished to find that his luggage felt remarkably lighter. He looked up to behold a golden mask before him. John Doe? The leaky cauldron. That Lupin fellow has truly forgotten his child after marrying, and they're as serious. Is this the nature of your friendship? Had he not arrived a day early to fetch Harry, it is likely that the young lad would have had no time to purchase his textbooks and supplies. It is truly baffling what those two fellows have in their minds. Pollux, accompanied by Harry who possessed nothing but a single bag of clothes, begrudgingly pushed open the door to the bar. Standing beside him, Harry lifted his gaze, eager to utter a word. But upon reflecting on the other's chilly demeanor throughout their journey, he merely shook his head. Perhaps, like Aunt Petunia and her family, he too disapproved of a child like him. Perhaps he was only here out of obligation. Feeling a twinge of disappointment, Harry hurriedly followed, entering the leaky cauldron. The establishment was small and dilapidated, its interiors grimy and poorly lit, inhabited by an array of peculiar individuals, accompanied by an unpleasant odor. As the two entered, all eyes turned towards them, though they quickly resumed their previous activities. Before Harry could indulge his curiosity, he inexplicably felt a chill. The teacher escorting him appeared even more intimidating. Do not wonder. Stay close to me, Pollux instructed, without engaging with anyone else, as he led Harry directly towards the back of the bar. Just as they traversed halfway through, a voice suddenly pierced the air. Is that not Harry Potter? A wizard clad in a gray robe and adorned with a purple scarf emerged from the shadows, smiling at Pollux. "Long time no see, Mr. Doy." All patrons within the bar, including the bartender, fixated their gazes upon Harry, rendering him somewhat uncomfortable. That is the boy who lived. The savior, Harry Potter. The atmosphere in the bar swiftly transformed from tranquil waters to boiling turmoil, as several wizards, their eyes ablaze with enthusiasm, approached to greet him. The man who had spoken earlier was the first to advance. "I am Professor Quirrell, the Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor." Harry's eyes widened in terror as he witnessed Mr. Doy raise his hand, causing Quirrell's complexion to flush deeply as he levitated, seemingly choked by an unseen force. Mr. Doy Quirrell struggled to articulate, as those wishing to converse with Harry retreated to their seats. "Harry, come here, to that back room." "All right," Mr. Doy bewildered. Harry followed the direction Pollux indicated, pushing open a small door and rushing into the bar's courtyard, leaning against the wall, gasping for breath. This keykeeper who had come to fetch him was truly terrifying. Was he really destined to attend Hogwarts? Harry recalled the distressing sight of Professor Quirrell suspended helplessly in the air, and then suddenly thought, of course, they are all wizards. Perhaps this is merely a jest among professors. Did not Uncle Remus mention it to me? As Harry's mind wandered, Pollux emerged from behind the door, as cold as ever, as though nothing had transpired, and approached the wall opposite Harry. Observing the other as if in search of something, Harry summoned his courage to inquire, Mr. Doy. Just now, that Professor Quirrell. Nothing, just an insufferable fellow, damn it. Pollux replied without turning, his gaze fixed on the wall as he scratched his head. I've forgotten how to get to Diagon Alley from here. I should have simply operaed with this little brat. It's all Hagrid's fault. With a loud crash, he kicked a nearby trash can, startling Harry into drawing his wand and pointing it fiercely at the wall before him. The entire wall seemed to emit a cry of anguish, every brick trembling and creaking. As under Pollux's magic, it forcibly opened a passage. Indeed, it was forcibly opened, for after Pollux led Harry through the passage to Diagon Alley, the hole remained until the pub owner restored it to its original state. Lupin, did he not provide you with any introductions concerning the wizarding world? Pollux glanced at Harry, who resembled a muggle, and suddenly felt a pang of doubt about acquiescing to Albus's request. Such matters ought to be handled by Hagrid. No, it was merely an occasional thought, just now that. Miraculous survival, what was it? Harry cautiously uttered. Though the individual before him was a wizard, indeed a member of Hogwarts' staff, he did not appear to be of good character, transforming a shadow snake into a bag. He filled it with 100 or so galleons and handed it to Harry. There was the wand shop, the apothecary, the clothing store. Pollux gestured around and caught sight of Draco and his father entering the clothing shop, momentarily taken aback before resuming his speech. Oh well, I trust you can read. Purchase items as per your acceptance letter, and I shall collect you by 5 o'clock. If any danger arises, simply clutch your wallet and call my name. Do you understand? Harry, clutching the money bag in one hand and his luggage in the other, hurriedly replied. But with so many items, how could I? Just pay. Inform the shop of your name, and all items will be delivered to Hogwarts, including that ghastly bag of yours. Just pay a little extra galleons. I don't have any money. Didn't that scoundrel Remus inform you about the Potter family? No, I only know that my parents were heroes. Enough. There was plenty of galleons in that bag. You need not repay it. Consider it a gift from me, as I am. After all, you're... Pollux nearly blurted out the word uncle. I am your teacher. Remember to finish all your shopping before 5 o'clock. Thank you, Mr. Doy. Harry merely glanced at the money bag in his hand, and when he looked up, the man had vanished. What a peculiar and generous fellow. After internally scoffing, Harry gazed at the strange and fascinating Diagon Alley, momentarily lost in thought, when a chubby child, roughly his size, dashed out from a nearby candy store. Their eyes met, and upon seeing Harry's face, the little chubby boy's expression shifted dramatically. Harry Potter. With Neville shouting and pointing at the scar on Harry's forehead, all nearby wizards converged. Encircling him, the crowd greeted him warmly, shaking hands and snapping photographs. Harry's face quickly flushed red. He found himself enjoying this attention. Yet there seemed to be an overwhelming number of people. Reminded of the multitude of tasks awaiting him, he hesitated, gripping the money bag. Contemplating whether to call over the cold Mr. Doy, observing the commotion and realizing the trouble he had caused, Neville dashed back into the store to summon his parents. With the assistance of the Longbottoms, the crowd gradually dispersed. Oh, Mr. Potter, you bear a striking resemblance to your father. Would you care for some sweets? Madame Longbottom warmly ushered Harry into the shop. No, did you know my parents? Harry inquired. Of course, we were comrades, fighting against the Dark Lord, Madame Longbottom replied. Enough of that, dear. Harry, what brings you to Diagon Alley? Mr. Longbottom asked. To purchase school supplies. Good heavens, you start tomorrow. That fool Remus. Madame Longbottom exclaimed in exasperation. And my teacher is coming to pick me up at 5. Dear, I believe Mr. Potter requires some assistance, Mr. Longbottom said seriously. Taking Harry's hand and turning to Neville. Neville, I'll take Mr. Potter to select a wand. Could you help him gather the other items? Of course, father. Don't run off. Wait for us at the pet shop. Aye, sir. Neville flashed a trustworthy smile. In Diagon Alley at the Longbottom sweet shop. With the enthusiastic assistance of Mr. and Mrs. Longbottom, Harry managed to complete all his errands before 5 o'clock. Sitting at a table on the second floor by the window, he toyed with his wand, a holly wand, 11 inches, with unicorn hair, while a snowy owl named Hedwig perched on the table. From the Longbottoms and Ollivander's wand shop, he learned much about his parents' history and understood the warmth with which others regarded him. He touched the scar on his forehead, pondering why his godfather Remus had not informed him sooner. Harry, try this. Neville approached with 2 cups of brightly colored ice cream, handing one to Harry while he took a large spoonful for himself. This is so cold. The mouthful clearly overwhelmed Neville, who rolled his eyes dramatically. Thank you, Neville, and your parents. If it weren't for you, I would be in quite a predicament today. Harry tucked away his wand and reached for the ice cream just as a wave of magical energy surged through the air. The space beside him twisted. And in an instant, Professor Pollux appeared before them. Don't be alarmed, I am a teacher at Hogwarts, he explained to the Longbottoms and the somewhat frightened Neville, before leading Harry, ice cream in hand, out of the sweet shop. Mr. Doy, my owl. No worries. That creature has a bond. It won't get lost. Besides, I've never heard of anyone capturing another's owl. They're not exactly a delicacy, are they? That's a relief. After Pollus's reassuring words, Harry nodded, and the two made their way to a Muggle hotel. It must be said that in such matters of life, Muggles are far more particular than wizards. The following day, Harry awoke at 5 in the morning. Having battled insomnia for quite some time, he had spent the previous night clutching his wand, unable to find slumber. Perhaps he had not slept at all. He had been fixated on the window of his hotel room, yearning for the sun to rise early. Fortunate for him, youth still bestowed upon him a semblance of energy, leaving him feeling not overly fatigued. The thought of embarking on his wizarding journey today filled him with both excitement and trepidation. He cautiously inquired of the still and silent Mr. Pollux, Mr. Doy, may we set forth? Well, if we leave early, you might catch a nap on the train. Pollux glanced at his watch and recalled that the family with the crimson hair probably wouldn't arrive at the train station so early. He nodded, observing Harry, who appeared rather unwell after a sleepless night. He couldn't fathom what excitement stirred within the young lad. He tossed Harry a vial of potion. You should drink this on the train. All right, Harry responded, hastily donning his new wizarding robes purchased the day before. This time, Pollux had no intention of walking to the station like Hagrid. He directly apparat with Harry to platform 9 3/4, much to the bewilderment of the still sleepy train staff. Presenting the ticket Albus had bestowed upon him for his teacher, he ushered Harry onto the train. Casting a glance at the still excited boy, he instructed, find an empty compartment. Once on the train, we must part ways. Remember, do not get off or wander around. Okay, before Harry could finish his response, Pollux had vanished into the carriage. Left in the emptiness of the train, Harry suddenly felt dizzy, an overwhelming wave of fatigue washing over him. He located a compartment, retrieved the small vial from Mr. Doy, hesitated momentarily, and then drank it. After weeks of insomnia, Harry succumbed to a deep slumber, lulled by the gentle swaying of the train. In his dreams, he felt as though he were plunging into a vast, bottomless lake, where a sinister figure lurked beneath the surface, reminiscent of Mr. Doy's frightening presence. Before he could discern its form, the apparition morphed into an enormous serpent, its gaping maw poised to devour him whole. Terrified and lacking swimming skills, Harry struggled desperately, choking on the lake water. Cough, cough, cough. With a sudden clarity, he found himself in the train compartment, where Neville had used a spell to clean the seat and the drool-soaked half of Harry's robe. Realizing it had merely been a dream, Harry felt relief wash over him. Thank you, Neville. Has the train departed? How long have I been asleep? Upon waking, Harry felt surprisingly refreshed, the sounds of young witches and wizards frolicking in the carriage filling his ears. I don't know. I saw you asleep as soon as I boarded. It's probably around 12 or 1 now. Harry, would you like some snacks? Neville placed his wand on the table and struggled to pull out a large bag of sweets from his pocket. Having popped a piece of chocolate into his mouth, Harry was fully awake and turned to Neville with curiosity. Given that he had been preoccupied with shopping the previous day, his fascination with the wizarding world remained insatiable. Could you tell me about the school? My parents wish for me to be sorted into Gryffindor. You are familiar with Gryffindor, I trust. However, I find myself more inclined towards Hufflepuff, particularly because it is conveniently located near the kitchen. As Neville stuffed his mouth with an endless supply of snacks, he murmured incessantly. He produced numerous animated cards adorned with wizardly figures and handed them to Harry. While the two of them engaged in their delightful banter, in another compartment of the train, Ron, with a lump on his head that had persisted for over a year, was horrified to discover that his new pet, a massive toad that had a penchant for sticking out its tongue, was nowhere to be found. The recent demise of Scabbers brought forth troubling thoughts. Leaf, my Leaf, Ron shouted, leaping from his seat, startling the two new students across from him, who jumped up and rushed out of the compartment. George, Fred, return Leaf to me. His anguished cries reverberated throughout the carriage. A young girl, her hair as wild and unruly as Sybil's, opened the compartment door, intending to see what the commotion was about. Move aside. Ah, bang. She collided violently with Ron, who was charging in the opposite direction, and the two tumbled to the floor. As Hermione and Ron landed on the ground, the adjacent compartment door swung open. The Jenkins quartet emerged, and upon the suggestion of the two brothers, his long hair had been trimmed, making him appear less feminine at first glance. Are you two all right? He inquired as he helped the dazed Hermione to her feet. Oh, George, is that not Ron? Fred and George peered out, wearing expressions of gleeful mischief. My dear Ron, that bump on your head appears to have grown larger. All right, you two, that is your brother. Cedric called out to the two brothers, stepping forward to assist Ron. You too, return Leaf to me. Ron immediately rushed up to the brothers. Ron, we have no interest in that filthy toad, do we, George? Of course not. If you don't believe us, feel free to come in and see for yourself. The brothers stepped aside, allowing Ron to dash into the compartment. You, well, I am Hermione Granger. Coming to her senses, Hermione glanced at Jenkins, her cheeks flushed. For she had never encountered such a striking face, one not seen in magazines or on television. I am Jenkins Brown. Miss Granger, a pleasure to meet you. Before Jenkins could finish his sentence, a ruckus erupted from within the compartment. Cedric, please look after this young lady. See, there's nothing here, the brothers exclaimed. Impossible. You opened your luggage and lifted your robe, Ron exclaimed. Ron, how can you not trust even your brother? George retorted. Do you have any idea how long I spent packing my luggage? Fred chimed in. I don't care. The creature must be hidden in your underpants. As Ron rummaged through the bags, he attempted to tug at George and Fred's trousers. Hey, do you think everyone is as odd as you? The two brothers grasped their trousers while trying to push Ron away. Ron, have you lost your mind? Who would hide your creature in? No, I refuse to believe you. Let me take a look, Ron shouted, his teeth clenched and face flushed. Separate. Silence. James observed the trio in a tangle and swiftly drew his wand, waving it with urgency. Instantly, Ron and the brothers were separated and seated on opposite sides. Still shouting, but now rendered mute, Jenkins promptly positioned himself between Ron and the brothers, lifting the silencing charm from Ron, and sincerely addressed the irate youth. Ron Weasley. I am Jenkins. It is a pleasure to meet you. He extended his hand earnestly. I assure you, your brothers did not steal your pet. Jenkins' kind demeanor and image somewhat eased Ron's agitation. He tilted his head to glance at the two brothers making faces at him, but soon became agitated again. But my creature, I assure you, your brothers have been with Cedric and me all day, Jenkins insisted. Really, Ron, Cedric has just entered. Cedric added, I can vouch for your brothers. All right. Ron reflected for a moment and began to trust them, vivid images of the cemetery flashing in his mind. He then expressed his concern. My creature. I must find my creature. All right, I will accompany you, Jenkins said, patting Ron on the back, lifting the silencing charm from the brothers. Do you two want to join? No. Ron showed no respect for his brothers. I refuse to go. George replied, exactly. He nearly exposed me before this lady. Fred added, I apologize. Ron's face turned crimson. I will go too. Hermione shot a glare at Ron, hesitating to unleash her anger. Then blushing, she shyly looked at Jenkins and said, the four left the still irate brothers behind, and under Jenkins' lead, commenced the search for the creature. Hermione, trailing at the back, tugged at Ron and whispered, impolite clumsy fool. Shouldn't you apologize? Ron suddenly recalled that he had just knocked down this young lady and stammered, I am sorry, Miss Grant. The group found Harry's compartment one by one. As the door opened, two little fellows, their faces smeared with chocolate, exhibited a dazed expression as they gazed at Jenkins among the four at the entrance. Have you two ever encountered a toad? Jenkins inquired politely, gesturing to indicate a size. About this big, green, named Rafe. No. Would you like some candy? Harry and Neville snapped back to reality, one nodding while the other spoke. Pardon the intrusion. Jenkins intended to close the door when Hermione exclaimed, You are Harry Potter, aren't you? She pointed at the scar on Harry's forehead, her excitement palpable. The others also displayed expressions of astonishment and curiosity as they regarded Harry. I suppose so. After the events of Diagon Alley yesterday, Harry appeared remarkably composed, responding calmly. Can you perform really cool magic? The kind that defeated the Dark Lord. Hermione excitedly entered the compartment, seating herself beside Neville and bombarding Harry with a flurry of questions. Jenkins, Ron, I think we should first locate the toad. Cedric whispered to Jenkins while casting a glance at Hermione. It's Rafe, it's a toad. Ron turned his head, somewhat dissatisfied. Wait, magic. Jenkins recalled something and called out to Cedric, drawing out his wand and looking at Ron. Now, describe Rafe in detail. Ron, somewhat perplexed, began to narrate. Rafe, come forth. Jenkins closed his eyes, carefully envisioning Rafe's appearance, and with a flick of his wand, in the foremost carriage of the train. Within a compartment filled with an unpleasant odor, Quirrell waved his hand, opening the compartment door, and cast a somewhat sinister smile at Rafe across from him. Go. Return to that little brat. Ribbit, Ribbit. At your command, my master, Ribbit. Next time, do not seek me out. Ribbit, Ribbit. Rafe croaked twice. As Jenkins's summoning spell unleashed its magical energy, it soared through half the train, landing in Jenkins's hand. Rafe. Ron exclaimed excitedly as he gently stroked the toad. How impressive. Others gasped as they beheld Jenkins. He politely bid farewell to a few individuals before escorting Cedric back to their private compartment. After a brief conversation with Harry, Ron and Hermione also took their leave. Although both were filled with curiosity about the Savior, the Hogwarts Express was nearing its destination, and time was of the essence to change into their robes. Let us follow Hermione's perspective. Upon returning to her compartment, she retrieved her luggage and extracted her Hogwarts wizarding robe. She removed her autumn jacket, then, from the bottom up, she peeled off her pink t-shirt. She picked up the robe, scrutinized it, shook her head, and set it back down, her hands straining to reach behind her. What was she thinking? She was merely 11 years old. As the Hogwarts Express arrived, the entire station erupted into a lively commotion. Paul arrived at the platform, naturally assuming the responsibility of escorting the young ones, taking over from Haig while ensuring their safety. After all, this year's first-year students were certainly not in for a tranquil time. Coldly regarding the first to disembark, Chilo, Paul forcefully suppressed his anger. Had he not promised Albus, he would have relished the opportunity to twist the boy's head off. Following the tragic incident on the 8th floor of the headmaster's office and the events at the Broken Cauldron the previous day, Chilo cautiously evaded Paul's gaze, scurrying away like a mouse, fearful of the repercussions. He was no longer Voldemort, but truly Chilo, genuinely terrified that Paul might deliver a fatal blow. Disregarding Chilo, Paul raised his wand, hesitating momentarily as he recalled the incantation for the Lumos spell. Subsequently, a fierce flame ignited, accompanied by a sound imbued with magical energy. First-year students, gather here. You have 3 minutes. Those who fail to arrive shall swim to Hogwarts. His icy voice resonated in the ears of every young wizard present. The first-year children immediately panicked, dashing off the train towards the blazing fire. Ron barely had time to put on his shoes before rushing out, while Harry and Neville emerged with disheveled appearances. As for Hermione, well, let us not even mention her. Is this truly the legendary savior? Draco inquired of his companion, Pollux, while observing Harry, whose mouth was smeared with chocolate. That scar is unmistakable. Why are you so interested in him? Pollux abruptly seized Draco, who was about to approach Harry. Aren't you curious about the legend? Draco remarked. Not at all. That fellow and his companions are utterly detestable. My dear brother, if you dare to befriend them behind my back, I shall break your legs. I am not your brother. Silence. Draco, gazing up at Pollux, who towered over him, opened his mouth but ultimately restrained his impulse, though he could not resist stealing a couple of glances at Harry. 1, 2, 3, for he mentally counted the heads. Keep up with me. Pollux guided the first-year students through the dense forest, embarking on a small boat towards Hogwarts. Upon reaching the exchange with Minerva, he called out to his two nephews. Minerva merely glanced at them, offering no further comment. Over the years, their relationship remained frosty. Yet it had softened somewhat since the days when they had first taken up their respective teaching positions. Accompanied by the remaining young wizards, he entered the waiting room. Amidst the curious gazes of the two, Pollux produced two shadow snakes. Voldemort has returned, and he lacks the audacity of Albus. These two nephews must be safeguarded. Here you go. I intended to give these to you last time. Truly splendid, Mr. Doy. Remember, do not divulge this to your mother. And avoid associating with Harry and Jenkins at school. Now, go on. With gratitude, the two nodded, joyfully stowing their gifts away, eager to depart. Mr. Doy, wait a moment. Pollux gestured to Draco to leave before casting a complex glance at Pollux. Hesitating, he spoke in a barely audible whisper. Mr. Doy, this is a message from my father for you. As he spoke, he removed the ring from his finger. Pollux, Voldemort has returned. You can contact me through this ring. Upon receiving the ring, Pollux discerned the information contained within. Do you know who I am? Pollux nodded. This matter must remain a secret. Do you understand? You need to forget it. Take care of Draco. Remember my words. Now go inside. He gently patted Pollux on the head. Pollux, wearing the ring upon his hand, entered the hall and took a seat beside Hagrid. After being led by Albus for a decade, he suddenly experienced a profound clarity. Although Rodolphus's information proved unhelpful, the fellow possessed a keen intellect and was remarkably dependable, far more so than Albus. He had never truly trusted Albus. He had merely been coerced into compliance. With this thought, Pollux cast a glance at Chilo and Albus, his eyes tinged with a hint of mockery. With an external advantage now, I wonder how you shall fare. You should have anticipated it sooner. It must be Hagrid's influence. In the Grand Hall of Hogwarts, the sorting ceremony commenced with haste. Jenkins, having navigated 2 years of school life, had become a familiar sight to his peers. Spending each day in the company of Pollux, he had transformed. And aside from a handful of devoted admirers, he bore little distinction from the other young wizards. Now, like all the other students, he watched the line of newcomers with rapt attention, particularly the singular figure of Harry Potter, gazing at the savior in everyone's hearts. Jenkins eagerly anticipated this boy who had vanquished the Dark Lord, hoping for a display that would set him apart, for aside from Albus and Pollux, no one knew he was the child of prophecy. Amidst the eager excitement of the first-year students, the familiar opening ensued as Deputy McGonagall called out a name from her list. Hannah Abbott, the steadfast Hannah, her cheeks flushed and adorned with 2 golden braids, stumbled forward from the ranks of newcomers, seated herself upon the stool, and donned the sorting hat. Hufflepuff. Cheers erupted from the Hufflepuff table as the shy girl dashed over to sit near Jenkins. Once the hall quieted a bit, Minerva announced the next name. Parker Black. As she pronounced the surname, her brows arched slightly. Parker stepped forward, nudging Malfoy aside, straightened his posture, and confidently seated himself without waiting for the hat to touch his head. Slytherin. What an insufferable fellow. Neville nudged Harry, whispering softly. Harry nodded in agreement. Observing Parker as he sauntered toward the Slytherin table, disliking the boy's arrogant demeanor, which reminded him of Dudley, though Parker bore no resemblance to his cousin whatsoever. Harry, I wonder which house you'll be sorted into next, Ron inquired. Surely Gryffindor, Neville replied. Let us hope so. I feel rather nervous. Harry admitted. Silence. Deputy McGonagall is watching you. Hermione observed the gaze of Professor McGonagall, and several individuals promptly sealed their lips. The professor once again grasped the parchment and commenced the roll call. It became evident that the names were being called in alphabetical order by surname. And with each name that Harry heard, his heart grew increasingly anxious. As the sorting ceremony progressed steadily, his trepidation intensified. Hermione Granger, the girl with the voluminous hair, caused the sorting hat to hesitate momentarily. Gryffindor. Neville Longbottom. Gryffindor. The chubby boy dashed to the long table and glanced at Harry, offering him an encouraging gesture. Draco Malfoy. Slytherin. As McGonagall lifted the sorting hat, it immediately began to shout. Soon, all the young wizards were assigned to their respective houses. And as the number of students dwindled, Harry's forehead glistened with perspiration, and a familiar pain throbbed at his scar. Are you all right, Harry? Ron inquired with concern. Noticing Harry's pale complexion. I'm fine. Ron Weasley. You're up. Ron, startled by the sudden call of his name, instinctively muttered a response before quickly silencing himself. Realizing he was in the sorting ceremony, his face flushed as he hurried to take a seat and don the hat. Gryffindor. After Ron departed, McGonagall turned her gaze toward Harry, revealing a hint of anticipation and admiration, her voice becoming a touch more authoritative. Harry Potter. Are the protagonists always the last to be called? As Harry took his seat, the hall erupted into a cacophony of whispers, with everyone murmuring, Potter. Is she calling for a Potter? Is it that Harry Potter? Just like in the newspaper, look at that scar on his head. Before Harry could fully comprehend the situation, the sorting hat was lowered over his eyes, obscuring his vision, and a faint voice echoed in his ear. With Harry's insistence, he was ultimately sorted into the same house as his parents. Gryffindor, the sorting hat proclaimed. The roar of the young lions nearly shook the hall to its foundations. Harry, we have Harry Potter. The exuberant cheers were overwhelming. And when the sorting hat was finally lifted, Harry found himself momentarily stunned, his legs trembling involuntarily as he approached the Gryffindor table, where Neville and Ron had already saved him a seat. Clang, clang. Silence, please. Albus gently tapped his goblet and stood before the assembly. Welcome, everyone, to Hogwarts. And a special greeting to Mr. Harry Potter. At this moment, he deliberately cast a glance in Harry's direction. I am Albus Dumbledore, your headmaster. Before we commence our dinner, allow me to introduce your new defense against the dark arts professor. Amidst the puzzled gazes of a few young wizards, Albus gestured towards Quirrell, who was seated beside Severus on his right. Let us extend a warm welcome to the esteemed Professor Quirinus Quirrell. Quirrell rose, appearing somewhat bashful, and amidst the applause of the students and faculty, he remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. John. Hagrid cast a complex glance at the nearby Pollux, seemingly poised to speak. It's all right, Hagrid. Can't you see how much everyone appreciates him? Pollux interrupted Hagrid, glancing at Harry and Albus, as well as the coldly expressioned Severus beside Quirrell, and began to clap enthusiastically as if utterly oblivious to the circumstances. You know I prefer silence. Hagrid gently shook his head and ceased his speech, joining in the applause. After a while, once Quirrell had seated himself, Albus continued. For everyone's safety, after elaborating on a plethora of mundane regulations, he paused slightly. I implore you all, do not venture into the corridor on the right side of the 3rd floor, lest you meet a gruesome fate. This proclamation rendered the young wizards momentarily silent. And Albus proceeded, Now, let the dinner commence. With a subtle wave of his wand, an abundance of exquisite dishes materialized before the assembly. Harry, what is the matter? Ron inquired, observing Harry's pallor once more, suspecting there might be something amiss with his health. Neville and Hermione also cast concerned glances in his direction. It's nothing. Perhaps just an illusion, Harry murmured, touching the scar upon his forehead, casting a puzzled gaze towards the staff table, where a teacher with dark hair and a stern, frigid demeanor was conversing with Professor Quirrell. It was uncertain if it was merely a figment of his imagination, but when the teacher's gaze drifted towards him, he felt a familiar searing pain in his forehead once more. Harry, I suspect you must be famished, Neville remarked, giving Harry a gentle nudge. Let us eat. Prompted by Neville's words, Harry recalled that since the previous morning, he had consumed only an ice cream and some of Neville's chocolate. A wave of intense hunger surged within him, prompting him to disregard the peculiar individual and instead turn to devour the culinary delights upon the table. Thanks to Pollux, the hall remained devoid of any ghostly presence that evening. Engrossed in his meal, Harry, after dinner, quietly inquired of Neville and Ron about the bat-like professor while following the prefect back to the dormitory. He still felt that the pain emanating from his scar was not merely a trick of the mind. Hogwarts had concluded its sorting ceremony, and the school resumed its customary rhythm as another academic year commenced. All students and faculty returned to their daily endeavors, except for a select few, such as Professors Severus and Quirrell, Albus and Pollux. Everyone else sensed that this year would unfold like any other. Yet, apart from Jenkins and the Weasley twins, there were a few more unusual students among them. One could surmise that this novelty would not persist for long, for after all, this was a school of magic. And every student and teacher bore their own uniqueness, was it not so? For the first time, Harry fully immersed himself in the realm of magic, experiencing the warmth of friendship. Neville, of course, was included, while Ron and Hermione, initially intrigued, soon discovered that this savior resonated with their own sentiments, leading the four to swiftly forge a deep bond. All the professors were immediately fond of Harry, save for Severus, due to the dark mark. He was the first to perceive the presence of Voldemort lurking within Quirrell's mind. That very night, following the sorting ceremony, he confronted Albus for an entire evening. The existence of Lily's memory, embodied in the form of Chalice, could not erase the indelible impressions of his past with her. Harry's visage, reminiscent of James, stirred those memories, intertwining them with his hatred for Voldemort and his vow to protect Harry, an unbridgeable chasm that would forever separate him from Chalice. A binding curse that would shadow Severus throughout his life. Throughout a decade spent at Hogwarts with Chalice, Severus endeavored to maintain his distance. Their relationship evolved from a passionate romance to one resembling that of intimate confidence. Despite Chalice's enduring affection, Severus found himself unable to relinquish his past. She was not the reincarnated version of Lily. As long as Voldemort remained a threat, Lily would forever haunt him, an unshakable curse. That fateful night, after departing from Albus's office, Severus's countenance returned to the cold, lifeless demeanor he had worn upon his arrival at Hogwarts. Back in his chamber, he clutched the oversized, grinning statue of himself gifted by Chalice, feeling an unfamiliar twinge of envy towards Paul. Their conversation had once again resurrected the harrowing memory of witnessing Lily's demise. Gently tracing the contours of his own smiling face upon the statue in the moonlight, his expression was marred by profound sorrow and a hint of despair. Severus whispered to himself, "I still lack the power to change everything. Forgive me, Lily. This time, I will protect Harry. I must. I'm sorry, Chalice. I still cannot. I cannot." His tragic fate seemed destined to relentlessly pursue the unfortunate soul. The following afternoon marked the final class of the day, the first potions lesson for the first-year students. With a scowl etched upon his face and a vacant gaze, Severus stepped into the classroom, his eyes immediately settling upon Harry. Those familiar eyes and that infuriating face only deepened the scowl on his countenance. Approaching the lectern, he grasped the roster and commenced the roll call, his voice devoid of emotion resonating throughout the classroom. The students could not help but perceive this professor, resembling a bat, as even more detestable than described by the upperclassmen, particularly Harry, who felt a deliberate pause when his name was called. Alas, none among them could fathom the affection concealed beneath that disdainful visage. Upon concluding the roll call, Severus initiated his frigid and stern opening remarks. "You are here to study the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion making." During this discourse, Severus maintained a deliberate gaze upon Harry. "That means you must not be the sort of fools I frequently encounter." Having spoken, Severus approached Harry's desk, rapped on it, and coldly inquired, "Potter, what would be the result of adding powdered daffodil root to wormwood infusion?" Startled, Harry glanced at Neville, who appeared equally bewildered and felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if he were being singled out. I don't know, Professor Snape," Harry murmured. "Humph." Ignoring the eager Hermione, who was keen to demonstrate her knowledge, Severus disdainfully remarked, "It seems that reputation cannot encompass all." This elicited hushed whispers among a few Slytherin students, who seemed to imply that the so-called savior was not as remarkable as believed. Silence. The murmurs ceased instantaneously. Severus cast a glance at the young miscreants and continued his interrogation of Harry. "Mr. Potter, where would you search for a piece of bezoar?" Harry's complexion grew increasingly pallid. Severus once more disregarded Hermione, fixating his attention solely on Harry. "A bezoar is a stone extracted from the stomach of a goat." A haughty voice interrupted the stillness of the classroom. Facing Severus's ire, Pansy Parkinson displayed no reaction, continuing nonchalantly, "However, I believe I would procure it from the apothecary, rather than seek out a goat myself, Professor Snape." "Mr. Blaise." Severus departed from Harry's desk and approached Pansy, whose audacious demeanor evoked unsavory memories of the past decade with Pollux. "Has no one taught you the importance of politeness? Due to your insolence, Slytherin shall lose 10 points. "My apologies, Professor, but I merely felt that Mr. Potter was rather dim-witted." Pansy nudged Draco beside her. "Isn't that so, dear brother?" With Pansy's proclamation of Harry's foolishness, laughter erupted once more within the classroom. Silence. Severus once again maintained the continuity of the class, casting a cold glance at Pollux Black. "I trust you will refrain from speaking out of turn." "Understood, Professor Snape." The potion lesson continued, and as Severus commenced instructing the class on potion brewing, Draco whispered to Pollux, "Were you out of your mind just now? That is our headmaster. I merely found Potter intolerable." Pollux paused his meticulous handling of the cauldron and glanced at Draco. "Crabbe and Goyle informed me that you were inquiring about Harry." I was just." Draco lowered his gaze, meeting Pollux eyes. Pollux then looked at Harry and Ron, perplexed as to why his uncle disapproved of his association with Draco. Yet, he held steadfast belief in his esteemed Uncle Paulus, akin to the faith he placed in his own father. With a serious demeanor, he addressed Draco, "Should I hear of this again, dear brother, I shall truly break your legs. Understood, brother. Draco dared not counter, feeling the intensity of Parallax's demeanor pressing upon him, and thus began assisting in the potion preparation. Under Severus's deliberate scrutiny, Neville and Harry, both devoid of potion-making aptitude, longed to flee the classroom that felt like an unbearable torment. Severus's ceaseless tirades of fool rendered them the laughingstock of the entire class. Even Parallax, who had just humiliated Harry, felt a pang of sympathy. As the first potion lesson concluded, Harry dashed out of the hellish classroom, unbeknownst to everyone. This professor acted solely to protect Harry. Now a Death Eater once more, Severus dared not betray a hint of emotion towards Harry in the presence of Voldemort. The resemblance to James was not the reason for his disdain towards Harry. Days later, on a night deep within the Forbidden Forest, Pollux reclined peacefully against a tree. Due to his relationship with Bella, he held a profound trust in Rodolphus, especially since the latter had even changed his surname for the sake of the Black family. On the very first day of receiving the ring, he divulged everything he knew to Rodolphus, who, after cautioning him to be extremely wary of Albus, promised to reach out to him again today. Sensing a subtle surge of magical energy from the ring upon his finger, Pollux closed his eyes, his mind echoing with Rodolphus's voice. Pollux, you have been deceived. Deceived by Albus. What does this mean? I have come to understand much over the past few days, and I realize why Albus has persistently prevented me from contacting you. You must not let Albus discover this ring, Pollux. Never mind. We shall find another way to communicate later. To put it simply, Rodolphus, you know I do not comprehend these matters. After a prolonged silence, the other finally spoke. To be frank, if it weren't for Bella, I would have no desire to involve myself in your affairs. Do you understand, Pollux? You are truly. Pollux chuckled softly. Even though the ring prevented any genuine display of emotion, he couldn't help but envision the helpless expression of the other party. With a hint of self-deprecation, he remarked, You must think I'm a fool, right? But fret not. I bear you no ill will, dear brother-in-law. As long as you take good care of my sister, you needn't concern yourself with me. He sighed. Well, let me elucidate matters for you gradually. Rodolphus began to recount the insights he had gleaned from his recent analyses. Prophecies, to the powerful, are merely a jest. No wise individual would place their faith in such predictions. After all, they merely forecast the future. Sufficient energy can indeed alter the course of a prophecy. Considering your intellect, Rodolphus added, for instance, if you could wield a soul-stealing spell to control everyone, what use would a prophecy serve? Therefore, prophecies merely convey the overarching trends of this world. They are not immutable. For a decade, you have been manipulated by Albus's influence. Do you understand? Pollux merely felt a slight itch in his mind, unable to comprehend the meaning behind the other's question. After much contemplation, he uttered a simple phrase, I do not understand. On the other end, Rodolphus nearly toppled from his chair. He was genuinely tempted to curse, yet he restrained himself, offering a bitter smile as he continued to elucidate. Pollux, Albus has been relentlessly advancing the prophecy. Do you grasp that? He is willing to sacrifice everything for the stability of the wizarding world, even his own life. Do you truly believe that the other party can tolerate your existence? Or that Albus genuinely wishes to aid you? Do not forget about Gellert. The bond between Albus and Gellert is so profound that it could cause him to overlook the death of his own sister. Yet even this could not deter Albus from propelling the prophecy forward, imprisoning the other in Ermengarde. That love merely preserved Gellert's life. Pollux, do you think Albus would entrust the future to a madman such as yourself? Do you believe you possess a nobility superior to Gellert's? In his eyes, you are merely a power-hungry lunatic. For a decade, he has been molding you into his pawn. Had your power not been so formidable, Albus would have treated you like Voldemort, manipulating us to bind you. Do you understand? Reviving Rita? Breaking the legend? Had it not been for your power forcing Albus into a corner, if he truly had the ability to seal you away, he would never have made you such a promise. Upon hearing this, Pollux seemed to grasp something profound and interrupted Rodolphus. Are you implying that Albus is exploiting my emotions to bind me to the prophecy? Indeed, he has been guiding you towards the ultimate prophecy, including allowing Voldemort's entry into Hogwarts and preventing you from killing him, all to ensure you follow the path of the prophecy, leading to the outcome he desires. Abandon the revival of Rita, forsake Ariana. Pollux, there is but one way for you to extricate yourself. Consider Bella. Let go of those two girls. Do you know what Bella is like after just returning to America? You must rid yourself of that prophecy immediately. I implore you, just relinquish those two girls. And with your strength, no one can harm you. Isn't it merely leaving England? 10 years ago, did we not traverse that path once? For Bella, I implore you to contemplate. Rodolphus remained silent, his eyes painfully shut. He understood that the imbecile would most likely refuse his plea. Yet the memory of Bella from a decade ago compelled him to attempt persuasion, even if the odds were against him. He was unwilling to gamble, for he had already entangled himself too deeply in this predicament. Rita, Ariana. On one side stood his family, and on the other, his daughter alongside Rita, who had succumbed to slumber for his sake. Leaning against the sturdy tree behind him, Pollux found himself engulfed in profound turmoil. He could even relinquish his hatred for Voldemort. For his grandfather, father, and aunt could never return. But could he truly let go of those two women? Would Albus ever grant him forgiveness? Leaving England brought forth memories of 20 years prior, when Pollux had desperately implored him. This moment felt hauntingly familiar. Time seemed to have fallen into a cyclical pattern. Last time it was Voldemort, this time it was Albus. Pollux sat beneath the grand tree, contemplating for an extended period. Rodolphus's words illuminated many truths for him. Yet he was no longer the person he had been 2 decades prior, the confident individual who believed he could alter the course of destiny. Memories of Ariana, Rita's, and his decade-long existence at Hogwarts flooded his mind, alongside his recent conversation with Albus. Albus had deceived him into embracing the prophecy, yet he had not truly lied. For Pollux's own heart was aware of the dire consequences of failing to transcend the legend. The journey to this moment was, in essence, a manifestation of his own obsession with power, a relentless pursuit of greater strength that had been irrevocably set in motion 6 years ago. Enid's words echoed in his mind. Foolish humans shall ultimately unleash a dreadful demon. Pollux inwardly mocked himself. Am I truly the foolish human they speak of? My apologies. Miss Skit, my apologies. Ariana, forgive me. Bella, as he lifted his gaze toward the star-studded sky. Pollux felt a profound sense of relief for having aided Rodolphus in his pursuit of his sister. That fellow truly is quite remarkable. He ultimately made the same choice he had 2 decades prior. After all, Albus merely sought his demise. Paul stood up and glanced at the ring on his hand, preparing to summon his magic to destroy it when Rodolphus's voice echoed once more. Paul, I knew you were a fool. Rodolphus, you are not a legend. You do not comprehend the entirety of this situation. Paul shook his head. Brother-in-law, take good care of my sister. Idiot. Do you truly believe that Albus is unaware of the method to transcend legend? That old fool has been deceiving you all along. Abandon those 2 women. Force Albus to reveal the secret. Leave England. Pollux felt as though his mind had once again frozen in a state of paralysis. After a moment of silence, he resolutely declared, I shall not abandon them. I cannot forsake their lives as leverage against Albus. To me, they are akin to family. I understand that events have escalated to this point, and the task of salvaging the prophecy seems insurmountable. As for how to transcend the legendary, I am at a loss. However, Pollux, Albus has committed a grave error by revealing the entirety of the prophecy to you. What does that imply? His prophecy is incomplete. Enid once stated that the world-ending demon shall return to the embrace of the divine, and the crumbling world shall find peace. Remember, it is the world-ending demon. Destruction. Do you comprehend? Yet Sybil Trelawney's prophecy concerning the wizarding world lacks this crucial component compared to Enid's revelation to you. That prophecy is not whole. Albus sought to resurrect Rita through death to achieve a grand sacrifice, substituting this concept for that one. You must view the 2 unfulfilled aspects of the prophecies in conjunction. This, please do not burden me further. Very well, allow me to elucidate. Voldemort has returned. You have resurrected him. Yet, both of you Dark Lords shall ultimately meet your demise. Albus shall become a saint, alongside Enid, in resurrecting Rita. After Albus's death, you will confront Voldemort in a titanic battle. The offspring of the Dark Lord, one Jenkins, one Ariana, love shall embody Rita. Then, the Dark Lord shall perish by the hands of love and children, and thus the world shall know peace. Pollux, do you not perceive that something is amiss? Where is the world-ending demon? Sybil's prophecy is fundamentally incomplete. The Dark Lord shall die at the hands of love and his own progeny. That is not the concluding statement. The world-ending demon shall ultimately return to the divine embrace. That is the crux of your life and death. Rodolphus, reveal to me the complete prophecy. Pollux, you fool, imbecile, do you take me for a prophet? Then what do these revelations signify? 3 possibilities. First, Albus is aware of the complete prophecy, which is your path to transcending legend, yet he has chosen not to disclose it. He does not wish for you to attain that level. Second, Albus recognizes that the prophecy is incomplete but has fabricated a seemingly complete version for you. Third, Albus believes this to be a complete prophecy and has overlooked that line. However, the latter seems improbable. In any case, none of these three possibilities grant you a chance at survival, especially the first. If he is cognizant of that prophecy, you would undoubtedly return to the divine embrace. Only in the second scenario do you stand a chance of survival. It is when you and Voldemort are defeated by your children and Rita that you will truly unleash it. Then you transcend legend, ascend to divinity. Your demonic power shall return to your embrace. Yet Albus will undoubtedly foresee this. He must have contingencies in place. Rodolphus hesitated for a moment, gritting his teeth. A glimmer of resolve crossing his countenance as he continued to address Pollux. Rita and Ariana must surely be his backup plan. Pollux, contemplate Albus's strategies, consider Ariana. Reflect upon Gellert, and recall the lengths he went to in order to vanquish Voldemort. Those two women cannot possibly survive, regardless of the circumstances. Seek out Albus to uncover the means to transcend legend and escape the prophecy. Let us bring this to an end. Upon hearing Rodolphus's words, Pollux fell into silence. Though his intellect may not be sharp, he is no fool. For neither he nor Rodolphus knows the final line of the prophecy. Yet, it matters not which of the three scenarios it may be. As long as Pollux willingly relinquishes his pursuit of legendary status, Albus will resurrect Rita and vanquish Voldemort, provided he sacrifices himself in the process. According to the existing prophecy, he must perish after the final confrontation. Thus, Albus would never consider sacrificing his sister. Contemplating this, Pollux hesitated momentarily before inquiring, Rodolphus, if what you say is true, Albus certainly does not wish for me to comprehend all of this, does he? Indeed. Otherwise, I would have reached out to you long ago. Precisely, then why did you contact me through Pollux? Voldemort has returned, and I fear he may come after the Black family. That cannot be. You, Albus, and even Voldemort are well aware of the kind of person I am. That scoundrel would not dare approach you. Not even Albus would. They only seek to use you as leverage against me. I am not dead. No one will harm you. And if I were to die, both Albus and Voldemort would cease to exist as well. Why would you have Pollux come to me? If Albus discovers that I know all of this, do you realize what fate awaits your son? Do you understand what would become of the Black family? Why urge me to survive? There can only be one reason for your actions. Tell me, what has happened to Bella? Bella's condition is quite dire. Ultimately, Rodolphus revealed the truth to Pollux. 10 years ago, Pollus's death was not as mundane as he had believed. Bella could trust her brother unconditionally. Yet she could not accept his demise. Even Rodolphus's decision to abandon the Lestrange surname in favor of Black failed to lift the despondent Bella from her sorrow. She cared little for the Black family or for Rodolphus. To her, Pollus's death felt as though her entire world had collapsed. A decade prior, he had offered Bella a benevolent lie that ignited a flicker of hope within her, and subsequently, Albus's summons brought the two together at Hogwarts. Albus had promised Bella and Rodolphus that as long as Pollux remained at school and kept the news of his survival a secret, no one would be harmed. Throughout the years, he had believed life would continue in this manner, Pollux hidden at Hogwarts, while he and Bella managed the affairs of the Black family. When the time was right, Albus would surely allow that John Doe to depart from the school. However, a letter from Quirrell irrevocably altered Rodolphus's perception of everything. A rather unremarkable letter, Voldemort merely wished for Pollux to remain uninvolved in his conflict with Albus, assuring that no harm would come to his family. Ordinarily, this matter would hold little significance, but the letter found its way into Bella's hands. Out of concern for her brother, the scene unfolded where Pollux presented Pollux with a ring upon his admission. The inaugural conversation between Pollux and Rodolphus unfolded with Bella by his side. After the fool divulged every detail, Rodolphus realized the gravity of the situation. The first discussion came to an abrupt end. He immediately cast a slumbering charm to subdue Bella, who possessed the knowledge of everything. He even contemplated using a forgetting spell to erase her memories of Pollux. Yet how could one forsake such an all-encompassing recollection? What distinguishes a madman from a simpleton? He could remain by Bella's side eternally, yet he could not bear witness to her descent into madness. Rodolphus harbored no concern for the state of the world. As long as Pollux drew breath, his beloved Bella would be safe. He had no regard for Rita or Ariana. Nor did he care about Pollux. You must not perish, Pollux. With that, Rodolphus recounted all, and then fell into a profound silence. Pollux found himself ensnared in a web of turmoil and confusion. He was neither Albus nor Rodolphus. In life, he had lost Rita and Ariana. In death, he faced the loss of Bella. He could relinquish his existence, yet he found himself incapable of making such a choice. Moreover, he was not required to choose at all. Paul felt a flash of wisdom illuminate his mind. Rodolphus, I apologize. I understand. Never mind. Paul, take care of Pollux. Bella is fine. I simply dare not awaken her. That is not what I meant. You fool. None of you will come to harm. No need to console me. Paul. No, this is not consolation. You speak the truth. Prophecies are not immutable. What do you mean? Since he, Albus, can manipulate prophecies and bind me with various means, does he not wish for my demise? Does he not wish to see me surpass the legendary? Who told you that the mightiest wizard is he, Albus Dumbledore? Paul, do you possess a way to surpass the legendary? No. Paul, you. The prophecy contains it. Trust me, Rodolphus. If he, Albus, can do it, so can I. Is it not merely a matter of propelling the prophecy? The prophecy of Enid speaks of me, not of Albus. I am Pollux Black. Since he, Albus, wishes to lead me, let us follow him. I shall undoubtedly surpass the legendary. I will achieve it. I certainly will. Pollux gazed intently at the distant Hogwarts, his heart resolutely convinced that he could indeed prevail. This time, he would undoubtedly harness his power to safeguard everything. He vowed that he would not allow a single family member to perish before his eyes. The Battle of Hogwarts would not be replayed. Albus, you possess wisdom, I wield power. Let us see who shall have the last laugh. Within the Malfoy Manor, nestled in a concealed chamber, I can certainly achieve this. After Pollux fell into silence, those words echoed in Rodolphus's mind. The other's fixation on those two women astonished him. He could not allow that fool to escape the prophecy, nor Albus's control. Rising, he made his way to a bed behind him and sat down. Pollux, indeed, is a captivating madman, is he not? Gazing tenderly at the slumbering Bella, he whispered, "Is that why you care so deeply for your brother, Bella?" Even he, who was not a legend, now believed that Pollux would undoubtedly succeed. For Bella, he would ensure that this gamble would end in victory. 1 month after Harry's enrollment, under the prompting of Rodolphus and Albus, Pollux knocked on the door of Quirrell's office. Upon opening the door, Quirrell was startled to see Pollux standing there. After a moment's hesitation, he invited him inside. He was aware of whom Pollux sought. Ever since arriving at Hogwarts, Quirrell had realized he had been deceived. Possessed by Voldemort, he had become a mere puppet, caught between 3 legendary wizards. Bring your master out. I wish to speak with him, he demanded. My lord is too weak, and my body. Quirrell replied. Pollux entered, closed the door, and seated himself behind Chilo's desk, addressing the trembling Chilo with a commanding tone. Drink it. Interrupting Chilo's words, Pollux tossed him a vial filled with the blood of a unicorn. Upon discerning the contents of the bottle, Chilo's body weakened, and his hands began to tremble violently. He was acutely aware of the transformation that awaited him should he consume it, but before he could fully comprehend the gravity of the situation, he lost control of his body in an instant. Voldemort, with unwavering resolve, compelled Chilo to drink the blood, removing his hood. After a peculiar twist of his head, a flicker of enjoyment crossed his grotesque and blurred visage. Ah, such a nostalgic sensation. Pollux, I wonder what brings you here. Tell me what Dumbledore confided in you, or you shall not entertain thoughts of resurrection. Voldemort let out a chilling laugh. Though I have lost my power, I have regained my sanity. Yet you, Pollux, your current state is quite deplorable. The taste of being consumed by magic is hardly pleasant, is it? As he observed Pollux draw his wand, Voldemort's expression morphed into one of disdain. I shall divulge nothing to you. You are merely Dumbledore's lapdog, just as you were in my service. Pollux, if you wish to know my intentions, perhaps you should consult your current master. You. Pollux abruptly rose to his feet, the voice of Rodolphus echoing within him. The ring had been exchanged for the shadow serpent by the two of them through Pollux. And in the interests of secrecy, Rodolphus had completely erased this memory from Pollux. Following the inner prompt, Pollux seated himself once more and, adopting as calm a tone as possible, inquired, Riddle, do not attempt to provoke me into seeking trouble with Albus. Do you truly believe you can resurrect in the face of one such as Albus? You surprise me, Pollux. Voldemort observed the now composed Pollux with a hint of astonishment. It seems you two wish to partake in the game between Albus and myself, to present your stakes. Or perhaps your sincerity. Mr. Black, pray tell, what precisely did you discuss with Albus? My power will satisfy you, for I too harbor no fondness for Albus. Very well. Voldemort hesitated momentarily before divulging the nature of his game with Albus. To prevent the wizarding world from descending into war once more and to utterly vanquish Voldemort, Albus had consented to engage in a covert contest, akin to a game of wizard's chess. The rules were straightforward. As long as Voldemort refrained from plunging the wizarding world into conflict, Albus would not intervene directly, and would assist in curbing Pollus's wrath. To kill Harry and achieve resurrection would signify his victory. As for defeat, Voldemort had never entertained the notion. He still commanded a significant portion of the Ministry of Magic, along with his hidden Death Eaters. How could that feeble Albus ever triumph over the great Dark Lord? Mr. Black, might I inquire if you would wish to join in this grand victory? Do you believe I can relinquish my hatred? A transaction, Mr. Black, with Albus present. You cannot exact revenge upon me. Join me in opposing Albus, and only after all is settled shall we have our chance to confront one another. Voldemort gazed earnestly at Pollux, asserting, at that time, I shall not harm your family. I offer you the opportunity for retribution. What say you? I promise you. State your conditions. The blood of unicorns and the Philosopher's Stone. Such actions will not escape Albus's notice. In fact, my coming to you is at his behest. Fear not. Mr. Black, I am here to assist you in confronting Albus. This is my agreement with him. You need only provide simple aid, for I am aware of your predicament. That enchanting. Silence. The sound of shattering glass erupted. After Rodolphus signaled that their conversation could conclude, Pollux seized Voldemort and hurled him through the window, then pushed open the office door and departed. Observing the irate Pollux through the shadow serpent, Rodolphus offered a wry smile, saying, This is the best news of late, Pollux. Albus did not disclose everything to Voldemort, at least not the identity of Jenkins. What do you think Voldemort cares about Jenkins? The Dark Lord may not possess such capabilities. Yet the present Voldemort undoubtedly might. Pollux, your leverage is insufficient. We must devise a means to reveal Jenkins' existence to him. Do you comprehend? We must make Voldemort aware of Albus's cunning. And then, we shall observe Voldemort's reaction. How many times must I reiterate? I am not a seer. Albus currently wields control over everything. Concealing matters from him is the only way to enable Voldemort to grasp this reality, thus providing you with an opportunity. I understand. We have arrived at the headmaster's office. Utter the password and enter the chamber. Gazing upon Albus's visage, Pollux drew forth an axe, charging forth in fury. This was no mere performance. At this moment, he genuinely yearned to slay his adversary. Not simply out of anger. To extinguish the life of the one who had perpetually deceived him, manipulating his emotions for his own ends. Were it not for the resurrection of Rita, he would have relished the chance to eliminate him on the spot. Within the headmaster's office, amidst the clash of blades with Albus, Pollux, now fully enlightened, found the familiar explanation spilling from his opponent's lips to be utterly ludicrous. To hell with that so-called world peace. Neither Pollux nor Rodolphus had ever cared for such notions. Albus had foreseen the repercussions of allowing Pollux to engage with Voldemort. Yet for the sake of the forthcoming endeavors, he deemed it necessary to proceed. Indeed, as Rodolphus had stated, Albus knew how to transcend the legendary. However, contrary to Rodolphus's assertions, he sincerely wished for Pollux to succeed him in safeguarding this realm. Yet divulging the path to legend would indeed place Albus in a perilous gamble. Wagering the future of the entire world, Albus would not gamble. He required a genuine transformation from his counterpart. His attempts to influence, to orchestrate the prophecy, to guide Pollux, were all endeavors aimed at instigating true change within him, not merely to enhance his intellect, but to transform his selfish affections. At this juncture, Pollux, apart from possessing strength, still paled in comparison to Jenkins and Harry in Albus's eyes. He remained excessively preoccupied with those around him, too self-serving. However, should Pollux truly manage to transcend the legendary on his own, Albus believed that the path of legend would undoubtedly bring about a qualitative metamorphosis in Pollux. For there exist two legendary paths, one of light and one of darkness. He endeavored to lead Pollux along the illuminated route. Yet Albus remained unaware that Bella had succumbed to slumber, and Rodolphus had already made contact with Pollux, striving to prevent Bella from descending into madness. Paul is willing to wager the future of the entire world, all for the sake of his sister and Rita. In the principal's office, after the irate Paul storms out, healing commences anew. Restoration takes place. Two incantations echo in the dilapidated office, and Albus's tattered wizard robes and wounds are instantly mended. He sheaths the Gryffindor's sword, offering a wry smile and a shake of the head as he returns to his desk. Moments later, Severus enters as expected. Albus rubs his shoulder, which had nearly been severed by an axe, and inquires, Severus, how goes your mental occlusion? You need not worry about that, Severus replies, his eyes closing in a detached manner. If you do not believe me, you may test it yourself. You are quite adept at extracting memories, are you not? Enough, Severus. I trust you. I have already facilitated contact between Paul and Voldemort. He will not intervene further in this matter. You may seek your former master. Severus gazes at Albus, his heart brimming with resentment. Must it be done? Is not the sacrifice of the Potter sufficient? Dumbledore, do you still harbor bitterness over events a decade past? I assure you, this time, Harry will not be harmed. Albus's expression turns frigid. You have no choice, Severus. I trust you know what must be done. When you approach Voldemort, be vigilant. Remember your purpose. You cold-blooded monster. Madman. Severus longs to voice these words, yet he cannot, his face ashen as he states, Professor Dumbledore, I hope you will not renege on your promise this time, not as you did a decade ago. Ignoring Severus's barely concealed ire, Albus responds, You need not concern yourself with Lily. I will manage matters regarding her. Severus, be cautious. Do not allow Voldemort or Paul to discover your intentions, even if it costs you your life. This must not disrupt the plan. Do you understand? I am already dead, killed by you. Dumbledore, remember your promise to me. Severus turned away from the headmaster's office. If in the original narrative he harbored a flicker of admiration for Albus, then Salian had entirely incited his loathing for the man. The lovesick Severus and Rodolphus shared a striking resemblance in their personalities, yet their life paths diverged utterly. After bidding farewell to Severus, Albus approached Fawkes, gently stroking him. He concealed the mirror of Ares that had been displayed in the office and stepped outside. Fawkes flapped his wings and soared toward Hogsmeade. All the pieces were now in place. A wizard's chess game belonging to Albus had commenced. However, little did Albus realize that one of the pawns had transformed into a player. How frustrating the original text is. How could Albus possibly be unaware of Quirrell's true identity? Severus bore such a prominent dark mark. Was it not visible? It is only at this juncture that I uncover so many inconsistencies. Initially, I intended to portray Albus in a more favorable light. But perhaps it is best to abandon that notion, for I find no matter how I write, it remains the same. This fellow truly possesses no semblance of emotion. I truly dislike individuals devoid of any human warmth. Albus fell ill. The notion of a wizard succumbing to illness seems almost farcical, yet it underscores the gravity of such circumstances, particularly for a 107-year-old sorcerer. Salian also requested an extended leave from the headmaster, departing Hogwarts to return Albus to Godric's Hollow. This matter, though significant, was not particularly alarming. The librarian was typically taciturn. And if not for Rodolphus, Paulus might not have noticed immediately. This signal indicated that Albus had finally begun to take action. Neville was no longer the timid child he once was, and with the presence of Pollux, Harry had been relatively well-behaved since his enrollment. Refraining from frequent nocturnal escapades and not yet becoming the youngest seeker on the Gryffindor Quidditch team. However, everything changed after Rodolphus erased Pollux's memories concerning Paulus. This remarkable child needed to make it known who truly reigned as the leader of the first years. After swiftly winning over the first-year Slytherins, Pollux set his sights on Harry. On the eve of Halloween, during a flying lesson, Harry and Ron were instructing Neville and Hermione on how to handle their broomsticks. Due to their remarkable talents and the camaraderie they shared, Rolanda Hooch felt confident in trusting these two seemingly clumsy individuals to their care. She was reluctant to waste her precious time, especially with Halloween concluding and the commencement of the new Quidditch season at Hogwarts approaching. Albus had also encouraged her to foster mutual learning among the students. Casting a glance at the four, Rolanda turned her attention back to the young wizards soaring through the sky when a senior student rushed over. Madam Hooch, Professor Dumbledore requests your presence in the headmaster's office. When? He did not speak, merely instructing me to inform you regarding this year's Quidditch matters. After conveying the message, the student bid farewell politely and departed. Roland glanced at the small figures, who had been learning to fly for over 2 months, soaring freely in the sky, and hesitated before calling out, Pollux. Instantly, Pollux, mounted on his broom, flew to Roland's side and came to a steady halt. Madam Hooch, is there something wrong with my flying? You fly exceptionally well. I must visit the headmaster's office. Please keep an eye on them and ensure they do not fly recklessly. If anyone is injured, take them to the nurse immediately and then inform me. Understood. Pollux replied with a reassuring smile. After Roland had walked away, he swiftly mounted his broom and pursued Draco, who was soaring above. Draco, I command you to land. Upon hearing the word brother, Draco shot him a scornful glance, indignantly retorting, I am the elder. Tightening his legs and leaning forward, he attempted to distance himself from Pollux, confident in his flying abilities. However, before he could accelerate, Pollux seized the broom. Hey, Mr. Malfoy. Madam Hooch has gone to the headmaster's office, so I am in charge here. You. Draco's face flushed. I will never acknowledge you as my brother. Could you please not be so rigid? Pollux exclaimed, wrapping an arm around Draco without a care for their altitude. Releasing his grip on the broom with one hand and gesturing towards Harry and his friends. Haven't you always been intrigued by the Chosen One? Why not seize this opportunity to tease them? Look at those fools. That's a splendid idea. What do you propose? Gather Crabbe and Goyle. I'll head over first. As Draco excitedly sought out his companions, Pollux dove towards Harry like a colossal eagle, soaring past them with astonishing speed, startling Neville and Hermione into exclamations. Harry and Ron quickly steadied Neville and Hermione, with Harry angrily shouting at Pollux Black. What are you doing? Forcing his broom into a nearly broken arc, Pollux abruptly halted. Calling out to Harry, Mr. Potter, how could someone as gifted as you associate with such company? He pointed at Ron, Neville, and Hermione. A mudblood and two pure blood failures. Shut your foul mouth. Ron dashed forward with remarkable speed, the rush of air tousling his hair, and he felt an overwhelming desire to teach that arrogant scoundrel a lesson. However, he had clearly overestimated his flying prowess. With a deft turn, Pollux evaded him and accelerated in pursuit, his broom far superior to Ron's. In the blink of an eye, he seized Ron by the collar and lifted him off the ground. Let me go, Ron exclaimed. Glancing down at the height from which he was suspended, anger fueling his attempts to break free from Pollux's grip or drag him off the broom. Yet, before he could succeed, Pollux unceremoniously dropped him to the ground. Ha! Pollux laughed as he watched Ron tumble, calling out to Harry, Mr. Potter? Is this your little sidekick? Ha! The trio of Dracos soon arrived, encircling Harry and erupting into mocking laughter. With a flushed face, Harry, accompanied by Neville and Hermione, landed on the ground and helped the dazed Ron to his feet. He shouted at Pollux Black, what skill is there in bullying the weak? It's not bullying, it's humiliation. You see, Mr. Potter, I do not take pleasure in preying on the defenseless. Pollux descended, broom in hand, and approached Harry, lowering his gaze. And do enlighten me, Mr. Black, Mr. Potter? Our Mr. Potter seems to lack proper decorum. Draco and his companions joined in the jeers. You big oaf, Neville shouted, tossing his broom aside in a fervent attempt to confront Pollux, oblivious to the latter's imposing stature. Harry quickly restrained the furious Neville and glared at Pollux. Black, do you dare to race me on brooms? Should you lose, you must apologize to all of us, and you shall never bully them again. Very well. But if you lose, I expect you to address me as Mr. Black henceforth. Or if you prefer, Lord Black would suffice, Pollux retorted, casting a glance at Harry before striding toward an open space. I hope, Mr. Potter, that you can demonstrate the prowess befitting your reputation. And let's see who can capture this. He produced a golden snitch from his pocket, tauntingly eyeing Harry. Don't, Harry, that guy. Hermione expressed her concern, glancing at Harry's slender frame. Don't worry, I have confidence in the air, Harry replied, gripping his broom as he approached Pollux, eyeing the golden snitch in his hand. You wouldn't be tampering with that, would you? A foolish notion. Pollux discarded his broom, shot a glance at Goyle, and caught Goyle's ordinary broom. Tossing the golden snitch to Harry, saying, You may inspect it yourself. I shall not take advantage of you. Mr. Potter, a true champion should follow champions. I admire your talent. Harry disregarded this insufferable individual, fiddling with the tied-up snitch, only to find himself equally perplexed, returning it to Goyle. Here you go, start already. You annoying fellow. Pollux chuckled, untied the snitch, and released it. As the little object darted away, Harry mounted his broom and shot into the air like a bolt of lightning, firmly grasping the tail of the snitch. Quite impressive. Pollux remarked appreciatively as he observed Harry. Aren't you going to chase after it? Draco rushed over, his tone anxious. Goyle and Crabbe cowered behind Draco, hesitant to speak. This isn't Quidditch. It's not about who catches it first. Pollux shot a glance at Goyle and Crabbe. Stay away from those fools, my dear brother. Arrogance requires intellect and strength. Otherwise, one is but a simpleton. I am not your brother. In the skies above, Harry truly was a natural seeker, feeling as if he were a bird soaring through the air, wholly unaffected by the fierce winds, as he deftly clutched the snitch. With time, the tattered teaching broom accelerated to an astonishing speed, closing the distance between him and the snitch. That irritating Pollux stood foolishly on the ground, watching him. Convinced of his victory, Harry's heart raced with excitement as he could clearly see the snitch. He summoned his magic once more, propelling himself forward, utilizing inertia to reach out and grasp the snitch. Simultaneously, he executed a graceful spin in the air, stabilizing his soon-to-be out-of-control body and broom. What a beautiful maneuver. Just as Harry regained his balance, Pollux mounted his broom. Perhaps due to an overindulgence in feed during his childhood, his physique was not only remarkably robust, but his magical prowess surpassed that of average young wizards. Goyle's rickety broom kicked up a cloud of dust under Pollux's raw magical force, hurtling forward at an exaggerated speed toward the freshly balanced Harry. The nearly 100-meter gap closed in an instant, just as Harry had secured the snitch, raising his right hand. His smile abruptly froze. "Remember to call me Mr. Black from now on." Pollux surged forward several meters, showcasing the snitch in his hand. "You scoundrel." As Harry was about to utter his next words, he felt a sharp pain in his right hand. The roughness of his opponent's earlier actions seemed to have nearly fractured it. "My apologies, Mr. Potter." Pollux smirked mockingly, retracting his golden snitch and disregarding Harry, sauntering over to Draco's side and giving him a light pat. "Did you see that? The so-called savior is nothing special. Call me brother." "No, absolutely not," Draco exclaimed, abruptly turning his head and fleeing with his two companions. "Don't run, you little brat." Just as Pollux was about to pursue them, a stern voice halted him. "Black." Professor McGonagall approached, having witnessed their duel through the office window. Upon observing Harry's impressive skills, she dashed out, as she was an ardent Quidditch enthusiast. "How dare you engage in such perilous antics? You could collide with Mr. Potter." "I'm sorry, Professor McGonagall." "You stay here," Minerva instructed, and then hurried towards Harry, glancing at his hand. "How could you both partake in such a dangerous game? Now come with me. It's all your fault." "You jerk," Harry muttered softly as he passed by Pollux while clutching his right hand. Pollux shot him a glare, but chose to ignore him, trailing behind instead. He held no concern for Harry. To him, the other was merely a name, and bullying Harry was merely a means to earn Draco's admiration and a call of brotherhood. After all, he was merely a month younger than Harry. The thought of Draco mocking him for being chastised by a professor later filled Pollux with dread. However, events unfolded unexpectedly. After escorting Harry to the infirmary, Minerva took both boys to meet the captains of the Gryffindor and Slytherin Quidditch teams. Following a thorough reprimand of Pollux, he remarkably evaded punishment. This left him with a newfound respect for Minerva, the seemingly strict teacher. Such a thing had never happened before. First-year Quidditch players? Pollux excitedly bid farewell to his captain and set off in search of Draco. It wasn't too long before he spotted Draco and Neville arguing in the corridor. "Tonight," Draco declared. "You coward, bring your brother along." Neville responded. "He is not my brother, and are you sure you?" Draco was interrupted mid-sentence. "What are you two discussing?" Pollux' voice startled them both. "Remember what you said." Neville cast a glance at Pollux. "I'll be waiting for you in the trophy room tonight." With that, he turned and departed. "What just happened?" Pollux inquired. "That chubby lad seeks vengeance for Potter and wishes to challenge us to a duel." Draco replied, "I've arranged the meeting for the evening." "Evening? Why not during the day?" Pollux, lowering his head mysteriously, remarked to Draco, "You know, I am now a Quidditch player." "Really?" Draco exclaimed, astonished. "Of course. Your brother is quite impressive, isn't he?" Draco's face flushed once more. "I am not your brother." "Ah, right. You intend to inform the teachers about those boys you summoned for tonight, don't you?" Pollux gazed at Draco with mild discontent. "You are my brother. How could you be so treacherous? You wouldn't divulge this to them, would you? Though it is rather underhanded. I shall forgive you on account of your being my brother. You might as well kill me." "Well, if you call me brother, I might consider it." Thus, the two returned to the Slytherin common room. Around the same time, in the Gryffindor common room, Harry was sharing his excitement about joining the Quidditch team with Ron. Neville stormed in, joining the two. "Harry, Ron, I've arranged a confrontation with that insufferable fellow. Tonight, we shall engage in a wizard duel." "A wizard duel?" Harry was taken aback. "Neville, are you out of your mind?" Ron recalled Pollux's formidable physique. "None of us can contend with that ruffian. Except for your weapon." Neville skillfully drew his wand, effortlessly casting a swift and precise disarming spell that struck a cup on the table. "A wizard duel is not a fistfight. We have magic." "Do we not?" "Cool. Neville, you are truly impressive," Ron remarked. "It's all right. My father teaches me daily, but I've only mastered this one spell," Neville replied. Ron, enviously observing Neville, produced his own wand, which he had purchased with the galleons earned from a bump on his head, eager to give it a try. "Ron, that's not how you do it," Neville noted, glancing at Ron's wand, which had yielded no results, and began to instruct him. Meanwhile, he turned to Harry. "Harry, why don't you give it a go?" Harry quickly drew his wand. After an afternoon of practice, both Ron and Harry successfully cast the disarming spell, with Harry even matching Neville's skill. The three of them excitedly envisioned the moment they would triumph over the Black brothers. As nightfall approached, all the young wizards fell into slumber. The trio stealthily donned their attire and slipped out of the dormitory. Just as they were about to exit the common room, "You lot, halt!" Hermione called out from the sofa. "You cannot do this. Do you understand? You will get caught." "Be quiet, Hermione," Harry exclaimed as he rushed over, signaling for her to lower her voice. "Black has already approached me and admitted that the duel invitation was a ruse to deceive you," Hermione insisted. "How could that be?" Ron retorted. As the others began to leave, Hermione quickly grabbed Harry's arm. "I swear, he told me himself. He must be frightened, which is why he deceived you," Harry countered. "Precisely. If he doesn't show up, everyone will know he is a coward," Neville added. "You're out of your mind. Do you realize how many points you'll cost Gryffindor?" Hermione exclaimed. "But we cannot allow that arrogant fool to get away with it." Harry thought of Pansy's face, feeling a surge of anger. Neville is right. If he doesn't come, it proves he is a coward. "No, I won't let you go. I'm going to inform the prefect." Hermione's voice grew increasingly loud. Harry's complexion paled as he exchanged glances with Neville, and Ron nodded and dashed out of the common room, Hermione following suit, her frustration evident in her stomp. "Now you've broken curfew too, Hermione," Harry remarked. "You are being unreasonable." Hermione turned back, only to discover that the fat lady was absent. She shot a fierce glare at the three of them. "How could I possibly be friends with you lot?" "Enough, Hermione. You can't return now. Wouldn't it be better to join us? You saw how Pansy behaved during the day. She even called you mud, blood," Neville said. Hermione recalled Pansy's words and nodded reluctantly. "Fine. I'll go with you." The four of them cautiously left the common area. As they ascended the staircase, a faint noise echoed, and the staircase halted just before the fourth floor, leading to the room guarded by the three-headed dog. They hesitated for a moment, but ultimately continued onward, completely unaware that this was a deliberate arrangement by Albus. Even the astute Hermione failed to foresee it. Oh, and then there was Ron with the toad in his pocket. That lunatic hadn't realized it either. In the dead of night at Hogwarts, the group had barely set foot in the corridor on the fourth floor when they encountered the fat cat, Mrs. Norris, the feline companion of Argus Filch, the school caretaker. Hiss! With a piercing glare exchanged between the four and the cat, Mrs. Norris let out a shriek. A light appeared around the corner, revealing Filch's silhouette in the corridor. "Run," Harry whispered urgently. But when they turned back, they found the staircase had vanished, plunging them into panic. Hermione's face went pale as she envisioned the four of them being caught by Filch. "Where to?" Neville pointed to the only door at the end of the corridor. The group sprinted towards it, with Harry reaching the door first. He pushed and pulled, but the heavy wooden door remained steadfast, emitting an anxious groan. "Damn it! It's locked. Let us embark on this endeavor together." Neville grasped the doorknob with Harry, exerting all their strength. "Hurry up. Filch is nearly upon us." Ron cast a glance at the approaching figure of Filch, panic overtaking him. "Step aside. Allow me a try," Hermione declared, drawing her wand. "Alohomora," with Hermione's whispered incantation. The heavy door shifted slightly. "Has it opened?" "Hermione, you are truly remarkable," Ron exclaimed in astonishment. "Silence. Quickly, enter." Hermione brusquely pulled Ron along as they followed Harry and Neville into the room. Once the four of them had entered and closed the door, Ichabod appeared at the corridor's bend, a hint of confusion on his face. He approached the fat lady, cradling the still yowling cat. "How peculiar. How did you end up here?" Ichabod lifted the oil lamp, squinting to observe his surroundings. The empty corridor lay bare before him, save for the room behind that door. There was no place to conceal oneself. However, he would not suspect anyone was hiding within, for he knew a fierce creature resided there. And if a little imp had ventured in, it would likely have already. "I suppose you must be hungry. I shall fetch you something to eat." Ichabod departed the corridor with the cat in his arms. Inside the room, the four leaned against the wooden door, gasping for breath. Harry glanced at Hermione and said, "Thank you for saving us. Without you, we..." As he spoke, he sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Hermione's eyes widened in a daze, and Neville and Ron mirrored her astonishment. Following their gaze, Harry turned to look. He immediately recalled Dumbledore's words at the start of the term. This was the room at the end of the fourth-floor corridor. In the shadows before them, a colossal figure seemed to move, shifting once more. Accompanied by the sound of clanking chains, 3 rows of glimmering teeth and 6 crimson eyes emerged into view. A gigantic 3-headed dog, its countenance fearsome, let out a series of low growls towards them. "Run!" This singular thought raced through their minds. The creature had terrified them. Opening the door and slamming it shut behind them, they sprinted down the corridor. Any thoughts of dueling or breaking school rules evaporated in an instant. And they ran breathlessly back to the entrance of the Gryffindor common room, where they finally halted. Good heavens! That creature! Thank goodness, the fat lady has returned. Hermione glanced at the fat lady, who had indeed returned, ignoring the portrait's remarks about their nocturnal escapades. With a sigh, she quickly uttered the password, urging her companions to enter the common room. My word, how could anyone confine such a terrifying creature in there? Harry panted, still shaken by the ordeal. Indeed, it was exceedingly perilous. Neville and Ron remarked that Professor Dumbledore had already warned them. Hermione, gazing at the group, continued, it must be guarding something. I saw a door beneath it. Guarding? Harry looked at Hermione with confusion. But now, Hermione interjected, placing her hands on her hips, addressing the others with indignation. Not only did you almost get us points deducted, but you also nearly got me bitten by that creature. Go back to sleep, all of you. At your command. Professor Granger, the three responded, startled by Hermione's fervor, and involuntarily recalled Professor McGonagall, sharing a light-hearted jest as they hurried back to their dormitory. However, these audacious individuals felt no fear. Instead, they returned to their quarters with excitement, fervently discussing what peculiar treasure that creature was guarding. The Gryffindor students were never one to shy away from anything. In the following days, Harry inadvertently overheard the loathsome Severus Snape and Professor Quirrell in hushed conversation. Though he could not discern their words clearly, it was evident that their discussion revolved around the mysterious room in the fourth-floor corridor. Moreover, the teacher of the magical creatures class at Hogwarts was none other than Hagrid, who had a good rapport with Harry due to his parents. This kind giant took great care of him. From Hagrid's proud recounting, they learned that the dreadful creature was indeed under the purview of their professor and was guarding an exceedingly important treasure, one related to Voldemort. These serendipitous encounters only intensified Harry's fervent curiosity, to the point where he disregarded the bothersome Pansy and the Malfoy brothers. Yet, Hagrid remained tight-lipped, revealing not a whisper of information, even under their pressing inquiries. Nonetheless, this information was ample for the trio to concoct terrifying and conspiratorial notions, solidifying Harry's suspicions. That detestable former Death Eater, Severus, was undoubtedly scheming, for the pain from Harry's scar always flared up in proximity to him, indicating a connection to Voldemort. Harry also chose to overlook Quirrell's presence. Who would suspect that individual? Aside from his unpleasant odor, he was merely a clumsy, timid wizard. Neville and Ron wholeheartedly concurred with Harry's perspective. The trio dedicated their time to investigating the matter concerning that room, apart from their classes. As for why it was just the three of them, Hermione was excluded from their inquiries due to her association with Jenkins. During her initial visit with Harry to seek out Hagrid, she encountered once more the upperclassmen she had met on the train. Upon learning that Jenkins typically resided in the gamekeeper's hut, Hermione felt as though she had stumbled upon a new world. No young which could possibly resist him. Unlike the somewhat immature Harry and his companions, Jenkins exuded maturity and composure, brimming with wisdom. This left Hermione pondering whether she had made an erroneous choice in her house selection. Perhaps Hufflepuff would have been a more fitting choice for her. Well, one might argue that this is not entirely her fault. Most young girls would likely entertain such thoughts upon meeting Jenkins, particularly after the astute Hermione interacted with Jenkins. She felt a stark contrast that only accentuated the childishness of her three close friends. Thus, the quartet of Harry might have easily transformed into a trio were it not for the ominous presence of the gamekeeper, John Doe. Inside the gamekeeper's hut, through the window, Pollux observed the newly formed quartet of Jenkins and the others, directing a quip towards Rodolphus. He wondered why that fellow always preferred a group of four. Was it a standard for saviors? Albus truly was a man of peculiar taste. What on earth is in your mind? Rodolphus's tone dripped with disdain as he continued. That young lady presents a unique opportunity. A chance to facilitate Jenkins's close encounter with Voldemort without Albus's knowledge. What do you mean? Should I directly send Hermione to fetch Jenkins to Harry? Or to Voldemort? Rodolphus momentarily faltered, regaining his composure before stating, do as you please. As long as Albus remains oblivious to your involvement. Once Jenkins has made contact with Voldemort, we will have our chance. As for the method, you may proceed as you see fit. After all, Albus will eventually orchestrate an encounter between Jenkins and Harry. Your only task is to make Voldemort realize that Jenkins is his son. You should have said so sooner. Pollux caressed the chin of his mask, voicing a complaint as he diligently sought to uncover the memories of his past life, which still held some value, albeit altered significantly by the changes in history. However, He was increasingly convinced that a person's character and intellect remain relatively unchanged. Recent events had solidified this belief. As Halloween approached, he sensed that something monumental was afoot. With a feeling akin to his mind unraveling, he struggled to recall fragmented images, piecing together the disjointed scenes in his mind. On Halloween itself, under Albus's deliberate concealment of Quirrell's identity, apart from him, Pollux bearing the dark mark, and Severus, no one suspected that Voldemort was among their ranks. Thanks to Harry and his companions, most of the faculty, including Hagrid, had become aware of Severus's machinations. Yet, it was only Harry who targeted this unfortunate soul. For all the teachers were acutely aware of Professor Snape's tragic past, leading them to believe that he would not once again align himself with Voldemort, particularly after Albus's intervention. The wise elder vigorously defended Severus, asserting his determination to thwart Voldemort a second time, ensuring that the Dark Lord would not inflict further harm upon this beleaguered man. Hagrid and Minerva completely trusted their esteemed headmaster, believing in his capability to succeed. And those who knew James and Severus's history endeavored to mend the rift between him and Harry. However, in light of Severus's reluctance, their attempts to persuade him only seemed to exacerbate the situation, further deepening Harry's disdain for Severus. As the tensions and suspicions between the two escalated, Voldemort reveled in the chaos. He harbored no trust in Severus but recognized the potential of this individual to draw everyone's attention, particularly Albus's. The room on the 4th floor that Leaf had mentioned was likely where the Philosopher's Stone was kept. To Voldemort, this represented an excellent opportunity to test Severus and Albus. A small bout of chaos could grant his loyal servant access to that chamber. Should his servant prove sufficiently loyal, he could ascertain the stone's whereabouts, perhaps even seize it to facilitate his resurrection. Even if Severus was a spy sent by Albus, Voldemort was confident in his ability to manipulate him effortlessly. As for the promise not to harm Harry, had he not already assured the boy of that a decade prior? With a cruel smile, Voldemort compelled Quirrell to drink a vial of unicorn blood, seizing the opportunity presented by the school as Halloween preparations to venture into Hogsmeade. Meanwhile, Pollux remained unfazed, viewing this as a game of wits between himself and Albus. In Voldemort's eyes, Pollux was merely a dullard, subservient to Albus, devoid of intellect. After Voldemort's departure from the school, Pollux, positioned at a distance in the Forbidden Forest, where he had set up a magical array, observed Hermione leaving with tear-streaked cheeks. He felt the dark mark upon his hand and, addressing Rodolphus in his mind, pondered, Voldemort is left, and Albus has also turned against Hermione. What course of action should we take? It appears that both of them will make their move on Halloween. We must find a way to inform Jenkins of the Weasley twins' mischief, and then confront Severus. I can fathom Jenkins, but what is this nonsense about confronting Severus? Pollux inquired. Pollux, it seems I have overestimated you. Rodolphus replied with a sense of resignation. You can discern Albus and Voldemort's schemes for Christmas, and I was beginning to think you might have grown wiser. Yet, it appears you remain. Paul felt a twinge of embarrassment as he spoke. That was an accident, purely an accident. He certainly could not divulge that the memory of the battle against the troll in the girls' bathroom with Harry and the others had resurfaced. This secret of being a time traveler had been kept for nearly 30 years. Moreover, he was on the verge of forgetting the memories of his previous life. Even if he could recall them, who could predict what would follow? The current turn of events had diverged drastically from the original narrative, and revealing everything to Rodolphus would only serve to complicate matters without offering any significant assistance. What does it have to do with me that Jenkins should contact Harry through Hermione? Paul inquired once more. Rodolphus dismissed his concern, reasoning that even a fool can have a moment of clarity. Do not forget, you are indeed a fool. Severus has once again allied himself with Voldemort. What do you believe you would do? And let us not overlook Sally. Rodolphus paused momentarily before continuing, though Albus may seek a plausible explanation. What do you think you would do? Or rather, how would you have acted had you not encountered me? After a prolonged period of contemplation, Pollux declared, having promised Albus not to meddle in the sordid affairs between him and Voldemort, I shall devote myself solely to achieving legendary status. Apart from the prowess brothers, I shall remain indifferent to the fates of Harry and Jenkins, and as for Severus, suddenly, Pollux realized that Albus had not divulged any information about the other party. I understand now. It is Harry. Harry incessantly claims at school that Professor Snape is a Death Eater. Have you finally begun to think? Rodolphus was moved to tears. Sally is your daughter. The one she admires has once again sought refuge with your most despised Voldemort. Pollux, what are you contemplating? Hurry and find him. But remember, Do not kill him. I understand. Pollux suddenly realized and made his way toward the castle. Wait, do not forget Jenkins. Rodolphus hurriedly reminded him. Rest assured, I have not forgotten that plan. Pollux exhibited an extreme semblance of fury, as if unable to restrain his own magical prowess, passing by the ranger's cabin and leaving behind a trail of withered, lifeless grass. This is not a mere performance. One should know how to act. Remember, do your utmost to avoid causing fatal harm. Rodolphus, through the shadowy tendrils, sensed a profound agony and hastily severed the link to his magic. Such a commotion immediately captured Jenkins' attention. As for Hermione, who had fled moments earlier, he did not dwell on her absence, for the Weasley brothers often indulged in mischief. However, it was the sight of John Doe that struck him as particularly alarming. He had never witnessed such rage in the man, and that malevolent magic instilled an unsettling feeling within him. Uncle John, are you all right? Jenkins inquired with trepidation as he stepped inside. I'm fine. Pollux strained to rein in his emotions, intending to bypass him. Jenkins hesitated for a moment but ultimately grasped Pollux' arm. After more than 2 years of acquaintance, he had come to understand his Uncle John, if only slightly. Uncle John, please refrain from engaging in conflict with the professor or the headmaster. They are both good people. Get away. Pollux angrily brushed aside the other's hand. This time, due to the overwhelming display of fury, Jenkins immediately grasped the individual once more. No, Uncle, you always act this way. Even Headmaster Dumbledore is quite advanced in age. Release me, unless you wish to visit the infirmary. Pollux, with a tone that was both icy and tinged with frustration, gazed at the well-meaning and meddlesome Jenkins, feeling a slight headache. Moreover, I am not seeking out Headmaster Dumbledore. If you relish in meddling, why not direct your attention towards the Weasley brothers instead? Since you are not on your way to see the headmaster, I certainly cannot allow you to leave. I shall deal with the Weasleys, those pesky little imps. With a forceful shove, Pollux pushed his opponent aside and strode towards the forbidden forest. Once he vanished from Jenkins' sight, he seamlessly executed a disillusionment charm and entered Hogwarts Castle. After Pollux disappeared, Jenkins stood up, relieved that he had once again averted Uncle John's bad temper. He dusted off his soiled wizarding robe, only to unexpectedly discover a hidden letter nestled in the nearby grass. Approaching to retrieve it, he glanced at its contents before hastening back to the cottage. George, Fred, how could you treat Hermione like this, and in my name? Jenkins exclaimed, somewhat irked as he pursued the two fleeing figures from the cottage. George, didn't I tell you to keep it safe? Fred remarked, having been caught. Perhaps it fell. George glanced at Jenkins and added, you know this is all for your benefit. Cedric, please help us. Fred pleaded, eyes darting towards the increasingly irate Jenkins. Nonsense, this is merely your prank, Jenkins retorted, tossing the letter towards Cedric. Look at what these two have written. Cedric opened the letter to find a plethora of derogatory terms. Ugly, messy, mudblood, and big front teeth, which immediately led him to conclude that the brothers had gone too far. You too. This will hurt Miss Granger, Jenkins declared. I stand by you. Wait. I believe the clever Miss Granger will understand, George hastily interjected. Indeed. She will surely comprehend. Fred and I acted on impulse. This doesn't resemble your usual tone at all, please, Fred added, adopting a pleading tone while casting a reproachful glance at George. Absolutely not, Jenkins replied coldly. This time, you are to copy the history of modern magic, twice. Come on. George protested. And Cedric and I will supervise you both, Jenkins asserted. But today is Halloween, Fred protested. That's irrelevant. Cedric, keep an eye on them while I explain things to Miss Granger. Very well. Before departing, Jenkins thoughtfully confiscated the two troublemakers' wands. Get inside quickly. You too, Cedric urged. George and Fred exchanged glances, initiating a silent conversation. This is all your fault. You should have been more careful while writing. Nonsense. It was you who dictated while I wrote. Forget it. Why don't we sneak away now while Jenkins is gone? But we have no wands. Cedric, you can't be serious about copying. The two locked eyes, and seizing a moment of distraction from Cedric, dashed towards the castle, confident that once inside, they could easily evade their pursuers. You too. Cedric hurriedly pursued them, for today was Halloween. And all the young wizards had no classes in the afternoon. Harry and Neville were drawn into the Gryffindor common room by Ron, engaging in a game of wizard's chess. In contrast to Neville and Harry, Ron possessed an undeniable talent for the game, swiftly overwhelming the two of them. Hey, Harry, you've lost again, General, he exclaimed joyfully. With that, Ron picked up a knight, preparing to surprise the bewildered Harry and Neville. Suddenly, with reddened eyes, Hermione burst in, slamming her hands onto the chessboard and interrupting their match. "Hey, Hermione, look at you. I was just about to." Ron, visibly displeased, glanced at the furious Hermione and fell silent. "Never mind, Ron, you didn't do too badly winning this round." Harry, feeling rather pleased since he and Neville had lost the entire afternoon, inquired with concern upon seeing Hermione's expression. "Hermione, what happened? Is it Malfoy or Black?" Neville stood up, indignation evident in his voice, immediately thinking of that detestable character, which Harry and Ron silently agreed with. "It's not those two nuisances." Hermione sat down, her voice tinged with grievance. "They haven't sunk to that level. It's James." She shot a glare at Ron, who was picking up the pieces, adding, "And your two annoying brothers." As she spoke, she tossed a few chess pieces in his direction. Hey, I dislike them too." "Hermione, you can't do this." Ron protested while catching the pieces. "You can't blame me for them being my brothers. I don't like them either." "Exactly, Ron's right." Harry glanced at Hermione. "What on earth happened?" "I doubt Jenkins would bully you alongside the Weasley brothers, even though they are quite close." "I think he wouldn't. He should prevent those two from causing trouble," Neville agreed. "Jenkins had the Weasley brothers deliver a message to me. He said I am." Hermione recalled the letter Jenkins wrote, feeling even more disheartened. Tears began to flow uncontrollably, and she quickly buried her face in her arms on the table, sobbing softly. "That was Ron began, my favorite chessboard." "Hermione, you can't lay on it. You'll dirty it." However, he dared not voice this aloud, for Harry and Neville were comforting Hermione while casting glances at him. With a frown of discontent, Ron collected the scattered pieces and, observing the three, approached the table, attempting to reclaim his chessboard. Smack! After crying for a while, Hermione straightened up and smacked the chessboard, causing Ron's heart to ache. "You all have no idea how outrageous that Brown fellow is." "Enough, Hermione," Harry said, trying to divert her attention on this Halloween night. As the dinner concluded and the ball awaited, "That insufferable fellow." Hermione cast a glance at the White King she had captured, her mind drifting to Jenkins's face, and raised her other hand, ready to strike. Ron's heart sank, and he swiftly grasped Hermione's wrist, exclaiming, "Hermione, you cannot unleash your frustration upon us." "Well, Ron's right. We shall assist you in confronting him tonight." Neville nodded in agreement, while Ron seized the opportunity to take the White King. "You lot." Observing the trio's demeanor only deepened Hermione's distress, prompting her to rise and flee the room. "Guys, have we gone a bit too far?" Harry remarked, watching Hermione, who appeared even more sorrowful. "It's all right. We'll help her clarify things this evening." Ron asserted, "It must be your brother's doing." Neville directed this comment at Ron. Ron remained silent, merely putting away the wizard's chess set, casting a sympathetic glance. "Then it's settled. We shall seek out the Weasley brothers tonight to assist Hermione," Harry declared. Unbeknownst to them, the three oblivious gentlemen were inadvertently adding salt to Hermione's wounds. As dinner approached, the trio noticed neither Hermione nor the Weasley brothers, though Jenkins was indeed in sight. Upon the conclusion of dinner, Harry and the others quickly sought each other out. "Jenkins, how could you treat Hermione that way?" Before Harry could finish, Jenkins interrupted him. "Harry, has Hermione come looking for you? I've searched for her all afternoon and haven't seen her," Jenkins explained, glancing at a visibly upset Neville. "The Weasley brothers pinned a letter to Hermione under my name. You know how those two are." Jenkins patted Ron on the shoulder. "Your brothers are not as well behaved as you, are they?" "Certainly." Just then, the grand doors of the hall swung open. "A troll. There's a troll in the dungeon." A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the chamber. Quirrell stumbled in, terror etched upon his face, casting a furtive glance at the masked Severus, exchanging a knowing look before collapsing to the floor. Panic ensued among the young witches and wizards. "All prefects, escort your houses back to the common rooms." Albus cast a meaningful glance at the unconscious Quirrell, addressing the nearby faculty. "We must split up to locate the troll." After warning Pollux, who had recently sought Severus, with a stern look to refrain from causing further trouble, he said gravely, "Mr. Doy, kindly take Quirrell to the infirmary." Without awaiting a response, Albus departed the hall with the other professors. "Must you overact so? In the presence of a troll at Hogwarts, you still wish to search? And to split up?" Within the depths of his heart, Pollux silently scoffed as he approached Chilo, coldly stating, "Stop pretending. Get up on your own." Before Chilo could utter a word, a hefty foot came crashing down upon his face, and Pollux strode past him. As his feet traversed certain sensitive areas, he even spun around twice. This time, Chilo truly succumbed to unconsciousness. Concerned for Hermione, Harry and his companions refrained from returning to their dormitory. Jenkins, upon noticing their absence, stealthily followed them. When Draco spotted the group and contemplated joining the fray, Pollux seized him and exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind? Draco? Why are you afraid of a troll?" "My dear brother?" Draco retorted provocatively, "A troll? I believe you are the real troll here. How many times must I tell you that if you lack strength, you must concede?" Pollux gave Draco's head a firm slap. "Did you not see that Brown is also involved? That fellow is a third-year prodigy. If you cause trouble now, I assure you, your reputation will be utterly tarnished, my foolish brother." Rubbing his head, Draco followed Pollux back to the Slytherin dormitory. Severus, at the end of the fourth-floor corridor, was executing a ruse against Voldemort as per Albus's orders. It was a jest. For how could a bound three-headed dog possibly pose a threat? Oh, but perhaps this time it was genuine, as he had inexplicably been assaulted earlier that afternoon. Then came the infamous encounter in the girls' restroom. Not 3 but 4 individuals, alongside Hermione, battling a troll. It was perplexing why these prominent figures favored causing chaos in the girls' restroom. Indeed, the troll was formidable. However, that was only in the context of close combat. Not only these youngsters, but even Hagrid would struggle against it. Yet, it was facing wizards, was it not? Nonetheless, it was not as feeble as portrayed in the original work, where Ron could easily dispatch it with a levitation charm. A troll that relied on brute strength could not simply be vanquished in such a manner. Inside the girls' restroom, after Harry's disarming spell struck the troll, Neville immediately dashed forward to gouge its eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Ron employed the levitation charm to strike the troll with its own club. With a resounding crash, the troll seemed momentarily dazed, shaking its head, now blinded, and lunged towards Harry and Ron, guided by its sense of smell. In its grasp, Neville was as manageable as the club. "Quick, Harry! Use the disarming spell," Ron shouted. "No, it's holding Neville, not the club. That would harm Neville." Harry hesitated, gripping his wand tightly. "If you don't act now, we're all doomed. I can just lay in the infirmary for a couple of days." Neville, hoisted high by the troll, yelled at Harry, "I'm sorry, Neville." Upon hearing Neville's plea, Harry resolved to cast the spell. "Disarm. Petrify them all." A spell struck the giant who was swinging Neville, instantly petrifying him. Jenkins, who had stealthily followed the trio, rushed into the girls' restroom upon hearing unsettling noises and cast a petrifying charm to immobilize the giant. He said to Harry and Ron, "You must rescue Neville first." After uttering an apology to Hermione, he added, "I did not write that letter. By the way, Harry, Ron, please do not inform the professors of my presence here." Blushing profusely, Jenkins hurriedly exited the girls' restroom. He was not a Gryffindor, free to disregard school rules, especially not in a scenario where he could be caught by a teacher in the girls' restroom, even if such actions could be deemed heroic. "Thank you. We will keep your secret," Harry responded to Jenkins as he departed. Hey, you two, hurry and let me down," Neville shouted, dangling in midair. "We're coming." Harry and Ron quickly regained their composure and frantically attempted to rescue Neville from the giant's grasp. After a short while, the professors, alerted by the commotion, arrived at the scene, and with the assistance of Minerva and Severus, the unfortunate Neville was finally freed. Faced with the professor's inquiries, Hermione told her first lie to protect Harry and the others, and they refrained from disclosing Jenkins' actions, instead accepting Severus' sarcastic praise with flushed cheeks. Impressive petrifying charm. A bunch of fools. Fortunately, Minerva greatly admired their friendship and bravery, allowing the four to return to the Gryffindor common room unscathed. Although Jenkins' actions eluded the professors, they did not escape the notice of the headmaster. In the headmaster's office, after Minerva and Severus had departed, Albus fell into silence. He did not wish for Jenkins and Harry to interact just yet, as such an encounter would mean Voldemort could potentially come into contact with his son prematurely. Albus could not ascertain how much rationality Voldemort possessed at this moment. He recalled the Battle of Hogwarts, where Voldemort had deliberately released Eugenia and removed the dark mark from her. If they interacted too much, Voldemort would undoubtedly recognize his son. Moreover, that individual was not Pollux. He could not manipulate Jenkins to threaten Voldemort. Albus understood that he could lead Voldemort through the latter's hatred for Harry and his desire for resurrection. Should that individual's heart change, everything would spiral out of his control. Realizing this, Albus tapped his forehead, stood up, hesitated with the Elder Wand in hand, and then set it down. Now was not the right time. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. Speaking to himself, Albus sat back down and began to write a letter. It would not be difficult for him to arrange for Jenkins to leave the school. The moment for the true prophesied child to emerge had not yet arrived. In the Keeper's Lodge, Pollux sat idly in an open space, gazing at the majestic Hogwarts castle, while venting his frustrations to Rodolphus. "Brother-in-law, after an entire night of this, what exactly do you expect me to observe?" he questioned. "I have no idea. Just keep your eyes on the castle. I sincerely hope Albus does not have a penchant for sending messages via house elves." Just as Rodolphus finished speaking, an owl soared towards Hogwarts Castle. "I see an owl. Could it possibly be Albus's? Which direction is it heading?" "West." "Oh, and there's another one. This one is flying east." Given the hour and Voldemort's disturbances, it was unlikely that these owls belonged to anyone else. Albus was even more astute and cautious than I had anticipated. "All right, Pollux, you must seek out Albus tomorrow. Could you not clarify things for me? I am not a deity, and I, too, am perplexed," Rodolphus bellowed at Pollux. "Remember to visit Albus tomorrow. Just say you wish to check on Sally Ann. You've little purpose staying at school these days, and besides, Sally Ann and Albus may not be as closely aligned as you think. She is not truly Ariana." Paul felt a twinge of reluctance as he thought, "I do not wish to exploit Sally. Then prepare yourself to be slain by her. And then take your own life? You fool," Rodolphus exclaimed vehemently, severing the connection. "Very well, I understand now." Pollux, in a state of resignation, muttered to himself. On the day following Halloween, after the tumultuous events orchestrated by Chilo, he sought out Albus to express his desire to meet with Sally. He confronted Albus, questioning why Severus was compelled to seek allegiance with Voldemort. Due to his relationship with Sally, Pollux had a fierce argument. And it was further complicated by the possibility that Jenkins might prematurely engage with Voldemort. Ultimately, Albus consented to allow Pollux to temporarily leave the school. Last night, Albus had already resolved to send Jenkins away. One owl was dispatched to seek John Brown, while another flew towards Madame Maxim at Beauxbatons. He intended to send James out of the school for the time being, with no plans to return him this year. Although he harbored no suspicions regarding Pollux's involvement, he was keen to prevent any further complications. Jenkins's presence at the school could significantly influence his subsequent actions. The impulsive and thoughtless Pollux had always been a source of trouble. Albus ultimately decided to allow Pollux to visit Sally in Aberforth, suggesting that he could also see his family and indicating that he could remain away until after the Christmas holidays. Just as Pollux was about to depart, Rodolphus deduced Albus's intentions. "Pollux, it seems we have no chance of allowing Jenkins and Voldemort to meet prematurely. What shall we do? It's a matter of luck. Let us hope Voldemort realizes the issue." "Do you mean I should seek out Quirrell again?" "It would be preferable for him to come to you. Hopefully, that fellow will take some action and is not as foolish as you to grasp the underlying problem," Rodolphus expressed with some concern. "Until Voldemort makes his stance clear, you must remain cautious and keep this from Albus." "May I ask," Pollux pondered before continuing, "what is the significance of our actions? In this three-way game, we hold no leverage and cannot allow Albus to proceed unchecked." Rodolphus hesitated but replied, "We should strive to find an opportunity to advance the prophecy, ensuring that Albus does not have ample time to nurture Harry and Jenkins. Voldemort is the catalyst. We must find a way to prompt him into action. Ideally, we should make him aware of the prophecy beforehand. Then I might as well tell him directly. And then what? Albus will discover your loss of control. What do you think you will do? Moreover, how long can we conceal Bella's situation? He will not permit you to align with Voldemort or remain neutral. 10 years ago, he could tolerate you, but that does not mean he will now. Do you truly believe Voldemort would trust your words? Or that you can ensure he cares for his son? Do not forget that Severus is also involved on Voldemort's side." "Understood. Voldemort is seeking me." At that moment, the dark mark on Pollus's arm glowed ominously. "He must be after you regarding the Philosopher's Stone. Pollux, can you communicate through the dark mark?" "It should be possible. I will give it a try." "Never mind. If communication is feasible, simply state that you wish to leave, and inform him that Albus's prophecy is incomplete. If he is not a fool, he will assist you in keeping this from Albus. If you cannot reach him, come to me." Rodolphus has signed off. Pollux could sense Rodolphus's fatigue since the beginning of the school year, yet neither of them could find a way out. Could they? With a disdainful resolve, he contacted Voldemort. After refusing Voldemort's request and conveying Rodolphus's instructions, he departed from the school. Upon hearing Pollus's account, Voldemort sank into contemplation. Stripped of his magical prowess, he had indeed reverted to the wisdom of his former self. Otherwise, he would not engage in this game with Albus. After a long pause, Voldemort addressed Quirrell. "Go find Severus, Quirrell." "At once, my master," Quirrell replied. "Tell Severus that I require the complete prophecy." Voldemort continued, and the Philosopher's Stone. Instruct him to devise a solution swiftly, that imbecile. I am on the brink of slumber, for I have expended too much of my power using the dark mark. You wretches. My apologies, master. Quirrell's face immediately glistened with beads of sweat. Fearing to defy Voldemort's command, he exited the office in search of Severus. To his surprise, Severus was not in the potions office. Remembering the injury Severus had sustained the previous day, Quirrell finally spotted him at the door of the herbology professor's office. Take this. Professor Sprout, these herbs are exceedingly rare in the market. Severus, his complexion unnaturally pale, produced a black bag filled with galleons and handed it to her. No need for gratitude, Professor Snape. Pomona cast a glance at Severus's leg, a flicker of concern illuminating her gaze. It was an accident last night, as you know. Professor Sprout, potion brewing inherently carries some risks. Severus noticed the look in her eyes, offered a brief explanation, and then departed. Truly, he was a man of cold demeanor. Pomona, clutching a gold galleon, closed the door to her office. Quirrell hurriedly followed, whispering to Severus, Professor, the master has bestowed upon you new orders. Severus regarded him with a look of disdain, retorting, You imbecile. Look at how many people are around. Follow me. He led Quirrell to a secluded corner of the corridor, a place where Harry Potter might well appear. Speak. Severus's tone afforded no courtesy to Quirrell, who was merely an odious, possessed wretch. The master requires the complete prophecy, and he desires the Philosopher's Stone from the 4th floor as soon as possible. Quirrell, unable to meet Severus's gaze, lowered his head and replied, I will find a way regarding the prophecy, but that three-headed dog is no easy adversary. Panic crept into his voice, for that was a task assigned by Voldemort. That is a task bestowed upon you by the master. Severus advanced toward him, his voice chillingly cold. We are both servants of the master. Mind your demeanor. The three-headed dog is cared for by Hagrid, and our relationship is far from amicable. Do you understand, Quirrell? Just then, Severus spotted Harry in the distance. Casting a cold glance at Quirrell, I will handle the prophecy. You deal with Hagrid. I cannot do that. Severus, you can't demand this. Quirrell nearly shouted in agitation. You have no choice, Quirrell. Severus departed from the scene, limping and disregarding Quirrell's presence. Quirrell, seething with resentment, cast a furious glance at his counterpart and called out for Voldemort twice, receiving no response. Realizing that his master had succumbed to slumber, he hesitated and ultimately chose not to pursue Severus, retreating into the corridor. Unlike Severus, Quirrell's abilities paled in comparison. And compounded by the draining of his life force by Voldemort, he remained oblivious to Harry, who lay concealed nearby. At that moment, Quirrell's mind was consumed with thoughts of Voldemort. He was deeply unsettled by Severus's recent defiance of half of the Dark Lord's commands. Quirrell was not Severus. He was merely an ordinary wizard, ensnared and manipulated by Voldemort's dark influence. The thought crossed his mind that while Severus might emerge unscathed from defying Voldemort, he himself would undoubtedly suffer severely, as the Dark Lord's Cruciatus curse was no trifling matter. Thus, he returned to his office in a daze. As the twilight deepened, Quirrell resolved to take advantage of the night to procure some unicorn blood to awaken Voldemort. With Pollux no longer around, he had no one to assist him in this endeavor. However, the absence of the Keeper of the Forest made the Forbidden Forest seem less perilous. Meanwhile, in the Gryffindor common room, Harry was engaged in a discussion with Neville and Ron. After much deliberation, the trio ultimately decided that Harry should seek out Albus once more. Emerging from the headmaster's office, Harry appeared somewhat despondent under the hopeful gazes of Ron and Neville. Neville quickly approached, embracing Harry and eagerly inquiring, What did Dumbledore say? Will he apprehend Snape? Harry shook his head in disappointment, stating, No, Headmaster Dumbledore does not believe Professor Snape would act in such a manner. How can that be? The troll was undoubtedly released by that greasy bat. Ron exclaimed incredulously. We all saw his leg was severely injured. He must have been bitten by the monster in that room on the 4th floor. He surely has some nefarious scheme. I mentioned all of this, but it was merely conjecture. That is what Dumbledore conveyed to me, Harry said, glancing at Ron with concern. The headmaster trusts that Snape is not in league with Voldemort. Without proof, we are powerless to prevent him. Adults are always like this. They never believe us, Neville said, a hint of anger in his voice. Neville is right, Harry. We cannot allow Snape's plot to come to fruition. Ron added, Snape is undoubtedly assisting the Dark Lord in seeking something to use against you. Indeed. Dumbledore must have been deceived by Snape. Harry pondered aloud. We cannot allow his plan to succeed. We must thwart him. But we do not even know what Snape intends to do, Ron remarked. Neville then added, Indeed, Harry, we have been following the professor for quite some time. Yet we have gleaned little in the way of clues, aside from knowing he wishes to access the room on the 4th floor. The trio once more fell into silence. Harry glanced at Neville and Ron, sensing a slight headache, but soon he recalled Hermione, their astute friend. Let us seek out Hermione, he exclaimed, a glimmer of excitement gracing his features. Absolutely. She is so clever. She will surely see through Snape's schemes. Neville and Ron nodded in agreement and hurried after Harry back to the common room. These three individuals, lacking in collective intellect, finally encountered Hermione returning from the library just before curfew, and they called out to her immediately. After listening to their accounts, Hermione quickly analyzed the situation, explaining, Snape has threatened Quirrell, undoubtedly aiming to obtain a means to confront that monster from Hagrid. After all, Hagrid raised it. As a minion of the mysterious figure, there must be something of great significance beneath the door on the 4th floor. She cast a glance at the three and asked, having observed Snape for so long, What do you think it could be? Harry Potter. Neville and Ron exclaimed in unison. Bang, bang, you two fools. It is something that could resurrect him or restore his power, Hermione chastised, striking the heads of both boys with her book. She continued, however, if the mysterious figure truly regains his strength, Harry will be in grave danger, for it was Harry who thwarted him in the past. She cast a worried glance at Harry and suggested, Here's the plan. You two should warn Hagrid to be cautious tomorrow, while I will visit the library to investigate what the monster might be guarding. Harry, puzzled, asked, Hermione, aren't you coming with us to find Hagrid? Are you still upset with James? It's not because of that. You're the foolish one. Hermione blushed and continued, Surely. You're not planning to confront Snape and the mysterious figure, are you? We must gather sufficient evidence before seeking out Professor Dumbledore. Hermione was indeed correct. Ron nodded in agreement. Then it's settled. Let us hurry back to sleep. I still have a mountain of books to read, Hermione declared, clutching her books as she headed toward the girls' dormitory. Goodbye, and thank you. Hermione, Harry, and the others returned to their own dormitory. Meanwhile, the mysterious figure they had mentioned, Quirrell, was deep within the Forbidden Forest, hunched over the carcass of a unicorn, siphoning its precious blood in a desperate attempt to revive his master. In Godric's Hollow, a village where wizards and humans cohabitated, a hesitant Pollux stood before Dumbledore's old residence after departing from the school. A gentle knock echoed against the wooden door before her. Upon hearing the sound, Sally hesitated for a moment, as it was the first time someone had come to visit her during her stay at home. Grasping her wand, she approached the door cautiously and spoke, It's quite late. If you seek Albus Dumbledore, please proceed to Hogwarts. It is I, Miss Sally, John Doe, came the immediate response. Mr. John, do come in, Sally exclaimed in surprise, swiftly retracting her wand and opening the door to invite him inside. Pollux entered the room and, upon closing the door, discovered that only Sally was present. Sally, where is Abufus? Isn't he unwell? He inquired. Yes, brother, he is indeed ill, Paul, replied Sally, her eyes gleaming with joy yet tinged with sorrow, a sentiment that had long been absent from her countenance. Just call me Pollux, there are no outsiders here, he reassured her. Observing her demeanor, he felt a pang of confusion and asked, Isn't Abufus recuperating here? Surely he hasn't passed away? Pollux, could you enlighten me about what transpired? Sally implored. Since his return, my brother has remained in the graveyard, and his illness is quite severe. As tears streamed down her cheeks, she wiped them away and continued, No matter how I urge him, he refuses to come home and insists on sending me away. Pollux, please help me. She lifted her gaze to Pollux, her eyes pleading for assistance. I am unaware of what transpired between you and Brother Abufus, but both he and Severus are acting strangely. I sense that something dreadful is imminent. Can you share with me what you know? Pollux gazed at Sally, his heart heavy with emotion. He truly wished to avoid deceiving her and pondered for a long while before finally speaking. Please tell me where the graveyard is. I wish to speak with him. You are all keeping secrets from me. Sally wept even more bitterly. Indeed, there are grave matters at hand, but I cannot disclose them to you. Wiping away the tears from Sally's face, Pollux earnestly reassured her, Nothing will happen. Trust me, for I am your. The word father lingered on his lips. Yet he could not bring himself to utter it. It was the same when I was Ariana. You all concealed the truth from me. Sally lifted her gaze to Pollux, her eyes brimming with a desperate plea. Father, I will be fine. Please tell me everything. I promise. Pollux closed his eyes, disregarding the seething anger of Rodolphus within him. and after a brief moment of hesitation, resolved to divulge everything to Sally. He said, "Upon my return from the cemetery, I shall reveal all to you. Please, do not deceive me any longer. I implore you. I vow to keep your secret safe." With a quivering voice, Sally disclosed the address of the cemetery. "I would never deceive you." With those words, Pollux departed from the Dumbledore estate. "You are insane." As he stepped outside, the furious roar of Rodolphus echoed in his mind. "She is the sister of the Dumbledore brothers. How could you tell her everything?" "Pollux, what on earth are you contemplating?" Pollux interrupted his counterpart. "She is my daughter, Rodolphus, and I have faith in her." "Daughter? You are such a fool. She will undoubtedly seek out Dumbledore, and by the time Dumbledore learns of all this, we will be finished. You are doomed, and that Miss Skitter is doomed as well. Bella too." Rodolphus's tone shifted from anger to despair. "She is Salia, not Ariana." "Rodolphus, she is merely a poor child. I cannot deceive her." Pollux paused before continuing. "I believe she will keep this secret, just as I trust you." "Rodolphus, you all fail to comprehend Salia. You do not realize how resilient that child truly is." Pollux reminisced about the former Ariana. "She is stronger than both you and I." "Fine, do as you wish." Rodolphus shook his head. Given the circumstances, he felt powerless and could only choose to trust Pollux. However, Aberforth's unusual behavior gave him a glimmer of hope. He pondered that if the Dumbledore brothers were not united, it could be intriguing. Though that fellow was not a legendary wizard, Aberforth possessed a century's worth of knowledge, wisdom, and intellect, which rivaled his brother. With this thought in mind, he ceased to dwell on Salia and urged, "Pollux, hurry and find Aberforth." At the Godric's Hollow Church Cemetery, he was taken aback to discover that so many wizards were buried here. Pollux, filled with a sense of melancholy, arrived at the humble graveyard where both muggles and wizards lay interred. The site was devoid of any protective enchantments, merely enclosed by a rudimentary iron fence. As he gazed upon the unfamiliar and familiar names etched in stone, Pollux paused briefly before the graves of the Potters, taking a moment to reflect. Before proceeding towards a frail figure, cloaked in a tattered gray robe, hunched over, with strands of gray hair and a beard peeking from beneath the hood. The figure sat before a row of headstones. He appeared more like a specter than many of those resting in this place. Paul could hardly believe that the dying figure before him was Abufus. Just a short while ago, he had encountered him, and even in illness. Abufus would never have appeared in such a state. Approaching him, Paul softly called out, "Mr. Abufus?" The ailing man turned his head, casting a glance with his clouded eyes, and spoke in a hoarse, deep voice, "Mr. Blake? Ah, I had forgotten that I am still alive. Have you seen Sally yet?" Pollux transformed a stool and seated himself beside Abufus, declaring, "I have seen her. She has instructed me to bring you back. I caution you, what did you discuss with her?" Abufus, trembling, clutched Pollux tightly, his voice hoarse yet resolute. "Do not divulge any matters concerning Abufus, yourself, and Voldemort. I will take her away to a place beyond your reach. I promise to reveal everything to her after meeting you." With a sudden motion, Abufus's fist struck Pollux's face, lacking force but still failing to dislodge his mask. In a fit of rage, he exclaimed, "Desperate scoundrel." A fit of violent coughing erupted from him, rendering him even weaker. He forcefully knocked away the potion that Pollux had produced, gazing at him with disappointment and loathing. "All for a prophecy. You would sacrifice Shalia. She is Ariane, my sister, and your daughter. Blake, you are just like that scoundrel, just the same. I will not harm her. I assure you." "Humph. Your assurances. Have you forgotten Miss Skit? You selfish wretch." Pollux cast a glance at the agitated Abufus and calmly spoke, "At first, I had no intention of surviving, Mr. Abufus. You assured me that you would resurrect Rita without requiring any assistance from Sally. I planned to take my own life after Voldemort's demise, for I did not wish to cause Sally any harm. The legendary transcendence that Albus spoke of never even crossed my mind. Given this, why did you still divulge it to her?" Abufus questioned Pollux. "My sister is nearly driven to madness by the knowledge of everything, all because of you." Pollux seized Abufus's hand, which sought to draw the wand, signaling him to continue. After a moment of hesitation, the latter endeavored to regain his composure. "Proceed," he urged. "Let me discern what sets you apart from that scoundrel who sought to slay his sister twice. I wish for no misfortune to befall Sally. Nor do I desire Rita's demise, nor my sister's descent into madness. Therefore, I refuse to be under Dumbledore's control. I yearn to survive and transcend the legend." Pollux gazed at Abufus, producing the soul coin he had once acquired at the Pig's Head Tavern, and placed it into the latter's palm. Removing his mask, he declared, Maintaining my sanity has become an arduous task, yet I have faith that I can prevail. Just as you once believed in your ability to resurrect Ariana. Donning the mask once more, Pollux addressed the solemn-faced Abufus. You and I, both are believers in miracles. Mr. Abufus, assist me, for I shall undoubtedly protect Sally. She is far stronger than we perceive. Abufus, clasping the coin in his hand, glanced at Ariana's gravestone and replied in a measured tone. Reviving her drained far too much of my soul. During the subsequent wizarding war, to repay that scoundrel's debt, I severed my soul yet again, aiding him in regaining his strength. Now, I am scarcely different from a muggle. As you can see, I am on the brink of death. My affliction is not a mere excuse. His voice, once low and hoarse, gained strength as he rose slowly, fixating on the 3 gravestones before him. A hint of fury crept into his tone. Father, mother, both perished for Ariana's sake. And that scoundrel brought about his own sister's demise, sparing the very murderer. He dares to justify it with some pathetic notion of love, yet has the audacity to profess affection before me. He pressed his hand against Ariana's gravestone, seething with hatred. That wretch believes I am oblivious to everything. He even assured me he would not harm Sally, while secretly plotting to kill his own sister, murder her with his own hands. I shall not allow Sally to sacrifice herself for any wretched notion of love. Abufus turned around, his murky eyes locking onto Pollux with intensity. Pollux, tell me, why would you wish to reveal everything to Sally? Inform her that her brother will betray her twice. I have stated before, Sally is stronger than you can fathom. You, I, Severus, and that scoundrel you speak of, are her only remaining ties. Pollux suddenly rose, seizing Abufus by the collar, and exclaimed in fury. Why did you not inform her? Must she lose everything only to perish in ignorance beside us? Do you understand, Ariana? Do you comprehend, Shalia? Abufus let out a contemptuous laugh and brushed off Pollus's grip. Ah, you remain as insufferable as ever. Pollux, just as you were the first time you sought me out. Do you recall what I promised you back then? As he spoke, he produced a ring adorned with the Dumbledore family crest. For Ariana's sake. Killing my brother is not out of the question. With that, he tossed the ring to Pollux, a grin spreading across his face. Indeed, Abufus was not a legendary wizard. His magical prowess paled in comparison to that of Albus. However, this did not imply he lacked talent. His entire life had been devoted to the study of reviving Ariana and delving into dark magic. He was a man who had forsaken his own legendary path in the realm of magic. The road to legend is not one solely known to Albus. Within the ring lies all my magical notes, and the choice of which path to take is yours to make. Remember the words we exchanged. Abufus pointed mockingly towards another vacant plot in the cemetery. Pollux, that land is reserved for my brother. Return now. I shall return to the old residence tomorrow. And Shalia will be entrusted to you. I shall do so, Mr. Abufus. Pollux concealed the ring and departed from the cemetery. Albus had never realized the remarkable talents possessed by his disheartened brother, who had devoted 7 years to caring for Ariana. Was the brother, who spent his life in the taverns, truly inferior to him? Had it not been for Albus being his soul kin, the consequences might have been far more severe than merely losing a nose. The magic of love knows no bounds, regardless of magnitude. Upon acquiring the ring, Pollux did not immediately seek out Sally. He now had more pressing matters at hand, namely, persuading Rodolphus. The significance of the ring bestowed upon him by Albus was monumental, potent enough to disrupt Albus's meticulously orchestrated plans. With Albus's assistance, he could now leave England entirely and seek a secluded place to break through into legend. If it were not for the necessity of resurrecting Rita, Albus would have lost all means to counterbalance Pollux. However, relinquishing Rita was not an option. Thus, his greatest obstacle had now become Rodolphus. With his life no longer in peril, would Rodolphus and Bella still permit him to continue his perilous endeavor within that prophecy? Given his brother-in-law's nature, he would undoubtedly be devising every possible means to ensure Pollus's departure from England. Pollux sought a secluded spot to establish contact with Rodolphus. Rodolphus, you are likely already aware of everything. Can I still place my trust in you? Is taking Sally away not sufficient? Is Miss Skit truly that significant to you? Your most prudent course of action now is to take Sally to Malfoy Manor. Once the Christmas holiday arrives and the 2 little ones return, we shall depart from England. Do not concern yourself with that prophecy any longer. Rodolphus's tone was tinged with urgency. While Dumbledore is currently unaware of your presence, we must leave. After Christmas, this opportunity will vanish. Brother-in-law, can you truly abandon your sister? Pollux retorted. Rodolphus fell silent for a moment before replying. I can understand your position. But Bella will never permit you to do so. I comprehend. With that, both fell into a contemplative silence. After a while, Pollux broke the stillness. Can we refrain from awakening my sister? Let us keep this news from her. I will not allow you to return to Hogwarts, Pollux, Rodolphus asserted firmly. Pollux pondered for a moment and said, For years, no more than 5. Grant me a little more time. Rodolphus remained silent, gazing intently at Bella before him. Though he was unfamiliar with the circumstances surrounding Pollux and Rita, he understood the importance of family, and thus recognized Rita's significance to Pollux. He comprehended that sentiment more than anyone else. After a brief hesitation, Rodolphus replied, I can only promise you 3 years, Pollux. Please do not put me in a difficult position. Thank you, brother-in-law. Will you still assist me? What do you think? After meeting Sally, a visit to Malfoy Manor. Rodolphus offered a wry smile and continued, Since you have learned how to transcend the legendary, we need to revise our plans. Understood, thank you. Now, hurry along to find your Sally. With their conversation concluded, Pollux returned once more to Dumbledore's old residence. He succinctly recounted the tale of the Dumbledore brothers, Voldemort, and his own dealings with Severus. Sally, having absorbed all the information, sat in stunned silence for a considerable time. As she processed Pollux's words, her emotions transitioned from shock to confusion, then despair, and eventually settled into an eerie calm, rendering her akin to a marionette. After a lengthy pause, she finally inquired, Pollux, will you kill Brother Albus? This question momentarily took Pollux aback, but he resolutely affirmed, no. Although I harbor no fondness for him and disagree with his beliefs. One must acknowledge that Albus is indeed a remarkable individual. However, Miss Skeeter, I will do my utmost to protect Albus. After all, he is your brother. Understood. Sally nodded, before promptly asking, Pollux, can you help Severus? He is merely a pitiable soul. Pollux gazed into Sally's pleading eyes and gently nodded. I will do my utmost. He replied, though he felt the depths of his own uncertainty. I cannot guarantee success. Sally, you know he is withly. No need to elaborate, Sally interjected. I understand. Thank you. Sally, he began, but she cut him off again. No need to say more. I appreciate you sharing this. I am fine. Observing her demeanor, Pollux was reminded of the pain he felt when Rita fell before him. His heart ached, despite knowing Sally's resilience. Yet, he could not shake the twisted discomfort within him, longing to express something but finding himself at a loss for words. Finally, he rose, gently kissing her forehead before turning to leave. If anything arises, do let me know. Albus will return tomorrow. You must heed his words, Sally. As Pollux prepared to depart, Sally nodded softly. I will bring Severus back. Wait for me. Once the door closed behind him, Sally sat on the stool, hugging her knees. Her vacant gaze filled with despondency and despair, her eyes losing their focus. Memories of Ariana flickered through her mind like a haunting reel. She remained in that stillness throughout the night. It was not until the following morning that she began to tidy Albus's room. Apart from her eyes once again reflecting a melancholic hue, everything seemed unchanged. She was no longer the 14-year-old girl she once was. Having left Godric's Hollow, Pollux did not return to school, but instead conferred with Rodolphus at the Malfoy residence regarding their forthcoming plans. Though labeled as discussions, it was mainly Rodolphus pondering strategies alone. Observing his brother-in-law's increasingly sparse hair, Pollux felt a pang of guilt as he accompanied the unconscious Bella, diligently studying the magical notes Albus had provided. After all, his mind, filled with tumultuous magic, could only complicate matters further. After Halloween, Hogwarts swiftly approached the Christmas holiday. Most students and teachers returned home, barring a few exceptions, including the Jenkins Quartet and the Peverell brothers. Harry, due to the Dursleys, was reluctant to return to the dim attic, especially since the malevolent Professor Snape remained at school. He was struck by a foreboding sense that something sinister was afoot during the Christmas season. As Albus announced the Christmas holiday yesterday, he simultaneously entrusted the school to Professor McGonagall, revealing his intention to temporarily leave the United Kingdom. The absence of Albus rendered Hogwarts exceedingly vulnerable. While dining in the Great Hall, Harry observed Neville and Ron, feeling a twinge of guilt within, for they had chosen to remain due to him. Setting down his fork and knife, he expressed his gratitude. Thank you both. Neville interrupted. Harry, we would never abandon you. Would we, Ron? We will face Voldemort and Professor Snape together. The mention of Voldemort caused Ron's face to pale slightly, yet he nodded in agreement. Neville is correct, Harry. We are best friends, are we not? By the way, have you seen Hermione? Ron inquired. No, I haven't seen her since dinner yesterday. I suspect she has returned home. Harry pondered, adding, she has already assisted us immensely, and with her parents being muggles, it is perhaps unwise to involve her further, is it not? But relying solely on us. Ron remarked, a hint of worry in his voice. Do not fret, as long as we keep an eye on Hagrid. Hermione will return, and we cannot expect her to shoulder everything, Neville reassured Ron, but was interrupted by Harry. Neville, do you have any brilliant ideas? Harry and Ron looked at him expectantly. Neville chuckled and scratched his head. I was merely speaking off the cuff. I knew it, Neville. You are not as clever as Ludo, Ron jested. You are no different, and that bump on your head hasn't granted you any wisdom. Neville retorted, eyeing Ron. Guys, I think we should discuss this with Ludo later. Harry chimed in with a grin. I genuinely believe Ron's toad is rather intelligent. Ha ha. You are right, Harry. Indeed, Ludo is quite clever. Ha, ha, ha. Perhaps it is a wizard in disguise? The trio exchanged amused glances. Laughter easing the earlier tension, unaware that they were not entirely mistaken. Ludo was indeed a wizard. Suddenly, a loud thud interrupted their mirth. A hefty book landed beside them, causing the entire table to shake. Hermione, having spent the day in the library, approached with an irritated expression. I specifically stayed at school to gather information for you lot. And here you are, neglecting Hagrid while indulging in idle chatter and jokes. Hermione? We thought you had gone home, Ron and Neville expressed, a glimmer of joy in their eyes. Harry quickly clarified, it was merely a small jest. Hermione, we were just about to seek out Hagrid. Indeed, that's correct. Ron and Neville nodded immediately. No need. I think we should go find Professor Dumbledore shortly, Hermione stated as she settled into her seat and opened the hefty tome before her, gesturing for the three to draw closer. I believe I have discerned what Snape is after. This, the Philosopher's Stone by Nicholas Flamel. This alchemist, who has lived for 6 centuries, must have entrusted it to Dumbledore for safekeeping. They are, after all, good friends. Hermione placed one hand upon the illustration of the stone while massaging her temples with the other. This object could undoubtedly assist Voldemort in regaining his strength. It all makes sense now. Everything Snape has done has been in pursuit of it. Let us inform Dumbledore. I am certain he will be on high alert. After all, if we can deduce this, Snape surely can as well. Her tone bore a hint of fatigue, for she had scoured every book in the library pertaining to resurrection magic to arrive at this conclusion. We only need to confirm this with Hagrid. Thank you, Hermione, Harry expressed gratefully, though soon fell into a melancholic silence, adding, unfortunately, you didn't discover that Dumbledore has already left the school. What? Hermione gasped. Harry continued, yes. He left for another magical school abroad. You were absent from dinner last night, so you wouldn't know. Ron and Neville nodded in agreement. Hermione's expression turned serious. Neville, please return the book to the library for me. After saying this, she grasped Harry's hand, her urgency palpable. Snape will undoubtedly seize the opportunity of Dumbledore's absence from the school. Hagrid, we must hurry to warn him. Understood. Harry recalled Hagrid's slightly inebriated state that morning, and a troubling thought crossed his mind as he hurriedly ran out with Hermione. Wait for me, Ron called, taking a couple of steps before halting, remembering something. He returned to the table to grab a few drumsticks and a piece of bread. You're still eating, Neville remarked, clutching the book. It's not for me. Hermione appears to have not eaten all day. Hurry over so we can wait for you at the Keeper's hut, Ron explained before dashing out. The Keeper's hut, due to an incident involving a unicorn attack in the Forbidden Forest. After all, Quirrell lacked the professionalism that would prevent him from leaving evidence behind. After John Doe's departure, Hagrid had promptly moved back here. Bang, bang, bang. Harry and Hermione anxiously knocked on the wooden door of the hut. Coming, coming. Hagrid opened the door, a broad smile illuminating his face as he warmly welcomed the trio inside. Oh, Harry, Hermione. I thought you had all gone home for the Christmas holiday. I didn't expect to see you still at school. At that moment, he spotted Ron, and his grin widened. Ron, slow down. Don't trip. As the three entered the room, Hagrid closed the door and immediately approached the cupboard, searching for something. Make yourselves comfortable. Let me see what I have here. He endeavored to find something delightful to offer the little ones. Has anyone come to see you recently, Hagrid? Harry inquired hastily. No, aside from you and the Jenkins, no one has visited me, and they left yesterday. Hagrid replied, rummaging through the cupboard. Where is it? I distinctly remember having it. Upon hearing this, Harry and the others felt a slight sense of relief and continued. In that room on the 4th floor of the castle, the 3-headed dog is guarding the Philosopher's Stone, right? Indeed, Fluffy is there to protect the Philosopher's Stone. Hagrid exclaimed joyfully as he uncovered a jar of exquisite sweets. At last, I found it. I knew I had it somewhere. He then realized, a look of shock crossing his face. How do you know? Goodness. I promised Dumbledore. It's all right, Hagrid. Hermione found this information in the library. We will help you keep it a secret, Harry assured earnestly. Well, I trust you. You are all good kids. Hagrid approached them with the sweets, offering. Would you like some? They're quite delicious. Mr. Doy helped me acquire them. He opened the lid and handed a generous handful to the group, which he had intended for Madame Maxime. As for the Philosopher's Stone, Hagrid believed it was safer at school than anywhere else. He had great faith in Harry and his friends, and thus did not regard the matter with undue concern, reasoning that they had discovered it themselves. And it was not him who had divulged the secret. When Hermione took the sweets, she tugged at Harry, prompting him to say, Hagrid, you must be cautious of Snape and any strangers in the coming days. Exactly. That fellow must be intent on stealing the Philosopher's Stone for his master, Ron added. How could that be? Hagrid waved his hand dismissively. Professor Snape is a good man, just like Mr. Doy. They only appear intimidating. After saying this, Hagrid looked at their faces and lifted Fong, saying, see, just like Fong and Fluffy, they are both quite kind. As the three were about to continue their persuasion, Hermione asked, Hagrid, what about Mr. Doy? Mr. Doy? He left a few days ago. Hagrid's voice turned sorrowful as he continued. As soon as he departed, a unicorn was killed, so I moved back. What sort of wicked person would harm such a gentle and pure creature? As he spoke, Hagrid quickly turned away, discreetly wiping away tears. Do not be sad, Hagrid, Harry comforted. It must be Snape. Neville and Ron exclaimed in anger. It's not him. The blood of a unicorn brings a dreadful curse, and that substance is solely meant for prolonging life. Hermione immediately clarified, for she had recently acquired a wealth of knowledge. Yet the death of the unicorn made her realize something profound. If it were not for Snape, there would be more than one Death Eater at the school. With this thought, Hermione cast a worried glance at Harry. Indeed, Hermione was absolutely right. Snape would never engage in such actions. Hagrid said appreciatively. As he set down the sweets, and upon seeing Neville rushing towards the window, he stood up to open the door, inadvertently brushing against a cloth by the fire pit. Suddenly, a colossal egg appeared before everyone. What is this? Exclaimed the three of them, along with the newly arrived Neville, in astonishment. It's nothing, nothing. Hagrid hurriedly shut the door and returned to the fire pit to retrieve the cloth, intending to cover it. At that moment, Ron, astonished, looked at Hagrid and pointed a finger at the egg. My goodness, this is a dragon egg. It can't be mistaken. Charlie has told me about the appearance of dragon eggs. Hagrid, you cannot raise a dragon here. The Ministry of Magic will arrest you. No, Ron. Hagrid anxiously responded, gazing at the group. Please, you must not speak of this. When Mr. Doyle returns, he will surely have a solution. After saying this, Hagrid looked at the dragon egg with eyes full of anticipation. You have no idea how much I long to raise a dragon. Harry thought of the formidable Mr. Doyle. Hagrid, we will certainly keep your secret, won't we? He said, glancing at the other three. Indeed, Hagrid. Ron and Neville nodded in agreement, sharing the belief in the mysterious Mr. Doyle, who was, after all, the most powerful wizard they had encountered aside from Albus. Curiously, Ron asked, can we take a closer look? I've never seen a baby dragon before. Hagrid, what breed is it? Upon hearing their willingness to keep the secret, Hagrid beamed and replied, this little fellow won't hatch any time soon. I just received it yesterday. As for the breed, I believe it is a Norwegian Ridgeback. It's so cool, Ron exclaimed, touching the dragon egg in awe. Indeed, it's far more impressive than a puffskein. Neville and Harry also leaned in closer. Hermione, however, furrowed her brow and inquired, Hagrid, to my knowledge, there are no dragons at Hogwarts. Where did you acquire it? Oh, last night, I encountered someone in Hogsmeade. Hagrid stroked his braided beard thoughtfully and continued, you see, I have always wanted to raise a dragon, and that individual was quite fond of magical creatures. We had a delightful conversation, and he just happened to have a dragon egg, so I purchased it. Hagrid paused momentarily before continuing, that gentleman is truly a good soul. He sold me a dragon egg for merely 300 galleons. This revelation not only caused Hermione to frown, but also prompted Harry to raise his eyebrows in concern. They exchanged a worried glance, and Hermione inquired, did that person ask you about Fluffy? Of course, we had quite an extensive conversation, Hagrid boasted, oblivious to the grave expressions on the faces of the young ones. Fluffy is far rarer than a dragon, and he's incredibly gentle, fond of listening to music as he drifts off to sleep. Harry hastily interrupted. Hagrid, you didn't divulge that information to him, did you? Hagrid quickly realized he had potentially made a grave mistake and stammered, "Oh dear, I must have been inebriated to reveal such a secret." "Don't worry, Hagrid." Hermione consoled him. "You do remember what that man looked like, right?" "Let me think." Hagrid fell into deep contemplation, his expression growing increasingly serious. He anxiously said, "He wore a black cloak with a hood pulled low. I couldn't clearly see his face." "No, I must inform Dumbledore at once." "But Dumbledore has already left the school." Neville reminded him. "He departed last night." "What? How could I be so careless?" Hagrid sat down in a daze, momentarily at a loss for what to do. "Hagrid, it's not your fault." "It must have been Snape who deceived you with his transfiguration," Harry said, moving closer to offer comfort. Exactly. Hagrid, you've been misled," Hermione added reassuringly. Upon hearing Snape's name, Hagrid snapped back to reality and addressed them. "Snape? Yes, that's right. The Philosopher's Stone is still protected by them. There is no cause for alarm, and Mr. Doy has also left powerful magic inside." With that, Hagrid rose to his feet, declaring, "I must contact Dumbledore and notify Professor McGonagall." He carefully covered the dragon egg and led the four of them out of the hut. After recounting the events to McGonagall in the headmaster's office while concealing the dragon egg, Hagrid emerged looking relieved. He reassured the still worried group, "It's all fine now. Everyone is aware, and Professor McGonagall will promptly inform Dumbledore." Hagrid smiled, continuing, "Thanks to your reminders, I nearly made a terrible blunder." However, Neville suddenly recalled a figure he had seen upon exiting the library and exclaimed, "That mysterious person must be Snape. I just saw him heading towards the 4th floor. It is impossible. Professor Snape must be reinforcing the protections around the Sorcerer's Stone," Hagrid explained to the increasingly anxious group. "Did I not mention that the stone is well protected? Even without Quirrell, it remains secure. Moreover, Harry, Snape and your—" Hagrid hesitated, recalling the dire consequences should this information reach Mr. Dursley. He quickly amended, "In any case, he would never harm you. By the way, I need to write an apology to Dumbledore. I cannot join you for now. See you shortly." With that, Hagrid bid farewell and made his way to the Ollery, reiterating to Harry once more that he could absolutely trust Snape. Watching Hagrid depart, Harry approached the entrance to the headmaster's office, hesitating momentarily before deciding whether to knock. "Is there something you need?" Minerva McGonagall, on her way out, happened upon Harry. "Deputy Headmistress, it's about the Sorcerer's Stone." Harry began, but was promptly interrupted. A satisfied smile graced her lips as she replied, "I was just about to inform you that your wisdom has averted a significant trouble. For that, I can award Gryffindor 5 points. Now, you all have worked hard. It is time to rest. I have other matters to attend to." With that, McGonagall departed. "What should we do, Harry?" Neville anxiously inquired. "What do you think, Hermione?" Harry turned to her for assistance. "I believe Hagrid and McGonagall are right. We should trust the professors," Hermione pondered before adding. "They must be on high alert now, and Dumbledore will return soon." Ron interjected, "By then, Snape could have already acquired the stone. Neville saw him on the 4th floor." Hermione quickly responded, "You don't mean to stop Snape, do you? I must remind you that there is more than one Death Eater within the school. Have you forgotten the one who killed the unicorn?" Observing the expressions of her friends, she continued loudly, "And such actions could lead to our expulsion. Did we not agree to investigate only? Dumbledore is already aware of everything. We should not interfere any further. But by the time Dumbledore returns, Snape may have the stone." Neville exclaimed, glancing at Harry and Ron. Ron added, "Hermione, you said the stone could restore Voldemort's power." Indeed, Harry thought of Voldemort's potential return and the madness he might unleash. With conviction, he declared, "We must stop him. He will surely destroy everything, including Hogwarts. Just as he did to my parents." Well said, came the agreement. Ron and Neville's parents often recounted the glorious tales of their battles against the Dark Lord. They immediately echoed Harry's sentiments and would not allow him to venture into danger alone. "Thank you." Harry expressed his gratitude with a glance at the two who had drawn their wands. He turned to Hermione. "Hermione, you should return to the common room. Even though there are 2 of them, we have 3. No, 4. Hermione hesitated but eventually drew her wand, addressing the group. "You 3 fools cannot possibly think you can thwart Snape on your own." Surprised, Neville and Ron exchanged glances with Hermione. "Enough talk. We must hurry. If we delay, Snape will truly acquire the Philosopher's Stone," Hermione urged. "Right, let us go," Harry replied, leading the group to the 4th floor chamber. The quartet did not consider that. Should they truly confront Severus, not just 4, but the entire first-year cohort combined would be unable to stop him. One could only attribute this to Gryffindor's bravery. After all, are not heroes often characterized by such reckless valor? At the end of the fourth floor corridor, they soon arrived at the heavy wooden door, still with time before curfew. As the door creaked open, they beheld the three-headed dog, which, this time, did not exhibit any aggressive behavior. A harp enchanted by magic played music on the floor before the formidable beast. Look at that. It must be left by Snape. He has surely gone down, Ron exclaimed, pointing at the harp. Be quiet, Ron. Hermione scolded sharply from behind Harry and Neville. Ron recoiled slightly, but cautiously followed the others as they approached the door facing the three-headed dog. The warm breath of the creature heightened their tension. Harry and Neville exchanged glances, then lifted the trapdoor, peering into the dark abyss. Just as Harry hesitated to leap, Neville stopped him. I'll go first, he whispered before jumping into the darkness. Under the anxious gazes of the three, Neville's voice soon resonated back. It's safe. There seems to be some sort of plant below. The three shared a glance and jumped down together. Indeed, as Neville had predicted, the plant was quite springy, allowing them to land unscathed. Just as Harry and Ron attempted to rise, Neville cautioned, Don't move. This is Devil's Snare. Can anyone cast a Lumos or Incendio? Lumos. Harry raised his wand, illuminating the area, though the charm appeared ineffective against the Devil's Snare. He turned to the others for help. I'm sorry, I can't cast Incendio yet. Damn it, Neville. Why didn't you say so earlier? Ron let out a complaint, expressing his frustration. How come none of you can even conjure a simple flame spell? Neville retorted. All right, everyone. Let's not argue. Hermione raised her wand. Incendio. Instantly, the plants beneath them writhed in avoidance of the flames, and the group fell once more, albeit from a lesser height, landing safely on the ground. This must be one of Professor Sprout's protective measures, Neville remarked, glancing at the Devil's Snare overhead. Indeed. Just as Hagrid mentioned, the professors are safeguarding the Philosopher's Stone. Ron nodded in agreement. However, we haven't seen Snape, which indicates he is ahead of us. Hermione's expression grew even graver than before. Listen, everyone, Harry urged, illuminating the area with his wand. The buzzing noise emanating from the corridor ahead became increasingly discernible. As Harry's voice echoed, the group fell silent, and the sound intensified. Harry swallowed hard and declared, That direction, let's go. They followed the sound to the end of the corridor, entering a well-lit chamber with a lofty ceiling. So many birds? No, those aren't T-birds. Neville pointed at the flurry of tiny creatures flitting about in the air. They're winged keys, Ron exclaimed. Look at that door. Hermione dashed to the door across the room, drawing her wand and waving it, but her expression fell as she noted, the unlocking charm is ineffective. It seems we must find the correct key. The trio gazed at the swarm of keys in the sky with a sense of frustration. This must be the obstacle set by Madame Hooch. Harry noticed a broomstick beside the door, mounted it, and said before taking off, Keep an eye out for me. The right key should be golden. With that, Harry soared into the air, deftly weaving through the swarm of keys. Ron scrutinized the doorknob and shouted, Harry, it's not golden. It's silver and looks quite ancient. There. Harry, that key with the broken wing. Hermione and Neville quickly spotted the key Ron mentioned, pointing excitedly. Harry immediately zeroed in on the key and sped towards it, grasping it just as the other keys went into a frenzy. He swiftly tossed it away. Quick, open the door. Neville, seizing the opportunity, unlocked the door, and the group successfully navigated through another challenge amidst the furious onslaught of keys. Just as Harry was about to draw his wand, the room suddenly illuminated on its own. It's wizard's chess, Ron exclaimed after a moment of observation. I wonder if it was Professor McGonagall or Dumbledore who set this up. What an impressive transfiguration spell. Harry gazed in astonishment at the larger-than-life, lifelike chess pieces imbued with an enchanting aura. It must be Professor McGonagall, he mused. I believe Dumbledore's arrangement should be the final challenge. Hermione, spotting Neville attempting to traverse the chessboard, immediately shouted, Neville, haven't you noticed those damaged pieces at the side? If you walk straight ahead, you'll surely be attacked. Halt. It's fine. Neville continued forward, only to suddenly realize that all the chess pieces were now fixed upon him, their soldiers even brandishing their weapons, causing his expression to freeze in shock. All right, Hermione. I suppose you're right. You all go and replace those destroyed pieces, Ron commanded, stepping alongside the Black Knight and mounting the knight's steed to direct his companions. After a moment's hesitation, Harry and Neville followed suit, and Hermione, too, after a brief pause, acquiesced. One must admit that Ron was indeed quite adept at this. He should not have pursued wizardry but rather excelled in chess, as he exhibited remarkable talent, displaying none of his usual impulsiveness or lack of cleverness, instead resembling a wise general. With an additional chess piece in play, the match did not unfold as laboriously as it did in the original narrative. In no time, the white pieces defending the gate fell apart under Ron's command, leading to their complete defeat. Checkmate, Ron declared triumphantly as he decisively vanquished the White King. The group swiftly crossed the chessboard and opened the door. A familiar stench wafted towards them, prompting them to cover their mouths and noses as the massive corpse of a troll appeared before them, appearing twice the size of the one encountered in the girls' restroom. It seems Snape has just departed. The good news is we need not battle the troll any longer, Harry remarked, wrinkling his nose in distaste as they traversed the room. As they approached the door, Harry hesitated, glancing at his companions and saying, "We should be nearing Mr. Doyle and Snape's challenge. Everyone, be cautious. Open the door already." "It stinks," Ron urged. Neville and Hermione nodded in agreement, and feeling their support, Harry's heart warmed once more. He dispelled his hesitation and opened the door. Upon their entrance, the foul odor vanished instantly, replaced by an unsettling chill. It felt as though they had stepped into a dungeon, the room saturated with an oppressive sense of danger. The four of them heard a faint rustling sound, akin to scales scraping against the floor. Surely, a terrifying beast lurked within. Harry hesitated, surveying the dark and foreboding chamber. Yet he raised his wand. Lumos. To his surprise, the damp, cavern-like room was entirely empty. There, Neville pointed towards a colossal shadowy serpent, approximately 20 meters in length, coiled around a pillar, eliciting gasps from those present. Instantly, several individuals drew their wands, their expressions taut with anxiety as they beheld the fearsome creature. "Do not act impulsively." Hermione glanced at the monstrous beast, recalling how Harry had once halted a snake's advance during a confrontation with Black by speaking to it. She hastily urged, "Harry, do you remember the last time? Your Parseltongue." Harry, too, reminisced about that moment, though a flicker of uncertainty crossed his face. But Hermione, it's so large. "I'll give it a try." He stepped forward, gazing intently at the serpent's head, envisioning himself as a snake and calling out, "Step aside." The serpent, flicking its forked tongue, opened its eyes and regarded Harry with icy disdain. "Get lost, annoying little brat. It's truly infuriating that my master forbids me from devouring you." As it spoke, the immense creature began to writhe, its scales scraping against the stone pillars, causing fragments to tumble down, the entire hall vibrating slightly. The sight sent shivers through the group, their faces paling. This creature was far more terrifying than the three-headed dog. However, the serpent seemed uninterested in them, slithering to a shadowy corner to coil up. "Harry, how is it?" Hermione whispered. "It should be fine," Harry replied, glancing towards the serpent's hidden corner and wiping the sweat from his brow. "Its master must be Mr. Doyle, who has instructed it not to harm us." "That's good. Let us move on, Ron," Neville encouraged, patting a visibly anxious Ron. Thus, the group cautiously traversed the room occupied by the serpent, relieved to have escaped unscathed. In the subsequent chamber, the four gathered around a table, deep in contemplation over a potion laid out before them, while the serpent, still coiled in the shadows, opened its jaws wide. A figure emerged, Pollux, who had just escaped from the serpent's maw. An hour prior to Pollus's arrival at Hogwarts to seek out Harry, he had returned to the quaint town of Cotswold. He knocked on the door of the Brown residence, and when John opened it, he was taken aback by Pollus's unexpected presence. After a prolonged silence, John lowered his wand and gestured for his visitor to enter. Once inside, Pollux wasted no time, directly inquiring, "John, I presume Albus has informed you of everything, including the prophecy and James's identity. I know he contacted you on Halloween night through Hogwarts' owl." John's body trembled imperceptibly as he turned to take a seat, inviting Pollux to join him for a drink and calmly stating, "You must be aware of Jenkins's true identity, right? I trust you are not that foolish." Pollux settled himself, raising his wine glass as he gazed intently at his companion. "What I speak of is not the identity of his father, for we both know that only you are worthy of that title. I refer instead to his true identity." Removing his mask, Pollux downed his drink in one swift motion and continued, "The one foretold in the prophecy, the child of the Dark Lord. I presume Albus has already conveyed this to you." John scrutinized Pollus's face, a trace of anger entering his tone. "Mr. Blake, what exactly are you trying to say?" "I am unaware of any such matters. If you have come to discuss this, I must ask you to leave." "Do not be agitated, John. I am familiar with that prophecy, and I possess details far more intricate than those Albus shared with you. This wine is rather exquisite," Pollux remarked as he poured himself another glass. "I am not Albus," I do not wish to manipulate Jenkins, nor do I intend to exploit your affections for that mother and child. Once again draining his glass, Pollux set it down and looked earnestly at John. Otherwise, I would not have allowed you to depart back then. John, I recognize your determination and understand the motivations behind your actions. I hold you in high regard. We are kindred spirits, are we not? When did you become so eloquent? John retorted, though the ire had dissipated from his voice. Now, speak plainly. What is your true intent? I require your assistance, John Brown. Can I place my trust in you? As Pollux poured the wine, he gazed earnestly at John and said, I am not Headmaster Dumbledore. I believe you should comprehend the essence of what I mean. Raising his glass, Pollux quietly awaited John's toast. What could I, a mere failure, possibly do for you? And what would you be willing to do for me? John, with a self-deprecating remark, appeared utterly dejected as he glanced at Pollux and then at his own glass. Remaining motionless. Having mingled with Eugenia for many years, John was acutely aware of the sordid dealings that transpired. In his moment of desperation, he had not sought out Dumbledore, but instead turned to Pollux. It was his understanding that Pollux was far more deserving of trust. At least he was indifferent to power and unconcerned with the fates of others. Though his hands were stained with blood, Pollux would not deceive. The King of Pain would kill you, but would not exploit you. John was fully aware of how many lives Headmaster Dumbledore had sacrificed for the sake of peace, or what measures he might take in pursuit of that peace. With these thoughts in mind, John lifted his glass and looked at Pollux, asking, Speak. For I am willing to grant your request. Pollux, I believe you understand me. I require your life. Pollux took a moment, closing his eyes to attune his senses, before producing a mask identical to his own and placing it upon the table. He continued, I assure you, Jenkins shall emerge as a true hero, the vanquisher of the Dark Lord. He will ascend to greatness, embodying both Eugenia and your child's legacy. I require nothing from you but the relinquishment of your own name. Become another John Doe, or perhaps Pollux Blake. It is settled. Pollux, I have faith in you. John hesitated briefly, yet resolutely clinked his glass with Pollux's, and they downed their drinks in unison. After the betrayal he experienced in the barn, he felt as though he had already died. It was Eugenia who had bestowed upon him the will to live, and it was Jenkins who offered him renewed hope, all of which was indeed granted by Pollux. It was Pollux who had preserved his life and sent Jenkins away, regardless of the motivations behind these actions. He had undeniably given John a decade of serene happiness. Thus, no matter what Pollux intended to do, as long as it did not harm that mother and child, John cared not. The John belonging to Gryffindor had long since perished. 10 years of companionship had been sufficient for John in his lifetime. To be alongside Eugenia and witness Jenkins grow up, he harbored no regrets. With this thought, he set down his glass and, filled with gratitude, said, Thank you for sparing me back then and allowing our family to depart, granting me over a decade of tranquil life. Do you understand, Pollux? I have always felt indebted to you. With that, John tucked away the other mask from the table. You are indeed a remarkable father. Pollux extracted a shadow snake and handed it to John. I will be in touch with you. In the meantime, you may seek out Rodolphus. He will assist you in concealing Eugenia. With that, Pollux departed from the scene, armed with a breakthrough in legendary methods. He was no longer concerned about a potential fallout with Abathus. His visit to John was merely a precautionary measure. Surpassing legend was far from a simple endeavor. Even if the deities of mythology were indeed real, they had not made an appearance for nearly 2 millennia. The methods existed, yet no sorcerer had ever succeeded throughout the ages. Not even the most illustrious wizards of their time, including the legendary Merlin or the 4 founders of Hogwarts, had achieved success. Thus, regardless of his self-assuredness, Pollux felt compelled to secure a safety net. He could perish, but Pollux Black must remain in this world. That name could not truly fade into oblivion. It was a legacy for his family, as well as a means to entirely dispel Rodolphus's anxieties. Although the earlier Pollux had not contemplated these matters deeply, the Pollux who had led hundreds of fervent followers understood all too well the extent to which a believer could go. John Brown was such a madman, and his devotion was to Eugenia, a madman capable of bearing his magic, disguised as his own reflection, with Rodolphus' intellect, Abathus' knowledge, and John as a proxy. The pieces were falling into place. At long last, Pollux has earned the privilege to engage in a match against Albus. His initial move is to incite the Dark Lord into a frenzy once more, unencumbered by familial concerns. Pollux will no longer resort to verbal threats as he once did with Albus. A gentleman acts with his hands rather than his tongue. Albus is not Voldemort. Pollux is convinced that if he forces the entirety of the British wizarding world into Albus's mouth, Albus will undoubtedly comply. The resurrection of Rita is no longer a distant prospect. Sally will certainly not perish. Even Ruber, Jenkins, Severus, they shall not, cannot. A scholar is indeed a scholar. At 12, if not for her disheveled, fluffy hair and two prominent front teeth reminiscent of a rabbit, Hermione would undoubtedly be a popular girl. While Harry and his companions remained in a state of bewilderment, she set aside the parchment left by Snape, quickly comprehending its cryptic significance. With her arms crossed and chin resting thoughtfully in her hands, she circled the table, swiftly eliminating one erroneous answer after another, and then, seizing a vial of potion, proclaimed, "I believe this is the potion that will allow us to traverse the flames. It will aid us in securing the Philosopher's Stone." "Is this all? For the four of us?" Ron scoffed at the vial, internally lamenting Snape's stinginess. Neville glanced at the small bottle, eager to snatch it, recognizing it contained scarcely enough for one person. "Harry, you." Yet Harry, quicker than Neville, seized the potion, addressing his companions. "Everyone, allow me to handle this." He pointed to the scar upon his forehead. "Neville, I have defeated Voldemort once. I can surely do so again." Acknowledging Harry's resolve, Neville relinquished his desire to seize the potion. Hermione, trembling slightly, asserted, "Harry is correct. I believe we should inform the professors." "Neville, that purple potion can take you back." "Back?" Neville, grasping Harry's arm, displayed a hint of confusion. "Hermione is right. The professors will surely believe us now. After all, things have escalated to this point." Harry earnestly urged Neville, "You must swiftly summon the professors. I can only do my utmost to delay Snape." "Understood." Neville nodded, grasping the potion that would facilitate his return. Observing Neville and Harry, Ron expressed his concern. "Hermione, you're not mistaken, are you?" "Impossible." Hermione playfully tapped Ron's head. Without a moment's hesitation, Neville drank the potion and retraced his steps, oblivious to Pollux hovering above him. "Ron, take good care of Hermione." "Very well, Harry." Ron glanced at Hermione, pondering whether it was not Hermione who had been caring for him. After Neville departed for a brief moment, Harry too consumed the potion, summoning his courage to step into the black flames, arriving at the final chamber. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a figure, their face awash with astonishment. For the individual before him was neither Voldemort nor Snape. It was Professor Quirrell. Harry gasped at the sight of the figure adorned with a purple turban, standing before the mirror of Amidst. "It is you, Harry." Quirrell chuckled, turning his body with newfound confidence, his speech no longer stammering as it usually was. "I have been awaiting your arrival, my dear savior. Where is Snape? Call him forth, quickly. Cease your shouting. That pitiful wretch would never come here. He has always sought to protect you, while you and your friends have drawn all attention towards him." The smile on Quirrell's face grew increasingly exaggerated, tinged with a hint of malice. "I must thank you, Harry." "What? How could this be? Snape?" Anger surged within Harry as he regarded Quirrell, gripping his wand tightly. Yet, he swiftly regained his composure, beginning to pose an array of questions to Quirrell in an attempt to buy time. Unlike his father, Harry, having been tempered by life as trials, possessed self-awareness at the tender age of 11. He recognized that he could never match Quirrell, especially considering there might be more than one adversary present. He shifted the conversation to a multitude of other topics, such as trolls and unicorn blood. When the subject of unicorn blood arose, a flicker of terror crossed Quirrell's face, quickly replaced by fury. "It's all that wretched fool's fault for leaving. Otherwise, I would not have ventured into the Forbidden Forest. But alas, without that, I would never have had the chance to be here. Come, Harry, lend me your eyes." Quirrell drew his wand, pointing it at Harry, making a gesture towards the mirror. "Perhaps you might have a means to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone from this mirror? Dream on." As soon as Harry uttered those words, he was abruptly ensnared by ropes that appeared from thin air, swiftly lifting him and bringing him before the mirror of Amidst. Just as Quirrell intended to seize the Philosopher's Stone through him, Pollux stood at the entrance, engaging in a brief exchange with Rodolphus. Both decided to refrain from revealing their identities prematurely, for the later Albus learned the truth, the more the situation could slip from his grasp. Rodolphus ardently insisted that Pollux continue to maintain his disguise, for it is the concealed dagger that proves most lethal. His presence here was solely to inform Voldemort of the prophecy and Jenkins' identity, adhering to their previously devised plan. The Dark Lord, indeed, was the most potent leverage and weapon he could employ to coerce Albus moving forward. Pollux transformed both his physique and appearance, lowering his hood as he passed through the door, amidst the flames conjured by Severus. Within the chamber, Ron and Hermione, engaged in sharing bread and chicken legs, immediately noticed the figure engulfed in fire and gasped in astonishment. Merlin's beard, Hermione? Am I seeing a ghost? Ron exclaimed. Damn it, be careful. This person must be another Death Eater. Before the duo could react, Pollux, with his fiery form, raised a hand, causing them to lose consciousness. Just as he was about to step through the flames once more, a voice interrupted. Caw, Lord Black. It has been a while. The Master does not wish for your intrusion. Leif emerged from Ron's pocket, transforming back into human form, directing his wand at the shedding Pollux. Little Barty Crouch? Pollux expressed a hint of confusion, but swiftly retorted. Do you believe you can achieve this? Lord Black, how could I ever dare to obstruct you? Little Barty's face twisted into a sinister grin. However, if you intend to kill me, surely you will leave some trace, and should Albus find out. He let the sentence hang, pointing his wand at Ron and Hermione. And besides, I have 3 individuals, do I not? Disposing of our corpses is no trivial matter. Pollux halted his steps, acknowledging the truth in the other's words. He could not yet reveal his identity. He needed to ascertain Voldemort's stance before determining his next course of action, his voice chilling as he addressed young Barty. Do not attempt to threaten me. I am here to assist your master. Transform back into your toad. No, Master Black, the master has given no such command. Young Barty's wand ignited, prepared to awaken Ron and Hermione as his shields. Pollux, do not. Rodolphus hastily intervened, restraining the furious Pollux. This fellow is quite the surprise. What do you mean? Pollux inquired, lowering his hand in confusion. Convey the truth to Voldemort. There is no need for you to deliver it personally. This individual can adeptly aid you in concealing the forthcoming events. Sensing Pollux's silence, Rodolphus patted his head and continued his explanation. After all, we must assist Voldemort in acquiring the Philosopher's Stone. Do you believe Albus would not investigate? Understood. The anger within Pollux gradually subsided as he stood there, speaking coldly. Very well, I shall await him here, and I hope you can safely depart with the magic stone soon. What do you mean, Blake? The master shall not fail. Pollux closed his eyes, disregarding the other party. After a moment, he extended his tongue to taste the air and remarked, Voldemort has already met his demise, and the professors of Hogwarts are soon to arrive. A plume of black smoke surged forth from another room in response to Pollus's words. As Paul rushed into the flames, he caught sight of the unconscious Harry and swiftly retrieved the Philosopher's Stone from his pocket under the astonished gaze of Bartemius Crouch Jr. He immediately returned to the previous chamber, tossing the stone and a piece of parchment to his companion, exclaiming, Begone! Seek your master. With that, Paul erased all traces of his presence and disapparated from the scene. Bartemius, staring at the Philosopher's Stone and the parchment in his hands, exhibited a flicker of madness amidst his confusion. He was perplexed by the rationale behind Paul's actions, yet the stone was undeniably authentic. Casting a glance at Ron and Hermione, he noticed a charred piece of a shadow serpent scale concealed among Hermione's hair. He withdrew a vial of potion and consumed its contents. Safely traversing the flames through which he had come, he transformed back into Leaf, eluding the approaching professors and gradually making his escape from Hogwarts. Meanwhile, Harry and his companions were escorted to the infirmary by the professors. After completing the transfer paperwork for Jenkins, Albus returned to the school and discovered the missing Philosopher's Stone. Observing the 3 slumbering individuals, he fell into deep contemplation. What had gone awry in the sequence of events? His expression grew increasingly grave. Upon leaving the infirmary, Albus made his way directly to Severus's office. As soon as he entered, Severus inquired, Dumbledore, how is Harry? They are unharmed. The enchantment left by Lily continues to protect him. Albus fixed his gaze upon Severus, striving to discern the depths of his thoughts. The Philosopher's Stone is missing, Severus. I wish to know what you are aware of. Upon hearing that the stone had vanished, Severus's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. After a moment of silence, he replied, He does not trust me, nor did he involve me in the theft of the Philosopher's Stone. He merely tasked me with gathering the prophecy from you. However, I can assure you, there are more Death Eaters within the school. The stone must have been taken by one of the hidden Death Eaters. At this juncture, Severus paused before continuing, I do not know how you convinced Paul, but I do not trust him. Albus took a seat, pondering for a moment before responding, Do not fret over Paul. Too many have perished at Voldemort's hands, and he will not spare anyone. Furthermore, we need not be overly concerned about his character. Let us discuss another Death Eater. There must be one lurking within the school, shadowing Harry and the others. Severus gestured to his still recovering leg, saying, On Halloween, when I ventured to the fourth-floor chamber, I was bitten by the three-headed dog, yet he seemed unperturbed. Quirrell and he could not possibly have known the location of the Philosopher's Stone or what lay within the fourth floor. Albus gently tapped his fingers upon the table before him, as if a thought had crossed his mind. Images of the fat lady, the staircase leading to the fourth floor, and Madame Loris, all under his control and surveillance, surfaced vividly in his mind. He endeavored to recall every intricate detail and turned to Severus, saying, "It may already be too late. You must contact Voldemort once more. I need to ascertain that he has obtained the Philosopher's Stone." With that, Albus rose to his feet, intent on verifying a crucial matter. Before departing, he added, "If he has secured the Philosopher's Stone, relay the remainder of the prophecy to him. But be careful not to disclose the final lines. James's identity must remain confidential. This concerns Harry." "Wait," Severus interjected, tossing a few vials of potions to Dumbledore. "These can aid Harry and his companions." Albus offered no further words, proceeding directly to the infirmary to feel for Ron's pocket before hastening to the Gryffindor common room. Within a quarter of an hour, he had confirmed the identity of the Death Eater, Ralph. A flicker of surprise and anger crossed his eternally wise visage, though it quickly vanished. Voldemort's maneuver had completely disrupted his plans. Yet, everything remained within his grasp. Voldemort would inevitably return. It was merely a matter of time. And the key to his resurrection was not solely the Philosopher's Stone, of which Albus was acutely aware of its true significance. As long as the prophecy's two children remain unscathed, the situation remains under control, with a half-dead Dark Lord unable to stir any significant turmoil. With this thought in mind, Albus departed from the common room. "Madame Pomfrey, how is Harry faring?" Bobby Pomfrey hastily exclaimed upon witnessing Dumbledore's return. "Oh, Headmaster Dumbledore, you cannot enter again. The patient requires rest. Severus's potion has proven effective, and he is now stable, but Potter's injuries are far from trivial." With that, she gestured towards another ward where two little ones had already awakened, and Longbottom was present. "Headmaster Dumbledore, you may visit them at your leisure, provided you maintain a quiet demeanor." "That will not be necessary, Madame Pomfrey. I trust you will inform me the moment Harry regains consciousness." "Certainly, Headmaster. Are you certain you do not wish to see those two little ones? I suspect they may not be particularly keen on my presence, given the ordeal they have just endured." Albus smiled politely, declining her kind offer as he departed from the infirmary. "Goodbye, Madame Pomfrey. Goodbye." Several hours passed, and as dawn broke the following morning, the sky began to lighten ever so slightly. Pollux departed from Malfoy Manor and made his way to the ancestral home of the Gaunt family. It was a dilapidated structure, seemingly abandoned for ages, overgrown with weeds, bearing no resemblance to the Gaunts. Yet, this crumbling edifice was the last vestige of this direct bloodline of Slytherin. Gazing at the derelict house, Pollux could not help but reflect on the unfortunate fate of Salazar's descendants. Approaching the entrance, he observed the serpent nailed to the door, raising his hand. He incinerated the entire door with a flick of his wand, for he had little appreciation for such morbid humor, particularly when directed at serpents. "Ah, Barty, do not be anxious. Pollux is someone I summoned," a sinister voice echoed from within the shadowy interior. "Why are you not hastening to welcome Lord Black?" "At your command, my master," came Barty's voice, but before he could act, a curse rendered him into a twisted form. Pollux, having already spared his life by allowing him to escape Hogwarts, had shown mercy. Possessing the body of a Muggle, Voldemort, upon realizing Barty was still alive, gazed at Pollux through the lifeless eyes of the Muggle and remarked, "I did not expect you to assist me. This is not the Pollux I know. Speak. What is it that you require of me, or how do you intend to confront Albus?" Voldemort glanced down at the unconscious Barty on the ground and slowly continued. "Tell me the complete prophecy. What is its purpose? Reviving Rita only requires the Philosopher's Stone. You need not divulge the final lines of the prophecy." His skeletal frame forced a labored chuckle. "Or do you take me for a fool? The prophecy is real. Look at our current predicament. Tom Riddle." Paul removed his mask, revealing a countenance more sinister than that of the Dark Lord himself, and mockingly proclaimed, "Surely, you are familiar with Jenkins Brown, aren't you, Eugenia?" He donned his mask once more, unwilling to engage in further conversation, for he feared he might succumb to the urge to slay his interlocutor. Turning away, he drew his wand and uttered, "I promised John that I would care for that child. Riddle, though we are still alive, do you truly believe we remain human?" Upon receiving no response, Paul left one final taunt before vanishing. "Consider your own parents, you pitiful wretch born of the elixir of infatuation." Voldemort silently observed the departing Paul. Devoid of anger, upon witnessing Paul's visage, he fell into a contemplative silence. Though Paul's face was terrifying and grotesque, akin to a demon from the depths of hell, Voldemort felt that Paul, in his essence, resembled a human being far more than he did a living soul. He gazed at his reflection in the Philosopher's Stone, rose, and slowly approached the dilapidated hearth, retrieving a locket. The Salazar Slytherin locket, one of his Horcruxes. Acquired for a mere 10 galleons, a relic of the Hogwarts founders, a family heirloom of the Gaunt lineage. How ironic it was that a treasure could demand the lives of some, yet cost only 10 galleons. This some bestowed upon me this life. You pitiable creature born of the elixir of infatuation. Paul, you were indeed correct. Huh. With one hand clutching the Philosopher's Stone and the other grasping the locket, Voldemort unleashed a maniacal, sorrowful, and wrathful laughter. As his laughter reverberated, both the stone and the locket gradually disintegrated into dust. The cold body of the Muggle he had possessed began to regain vitality, shrinking gradually as he laughed, ultimately transforming into that of an 8-year-old child, emaciated, devoid of skin, with dark red flesh exposed and a pair of terrifying eyes. Drawing upon the souls within the stone and the locket, the Dark Lord once again reclaimed his corporeal form, reverting to the appearance he bore on the day his powers first awakened. Master, you have returned. The delirious baddie, awakening from his stupor, gazed at Voldemort with fervor, struggling to rise and kneeling before him. This is not a complete resurrection, baddie. Go and convey a message to your father. That scoundrel. A flicker of conflict crossed Baddie's frenzied face, but was soon replaced with determination. As you command. Excellent, Voldemort nodded, using his magic to restore the locket that had turned to dust. Inform him that the Dark Lord has returned. He must reclaim what is rightfully his from the Ministry of Magic and bring him to me. I trust your father will not refuse. For only the dead would dare defy the commands of the Dark Lord. Understood. Baddie's visage contorted further, brimming with exhilaration. With a flick of his wand, he departed from the scene. In the distance, atop a grand tree, Pollux gazed at the dilapidated cottage. Pollux, do you believe Voldemort possesses any semblance of emotion? The voice of Rodolphus echoed within his mind. I have encountered far too many madmen, brother-in-law. Have we failed? No, we have succeeded. Even madmen are human, including Voldemort and his mother. You astonish me. Rodolphus was genuinely surprised that Pollux could persuade Voldemort. I never anticipated you would manage to convince him. Once you have witnessed enough lunacy, you come to understand. Somehow, Pollux found himself reminiscing about Sally. Before departing, he cast one last meaningful glance at the cottage and shook his head. May Voldemort's paternal love provide some strength. At the very least, it should instill in him the courage to confront Dumbledore. Hogwarts. As soon as Pollux returned to school, he was summoned to the principal's office. Upon entering, Albus did not even glance up and stated, Pollux, the Christmas holiday has concluded, and you shall resume your position as the Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor. Pollux directly rejected the other party's proposal. The Forest Warden is quite commendable. However, I do not believe I am suited to be a teacher. The Warden has other candidates. And with Voldemort having taken the Philosopher's Stone, it is likely that he will soon make his move. Albus raised his head to look at Pollux, contemplating before inquiring. Is Sally all right? I have disclosed everything to her. Albus, you have overstepped your bounds, Pollux replied, displaying a hint of anger. I am indifferent to you two brothers. I have promised to protect Severus. Albus finally set aside his work, stating, that was Snape's own choice. His own choice? Do you truly consider me a fool? Pollux gazed coldly at Albus and said, you should visit Aberforth and see your sister, Headmaster Dumbledore. Sally Ann is not the Potter's. Think it through. This time, he has a choice. I will help him make it. That was his choice for Harry, Pollux. Everyone has the right to choose. Albus spoke earnestly. You cannot make that decision for them. Doing so will. To hell with you. I am not in the mood to quarrel today. Pollux turned to leave. Pollux, you cannot seek out Snape. Albus urgently called after him. Severus is crucial in dealing with Voldemort. You mustn't. That is your concern, not mine. Do not attempt to lecture me with your usual rhetoric. With a pointed finger, Pollux addressed Albus, exclaiming, 15 years ago, when the members of the Black family perished, one by one, before my very eyes at Hogwarts, I ceased to place my trust in anyone. I believed only in power. At this juncture, he abruptly tore off his mask and cast it aside towards Albus, coldly asserting, merely agreeing to act alongside Voldemort suffices. Dumbledore, do not attempt to play these games with me. You are unworthy of compelling me to make a choice. Enough. Enough, Pollux. Albus retorted, hurling the mask back. I shall ensure that Aberforth takes her away, and I will not involve Sally in this matter. Snape is the one I dispatched to seek Voldemort. I will protect him. I assure you. Put on the mask. Return to Hogwarts Castle and fulfill your duties as a teacher. I will place my trust in you one last time, Albus Dumbledore. Pollux hesitated momentarily, refraining from pressing the matter further. He could already discern a hint of madness in Albus's furious gaze as he donned his mask and departed from the headmaster's office. It was not yet time to sever ties with his counterpart. Both Pollux and Albus shared this sentiment. After Pollux departed, Albus withdrew the Elder Wand, offering a wry smile. A decade of effort dissipated in a single day. He had failed to alter the other's nature. Pollux remained steadfastly indifferent to the plight of others, perpetually refusing to abide by any rules. The more connections one forged, the more it seemed to drive the other into madness. Ultimately, would they still be compelled to reach that juncture? After posing this question to himself, Albus vanished from the headmaster's office. As it appeared, he had already arrived at his conclusion. Black and white, after all, were two divergent paths that would never intersect. Albus ultimately relinquished the hope of changing Pollux. Outside the headmaster's office, in the corridor of the 8th floor, Pollux felt the binding magic and contract of Hogwarts. Acutely aware that he had truly been confined by Albus this time. Yet, what did it matter? All he needed next was Voldemort, perhaps in their next encounter with Albus. He would finally attain his freedom. With this thought, for the first time in a decade, Pollux walked down the corridor with a light heart. Although joy seemed perpetually out of his reach, as he encountered Neville, Hermione, and Ron, a sense of vigilance washed over him. It was not due to the fear of being recognized. The first-year wizards would be utterly incapable of seeing through his transfiguration, a skill that even many Aurors lacked. Rather, he noticed that Hermione carried a scent reminiscent of his own, the odor of the shadow snake, which had an oddly muddled quality. This scent instantly conjured the scene of seizing the Philosopher's Stone, and young Barty's image flickered in his mind. After all, that had only been last night. As the four crossed paths, Hermione politely greeted him. "Hello, Mr. Doy." To the surprise of the trio, the usually cold and taciturn Mr. Doy replied, "I heard about your exploits from Hagrid. You were very brave at such close proximity." Pollux discerned through the link that the scent emanated from Hermione's head. A scale, he noted, and glancing at her tousled hair, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, he soon recalled that witches are often fond of bathing rather than simply refreshing themselves. And given Hermione's clever mind, he could be certain she would soon discover everything and relay it to Albus thereafter. His anxiety resurfaced, although his strength surpassed Albus's. It was not by a vast margin. Otherwise, he would not have to proceed with such stealth. It was imperative that they remained unaware of his clandestine meeting with Voldemort. Casting a glance at the trio, Pollux quickly communicated with Rodolphus, saying, "Miss Granger, Quirrell has perished, and I shall be the new defense against the dark arts teacher. I have heard of your excellent performance. Once you finish with Albus, I hope you can assist me in understanding your curriculum. You may find me in Quirrell's former office." "I would be delighted to help you, Professor Doy," Hermione replied with a hint of excitement. "See you soon, Miss Granger." Pollux nodded and departed. Once Pollux had distanced himself, Ron turned to Hermione and said, "Are you truly going to help that guy? I think he is even more sinister than Snape." Hermione shot Ron a disapproving glance and replied, "Do you not know that Mr. Doy has been a professor for nearly a decade? If it weren't for Quirrell, I doubt he would have assumed the role of keeper of keys and grounds. Moreover, have you forgotten he specifically instructed that his giant serpent must not harm the young wizards? Ron, he may not be as malevolent as you believe." "Well, I think Hermione is right. Without Mr. Doy, I shudder to think how much trouble your two brothers would have caused." Neville concurred. Ron awkwardly chuckled, scratching the bump on his head, and remarked, "I don't know why, but I just don't like him. Hermione, I think you should be cautious. It's fine, Mr. Doy is a friend of Hagrid's." Hermione disregarded Ron's suspicions and continued, "Let us not forget that we are here to find Dumbledore, to inform him about another Death Eater and the matter concerning Snape." With that, the three youngsters arrived at the empty entrance to the headmaster's office, knocking at the door for quite some time, only to discover that Albus was not present. Hermione, filled with a sense of excitement and anticipation, bid farewell to the somewhat dejected duo. In the office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, the room was permeated with an unpleasant odor left behind by Quirrell, further compounded by the unsettling aura of Pollux, which completely extinguished Hermione's desire to make a favorable impression on the new instructor. Interacting with Pollux, who appeared somewhat irate due to the stench, was particularly uncomfortable for her. Hermione regretted not postponing her visit by a few days. However, this was hardly her fault. For Pollux, seated opposite her, was distractedly listening to her account while being ensnared in his own tormenting thoughts. Thus, he remained oblivious to the unpleasant odor in the room and the essence of his own magic. The inner turmoil of Pollux was far from the tranquility he outwardly portrayed. He struggled immensely with the forgetting charm. In his current predicament, he could neither render Hermione unconscious nor seize the fragment directly. Perhaps, if all else failed, he could resort to intimidating the young girl. After much contemplation, Pollux sought the counsel of Rodolphus. Rodolphus nearly toppled from his seat. His ineptitude in articulating a response to his brother-in-law left him exasperated, and after offering a suggestion, he ceased communication with Pollux. Such is the situation, Professor Doy. At this moment, Hermione had finished her account. Although the sense of pressure from her adversary had diminished, she was reluctant to engage further with her new instructor. The stench in the room was unbearable. Once again, "Thank you, Miss Granger," Pollux remarked, exhibiting a rather black-like gesture as he placed a small pouch on the table. "This is a token of my gratitude. I dislike being indebted to others." "No, thank you." Hermione hastily declined. "I must take my leave now, Professor Doy. Please accept it, and I would also appreciate it if you could inform Hagrid upon your departure to bring my belongings, as I need to thoroughly clean this room." Pollux approached Hermione, bending down to hand her a pouch of galleons. "Thank you, Professor. I shall take my leave now," Hermione replied, somewhat embarrassed as she accepted the heavy bag. "There is something dirty in your hair." "Is there?" Hermione, turning to leave, absent-mindedly brushed the spot Pollux had indicated. Feeling her fingers touch something, the dim lighting of the room made it difficult to discern, so she carelessly tossed it into the nearby trash bin. "Thank you once more, Professor." She expressed her gratitude to Pollux before dashing out. Every phenomenon can be perceived from various perspectives, leading to differing interpretations. Even individuals observing the same event may arrive at distinct conclusions. Regarding the Philosopher's Stone incident, neither Albus nor Severus would suspect Pollux of any wrongdoing, as they were aware of the existence of animagi and also knew about Leaf from the very beginning. Rodolphus and Pollux, utilizing little Barty, capitalized on this understanding and thus had no doubts. However, they overlooked Hermione. This first-year witch, hailing from a Muggle family, still preferred to view things through a Muggle lens, complemented by her astute intellect. That evening, upon returning to her dormitory, Hermione lay in bed, reflecting on the previous day's events, sensing something amiss. The figure that had traversed the fire kept replaying in her mind. Amidst fragmented information, a name surfaced in her consciousness: John Doe. From never being attacked by the basilisk, to crossing the fire, and to today's discovery of what appeared to be something charred in her hair, alongside Quirrell's need for unicorn blood to sustain his life. Moreover, it was only after Doe's departure that Hagrid found out about the unicorn's death. All these elements concealed in the shadows awaited Hermione to piece them together, as she tossed and turned in bed until the late hours. Gradually, Hermione's mind began to clarify everything. If Professor Doe were indeed a Death Eater, then everything would make sense. A terrifying truth unfolded in her mind, intricately connecting all the dots. From the outset, he had sought to vacate the position of defense against the dark arts professor to create space for Quirrell, proceeding to become the keeper of keys and grounds solely to procure unicorn blood for Quirrell. The concealment of the unicorn's death had been facilitated by him. Thus, the individual who had engaged Hagrid in conversation in Hogsmeade must have been Mr. Doe. He had left Hogwarts at that time, as he shared a close relationship with Hagrid. Mr. Doe surely knew of Hagrid's loquacious nature and his fondness for dragons. Moreover, he had accompanied Hermione and her friends in the theft of the Philosopher's Stone yesterday. As the master of the basilisk, he would be immune to any attack. After Harry defeated Quirrell, he must have received directives from the mysterious figure. Once more, the image of that figure passing through the fire and waiting for her in the headmaster's office surfaced in her thoughts, including summoning oneself to the office. All was in pursuit of obliterating evidence. That charred object, undoubtedly, was left behind by Doe when incapacitating both himself and Ron. Hermione's heart surged once more with trepidation. Another Death Eater. Not Snape. It is John Doe. Or perhaps both of them. I must convey this to Dumbledore. Otherwise, Harry is in peril. With this thought, Hermione extricated herself from the warmth of her bed, glanced at the clock, hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately donned her wizarding robes, defying curfew as she ventured forth from the Gryffindor common room. Even if it meant expulsion from the school, she could not permit them to lurk within its walls once more. With a determined stride, Hermione hastened to the headmaster's office on the 8th floor, her expression grave. Alas, this astute young lady was destined for disappointment. For apart from pilfering the philosopher's stone, she had not deduced a single truth. For a person of intellect, an accurate conclusion necessitates a plethora of facts to substantiate it. Yet, in Dumbledore's eyes, her evidence was utterly flawed. All of Pollus's actions were executed right beneath his very eyes, many of which were personally directed by Albus himself. Hermione was destined to develop a certain intellectual distance from Professor Dumbledore due to this visit. For the ensuing dialogue not only solidified her suspicions, but also transformed Dumbledore's image into one of folly. In the headmaster's office, Albus emerged from his chamber adorned with a soft nightcap and a robe reminiscent of Hermione's, donning his spectacles as he opened the door. "Ah, Miss Granger," he uttered, employing a tone both gentle and at odds with the sternness of his words. "Although it is currently a holiday, one cannot so blatantly disregard curfews, particularly by disturbing an old man such as myself, and your headmaster at that." With a blush creeping across her cheeks, Hermione lowered her gaze. "I apologize, Professor Dumbledore. I have something of great importance to convey to you." "Of course, Miss Granger, do come in." Albus gestured for her to take a seat on the sofa. Once she had settled, he waved his hand to illuminate the fireplace and chandelier while simultaneously boiling a kettle of water. "We all know you are a clever and rule-abiding child. Pray tell, what is the matter? Oh, by the way, would you prefer coffee or tea?" "No, thank you, Professor Dumbledore," Hermione replied softly. "I believe you have much to say, do you not?" After a moment's hesitation, she nodded. "Then coffee, please. Thank you, Professor." Enchanted by magic, Albus swiftly brought a pot of coffee and sat opposite Hermione. The young lady then articulated her deductions. Listening patiently and quietly, Albus appreciated her wisdom, particularly as she was a close friend of Harry's. He nodded thoughtfully. "I am quite astonished by your deductions, Miss Granger. However, you do not fully comprehend the past of Doy and Snape, do you? They would never engage in the actions you described." Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Hermione's eyes widened in disbelief. "Professor Dumbledore, Snape was once a Death Eater, and Mr. Doy is a formidable dark wizard. He just summoned me to his office." Before she could finish, Albus interjected. "Snape has reformed, and Mr. Doy's intent was merely to assess your academic progress. Given all that you endured yesterday, I can understand your thoughts." "No, Professor Dumbledore, you have been deceived. Consider the unicorn and the mysterious individual conversing with Hagrid," Hermione exclaimed, her voice tinged with urgency. "I maintain that you are unaware of their past, Miss Granger, and I cannot divulge such matters. It is their privacy." Albus took a deep breath and continued. "Both are individuals worthy of trust, and there are indeed many good people among dark wizards, are there not? Snape and Doy merely chose a misguided path. Did they not? You are a remarkably intelligent girl, and I am certain you will comprehend everything." Subsequently, Albus confiscated Hermione's coffee, poured her a glass of clear water, and presented some snacks, saying, "Hogwarts and I shall safeguard every young wizard's safety, and we have Harry with us, do we not?" His face radiated a benevolent smile as he gestured towards the snacks. "Would you care for some? Do not hesitate. At your age, I was often quite hungry." However, Hermione, grasping the cup of water, found herself momentarily at a loss for words. She had faith in Professor Dumbledore, yet she sensed that he must have been deceived. Still, upon reflection, she realized she possessed no evidence to substantiate her doubts. "I understand, but..." Albus observed Hermione's troubled expression and clarified. "We have already identified the Death Eaters hidden within the school, and I believe you shall soon learn their identities. I assure you, neither Snape nor Mr. Doy is a cause for concern. Miss Granger, I believe it is time for you to rest. Would you like me to escort you back?" "No, thank you, Professor Dumbledore. I apologize for interrupting your rest." Hermione shook her head and left the office, somewhat disheartened. Adults seldom believe a child, do they? Yet unbeknownst to her, even with the right conclusion, Albus would not be inclined to believe her, nor could he elucidate the matter to her. This misunderstanding altered the fated bond between two individuals who should have trusted one another. Hermione, accompanied by Neville, Ron, and the recently awakened Harry, recounted everything, which weighed heavily on Harry's heart upon his emergence from the infirmary. In contrast to Dumbledore, Harry was more inclined to trust Hermione's deductions. Having endured so much together, the four had forged an unbreakable trust, a trust that could entrust their very lives to one another. With a few days remaining in the Christmas holiday, they all joined Hermione in her investigation. Harry also shared some of Snape's past with Hermione, recounting how Dumbledore had informed him of the enmity between Snape and his father. Despite the latter having once saved Snape's life, Snape had since been striving to repay that debt. While all the professors were somewhat aware of Snape's history, none had spoken openly of it. Nonetheless, the overall impression aligned closely with what Dumbledore had conveyed. Thus, the four temporarily accepted that the loathsome Snape might indeed be a good person. However, Harry soon recalled a crucial piece of information. When Mr. Doe had brought him to Hogwarts, he had met with Quirrell privately, even deliberately dismissing Harry. This revelation immediately confirmed for the four that Mr. Doe was indeed a loyal servant of the Dark Lord. The focus of the investigation naturally shifted to Mr. Doe. In contrast to the well-documented Severus Snape, the enigmatic John Doe, who had seemingly appeared out of thin air a decade ago, became increasingly peculiar. For the entirety of the school, aside from Dumbledore, no one possessed any knowledge regarding this individual's origins. The name John Doe itself translates to nameless in English. Apart from serving as a teacher at Hogwarts for nearly 10 years, observations revealed that even the irksome Professor Snape held a strong aversion towards the mysterious Mr. Doe. They had failed to acquire any information pertaining to this reclusive and enigmatic figure. Throughout the holiday, Harry, Neville, and Ron scoured the entire school, while Hermione diligently combed through the history of modern magic, Hogwarts history, and the hefty volumes of the Daily Prophet. The quartet ultimately unearthed no further tidbits regarding Doe. Thus, upon the conclusion of the Christmas holiday, they approached their first defense against the dark arts class of the new year with a sense of trepidation. After a hiatus of over 6 months, Professor Pollux re-emerged in that familiar classroom. Without taking attendance, he silently approached the front of the class. "Everyone, I trust you are all somewhat familiar with me. Please line up and take out your wands, one by one." Observing the classroom's increasing commotion, Pollux added, "Quiet down. I do not wish to hear any other sounds during class." The cold mask he wore appeared quite intimidating, and all the students were acutely aware of their stern new instructor. The classroom instantly transformed into a realm of order and silence. Soon, everyone lined up obediently. Harry's quartet dared not discuss their teacher any further. Although they harbored doubts about Dumbledore's assurances, the identity of a Death Eater remained merely a suspicion, until confirmation was secured. He remained their instructor. "Wesley, produce your wand," Pollux commanded, addressing the trembling Ron at the front of the line. He tossed a small box towards him and continued. "Inside is a boggart. Open it." Hermione hesitated for a moment, mustering her courage to raise her hand. "Professor Doe, shouldn't you first introduce us to the boggart?" Due to the assistance he had provided the previous day, Pollux's tone softened slightly. "This is the defense against the dark arts class, Miss Granger. If you wish to learn about it, that is Professor Hagrid's responsibility." At this point, Pollux's demeanor reverted to its frigid nature. "I am solely responsible for teaching you how to confront fear." "And what, pray tell, is fear?" Upon the utterance of Pollux, a mere gesture caused the chest before Ron to spring open. In the midst of gasps and fearful glances from the onlookers, another Professor Doe materialized within the classroom. Exuding an ominous black mist, his eyes glowing a menacing red, wielding an eerie wand fashioned from a spine, its tip adorned with a diminutive skull. Instantly, the classroom transformed into a frigid tomb with the apparition of Professor Doe. Observing the scene unfold, Pollux bore a hint of perplexity. He had encountered the boggart taking the form of one's deepest fears before, but to witness Ron, whom he had scarcely met, manifesting such trepidation towards him was unexpected. Unbeknownst to Pollux, who had been suspected by the quartet of being a Death Eater, he couldn't help but internally critique the situation. Was he truly that daunting? Just as the boggart, now resembling Pollux, lunged menacingly at the petrified Ron, Pollux raised his hand, unleashing a silent, piercing curse that instantly vanquished the creature. "Is this truly your greatest fear? A boggart that mimics my likeness? A creature so feeble that it can threaten you?" Pollux surveyed the pallid visage of Ron and the similarly shaken group of young wizards, continuing in a chilling tone, "You are wizards. When confronted with fear, you must swiftly draw your wands to conquer it, to obliterate it. Even fleeing is a justified response, rather than succumbing to fear. Paralyzed to the point of being unable to lift your wand." Upon the conclusion of Pollux's admonition, Hermione cautiously raised her hand. Observing a student daring to inquire after his discourse, Pollux hesitated momentarily before addressing her. "Miss Granger, do you have a question?" "Professor, I believe that defeating a boggart should not rely solely on spells, but rather on humorous thoughts," Hermione articulated. "Indeed," Pollux interjected. "That is indeed a method to confront a boggart. But remember, what you truly fear is not the boggart itself." Paul looked at Ron and said, "Mr. Weasley. And everyone else, do you truly believe that humor can contend with me? Or with the fears that reside within you?" "I apologize, Professor," Hermione whispered. "Mr. Weasley. Remember my words. Return to your seat." Paulus cast aside another box, disregarding the reddened faces of Ron and Hermione, and addressed Harry, who stood second in line. "Mr. Potter, open it." Harry involuntarily recalled the visage of Voldemort that haunted his mind. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to open the box. Paulus's earlier words illuminated much for him. Within the box lay merely a boggart. He understood that he would inevitably confront the dark wizard who had slain his parents, and perhaps even this suspected Death Eater, Professor Quirrell. However, as the box opened, Voldemort did not incite a significant panic. After the recent encounter with Professor Quirrell, the Dark Lord seemed less terrifying. This indicated that Harry's imagination, in comparison to Ron's, still lacked a certain depth. Expelliarmus, accompanied by the formidable disarming charm. Voldemort let out a few anguished cries before reverting to his original form and retreating into the box. Harry, feeling a wave of relief, resumed his seat with ease. Paulus remained composed, his expression obscured by the mask he wore as he tossed another box and called forth the name of the next young wizard. In the ensuing moments, aside from Harry's encounter with Voldemort, the boggart transformed into Professor Doy for every young wizard present, without exception, except for Parallax. To the astonishment of Paulus, this gentleman's boggart took the form of the deceased Draco, evoking memories of years gone by. However, amidst the incessant intimidation from the recurring Professor Doy, few took note of this detail. After assisting these young wizards in vanquishing 11 of their own fears, he returned to his post for the first lesson, concluding in the familiar, suffocating atmosphere. In the corridor after class, Ron whispered, "I think we need to be cautious in investigating Professor Doy." "What do you mean? Are you frightened by just a boggart?" Neville inquired. "Of course not. I was merely the first to encounter it, so I didn't react immediately," Ron replied, glancing around and lowering his voice further. "I just feel that the real Professor Doy is far more terrifying than that boggart. If we continue to investigate, I fear we may encounter danger." Ron spoke wisely, and Harry nodded in agreement, adding, "Neville, did you not notice that when he dispatched the boggart, he neither uttered a spell nor employed his wand? He effortlessly extinguished a life. If he truly is a Death Eater, it would be a grave matter." "My apologies, Ron. I thought you were scared," Neville said to Ron, who shot him an exasperated glance. "Everyone, I believe I have an idea." "Follow me," Hermione said, her expression grave as she halted. "I recall that the person who knocked us out back then also did so without spells or a wand." Ron nodded in recognition. "Indeed, I remember that too, but I fear this alone may not suffice. Some wizards can achieve this as well." "I am well aware," Hermione continued. "What I mean to say is that regardless of whether he is a Death Eater, he is undoubtedly a formidable wizard, stronger than both Snape and Professor McGonagall. How could such a powerful wizard remain unnoticed?" Hermione continued to elucidate. "This suggests that John Doy is an alias, and his mask must serve to conceal his identity." "Are you suggesting you've deduced who he is?" Harry asked urgently. "Well, I do harbor a rather unsettling suspicion." Hermione's countenance grew increasingly serious as she cast a glance at the three of them and the surroundings, speaking in an exceedingly low voice. "If he is indeed a Death Eater, then there was once a similarly powerful wizard among Voldemort's ranks. I believe, Neville and Ron, you may have heard his name before." "How is that possible?" Neville and Ron simultaneously gasped, but were immediately silenced by Hermione, who turned to a bewildered Harry and said, "Let's return to the common room. We will explain everything." Harry could not help but recall the Dark Lord. Could there be another entity whose name could not be spoken? With a hint of curiosity, he followed the three, who bore grim expressions, back to the Gryffindor common room. There, he encountered a name that was both familiar and foreign, the King of Pain, Pollux Black. After listening to their conversation, Harry was utterly astonished. "Isn't he already dead? I recall the newspapers claiming he was captured by the Ministry and publicly burned after the Dark Lord's defeat." "No, Harry, that was likely a ruse," Hermione explained. "The King of Pain is a wizard as malevolent and powerful as Voldemort, and he was even a formidable adversary during the first half of the Wizarding War." At this point, Hermione produced a notebook filled with her recent research. In front of her three companions, she began to flip through the pages, elucidating her findings. "Look here," she whispered, recounting the notable deeds of Paulus, all the way up to his capture by Dumbledore and the Ministry. "From this information, it is evident that he is not a wizard who can be easily slain. One might even say he possesses a form of immortality, akin to that of the Dark Lord. Closing the notebook, Hermione's expression turned grave as she continued. How could such a wizard be so easily burned to death? Professor Doy appeared at Hogwarts only after the war ended. I have a strong feeling he has been imprisoned by Dumbledore within the school. Hermione, you may be right. Ron chimed in. Several of my brothers have mentioned that Professor Doy rarely leaves Hogwarts, not even during holidays. Apart from Hagrid and Jenkins, he has no friends. And he frequently clashes with the headmaster. Are you suggesting he is a prisoner? How could Dumbledore confine such a madman within the school? Neville pondered aloud. I believe we must warn Dumbledore, Harry asserted. That would be futile, Harry, Hermione replied with resignation. I approached Dumbledore the first time I suspected something. I believe he is aware of everything. After all, he is the headmaster. How else could he have imprisoned someone here? How could Dumbledore do such a thing? The three of them displayed expressions of disbelief. That individual aided Voldemort. He must have stolen the Philosopher's Stone. I suspect the headmaster may not be fully aware of the situation. After all, we have been questioning Snape all along, haven't we? If we had not witnessed it with our own eyes, who would have known that all this stemmed from Quirrell's scheme? Hermione paused momentarily before continuing. It is highly probable that Professor Doy has deceived Dumbledore. Moreover, prior to the return of the Dark Lord, Professor Doy's behavior appeared entirely normal. To this day, we can only speculate. I believe it is all the doing of that fellow, Neville stated with some irritation. Must we once again rely on ourselves? Ron remarked, rubbing the bump on his head. Why do adults never believe us? No, Ron, I suspect the situation is far more complex than that, Harry interjected, uttering a statement that left the others astonished. I think Dumbledore may not possess a viable solution, or perhaps he has struck some sort of accord with that madman, which compelled him to confine Professor Doy here. Indeed, Harry is correct. I share your thoughts, Hermione nodded in agreement. In that case, this matter seems to be of little concern to us, Ron sighed in relief. No, Ron, that was before the Dark Lord's return. Now that he possesses the Philosopher's Stone, he will undoubtedly seek out his former most trusted servant. Harry's expression grew grave. We must thwart all of this. We cannot allow the Dark Lord's nefarious schemes to succeed. It would result in a catastrophic disaster. Hermione continued, precisely, if Doy truly is in league with him, after the Dark Lord aided his escape from Hogwarts. The entire wizarding world, no, the entirety of Britain, would be plunged into a dreadful calamity. After speaking, she turned to the trio. Consider the crimes he has committed. We must keep a vigilant watch over him. You are right, but what can we do? Neville inquired. Hermione pondered briefly. I believe we need to gather more information. Aside from the reticent Dumbledore, there exists only one individual who may hold the key to Doy's secrets. His sole friend at the school, Hagrid. The three instantly grasped the implication, exclaiming in unison, as the four began to devise a plan for the time ahead. They did not once contemplate a crucial question. Could they truly save the world with their limited abilities? Perhaps it was this very uncertainty that propelled them to align themselves with the Savior. Though beyond Pollux and Voldemort, no one was aware of their plight. Time was not on their side. The Wizarding War, essentially concluded due to the Dark Lord's retreat and Pollux's voluntary surrender, left many of the less notorious Death Eaters evading the scrutiny of the Ministry of Magic. Indeed, a considerable number continued to hold their original positions within the Ministry. It was a war that ended far too swiftly, concluding with negotiations between Pollux and Dumbledore. Even in comparison to the original narrative, Voldemort's remaining influence was significantly more formidable. By merely delivering a simple message from little Barty to his father, half of the Ministry of Magic swiftly returned to the grasp of the Dark Lord. After all, before the war's conclusion, it rightfully belonged to Voldemort. Upon gaining insight from Pollux, Voldemort no longer fixated on Harry. In fact, he was indifferent to Harry's existence. The prophesied child was no longer the boy who lived, but rather Voldemort's own progeny. In 1992, during Harry's latter half of the school year, an eerie tranquility enveloped everything. Voldemort and Dumbledore appeared to have ceased all activities, especially with the absence of Rita's Daily Prophet, the most renowned publication in the wizarding world, which had failed to report on the theft of the Philosopher's Stone. It merely provided a brief account of the bizarre demise of Professor Quirrell at Hogwarts. Under Dumbledore's careful orchestration, the matter of the Philosopher's Stone was shrouded in secrecy. Even the students at Hogwarts paid little attention to the unfortunate Quirrell. After all, they were wizards, and many perished each year by their own hand. A rogue spell or a minor experiment could claim a wizard's life, particularly for Quirrell, who seemed to be a dark wizard with lackluster abilities. leaving no room for suspicion regarding his death. As for Pollux, he had sunk into complete silence. After vacating the gamekeeper's hut, he isolated himself within the castle. Aside from attending classes, he remained confined to his office, barely acknowledging even Dumbledore. Save for the meals delivered by Hagrid, he simply awaited Voldemort's next move in quietude. This, however, instilled in Harry and his companions a belief that there were hidden conspiracies at play, prompting them to shift their investigative focus towards Hagrid. After Jenkins was sent to Beauxbatons as an exchange student, the Weasley brothers and Cedric seldom visited Hagrid. This poor giant, now with only a pen pal and the task of delivering meals to Mr. Doy, returned to a solitary existence. The solitude of these past few days was quite unusual for Hagrid, who was accustomed to lively company. Fortunately, today, besides Madame Maxime, Jenkins also sent him a letter. After dinner, as Hagrid exited Pollus's office with a smile, intending to return to the gamekeeper's hut, he encountered Harry and his friends. Upon seeing them, he enthusiastically waved and greeted them. The group approached him, and at Hermione's suggestion, they expressed keen interest in the dragon egg he had previously acquired. Seizing the opportunity, Hagrid warmly invited them to his hut, noting that there was still ample time before curfew. With the assistance of Mr. Doy, leaving behind a dragon is hardly a daunting task. After all, money is quite a useful tool, is it not? There is no need to seek out Voldemort or Dumbledore. Merely having Rodolphus intervene was sufficient for Hagrid to obtain a special permit from the Ministry of Magic. Naturally, Hagrid would assume that Mr. Doy had once again sought out his former lover for his own purposes. While he felt immensely grateful, he no longer had to clandestinely hatch eggs. Furthermore, given his amicable relationship with Harry and his friends, Hagrid generously invited them over. Inside the keeper's hut, the four friends eagerly gathered around the dragon egg, observing it for quite some time. "Be careful, Ron. It's about to hatch, possibly within the next few days," Hagrid exclaimed to the excited Ron, who gazed at the dragon egg in awe. "Really, Hagrid? Oh my goodness. Can we come and see it?" Ron asked with enthusiasm. "Of course, I will let you know." Hagrid continued, equally excited. "To witness the birth of a dragon is a rare opportunity, is it not? Hagrid, is it truly all right to raise a dragon like this?" Harry inquired, casting a concerned glance at Hagrid. "It's perfectly fine, you see." Hagrid revealed the ministry's permit from his pocket. "John brought this to me after the Christmas holidays. I now possess a ministry-sanctioned permit to raise a dragon. Professor Doy is truly remarkable," Hermione remarked as she examined the permit, then added, "I wonder how he managed to obtain such a document. It must have been quite challenging, no?" "Certainly." Hagrid tucked away the permit, expressing his gratitude. "John must have sought it out for me, having gone to his." At this point, he abruptly realized something and hastily ceased his speech. He could not divulge his dear friend's secret. The four friends exchanged glances at Hagrid's demeanor, inevitably drawing parallels to the mysterious figure. Neville was about to speak when Hermione interrupted, quickly saying, "Congratulations, Hagrid. By the way, have you named it yet?" Seeing that his companions did not press further and had not perceived anything unusual, after all, apart from himself and Jenkins, no one had any interest in John, he replied, "I have decided to name it Norbert. I have even built a splendid nest for it in the Forbidden Forest. Would you like to come see it?" Hermione swiftly signaled to Harry and Ron, and Harry immediately responded, "No need, Hagrid. Let us visit tomorrow instead. It's nearly curfew, and I think we should head back." Hagrid glanced out the window and nodded. Indeed, the Forbidden Forest is not safe at night, especially with that creature that has been killing unicorns still at large. "Fong, please see them off." "Thank you, Fong. We'll see you tomorrow, Hagrid." The four friends bid farewell to Hagrid, and Ron glanced back at the dragon egg, intentionally asking, "Hagrid, if Norbert hatches, you must let us know." Hagrid smiled and readily agreed with his companion. Accompanied by Fong, Harry and his friends swiftly returned to the castle. After Fong departed, on their way to the common room, Neville hurriedly whispered to Hermione, "Why did you stop me just now? Hagrid must know something." "You two fools." Hermione shot a glance at them. "Hagrid has had more interactions with Jenkins. If he becomes aware of our inquiry, you will not glean any information from him." "Indeed. We cannot let Hagrid know we are investigating Doy," Harry explained to the duo. "That kind-hearted half-giant would undoubtedly inform the other party. Doy must be exploiting Hagrid's trust." Secretly engaging in numerous activities, Ron remarked, recalling the license. He found it hard to believe Doy would be so benevolent. "Then why don't we just tell Hagrid?" "Never mind. I suspect he would be just as skeptical as Professor Dumbledore. After all, he has been friends with Mr. Doy for 10 years. Neville shook his head, feeling certain Hagrid would not believe their words. Thus, we must devise a way to strengthen our relationship with Hagrid. Gradually helping him recognize Doy's true nature, Hermione proposed. Indeed, Hermione. Harry and the others nodded in agreement as they continued their discussion on the way back to the common room. Just as they passed through the portrait of the fat lady, a voice called out to them. Harry, I finally found you, Oliver would exclaimed upon seeing them. I've been looking for you since dinner. You haven't forgotten about Quidditch, have you? Professor McGonagall sought me out to discuss your remarkable talent. The four of them displayed expressions of surprise, never having anticipated that the star of Gryffindor and captain of the Quidditch team would specifically seek out Harry. However, moments later, they recalled the recent unsettling activities of the mysterious figure, which had caused them to overlook this significant matter. Harry's face flushed with embarrassment as he hurriedly replied. I'm terribly sorry, Captain Wood. I've been through a lot lately, you know. Not a problem, Oliver said. I'm here to inform you that we will have a secret practice tomorrow. I hope you can help us achieve a surprise in the final match. Our team has long been in need of a competent seeker. Gazing at the four, he added, this matter is crucial, and I hope you can keep it confidential. Of course, we will keep it secret. This concerns our team, Neville affirmed. However, Harry displayed a hint of hesitation, although he was eager to participate. He thought of Doy and was reluctant to put his friends in jeopardy on his behalf. Don't worry about it, Harry, Ron interrupted. Focus on your training. We can manage. After speaking, he glanced at Hermione. No child could resist Quidditch, especially with such a talented player as Harry, although the looming pressure from the Dark Lord and Draco remained. The sight of Hermione eased Harry's heart considerably. Having such an astute friend was indeed a stroke of fortune. With the support of the trio, Harry's yearning for the Quidditch trophy compelled him to acquiesce to Oliver. I shall wait for you at the dining hall after dinner tomorrow, Captain Wood. Splendid, Harry. It is settled then, Oliver said, shaking Harry's hand with palpable excitement. It is getting late, gentlemen. See you tomorrow. With that, he departed from the common room and returned to the dormitory. Before leaving, Hermione, under Harry's grateful gaze, addressed him, Ron, Neville, and I will continue our investigation, Harry. You must perform admirably on the Quidditch pitch. Ron and Neville chimed in with enthusiasm, of course. Harry, your father was the finest seeker Gryffindor ever had. You shall surely follow in his footsteps. Thank you, my friends, Harry replied appreciatively. However, after Harry joined the Quidditch team, Ron found himself engulfed in profound sorrow and disappointment. As time passed, he became increasingly certain that Lefaux was missing. Even a visit to the birthplace of Norbert failed to ignite any interest within him. The death of Scabbers began to haunt his thoughts incessantly. With Harry's absence, their group had diminished further, and any investigation into the whereabouts of Lefaux had to be put on hold. As the inquiry deepened, Hermione and Neville could extract no further valuable information from the tight-lipped Hagrid, and with Ron's spirits plummeting day by day due to Lefaux's absence, they felt compelled to care for Ron and search for the missing Lefaux. Even during training, Harry could not help but grow concerned for Ron, mistaking several green moving objects for Lefaux. Alive, one must see. Dead, one must find. But in the vastness of Hogwarts, where could one search for a missing toad? Clever Hermione felt as if her mind was on the verge of exploding, with one conspiracy after another and the presence of malevolent figures yet to be unraveled. The bothersome Lefaux only added to her mental tumult. Since Halloween, her brain had been racing, yet she could not afford to shut down like Neville, Ron, and Harry. Halting her thoughts, the mounting events and questions began to render her increasingly neurotic, akin to Ron. The myriad of information combined with the demands of attending classes turned her mind into a muddled mess. Fortunately, there was a wise headmaster quietly observing their performances from behind the scenes. After a long day of busyness, Hermione sought solace in the library. Coincidentally, a book on Animagus transformations fell from the shelf. As a devoted caretaker of books, Hermione promptly picked it up. At that moment, she yearned to peruse something unrelated to the Dark Lord and Polyjuice potion to alleviate her worries. With this mindset, she slowly opened the book, and as she turned page after page, her muddled thoughts began to smooth out. The door to a new world had swung open. Though she still harbored doubts about the identity of John Doe, the secrets of Riddle seemed to be gradually revealing themselves to her. After retrieving her notebook concerning Death Eaters and meticulously reviewing the names inscribed within, Hermione sought out Neville and Ron, who were searching for toads around the Great Lake. Ron, Neville, I found Riddle, Hermione exclaimed excitedly as she ran towards them. Ron, who had been despondent for nearly half a month, instantly transformed from his dejected visage, urging, What? Where is it? Right here. Hermione raised her notebook, only to have it snatched from her hands by Ron, whose expression fell into disappointment upon discovering that Riddle was not in the notebook. How could Riddle possibly be in a notebook? Neville picked up the discarded notebook from Ron and returned it to Hermione, reassuring the disheartened Ron. I think Hermione must have uncovered something. Indeed. I have discerned Riddle's whereabouts. Hermione glanced at Ron, a hint of reluctance surfacing in her heart. Ron, Riddle is the one who stole the Philosopher's Stone. He is not your pet. He is a Death Eater. After speaking, Hermione opened the notebook and pointed to the names written within: Peter Pettigrew, Barty Crouch Jr. And these missing Death Eaters, they are your riddle. What? Ron exclaimed in disbelief. How could my riddle possibly, Ron? Stay calm. Neville quickly embraced Ron, who was about to snatch the notebook again, and urged, listen to Hermione. Once Ron settled down amidst his struggles, Hermione began to explain. You must have heard of animagus transformations, right? In the midst of their confusion, Hermione posed several questions to Ron, including their initial encounter with Fluffy on the 3rd floor and the subsequent troll invasion, followed by their discovery of Snape's plot, and finally their quest for the Philosopher's Stone. During this time, had Riddle always been with them? After receiving an affirmative response, she inquired if Riddle had mysteriously vanished upon their arrival at the school, only to reappear later. Ron nodded again. If that's the case, then it cannot be mistaken. Hermione closed the notebook and said to Ron, do you know why Dumbledore trusts Stowe? It is precisely because he is aware that everything has been orchestrated by Leaf. Do you recall our first encounter? You were in search of Leaf, while Chilo was also aboard that very train. Subsequently, in every endeavor, it would inform the enigmatic figure thereafter. As for its current absence, it is due to your Leaf, who has ventured forth with the Philosopher's Stone in search of its master. Having revealed its identity, it surely dares not return to the school. No, that is inconceivable. Leaf is merely a toad, not a Death Eater. Ron continued to express his disbelief, as he lacked Hermione's intellect to comprehend the entirety of the situation. An animagus can transform a person into an animal without any trace of magical fluctuations. Ron, your Leaf is a Death Eater capable of such transformation. Neville had now grasped the situation. If you remain unconvinced, I suggest you inquire with Professor Dumbledore, for he should possess knowledge of Leaf's true identity. Hermione continued. While he may not divulge the entire truth, he can certainly ascertain whether my assertions are true or false. Ron ceased his discourse and hastily made his way to the headmaster's office. Observing Ron's retreating figure, Neville remarked, Hermione, does this not imply that Professor Doy is a good person? No, Neville. Hermione shook her head. The individual who traversed the firewall after you departed remains an enigma, and is certainly not Leaf, for at that moment it was nestled within Ron's pocket. We have merely resolved Ron's dilemma. Our investigation into Doy must persist. Understood. I shall inform Harry that Ron is unharmed. With that, Neville departed the scene. Hermione stood still, massaging her temples, inhaling deeply, and revealing a smile radiating with a sense of accomplishment. She now possessed unwavering confidence that she would uncover the true identity of Mr. Doy and expose the Dark Lord's machinations. She was resolute in ensuring the safety of her friends. After muttering to herself, she returned to her dormitory. Upon exiting the headmaster's office, Ron was compelled to accept this reality, and from that day forth, he silently vowed never to keep any pets again. Following this revelation, Harry immersed himself wholeheartedly in training. Once Leaf was located, he would no longer need to worry about Ron. The imprisoned Doy at Hogwarts would inevitably be unveiled through the investigations of the group. However, in comparison to that looming threat, the imminent Quidditch Cup finals at Hogwarts were of far greater concern to him. His old rival, Pacorus, that detestable individual, was far from discreet. Everyone was aware that the Slytherin team had acquired the two youngest players, Chaser Pacorus and Seeker Draco, in the minds of Harry and his companions. These two were rivaled only by the Dark Lord and Snape in terms of their loathsome presence. As for Pollux, had the quartet not yet ascertained his fate? In matters such as this, he finds himself placing greater faith in Dumbledore, not due to issues of trust, but rather because of capability. The encounter with Quirrell at the Philosopher's Stone starkly illuminated the disparity between them and such a formidable wizard. Consequently, Harry now holds Hermione's wisdom in high regard and cherishes the bond among their quartet, yet in terms of ability, he is more inclined to trust his headmaster, Albus. The atmosphere at Hogwarts' Quidditch pitch was electric as the day heralded the final match between Gryffindor and Slytherin. The entire school was abuzz with excitement, including teachers, students, parents, and villagers from nearby Hogsmeade. Even scouts from the national team graced the stands, creating an ambience typically reserved for professional matches. Before the game had even commenced, the crowd erupted into fervent cheers, and even the perpetually stoic Severus bore a hint of tension, being the head of Slytherin House. Moreover, Hagrid had brought along Paul, as this was his first invitation to witness the rivalry between Pansy and Draco. Observing the frenzied crowd, the ever-disinterested Paul felt a flicker of anticipation for the forthcoming match. The atmosphere was undeniably intoxicating. These young wizards, akin to muggles, crafted banners and posters, with Slytherin-esque creations being particularly noteworthy, while Gryffindors were predominantly hand-painted. Given the expense involved in such endeavors, the Slytherin youngsters were particularly adept at dark magic and had no shortage of galleons. In the changing rooms, both teams donned their uniforms, quietly absorbing the cheers from the field. Harry's hands trembled slightly around his Nimbus 2000, a gift bestowed upon him by Professor McGonagall. "It's all right, Harry. Just remember to avoid the pillars," George whispered from behind. "As long as you're fast enough, you'll forget all your worries." "Indeed. Many first-time players feel this way," Fred chimed in. "Will you two be quiet?" Oliver scolded the Weasley twins, turning to Harry. "You are the finest seeker I have ever seen. Don't let nerves get to you. When the match starts, just chase the golden snitch." With that, he gave Harry a reassuring pat. "Leave the rest to us. Your sole focus should be on the snitch." "I understand, Captain Wood," Harry nodded, feeling a modicum of relief from Oliver's words. Although still anxious, he at least now knew what he was meant to do. After a brief pause, Oliver declared, "Time's up. Let us proceed." He patted Harry once more and led the Gryffindor team into the arena as the waiting area doors swung open. Similarly, the Slytherin team emerged from the opposite side. Led by their captain, both factions advanced to the center of the field, relishing the thunderous cheers that enveloped them. Upon witnessing the opposing team, all equipped with Nimbus 2000s, the Weasley twins murmured, "George, I suspect those two rascals must have paid to join the Quidditch team." "Indeed, Fred. I share your sentiment. This match is surely ours to win." Harry, having overheard their exchange, shifted his focus to the formidable Pollux, whose flying prowess appeared far from simple. Noticing the gazes of several onlookers, Pollux, reveling in the adulation, snapped back to reality and cast a scornful glance at them. Despite being a newcomer himself, he exhibited no signs of anxiety. He patted Draco on the shoulder and pointed at Harry, saying, "My dear brother, hold that fellow at bay for 10 minutes. Allow me to demonstrate what Quidditch truly entails." This time, Draco refrained from objecting, casting a glance at the opponent before nodding at Pollux. In the center of the field, Madame Hooch, serving as the referee, concluded her introduction to the match's rules and regulations, proclaiming, "Now, everyone, mount your brooms." With that, she blew her whistle. As the 15 participants, including the referee, took to the skies, the match commenced. From the stands, Lee Jordan immediately began his spirited commentary. As the game unfolded, the quaffle was swiftly seized by Gryffindor's Angelina Johnson, who proved to be an exceptional chaser. "Good heavens! What do I see? Is that a train?" he exclaimed. "No. It is Pollux." As soon as Angelina secured the quaffle, he rocketed towards her like a cannonball. As Pollux hurtled towards her, Angelina flashed a brief smile. Such a foolish charge could not possibly wrest the quaffle from her grasp. She bent low and accelerated, intent on teaching this brash youth a lesson. The distance between them closed rapidly, and just as they were about to intersect, Angelina casually passed the quaffle, only to find herself momentarily stunned. It is well known that Quidditch permits physical contact. Facing the girl who desperately sought to evade him, Pollux revealed a savage grin. He surged forward, and as Angelina, in a panic, attempted to dodge by leaning away from her broom, he reached out and seized her broomstick. This occurred at nearly 300 yards per hour. In an instant, her broom snapped in two, sending her crashing to the ground, unconscious. The tremendous impact caused Pollux to spin uncontrollably in the air. Yet, thanks to his raw physical prowess, he managed to regain his balance, expressionless as he set his dislocated right arm back into place. What on earth is happening? How did he manage that? Currently, Gryffindor is short one player, and it remains uncertain whether Angelina can continue the match. This scene left Jordan in the commentary booth utterly astonished. "Foul! Foul!" shouted the Gryffindor students in fury from the sidelines. However, a foul merely incurs a penalty of 10 points, as long as no ones are drawn or weapons employed. Expulsion from the game is not an issue. Following a free kick awarded to Gryffindor, the match resumed. "My goodness!" Pollux Black pointed towards Oliver Wood. Yet his opponent held no quaffle. What was he intending to do? With his right hand regaining mobility, Pollux transformed into a soaring train, hurtling towards Wood, his grin growing more sinister. This time, his speed was even more exaggerated, and it seemed the Nimbus 2000 in his grasp was on the verge of disintegration. As debris from the broom scattered, spectators merely perceived a meteor streaking across the sky. Oliver hastily accelerated, weaving in a serpentine manner to evade Pollux's onslaught. Simultaneously shouting to George and Fred, "Utilize the bludger. Knock him down." No sooner had he uttered these words than Pollux, to the astonishment of all, crouched on his broom. Just as Oliver believed he had successfully dodged the impact, Pollux leaped off the broom, propelled by immense inertia, and lightly brushed his hand across Oliver's face. Due to the tremendous speed, Oliver let out a piercing scream and plummeted from his broom. At that moment, Slytherin's captain, the sixth-year student Marcus Flint, who had been waiting for this opportunity, pursued Pollux's descent, assisting him in landing safely. "Well done, Mr. Black." With only one chaser left on their team. "Victory is assured," Marcus exclaimed, glancing with curiosity at the younger Pollux, wondering what kind of nourishment had forged such a formidable physique. "Indeed, Mr. Flint. Simply pass the ball to me from here," Pollux remarked, casting a glance at the scoreboards. Gryffindor had garnered 20 points due to his foul. He accepted a new broom from the substitute players with a smile. "I wonder if 300 points will instill despair in them?" Amidst the curses of the crowd, Pollux ascended once more into the sky, opting not to target the opposing players. After all, he was not made of iron, and with Gryffindor down 2 key players, their offensive capabilities had diminished. It was time for him to accumulate points. With the golden snitch in hand, he soared directly towards the opposing goal. Unopposed by any Gryffindor player, not even the imposing goalkeeper dared to intervene. It was not out of cowardice. Rather, he was the sole guardian of the goal. Should he sustain another injury, there would be no one in Gryffindor capable of filling his position. Pollux's grotesque aerial combat skills and physical prowess rendered the opposing student players utterly defenseless. The 2 substitutes who took the field could barely keep up with his tail. As the match progressed, the disparity in skill between the 2 teams became glaringly apparent. The quaffle was effectively controlled by Slytherin, and with Pollux's audacious flight patterns, Slytherin's score surged at an astonishing rate of 20 to 30 points per minute. The Weasley twins, realizing that their attempts to interfere with the quaffle were futile, could no longer restrain themselves and charged forward with their broomsticks, determined to teach that arrogant player a lesson. However, aside from committing 2 fouls and leaving Gryffindor with 2 fewer players, their efforts bore no fruit. The score gap between the 2 teams widened at an alarming speed, leaving the scouts on the sidelines with expressions of astonishment as they took note of this exceptional seeker. In contrast to the current scene, with Harry soaring through the sky like a flower in pursuit of the golden snitch, the scouts were indifferent. The significance of flying skills in professional matches was truly minimal. All players were top-tier Quidditch athletes. Talent only went so far. For instance, Harry, who desperately wished to seize the snitch to conclude the game, found it almost impossible to do so under Draco's interference. Even if he flew better than Draco, capturing the snitch in a short span was an unlikely feat yet. The 11-year-old Pollux seemed to have already attained the caliber of a professional player in their eyes. Such is the nature of Quidditch. The fierce aerial confrontations are what lend the sport its allure. Much like the Muggle sport of ice hockey, fighting plays an integral role. After all, no matter how skillful one is at flying, a single punch can bring one down. Particularly with Quidditch's remarkably lenient rules. Every player becomes adept at both aerial combat and brawling, and Pollux's innate talent left them envious. The scouts hastily memorized his name as they departed the arena. There was no longer any need to observe a professional player engaged in an amateur match. They were eager to reach out to Mr. and Mrs. Black before their competitors could, hoping to secure a contract with this prodigious talent. Hogwarts' Quidditch pitch fell into silence with each of Pollux's forceful scores. No one anticipated witnessing such a scoreline, 40 to 380, with less than 20 minutes elapsed, after yet another goal was thrown into the opposing net. A sweat-drenched Pollux halted his broom and descended to the ground, calling out to Draco in the sky, "Dear brother, the match is over." After speaking, he discarded the third, nearly broken broom from the match and returned to the rest area. Faced with opponents devoid of spirit, he felt no inclination to continue the game. Draco, entangled in a fierce struggle with Harry above, glanced at the scoreboard upon hearing a sound and swiftly pursued Pollux. "Pollux, are we just going to walk away like this? What? Do you think we haven't won?" At the other's gesture, Draco surveyed the surroundings. The Gryffindor players in the sky, apart from Harry who remained focused on catching the golden snitch, appeared somewhat dazed. This is the first time I've witnessed such a way to win. Pollux, I've decided not to be a seeker anymore. You were right. That position is merely a bell ringer. With that, Draco stowed his broom and followed Pollux off the field. The remaining Slytherin players, upon witnessing their departure, also exited the pitch, leaving behind a bewildered group of Gryffindor players and a crowd that had fallen into a profound silence. Elias Spinnet, one of the last two official players from Gryffindor, stood frozen, clutching the quaffle. The score on the scoreboard extinguished any remnants of offensive desire within her, even as the match continued. Yet, all Gryffindor players felt an overwhelming sense of defeat, utter defeat. They bowed their heads, settled on the field, quietly awaiting Harry, who was still striving to catch the golden snitch. Their eyes filled with reluctance and anger. All the Slytherin players have left the field. You must attack quickly. The match isn't. Minerva seized the microphone, halting Jordan's ongoing commentary. Gryffindor does not need a victory granted by the opponent. Jordan, no more talking. The match is over. Once Harry catches the snitch, we shall declare the result. With that, she returned the microphone to the opposing side and left the stands with a heavy heart, heading towards the Gryffindor players' locker room. The spectators in the stands, except for Gryffindor students, began to disperse. Harry finally caught the golden snitch without interruption. As he halted his broom, he sensed something was amiss and landed in confusion. For a moment, he wondered if Voldemort and his Death Eaters had invaded the school. Just as he was about to ask, he heard Madame Hooch's whistle alongside Jordan's voice. Looking at the scoreboard, Harry instantly comprehended everything. 190 to 380. Clutching the snitch in his hand, he left the field, puzzled, as he followed his teammates. He could not grasp why, despite capturing the snitch, they had still lost. That was a full 150 points. However, later in the locker room, with the explanations from the four injured official players and Minerva, clarity began to dawn. Harry finally comprehended everything. This was the first time he had faced such a grave setback in his life. However, what he did not realize was that the primary reason for his failure was not solely due to Pollux's remarkable performance. Rather, it was the two wands that Pollux, seated beside Albus in the commentary box, had drawn and placed upon his lap. Deprived of his support, even with notable talent, Harry remained merely an 11-year-old child, and his abilities were not as exceptional as they seemed. As the Quidditch match concluded, Harry's inaugural year also reached its end. Having lived with the Dursleys for so many years, he had grown accustomed to accepting unpleasant experiences, and he quickly recovered from the defeat in that match, realizing that he was not the protagonist of this narrative. Nonetheless, in the subsequent quest for the House Cup, under Albus's influence, Gryffindor successfully ended Slytherin's 7-year winning streak. With an additional member in their quartet, the young Lions amassed enough points to claim the trophy, transforming the Hall's DCOR from Slytherin style to Gryffindor's. The Hall resonated with their jubilant celebrations as everyone cheered the names of Harry's group, boasting of their glorious achievements this year. All were aware of Harry's courageous confrontation with Voldemort and how he had triumphed once more. As the green decorations morphed into gold and crimson, serpents were replaced by lions. At the Slytherin table, Draco watched as Harry's quartet was surrounded by admirers, muttering in frustration and anger, "Damn it, Pollux, Dumbledore is cheating." Pollux calmly urged Draco to sit down, saying, "If you know it's cheating, why allow yourself to be enraged? Look over there at Dumbledore." With a tilt of his head, he gestured toward their headmaster. "My dear brother, you must understand this is the headmaster's intention. This is clearly our House Cup." Draco cast a glance at Dumbledore, his eyes still filled with resentment. "The headmaster has gone too far. It's just a trivial trophy, worth no more than 100 galleons. As for honor," Pollux gently patted Draco's face, saying, "Honor is not bestowed by others. If you desire the kind of honor Harry has, I could easily purchase it for you." "Foolish brother, do you truly believe that lifting that trophy equates to gaining honor?" Pollux rose from his seat and tapped the table. Instantly, all the Slytherin students stood up as well. Pollux looked at Draco and smiled. "Do you understand? This is true honor." "Remarkable, Pollux." Draco marveled at the sight of the orderly Slytherin students around him. Pollux's actions revealed to him what the two brothers had gained this year. And the awe of the Slytherin students was the genuine honor he sought. The disappointment of having lost the House Cup was swiftly dispelled. Raising his head, he followed the others, leading all the students from Slytherin out of the hall. As they departed, he cast not a single glance back at Harry, for it was likely the most splendid night of that poor fellow's life. With Slytherin thoroughly subjugated by Pollux, a determination arose to prevent Gryffindor from claiming the House Cup once more, akin to the previous Quidditch match. Next year, apart from himself and Pollux. No one else would be deemed worthy of lifting that coveted trophy. Honor, after all, was not dictated by Dumbledore. The remaining occupants of the hall paid little heed to the departing Slytherins. After all, the other three houses, not just Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff, held little fondness for those arrogant individuals. Aside from a handshake with Minerva, Severus, with a countenance betraying discomfort, was the sole Slytherin present in the hall. As for Pollux, he would not deign to attend such an event. Following the conclusion of the House Cup banquet, the students' final grades were released, and all, including the faculty, began to gather their belongings in preparation for their departure from the school. Pollux pondered briefly before granting a T to all students below the 5th grade in their defense against the dark arts class, thus concluding his tenure at Hogwarts for the year. As for the rationale behind the lowest grade, it stemmed from the fact that the highest mark he had awarded to older students was merely an A, a record that had stood for a decade, achieved by his niece, Nymphadora Tonks, during her graduation year. With the arrival of the summer holidays, Hogwarts had grown eerily quiet. Albus had mysteriously vanished to who knows where. In the vast expanse of the school, only Pollux and Hagrid remained in his office. Though, strictly speaking, it was Pollux alone who lingered, as Hagrid was there to bid farewell. This year, he had received an invitation from Madame Maxime to spend his vacation in France. "John, I shall return as soon as possible," Hagrid assured. "There's no need, Rubius. You finally ventured out. Why not stay a few extra days?" Pollux replied, his tone light and his heart genuinely pleased for his friend. In fact, he secretly wished Hagrid would find a position at Beauxbatons and never return. Contemplating this, he inquired, "When do you plan to marry? Perhaps it would be best if you didn't come back this time." Hagrid's face flushed. "How could that be? Hogwarts is my home, and as for marriage, well, that is still a while off. I doubt Madame Maxime would refuse you." Pollux smiled, producing a vault key from Gringotts and handing it to Hagrid. "Consider this a wedding gift for you. This time, when you meet the other party, refrain from presenting those trinkets from the Weasley brothers." "Of course, I won't be that foolish," Hagrid replied, carefully accepting the key and expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, John. I truly wouldn't know what to do without you." All right. "If you don't depart soon, you'll miss the train," Pollux remarked, glancing at Hagrid. "I'll be here at Hogwarts waiting for your return. It's nothing to worry about." With a tinge of reluctance, Hagrid bid farewell to Pollux, adding as he left, "Please take care of Norbert. He is in the Forbidden Forest." Thus, the half-giant who had long resided at Hogwarts departed from the school. As Hagrid left, the castle fell into a profound silence and solitude. As if all struggles had retreated far from him, Albus and Voldemort seemed to have become irrelevant to him. Even the Black family and the events surrounding Sally were now distant memories. Apart from feeding Norbert, Pollux sat quietly atop the astronomy tower, toying with a delicate box intricately carved with roses and dolphins. Glancing towards Sally's room and recalling the slumbering Rita within, he hesitated, succumbing to a moment of contemplation. Like a statue, he patiently awaited the arrival of the new academic year. In Nocturne Alley, Borgin and Burke's, the largest establishment in the alley, specialized in the sale of dark magical artifacts and an array of peculiar and sinister items. Thanks to investments made many years ago, not a single dark wizard, not even the Ministry of Magic, dared to cause trouble here. Borgin and Burke's had become one of the few beneficiaries of the war, remaining unscathed by the purge of Death Eaters. Though not a powerful wizard, Borgin was indeed a shrewd businessman. Even as the Dark Mark, dormant for a decade, flickered back to life, he remained unfazed. After all, danger and chaos translated into lucrative opportunities. Much like Ollivander's wand shop, Borgin and Burke's held a significant position within the British wizarding community. As long as he did not deliberately offend anyone, he was safe from harm. Take, for instance, the diminutive figure standing beside young Barty. Borgin, with his greasy hair and garish yet unkempt attire, hastily exited the counter and hung a sign indicating that the shop was temporarily closed. He leaned out the door, peering outside for a moment. With a flick of his wand, he drew the curtains and bent low to ensure his head was lower than that of the small figure. With a beaming smile, he respectfully inquired, "Esteemed sir, how may your humble servant assist you during this visit?" "Well done, Borgin. This is precisely the demeanor expected of a servant," Voldemort nodded, observing the panicked expression on young Barty's face before continuing. "Do not concern yourself. Your loyalty pleases me the most." After a chilling glance at Borgin, he added, "If only you could exhibit the same fidelity as Barty." Borgin chuckled softly, replying, "Of course, my lord. Should you require it, I shall certainly comply." Enough of your flattery, Voldemort interrupted, waving his hand dismissively. Once Barty retrieved a notebook from his robes and handed it over, Voldemort instructed, "Sell this diary to the students of Hogwarts." Understood, esteemed master. Borgin quickly accepted the diary, securing it carefully. He then glanced at Voldemort, producing a Gringotts key from his breast pocket and presenting it to Barty, inclining his torso even lower. "My lord, please forgive my failure to immediately follow in your footsteps, for I believed you required no assistance. After all, you are so magnificent." "Silence, you sycophant. Remember my words. Additionally, find a way to investigate the Dumbledore brothers. I require all information regarding them." Voldemort cast a significant glance at Boken and continued, "I shall compensate you generously, you wretched creature." A fine sheen of sweat instantly appeared on Boken's brow, and momentarily taken aback, he hurriedly replied, "How could I dare? It is my honor to serve you." Voldemort paid no heed to the other's words, donning his hood to shroud his penetrating visage, and departed with Barty, carelessly discarding 10 gold galleons onto the ground. As the coins clinked upon the floor, Boken's mind was flooded with a familiar scene. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the dark mark seared through him, bringing him to his knees in agony. Voldemort's voice echoed in his mind, "Complete the task I have given you, and I shall grant you the opportunity to choose your own demise. I trust you understand that this is a most favorable arrangement, my loyal servant." As the words faded, the intense pain gradually ebbed from Boken's body, yet his complexion turned even more pallid, and he failed to recover throughout the night. That evening, memories of the madwoman from years past plagued his thoughts. With no options left, Boken could only lament his prior greed and arrogance. Yet, he could not fathom why Voldemort, who had been driven solely by self-interest, would act in such a manner after decades of collaboration. Little did he know, akin to that madwoman of yore, Voldemort too had fathered a child. The failure of a decade prior had stripped him of all his power. And after enduring 10 years of a life worse than that of a ghost, Voldemort's psyche had become increasingly twisted. However, that defeat had also restored a semblance of reason to him, unclouded by dark magic. Even in madness, he remained the genius he had once been. Before regaining his powers, Voldemort, having comprehended the complete prophecy, was no longer the power-obsessed Dark Lord devoid of emotion. Voldemort was but a pitiable wretch born of a love potion. Yet, did he truly not understand love? His encounter with Pollux had illuminated the magnificence of such a force. Power and dominion were no longer his sole pursuits. The existence of Jenkins revealed to him why the Slytherin pendant had only fetched 10 galleons, and it awakened the realization that his mother, who had perished in a dilapidated orphanage, was not the madwoman people claimed her to be. The love potion, that concoction could not beget life. Ultimately, Voldemort grasped the hypocrisy of the love spoken by the esteemed Dumbledore. Yet, this revelation came too late. He was no longer Tom Riddle but the Dark Lord that the world dreaded. The once Tom Riddle now resided quietly within Boken's wizarding emporium, poised to fulfill his destined mission. Clutching the pendant in his hand, Voldemort murmured to himself, "Dumbledore, Black, you shall all perish. The prophecy spoke true, did it not? We shall all meet our demise." No one could alter the course of events. That slender figure, accompanied by Batty, vanished into Knockturn Alley. A few days later, Harry unexpectedly arrived here with Neville and Ron. Upon discovering the vault left by the Potter family in Gringotts, Harry promptly moved in with Ron's family, liberated from financial constraints and no longer beholden to the Dursleys. Initially intending to visit the Leaky Cauldron for a treat from the Weasley shop, Ron and Neville, upon learning that Harry had never used Floo powder, swiftly led him to the Weasley fireplace. Whether it was Harry's accent or a flaw in the Floo network, the small wizard seldom appeared in Knockturn Alley, and the group emerged from the fireplace, cloaked in soot, into Borgin and Burke's establishment. Gazing around at the store filled with bizarre and somewhat frightening artifacts, the friends were momentarily taken aback as they attempted to brush off the dust. "Where are we?" Harry inquired, clearly unsettled by the ambience. "It's rather intimidating here." "I suspect it's due to your accent, Harry," Ron remarked. "I believe we are in Borgin and Burke's. I've seen that old," Neville began before hastily altering his words. "Mr. Burke, greetings." "Oh, young gentleman." Welcome. Borgin immediately recalled Voldemort's mission and approached with a professional smile. "Might I inquire if you are here to sell or purchase?" It was unusual for young wizards to frequent such a place. After all, this was Knockturn Alley, not a candy shop, and even dark wizards seldom brought children here. "Apologies, sir. I think we may have taken a wrong turn," Harry quickly apologized. "Oh, no matter. Feel free to browse. I have a plethora of Borg, and began enthusiastically showcasing the various wares. Having stumbled upon this unexpected encounter, Harry and his companions reluctantly followed along, perusing the shop, only to discover that there was little of interest to them. As they pondered how to exit politely, Ron spotted a familiar figure through the window and urgently tugged at Harry and Neville. "Look, it's Snape. He is coming this way." Though they had momentarily established that he was not one of Voldemort's minions, the three boys were none too fond of the professor, especially since he was now appearing where he ought not to be. "Blast it, if he sees us here, we're bound to receive a lecture. Snape has always looked down upon us." Neville's expression soured as he recalled the ridicule he and Harry had endured in potions class. That sensation was quite unpleasant, and Harry shared his distaste for the professor who continually targeted him. Their faces grew increasingly grim as Snape approached. Harry glanced at the still enthusiastic Borgin, suddenly struck by a thought, and quickly inquired, "Mr. Boggin, do you have any flying powder?" Yes, flying powder," Ron and Neville chimed in. "Certainly. It's 3 galleons for a pouch." Boggin smiled as he produced a small bag. "So expensive. That's hardly worth 1 galleon," Ron exclaimed in dissatisfaction. "You are mistaken, Mr. Weasley. 3 galleons not only includes the flying powder, but I shall also bestow upon you a splendid, enchanted notebook." With that, Boggin revealed a notebook from his pocket, waving it before them. "This is deceitful. We do not want the notebook," Ron retorted angrily. "Indeed," Neville concurred. "Never mind. Snape is about to enter." Harry hastily set 3 galleons on the shelf beside him and took the notebook and flying powder from Boggin, handing them to Ron. "This time, it's your turn. Let us hurry." Seeing this, Ron refrained from further complaints, reflecting on the advantages of wealth as he, along with Neville and Harry, approached the fireplace. With a gust of warm air, they vanished from sight. Just then, Snape pushed open the shop door, and Boggin wore a genuine smile. "Welcome, Mr. Snape." After spending a significant amount of galleons, the latter had indeed brought a wealth of information regarding Dumbledore. The task was accomplished. He could finally escape the torment of Voldemort, who had made him truly experience the depths of despair through the dark mark in recent days. Greedy Boggins, for the first time, regretted his actions of branding himself with the dark mark, and now even the thought of suicide seemed a luxury to him. The 2-month holiday had swiftly passed, and the beginning of a new academic year was upon him. Living in his humble abode, Harry's holiday had been uneventful aside from that instance with the flu powder. Even the notebook that Ron had brought back had seemingly vanished. Far removed from the Dursleys, the warm hospitality of the Weasleys, and the peculiar, talking mirrors, along with the ghoul upstairs, made Harry feel that this was indeed the life befitting a wizard. His aunt, displaying a remarkable understanding, had refrained from contacting her nephew who had now embraced his wizarding identity. However, the surprises of this holiday were far from over. With less than 2 weeks remaining before school commenced, one morning, after breakfast, Harry ascended the stairs with Ron, intending to change clothes before seeking out Neville. Upon opening the door, Harry was taken aback, nearly letting out a scream, while Ron, brimming with excitement, quickly shut the door and covered Harry's mouth, wishing to keep their discovery hidden from his twin brother. On the bed sat a diminutive creature with bat-like ears and enormous green eyes, nearly the size of tennis balls. Upon seeing the 2 boys, it hastily stood up. Ron, suppressing his excitement, whispered urgently, "Harry, don't make a sound. That's a house elf. Very valuable and quite rare." Once Harry fell silent, Ron cautiously approached the creature and greeted it. "Hello, I'm Ron Weasley. It's a pleasure to meet you." As he spoke, he extended a slightly trembling hand, for this was the pet he had longed for. Yet, the little creature paid no heed to Ron, fixating its gaze on Harry instead. Its large eyes glistened with unshed tears as it sniffled pitifully, stating in a sorrowful tone, "Harry Potter, I am Dobby. My master no longer wants me. A house elf cannot exist without a master. Mr. Potter, could you take Dobby in and become Dobby's new master?" As it spoke, it shielded its eyes with its arm, and large tears fell onto the floor. It murmured to itself about being a bad elf, having failed to take care of its master, and being cast out, all while cautiously glancing at Harry. New Master Harry was about to inquire further. House elves, the most loyal and capable servants of wizards, are bound to serve them eternally. Observing this new arrival, one could see how wretched it appeared, clearly a discarded creature. For them, being abandoned by their master was more painful than death itself, as Ron promptly clarified Harry's unspoken questions. "Is that so? Then how did you find me?" Harry, feeling a surge of sympathy for the pitiful little creature, moved a stool closer and said, "Please, take a seat, Mr. Dobby." We can sit down, and you can share your story with us. Please, sit down. Thank you very much, sir. The little elf looked at Harry with a gaze full of gratitude, yet remained standing as he spoke. Dobby has always admired Mr. Potter. He is so very brave. Dobby wishes to be like him. But when the young master found out, Dobby was cast out. Upon finishing, Dobby began to frantically beat his own head. Without a master, Dobby must punish himself. Ron and Harry hurriedly intervened, restraining the struggling Dobby. Ron turned to Harry and remarked, "It appears this little elf is your admirer. I think you should agree to be his master. Otherwise, I fear he may not survive long." Harry hesitated for a moment, grappling with the notion of such a master-servant relationship, for he had been raised in the Muggle world and had never encountered a house elf. However, witnessing Dobby's frantic demeanor, coupled with Ron's explanation, he eventually nodded and said, "Dobby, I agree to be your master. Do not be sad." "Really?" Dobby exclaimed, his face awash with tears, transforming into a grotesque smile as he gazed at Harry with admiration. Joyously waving his arms, "Dobby has a new master. Dobby's new master is Harry Potter." Harry and Ron released Dobby, who had ceased to harm himself. "What a peculiar fellow," Harry remarked. "That's how house elves are. We haven't had one in our home for quite some time." Ron's voice trailed off, tinged with melancholy. But he quickly brightened up. "Congratulations, Harry. Although I find that fellow somewhat odd, he will undoubtedly be an exceptional servant. It's like a dream come true. You actually have your own house elf. Do you not think he is pitiable?" Harry inquired. "Well, a little, but house elves are like this." "Do not worry, Harry. He will be fine soon enough," Ron replied, still somewhat envious. However, Harry clearly struggled to comprehend Ron's perspective. Observing Dobby's condition, he felt nothing but pity for the creature. As they settled on the bed, waiting for the elf to regain some semblance of normalcy, Harry gently urged, "Sit down, Dobby. Please do not harm yourself any longer. Tell us how you were abandoned." "Yes, sir, Dobby will fulfill his master's command. Dobby is most willing to serve Mr. Potter." Dobby propped up the stool that had been kicked over, hesitated for a moment, then sat down, casting a reverent glance at Harry as he began to recount the tale of his expulsion from his former master. Dobby was indeed an unconventional house elf, possessing a kind nature, an understanding of right and wrong, and even a faint yearning for a life of freedom. Yet, the thoughts of those house elves coursing through its veins incessantly reminded it of its duties. Thus, it existed in a pitiable, tangled struggle between self and instinct. However, with its sporadic behavior, this unconventional house elf not only failed to win its master's favor, but also incurred the disdain of fellow house elves who had worked alongside it. Loathing the fact that Dobby could not serve its master wholeheartedly, this explains Dobby's admiration for Harry 11 years prior. It learned through the newspaper of a 1-year-old boy who triumphed over the Dark Lord, a story that profoundly resonated within its soul. It yearned for the courage to confront its own instincts, akin to Harry facing the Dark Lord, longing for a fragment of freedom that belonged to it. A desire that grew heavier with time. Consequently, Dobby's behavior became increasingly peculiar compared to other elves, culminating in a moment of carelessness last night when it was discovered by its young master, Draco. As time flowed with its narration, it returned to the events of the previous night. At Malfoy Manor, after a long day of labor, Dobby, feeling weary, intended to retreat to the cupboard for rest. Having exerted itself in preparing a substantial portion of dragon ribs and running several errands to Diagon Alley for supplies for the upcoming school year. Compounded by the reprimands from Luke, the head house elf of the Malfoy household, who had forced Dobby to clean the entire manor as punishment, it was utterly exhausted. As Dobby climbed into the cupboard, intent on a restful slumber, it failed to notice a clipping featuring Harry's photograph slip from its pocket, carried by a gentle breeze into the corridor. This clipping was fortuitously picked up by Draco as he passed by, immediately suspecting Dobby's involvement. After all, many admired Harry. Yet none would dare harbor such sentiments within Malfoy Manor. Only that lazy little elf Dobby, who would even mumble Harry Potter's name in its sleep, would possess such a thing. After a year of schooling and interaction with Harry, Draco was no longer the boy who once held a flicker of admiration for him. Rather, he believed his brother, the remarkable Pansy, deserved the title of savior. Harry Potter merely achieved fame through luck and Dumbledore's favoritism. Holding the clipping, especially one originating from his own house elf, Draco felt a surge of anger swell within him. Not only recalling the incident concerning the house cup, but also sensing a betrayal, the betrayal of a servant against its master. "Dobby!" he shouted furiously as he stormed into the kitchen, raising a broom in preparation to teach this disobedient elf a lesson. "Have I not warned you? Do not utter Potter's name." "What is this?" Draco bellowed at the trembling Dobby, who had crawled out of the cupboard, disdainfully tossing Harry's photograph to the ground and trampling it underfoot. Master, Dobby was wrong. Dobby will punish himself. Please. Dobby gazed at the clipping on the floor, hurriedly patting his pockets, his face a mask of terror, and fell to his knees, fervently banging his head against the floor as he pleaded. Dobby knows he was wrong. Dobby will not do it again. Dobby will punish himself. Remember, you are my house elf of the Malfoy family, not Potter's. Draco's anger intensified as he beheld Dobby's state, raising his broom to strike down fiercely. The poor Dobby continued to bow repeatedly, begging for mercy, hoping that after his young master calmed down, he would be able to reclaim Harry's photograph. He vowed to hide it properly next time. Fortunately, compared to that feed-grown creature, Draco's strength was not overwhelming, and the power of house elves was far beyond what it seemed. Were it not for the inherent subservience, house elves would surpass most adult wizards in strength, and Draco's broom inflicted less harm than Dobby's own headbanging. After a while, Draco, fuming, cast aside the broom and turned to leave. At that moment, Pollux heard the commotion and appeared at the kitchen door. Upon seeing him, Dobby instinctively withdrew his hand, which had reached for the photograph. This young master of the Blacks was not easily deceived. My dear brother, must you be so foolish? Pollux glanced briefly at the scene and understood everything. He patted Draco's shoulder and pointed to the broom on the floor, continuing, You are a wizard. The killing curse and the Cruciatus curse are the correct choices. To discipline a traitor in your own home, you chose a broom. What? Did you forget your wand? Pollux drew his wand and tossed it to Draco. Now do what you must. Throughout this, he remained attentive to the kneeling Dobby. In truth, he had no desire to end Dobby's life. After all those years together, even a dog would develop some affection. Dobby had cared for him since childhood, and these words were merely a test to see if Dobby truly valued Harry above all else. Pollux would not tolerate a disloyal house elf in his home, unlike the Malfoys. He harbored no eccentric notions. In fact, he often perceived the characters of father and son Malfoy as somewhat feeble. Is this perhaps too cruel, Pollux? Draco grasped the wand, looking at the trembling Dobby on the floor, unable to bear the thought. After all, Dobby merely admires Harry. It hardly warrants this. And he promised me he would never do it again. You are truly a fool. Having reclaimed the wand from Draco, Pollux approached Dobby and coldly remarked, Enough of your pathetic act, you wretched creature. He pressed the wand against the elf's bare skull and cast a glance at the cupboard where Dobby resided, continuing, I command you, in the name of my master, to incinerate this trinket and everything related to Mr. Potter in your filthy den. Dobby, should you refuse, I shall bestow upon you a garment, only to let you perish under the Cruciatus curse. My young master Dobby Pollux discerned the turmoil within Dobby and felt a surge of anger. The command of a master seemed to pale in importance compared to a mere photograph of Potter. Disappointed, he cast aside a meticulously prepared, exquisite waistcoat meant for the house elf, stating expressionlessly, Take your belongings and leave. Dobby understood his transgression. My young master, Dobby does not desire the clothes. Just kill Dobby. Dobby the elf picked up the garment, gazing at Pollux with terror, fervently imploring him to retract the offer. For a house elf, dismissal by its master was a fate more cruel than death itself. Although Dobby was unconventional, he remained a house elf, unable to exist without a master. His own master was not as malevolent as depicted in the original narrative. Thanks to the presence of Pollux, Voldemort's hand dared not extend toward Malfoy Manor. Dobby harbored no intention of leaving the estate. This is not your place. Depart while I remain resolute, Pollux declared, stowing the wand and pulling Draco away from the kitchen without a backward glance. Father will undoubtedly chastise you for this, Pollux. Dobby merely finds it strange. Your actions may cost him his life. I demand that garment back. Draco voiced his dissatisfaction, turning to re-enter the kitchen. He will not perish. My foolish brother, have you not noticed how Dobby has been fixated on Potter's photograph? Pollux seized Draco's arm, guiding him away from the kitchen while stating, His loyalty to us has waned. If you wish to spare Dobby's life, refrain from speaking. I truly wonder what charm Mr. Potter possesses. It is utterly detestable. But Dobby Draco revealed a hint of reluctance. What sentiment could a mere elf, willing to forsake both life and master, evoke? Dobby was but a little creature. There was no need to lament over a traitor. Pollux patted Draco on the back, stating, There is no need for sorrow over a traitor. Allowing him to depart alive is the utmost mercy. Should my father discover this, I assure you Dobby will experience true hell. Understood. Draco nodded. casting a reluctant glance back before following in Pollux's footsteps. And thus, Dobby was cast out. Within the humble abode, as Dobby recounted his tale, a flicker of anger crossed Harry's face. How could those two scoundrels treat you so? Pollux was utterly despicable, as was Draco. Must house elves not possess their own? Harry, cease your words. Before he could finish, Ron, casting a meaningful glance at Dobby, interrupted him. This is the stark reality of the wizarding world. House elves exist solely as the most loyal servants of wizards. He shot a glance at the astonished Harry, while Ron, with a wry smile, continued, I never imagined Dobby could hold such adoration for you. He is truly extraordinary, unlike any house elf I have ever heard of. We cannot treat Dobby as those loathsome brothers do. Harry regarded Dobby and declared to Ron, even if Dobby's admiration were not directed at me, I would never mistreat an innocent life. That would be utterly malevolent and cruel. Ron patted Dobby on the head and remarked, You are indeed a fortunate fellow, having just escaped from the clutches of evil, only to encounter Harry. Dobby felt honored to serve Mr. Potter. The little one, overwhelmed with emotion, shed tears, having finally attained what he had long sought. No, Dobby, you are not a servant. You are our friend, Harry asserted. Indeed, Dobby, you are our friend. We shall not treat you as those two fools do. Ron added, Would you kindly take us to Diagon Alley? There is a new friend awaiting you there. What do you mean? Ron, Harry, are you unaware that house elves are masters of apparition? Even the counter curses of Hogwarts cannot thwart them. Harry's expression brightened with excitement as he looked at Dobby, relieved that he would no longer need to travel with that filthy flue powder. Is this true, Dobby? Certainly. It would be my pleasure to serve you. Dobby bowed and grasped the hands of the two, executing an apparition that even Albus and Pollux could not achieve. Departing from the humble dwelling. It is now a rare occurrence for wizards to remember that house elves were once regarded as beings comparable to dragons. The ingrained servitude within them has been forged from the blood of countless wizards. Amidst the Horcruxes and Dobby's little interlude, the holiday swiftly passed. On September 1st, 1992, a new academic year commenced, accompanied by a new sorting ceremony. Sirius Black and Remus Lupin accepted Albus's invitation to become the new keeper of keys and grounds and the caretaker of magical creatures at Hogwarts. During that sorting ceremony, the trio, apart from Hermione, who had no connection to the two, were overjoyed, especially Harry, whose spirits soared with the addition of his godfather Remus and his father's dear friend Sirius, making him feel an extraordinary sense of happiness and contentment. Now, Hogwarts felt more like his true home. According to his usual practice, Pollux did not attend this year's banquet, for there were no little wizards of significance to him, apart from Hagrid, who had not extended an invitation. Thus, Pollux, abandoned by Albus, found himself deliberately overlooked by all. Sirius, that fellow, evoked sentiments akin to those he harbored for Severus. He held both in disdain and felt no inclination to reach out to either. At that moment, he sat serenely atop Hogwarts Castle, gazing at the nocturnal panorama of the school. A holiday spent in solitude had allowed him to fall in love with this tranquility, although it inevitably stirred a sense of loneliness within him. However, a deeper solitude had accompanied Pollux for 16 years. Ever since Rita fell into slumber and Pollux succumbed to idiocy, he had long since grown accustomed to solitude. As the night deepened, approximately 2 hours after the sorting ceremony had concluded, a peculiar sensation coursed through the dark mark on Pollux's hand. It was a feeling akin to the presence of Voldemort nearby, yet it lacked the intensity of the mark's usual response. Could it be a Horcrux? Pollux quickly regained his composure, yet a trace of doubt flickered within him. Although he had encountered the opponent's Horcrux before, he had never experienced such a sensation. This must be a particularly unique Horcrux. It seemed that this individual was on the verge of making a move. Just as he contemplated inquiring with Rodolphus, the latter's voice interrupted him. Pollux, Voldemort has regained control of the Ministry of Magic. When I met with Crouch today, I sensed something was amiss. It appears he has truly become a Death Eater this time. Fascinating, indeed. By the way, I believe I sensed the presence of a Horcrux earlier, a rather extraordinary one, evoking the feeling that Voldemort is right beside us. Does Snape know? Rodolphus's tone took on a serious note. Pollux concentrated and reflected, asserting that he should be unaware. And Voldemort, too, must be ignorant. Aside from myself, it is unlikely anyone could sense the presence of the Horcrux without direct contact. After all, the dark mark upon me is far more potent than his. Nevertheless, even in this case, I could only vaguely perceive it from a close distance. Upon hearing this, Rodolphus breathed a sigh of relief, remarking that this could be considered good news. Perhaps soon Pollux would compel Albus to resurrect Rita, and at that point, we could make our escape. Pollux paused in silence for a moment before calmly inquiring, "Is that so? What must I do?" Voldemort was evidently preparing to act. His clandestine entrance into Hogwarts undoubtedly aimed to oust Albus, intending to exploit the students for his schemes. During yesterday's meeting, Barty Crouch was not only with me, but also alongside Lucius, and most of the Hogwarts Board of Governors were present. Rodolphus hesitated briefly, seemingly struck by a thought before continuing. "It appears our initial plan has borne fruit. As long as Snape remains oblivious, Dumbledore will not learn of these developments swiftly. To prevent him from having the opportunity to react, we must assist Voldemort." "Assist him in creating chaos?" Pollux asked. "Indeed, the greater the turmoil, the better. Once Voldemort secures Hogwarts, coupled with the Ministry of Magic, Dumbledore will find himself at a loss for how to counter him. Your existence is his only hope." Rodolphus's tone grew increasingly fervent, yet he quickly recalled Pollux's demeanor and hastily added, "However, this must occur before Dumbledore is expelled from the school. And Voldemort has not yet seized control of Hogwarts. We must maintain secrecy. Dumbledore is far more formidable than we imagine." "I understand, brother-in-law. I know Albus is not to be underestimated, but is Voldemort not aware of the Ministry's actions?" Pollux queried, a hint of confusion in his voice. "What does it matter? The fools in the Ministry are consumed by their lust for power." Rodolphus scoffed. "Do you not see why they tremble at the thought of Dumbledore meddling in Ministry affairs? Moreover, the war concluded a decade ago. What gives Voldemort the authority to command such influence still? In the face of power, there are those within the Ministry who would rather be dogs than stand as men." Having explained, Rodolphus reiterated his caution to Pollux. "Remember, be exceedingly careful." "I understand. Do you have any suggestions?" "Make good use of Voldemort. We merely need to stoke the flames, leaving the ignition to him. For the time being, Dumbledore should remain unaware. After all, everyone knows the nature of your relationship with Voldemort." A pained expression crossed Rodolphus's face, the prolonged use of the Shadow Serpent communication having begun to take its toll on him. "Damn it, Pollux, we shall connect again later. This thing is truly not meant for human use." Overwhelmed by discomfort, he was forced to sever the connection. "Take care." Pollux offered a bittersweet smile, accompanied by an inner whisper of apology. This was not due to Rodolphus's recent suffering, but rather the inescapable grip of prophecy. A prophecy is deemed such precisely because it foresees the inclinations and inner turmoil of each individual. While Rodolphus could set aside his hatred for Bella, Pollux found himself incapable of such a feat. Revealing the truth to Voldemort and aiding him in dispelling Albus was solely to facilitate the resurrection of Rita. He had never entertained the notion of departure. Otherwise, he would not have sought out John as a substitute. The animosity from years past had never truly vacated his heart. Moreover, even if he wished to flee, to survive, to transcend the legacy, it would necessitate the assistance of the Dark Lord. For Pollux, death and the loss of everything represented the pinnacle of anguish. Voldemort was universally acknowledged as a master of the killing curse, due to Hermione's parents being Muggles. The quartet had hardly crossed paths throughout the holiday. After all, her parents were understandably reluctant to allow their 12-year-old daughter to roam freely. On the first day of the new academic year, during the lunch break, Harry and the others took Hermione back to the Gryffindor common room to introduce her to their new friend. Upon entering the common room, Harry eagerly called out for Dobby. "Dobby, this is the Hermione I told you about, Miss Granger." "Hermione, this is Dobby, a kind house elf," Harry announced. "Miss Granger, Dobby is very pleased to meet you," Dobby politely stated. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Dobby. Just call me Hermione," she replied. Her curiosity piqued as she observed the house elf for the first time outside of books. However, Hermione's attention soon shifted away from Dobby, as she had made a remarkable discovery regarding Pollux during her meticulous research over the holiday. After gently touching Dobby's long ears, she quietly remarked, "Guys, I've made an astonishing discovery concerning Professor Doy." At this point, Harry, Ron, and Neville exchanged glances. The trio had thoroughly enjoyed their holiday, even managing to cast aside thoughts of the Dark Lord. They felt a wave of embarrassment, realizing that confronting Voldemort was primarily their responsibility, and that Hermione, in truth, bore no animosity towards the Death Eaters. Reflecting on their own carefree escapades during the holiday, they couldn't help but flush at the thought of Hermione, who had been so concerned for them. Harry quickly interjected, "Hermione, thank you so much. This should have been our responsibility." Neville and Ron echoed his sentiments. "Hermione, did you spend the entire holiday?" Yet what they were unaware of was that Hermione's investigation into Professor Doy, which had initially stemmed from concern for Harry's safety, had gradually transformed into an enticing enigma, resembling a captivating riddle to be solved. Enticed by an insatiable curiosity, she gradually sought to unveil the truth concealed within. As the investigation progressed, the doubts and contradictions only multiplied, incessantly tormenting and alluring Hermione, compelling her to delve deeper. This temptation, of course, was confined to such an astute child. Harry was somewhat better off, while Neville and Ron, faced with the same circumstances, nearly felt drowsy and plagued by headaches. Observing the guilt-ridden expressions of her companions, Hermione felt a twinge of embarrassment as she attempted to clarify, "It's merely a pastime. You all know how much I adore reading." She waved her hand to interrupt the trio, who were eager to speak further. "And besides, we are the best of friends, are we not?" Leading Harry and the others to a relatively quiet corner of the common room, they found an empty table upon which to sit. Harry sensed that what Hermione was about to disclose might be of considerable importance. Glancing around at the other young wizards, he addressed Dobby. "Dobby, you may return to the dormitory." "As you wish, Mr. Potter," came the obedient response, and with that, Dobby vanished from the common room. With Dobby's departure, the attention of the surrounding young wizards shifted away from the four. Once assured that they would not be disturbed, Hermione retrieved her notebook, filled to the brim over the past 6 months with meticulous records concerning Pollux and Doy. Casting a cautious glance at Harry, she declared, "Guys, I believe I must confront Professor Doy to ascertain one crucial matter. His true identity." "Absolutely not. Hermione, he is a most vicious Death Eater. He would certainly kill you," Neville exclaimed, regarding Hermione as if she had lost her senses. "Indeed. Hermione, please do not pursue this course of action." Ron did not shout, but his expression was even more dismal than Neville's. "You have no idea what that malevolent fiend has done. He is the most terrifying dark wizard I have ever encountered. I cannot endorse this." Harry looked at Hermione in bewilderment, struggling to comprehend how the most rational and intelligent among them could entertain such an idea. Over the holiday, he had heard numerous harrowing tales of the painful king from the Longbottoms and the Weasleys. Concerned, he inquired, "Hermione, what possesses you to think this? It is far too perilous." Hearing her friend's words warmed Hermione's heart. Nevertheless, it did not dissuade her from her resolve. With a serious demeanor, she addressed them. "This matter must be clarified. We cannot glean any useful information from Hagrid. That kind-hearted giant has never doubted Professor Doy's identity. My investigation last year confirmed that Hagrid has always regarded him as a reclusive dandy." At this juncture, Hermione paused to flip through her notebook and began recounting Paulus' notable deeds to her companions. After her narrative, she concluded, "And the painful king of the Wizarding War is nothing short of a madman. He and the current Professor Doy are entirely different individuals, are they not?" Indeed, it was evident. They did not resemble one another in the slightest. Ron and Neville nodded in agreement. "If that's the case, why are you still seeking out Professor Doy?" Harry inquired, perplexed. "To ascertain his true identity. Is he the dandy that Hagrid mentioned, or is he, as we suspect?" Hermione, under the curious gazes of her companions, turned to the final pages of her notebook. "These are excerpts I discovered in the Prophet regarding a segment of Hogwarts history and the onset of the war 11 years ago. Please, take a closer look." The trio leaned in eagerly, while Pollux, having frequently skipped school, found little documented about the early events. They swiftly perused the contents, yet their minds remained muddled. "Hermione, have you uncovered something?" Neville and Ron asked. "If you only examine this section, do you not find a resemblance between the two individuals?" Hermione replied, "They do share similarities. Both are rather reclusive and unlikable," Ron noted. "But didn't you previously assert that they are two distinct persons?" "What exactly do you mean, Hermione?" Harry pondered aloud, expressing his confusion. "Precisely because of that, we cannot ascertain his fate, which is why I must confirm Professor Doy's identity." Hermione closed her notebook with a worried expression. "Therefore, we must determine who he truly is. This is crucial for all of Britain. If Professor Doy is not who we think he is, it implies he may still be aligned with Voldemort. That would be perilous. 11 years ago, it was not solely due to Harry that the war unfolded. However, Hermione chose to withhold further commentary, keeping her thoughts private. Having come to understand the war, she recognized how fortuitous and coincidental that victory had been. With unwavering resolve, she gazed at Harry, Neville, and Ron. "Hermione, I believe that Professor Dumbledore understands this matter far better than we do. He will handle everything appropriately." Neville was the first to assert, "Indeed, you are correct. Hermione, there is no need for you to take risks. This matter does not concern you, Ron added. I too believe it is better to leave such matters to Dumbledore. Harry shook his head, having faced Voldemort the previous year. He was acutely aware of the capabilities possessed by a wizard of that caliber. He was reluctant to let Hermione take risks based merely on conjecture. He, like Neville and Ron, believed that such matters should be addressed by Dumbledore. He said to Hermione, "Moreover, this year we have Dobby, who will undoubtedly assist us in our investigation. After all, the other party has been in the school for quite some time. I doubt the situation is as dire as it seems." "Yes, we still have Dobby. Hermione, please promise us not to seek Professor Trelawney." After much persuasion from the three, Hermione ultimately accepted their goodwill. However, the thought in her mind did not dissipate. She had an instinct that the other party would not harm her. Yet, this intuition could not sway Harry and the others. After dinner that day, as Hermione bid farewell to the trio and made her way to the library alone, her desire to consult Professor Trelawney to uncover the mystery that had troubled her for a year intensified. Gazing down the somewhat empty corridor, she hesitated for a moment before running towards the Defense Against the Dark Arts office as Harry and the others vanished from sight. As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat, and humans are no different. At the door of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor's office, Hermione hesitated but eventually knocked. After a moment of silence, she called out, "Professor Trelawney, it is Hermione Granger. I would like to ask you a few questions regarding dark magic." Inside, Professor Trelawney, puzzled, could not comprehend why a young witch, let alone Miss Granger, would seek him out. After a brief pause, he replied, "The door is not closed. Please come in." Hearing his voice, Hermione opened the door and stepped inside, feeling a chill in the room. She paused momentarily before turning back to close the door. "Miss Granger, I wonder what queries you have for me." Trelawney, seated on the sofa with his back to the door, gestured, and a chair materialized beside Hermione. At that moment, Trelawney, still facing away from her, pondered whether he might attempt to use the Cruciatus curse to control her. Envisioning a sensational headline, "The Chosen One Assassinated at Hogwarts." Especially in light of Voldemort's return, it would surely embroil Dumbledore in a predicament. Being at Hogwarts, Dumbledore would undoubtedly pay special attention to Harry and his companions. He feared that the moment he drew his wand, that old man would appear. Moreover, even if Albus remained unaware, Hermione's strength was insufficient to withstand his magical power and consciousness, which might lead to her demise under his unforgiving curse. With this thought, he abandoned the notion. It must be said, a woman's intuition is often quite accurate. Sensing that Hermione was still standing, Trelawney said, "Please, take a seat. Would you care for something to drink?" "Thank you, Professor." "I do not require." Hermione grasped the fabric of her school robe with both hands and slowly sat down. Her heart filled with anxiety and turmoil, causing her to incessantly fidget with her clothing. For a moment, she found herself at a loss for words. "Surely, you did not come to inquire about academic matters, did you?" Observing Hermione's reaction, Pollux recalled that he had given her a t-shirt last semester. Yet she had never sought him out since, and he had never taught a spell during class. He couldn't help but think of Hagrid, with whom he often discussed Harry and their adventures. A bittersweet smile crept across his face. Was it only Rita, or were all girls inherently so gossipy? From her demeanor, Pollux seemed to glimpse that inquisitive figure, and his typically frigid tone softened slightly. "Miss Granger, you do not truly believe I would be the dandy Hagrid speaks of, do you?" If that were the case, Pollux rose and turned, stating, "I can only say that there may have been some misunderstandings between Hagrid and myself that have led you to misinterpret the situation. However, I shall not offer you any explanations." With that, Pollux gestured with his hand while simultaneously opening the office door. "Please leave, Miss Granger." Perhaps it was due to Rodolphus still not having recovered from their conversation the previous day that Pollux refrained from contacting him. Or perhaps he simply did not care about the 12-year-old child at all. The words "a misunderstanding between Hagrid and me" resounded like thunder in Hermione's heart. Clearly, she had not anticipated that he would so easily shed his facade. She had always believed that Pollux was exploiting and deceiving Hagrid, thinking that he was actively concealing his identity, and she had even devised numerous strategies to elicit information from him during this visit. What Hermione remained unaware of was that Pollux's identity was not a secret, and the responsibility of maintaining that secrecy lay with Dumbledore and the Ministry of Magic. In fact, had it not been for Dumbledore's insistence on retaining him, Pollux would have long since discarded his mask and returned to Malfoy Manor. As for Hagrid, given his intellect, it was likely that even without the mask, he would be unable to recognize Pollux as John Doe. Moreover, Pollux's inherent nature made him rather unapproachable. and few were willing to engage with him. Jenkins, in particular, was wholly indifferent to such matters. That lad had a plethora of secrets in his own household, and his father had long since extinguished his curiosity. The words of Pollux instantly dispelled all the doubts within Hermione's heart. The individual before her was certainly not the playboy that Hagrid had described. If that were the case, then the true identity of Professor Doy. Hermione found herself momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated receiving the answers so effortlessly, nearly exclaiming in her surprise, only to swiftly cover her mouth. As her gaze shifted from reverence to fear, even the most astute child remains merely a child. After a brief interval, she finally regained her composure. Her foremost thought being to hastily depart from this place. She endeavored to steady her voice as she said, "I apologize, Professor Doy. I must take my leave." Rising from her seat, she approached the door, intent on exiting, when suddenly, the office door slammed shut. Hermione hurriedly grasped the doorknob, exerting all her strength, only to find it unyielding. A cold, clammy hand seized her wand. "Miss Granger, you must have conducted quite the investigation, haven't you?" Sensing the presence behind her, Hermione's legs weakened, and with a trembling voice, she stammered, "What are you talking about?" "I don't know. Professor Doy, I still need to speak with the headmaster." "You must be unaware that Dumbledore cannot perceive this office, can you? There's no need to address me as Professor Doy any longer. Moreover, Miss Granger, your presence here is likely not at Albus's behest." Pollux seized the wand from Hermione's grasp and settled back onto the sofa, directing her wand toward the chair with a gentle gesture. "Take a seat, Miss Granger, and enlighten me on what you know." "Professor, please return my wand. I am unaware of what you are speaking of, and curfew is approaching." "Ah, curfew. Then let us await its arrival and see if Dumbledore chooses to knock." Pollux's demeanor grew increasingly frigid. "Miss Granger, I suspect you are oblivious to the keen sensitivity of a serpent's perception. Your trembling form and the sin of perspiration have already betrayed you. Time, at times, appears to progress slowly." Hermione, seated across from Pollux, found herself quaking under his intense gaze. Yet, as moments passed, she gradually regained her composure and began to devise a strategy. After her extensive investigations, she understood that Pollux was not the madman often depicted. During his tenure as a professor and prior to the war, he was not deranged. Hermione sensed that he would not inflict harm upon her, at least not at this moment. His earlier remarks indicated that, through Hagrid, Pollux was aware of her inquiries into his background, and he had chosen not to intervene. What she remained unaware of was that his inaction stemmed from Rodolphus's presence. Rodolphus had previously surmised that Hermione had sought Albus's counsel and had not earned his trust. He simply found it tedious to elaborate and thus refrained from informing Pollux. This was the reason Hermione had mustered the courage to approach Pollux. However, the situation had since changed. Pollus's mind was now adrift. His own brain, filled with the most torturous of curses, was not as astute as one might presume. Opposite Hermione, Pollus's inner turmoil was palpable as he regarded her in silence. Pollux was eager to ascertain just how much Hermione knew about him. After all, he could not yet reveal all that he had done in the presence of Dumbledore. Pollux was perplexed as to how Hermione could so swiftly deduce his identity. Yet, her realization signified that Harry would inevitably come to know as well, and naturally, so would Dumbledore. Furthermore, Pollux recalled that Hermione had witnessed him retrieving the Philosopher's Stone. Thud, thud. As the dull sounds echoed, Pollux slowly rose and approached Hermione. "The curfew has passed. I suspect your headmaster has yet to notice your absence. You must be aware," he murmured, placing his hand upon her shoulder while closing his eyes. "Pollux Black, once known as the King of Pain. What a nostalgic name it is. I do not wish to render you foolish, Miss Granger. Please answer my question." Before Hermione could respond, a surge of power, entirely disparate from what was chronicled in books, coursed through her, inflicting such excruciating agony that she was rendered incapable of even a scream or tremor. This fragment of magic made the young girl, who had grown up in the Muggle world, far removed from the Wizarding Wars, comprehend that even after spending 11 years at Hogwarts, and despite his aversion to bloodshed, he remained the Dark Lord with blood-stained hands, one of the most formidable wizards in existence, capable of contending with Dumbledore himself. As that surge of magic dissipated, her body instantly slackened. Had Pollux not gripped her shoulder, Hermione would have crumpled to the ground. In her heart, a thought emerged unbidden. Even if he were to take her life, Dumbledore might not take action against Pollux. Perhaps Harry and the others were correct. She ought not to involve herself in this matter. With this thought, A flicker of despair crossed Hermione's face. Sensing her momentary recovery, Pollux released his hold and returned to the sofa. His cold voice echoed once more. Miss Granger, enlighten me on what you know about me. Believe me, if you remain silent, the next encounter will not be so amiable. I will not divulge anything to you, you wicked demon. Hermione's weak tone was laced with fury. Truly, she was a Gryffindor. Having already threatened the young girl, Pollux felt indifferent to her plight, mockingly addressing Hermione. Though I seldom take the lives of muggles, I do not hesitate to torment them with my wand, especially that one you wield. With a swift motion, Pollux seized the wand that had flown from Hermione's grasp. You pervert. Madman, you are unworthy of being a wizard. Hermione struggled to rise and reclaim her wand, but powerless, she collapsed onto the floor. Tears of regret and rage filling her eyes as she shouted, Pollux Black, you are but a dog of Voldemort. You filthy, cruel wretch, who has personally doomed the traitor of the Black family. Had she not been but a young girl, I assure you, Hermione would have earned herself 2 splendid golden teeth. Accompanied by Hermione's relentless curses, Pollux roared in anger. Enough. Silence your tongue. What, have I spoken in error? Mr. Black, you are now nothing more than a pitiful prisoner, a captive of Hogwarts. Even if you threaten me with my parents, I shall reveal nothing to you. The frail Hermione, with tear-filled eyes, fixed her gaze fiercely upon Pollux. Perhaps this was the reason she was sorted into Gryffindor rather than Ravenclaw, in the face of malevolence. Even the sacrifice of everything could not extinguish the righteousness within her heart. The defiant Hermione reminded Pollux of many familiar faces, and he knew that his ineptitude in the art of extracting memories would yield no answers from this young girl. And once again, after attempting to contact Rodolphus with no response, Paul fell into silence, and after a considerable pause, he spoke with a calm demeanor. Miss Granger, if I were to say that my past was not a true reflection of my intentions, would you believe me? Or would you rather seek the entirety of the truth? Hermione, momentarily puzzled, resolutely replied, I shall not place my faith in the words of a madman. To my astonishment, I found myself attempting to persuade a Gryffindor to relinquish the justice that resided within her heart. Pollux shook his head, rising to his feet and moving to Hermione's side to assist her. After returning her wand, he approached the window, gazing outside with a hint of melancholy and self-mockery. Miss Granger, you are indeed brave and remarkably intelligent. Yet, regrettably, this may well be the last night of your life. However, I assure you, I shall not harm your parents. My earlier words were merely a ruse. Rather than torment a young girl, I would prefer to end your life. Then do it. She retorted vehemently. You are correct. I am a righteous Gryffindor, and I shall not fall for your deceit. I am not skilled in the art of lying. Otherwise, I would not find myself in this predicament. Pollux raised a hand, pointing toward the window. Do you see that? That is the cage in which Dumbledore imprisoned me. Miss Rita Skeeter awaited my return in that very room for 17 years. Skeeter? The hero who perished in the Battle of Hogwarts. The brave woman who thwarted you? She is dead. She is not dead. Pollux interrupted Hermione, and in response to her puzzled gaze, began recounting everything that had transpired since the first time he met Rita. This included the tales of the Dumbledore brothers and Sally Ann, the reasons behind his obsession with power, his allegiance to Voldemort for the sake of the Blacks, and the various atrocities he committed during the war, culminating in his arrival at Hogwarts after the conflict had ended. He himself was unsure why he felt compelled to share these intimate details with a stranger, a girl he barely knew, revelations he had never voiced before about Bellatrix, Rodolphus, Peveril, Rita, and Sally Ann. Perhaps he was simply weary, seeking someone to confide in, to unveil the vulnerabilities and fears that resided within him. Despite his formidable exterior, Pollux was, after all, merely human. As for his choice to confide in a stranger, perhaps he believed that after divulging everything, he could unburden himself by silencing her forever. After all, only a corpse could keep a secret. He did not wish to end up like Zhao Ergu from his previous life, despairing on his deathbed amidst the tears of family. Nor did he want to witness the deaths of his loved ones one by one, as he had during the Battle of Hogwarts. He had endured far too much of that helpless separation across 2 lifetimes. After Pollux shared his story, Hermione fell into silence. Many of her internal questions were resolved, yet numerous previous conclusions were overturned. As she was drawn into Pollux's perspective, she too felt a profound sense of helplessness. Considering what she knew of him, Hermione realized that he might not be as selfish and deranged as she had initially thought. Often, he was merely forced into difficult choices. Had it been 2 years later, perhaps Hermione would not have felt this way, but at this moment, She found herself unable to forsake her family in the name of justice. It was akin to that famous train dilemma. No one is inherently good, nor inherently evil. One could argue that, in essence, humanity transcends such distinctions. To abandon family in order to vanquish the Dark Lord and save the world, perhaps when faced with such a choice, Hermione might make that sacrifice. But she had never encountered such a decision. At 13, her life experiences were limited, and Pollus's presence had skewed her perspective. She had not yet matured to the point of being able to cast a memory charm on her own parents. Moreover, Hermione had merely erased her parents' memories to extricate them from her conflict with Voldemort. The choices confronting Pollux were far beyond the resolution a simple memory charm could offer. If one were to place themselves in Pollus's shoes, the current Hermione, or the Hermione from the original text who married Ron, would not be able to make the choice Albus once presented to Pollux. After recounting everything, Pollux turned and retrieved a bottle from the shelf, saying, "I apologize, Miss Granger. You are an exceptional listener, so quiet. Would you care for a drink? This contraption should alleviate your suffering somewhat." "No need for that." Hermione gazed at Pollus's retreating figure, feeling the weight of his solitude and sensing that he was not deceiving her. Simultaneously, a rather unsettling thought crept into her mind, tinged with a hint of despair in her voice. "Mr. Black, do you intend to kill me?" Observing Pollus's hesitance in responding, Hermione fell into silence. After a moment, she spoke again. "Once you have taken my life, you would presumably depart from Hogwarts. Might you grant me one request?" Pollux set down his goblet, gently shaking his head as he retrieved his wand, accompanied by his actions. Hermione comprehended the gravity of her situation. In a tone laced with desperation, she implored, "Mr. Black, I recognize that I have acted foolishly. Yet I beseech you to allow me a fleeting glimpse of my parents." At this moment, her voice faltered, choked with emotion as she continued, "Just one more moment. It will not alter anything, Mr. Black. I implore you. They are at home now. For you, it should pose no great challenge. I merely wish to behold them once more, my parents." Pollux gazed at Hermione, reminiscent of his form before his transfiguration, and withdrew his wand. He resolved to grant this young girl another chance. "If you abandon your obstinacy and pledge, alongside your parents, to keep all matters concerning me confidential, you may depart," he stated. After a fleeting glance at the grandfather clock, he added, "However, the time you have to contemplate this is scarce. If you wish to reunite with your parents before your demise, I hope you can make a decision before Dumbledore discovers your absence." Hearing a glimmer of hope, Hermione hesitated and inquired, "Could you share the complete prophecy with me? The one concerning you and the Dark Lord?" To his surprise, he found that she still harbored a sense of justice. Pollux expressed a prophecy, much to his own surprise. The content of the prophecy was brief and soon articulated. After listening, Hermione, seated in contemplation, wore a visage filled with confusion and turmoil, yet she refrained from requesting an explanation from Pollux. Given her understanding and intellect, the prophecy was not particularly challenging to comprehend, as it had already unfolded significantly. Even upon the conclusion of Pollus's words, she grasped the entirety of the situation. Hermione's contemplation did not dwell on the prophecy itself, but rather on her internal struggle regarding the vow she would have to make, a vow that was not inherently difficult, merely a simple magical rite. She sat there, lost in thought, repeatedly questioning herself. To survive, for the sake of her parents, could she truly stand by and witness the world succumb to ruin, watching two Dark Lords clash, perhaps even Harry and the entire Hogwarts? The principles Hermione held dear were the very reasons she found it impossible to acquiesce. Pollux was acutely aware of this, given that Sirius and Snape's fates were not without consequence. As time slowly slipped away, Pollux remarked, "Miss Granger, you possess no power to alter the course of events. Do you understand? Saving the world has little to do with you young ones. I know, Mr. Black, but I am afraid I might become like you or Voldemort." Faced with the choice presented by Pollux, Hermione finally revealed a semblance of the 12-year-old she was. Curling up on the chair, trembling slightly, her face devoid of any trace of wisdom. Ultimately, she was still a child. Observing Hermione's murmured thoughts, Pollux quietly drew forth a piece of parchment and inscribed the contract, stepping forward to present it to the bewildered and fearful girl, saying, "Dumbledore is not as perfect as you imagine. The current state of the wizarding world in Britain is merely a game between Voldemort, myself, and him." As Hermione hesitated over the contract, Pollux continued, "The power of magic stems from the wizard's consciousness, Miss Granger. Your headmaster Dumbledore, like Voldemort and myself, is a madman." At this juncture, Pollux removed his mask, revealing himself to Hermione's astonished and fearful gaze, stating, essentially, "We are no different. Do you understand? It is not solely dark magic that corrupts the heart. White magic can do so as well. Miss Granger, the true nature of Dumbledore is akin to ours. His obsessions and madness surpass even Voldemort's." With that, Pollux donned his mask once more and handed Hermione a quill. "The paths we tread may differ, yet he, like us, is a legendary wizard. His selflessness reaches an extreme, rendering him more ruthless and insane than we are. Would you not agree?" But the headmaster. Hermione's resolve wavered upon hearing this, prompting her to involuntarily ask, "Miss Granger, do not forget what transpired 50 years ago. He is indeed a legendary wizard." Upon saying this, Pollux opened the door to his office and remarked, "I believe you must make a choice. You will also find a reasonable explanation for tonight's events, you know." At this point, he gestured towards his head, continuing, "I am not particularly clever. Now, go and rest." With that, Pollux took the contract from Hermione's hands, and a familiar yet complex scent wafted in from the corridor. He paused momentarily, but soon recollected a familiar figure. It was not that his mind had suddenly grasped something, but rather that having spent many years there, he immediately remembered this remarkably unique little elf, Dobby. A few hours earlier, after bidding farewell to Hermione, Harry and his companions sought out Remus and Sirius, coincidentally encountering them as they were transitioning responsibilities with Hagrid. Upon their meeting, Harry enthusiastically introduced Ron and Neville to Remus, who in turn introduced Harry to Sirius and Hagrid. Hagrid also took the opportunity to introduce Harry's trio to Sirius and Remus. Amidst the delightful chaos of conversation, they realized that even those previously unacquainted could swiftly become friends. After a round of laughter and joviality, Hagrid led Remus and Sirius to complete their final handover, while also catering to the eager curiosity of Harry and his friends, suggesting they visit Norbert in the Forbidden Forest. After all, although it was legal, keeping a dragon at school was still an unprecedented notion. Both Remus and Sirius were astonished. After discussing the matter in detail with Hagrid, they learned that Norbert was still under 5 months old and ultimately decided to bring Harry along. The 6 of them soon arrived at a clearing deep within the Forbidden Forest. The air was thick with an acrid odor and a palpable heat, creating a stark contrast to the tranquil surroundings of the forest. However, none of them felt any discomfort. Apart from Hagrid, even Remus and Sirius gazed at Norbert with curiosity, not to mention Harry and his friends, who, although it was not their first encounter, were nonetheless taken aback after nearly 2 months of rapid growth. The once tiny creature had now fully transformed into a dragon of formidable presence, fierce and robust, each breath accompanied by a plume of scorching white smoke. Most astonishing of all was its size. Under the attentive care of Hagrid and Pollux, the overnourished Norbert now measured close to 15 meters from head to tail, entirely reaching the stature of a typical adult dragon. It was nearly impossible to believe that this was a dragon not yet half a year old. Norbert, upon noticing their arrival, opened its eyelids and cast a glance with its orange eyes. A flicker of dissatisfaction appeared in its gaze, and it slowly raised its head. This action instantly caused Remus and Sirius to tense up, drawing their wands and positioning themselves in front of the creature, aiming their wands at the formidable beast. However, the notoriously irritable Norwegian Ridgeback displayed no signs of aggression. Rather, it was quite displeased with the intrusion disturbing its slumber. The creature merely lifted its head, having been awakened, and wished to shift into a more comfortable position to continue its rest. "Do not be alarmed, my friends. Norbert is a good lad," Hagrid proclaimed. As he approached, bearing his magically expanded bag, he poured forth a generous heap of food, approximately equivalent to Norbert's size, before gently patting the dragon's head. "Time to eat, you lazy creature. You spend all day sleeping. And remember, after your meal, you must fly around Hogwarts 10 times. As Norbert, somewhat begrudgingly, nudged Hagrid in response and began to rise for its meal, Hagrid beckoned the others to come closer. "See? Norbert is well behaved. You may approach." After a moment's hesitation, Remus and Sirius, along with the excited yet apprehensive Harry, stepped forward, albeit not as close as Hagrid. "Hagrid, how did you manage this?" Remus inquired, glancing between the dragon and the giant man. "Well, it's not my doing, Remus. Norbert used to be quite fierce," Hagrid replied, rolling up his wizarding robe sleeve to reveal a row of healed, but still ominous, bite marks. "But during the break, I visited Beau's Batons. And after Professor John Doe took care of Norbert for over a month, he has become like this, though he has grown a bit lazy, unbeknownst to anyone." A flicker of fear crossed Norbert's eyes upon hearing the name John Doe, causing his wings to tremble slightly. Indeed, I had forgotten about that fellow. Sirius also recalled unsettling memories, relaxing as he sheathed his wand, patting Remus on the back. It's all right, with him around. Norbert is likely not too different from Fong now. Curiously, he moved closer to the dining dragon, observing its teeth thoughtfully. Remus followed suit, retracting his wand and leading Harry and the others toward Norbert. The three young ones gradually shifted from their initial anxiety and fear to excitement. Aside from Harry's inquiry about Sirius's acquaintance with Professor Doe, which was deftly sidestepped, the trio remained engaged until curfew had long passed, bidding farewell to Norbert, Hagrid, and Sirius. Upon returning to their dormitory, after washing up, the group lay in eager anticipation, discussing Norbert well into the night without a hint of slumber. Amid their chatter, Harry suddenly recalled something, opened the wardrobe, and addressed the sleeping Dobby within. "Dobby, I need to ask you a favor." "Ah, Master Potter, you are far too kind," exclaimed Dobby, rising from the corner of the wardrobe, somewhat taken aback. "All you need to do is call my name, and Dobby will appear before you at once." "Dobby, as I have already mentioned, call me Harry. And please refrain from sleeping in the wardrobe." Harry gestured towards the vacant bed, adding, "That bed is prepared for you." "Master." "No, Mr. Harry." "Dobby acknowledges his mistake," Dobby replied, his large eyes brimming with tears of excitement, which he hurriedly wiped away. "Mr. Harry is truly too kind to Dobby." "Harry, you didn't summon Dobby because you're hungry, did you?" Ron, lying on the bed, inquired. Upon hearing this, Neville promptly got out of bed and opened his own cupboard. "Harry, I have snacks here. Ron, would you like some?" "Of course, Neville," Ron replied immediately. "No, Ron. I am somewhat concerned." Harry glanced at the two and continued addressing Dobby. "Dobby, starting tomorrow, please keep an eye on Hermione. If she seeks Professor McGonagall, notify us at once." "At your command, my master." "Mr. Harry," Dobby responded. "So you were worried about Hermione," Neville said, returning to the bed with an armful of snacks. "Don't worry, Harry. She is so clever, she surely won't do anything foolish," Ron said, accepting the snacks thrown by Neville and beckoning Harry. "Come, let us share some. Isn't it too late to eat these? Won't we get cavities?" Harry asked, looking at the two. Neville gazed at Harry with an astonished expression. "Goodness, Harry, have you forgotten about cleaning? It's not just for bathing and laundry." "Dobby, would you like some?" Harry paused, realizing Dobby had vanished, yet he was not surprised, and then he joined in the fray with his friends. As Harry's devoted servant and admirer, Dobby would certainly not slack off. Upon receiving Harry's task, Dobby immediately began his search for Hermione within the castle. However, under the interference of Pollux, Dobby was unable to locate her. Just as he returned to his dormitory, hesitating whether to inform the slumbering Harry of his findings, he suddenly sensed Hermione's presence through his tracking magic. When Pollux had opened the door moments ago, Dobby swiftly arrived at the entrance of the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, stunned by the familiar aura of magic emanating from within. A terrifying figure loomed in Dobby's mind, prompting him to hastily cover his mouth and conceal himself in the corner. As a disobedient house elf, he had suffered greatly under Pollus's punishments in the past. The horrific memories rendered his mind blank, causing him to momentarily forget Harry's command, or even the instinct to flee the corridor. As Hermione stepped out of the office, somewhat disoriented, it was already too late. Pollux, a few paces behind her, approached the office door and, with a flick of his wand, closed it. The sound of the door shutting momentarily startled Hermione. Having made her choice, she resolved to accept reality, even if it meant losing all her friends. "Hermione, you truly are a reckless fool," she muttered to herself with a bitter smile before departing the corridor. Unbeknownst to her, her rashness had already inflicted harm upon another, namely, the house elf, concealed in that corner. Dobby was now in Pollus's grasp. Once Hermione had walked away, Pollux placed Dobby upon the table, pressing his wand against the elf's bare head. This year, Pollux needed a helper capable of concealing his identity for his clandestine activities at Hogwarts. While Hermione could not withstand his malevolent magic, Dobby could far stronger than the young wizards. Though he too would be susceptible to corruption from such power, at the very least, Dobby could endure it for a year and a half. Furthermore, a house elf from outside Hogwarts would attract little attention. No wizard cared for the welfare of house elves, not even Dumbledore. Unlike Hermione, who would prove useless and expose herself if killed or controlled by the killing curse, Dobby represented a perfectly advantageous tool that Pollux would not overlook. Leaning closer to the trembling Dobby on the table, Pollux whispered, Do you know? The most important trait of a house elf is loyalty. Before the frightened Dobby could utter a word, Pollus's wand began to glow. A soul extraction curse struck the helpless Dobby, erasing the fear from his face, replacing it with a vacant expression. His body stiffened in pain, and once the curse concluded, Dobby was completely under Pollus's control. With the fervent gaze of Dobby upon him, Pollux placed his hand upon the creature's head. The serpentine tattoos, intricate and alive, seemed to awaken, as if they had always possessed a pulse of their own. These tattoos slithered from Pollus's hand onto Dobby's form, converging at the location of the little elf's heart, forming an unusual circular pattern. Upon completing this act, Pollux inquired, "Who is your current master?" "Harry Potter, my esteemed master," Dobby replied, bowing his head respectfully and kneeling upon the table. Pollux suddenly recalled something. Casting a meaningful glance at the subdued Dobby, he waved his hand and commanded, "Return to Mr. Potter." "As you wish, my lord," Dobby replied. Apart from bearing a painful mark and an involuntary twitching habit, he appeared unchanged as he materialized in Harry's dormitory, diving into the wardrobe. That night, aside from Hermione and Dobby, another event unfolded. Ginny Weasley, the exquisite and charming young girl, vacantly departed the Gryffindor common room while Hermione was still engaged in conversation with Pollux. Unlike in the original narrative, Ginny, who had acquired the notebook earlier, was not under the influence of Voldemort's Horcrux, nor compelled to commit those heinous acts. At this moment, she had not yet begun to resist the image of the dashing and courteous Tom Riddle that frequently invaded her thoughts. Unlike the two Dark Lords, Pollux or Voldemort, the 16-year-old Tom resembled his son Jenkins. Furthermore, he had kindly employed the power of her own magic to cast the imperious curse upon her. Understanding and considerate, Tom had ensnared Ginny completely within that accursed charm, leading her to develop a habit of somnambulism. Fortunately, the notebook was a rather unique Horcrux of Voldemort's. Unlike subsequent Horcruxes, this notebook, as the first of its kind, was not inherently malevolent. The youthful Voldemort had invested significant effort to encase his memories and a fragment of his consciousness within it, crafting this Horcrux to resemble a complete, independent life form. Only this Horcrux could elude the perception of Dumbledore and Hogwarts Castle, for it contained not Voldemort himself, but rather a youthful Tom Riddle, a mere reflection of his younger self. Under the control of the curse, Ginny held a delicate notebook and skillfully evaded the ghosts and various detection spells throughout Hogwarts. Even the portraits scattered around the castle could not perceive her. She moved as if she were invisible, traversing staircases and corridors until she reached the entrance of the girls' bathroom on the 3rd floor. Drawing her wand, she pushed open the door and stepped inside. Thanks to a certain peculiar individual, the Myrtle was absent at night. In a state of somnambulism, Ginny surveyed her surroundings before approaching the central wash basin. Speaking the incantation in Parseltongue, she opened the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets and ventured inside. Upon entering the grand hall of the chamber, she beheld the basilisk slain by Pollux, her expression revealing a hint of confusion. After pouring all her magical energy into the notebook, she fainted weakly in the hall of the chamber. A faint, indistinct figure emerged from the notebook. Could it be Dumbledore's doing? As the form gradually took shape, a perplexed Tom picked up Ginny's wand, approached the basilisk's corpse, and examined it closely. "Hurry and reveal yourself," accompanied by the incantation. A faint trace of magic long dormant within the bones was awakened. A flicker of anger gradually emerged on Tom's face. "Pollux Black, you are truly a fool." After silently cursing in frustration, Tom reluctantly returned to his notebook, using the remnants of his magic to awaken Ginny, guiding the young girl back to the common room. The absence of the basilisk from the chamber had abruptly derailed his entire plan. Though the beast was gone, the scheme must persist. Overthrowing and dismantling Dumbledore could not rely solely on the Ministry of Magic. Having grasped the full prophecy, his hatred towards Dumbledore, who had long toyed with him, deepened, alongside a profound apprehension of the latter's intellect. At the tender age of 16, Tom, though pitifully weak, was paradoxically endowed with greater wisdom. Thus, he resolved to collaborate with this insufferable madman. He was not his true self, and Ginny lacked the requisite magical strength. Unable to summon the dark mark, he resorted to this primitive method to call upon him. That evening, after a day of contemplation, Tom returned to the chamber. Controlling Ginny, he softly invoked Pollus's name. Upon his appearance, Pollux regarded Ginny coldly and inquired, "Who are you, Tom Riddle or Voldemort? It seemed you were already aware of my existence." A fleeting look of surprise crossed Ginny's vacant expression, but she quickly composed herself, stating, We are essentially one and the same. You may refer to me as you wish." She gestured towards the corpse of the basilisk. "With it gone, I require your assistance, Mr. Black. Divulging the prophecy and Jenkins's identity does not imply I shall heed your commands. Share your plan, and we shall converse. Your diminutive form does not inspire any affection within me. I recognize your distrust, and I harbor no faith in you either. Yet as the prophecy foretells, we are both bound for death. You for Rita, I for Jenkins. We are but pitiful pawns, manipulated by fate and Dumbledore, are we not?" Ginny produced another notebook and tossed it to Pollux, declaring, "Eliminate the students listed within. That is my plan. I assure you, Dumbledore will no longer hold sway over everything. Then we can address matters between us." As Pollux perused the notebook, Ginny continued, "We cannot allow Dumbledore to persist in this manner." "Indeed," Pollux replied, closing the notebook. "The list you provided is acceptable, but Harry Potter is off limits." "Absolutely not." A hint of savagery surfaced on Ginny's previously vacant face as she retorted angrily, "Potter must die. He has no bearing on you. Pollux, do not meddle. It is not only Potter. You must also ensure Severus's survival." Pollux tossed the notebook back to Ginny, stating, "Voldemort, you have no choice. I trust you understand the reason behind it." Tom immediately recalled Ariana, forcefully suppressing the anger that surged within him. Ginny once again adopted her vacant demeanor and replied, "Very well, Mr. Black, I promise you, though I am uncertain how you intend to assist me. Potter's house elf, Dobby." Pollux extracted a wand and tossed it to Ginny, observing her crimson hair before stating, "It is under my control. With this wand, you too can wield such power. But remember, refrain from attempting any petty tricks." Ginny caught the wand and nodded at Pollux, saying, "You can trust me. After all, we are both mad, are we not? That applies to you. Voldemort, do not seek me out again." As Pollux effortlessly operated around Hogwarts and Ginny's wand emanated an increasingly pure magic, Tom's heart was tumultuous. Harry had become merely an inconsequential presence to him, and Severus was of no concern either. What troubled him was Pollux's formidable strength, a might that compelled Tom to question whether he could truly vanquish him in their inevitable confrontation. For the first time, he doubted his mastery of the killing curse and began to contemplate the integrity of the prophecy. Could Jenkins truly eliminate that monstrous Pollux with his assistance? For the first time, Voldemort felt a worry akin to Dumbledore's for his own son. Perhaps the plan ought to undergo a transformation. Muttering to himself, Tom contacted Voldemort, controlling Ginny and concealing Pollux's wand within the carcass of the basilisk before departing the Chamber of Secrets, hidden within the Ministry of Magic. Voldemort opened his eyes and addressed the nearby Bartemius, summoned Cornelius Fudge. "At once, Master," Bartemius replied respectfully as he exited his father's office. Shortly thereafter, he returned with Cornelius, who appeared even more obsequious than Bartemius. "I am unsure why you summoned me at such a late hour, Mr. Voldemort," Cornelius said, ingratiatingly, without a hint of concern for his former identity as the Dark Lord. "Please take a seat, Minister Fudge. I require you to compose a letter in your name." "Of course." Cornelius wiped the sweat from his brow, seated himself opposite Voldemort, and retrieved a pen and parchment, inquiring, "Is it official correspondence or a personal letter?" "An official letter, addressed to Albus Dumbledore. Inform him that I wish to meet with him in the Chamber of Secrets. As for the remaining contents, feel free to exercise your discretion." "What?" Cornelius gasped, about to ask further questions, but upon noticing Voldemort's gaze, he promptly amended his inquiry. "When shall it be sent?" "You need not concern yourself with that, Minister Fudge. Are you prepared for the appointment of your successor as headmaster of Hogwarts?" Voldemort observed Fudge, who trembled slightly, and with a smile remarked, "It is likely that Dumbledore will soon depart the school, leaving all his titles vacant. Just as I promised you, Fudge. Those titles shall belong to you. So swiftly, Mr. Voldemort, your plans are not. I shall endeavor to prepare." Cornelius struggled to calm his tumultuous heart, hastily completing the letter requested by Voldemort. He sealed the parchment with the minister's wax stamp. "Is there anything else you require of me, sir? You may leave now." Voldemort waved his hand dismissively. "Just attend to your duties. Good night, Mr. Voldemort." After Fudge departed, Voldemort turned to young Barty and instructed, "Take me to my mother's grave." In the dead of night, within an ordinary cemetery in London, dilapidated tombstones were scattered about, many graves lacking even markers, merely adorned with weathered, decaying wooden crosses. The cemetery was devoid of a fence or a caretaker, as it housed the remains of common folk, whose eternal slumber would not be disturbed. Even famished wild dogs chose not to expend energy digging in these unprofitable graves. The only notable individual interred here was possibly Merope Gaunt, who had perished in an orphanage, thanks to the benevolent orphanage director, who sold all her valuables. Including her mysterious garments, Merope, the witch from the Gaunt family, finally found a meager resting place in death. This will suffice, Barty. Wait for me here. Having been transported by Barty's apparition, Voldemort gestured for him to halt his pursuit. He closed his eyes and entered the cemetery, guided by his magical essence. His diminutive figure swiftly arriving at a headstone deep within the grounds. Gazing at the weathered, crumbling stone cross, Voldemort stood motionless for a considerable time. Drawing forth his wand, he repaired the cross and began to engrave his mother's name upon the nameless marker. As he inscribed her surname, his hand trembled slightly. After much hesitation, Voldemort ultimately carved the name his mother had longed to bear, Merope Riddle Gaunt. Riddle does not befit you, yet I believe you would cherish this name. Forgive me for visiting you only now. Voldemort knelt down, once again waving his wand at excavated deep pit before him. He retrieved the box containing the remnants of old Tom's bones and cast it within, covering it with earth. This coward, who abandoned you out of fear, shall never escape again. Having completed this task, Voldemort closed his eyes and stood after a lengthy pause. Stowing away his wand, he found his hands filled with dirt, eroded by over 60 years, mingled with remnants of bone, and with a smile, he proclaimed, "Mother, you have a magnificent son. And you are not a madwoman?" Regrettably, he faced failure. "I lack the capacity to change this world," he tenderly declared as he carefully gathered a handful of soil into a bag. "However, I can take you to witness your grandson. He shall undoubtedly grow into a remarkable wizard. Your tragedy shall not be replayed through your son." Before departing, Voldemort cast a glance back at the newly erected gravestone and softly murmured, "Love is indeed a formidable power. Farewell, mother." Upon reaching the edge of the graveyard, Voldemort approached young Barty, resuming his former demeanor. "Barty, next month I shall expel your father from the Ministry of Magic." "My lord." Barty was momentarily taken aback. No one knew that the cruel and deranged young Barty was not driven by the pursuit of power, fame, or authority. He joined the Death Eaters, becoming the Dark Lord's most loyal servant, solely to tarnish the name of Crouch and ruin his father's career. He could not fathom why his father, who was kind and benevolent in public, turned so cold and unfeeling upon returning home. So devoid of warmth that neither he nor his mother could sense a trace of love. What was it about that damned power that captivated people so? How could the elder Barty, as a husband and father, harbor no affection for his wife and son? Why did the seemingly perfect life of the elder Barty compel him to obsessively chase after power? He sought to destroy Barty Crouch. He yearned to shatter his father's insatiable thirst for dominance and transform him into a normal man. He longed for a sincere family devoid of ulterior motives. Yet, young Barty never anticipated that after enduring years as a Death Eater, in a state of despair over his estranged father and filled with disillusionment towards the world, it would be none other than the one known as the Dark Lord who would pull him back from the brink of darkness before he became a true madman. The very person who offered him a lifeline was the Dark Lord. His heart recoiled at the thought of this reality. Barty gazed at the Voldemort he had served faithfully for many years, feeling an unfamiliar sensation wash over him. He opened his mouth to utter something, yet found himself at a loss for words. Voldemort gestured toward the dilapidated church at the edge of the graveyard, continuing, "Take your parents and depart from the wizarding world to live there." "No, my lord. I shall not leave." "Silence. Are you not still my servant? This is my command." Voldemort seized Barty's left arm and, with a swift motion, severed the pinky finger of his other hand. "Guard this graveyard. No one must know that my mother rests here. I do not wish for anyone else to be aware." After uttering this, Voldemort released his hold on Barty's arm. "Remember, this is an order, Barty." "Understood, my master." Barty remained indifferent to the motive behind the severing of his own finger, oblivious to the blood streaming from his left hand, as he was now entirely numb to the corporeal pain. Instead, he gazed at the vanishing dark mark on his left arm, collapsing onto the ground with his head bowed. His expression was an ambiguous blend of tears and laughter, rendering him a figure of madness in that moment. It was as if he had gained everything, yet simultaneously lost it all. As Voldemort receded into the distance, Barty instinctively rose, intent on pursuing him. However, after a few steps, his pace faltered, and he called out to Voldemort's retreating figure, "Great Voldemort, I shall forever remain your most loyal servant." Upon uttering this, he snapped his wand in two and tossed it aside, turning his back to stride towards the dilapidated church. prepared to fulfill his master's final command as the most devoted of servants. Bone of the father, flesh of the servant, blood of the enemy. With a spell and a cauldron of potion, the resurrection of Voldemort's corporeal form seemed a simple endeavor, did it not? Yet, the ritual was far from a mere matter of semantics. If it were indeed that straightforward, Voldemort would have returned to life long ago. The three crucial components demanded a reciprocal bond between the provider and Voldemort. This ceremony, devised by Voldemort over half a century, was a culmination of his genius. How could it merely serve to restore his physical form? The true intent of the ritual was to forge a flawless body from profound love, unwavering loyalty, and seething hatred. Intertwined with his own consciousness, it was not merely about regaining past strength. Regrettably, in the original narrative, Voldemort lacked close kin and devoted servants, and regarding enemies? Aside from Harry, he had no living adversaries. However, the circumstances have now irrevocably changed. With the reclamation of his humanity, Voldemort possesses a blood relation, his mother's bone. He has a truly loyal servant, Barty's flesh. Harry is no longer worthy of being labeled an enemy. Voldemort no longer requires Harry's blood to nullify the protective charm left by his parents. The feeble Harry lacks the merit to be the Dark Lord's nemesis. Indeed, Harry's hatred pales in comparison to Snape's. Were it not for Dumbledore's deliberate nurturing, Harry would never have summoned the courage to confront Voldemort out of hatred and a sense of justice. Being sorted into Gryffindor does not equate to embodying Godric Gryffindor. The true adversary of Voldemort is the apocalyptic demon, Pollux Black. Having decimated much of the Black family, Voldemort would not spare Jenkins. He harbored no illusion that Pollux, who valued family above life itself, would show mercy to his own son in the final showdown. Were their roles reversed, Voldemort could assure that every Death Eater would perish. Even the eggs within the adversary's household must be meticulously shaken, and the earthworms should be sliced with precision. A dish of scrambled eggs with earthworms cannot possibly quench the thirst for vengeance. With an enemy so formidable, how could Voldemort still regard Harry with any semblance of esteem? The blood of Paul is undoubtedly far more challenging than that of Harry. The opponent now stands as the undisputed strongest wizard. What significance does it hold that a wizard hails from a purely Muggle lineage? Moreover, Hermione's brilliance lies in her intellect, not in her magical prowess. Her cleverness and diligence do not solely account for her relentless pursuit of knowledge, nor do they explain why a 12-year-old would spend countless hours in the library. It is her indomitable spirit that fuels her aspiration to excel academically. Yet, she finds herself in Hogwarts, a realm designated for wizards, no matter how hard she strives. Even if Hermione could memorize the entire Hogwarts library, she would forever remain eclipsed by Harry and Neville, and scarcely surpass Ron. The stark contrast with Muggle life drives Hermione's relentless quest for validation, the very reason behind her tireless efforts. However, whether a genius or a fool, one will invariably appear out of place in the eyes of others. The camaraderie with Harry and his companions initially blossomed due to his identity as the savior. Unlike Neville and Ron's admiration and gratitude, Hermione's initial motivation was to prove her worth. Through her wisdom, she sought to establish herself as a wizard of equal greatness to the Savior and Dumbledore. Yet, after that fateful night, everything changed. Hermione is neither Harry, Neville, nor Ron. She possesses the clarity to see and comprehend the truth. The part of her that belongs to Gryffindor was irrevocably extinguished when she signed that contract, obliterated by the harsh reality. Paul's influence has forced Hermione, who was meant to flourish amidst friendship and a sense of justice, to confront the harsh realities of their world. Understanding that their fates are mere playthings in the hands of the powerful. The fragile bond she shares with Harry, coupled with her underdeveloped sense of righteousness, has been utterly shattered by the brutal truths surrounding them. In the wizarding realm, magic reigns supreme. Hermione, bound by a contract, feels a twinge of regret for having come to Hogwarts. Perhaps she should have regarded her acceptance letter as a mere jest. This is not the fairy tale world of novels. In her heart, she can no longer forge genuine friendships with Harry and the others, for she has family and parents whom she does not wish to resemble the tragic figures Paul speaks of. She refuses to forsake everything for this unfamiliar world. She does not want to become a pawn in the game between Dumbledore and the two Dark Lords, sacrificing all for their whims. She yearns to prove herself. Yet the proof she seeks demands the ultimate price, her life. She cannot make the seemingly righteous choice. Hermione Granger is merely a Muggle child with no ties to the wizarding world. The fate of wizards is of no concern to her. What does it matter to a 13-year-old girl like her? During one lunch in the Great Hall, Harry approached Hermione, who had been resting in the infirmary for several days, and asked with concern, "Hermione, are you feeling better?" "I'm fine, Harry. It was just a simple case of pneumonia. For a wizard, it's hardly significant, is it?" Hermione replied, turning to him. "Moreover, Madame Pomfrey's potions are quite effective. You're not still worried about that odd Professor Doy, are you?" Ron chimed in. "When I was in the infirmary, Professor Dumbledore came to see me." Hermione glanced at Dumbledore, sighing inwardly, revealing a hint of disappointment. "I told him about Professor Doy and the Pain King." "What? Did the headmaster reveal Doy's true identity to you?" Neville asked excitedly. "Sort of," Hermione responded. "The headmaster didn't say it outright, but he indicated that the Pain King and Professor Doy are not the same. I feel you're all right. We should trust the headmaster. Trust someone who sees us as pawns? A headmaster who allows two Dark Lords to remain in the school? This headmaster didn't even notice he was missing for an entire night. Oh, right. Dumbledore wouldn't care about a Muggleborn like me. If she were not Harry's friend." Hermione turned her gaze away from Dumbledore and looked back at Harry and the others, continuing. "I'm more concerned about my defense against the dark arts class and my dreadful grades in divination." Upon hearing these words, the expressions of Harry and his companions momentarily darkened, for they relied heavily on Hermione for their assignments. "Oh, Hermione, could you refrain from mentioning that?" Ron's face mirrored Hermione's fresh from the hospital pallor. "I had just managed to forget about my grades from last year." "It's all right, Ron. I'm quite similar to you." "My head spins at the mere sight of books," Neville reassured him. "I believe most young wizards our age share this sentiment." "Indeed, not everyone possesses your brilliance, Hermione." Harry nodded in agreement, addressing her. "Hermione, after dinner, shall we venture to the Keeper's hut?" "Yes, Hermione. You have no idea how much Norbert has grown." Ron's spirits lifted immediately as he gestured widely. "He is this big. He has completely transformed into a dragon. It's astonishing. Moreover, he is quite well behaved, and the new arrivals, Professor Lupin and Mr. Black, are very amiable." Upon hearing Neville mention Black, Hermione involuntarily shuddered, placing down her utensils. "Harry, Neville, Ron, I think I shall pass." Rising from her seat, she continued, "I've squandered an entire holiday. It's time for me to return to my studies." As she made her way to exit the dining hall, she glanced back momentarily. "Guys, I suggest you also focus on improving your grades. Let go of any adventurous notions, and do not place your trust in Professor Dumbledore." "I'm sorry, friends. I cannot." Turning away, Hermione discreetly wiped away the tears that had fallen and left the hall. Ultimately, the quartet of Harry remained a steadfast triangle. Who knows why Halloween in the wizarding world seems perpetually tumultuous? Hogwarts is undoubtedly one of the safest places in Britain. Of course, that is under the condition that Dumbledore does not intentionally overlook certain matters. However, with the addition of Paul, the safety factor becomes rather questionable. One legend is formidable enough, but two legends are an entirely different matter. During the Halloween feast, all the young wizards of Hogwarts, along with nearly all the teachers except Paul, gathered in the Great Hall, which this evening was filled with the joyous sounds of laughter as in years past. Even the Weasley twins were unusually restrained today. There were no exaggerated scents or excessive colors. Only a few unfortunate young wizards, upon opening their candies, would emit faint explosions or display constipated expressions while consuming certain foods. Such minor mischief only served to enliven the atmosphere of the celebration even further. However, this jubilant atmosphere seemed impervious to Hermione and Harry. One had yet to fully accept reality, while the other three sensed a growing rift in their once harmonious friendship, exacerbated by the impending Quidditch matches following Halloween. Not only Harry, but all Gryffindor players and fans would inevitably recall the remarkable performance of Parvulus from the previous year during the Halloween festivities. Harry's discontent was particularly pronounced. Even the gift of his father's invisibility cloak from Remus could not lift his spirits. The three of them sat at the long table, observing the loathsome Black brothers with a mix of anger and concern. Yet, after this night, their worries would dissipate. Hogwarts, after an 11-year hiatus, was to once again enforce a lockdown, even more stringent than during the Wizarding War. As night fell and dinner concluded, all the young witches and wizards eagerly anticipated the Halloween ball. Suddenly, a house elf darted through the hall, appearing beside a Hufflepuff student, shouting madly, "Great pain! Harry Potter!" Just before self-detonating, flames erupted from its chest, engulfing its entire form in an instant. Boom! Surrounded by the fierce flames, the elf completed its self-destruction, unleashing a toxic mist as its hidden venom mixed with the fire. Boom! Boom! All the concealed vials within the hall began to explode in a chain reaction. Dobby, Harry and his companions merely called out each other's names, and like all the students in the Great Hall, they were instantly enveloped in tremendous agony, losing consciousness. The lethal concentration of shadow serpent venom did not inflict pain in the conventional sense. Even the professors were momentarily caught off guard, succumbing to the intense suffering wrought by the toxic mist. Fortunately, the most powerful wizard, Albus Dumbledore, was present. Patronus, with a deep, furious incantation. All the toxic fumes in the hall were immediately dispelled by the radiant light emitted from the Elder Wand. Albus, witnessing the eerily familiar scene and the only other figure standing besides him, spoke through clenched teeth, his voice trembling with rage. "Pallas, why have you done this?" Before he could finish, his wand was already aimed at his adversary, channeling the magical energies of Hogwarts and the power of their covenant in an attempt to subdue him. "Albus, if I told you it wasn't me, would you believe me?" Pollux resisted the overwhelming suppression brought about by the omnipresent dark magic within and around him, dispersing the toxic fumes that lingered in the hall and aiding all those affected by the explosion. Observing the renewed glow of anger in Albus's wand, he calmly extended his hands and stated, "The venom of the shadow snake is not solely mine to wield. Voldemort possessed a considerable stock in his time as well." At this juncture, Pollux felt the shock of witnessing Dobby entirely consumed by the purging flames. He was relieved he had kept something in reserve. Otherwise, Dobby's earlier shout would not have been for Harry Potter. Although he had aided Voldemort, the latter's erratic behavior stirred a tempest within Pollux that rivaled Albus's composure. Fortunately, upon entering the hall, he had immediately contacted Rodolphus. At Rodolphus's behest, he glanced at the unconscious Pollux and Draco. Pollux anxiously shouted at Albus, "Right now? The priority is to contact St. Mungo's. This is not the time for your doubts, Albus. Release my bindings, unless you wish for me to handle these young wizards myself." Albus surveyed the Black brothers and then the chaotic scene within the hall. After a brief moment of hesitation, he lowered his wand and released Pollux from his restraints. Softening his tone as he instructed, "Return to the headmaster's office immediately upon your return." He then addressed the visibly pained and somewhat dazed Minerva. "Minerva, organize the professors to oversee the students while I head to the hospital wing." Having dispelled the toxic fumes, Minerva, though shaken, was physically unharmed. Albus's call snapped her back to focus, and she gravely replied, "Very well, headmaster, I shall." However, Albus, in his urgency, paid her no heed. Casting a cold glance at Severus, who had just consumed a potion to restore his normalcy, and pulled out another vial to check on Harry. "Severus, at that distance, Harry should be fine." "Harry, I shan't repeat myself. Leave the potion with McGonagall, and you must go prepare a sufficient amount of antidote immediately. Harry will be all right." With that, Albus disregarded further conversation and vanished from the hall. I shall go now," Severus said. Retrieving a small pouch from his robes and tossing it to Minerva, he cast a worried glance at Harry, adding, "Deputy Headmistress, the contents labeled with the black insignia are the antidote." Minerva hastily opened the pouch, extracted the potion, and hesitated for a moment before reassuring Severus, "You need not worry. I will keep a close watch on Harry." "Thank you," Severus replied before swiftly departing the hall. Meanwhile, Madame Pomfrey and several professors diluted Severus's antidote, while Pollux himself promptly dispelled the remaining toxic vapors. As one St. Mungo's doctor after another rushed to Hogwarts, the majority of young wizards managed to preserve their lives. Apart from the unfortunate Hufflepuff wizards who had been too close to Dobby at the onset of the chaos. That night, amidst the turmoil and frenzy engulfing Hogwarts, Voldemort's gaunt figure materialized in the orrery of the Ministry of Magic. He selected a robust black owl, affixing to its leg a letter previously penned by Cornelius Fudge, before gently patting its head. "Go, deliver this to Albus Dumbledore." As he watched the owl vanish into the night, a chilling smile crept across his skinless visage. "Happy Halloween, Headmaster." With that, he strode towards the office of the Minister for Magic. Meanwhile, as the dark owl soared towards Hogwarts, Albus, with a solemn countenance and silence enveloping him, entered his office and took a seat behind the desk. Casting a glance at the calm figure seated on the sofa, he coldly inquired, "Why did you do this?" "I told you, it was not my doing." The tone of Pollux was rife with sarcasm. "It was you who initially invited Voldemort to Hogwarts, willingly engaging in that perilous game. What is it now? Have you found yourself unable to control him, prompting you to seek my counsel?" "I recall stating that, Albus. Should you manage to resurrect Rita, I would willingly sacrifice my life to vanquish Voldemort." Yet, it is you who chose to adhere to that absurd prophecy, leading us to this current predicament. Bang! Pollux approached Albus and cast his mask onto the table, producing a crisp sound. Fixing his gaze upon Albus, a mocking smile crept across his face. You seek the utopia that resides within your own heart. Voldemort is driven by the lust for power and vengeance. At this juncture, Pollux pointed at himself, his expression growing increasingly sinister. I, Pollux Black, have always acted for the sake of my family. If you can resurrect Rita, I shall bring an end to that prophecy the very moment Voldemort is revived and you lead Quirrell to the office. Pollux slammed his palms onto the table, confronting his counterpart with fervor. It is you, Albus Dumbledore, who has orchestrated this for your so-called utopia of equality. You manipulated Voldemort, compelling me to fulfill that prophecy. The prophecy. The chosen one. It's all utter nonsense. To hell with it. This is merely your quest for a worthy heir. As he spoke, Pollux retreated to the sofa, taking a seat. Do you know, Albus, during my decade at Hogwarts, I never once entertained the notion of inheriting your ridiculous dreams or altering my very essence. 20 years ago, I offered you an opportunity, yet what did you provide beyond a plethora of grandiloquent ideals? The most powerful wizard? The illustrious Albus Dumbledore? Your magical prowess is nothing but a farce. At this juncture, Pollux's expression, once frenzied, gradually settled into calmness as he revealed the dark mark on his left arm. Do you recall the faces of those 6 children from years past? Do you remember each soul lost to the ravages of war? You know, they sacrificed their lives to impart a crucial truth. Without power, one is naught. Without power, I, Pollux Black, am merely a plaything for Voldemort and you, Albus. Yet, fortunately, I am no mere toy. With that, Pollux rose, approached the door, and pointed at the mask resting on the table, addressing Albus. What transpired tonight was not my doing. If you doubt my words, kindly deliver that mask to Hagrid, informing him that John Doe has gone to seek his American lover. Wait, Albus interjected, halting Pollux in his tracks. He regarded the mask on the table with a measured tone. Before the start of term next year, I shall assist you in awakening Rita. Tell me what transpired with the Blacks. Pollux paused momentarily and remarked, They are well, there's no need for your concern. The individuals behind you must be the offspring of the once renowned Lannister family. Pollux, taken aback, realized that Miss Granger had indeed spoken the truth. Yet, the number of individuals capable of persuading you to relinquish your hatred and act in such a manner is regrettably few. Were it not for the incident involving one of the missing Mr. and Mrs. Black, I can scarcely fathom any reason you would assist Voldemort. Albus revealed a faint, bittersweet smile. Given your and Bella's intellect, do you truly believe I would allow matters to devolve to this extent? Pray tell me, what has befallen your sister? Observing the now silent Pollux, Albus, understanding the answer, let out a long sigh. I never anticipated events would unfold in this manner, Mr. Black. How long do you suppose I can remain in this position after tonight? How many will continue to place their trust in me? He gestured towards Pollux, then pointed at himself, his tone laden with disappointment and weariness. Let us have an earnest conversation, just you and I, Mr. Black. Had the Blacks not fallen under Voldemort's dominion, I believe our objectives would not currently be at odds. I no longer wish to hear your reasoning, Albus. Pollux gazed at the despondent Albus, hesitating momentarily before severing communications with Rodolphus and returning to the sofa. Since you requested this private conversation, let us dispense with trivialities. It is futile. I should have relinquished this notion long ago, back when you ascended to legend. How absurd it was for me to attempt to alter the fate of a legendary wizard. Without an unwavering heart, how could one ever attain legend? Albus's eyes grew somewhat vacant as he looked at Pollux and inquired, Tell me what you intend to do now, and what precisely have you done regarding Voldemort? Awaken Rita. Then eliminate Voldemort. My intentions have never wavered, Pollux replied, articulating each word slowly to facilitate his contemplation. After concealing information from Albus and John, he continued, As for Voldemort, I disclosed your prophecy to him, as well as matters concerning his son. Instantly, Albus comprehended why Voldemort had torn apart their agreement and relinquished his obsession with Harry. With a meaningful glance at Pollux, he remarked, By revealing this to Voldemort, you intended to disrupt my plans, did you? Exploiting Voldemort is Rodolphus's design. Pollux gazed at Albus with a sardonic smile and remarked, Who, apart from a lunatic, would believe that love resides in the heart of a madman? To his astonishment, Albus had never anticipated that the love foretold in the prophecy ultimately pertained to the affections harbored by the 2 dark wizards themselves. Mr. Black, you truly astonish me. He mused, reflecting for a moment before earnestly declaring, Share with me the secrets you have concealed, and I shall reveal to you the means to transcend the legends. I am aware that Rodolphus does not wish for your demise, and you, in turn, do not desire to meet your end. Pollux may not be the wisest of individuals, yet he is far from a fool. Having been ensnared by Albus once, how could he willingly walk into another trap? To embark on a legendary path leading to death merely to convey to another that Bella has lost her sanity? Is John Brown merely a stand-in for him, Pollux? Is he manipulating John to regain control over himself? How curious it is that you, Albus, now revel in the manipulation of others. Albus. I did not expect you to still be playing these games. Observing Albus's earnest demeanor, Pollux felt as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke, laughing for an interminable time. Has your mind shattered? Do you still believe I would heed your nonsensical words? Though I may not be intelligent, I am acutely aware of my own foolishness. But you, Albus Dumbledore, you imbecile, do you still not comprehend? I trust no one but power. His laughter resounding with delight, he rose and, with a flourish, donned the mask from the table. Do you know why I do not pose you any questions? Pollux approached Albus and provocatively patted his face. Having lost Hogwarts and your reputation, you are no different from Severus. Albus, we are no longer of the same caliber when it comes to wizardry. Do you understand? You are unqualified to negotiate any terms with me. The information I shared was merely out of consideration for Rita and Sally. As Pollux turned to leave the principal's office, he pointed to his own head. If you possess the capability, come in and see for yourself. And remember your words. By September 1st of next year, I expect to witness a restored Rita. Otherwise, in the final battle of the prophecy, before my demise, I shall reveal to you. Pollux made a gesture for Albus to be silent, exclaiming, "What is pain?" After Pollux departed from the office, Albus surprisingly displayed no trace of anger. He seemed utterly drained of all vitality, slumping against the sofa, his once upright posture now bent. Motionless, he sat there, gazing out at the night sky, absent-mindedly touching the bridge of his nose, which had been interrupted by a bufus. Deep within Albus's heart, it was Voldemort, rather than Pollux, who truly evoked his disdain. After all, Pollux, despite his selfishness, arrogance, and mad adoration for power, could hardly be deemed evil. Having spent so many years alongside Pollux, witnessing his descent to this current state, Albus felt an overwhelming sense of self-reproach, even a hint of guilt for the choices he had made 2 decades prior. Though Albus and Pollux appeared to be irreconcilable adversaries, their decades of interaction, fraught with deception, conflict, and argument, revealed a relationship akin to the duality of one's own inner self, light and dark. The light represented Albus, selflessly devoted to ensuring equality and freedom for all wizards, sacrificing everything, including his emotions and family. The dark side embodied Pollux, who, driven by selfish desires for his loved ones, disregarded all else, even to the extent of potentially destroying the world, indifferent to his own fate. If Albus and Gellert traversed divergent paths in pursuit of the same goal and belief, then Albus and Pollux resembled a single individual confronted with disparate choices. One opted to benefit the wizarding world, while the other chose the welfare of himself and his family. Had the other not ventured down the path of dark magic, ultimately succumbing to its corrupting influence? And had Albus not witnessed the torment of the King of Pain imprisoned within Pollux during the Battle of Hogwarts, he would have willingly entrusted everything to Pollux instead of leading him towards demise through prophecy. Albus and Pollux may never comprehend the origins of each other's unwavering convictions. Yet Albus has always believed that Pollux's heart is not as dark as it seems. For even he, at times, harbors a yearning to abandon everything, to relinquish all and pursue that selfish love, to seek a life of his own. However, Albus has never acted upon such desires. The once mighty wizard, leader of the British wizarding community, who had been humiliated and ridiculed by Pollux, sat quietly on the sofa, contemplating how to alter the utterly uncontrollable circumstances. Just then, an owl landed on the windowsill, interrupting his thoughts. Albus paused, rose to open the window, offered the owl a gold galleon, and retrieved the letter from its leg. The Ministry of Magic's seal appeared glaringly conspicuous to him. His wise and profound eyes betrayed the fury within. With a cursory glance, he disdainfully tossed the letter into the wastebasket. Albus made a concerted effort to quell the anger that had once again been stirred within him as he stood and exited the headmaster's office. Shortly thereafter, in the depths of the Slytherin chamber, Tom's ethereal figure stood in the grand hall alongside the unconscious Ginny, greeting Albus with a courteous smile. "Esteemed Headmaster Dumbledore, it is a pleasure to see you once more, is it not?" Albus approached Ginny in silence, examining her briefly before picking up the notebook and drawing his wand towards Tom. No, I never imagined I would survive to meet you here, Dumbledore. Tom waved his hand dismissively. I promise you, there will be no more wars. You are unworthy to utter such words to me, Riddle. I deeply regret having given you opportunity after opportunity. Opportunity? Headmaster Dumbledore, I did not come here to discuss that. My time is limited. Tom's smile faded as he gazed at Albus. Dumbledore, do you truly comprehend the magnitude of Pollus's power? Albus paused momentarily, taken aback by Voldemort's words. Do you think I would still believe your fabrications? Our paths diverge the moment you reach for those young wizards. Even if you understand something now, it cannot alter your filthy heart. You are correct. I have never intended to change. However, Dumbledore, you are remarkably hypocritical. Tom's expression turned grave. My time is running short, Dumbledore. Leave Hogwarts discreetly and do not let Pollux know of this. He will reach out to you again. Because of Jenkins. Albus was genuinely astonished. Tom nodded with difficulty. Headmaster, you taught us to believe in love. Yet, when we finally grasped the love you speak of, you were such an expression. Whether you choose to believe Voldemort is your concern. My mission has concluded, hypocritical Headmaster Dumbledore. Do you understand? The love I speak of was bestowed upon me by that madwoman mother of yours. A glimmer of resentment flickered across Tom's indistinct face. You may destroy this Horcrux. That girl could be considered a gift and a token of our sincerity. But do not attempt to control that prophecy. As Tom exhausted his magical power and vanished from the chamber, he left behind one final remark. Whether you believe it or not, we cannot allow Pollux to continue to grow. Our time is limited. No more wars? Albus gazed at the notebook in his hands, utterly astonished that such words could emanate from Tom Riddle's lips. Adjusting his spectacles, he glanced at the unconscious Ginny beside him before cradling the young girl and vanishing into the Chamber of Secrets. A brief critique. In the original text, Albus's departure from Hogwarts was portrayed as a reluctant necessity, but it is merely a ruse. This old man is undoubtedly acting for Voldemort. With the abysmal ministry of magic or the smear campaigns of the Daily Prophet, it is inconceivable. The old wizard is truly formidable, guiding the dim-witted Voldemort throughout. Hogwarts was entirely sealed on Halloween night, marking the most severe magical incident since its establishment. Why describe it as a magical mishap? The rationale lies in Voldemort and Pollus's refusal to permit Albus to exploit their identities to divert the attention of the British wizarding community from this attack. This also explains why Pollux would not acknowledge any connection to the incident, while Voldemort expressed his stance more directly: either admit your actions or prepare for war. He threatened Albus to take the blame. After all, that prophecy has firmly entwined 3 legendary wizards within the British wizarding realm. The nature of the events was of little concern to Voldemort and Pollux, apart from Albus. Yet, even if Albus were willing to shoulder the blame to topple them, it would not be a simple task, even if the opposition refrained from any active resistance. With a reputation built over years, the trust placed in him, and his formidable power, the adage rings true: a centipede, despite its demise, does not succumb easily. Voldemort, having vanished for a decade, managed to rally his followers with a mere call, and even Pollux, whose public image was that of a madman, attracted a band of adherents. How much more so for Albus, who is essentially the mentor to nearly all wizards in Britain. Having served as the headmaster of Hogwarts for decades and as the president of the International Confederation of Wizards, adorned with a multitude of honorary titles, he stands as a prominent figure in the British and even global wizarding community. However, this time, spurred by Pollux, Voldemort was indeed formidable. The deaths of those Hufflepuff young wizards could nearly dismantle all of Albus's official influence, although Hufflepuff might seem the least impressive among the 4 houses at Hogwarts. With the most powerful wizards hailing from Gryffindor or Slytherin, and even the Ravenclaw scholars, who dedicate themselves to knowledge and truth, surpassing these young gluttons. The world of wizards is not merely one of conflict, but also of human relationships and social intricacies. The equilibrium of Hufflepuff does not signify a lack of prowess. On the contrary, the Badger House boasts the highest number of graduates and constitutes a fundamental pillar within the political framework of the wizarding world. Hufflepuff is, indeed, the true backbone of the British wizarding community. This year, the tragic demise of those Hufflepuff youngsters on Halloween ignited a conflagration that swept through the entire British wizarding realm. Even in the absence of the 2 Dark Lords, it would be improbable for Albus to extinguish this fire without facing significant repercussions. This situation transcends the mere question of his position as headmaster. for it now concerns the very future of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in Britain. This represents a profound crisis of trust for the entire British wizarding community towards Hogwarts. In the face of the gravest crisis in over a millennium since its establishment, it is imperative for a person of considerable stature to step forward and assume all responsibility. In Britain, only 3 individuals possess the capacity to shoulder this burden: a madman, a Dark Lord, and then there is Albus Dumbledore. In comparison to those 2 infamous figures, the cost that Albus must bear is monumental. So much so that he risks relinquishing a century's worth of effort, potentially becoming as isolated as Gellert. Confronted with the threat of Voldemort's resurgence and Pollus's unwavering stance, Albus finds himself compelled to accept this blame. Yet, even while bearing this burden, he remains Albus Dumbledore. On that fateful Halloween night, after encountering Pollux and Voldemort, Albus escorted Ginny to the hospital wing before proceeding to the headmaster's office to await the impending accountability from the Ministry of Magic and the wizarding media, and perhaps even the International Confederation of Wizards. He made his way to the office of the potions professor. Severus, who was in the midst of concocting a large cauldron of potion, paused momentarily. Upon Albus's arrival, he merely lowered his head and resumed his work, his cold visage suffused with disdain and contempt. "Dumbledore, how is Harry?" "He will be fine. Minerva has a fondness for that little scamp. I suspect he will be the first to awaken." Albus approached Severus's desk, gazing at the potion before him. "I have decided to take full responsibility for tonight's events, Severus. I regret what transpired with Lily. It was the most effective means to end the war at that time. The Potters were exceptional enough, Dumbledore. I do not require your apology." Severus finally raised his head, his voice tinged with anger, though silence soon gave way to a flicker of resignation in his gaze. "Dumbledore, you cannot leave the school. I shall bear the burden." Exposing Voldemort is fundamentally his doing. With that, he averted his gaze from Dumbledore, drew his wand, and waved it over the cauldron, continuing, "Pollux is also complicit in this matter. I advise you to keep a vigilant watch over that madman." The potion was soon complete. Severus paused, then spoke, "Take care of Harry, Dumbledore. It is your debt to Lily and me." As Severus spoke, Albus approached a cupboard in the office, gazing at a large bag of sweets he had once given to Sally Ann. He reached out and retrieved a piece from the now considerably emptied bag, holding it in his palm. "Severus, I did not come to discuss this today," he began. "What more do you want, Dumbledore?" Severus interrupted, his gaze icy. "I am here to inform you that you are free, Severus." Albus turned to face him calmly, saying, "Before coming here, I had already met Voldemort. Harry is utterly safe. Pollux has revealed everything." "Pollux, that madman?" Severus inquired, astonished. "Indeed, Pollux." Albus unwrapped the candy, tossing the foul-tasting sweet into his mouth, a nostalgic expression crossing his face. "Because of him, no one will harm Harry, who is no longer the chosen one." He paused, as if swallowing the unpleasant candy. "I believe it was Sally Ann who sought him out. After all, he is her father. Severus, you are free. Because of that madman, no one will harm Harry or you." "Sally Ann." Severus's expression twitched, and he closed his eyes. "She is at the old Dumbledore residence, Godric's Hollow." Albus walked to Severus's side, placing a hand on his shoulder and leaving a key behind. "Take Harry to see his mother. Voldemort will ultimately fall at the hands of Pollux or his son. Severus, you ought not to dwell in guilt and hatred." Severus gazed at the key on the table, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. He had never anticipated that he would protect Lily's child, thanks to Sally Ann and Pollux. "Deliver the potion to Madame Pomfrey, and you may leave Hogwarts." With that, Albus turned away, a solitary tear marking his aged face as he left the potion office, speaking as he walked. "Ariana is my sister, Severus. I hope you will take care of her." After Albus departed, Severus hesitated before picking up the key from the table, focusing intently on the potion he was about to complete. Albus, having left, chose not to head to the headmaster's office but instead walked towards the keeper's hut. There, Mr. Black awaited his visitors. If Hogwarts could find another individual as reclusive as Pollux, it would likely be Sirius. Having been imprisoned by Pollux for so many years, his worldview and values were forcibly twisted. With a Dementor as a companion, he would never have accepted Dumbledore's invitation to become a keeper of the forest, had it not been for Remus's entreaty, coupled with Voldemort's return and Harry's presence. In truth, Sirius would have preferred to remain in the graveyard of the Black family, seeking to atone for the ceaseless guilt and remorse that plagued him. The life at Hogwarts, particularly the annual Halloween festivities he once cherished, would inevitably evoke memories he wished to forget. To evade Remus and Harry's invitations, he spent the entire day hidden within the Forbidden Forest, remaining oblivious to the happenings at the school. It was not until late in the evening that he emerged from the woods and returned to the keeper's hut. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find Remus absent. Dumbledore. Sirius shut the door, ignited the fire pit, and seated himself, casting a nervous glance at the box beneath the bed, aware of the other's aversion to Dementors. As the flames illuminated Albus's face, Sirius discerned the gravity of his expression. Puzzled, he inquired, "Headmaster, that Dementor is not what you think. I am not here to question your decision to bring it to the school. The school has been attacked." Albus listened as Sirius recounted the events that had transpired in the Great Hall. Before responding, "Remus is currently in the infirmary, and Harry is relatively unharmed. How could this happen? The school has you and Pollux here. The Dark Lord would never dare." Sirius exclaimed in shock. "You do not understand your cousin, Sirius." Albus hesitated before adding, "However, the good news is that Voldemort's attack may not be related to him. Yet, there is troubling news. The deceased students all belong to Hufflepuff. Dozens of them were Hufflepuff?" Upon hearing that all casualties were from Hufflepuff, Sirius momentarily grasped the severity of the situation, declaring, "Headmaster, I will accompany you to find Pollux. He will surely assist you." "No, I have already sought him out, Sirius. You do not comprehend everything." Albus's tone shifted to one of despondency, tinged with a hint of plea as he asked, "Sirius, can I still trust you as I trust Remus?" Sirius regarded Albus's demeanor and queried, "Headmaster, what do you mean? Hogwarts may close its doors tomorrow, never to reopen again. Voldemort would not squander this opportunity. Even if it meant expelling me from the school, he would not relent. This place would soon become a battleground for two Dark Lords." Albus, observing the hesitation in his companion, shook his head and said, "I require Sirius's assistance, Mr. Black." "My assistance? Harry, it is Remus you truly need as your hero." Upon hearing these words, Sirius bowed his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips. "I am neither Sirius nor Mr. Black. Headmaster Dumbledore, I am merely an ordinary wizard, burdened by debts to Black. I have yet to repay even the obligations to my cousin. How could I possibly aid you? You are vital, Sirius." Though Harry possesses a heart of justice and courage, he is ill-equipped to confront the impending dangers. "Even I find myself inadequate. You are aware that the prophecy is but half of the truth." Albus began to recount the complete prophecy, and under Sirius's gaze, he shook his head, saying, "The Dark Lord shall perish by the love of his own child. Voldemort has a son. That child is the true subject of the prophecy. Yet, the love spoken of in the prophecy." Albus closed his eyes, his tone somber. "During the great battle at Hogwarts, you four committed a foolish error. But your mother shielded you with the power of love in the hands of the Dark Lord. We both know what Paul did in slaying your mother. Had it not been for Miss Skeeter, whose profound love sealed the King of Pain while I struggled to endure, everything would have culminated that day." At this juncture, Albus opened his eyes, speaking with sincerity and gravity. "Once the affairs of the school are resolved, I shall assist Paul in awakening Miss Skeeter next year." He paused deliberately. "Yet I am uncertain whether Miss Skeeter can thwart this once more. I do not know if the love within your cousin's heart is now love or merely guilt. Mrs. Black was a remarkable mother. That love, akin to that of the Potters, continues to protect Harry." As he spoke, Albus slowly gestured towards Sirius's chest, stating, "It has been safeguarding you as well." Sirius gradually lifted his gaze towards Albus, perceiving the plea within the eyes of the once revered headmaster. The despondent, murky gaze seemed to flicker with a glimmer of hope, though it quickly vanished. Sirius no longer harbored hatred for Paul, yet he could not bear to witness the demon within destroy Hogwarts, nor annihilate the Black family. He could not allow his cousin to repeat that grave mistake. Yet, what could he, a mere wizard, burdened by years of guilt and regret, truly do? At present, he resembled a mere shadow of his former self, a wretched specter. Lowering his gaze, he withdrew his mother's wand, observing the tremor in his hands brought on by years of excessive drinking. "Headmaster," he lamented, "I have let down far too many individuals, far too many. Can I truly honor my mother's love? Do I even deserve that love? I fear I am not the person you seek. No, I believe that love signifies more than just an individual's affection. The King of Pain, sealed for 16 years. Not even the love of any one person can conquer that." Albus rose and approached Sirius, placing a reassuring hand on his back, feeling his friend's shivering form. Their eyes met as he spoke. "I shall resign from my position as headmaster to preserve the school. I will subsequently collaborate with Pollux to resurrect Miss Skid." and engage in the fight against Voldemort. It is likely I shall not return here. Headmaster, you intend to leave the school? Indeed. You are an exceptional wizard. And I hope you will assume the role of the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. I have faith that you will become a remarkable instructor. With those words, Albus regarded the still hesitant Sirius and continued, You know, acknowledging and accepting one's mistakes requires more courage than anything else, Sirius Black. I believe you will undoubtedly become a good teacher. Once more, Albus patted his shoulder. As Sirius's eyes gradually regained their vitality, Albus departed from the keeper's cabin and returned to the castle. Thank you, Headmaster. Sirius stood at the doorway, watching as Albus vanished from sight. Lowering his gaze to his mother's wand, he murmured, Thank you, Mother. I shall strive to live well. In that moment of reflection, the Dementor that had accompanied him for over a decade emerged from its box beneath the bed, quietly standing by Sirius's side, feeling the departure of Albus. This peculiar Dementor, upon Sirius's entry into the room, had sensed none of the emotions within Dumbledore's heart, unable to comprehend how he had achieved such a transformation in an instant. Although it possessed considerable intelligence, it was still limited compared to other Dementors. It could not grasp the significance of this change, and thus did not dwell on it further. Observing Sirius, who was oblivious to its presence and no longer wore a face of despair, it shook its head in disappointment and retreated back into the box. Perhaps, for Sirius's future, it was time for it to return to the company of adults. As a friend, it ought not to intrude upon his new beginning. After all, no one would appreciate the presence of a Dementor, would they? As the two brief conversations concluded, Albus returned to the headmaster's office. Awaiting him throughout the night was a room full of anxious and stern individuals pressing Minerva for the truth behind the evening's attack and Dumbledore's whereabouts. None of these people were the parents or relatives of the young wizards. They all came with their sights set on Dumbledore and Hogwarts, driven by the prospect of profit from tonight's attack. The tragic loss of so many Hufflepuffs revealed to these individuals the tantalizing possibility of toppling Dumbledore. Behind this potential lay a sumptuous cake of power and advantage, ripe for the taking. It was this cake that compelled these people to rush forth. Even without Voldemort's manipulation, the allure of such benefits was sufficient to entice many. However, those who genuinely cared for the welfare of the young wizards were entirely preoccupied, busily attending to matters in the infirmary. Minerva, equally concerned for her students and the institution, vowed that had it not been for the school's reputation, she would not entertain this gathering of individuals. As the much-anticipated Albus failed to appear and the sky began to pale, Minerva found herself incessantly explaining matters to this group, particularly the insufferable and aggressive Cornelius Fudge. Her heavy heart grew increasingly agitated, overwhelmed by the frustration of having to justify herself to such repugnant characters at a time like this. Fudge, with his every word advocating for the school's closure, ignited a furious indignation within her, and just as she prepared to chastise him, Dumbledore's figure finally emerged in the headmaster's office. Observing the disheveled state of the office and Minerva's haggard expression, Albus furrowed his brow, struggling to contain his anger. Everyone, please step outside for a moment. I need to speak privately with Minerva. Absolutely not. Cornelius immediately interrupted. Dumbledore, given the circumstances, you must cooperate with the Ministry's investigation and close the school. You need to explain everything to us right now. This situation demands your accountability. Shut the school down and send the students away? You have no authority to make such decisions. The room erupted into chaos as everyone began to question Dumbledore vehemently. Albus, witnessing the uproar, bellowed in fury, Enough. Silence this instant. Drawing his wand, his icy gaze swept over the crowd. Do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. Leave this place at once. In an instant. He confronted Fudge, appearing before him with a swift motion. The elder wand pressed firmly against Fudge's chin, its tip sinking into his ample flesh. The atmosphere in the office shifted, and even Minerva's complexion turned pale. You wretched insects, if you wish to converse with my wand, stay here. Upon concluding his words, Albus sheathed his wand and, with a wave of his magical essence, parted the crowd, proceeding to his desk where he took a seat. Sensing the explosive fury emanating from Dumbledore, Cornelius, clutching his bloodied chin, trembled as he led the others away, not daring to meet anyone's gaze as they exited the headmaster's office. All of them appeared pallid, standing in the corridor, their hearts heavy as they stared at the door adorned with peculiar statues. Minerva, displaying her concern, hurriedly inquired after their departure. Albus, your actions just now. Fear not, Minerva, they are merely the minions of Voldemort. Soon, I shall no longer be the Albus Dumbledore you once knew. In an instant, Albus regained his composure, gesturing for her to sit. This evening's events were orchestrated by Voldemort, utilizing a Horcrux to control Ginny Weasley. At this juncture, Albus produced a notebook. Minerva. We must ensure the students remain oblivious to Miss Weasley's involvement. Albus, this matter is far too grave. I believe Miss Weasley is innocent. She deserves a fair trial. Minerva's brow furrowed as she gazed at the notebook. No, Minerva, we must protect her. The Ministry is rife with Voldemort's followers. He will not allow her to reveal the truth. Albus, you cannot conceal this. Minerva implored anxiously. Albus met her worried gaze and sighed. The situation has escalated to this point. Even if I were to disclose everything, to reveal the truth that Voldemort has returned. Minerva. We cannot proceed in such a manner. If Voldemort incites war again, after all we have experienced, how many would still have faith in Hogwarts? Such actions would endanger countless lives, more innocent young witches and wizards. Hearing Albus's words, Minerva, filled with indignation and fury, retorted, how do we explain this to the public and the Ministry? This was merely an accident. Albus pointed to himself, stating, an incident stemming from my misjudgment. Absolutely not. Headmaster Albus, you cannot do this. Minerva rose, interrupting him. What you propose will. She hesitated to continue. Hogwarts cannot afford to be without you. You must not do this. A sudden thought struck Minerva. Albus, as deputy headmistress. I can take the reins, allow me to. Thank you, Minerva, but it is I alone who must handle this. Only I can safeguard Hogwarts' reputation at this juncture, Albus replied with utmost seriousness. Do you comprehend the gravity of our predicament? This is the only course of action available. The school requires you now more than ever. Minerva stared at Albus, momentarily taken aback before she sank into silence. Albus ceased his discourse and instead produced several sheets of parchment, commencing to inscribe something. Upon completion, he handed the parchment to Minerva, stating, the contents of this must remain known only to you, Minerva. From this moment forth, you shall serve as the acting headmaster. Should Severus not return to the school after I have resolved all matters, you will be my successor. Snape? Minerva revealed a flicker of uncertainty, yet did not await Albus's response. She nodded and carefully secured the parchment. I understand. Thank you for your trust. Albus closed his eyes, inhaling deeply. Now, please, summon those troublesome pests. Minerva cast one last glance at Dumbledore, refraining from uttering further words, and exited the headmaster's office. The conflagration ignited by Halloween had finally begun. After Halloween, upon Albus's voluntary assumption of all responsibility, the Ministry of Magic wisely refrained from further complicating matters for him and Hogwarts. They left behind only a small contingent of Aurors, merely to maintain order within the school. Cornelius Fudge led the Ministry personnel and media, departing the school alongside Headmaster Dumbledore 3 days post-Halloween. All of them, including Voldemort, were singularly focused on Dumbledore, given his willingness to relinquish his position and reputation. There was no need for excessive coercion. While they could threaten to close Hogwarts, the ramifications of such an act would far exceed any pressure they could exert on Dumbledore. For the political figures within the wizarding world, a Hogwarts devoid of Dumbledore was akin to a beautiful maiden stripped of her virtue. With her virtue lost, what was the point of further coercion or harm to the maiden? At this juncture, who truly cared whether the confrontation occurred in a hotel or at home, on a sofa or a bed? Excessive actions would only invite unnecessary complications. Even if Voldemort yearned for Albus's demise, it remained a notion he dared not voice aloud. His followers within the Ministry were hardly a united front, without resorting to the brutal tactics of the past war, combined with the Dark Mark. Those politicians who had allied with him for gain would not permit such actions. Had it not been for Voldemort's promises, he could not have regained control of the Ministry in less than a year. Moreover, even the Dark Lord, as portrayed in the original narrative, was a thorough madman. There is no intention to utterly destroy Hogwarts. Moreover, such an action would surely incite that madman, Pollux. Following Albus's departure, the combined strength between them has become nearly indistinguishable. Consequently, none of them would permit one among the trio to regain absolute power and thus dominate the course of the prophecy. The three of them have established a peculiar equilibrium. Albeit they conspire behind each other's backs to secure greater benefits for themselves, each harbors their own justifications, along with ideals and individuals for whom they are willing to sacrifice everything. Pollux, Albus, and Voldemort had long been irrevocably entwined with the prophecy, each grasping the hand of the other as they ventured towards the foretold demise. As for Sybil Trelawney's inability to glimpse the future, it had become inconsequential. Indeed, the prophecy itself was merely a manifestation of the conflict among the three. Their legendary struggle, spanning over 2 decades, had culminated in a destiny that was already sealed. Unless someone could transcend the bounds of legend. Herein lies the intrigue. Albus and Voldemort had ascended to the realm of the legendary, surpassing the capabilities of ordinary wizards. Could they truly be oblivious to the chasm that lay between these realms? Pollux, who found himself ensnared at the threshold of legend, was the sole unexpected element within the prophecy. However, unlike Pollux, who relied solely on his own will to forcibly advance to the status of a legendary wizard, Albus and Voldemort were the quintessential geniuses in every regard. Would they remain unaware of this fact? Sybil Trelawney, endowed with the gift of prophecy, could foresee the future with greater clarity than Sister Enid. Yet, devoid of faith and weaker than an ordinary wizard, she may very well lack the qualification to glimpse the ultimate conclusion. Perhaps this is the reason for the prophecy's incompleteness, echoing the myth that mortals should not dare to gaze upon the divine. Sister Enid's utterance, "The demon of annihilation shall return to the embrace of the divine," may well symbolize an impending celestial conflict. How did it come to this? I never intended to write about a divine war. Alas, not only the characters but the plot itself seems to have developed a mind of its own. However, the struggle among these three appeared to bear no relation to Severus. Ever since Albus disclosed the entirety of the affair on Halloween and prepared an ample supply of potions, Severus had commenced the process of packing his belongings in his office. Fortuitously, due to his position as a professor and the multitude of house elves at Hogwarts, this task was not arduous. It merely required a simple categorization and the provision of an address. These little creatures would swiftly convey his possessions to their intended destinations. As he affixed a label to his final item and left the office keys on his desk, Severus stood at the threshold, his perpetually stoic expression betraying a hint of nostalgia. He seemed to envision the heap of broken cauldrons languishing in the corner and the figure with smoke billowing from its head. With a final glance at the half-bag of unlabeled earwax-flavored candies left upon the shelf, Severus closed the door to the chamber he had inhabited for 11 years. Just as he was about to depart, he encountered Remus, who, upon witnessing the house elf tidying up inside, inquired, "Snape, are you truly planning to leave?" Severus came to a halt and nodded slightly. He glanced at the other man and produced a box, handing it to Remus. "Lupin, since you are here, I need not seek you out. This contains enough wolfsbane for a year. Once I am settled, I shall reach out to you. As a werewolf." He was the only one among the quartet who harbored little animosity towards Severus. In fact, had it not been for the fear of losing his friends, he would never have followed James into those acts of bullying. Sharing a similarly solitary and tragic childhood, Remus felt a twinge of guilt for his past actions towards Severus, especially after his marriage. "Thank you, Snape. After all these years, I owe you much. The reason I sought you today is that Professor McGonagall wishes for me to temporarily assume your role as potions master." Remus accepted the box, casting a wistful glance at Severus. "Severus, have you not considered staying? You are the most exceptional potion master I have ever encountered. I believe you could surpass me. There is nothing left for me to cherish at Hogwarts. As for teaching those young ones, I trust Dumbledore will find a suitable replacement." Severus regarded Lupin. "Lupin, I advise you to leave the school at once if you do not wish to share the fate of the Potters. Be wary of the duplicitous Dumbledore. Do you truly believe that Lily and James fell victim to that traitor, Pettigrew? For Tonks's sake, Remus, consider this carefully." "Severus, what do you mean?" Remus inquired, a hint of confusion evident in his expression. "It concerns neither me nor Harry anymore." Severus spoke earnestly. "In light of your foolishness in once aiding me before James, I offer you this counsel. Should Dumbledore ask anything of you, inform your wife's uncle. Do not wait until matters reach an irretrievable point. That madman is far more trustworthy than your headmaster." With that, Severus took his leave, addressing Remus. "I am taking Harry to see Lily. Would you care to join?" "Snape, you." Remus displayed a look of surprise, gazing at Severus with astonishment. But soon his expression softened as he shook his head. "Never mind, that is a matter between you, Lily, and Harry." He then called out to the retreating Severus, "Severus, thank you. Thank you for everything." As Remus expressed his gratitude, Severus vanished down the corridor. Hogwarts, Gryffindor Common Room. This place, once vibrant and filled with the spirit of the little lions, now lay in utter desolation, engulfed in silence throughout the common area and dormitories. Only under the special care of Professor McGonagall was Harry able to leave the hospital wing early, finding himself alone in the empty dormitory. Since being returned by McGonagall, who had cautioned him not to leave, he lay in a daze within the stark confines of his room, burdened with worry and staring blankly at the ceiling. The sudden appearance of Dobby during the Halloween feast and the ensuing attack not only saddened him due to Dobby's death, but also filled him with guilt for not having taken better care of the house elf, allowing him to fall under Voldemort's control. Additionally, witnessing Dumbledore being taken away by the Ministry of Magic and the presence of Aurors patrolling the school only deepened Harry's sense of unease. He felt that he, having committed such a grave error, should bear the weight of the Ministry's investigation into Dumbledore. Thus, remaining in the dormitory exacerbated his feelings of guilt over Dobby's demise. However, when the loathsome Snape appeared in his dormitory, Harry's guilt instantly transformed into fury. He immediately suspected that Snape might be the dark hand behind the Halloween attack, recalled Dumbledore's apprehension by the Ministry, and realized that only the two of them remained in the Gryffindor common room. Snape must be here to capture me. He intends to deliver me to Voldemort to gain favor. A chill ran down Harry's spine, and a flicker of fear glinted in his eyes. He hurriedly grasped his wand from the bedside and pointed it at Severus, demanding loudly, "Snape, why are you here in the Gryffindor common room?" With a flick of his wand, Snape seized Harry's wand, and observing Harry's actions, he disdainfully remarked, "Pointing your wand at a wizard far more powerful than you, Harry. You are as foolish as your father." Having said this, Snape tossed a nearby wizarding robe at Harry. "Put on your clothes and come with me." "Snape, you have no right to speak of my father." Harry dodged the robe and retorted loudly, "My father was a hero, and you, a former servant of Voldemort, are unqualified to discuss him. I know you won't believe me." To Harry's surprise, Snape displayed no signs of anger. "Harry, you need not accompany me, for I am no longer your teacher." Under the tense and angry gaze of Harry, Snape extended Harry's wand back to him, saying, "Your father was not as perfect as you imagine. If you wish to know everything, to understand the history between your parents and me, come with me, and I shall reveal all that I know along the way. Snape, if you are willing, speak here. I will uncover the truth about my parents myself, and I do not believe they had any connection or story with you." Harry hesitated for a moment, accepting the wand with a guarded demeanor. He could hardly bring himself to believe Severus's words. Just as he had faced Quirrell before, he resolved to pose a few questions, attempting to buy some time. "Are you still planning to use my parents to take me out of school to meet Voldemort? Do you truly believe you can save the world?" "Harry." Severus gazed into Harry's eyes, which were filled with concern. "Harry, the power of a legendary wizard is beyond your imagination. The attack on Halloween night, had it not been for Pollux expelling the toxic mist from every person's body, not a single young witch or wizard at Hogwarts would have survived. Most of the professors would have perished as well. Just a single breath of it could prove fatal. Do you understand? Pollux, he is truly alive?" Although Harry was skeptical of Severus's claims, he couldn't help but feel a surge of astonishment. Severus clarified, "Indeed, he is John Doe, and Pollux would not harm you, nor would he entangle you in the ensuing struggle between Dumbledore and Voldemort." Observing Harry's expression, Severus's concern deepened, and he continued, "You do not comprehend the sacrifices your mother made to save you from Voldemort. You do not understand what kind of man Dumbledore is. For your mother's sake, awaken, Harry. Do not become like your foolish father, who sacrificed your mother for a laughable notion of justice." At this, he revealed the dark mark on his left arm, saying, "This mark forced me to watch your mother perish before my eyes, powerless to defy Voldemort. I would give anything to prevent your mother's death. Yet no one cared for us. The prophecy of old was disseminated by Dumbledore in secret. He exploited that prophecy to lure Voldemort into killing your parents." With that, Severus tossed a letter to Harry. "This is your expulsion notice, signed by Dumbledore himself." "How is this possible?" Harry stared at the letter, momentarily dumbfounded, unable to believe its authenticity, yet aware that such an object, infused with Dumbledore's magical essence, could not be forged. Headmaster Dumbledore, how could he do this? "Harry, the value of our lives pales in comparison to a word from a legendary wizard. Do you understand? Just a single word from Pollux could render Voldemort too afraid to harm you, preventing Dumbledore from exploiting you any further." Amidst Harry's lingering skepticism, Severus, resigned, said, "Harry, I hope you take the time to ponder this. You may inquire with Pollux or Dumbledore. They will reveal to you everything you wish to know. I will wait for you at the church in Godric's Hollow, where your parents are buried." "Wait, Professor," Harry called out to Severus, who was about to depart. Glancing at the letter in his hand, he pondered and asked, "Why are you telling me this? What exactly is your connection to my mother?" Severus was momentarily taken aback, gazing into Harry's eyes as he tremulously spoke. "It's because I owe her, Harry." In that instant, Harry seemed to perceive profound remorse and affection emanating from Severus's dark eyes, leaving him momentarily speechless. Although he still harbored feelings of disdain towards Severus, the recent dialogue and that look convinced Harry that the other would not bring him harm. After a brief hesitation, he resolved to follow Severus and temporarily leave Hogwarts. At that moment, Harry yearned to meet his parents, whom he had never seen, and to uncover the entire truth. Donning his clothes, he accompanied Severus to Godric's Hollow. On a somewhat muddy path in Godric's Hollow, two figures emerged. Severus led Harry along this path, which he had traversed countless times, towards the cemetery where his parents were buried. The cold breeze gradually helped Harry regain his composure from their earlier conversation and the events that had transpired. With his head bowed, he quietly asked, "Are you truly planning to leave the school?" "Yes, and I will take you with me, Harry. We cannot change what has happened." Harry glanced down at the letter in his hand, tracing the scar on his forehead as he said, "Tell me everything. You promised you would share the truth with me along the way." With a sigh, Severus did not turn back but began recounting the past after a moment. He narrated the story of his encounter with Lily, his time at Hogwarts, and his relationship with James, culminating in their graduation, his allegiance to the Death Eaters, and Voldemort's knowledge of the prophecy. He spoke of the war's conclusion, the agreement between Dumbledore and Voldemort, and his life at Hogwarts over the years, leading to Voldemort's resurrection and Dumbledore's actions. The entire tale unfolded, albeit with some details omitted by Severus. He was acutely aware that Dumbledore had tacitly permitted Harry to leave school, subtly indicating that he wished to exploit Harry's sense of justice and goodness to bind him once more to Hogwarts. Severus lamented, "In order to protect you, I became Dumbledore's spy, aiding him in his battle against Voldemort. But as I said, Harry, we cannot do much." Observing Harry's expression, he shook his head and turned to continue towards the cemetery. Harry followed in silence, quietly contemplating Severus's silhouette. The remainder of the journey was devoid of conversation until they arrived at the cemetery adjacent to the church. With a grave demeanor, Harry approached his parents' grave, accepting flowers from Severus to place before the tombstone. After paying his respects, he turned to Severus and broke the silence, declaring, "I believe what you say. However, I will not leave the school. Thank you for everything you have done for me and my mother." Harry, in a fit of disgust, forcefully discarded the expulsion letter. "Professor Snape, I understand that I am not in a position to say anything to you, but I wish to apologize on behalf of my father for his past actions. I hope you can remain and assist Professor Dumbledore. Have you not yet recognized the hypocrisy of that man?" Severus felt a deepening contempt for Dumbledore and exclaimed to Harry, "Harry, your mother would not wish to see you sacrifice your life for hatred. Do you honor your parents? This has nothing to do with you anymore. It was that hypocritical man who sacrificed your parents. He could have prevented it all. Did he intend for the Longbottoms to die in place of my parents? To allow a war that should have ended to continue? Professor Snape, you are exceedingly selfish." Harry retorted passionately, "You do not understand my parents at all." He turned to gaze at the gravestone, his eyes brimming with tears. The headmaster has indeed acted excessively, but he has always done so for the greater good. It was Voldemort, not him, who caused my parents' demise. I believe they were aware of the risks when they joined the Order of the Phoenix. Along with all those who sacrificed their lives in the war, they all came to this realization. Harry approached the gravestone, gently touching the names inscribed upon it, and declared resolutely, "Professor Snape, I do not need, nor will I accept, protection from Pollux. I do not require a butcher with blood-stained hands to shield me. I will not leave the school, even though I am terrified and feel small. I refuse to flee." With that, Harry turned to Severus and said, "You cannot leave Hogwarts at this time. You cannot take me away. The school needs you, Professor. Voldemort and Pollux wish for us all to abandon the school to confront Dumbledore. We cannot simply walk away. Harry, you are as kind as your mother, yet as foolish as your father," Severus observed, watching Harry as his wand slipped from his grasp. In the face of Harry's astonished gaze, he incanted the spell. Stupefy. A sudden sleep curse rendered Harry unresponsive. Severus cast a complex glance at Harry, who not only bore a striking resemblance to James but now mirrored his very temperament. Lowering his gaze, he lifted the boy in his arms and glanced at the gravestone of the Potters. After softly uttering an apology, he turned away from the graveyard and made his way to Dumbledore's old residence. The mental occlusion spell was not solely aimed at Voldemort. It could equally be directed towards Albus. Severus understood that Albus would permit him to take Harry away precisely because he could not persuade the boy himself. and might even be swayed by the inherent goodness of Harry and Lily. However, what Albus was unaware of was that when he informed Severus that, due to Lily's influence, Pollux would safeguard him and Harry, he effectively relinquished any control he had over Severus. The decade of torment Severus endured was not in vain. The moment he learned that Pollux was offering protection, he simultaneously shed his hatred for Voldemort, allowing the desire for vengeance to dissipate entirely. For he understood better than anyone that in the face of Pollux, he would have no chance of survival. He could not conceive of anyone capable of safeguarding Harry against that man's fists, nor of harming Lily under the protection of such a madman. The emergence of Pollux has imparted a profound realization to Severus. When one's fists are sufficiently formidable, there exists no necessity for discourse with others. Harry, by virtue of his circumstances, is but one unqualified to engage in such dialogue, and furthermore, he lacks the time to do so. Nearly half a day prior, as Severus approached Harry, he encountered Pollux awaiting him at the entrance of the Gryffindor common room. Upon their meeting, Pollux, devoid of any expression, uttered a singular command: leave England. He then handed Severus an envelope and a mask, an ultimatum that left Severus with no option for refusal, a choice he dared not reject. Following Severus's disappearance with Harry and Sally, during the Ministry of Magic's trial of Albus Dumbledore concerning the Halloween incident, Rodolphus, employing justifiable reasoning, retrieved the Peverell brothers from the school. In a single night, the Malfoy and Black families once again departed from England. Unlike the previous Wizarding War, Pollux found himself powerless to halt this chain of events. Confronted with the impending conflict, he resolved not to allow the Black family to become ensnared once more. This time, he would not stand idly by as his kin became embroiled in this struggle. Taking advantage of the current distraction of Albus and Voldemort, Pollux intended to have all his family members leave Hogwarts and the confines of England. With just a few more departures, he would be able to engage in the ensuing conflict among the three without any reservations. However, reality presented an unexpected turn of events. Deep within the Forbidden Forest, Remus, guided by Sirius, arrived at this very location. Pollux cast a glance at the anxious duo and tossed a package to Sirius, saying, "You too. Leave England at once and do not return." Regaining a sense of purpose, Sirius refrained from taking the package and addressed Pollux. "Why? I shall not depart. Even if it means death, do not continue down this path." At this point, Sirius gazed earnestly at Pollux and continued, "Miss Skitter and the sacrifices of the Black family have not awakened you yet. Cousin Pollux, do you truly intend to once more bring ruin to this world? Have their deaths not imparted any understanding? Miss Skitter would not wish to see you act in this manner. Neither would our mother and those who have perished. Do not persist in this folly. You are a fool. Be silent." Pollux cast a cold glance at Sirius, then turned to Remus, saying, "Remus, you are indeed a fortunate fellow. Having wed Nymphadora, would you be willing to leave England with this fool for her sake?" "Mr. Black, I sincerely appreciate your concern for Tonks and myself," Remus replied, exchanging a steady gaze with Sirius before shaking his head. "However, if you truly possess the qualities Sirius attributes to you, you ought to assist Dumbledore in combating Voldemort rather than allowing him to destroy Hogwarts. Your past actions have caused considerable harm to many. If you genuinely wish to aid us, or if you desire me to believe you care for them, you must not once again shatter our lives, as you have done before." At this, Remus lowered his head, concealing the anger in his eyes. "You should not permit Voldemort to ravage the school, nor should you allow him to abduct Dumbledore. Most importantly, you must not abandon us when the school needs us the most." "Well said, Lupin," Pollux responded. "But I must ask, have you ever truly cared for Nymphadora? Mr. Black, you cannot comprehend. Tonks is not a selfish individual like you. Neither she nor I could ever stand idly by while you or Voldemort obliterate everything," Remus declared emphatically. "Do you share this sentiment, Sirius?" Pollux inquired. Indeed, Sirius nodded in agreement. Pollux endeavored to calm his tone, speaking earnestly. "Upon leaving England, I assure you, I shall cooperate with Dumbledore, and I will spare no effort in confronting Voldemort. After all, I too do not wish to see this world destroyed. It does not require your presence. Forgive me, Mr. Black," Remus continued. "Your actions lead me to believe that you would not harm your family. Yet I cannot accept that you would care for those innocent lives. This does not justify your intent to harm your kin," Pollux exclaimed, already contemplating the idea of forcibly sending the two away. Remus vehemently countered, insisting that keeping them out of the fray would be the gravest injury. "You simply do not comprehend." Sirius glanced at Pollux and quickly tugged at Remus, signaling him to cease his words. He turned to Pollux and said, "Cousin, You cannot send us away. The headmaster is correct. Furthermore, I shall not allow you to repeat the mistakes of the past. I will remain here to thwart you. At any cost, Dumbledore has revealed everything to me." At this juncture, Sirius recounted the meeting with Albus, recounting the words imparted to him that fateful night. Upon finishing, Sirius looked at Pollux, his tone imbued with unwavering resolve. "You cannot unleash that demon." Demon. Upon hearing this, Pollux let out a cold laugh, choosing not to respond further or refute the two. In that moment, it was as though he had been transported back 21 years, confronting old Pollux. Now, he resembled the former Pollux, with Remus and Sirius embodying the stubbornness of his past self. The distinction lay in the fact that Pollux had once plunged into darkness for the sake of family, following Voldemort, while these two remained steadfast in their pursuit of what they deemed justice, resolutely choosing to stand alongside Albus. Paul looked at the eyes of the two, his gaze gradually sharpening. Sirius and Remus hastily drew their wands. Just as the three were about to take action, the acting headmistress, Minerva McGonagall, appeared before them. Upon witnessing the imminent confrontation, Minerva's expression turned furious as she fixed her gaze on Paul, immediately positioning herself to shield Remus and Sirius behind her. With the readiness of a formidable adversary, she drew her wand and fixed a steely stare upon her opponent. "Paul Black, do not forget the oath you swore before Professor Dumbledore and Miss Skeeter at Hogwarts." An atmosphere of palpable tension enveloped the four, as if a sword were drawn and ready for battle. Truly, these two are nothing but fools. Pollux uttered a curse, his gaze settling on Minerva, who had suddenly appeared in the Forbidden Forest. He was momentarily calmed, for he had just grasped why Dumbledore had summoned the two of them to Hogwarts. With the fortification of Hogwarts Castle behind her, Minerva was now on the brink of legend, and as the headmistress, she wielded the power to manipulate the pact between herself and the institution. Although Minerva was far from being Pollux's equal, she had at least gained the leverage to engage in dialogue. He realized that without eliminating her, he could not forcibly remove the two individuals. Both Dumbledore and Pollux were acutely aware of the complex relationship between Minerva and himself, compounded by her unwavering loyalty to Dumbledore. It was utterly impossible for him to take away two individuals who were determined to remain by her side. Furthermore, in his quest to resurrect Rita, Pollux had no intention of harming Minerva. The unexpected arrival of Minerva, which disrupted his plans, plunged Pollux into a state of utter discontent. He had no desire to converse further with her, nor did he wish to lay eyes upon his foolish cousin or his niece's husband, two pitiful pawns manipulated by Albus. Striving to dismiss the trio from his thoughts, he drew his wand and apparat away from Hogwarts. He could ill afford to squander time with Remus and Sirius. Minerva's swift reaction had made him acutely aware that Dumbledore would soon learn of his attempt to abscond with everyone. Both Albus and Voldemort would undoubtedly abhor the emergence of such a scenario. Moreover, Pollux had family still residing in England, and aside from these two imbeciles, he found himself particularly troubled by his sister, Andromeda Tonks. Yet, the obstinate determination of those two to remain at Hogwarts only further illuminated the stark contrast between Dumbledore and Voldemort. The former could control a person without resorting to coercion. This was especially true for those who yearned for justice and harbored kindness. Pollux found himself questioning whether he could truly compel his sister, whom he had not seen for 2 decades, to leave once more as she had done a decade prior. Remus's demeanor made him realize that he had no understanding of how his sister perceived him, the brother she had believed to be dead for the past 10 years. In truth, Pollux did not even know what identity he should adopt when confronting her. On an ordinary street in London, newly arrived from Hogwarts, Pollux stood silently gazing at the house where the Tonks family resided at the end of the lane, his heart heavy with hesitation and turmoil. The image of Andromeda continued to haunt his thoughts. Pollux found himself at a loss when it came to confronting his rebellious yet kind-hearted sister. For she was indeed his sister. How could he possibly treat her as he would Sirius, simply delivering a few sharp slaps followed by binding her with ropes? While he felt no qualms about coercing Remus, Sirius, or even Harry and Severus, he could not bring himself to pressure his own sister into making a choice. Moreover, an additional complication arose. Rodolphus had already departed from England, and as the distance between them increased, it had long surpassed the limits of their connection through the Shadow Serpent. Standing awkwardly on the street for quite some time, without arriving at any conclusions, he ultimately resolved to seek out a nearby restaurant. He settled into a seat by the window, observing the house while descending into deep contemplation. It became evident that Pollux was not lacking in intelligence. As he sat by the window, he touched the mask on his face and managed to muster an awkward smile. A rather brilliant idea began to take shape in his mind, the audacious notion of kidnapping his sister and her family. There was no necessity for Pollux to meet the other party under the guise of being a brother. After more than 20 years of separation, Andromeda would be highly unlikely to recognize him through magical fluctuations, as Bella might. The Tonks family would certainly not identify him as her sibling. Moreover, with the dark mark on his arm, she would undoubtedly perceive Pollux as a malevolent and formidable Death Eater rather than her beloved brother. Consequently, Pollux would not need to persuade her to abandon that wretched sense of justice. Andromeda would not allow herself to be ensnared in anguish and conflict due to her misguided sense of righteousness. The notion of being forcibly taken away by her own brother is an entirely different concept from being imprisoned by an evil Death Eater. As for whether Andromeda would harbor resentment towards herself after everything concluded, Pollux had not given it a moment's thought. As long as his sister and niece remained safe, he would be indifferent to such concerns. In fact, this very consideration sparked within Pollux the notion of abducting those two foolish individuals as well, and he regretted not having conceived such a brilliant idea sooner. The only complication was that Pollux was not particularly adept at the sleep spell, which posed a slight problem. With this in mind, Pollux endeavored to reach out to Bobby. The shadow snake that Sally had kept close by discovered that Severus had not traveled directly to America like Rodolphus. Since he was given the opportunity to depart with Sally and chose not to, he should remain where he is. In the depths of his heart, Pollux silently lamented, simultaneously experiencing a flicker of hope. Even without the external intellect of Rodolphus, he still had Severus at his disposal. Though that individual harbored distrust and disdain towards him, Pollux remained indifferent to Harry. As long as he firmly controlled Harry, the latter would be his most loyal servant. As for why Severus had not departed from England, it was due to the scar upon Harry's forehead and the dark mark upon Severus's arm, which served as a constant reminder that no matter where he fled with Harry, they could never escape the impending conclusion. Moreover, if Dumbledore could negotiate with Voldemort once, he could undoubtedly do so again. There would surely be a second opportunity. Dumbledore would spare himself, Harry, and even Aberforth, but he would never show mercy towards Sally, as she too was a child of the Dark Lord. Severus was acutely aware that he could not take all three of them away, which was why he had brought Aberforth and Sally to this secluded location. His aim was to conceal them while he sought a new refuge for Harry or a way to leave England altogether. Thus, after finding the unconscious Harry and the barely alive Aberforth, he promptly assisted the latter, forcing Sally into a slumber as well. They arrived at a safe house that Aberforth had prepared a decade prior, at the war's end, nestled in the depths of the Grampian Mountains on the Isle of Scotland. This place, seemingly uninhabitable, unexpectedly housed a small cottage, cleverly concealed by magic on a snow-covered ledge. After establishing protective enchantments for the sleeping Sally and leaving behind 2 boxes within the cottage, Severus stepped outside. Aberforth, watching Severus emerge, coughed twice and remarked, "Thank you, Snape." Severus nodded in acknowledgement, observing Aberforth, who appeared no different from an ordinary muggle, clad in a heavy down coat. "Mr. Dumbledore, everything is complete. I must take my leave now. You should return inside for your health." Aberforth gazed towards the direction of Hogwarts and replied, "It matters not. Even without your potions, I shan't perish so swiftly." He then turned to Severus and continued, "Snape, you and Ariana are both unfortunate souls. When all is said and done, I hope you will return to her, or at least survive should any misfortune befall Harry Potter." At this juncture, Aberforth was seized by a violent coughing fit. He accepted the potion Severus offered and hastily added, "I do not implore you to relinquish your hatred, nor do I expect you to move beyond your past. I merely wish for you to show some compassion for my sister, considering your shared history." Severus offered no retort, simply responding calmly, "Let us speak of this when all is concluded, Mr. Dumbledore. No one can predict how the events will unfold. Severus, you truly are a scoundrel. I cannot fathom why she would be drawn to a man like you." Albus glanced at Severus, a hint of disdain flickering across his features, and shook his head, choosing to remain silent. He tossed the empty potion vial to Severus and turned to enter the cottage when, unexpectedly, the door swung open. To his astonishment, Harry, who had been in a deep slumber, emerged from within. "How is this possible?" Severus gasped, swiftly drawing his wand and nervously directing his gaze at Harry, whose eyes were vacant, yet bore an expression of anguish. Albus, after a moment of surprise, cast a glance at Severus and gently pressed down on the wand in his hand. "Do not be alarmed, Severus, that is Pollux." With that, Albus proceeded towards the cottage. casting a meaningful look back at Severus and Harry. As he passed Harry, he patted his shoulder, saying, "You two converse. I, as a dying man, shall not intrude." He then stepped inside the cottage. Once Albus had entered, Severus turned to Harry, his voice laced with fury. "Pollux, what do you intend to do to Harry?" Harry struggled to part his lips, and from his mouth emerged the head of a shadowy serpent, uttering Pollus's voice. "Severus, I need your assistance with something." Pollux, having exerted control over the serpent that emerged from Harry's mouth, continued, "Consume it, and then I shall converse with you." Severus gazed at Pollux with an icy glare and declared, "I will assist you, but you must release me from Harry's body." Pollux retorted, "Given your feelings for Lily, I find it impossible to trust you. Therefore, I shall not vacate Harry's body, and I must inform you that this child cannot withstand my power." At this, the serpent revealed a cruel smile. "If you enjoy communicating in this manner, I assure you that Harry shall soon be reduced to a fool." Severus, gritting his teeth while observing Harry's condition, hesitated no longer. He hastily retrieved the serpent from the ground and, with closed eyes, painfully swallowed it. As he did so, Harry's body slumped to the ground. Severus rushed forward and cradled Harry in his arms, while Pollus's voice echoed painfully within him, "Come to London at once." Transforming a person's character is no simple task, is it? Sirius, who had been relentlessly beaten and even imprisoned by Pollux alongside Severus, could not relinquish their past obsessions. Nor could they alter their inherent natures, let alone the Tonks family. During the initial war, they were sent to America by Pollux, and for this reason, Andromeda did not harbor resentment towards the Black family. Although even her daughter's wedding was held at Malfoy Manor, this did not completely change her essence. Understanding does not equate to acceptance. Moreover, Andromeda had to consider her family, including her husband, Ted, who was of Muggle descent, and her daughter. Thus, compared to the life of Miss Black, even without a rift with her sisters, she remained Andromeda Tonks. She preferred her current life as Mrs. Tonks, characterized by freedom and equality. Ted Tonks, who had no connection to Pollux, and Nymphadora Tonks, were equally unaffected by these circumstances. After returning home and graduating, both joined the Ministry of Magic as Aurors. In recent days, due to the events surrounding Halloween at Hogwarts, the father and daughter found themselves working late at the ministry before finally returning home, though this matter does not concern them. And the investigation into Dumbledore is beyond their jurisdiction. Tonks and her father are nonetheless deeply troubled for their former headmaster. They find it utterly inconceivable to believe the rumors circulating within the Ministry of Magic regarding Dumbledore, and, after each day's work, they endeavor to uncover any information that might be advantageous to him. However, their efforts amount to little more than a futile exercise, as both are merely ordinary Aurors within the ministry, and their inherent righteousness and kindness render it improbable for them to rise above the currents of power. As the late hour marked the end of a long day devoid of progress, Tonks and her father began their journey home. Walking along the familiar streets, Nymphadora felt that the fatigue in her body could not diminish the unease in her heart. She addressed her father, Ted, who walked ahead of her. "Father, I heard from Mr. Weasley that Dumbledore has confessed to everything today. He will undoubtedly be sent to Azkaban during the trial in a few days." Ted glanced back at her, his own heart echoing her sentiments, yet he offered words of comfort. "Do not worry, my daughter. It is not only members of the Order of the Phoenix who are striving to investigate this matter, is it not? Many do not believe that Dumbledore would commit such an error, and we shall all endeavor to assist our headmaster, shall we?" As he spoke, he slowed his pace, allowing them to walk side by side, and lowered his voice. "This must be the work of the Dark Lord. Did he not appear at Hogwarts last year? Perhaps he has returned. Many of the higher-ups in the ministry have taken note of this. They would never allow Dumbledore to be sent to Azkaban so easily. Moreover, once the victims of this incident emerge from their sorrow, I believe they will come to realize the truth." Nymphadora nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "Indeed, without Dumbledore, who could possibly stand against the Dark Lord?" Yet, her worry persisted as she inquired, "But is there truly no issue with the upcoming trial? We have not heard a single piece of favorable news regarding Dumbledore in recent days." "Yes, this trial has come rather swiftly," Ted admitted, his expression betraying his own concern. "Has Remus contacted you today? He should have received more news from Hogwarts." "Not yet. I suspect we may have to wait a bit longer. As a teacher, he has been far busier than we are these days. Hogwarts is in a dire state." Nymphadora hesitated before suggesting, "Father, perhaps we could reach out to our aunts? They might be inclined to assist Dumbledore out of respect for Mother." "Bellatrix and Draco?" Ted fell into contemplation but soon nodded. "If we have their assistance, It might prove beneficial for Dumbledore during the trial, though I am uncertain whether they will choose to help the headmaster. It is certainly a course of action worth considering. I shall discuss this with your mother." As they spoke, the worry etched on their faces appeared to lighten somewhat. The father and daughter, Tonks and her father, engaged in a conversation about the Halloween attack and Dumbledore as they made their way home from the Ministry of Magic in the early hours of the morning. The exhaustion that had accumulated over the past few days had dulled their senses. As they passed a corner, they remained oblivious to the two figures pressed against the wall above them. Suddenly, with a resounding thud of flesh meeting steel, Ted's body slumped to the ground. A wand was promptly pressed against Nymphadora's nape. In a distorted, raspy voice, Pollux, having altered his appearance through transfiguration, commanded, "Madam, do not move. He shall not perish." "Who are you?" Nymphadora glanced at her father, now unconscious on the ground, and quickly regained her composure. She began to reach for her wand tucked in her pocket. "Oh, madam, do not fidget. I have no desire to harm you." Pollux seized her hand while calling out to the dazed Severus above. "Why aren't you descending swiftly? Knock her out." At the sound of Pollux's voice, the bewildered Severus snapped to attention. "Sleep now." A charm of slumber struck Nymphadora just as she attempted to raise her head. Severus, with a complex expression, looked at Pollux and asked, "You summoned me for this? To kidnap your sister's family? What exactly is your intent?" "Black, do not tell me you manipulated Harry just to involve me in such deeds." Pollux did not respond to the other's words, but merely gestured toward Ted, who lay on the ground. "Put on your mask. You take him and follow me." He continued, "Severus, shortly you will threaten Tyler to rush into the house and subdue Andromeda with the stunning spell." With that, he lifted Nymphadora and made his way to the Tonks residence. Severus cast a reluctant glance at Pollux, begrudgingly hoisted Ted, and hurried after him. His tone laced with a hint of anger. "Can't you use the stunning spell yourself, or wield your wand?" Pollux cast a glance at the other with a look of utter disdain. "That is my sister. How could you even think of using a stick against her? And you are well aware of the nature of my magical prowess. Every spell I cast feels akin to a curse of the deepest torment. Have you lost your mind?" The experience of enduring 10 years of beatings compelled Severus to swallow the latter part of his sentence as he glanced at the large bump on Tate's head. Recalling Harry's mental unraveling after being possessed by Pollux, observing Pollux as he approached his sister's door, Severus felt a strong urge to unleash a killing curse upon him. Meanwhile, within an office at the Ministry of Magic, Albus would certainly not face any severe interrogations. His wand had not even been confiscated. A wizard of his stature and standing had the privilege of awaiting judgment in the ministry rather than at Hogwarts, which already afforded the ministry due respect. Presently, he occupied a specially designated office, seated behind an interrogation table, having just perused a letter delivered by Minerva Vial. The contents of the letter contained nothing particularly confidential. It was merely Minerva reporting on recent happenings at Hogwarts. Upon reading that Severus had not returned to school and that the names of the Black brothers still appeared on the list of those who had left after the attack, a note of gravity crossed Albus's azure eyes. It was only upon seeing that Remus and Sirius remained at the school that his expression relaxed. At least their presence indicated that Pollux had not entirely slipped from control, as he pondered whether to concoct a reason for the Tonks family to travel to Hogwarts. The office door swung open. Cornelius Fudge entered, followed by a child of about 8, bundled up snugly. The moment the child stepped into the room, he waved his hand. Cornelius offered a sycophantic smile, glanced at Albus, and closed the door behind him, leaving the child alone with Albus. Instantly recognizing the visitor, Albus expressed his distaste. "What brings you here?" Lord Voldemort casually seated himself opposite Albus, pulling back his hood to reveal a face that was both eerie and contorted into a strange semblance of a smile. "I have read that letter as well. I believe the Tonks family is about to leave England. Dumbledore, do you think you can still control Pollux with only a half-dead Miss Skeeter and those 2 little brats left? Why do you not intervene?" Albus replied with a mocking tone. "Intervene? You might as well give it a try, or perhaps employ your despicable methods to exert control over the Black family. Voldemort. We both understand what that entails. I must admit, I am taken aback. I never anticipated such words would escape your lips." Voldemort tapped the table and cast a glance at Albus, continuing, "You cannot genuinely intend to place your faith in Pollux, can you? Dumbledore. I am at a loss as to how you manage it. Yet, we both understand the price you must pay. Do not tell me you truly plan to sacrifice yourself to awaken Skit. This is not a concern for you. Humph, you are a hypocritical fellow. I suspect you are more aware of Pollux's power than I am. Dumbledore, we must collaborate now. I can ensure you do not end up in Azkaban." allowing you to remain in Britain at Hogwarts. All I ask is that you relinquish all your positions, titles, and honors. At this juncture, Voldemort produced a piece of paper, placing it before Albus. Sign it, and you shall soon be free, or do you wish to challenge me during the impending trial? I believe you understand the avaricious and vile nature of those in the ministry better than I do. Albus did not glance at the paper, but remained motionless, fixing his gaze upon Voldemort. Do you believe I would ever trust you again? Dumbledore, do you take pleasure in witnessing me in this state? Shall I confess or plead for mercy? Do not adopt that revolting demeanor. Voldemort chuckled. I can sense Tom Riddle's diary resides within you, my dear headmaster. And you too are troubled by that madman Pollux. Furthermore, you are more afraid and terrified than I. With a wave of his hand, a quill soared to him, and he stood, addressing Albus. Unless you believe that after your demise, you can rely on Skit's love to vanquish Pollux. Dumbledore, we both know that is utterly impossible. Do not let your weakness lead you to repeat that error. Albus gazed at Voldemort, their silent exchange lingering for quite some time. I cannot believe Jenkins has truly transformed you into this, Tom. With a deep sigh, Albus placed Voldemort's Horcrux diary on the table, grasped the floating quill, and inscribed his name upon the paper. Now, reveal your plan. I require Pollus's blood and wish for Jenkins to be the one to defeat the Dark Lord, rather than your sister. Dumbledore, you understand that child better than I do. Voldemort tucked away the diary and the paper, casting a knowing glance at Albus. Now, my dear headmaster, it is your turn to confess. The blood of Paul, the blood of enemies. Albus recalled an ancient ritual and glanced at Voldemort, slowly uttering, before the judgment, accompany me to Nurmengard. There, I shall reveal everything to you. Upon hearing Nurmengard, Voldemort paused, immediately reminded of another legendary wizard, hailed as history's most formidable dark wizard, Gellert Grindelwald. A heavy silence enveloped them. After a prolonged moment, Voldemort approached the door, exchanged a few words with Cornelius outside, and returned to his desk, resolutely gritting his teeth. He declared, "Let us depart, Dumbledore." The two exchanged glances, drew their wands, and exited the Ministry of Magic. Nurmengard, a place Albus had sworn never to tread, now welcomed his presence for the second time, and this time alongside Voldemort. At the entrance of the tower, Voldemort mockingly glanced at the inscription, "For the greater good," as he grasped his wand and followed Albus to the top floor, where Gellert was confined. Upon the unexpected visitor, Gellert merely raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, casting a frigid glare at Dumbledore, then fell silent, remaining still. Voldemort, observing the surroundings and sensing no immediate threat, disdainfully averted his gaze from Gellert, sheathing his wand, and addressed Dumbledore. Dumbledore, did you bring me here merely to witness this former failure? Is this visit intended to mock me? Tom, it is here that I am the true failure. Albus shook his head, glancing at Gellert, and continued, your collaboration with me is solely to gain the power to defeat Paul. At this juncture, Albus produced the Elder Wand, igniting a flare of anger and excitement in Gellert's eyes, and proclaimed, have you heard of the Deathly Hallows? The tale from the tales of Beetle the Bard? The Invisibility Cloak, the Resurrection Stone, and the Elder Wand? Voldemort, as if confronted with an absurdity, pointed at Gellert, asserting, if that were true, I would expect to see you, Dumbledore, in that position, not Gellert. No, Tom, this tale is indeed genuine. Gellert and I once endeavored to harness and acquire this power, for the three Deathly Hallows undeniably contain forces beyond this world. Albus spoke, casting a reluctant glance at the Elder Wand, then turned to Gellert with an expression of guilt. Dumbledore, silence yourself. You cannot bestow the Elder Wand to this scoundrel. The previously silent Gellert suddenly erupted, fury directed at Albus. To the marrow. With a single incantation, Voldemort felled Gellert. Simultaneously, Albus pointed his wand at Voldemort. Expecto Patronum. Voldemort swiftly rolled away, evading the beam of white light, his gaze fixed warily upon his adversary. However, Albus refrained from further assault, instead expressing his ire. Voldemort, I can either collaborate with you or with Pollux. To me, you are indistinguishable. Do you comprehend? Yet, you will not act. For you need not strike against me for the sake of a worthless failure. Voldemort, with a visage twisted in fury, retorted while brandishing his wand towards Albus. Do not forget our current relationship. Is this not the very purpose for which you brought me here? To make me believe your fanciful tales? Continue, Headmaster Dumbledore. Albus scoffed softly, casting a concerned glance at the prostrate Gellert before stepping forward to assess his condition. Once assured of Gellert's well-being, he averted his gaze from Voldemort, bowing his head as he continued. The Elder Wand, a wand that bestows invincibility upon its master. No one could vanquish Grindelwald while wielding it, not even I, were it not for exploiting his love. I would never have triumphed over him. Albus gradually unveiled the tale of their love and the quest for the Deathly Hallows, stating, "Had it not been for the blood oath between Gellert and me, it would be I who languished here at this juncture." Albus turned to Voldemort, his tone laced with disdain. "The bone of the father, the flesh of the servant, the blood of the enemy. Do you truly believe that the power derived from that ancient legend can prevail against the formidable Pollux?" Voldemort paused momentarily, casting a sidelong glance at Albus Dumbledore. "Even if the Deathly Hallows possess extraordinary power, do you think Pollux will grant us the time to gather them? There is no need to search, for I have already located 2 of the Hallows. The invisibility cloak resides at Hogwarts, and the Elder Wand is in my possession. As for the Resurrection Stone, it has always been with the Gaunt family." Albus exhibited a flicker of hesitation, scrutinizing Voldemort for an extended moment before speaking. "It was my initial plan for Jenkins or Sally to wield the complete Deathly Hallows to defeat you and Pollux. However, I am now willing to present you with this opportunity. Tom Riddle, I believe the love within you will guide you to make the right choice." As he spoke, Albus tossed the Elder Wand towards Voldemort. "You scoundrel! You cannot bestow the Elder Wand, which rightfully belongs to you and me, upon him." As the wand was on the verge of slipping from his grasp, Gellert, propelled by an unknown force, surged up from the ground and delivered a fierce punch to Albus's face, snatching the Elder Wand from his hand. "You bastard, Dumbledore!" he cursed. Voldemort refrained from intervening again, partly due to his understanding of the bond between the 2 men, which deterred him from inciting Dumbledore further. Additionally, as Gellert seized the Elder Wand and hurled curses at Dumbledore, his body, still reeling from a recent cruciatus curse, could not sustain his burgeoning fury. Even before Gellert's vitriol had fully escaped his lips, he collapsed into Dumbledore's embrace, the Elder Wand slipping from his fingers to the floor. Voldemort approached, bent down, and retrieved the wand that lay upon the ground. As he grasped the Elder Wand, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind as he glanced at his own wand, which had once been his own. Eagerly, he infused the Elder Wand with his magic, and it emanated a captivating black glow. It is well known that only a wand perfectly attuned to a wizard can unleash its full power. The relationship between a wizard and their wand resembles that of 2 kindred spirits. While the wizard remains loyal to the wand reciprocates this fidelity to its master. However, a wand that had served Dumbledore for so many years could not, under normal circumstances, instantly adapt to Voldemort's contrasting magical essence. Yet, the sensation he felt coursing through the Elder Wand made him question if this was indeed the wand that had accompanied him for decades. The profound connection he experienced even surpassed that of his original wand. The Deathly Hallows truly possessed a unique power. The fervor in Voldemort's crimson eyes morphed into obsession. He stood still for a moment, casting a glance at the entwined figures of Albus and Gellert, and urgently declared, "Dumbledore, I shall seek the Resurrection Stone now. I shall not disturb you 2 any longer." With that, he hastily departed the tower. "Albus, do not continue down this path." Gellert opened his eyes, gazing at Albus, who held him close, his tear-filled eyes brimming with reluctance. Trembling, he gently placed his hand on Albus's shoulder. "You should not have walked this path for your convictions. This world should not rest solely on your shoulders. I am sorry for disappointing you." Albus closed his eyes, his voice choked with emotion. "Gellert, it is only now that I comprehend everything. You were never in the wrong. Our initial conflict should never have occurred. I should have trusted you, it was I. Do not say any more." Gellert pressed his hand against Albus's lips. "Fool, it is fate that is at fault, not you." After Albus returned from Numengard with Voldemort, the matter of his trial was finally brought to the forefront. On the day of the trial, the Wisengamot courtroom, capable of accommodating hundreds, was unexpectedly overcrowded as efforts were made to seat more officials. The families of the victims from Hogwarts faced restrictions on their numbers allowed entry. After all, it was not solely the Weasley family who had suffered. No one anticipated that the atmosphere would be so lively, even during the initial defeat of the Dark Lord, when many Death Eaters and Pollux were tried. The courtroom had not been so animated. The room now buzzed with energy akin to a bustling marketplace. "Silence, silence," commanded Barty Crouch, the presiding judge for the day. His face flushed as he emphatically struck his wooden mallet to restore order. Finally, the cacophony subsided. He exchanged a glance with Cornelius Fudge beside him and declared loudly, "The time has come, let us begin." As his words echoed, the heavy doors of the courtroom creaked open, and Albus stepped forward to the center, taking a seat on a chair prepared specially for him, free of chains. Adjusting his glasses, Barty met Dumbledore's gaze and spoke in a serious tone. Albus Dumbledore, I shall question you regarding the events that transpired on November 1st at Hogwarts. Are you prepared? You may begin, Mr. Crouch, Albus replied calmly. Barty cleared his throat softly, seeking to ease his voice and steady his own emotions. Very well. He took the document handed to him by Cornelius, briefly displaying it to Albus and the assembled crowd. Barty's demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness as he addressed Albus with a raised voice. Do you have any objections to this statement recorded on November 2nd under the witness of the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge? I have none. I acknowledge that what is written is the complete truth, Albus responded. Dumbledore, I trust you understand the implications of this. Barty closed the statement. Indeed, I do, Albus replied, maintaining his composure. Barty felt a sense of relief and turned to Cornelius, saying, Minister Fudge, I appreciate your assistance. Fudge, somewhat pleased, took the statement but quickly realized his lapse as he caught Barty's scrutinizing gaze. He promptly adopted a solemn expression, rising heavily to the center of the circular chamber. Amidst the watchful eyes filled with doubt, sorrow, anger, and anticipation, he opened the statement. This testimony from Albus Dumbledore was recorded on November 2nd, the day after the tragedy, in the presence of myself and several directors from the Ministry of Magic. As everyone can see, the opposing party has failed to find significance in what has been articulated. At this juncture, Cornelius paused, gesturing towards Albus with indignation. This esteemed individual, the illustrious Albus Dumbledore. Cornelius enumerated all of Albus's titles. Dumbledore must bear full accountability for the tragic events that transpired on the night of November 1st, resulting in the demise of 41 students and countless injuries. This is a falsehood, a deceit. I have faith in Headmaster Dumbledore. You are slandering him. At this point, the entire courtroom erupted into a cacophony. The clamor resonated like thunder, with many individuals rising to their feet in agitation. Bang, bang, bang. Barty stood up, fervently striking the table in an attempt to regain control, shouting loudly, Silence! Silence! However, his words were instantly drowned out by the tumultuous voices of the crowd. Even as he continued to pound the gavel, a symbol of the authority of Wizengamot, it did little to quell the fervent emotions of the attendees. Cornelius glanced around anxiously and discreetly signaled to the aurors present in the hall. The aurors responsible for maintaining order immediately understood the cue and drew their wands. Thus, even under the influence of the aurors magic, it took approximately a quarter of an hour for the courtroom to settle into silence. Ladies and gentlemen, I recognize that many of you find it implausible that Dumbledore could commit such an act. The notion is simply too shocking. Personally, I too am reluctant to believe. Barty's face flushed slightly as he gazed around.